Only a few days earlier, he had been a lively young man, walking beneath the warm spring breeze with a smile on his face and no idea that his life was about to end. Then a speeding bus struck him without warning. Because he died before ever finding real love, God granted him another chance at life, sending him to a different world. It was a realm shaped by gods, crawling with powerful magical creatures, where humans could only secure their place through strength. But his new life came with a cruel twist. He had been reborn as a goblin, one of the weakest, filthiest, and most despised creatures in that world. Even so, he still carried the compassion he once had as a human, foolishly believing that people were naturally righteous and kind. That belief became the mistake that led him to die all over again. From that moment forward, hatred for humanity filled his heart, and he swore to drag every man into nightmares while forcing every woman to submit beneath him. The story opens inside a stone cave washed in a strange golden glow. From somewhere deeper in the darkness, a frantic voice suddenly cries out that the leader is dead. Almost immediately, another goblin lets out a greedy cackle and shouts that the leader's weapon now belongs to him. Far inside the cave, 3 green-skinned goblins with long pointed ears stood around the corpse of their fallen leader, while several weaker goblins crowded nearby. One of them gripped a wooden club and proudly declared that he was the new leader now. But another goblin, boiling with resentment, immediately snapped back, demanding to know what nonsense he was talking about. Without another word, the furious goblin sprang forward and clamped its teeth onto the club-wielding goblin's long nose, biting down as hard as it could. "Die!" it snarled through clenched teeth. The goblin with the wooden club twisted helplessly in pain, reduced to weak whimpers as he was forced flat against the rocky ground. He could not fight back at all. Around them, the lower-ranked goblins howled with excitement, thrilled by the chaos and ready to tear one another apart now that their leader was gone. Then, one goblin with its gray tongue hanging from its mouth suddenly spoke up. The leader had left prey behind, and it suggested they sneak off and steal it for themselves. Another goblin answered nervously, reminding him that someone was still guarding the prey. The 2 goblins froze in place as though they had heard footsteps somewhere nearby. Their voices dropped to frightened whispers. He was coming back. At that moment, a strange goblin emerged from the darkness. Unlike the ordinary low-level creatures crowding the cave, this one had hair, wore a hooded cloak, and looked far less grotesque than the rest of them. The hooded goblin moved silently through the crowd, never slowing down as the others watched him pass. Whispers followed behind him. That was the one guarding the prey. Some called him a disgusting freak for covering himself like a human, while others insisted he knew exactly where the prey was hiding because he wanted it all for himself. From the shadows around the cave, hundreds of glowing red eyes stared coldly at the hooded goblin. The nearby creatures began muttering that they should attack him together and take the prey away from him. Yet the hooded goblin kept walking forward, appearing completely unaware of their murderous stares. 2 low-level goblins hesitated instead of joining the others. They decided it would be smarter to wait. The goblins who had gone after the prey before were not opponents they could easily touch, so they planned to let both sides fight first and only move in afterward. The hooded goblin's large pointed ears suddenly twitched beneath his cloak. Something about the cave felt wrong. A woman's terrified scream suddenly echoed through the cavern. Her desperate voice rang through the darkness as she begged for help and cried out for them not to touch her. The hooded goblin immediately broke into a run toward the sound. As he rushed deeper into the cave, he shouted for them to leave her alone. He burst into a nearby chamber and found 2 low-level goblins roughly tearing at a woman's clothes while she struggled beneath them. For goblins had pinned the woman to the ground, treating her like nothing more than prey as they prepared to assault her. Her clothing had been ripped apart, sweat covered her body, and fear filled her face. When she saw the hooded goblin, she pleaded desperately for him to save her, begging him not to leave her there. Still breathing hard from the sprint, the hooded goblin raised his voice and shouted at them to let her go immediately. The largest goblin stepped forward with an ugly glare. He recognized the hooded goblin at once and mocked him, saying the leader was already dead and the prey now belonged to them. Behind him, the woman lay stripped on the cold ground, surrounded by the bones of victims who had come before her. The larger goblin sneered, his long pointed nose hanging so low it nearly touched his chin. He leaned forward and demanded to know who gave the hooded goblin the nerve to steal their prey. Without waiting for an answer, the large goblin lunged straight at him. The others rushed in behind their companion, closing the distance from every side. The hooded goblin was driven backward until there was nowhere left to retreat. Trapped against the cave wall, he cursed under his breath at the swarm of goblins surrounding him. He tightened his grip around his small stone knife and raised it in front of him. He could not die in that cave. No matter what happened, he had to survive. Then something changed. The goblins suddenly hesitated, their confidence vanishing as fear washed over their faces and their eyes widened in shock. One of them had already fallen. The hooded goblin had slashed its throat open with his knife before the others could even react. As the hood slipped back, it revealed his human-like hair beneath it. With blood still on his small knife, the hooded goblin pointed the blade directly at the remaining creatures. He gave them a simple choice: leave now or die. Terror spread through the group, and the goblins immediately turned and ran. As they fled through the cave, they screamed for the others to run because he had a weapon. Once they were gone, the hooded goblin finally collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and struggling to catch his breath. The woman, still wearing torn clothes, carefully approached him. She asked whether he was all right, then thanked him for saving her again. Unlike the other goblins, he had protected her, and she begged him not to die. Still panting on the stone floor, the hooded goblin quietly repeated her words in his mind. Not like a goblin. Before he could think any further, a strange system interface appeared directly in front of him. A message flickered across it, announcing that the system was initializing. The hooded goblin's real name was Lin Tian. He had once been human, but after dying, he had transmigrated into this world and awakened inside the body of a goblin. Even though he had a system, it was painfully slow to activate. For now, it did nothing except display his basic status, offering him no useful function beyond that. Lin Tian stared at the information in front of him and quickly understood the truth. His attributes were terrible even compared to ordinary goblins. He was weak. His status read: name, Lin Tian. Race, goblin. Divine blessing, none. Level 5. Class, none. HP, 20 out of 20. MP, 5 out of 5. Defense, 5. Skill, devour. Racial ability, devour. Equipment, a crude stone knife. Total combat power, 30. After looking over everything, Lin Tian came to a grim conclusion. The only way for him to grow stronger was to breed with women. His eyes drifted toward the woman nearby, but after a moment, he lowered his gaze and let out a heavy sigh. No matter what body he had now, he had once been human. The woman looked at him with hopeful eyes and told him not to worry. She said she understood that he was different from the others. He clearly did not want to be like those goblins, did he? Lin Tian did not answer her. He simply remained silent, caught between the monster he had become and the person he once was. The woman told him that when the knights finally came to rescue her, she would explain that he had saved her life. She believed the knights were just and fair, and that they would allow him to return to the village with her. Lin Tian's mood lifted slightly at those words. She was right. Even if the system had not fully activated yet, all he needed to do was stay alive until help arrived. After that, he could figure out what the system truly was. A heavy rumbling suddenly shook the entire cave. Dust trembled from the ceiling as Lin Tian looked around in alarm. The goblins were coming back. Lin Tian quickly told the woman to hide before they reached the chamber. A green foot stepped into view at the entrance. Lin Tian immediately lifted his knife and prepared himself. The goblin spotted the woman and instantly lost control. It began shouting wildly about the human, demanding that she come closer and crying out that it wanted to breed with her. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He yelled and swung his knife in one sharp motion, cutting the goblin's throat before it could take another step. He turned back toward the woman and told her that it looked like humans had truly come to rescue her. The woman's face lit up with relief, and she ran toward the cave entrance. She cried that it had to be the Holy Order, thanking the heavens as Lin Tian followed closely behind her. But the moment Lin Tian reached the entrance, he stopped cold. The sight before him left him completely stunned. A knight dressed in white armor was cutting through the goblins as though they were nothing. With a single swing of his sword, he effortlessly dispatched the creatures blocking his path. The knight was tall, handsome, and wrapped in a blue cloak that moved behind him as he walked. Power radiated from him so strongly that Lin Tian could feel the difference between them immediately. The knight cursed the filthy creatures for daring to tear the robes of the Holy Order. His status revealed his name as Loa, a human at level 25 with the class of swordsman. He had 200 out of 200 HP, 30 out of 30 MP, 50 defense, and powerful skills including Sword Aura Slash, Holy Sword Technique, and Heaven Returning Sword. His equipment included the Judgment Sword and Platinum Armor, and his total combat power reached 4,100. A total combat power of 4,100 left Lin Tian staring in disbelief. Was this really what a human was supposed to be? "Captain, we're here!" the woman cried out as she rushed toward him. As Kilia ran toward Loa with relief written all over her face, the knight suddenly lifted his sword, the blade flashing coldly under the cave light. Lin Tian's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted for her to stop, then threw himself at Kilia and knocked her aside just before Loa's strike came down. The two of them hit the rough ground and scrambled back to their feet. Kilia clutched her stomach tightly, still shaken by how narrowly she had escaped the attack. Kilia stared at Loa in complete disbelief. He had supposedly come to save her, yet he had nearly cut her down himself. For a moment, she wondered whether he had mistaken her for a goblin in the darkness. But Loa only sneered in annoyance, saying it was a shame that the goblin had dodged his strike. Then, clearly humiliated by the miss, he started walking toward them. "Captain, it's me. Kilia!" she pleaded desperately, trying to make him recognize her. "I know exactly who you are," Loa answered without hesitation. He said that goblins had already defiled her and that she could even be carrying their offspring. In his eyes, that was something he could never overlook. He told her she should kneel down and repent to the Holy Mother for her sins. Kilia dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face as her voice trembled. She begged Loa to wait, insisting that she had not been harmed by the goblins. Then she tried to explain that Lin Tian had been the one who protected her. With trembling fingers, Kilia pointed directly at Lin Tian beside her. Loa glanced at Lin Tian with open contempt. He accused Kilia of making up ridiculous stories and asked whether she truly thought he was stupid enough to believe her. Then he slowly raised his sword once more. Lin Tian grabbed Kilia by the arm and shoved her away from the danger. He told her to run, saying there was an exit nearby and that she needed to get out while she still could. Then Lin Tian snatched up a wooden club from the ground and charged straight at Loa, knowing full well how hopeless the difference in strength was. Just as he rushed forward, a brilliant light suddenly burst from the cave entrance, flooding the dark tunnel with a blinding glow. Lin Tian froze in place when a gentle voice called out for Loa to wait. A golden sphere of energy wrapped around Lin Tian's body, locking him in place so completely that he could not move. Even Loa hesitated when he saw it. Standing behind them was a beautiful woman with long golden hair, both hands held around the glowing sphere. A holy aura seemed to surround her as several knights stood at her back. Her gaze settled on Lin Tian, and she focused on the strange goblin trapped in her magic. Kilia saw the woman and immediately cried out to the holy maiden, saying there was something unusual about this goblin and begging her to save him. Still shaken, Kilia crawled toward the golden-haired woman. The holy maiden helped her up from the ground, then turned her attention back toward Lin Tian. She looked directly at him through the shimmering golden barrier and calmly asked whether he could understand what she was saying. Unable to move, Lin Tian stared back at her in surprise. She was the holy maiden Evely. At that moment, she seemed like his only possible chance to escape from the cave alive. "I can understand you," Lin Tian answered quickly. Then he asked whether she was the holy maiden everyone had been talking about. Lin Tian told her that he was not originally from this world. He explained that he had once been human, but something had happened and left him trapped in the body of a goblin. He promised that once they returned somewhere safe, he could explain everything in full. Evely and Loa exchanged a quiet look. Loa admitted that this goblin seemed far more intelligent than the others, which was extremely rare. Evely smiled kindly and suggested that perhaps he had been sent as a gift from the Holy Mother. Evely turned to Kilia and asked whether Lin Tian had truly done nothing to harm her. Kilia quickly shook her head and said that he had protected her from the other goblins. She even explained that he had given her food. Evely considered the situation for a moment, then said that if Lin Tian was truly that special, they should bring him back for further study. She faced Lin Tian again and asked him directly whether he agreed to go with them. At last, Lin Tian felt that someone was finally willing to hear him out. He immediately agreed, unable to hide the eagerness in his voice. "Then let us return," Evely said. With a light flick of her wrist, the golden sphere around Lin Tian dissolved into the air and released him. Lin Tian thanked her sincerely for showing him kindness. "I will repay you for this," Lin Tian began to say, but Evely's expression suddenly shifted. "Of course you will," she replied, her voice turning cold enough to make the air feel different. Without warning, Loa drove his sword through Kilia's stomach. Her breath caught in a painful gasp, and she collapsed onto the ground. Lin Tian stood there in horror, unable to understand what he had just seen. They had killed Kilia. Eve turned toward him with a cruel smile slowly forming on her face. She told him that once they returned, he would have plenty of chances to repay her properly. A week later, Loa stood in the town square before a large crowd. He announced that the cowardly goblin attack had brought terrible harm to their town, and claimed that the goblins had used despicable methods to slaughter innocent citizens. The crowd erupted in anger, shouting for the goblins to die. Blood for blood, life for life. In their eyes, humans and goblins were enemies destined to hate each other forever. Loa raised both hands to calm the crowd and proudly declared that the Holy Order, acting in the name of the Holy Church, had already eradicated those goblins. He told them their fallen citizens had been avenged. Evely stepped forward and spread her arms before the people. She proclaimed that the Holy Church would forever protect its faithful followers. The crowd erupted again, cheering loudly for the knights. Later, inside her private chamber, Evely sat at her desk wearing a sheer nightgown. A report on holy law lay open in front of her as she reflected on the day's sermon. She coldly remarked that the people were as foolish as ever, then picked up a small red vial. With this, she believed they would become even more devoted and offer even more to the church. Across the room, Lin Tian hung chained against the wall, his body covered in wounds and his mouth restrained by a muzzle. Through ragged breaths, he cursed Evely under his breath. Evely glanced over at him with little interest and remarked that he was still alive. She was impressed by how stubbornly he clung to life. In her eyes, that was probably why the church could never wipe out every goblin completely. Then she decided that a goblin would make a useful subject for testing the effects of her poison. Lin Tian pulled violently against the chains binding him to the wall. He accused Evely of tricking him, tricking everyone, and murdering Kilia. Evely pressed a rod against his mouth and stared at him with cruel curiosity. She mocked him for being a lowly creature driven by desire while still daring to question human righteousness. According to her, Kilia had been bewitched by him because she spoke in his defense. To Evely, that made Kilia a traitor, and her death had simply been her final act of loyalty. A sinister glow appeared in Evely's eyes as she looked down on him. She said goblins were nothing but vermin and claimed she was doing him a favor by using his disgusting body for experimentation. Then she told him to be grateful. Behind Lin Tian, a magic circle slowly formed in the air, its strange light spreading across the chamber walls. Flames suddenly burst from the magic circle and swallowed Lin Tian whole. Bound by the chains, he could only scream as the fire tore through his body. As pain consumed him, Lin Tian finally understood how foolish he had been. He had been reborn as a goblin, yet he had still clung to the belief that humans would show kindness. His own naivety had become his downfall. They had tortured him, treated him like a toy, and crushed every last hope he had left. If he could be reborn again, things would be different. A message suddenly appeared before him. The Goblin life simulation system had finally activated. The assessment was complete. He had died because he was foolish and had forgotten that he was a goblin. Humans would never trust goblins, and they would never show mercy. He had died from torture and abuse, and the system promised that he would never forget that pain. Among all transmigrators, his ending had been one of the most tragic. Then the system announced that it would restart his life and asked whether he wished to be reborn. Lin Tian stared silently at the glowing interface floating before his eyes. This is my system, he realized. He could actually live again, though he would still return as a lowly goblin. A final notice appeared. If he chose no, his soul would dissipate and he would die permanently. But if he chose yes, he would keep all of his current memories and return to the Goblin Cave exactly 1 week earlier. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as the meaning of those words sank in. 1 week ago, he understood exactly where the system intended to send him. A dark, vengeful smile slowly spread across Lin Tian's face. This was not merely another chance at survival. This was his chance to settle every debt. He swore that he would take back everything from Loa and Evely. With that vow burning in his heart, Lin Tian reached forward and pressed his finger against the choice marked yes. Blue light immediately wrapped around his body, swallowing him in a cold, glowing haze. The choice had been accepted. He was being sent back to Goblin Cave, where his second life as a goblin was about to begin. Before the return was complete, another message appeared. In order to help him survive longer this time, the system had made a small enhancement to his abilities. Lin Tian felt a faint surge of strength pass through his body. It was not enough to make him powerful, but compared to having nothing at all, it was still better than before. A warning followed immediately. Even though he had returned to the past, the danger had not disappeared. The Holy Order was still approaching, and he had to remain cautious. If he died again, the system would no longer be able to revive him. Lin Tian's expression hardened. So they were still coming. He could not afford to relax. Then he asked what the system was truly capable of doing. The answer appeared before him. It was called the Goblin Life Simulation System, and it could simulate his future, allowing him to see possible outcomes before he acted. Every decision would lead to a different result. Each simulation required a 24-hour cooldown, but after completing one, he would receive points that could be exchanged for useful items. Lin Tian stared at the words in front of him. A simulation meant he could glimpse the future before it happened. That alone could change everything. Without wasting another moment, Lin Tian activated the life simulation. The system began calculating the outcome of his current situation. The result appeared: escaping Goblin Cave. Loa had already discovered the cave, and Lin Tian now had to choose how he would try to survive. 3 choices appeared before him. The first was to warn the other goblins and fight Loa together, earning 10 points. The second was to abandon the goblins and escape alone, earning 5 points. The third was to hide inside the cave and hope Loa never found him. With no points in his possession, Lin Tian carefully weighed the choices. Even if every goblin in the cave joined forces, they would still be no match for Loa. Escaping was the only path that truly offered survival. Still, he decided to test the option with the highest reward first. If points could buy weapons, then perhaps he could eventually gain the strength to fight back. He selected the first option. The result appeared at once. He had died. In that outcome, Lin Tian had led the goblins into a desperate battle against Loa and the Holy Knights. But the difference in power was overwhelming, and he was killed without changing anything. The system warned him that he had overestimated the goblin's strength and needed to judge his own abilities more carefully before making decisions. Even so, the reward appeared as promised. 10 points. Lin Tian had expected the goblins to be useless against Loa, and now the simulation had proven it. Still, he had gained points, and that meant the test had not been completely wasted. Lin Tian opened the item shop, and a dazzling collection of equipment appeared before his eyes. There were countless weapons and useful items, but after looking through them, he realized his points were far too low for almost everything. Then he spotted a dagger that cost exactly 10 points. It was called the Dagger of Agility, a slim and delicate weapon crafted by elves. It granted 10 additional speed and 15 additional MP. The blade looked sharp enough for what he needed, so Lin Tian exchanged his points without hesitation. The moment the transaction was complete, he felt both his speed and magical energy rise. Holding the dagger in his hand, he looked down at its edge and thought about the pathetic weapons goblins usually carried. With a blade like this, a single clean strike might be enough to kill. Then a sudden thought stopped him. Where was Kilia? The system explained that because Lin Tian had returned to the past, the timeline had changed. Kilia had not yet been captured by the goblins. She was still alive and safe inside the village. A small smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Without even seeing her, he had already kept his promise to Kilia. Now there was nothing left holding him back. Lin Tian immediately ran toward the cave entrance. He needed to escape before Loa arrived. The passage was narrow, which meant the guards stationed outside were likely weak and few in number. Outside the cave, 2 knights stood watch. One complained that the goblins inside were disgusting, while the other told him to endure it because their lives were much easier than most soldiers. The second knight reminded his companion not to forget Loa's orders. If any women escaped from the cave, they were to be killed immediately. They could not allow the truth to spread back to the village. Listening from inside the cave, Lin Tian's face darkened. The Holy Order would kill anyone to protect its control, even helpless women. A goblin like him would receive even less mercy. Knowing that, he decided to take a dangerous gamble. He copied the voice of a frightened young woman and cried out from inside the cave. He claimed that he was a girl from Bright Town and that the goblins had captured him. The 2 knights immediately turned toward the cave entrance. One of them sighed in annoyance, saying another stray victim had appeared for them to deal with. The other knight smirked and said Loa would reward him for handling it. Then he began walking toward the dark entrance. As he approached, the knight called into the cave and told the supposed victim to come out. He said there was no need to be afraid because they were knights, and they would take her back safely. The instant he stepped close enough, Lin Tian lunged from the darkness and stabbed him. Hearing the sudden struggle, the other knight became alarmed and moved toward the entrance more cautiously. He called out, asking what was happening and telling his companion to hurry up. Lin Tian kicked the first knight's dead body out toward him, catching the second guard off balance. Before the man could recover, Lin Tian rushed forward and slashed into his body. The knight gasped in horror as he fell to the ground. With his final breath, he realized the attacker was a goblin. Bleeding on the ground, the knight begged Lin Tian to spare him. He pulled out a locket containing a picture of his wife and daughter, saying he had a family waiting for him at home. For a brief moment, Lin Tian hesitated. The knight insisted that he had only been following orders and claimed he had been forced into everything he had done. He promised Lin Tian gold and even offered him a woman if he would let him live. He continued trying to tempt Lin Tian, describing a young and beautiful woman and claiming the arrangement would benefit them both. But while he spoke, his hand quietly moved behind his back and closed around a hidden dagger. Lin Tian saw it clearly. The knight believed he had distracted him. Before the knight could draw the hidden weapon, Lin Tian cut his throat with one swift slash. Afterward, Lin Tian picked up the fallen locket and the hidden dagger from beside the knight's body. Looking down at the dead knight, Lin Tian understood the Holy Order even more clearly. They would sacrifice their own people without hesitation whenever it served their purpose. Suddenly, a voice shouted from somewhere deeper in the forest. Lin Tian turned toward the sound, and his expression immediately changed. Loa and the others were already here. He moved quickly, stripping the dead knight of his uniform and pulling it over himself. Then, without looking back, he fled through the forest in another direction. Loa and Evely soon arrived at the cave entrance and found both of their men dead. Loa demanded to know what had happened, and the answer came quickly. A goblin had somehow escaped past them. Loa crouched down and carefully examined the wounds on the dead knights' bodies. Evely studied the scene and concluded that any goblin capable of killing two armed knights had to be a mutant. A mutant goblin. The words hung in the air as they considered what had escaped. Loa said letting such a creature get away would be a problem. In frustration, he kicked one of the bodies and called the dead knights useless for failing to deal with even a mutant goblin. Eve slowly licked her lips, looking almost pleased by the thought. A mutant goblin sounded interesting to her. She said catching it would be fun. Night eventually fell over the forest. Wearing the stolen knight's uniform, Lin Tian rested among the trees and reviewed what he had gained. Killing the two knights had earned him points and levels, and his appearance had changed as well. With the uniform covering him, he looked far more human than before, even surprisingly handsome. At last, Lin Tian let out a slow breath and took a bite from the apple in his hand. If humans hated goblins so completely, then he would use the methods of a goblin against them. Goblins grew stronger through mating and devouring, and he intended to use every advantage available to build his power. He covered part of his face with one hand, but a cold smile still crept across his lips. Loa and Evely had only seen the beginning of what was coming for them. A sudden rustle came from the bushes nearby. Lin Tian instantly tensed, his hand moving toward his weapon as he wondered whether Loa's group was still hunting him. A hooded figure stepped out from the brush. Lin Tian decided to strike before the stranger could move first, charging forward with his dagger drawn. The figure let out a frightened cry and stumbled backward. As the hood slipped aside, it revealed a young female goblin. Lin Tian stopped in surprise, lowering his attack slightly. It was not one of Loa's knights. It was a goblin woman. She shrank back nervously and begged him not to hurt her. In a trembling voice, she explained that she had only come to collect water. Her status appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. Her name was Small Goblin, Level 3, Race Goblin and Class Divine Messenger. She carried the title Fallen God's Pure Soul Goblin and possessed a divine blessing. Her HP was 10, MP was 2, Defense was 1, and her abilities included Devour and Wild Growth. She had no equipment, and her total combat power was only 10. The system also revealed that when a male goblin mated with a female goblin, he could become a legendary goblin. Lin Tian stepped closer, and the frightened goblin woman immediately pleaded with him not to come any nearer. She whimpered and backed away as far as she could. The chief had sent her to fetch water, she explained, and if she returned empty-handed, he would kill her. She kept apologizing through her fear. Lin Tian softened his voice and told her he had not meant to frighten her. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder and told her not to cry. Slowly, she relaxed enough to lean against him. She looked up at him in amazement and asked whether he could really speak. Lin Tian answered that he could, while privately realizing that ordinary goblins usually could not form clear sentences so naturally. He assumed she rarely had anyone willing to speak kindly to her and began to turn away. But she caught hold of his cloak and asked him to wait. She told him he was kind, unlike the other goblins who only beat her. It was the first time anyone had treated her gently. Then she offered to take him back to her tribe if he had nowhere else to go. Lin Tian's eyes widened. There was a goblin tribe nearby. He still did not know whether Loa was searching for him, and this was not the time to focus on mating or anything else. What he needed first was a secure place to hide and grow stronger. He told her to lead him to the tribe. Before long, they arrived at a goblin settlement filled with crude huts glowing faintly in the darkness. Goblins emerged from the huts and immediately stared at Lin Tian's stolen human clothes. They called him suspicious and mocked the female goblin for bringing a stranger back. When they heard that he wanted to see the chief, they moved to capture him and drag him before their leader. Lin Tian stood his ground without flinching. He told them he had come to join their tribe and demanded that they take him to their leader. Instead of answering, the goblins raised their spears and pointed the sharpened tips toward Lin Tian and the female goblin. The female goblin quickly hid behind Lin Tian's back and nervously spoke up for him. She insisted that he was not a bad person and begged them not to attack yet. Before anyone could make another move, a deep voice thundered through the village, demanding to know what all the commotion was about. A massive goblin stepped forward, carrying a staff decorated with skulls and bones. His status showed his name as Large Goblin, Level 25, Race Goblin and Class Priest. His title was Breeding Machine, Mockery of the Gods, and he possessed a divine blessing. He had 100 HP, 29 MP, 17 defense, and abilities including Devour, Summon, and Thorn Control. With a skull staff and bone chain equipped, His total combat power reached 200. Lin Tian immediately recognized the danger. This was a high-level goblin, far stronger than the creatures around him. He quietly raised his dagger and prepared for the worst. The chief turned his eyes toward the female goblin and demanded to know why she had brought an outsider into the tribe. She stammered that Lin Tian had nowhere else to go. The chief's face lit up with cruel approval. He roared for the others to kill Lin Tian and eat him. At once, the surrounding goblins surged forward, weapons raised as they closed in around Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly shouted for them to wait. He told the chief that he could make weapons, that he wanted to join the tribe, and that he could make the entire group stronger. The chief paused. His attack order interrupted as interest replaced some of the hostility in his eyes. He walked closer to Lin Tian and said that he smelled different from ordinary goblins. Then he demanded to know what kind of weapons Lin Tian was capable of making. Lin Tian answered that he could forge iron weapons if they gave him the materials. He lifted his dagger slightly and promised that he could make far more than what he carried now. Holding up the dagger, Lin Tian spoke in clear, complete sentences. The chief noticed that he could talk more fluently than most goblins, and Lin Tian understood that higher levels seemed to bring greater intelligence. The chief finally said he would give Lin Tian one chance. 3 days. The chief ordered him to find iron ore and make iron weapons within that time. If Lin Tian succeeded, he would be spared. Then the chief pointed toward the female goblin as well. He declared that if Lin Tian failed, both of them would die. With that threat hanging over them, the chief and the others turned away. Lin Tian pulled the female goblin close in a protective embrace and silently cursed the old chief's viciousness. When angered, that monster would not even spare his own people. Lin Tian knew he was not strong enough to confront him directly yet, so he decided to make iron tools first, buy himself time, and steadily build his strength. The next day, the goblins were sent out to search the surrounding land for iron ore. That night, beneath a bright full moon, Lin Tian led the search party through the wilderness. The female goblin gradually fell behind, exhausted from the long walk. She cried for them to wait, saying she could not keep going. One goblin answered by kicking her and calling her useless trash. He warned that if they failed to find iron ore, he would kill her himself. 2 more goblins joined in, surrounding her and striking her with kicks and blows while she tried to protect herself. Lin Tian reacted immediately, picking up a rock and hurling it into one goblin's head. He angrily told them that they had been sent to find iron ore, not waste time fighting each other. Then he demanded to know whether any of them even understood what iron ore looked like. If they wanted to stay alive, they needed to go down to the valley and start searching. Lin Tian drew attention to his dagger and warned them that if they refused, every one of them would die. The goblin quickly scattered in panic. They shouted that he had an iron weapon and fled from him, though some still cursed that once they found iron ore, the chief would never spare him. Lin Tian watched them go and understood that they were right about one thing. Even if he managed to forge iron weapons, the chief could still decide to kill him afterward. He sheathed his dagger and turned toward the crying female goblin. The system's words returned to his mind. Mating with a female goblin could turn a male goblin into a legendary goblin. He knew he needed strength if he wanted to survive. Lin Tian cupped her face and wiped away her tears, telling her not to cry. He asked her to come with him and promised to protect her, give her meat to eat, a warm place to sleep, and a life where no one could bully her again. Her eyes widened as she asked whether he truly meant it. Lin Tian assured her that he did, but admitted they were both too weak to survive as they were. He told her he needed her help to become stronger. When she asked how, he said it would happen if they had children together. He told her that doing so would make him stronger. The female goblin blushed and covered her mouth with one hand. She said she had never done anything like that before. Lin Tian's face reddened as well, and he pulled his hood lower to hide it. He told her it was all right and that he would only proceed if she agreed. Then Lin Tian suddenly drew her closer and kissed her. The system responded that Lin Tian had fathered 7 children with the female goblin. His level rose all the way to its maximum limit. Because of limited potential, Lin Tian's growth stopped at level 7. Even so, the gains were clear. His attack rose by 9, his HP increased by 100, and his defense went up by 10. 2 hours later, Lin Tian lay on the ground, breathing heavily as sweat covered his body. His status appeared before him once again. Name Lin Tian. Level 7 with a limit of 17. Race, Goblin. Class, None. Titles: Lowly Creature, Blasphemer, Divinely Blessed, and Procreator. HP, 40. MP, 10. Defense, 9. Skill, Devour. Racial ability, Devour. Equipment, none. Total combat power, 65. My level went up, and so did this body, Lin Tian muttered as he looked down at his hands. Strength now surged through him far more clearly than before. It was not just his numbers that had changed. His body looked stronger, his muscles had become more defined, and even his presence felt more intimidating. With this much strength, Lin Tian finally had a better chance of facing the chief. He placed his cloak over the female goblin's shoulders and told her that from now on, she belonged with him and he would protect her. She leaned against him quietly, murmuring that he was kind. Suddenly, a goblin came running toward them in panic, screaming for help while clutching a piece of iron ore. Behind him charged a massive monster wolf, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. The goblin had found iron ore, but he had also brought something far more dangerous back with him. Lin Tian immediately drew his dagger and told the female goblin to stay where she was. She watched him nervously and told him to be careful. The monster wolf was just about to devour the fleeing goblin when Lin Tian leapt forward. In midair, he swung his dagger and sliced straight across the beast's throat. The wolf crashed heavily onto the ground. The goblin who had escaped stood there trembling, still clutching the iron ore in his hands as he stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded in approval and told the goblin he had done well. Then he reached out and ordered him to hand over the ore. The following morning, smoke rose steadily from the fire as Lin Tian watched the work carefully. At last, he said it should be ready. Lin Tian stirred the heated pot while goblins crowded around him, watching with suspicion and curiosity. Some could not believe he had truly made something, while others whispered that it looked strange and wondered whether it would actually work. To prove it, Lin Tian grabbed the newly forged spear and drove it straight into the dead wolf's skull. Under the stunned gazes of the surrounding goblins, Lin Tian grinned and lifted the freshly made spear for all of them to see. "Take a good look," Lin Tian announced. "This is what a weapon forged from iron can do." The goblin from the ore-gathering expedition rushed forward and explained that Lin Tian had used such a weapon to kill the wolf that attacked them. He told everyone that Lin Tian could truly make weapons, and that this spear was far better than their crude stone spears. The goblins erupted in cheers. Lin Tian raised the spear high above his head and asked whether they wanted weapons like it. The goblins immediately roared yes, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. From a distance, the chief watched the celebration with a dangerous look in his eyes. Lin Tian could actually create iron weapons, and that made him a threat to the chief's position. The chief slammed his staff down against the ground with enough force to silence the crowd. Every goblin fell quiet. The chief forced a smile onto his face, though the anger behind it was impossible to hide. He admitted that Lin Tian's work was impressive, but said staying in the tribe would not be so easy. Then he ordered Lin Tian to make 50 more iron spears within 2 days. The chief turned away with his teeth clenched in frustration. Nearby, a goblin whispered that the chief was being far too harsh. The purple-haired goblin Lin Tian had stepped closer and offered to help him make more weapons. Lin Tian nodded, quietly hiding his amusement. He wanted to see exactly how far the chief was willing to take this. 2 days later, Lin Tian stood before the chief with a large pile of finished iron spears laid out at his feet. The chief stared at them in disbelief. Lin Tian had actually done it. "Well done," the chief said, though the smile on his face looked painfully forced. The chief raised his staff and declared that they would feast that night to welcome Lin Tian into the tribe. Goblins cheered and lifted their new weapons into the air. Lin Tian said nothing, but a plan was already taking shape in his mind. Later, the female goblin brought Lin Tian a portion of roasted boar. Blushing slightly, she told him that the chief had agreed to let him remain in the tribe. Lin Tian accepted the meat and began to eat. Then, without warning, Lin Tian gasped and clutched his chest. The female goblin panicked and cried out, asking what was wrong. The chief stepped forward laughing. He called Lin Tian a foolish outsider and mocked him for believing he could challenge the chief's authority. The chief declared that Lin Tian was going to die. Then he grabbed the female goblin by the hair and pulled her close, asking whether Lin Tian cared about her. If he did, the chief would make him watch her die by his own blade. He pressed a sharp nail against the female goblin's throat. Tears filled her eyes as she looked helplessly toward Lin Tian. The chief laughed and asked whether Lin Tian had any final words. But suddenly, Lin Tian stood up with a knife already in his hand. In one swift motion, he sliced the chief's hand clean off. The female goblin stared in shock, and the surrounding goblins gasped in disbelief. The chief staggered backward, clutching his bleeding wrist as he struggled to understand what had just happened. "You fool," Lin Tian said coldly. He told the chief that he had known the food was poisoned from the beginning and had only pretended to fall for it. Furious and desperate, the chief tore a necklace from around his neck, revealing a skull-shaped weapon hidden beneath it. "I'll kill you," the chief roared. But Lin Tian easily dodged his attack and answered with a single swift strike, cutting off the chief's head. The goblins watched in horror as the chief's severed head rolled across the ground. Lin Tian stood over the body and declared that from that moment onward, he was their leader. Lin Tian raised his voice and announced that they would attack the elves, and after that they would attack the humans as well. "Boss! Boss!" the goblins shouted. Their fear quickly shifted into excitement as they began cheering for their new leader. Lin Tian helped the female goblin back onto her feet. Then he told her that knives were sharp, meat was plentiful, and pointed toward the chief's corpse. He said that body now belonged to her. The goblins immediately swarmed over the dead chief's body, tearing into it in a wild frenzy. Lin Tian watched the chaos with a dark smile on his face. Taking control of the goblins was only the beginning. He intended to use the elves to breed an even stronger army. From within the shadows, an unseen figure watched everything unfold and quietly asked what was happening there. Under the full moon, an elven village rested deep within the forest. A figure moved swiftly through the treetops and across wooden platforms, climbing toward the highest level where gruesome trophies of goblin heads hung in rows. After reaching the upper level, the figure was greeted by a cheerful elf who welcomed the returning princess. Kasana, the elven princess, hurried toward the queen's chambers. Before she could enter, a servant rushed forward and asked the princess to wait. Ignoring the servant's warning, Kasana pushed into the room. She called out to her mother, saying she had something important to report, but froze the moment she saw what was inside. The elven queen was stretched out on her bed, surrounded by shirtless male elves. One held fruit up to her lips, another leaned close to whisper sweet words, and a third massaged her shoulders. Kasana's eyes widened in shock. This was nothing like what she expected to find. Blushing deeply, she quickly apologized to her mother and stammered that she would come back later. The elven queen noticed Princess Kasana standing there while enjoying the attention of the male elf beside her. She waved for him to move aside, rubbed her temples, and asked her daughter why she had rushed in so suddenly. Then she asked what could possibly be urgent enough to interrupt her. Kasana turned back, her expression becoming serious. She told her mother that she had important news about the goblin tribe living in the forest. The queen merely flicked her hand as though the matter was beneath her notice. Goblins were nothing but weak, filthy little creatures in her eyes. What kind of threat could pests like that possibly create? Kasana saw the disbelief on her mother's face and quickly pressed her point. This morning, in the haunted forest, I found the body of a giant black bear. The ground around it was torn apart from a fierce struggle, and goblin footprints covered the area. It looks like the goblins were the ones who killed it. Her voice tightened as she added, "That bear was the strongest monster in the forest. Goblins should never have been capable of bringing down something like that." Keeping her eyes fixed on the queen, Kasana continued without backing down. "A few days ago, I also witnessed the goblin chief being killed by a younger goblin. Something is changing among them, mother. There is clearly something wrong with that tribe." Even after hearing all of that, the queen only raised one eyebrow in mild interest. "So they have a new chief," she said lazily. Reclining across her bed, she curled a finger and summoned the male elf closer. Then she smiled at Kasana. "It seems their numbers are recovering. Kasana, take several warriors and clean them up. This time, however, do not wipe them out completely. Leave a few alive." The queen gave a soft, amused laugh as her fingers slid over the male elf's abs. Her gaze returned to Kasana, sharp and hungry beneath that pleasant smile. "Their hearts make particularly fine tonics for our male elves." Kasana's cheeks immediately turned red. She lowered her head, hiding her embarrassed expression as she answered in a quiet voice, "Yes, mother." The queen watched her daughter's obedient posture and smiled with obvious affection. "My hard-working princess has been so diligent lately," she said warmly. "Tonight, I will reward you with a male elf. Will one be enough for you? Or would you rather have two?" Kasana's eyes flew wide open, and the blush on her face deepened all the way to her ears. "Mother, I still have scouting to finish tonight. I will report back after I am done." Before the queen could say anything else, Kasana hurriedly excused herself and rushed out of the chamber. Back at the goblin camp, Lin Tian sat beside the crackling fire while his tribe gathered around him. A number of small twigs had been arranged across the dirt in front of him. "Boss," one goblin reported, pointing at them, "each twig stands for one elven treehouse. There are around 30 of them in the Whispering Woods, and every one of those homes is built incredibly high up." Lin Tian looked over the scouting arrangement with satisfaction and broke into a grin. "Excellent work. Once we conquer the elves, each of you will receive 2 elves as a reward." At those words, the purple-haired goblin's eyes lit up instantly. "2 elves!" he shouted, while the other goblins erupted into loud cheers around the fire. Drool practically hanging from his mouth, the purple-haired goblin spun around and hurried away from the gathering. I will tell everyone to get the weapons ready right now. Lin Tian studied the twigs again, calculating the enemy's numbers in silence. 30 treehouses with 2 elves living in each meant 60 elves inside the village. Add the 10 elves stationed at the mine, and there were roughly 70 enemies altogether. He picked up one of the twigs between his fingers. With iron weapons in their hands and proper training behind them, his tribe had become stronger than ever before. Lin Tian lifted his spear high into the air. From this point on, we hunt inside the haunted forest. The goblins straightened immediately. Understood, boss, they roared together. Beneath the dark night sky, the armed tribe marched out of camp and disappeared into the forest. With Lin Tian leading the way, the goblins quickly surrounded and brought down a wild boar. The moment the beast fell, a new ability surged into Lin Tian's mind. Spear thrust acquired. Without stopping to rest, Lin Tian led the goblins farther and farther into the shadowy depths of the forest. Battle after battle sharpened the tribe's teamwork. Their movements became more coordinated, and every fight made them deadlier than before. Stone skin acquired. Defense increased by 15. Working together, Lin Tian and Goblin Mun could now bring down even fierce panthers and powerful apes with surprising ease. Nimble movement acquired. Venomous bite acquired. Through their devour ability, the goblins continued absorbing the strengths of the monsters they defeated. The purple-haired goblin was the clearest example of their rapid growth. He had already reached level 18. Name: Goblin Sand. Total combat power: 250. Watching his tribe improve at such an alarming speed, Lin Tian's thoughts returned to the coming attack on the elves. Their average combat power was only around 200. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and gave a confident smile. They could win this. A satisfied grin spread across his face. We are ready. At that moment, the Goblin Life Simulation interface activated. Lin Tian read the result, and the smile vanished from his face. He would lead a confident assault on the elven village, only to walk directly into an ambush. His entire force would be captured, and he himself would be executed. His body would then be displayed as a warning to every other goblin. Reward: 0 points. Lin Tian's brow tightened. An ambush? He muttered, his expression turning cold. How could that happen? He suddenly sprang to his feet. The goblins around him froze and began glancing nervously into the darkness between the trees. Lin Tian held his breath and focused his enhanced senses on the forest around them, carefully searching for even the smallest sign of danger. Then he caught it. A faint rustle drifting through the leaves. His eyes snapped toward the sound. Hidden among the branches, cloaked elves were moving swiftly through the trees. Kasana led the group with a serious expression carved across her face. The goblins are preparing another attack, she told the elves behind her. We need to warn Mother immediately. Yes, Princess, the elves answered as they followed close behind. Without warning, poisoned arrows suddenly sliced through the night air with sharp whistling sounds. One of the arrows struck Kasana in the rear. Kasana cried out in shock and collapsed to the ground. From the darkness, one goblin pumped his fist into the air. Boss! Direct hit! The poison spread quickly through Kasana's body, leaving her unable to move. She could only lie there, helpless and furious, as the goblins closed in around her. Lin Tian approached with a pleased grin on his face. You arrived at exactly the right time. He looked down at Kasana, then turned toward the rest of the elves. Take every one of them alive. Yes, boss! The goblins answered at once. The goblins roared around their captives and splashed water across Kasana's face. Her eyelids slowly trembled open as consciousness returned. Boss, she is waking up, one of them shouted. The purple-haired goblin leaned closer, looking Kasana over as though she were valuable loot. A special elf for the boss, he muttered, licking his lips. Just wait until he sees her. Another goblin eagerly chimed in beside him, his eyes shining with anticipation. Lin Tian understood what they were thinking. Goblin fluids could paralyze other species and produce a disorienting aphrodisiac effect. Against the queen's elven forces, that would make the goblins far more dangerous. Kasana glared at them with burning hatred, her entire body shaking with rage despite the poison still weakening her. You filthy lowlifes! How dare you kidnap me? And you actually think you can attack the elves? Her furious eyes shifted toward Lin Tian. If my mother had not shown your tribe mercy, all of you would have been eradicated long ago. Harm even a single hair on my head, and she will personally destroy every last one of you. Lin Tian simply let out a quiet chuckle. Amused by her bold threat, Lin Tian shoved Kasana down onto the ground. Mercy? He repeated, his smile turning colder. That is interesting. The surrounding goblins burst into loud laughter. The goblins you elves talk about are not the same as the goblins in my tribe, Lin Tian said. He gestured toward the purple-haired goblin nearby. My people may be crude and foolish at times, but they do not lie. The elves wiped out the goblins in this forest, did they not? Kasana's eyes widened as his words struck her. Her mother had indeed ordered that a few goblins be left alive. Yet Lin Tian continued. And there are still goblins living in this forest even now. So it was not mercy after all, was it? Lin Tian asked. Kasana remained frozen, still struggling to process what he had revealed. Deep down, she knew she had fallen into serious trouble. Tonight, I will take my tribe and investigate the truth for myself, Lin Tian said, a dark smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But before that, there are these bodies to deal with. He turned toward the goblins. Consume the remaining elves. Absorb every skill you can. Yes, boss, the goblins cheered. Kasana stared at them in horror. What? Lin Tian slowly looked back at her, and the coldness in his eyes made her blood run cold. As for you, Lin Tian stepped toward Kasana. She desperately scrambled backward across the ground, trembling as panic overtook her. No, please no. Her cry was suddenly cut short. A powerful surge rushed through Lin Tian's body. Congratulations. Level increased by 30. Maximum level achieved. Bonus HP increased by 50. Energy increased by 10. Defense increased by 10. Elven stealth acquired. Elven night vision acquired. Meanwhile, back in the elven village, the queen rested in her private chamber with a male elf entwined beside her. Queen, I cannot continue, he said weakly. That is enough for tonight, the queen replied, though disappointment lingered in her voice. The potions are gone. What a shame. I should have captured more goblins. Her hand passed over the exhausted elf's sweat-soaked body. This is still not enough. Then the queen's expression shifted. Kasana should have returned by now. She looked toward one of the guards. Has Kasana come back? No, queen, the guard answered. She has been gone for quite some time. Should we send out a search party? Another elf asked. We could also capture more goblins for the warriors while we are out there. The queen considered the suggestion for a moment, then nodded. Yes, send a detachment to assist Kasana. Your Kasana will not be returning. The unfamiliar voice cut through the chamber. Who is there? The guard shouted, drawing his sword. The queen slowly turned her attention toward the open window. Arrows suddenly flew through the air. One arrow struck the guard, and he collapsed without making another sound. The queen stared in horror at the projectiles embedded nearby. Lin Tian strolled into the chamber with two goblins at his sides, looking completely at ease amid the chaos. His eyes settled on the queen as he spoke with chilling confidence. Kasana is my prisoner now, and before long, she will bear my child. He looked directly at the queen, a smug smile spreading across his face. That makes us family now. The queen's expression twisted with fury. She snatched up a sword and charged straight at Lin Tian, her voice shaking as she screamed. What have you done to my daughter? You will find out soon enough, Lin Tian replied with a low chuckle. He slipped aside before her blade could touch him, and the queen lost her balance, stumbling forward from the mist strike. Lin Tian stood over her and looked down coldly. Your entire village is surrounded. Surrender now, and I may still show mercy. The queen tried to attack him again, but her limbs refused to respond no matter how desperately she forced them. I coated my arrows with goblin fluids, Lin Tian explained without emotion. They cause paralysis. His eyes narrowed as he watched her struggle. So I suggest you cooperate, damn it. The queen could barely move. Her lips trembled as she whispered under her breath, realizing just how completely she had been trapped. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Lin Tian lifted her chin with the edge of his dagger. I overheard what you were saying about enhancement potions, he said. So that is how the elves use goblins, is it? A sharp grin appeared on his face. The queen suddenly remembered Kasana's earlier warning about a strange new goblin leader. As she stared at Lin Tian, a terrible thought rose in her mind. Could this be the goblin Kasana had been talking about? Kill them all! A voice roared from outside the chamber. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly as he listened to the fighting beyond the walls. It seems we are running out of time, he said. The purple-haired goblin rushed over and pointed toward the window. Look, boss! Lin Tian grabbed the queen and pulled her toward the window. A grin returned to his face as he forced her to look outside. Perhaps it is time for us to discuss cooperation instead. The moment the queen looked out, all color drained from her face. Her village below had been swallowed by flames, with fire racing across the elven homes. Queen, help us! Please! We do not want the goblins to take us. Desperate cries rose from below. Elven bodies lay scattered across the ground while goblins rampaged through the burning village, laughing, shouting, and celebrating as they tore through the streets. What have you done to my tribe? The queen screamed, horror breaking through her voice. We are not as weak as you believed, Lin Tian answered calmly. And in your current state, you cannot fight back. His voice grew colder as he continued. When the elves held power, you slaughtered goblins without hesitation. Now the situation has changed. This is our turn. Lin Tian leaned close until his voice brushed against the queen's ear. I need stronger goblin warriors, and that is where you come in. He pressed the dagger lightly against her cheek. Whether you live or die afterward depends entirely on how well you cooperate. Fear flickered through the queen's eyes. I need more powerful goblin warriors, Lin Tian repeated. That is why I need you. He slowly lowered the dagger, his voice dropping into a threatening growl. And once I am finished with you, whether you survive will depend on how useful you prove yourself to be. The destruction continued below them without slowing down. The queen stared at the burning village in numb disbelief, watching everything she had ruled over collapse into chaos. At last, her strength gave out. The queen crawled toward Lin Tian and clutched desperately at his leg. Please, do not kill my children, she begged. I will do anything, anything at all. With tears in her eyes, the queen began pulling at her clothes, trying to cover herself with a torn scrap of fabric. Her voice broke as she gave in. I agree. I will bear your children. The next morning, Kasana's voice echoed through the goblin camp, filled with both fear and fragile relief. Mother! Inside a cage, Kasana clung tightly to the elven queen while tears poured down her cheeks. They captured you too. What are we supposed to do now? The queen's heart broke as she wrapped her arms around her daughter. I am sorry, Kasana, she whispered. I underestimated them. I should have listened to you, the queen continued with a heavy sigh, regret weighing down every word. We have fallen into the goblins' hands. Our tribe has become their prisoners, and we are completely helpless now. Kasana buried her face in her mother's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. The queen held her close, forcing herself to speak through the pain. For now, all we can do is survive here. Outside the cage, Lin Tian silently watched the two of them. Do not worry, Kasana, Lin Tian said sternly. You will be fed 3 meals a day and kept alive. His gaze sharpened as it moved between the mother and daughter. But try anything foolish, and both of you will die. Tears slipped down the queen's cheeks. She lowered her head and answered quietly, I understand. The queen gripped the metal bars tightly, never taking her eyes off Lin Tian. But I have one request, she said. These children are mine. Please allow me to care for them. Kasana looked toward her mother in surprise, and even Lin Tian paused at the unexpected request. Lin Tian turned and saw Goblin Mun surrounded by goblin and elf children, trying to keep them occupied by playing with them. A notification suddenly appeared before Lin Tian. Trade acquired, endless maternal love. At that moment, he understood why the queen had begged to stay with the children. Lin Tian looked over the young goblin and elf children. They were valuable to the tribe and could not simply be ignored. Lin Tian, Goblin Mun said. I cannot look after all of them by myself. Let her help. Lin Tian considered it for a moment. The elf children could become useful to the tribe once they grew up. He looked back at the queen and finally gave his answer. Fine. She may care for the children. Trait activated. Endless maternal love. HP increased by 200. Energy increased by 30. Defense increased by 30. Lin Tian looked over the new gains with growing interest. His attributes were increasing automatically now. So, as long as he continued producing offspring with powerful individuals, he could keep becoming stronger. A confident smile spread across Lin Tian's face. He was now strong enough to defeat Loa. Once the elves gave birth, he would go find him. Half a month later, the sharp cries of a newborn goblin echoed through the camp. Goblins gathered around one of the cages, watching as a goblin child was born. The goblin father beamed with pride, took the newborn into his arms, and left the exhausted elf mother lying alone behind him. That is my child, the elf whispered, staring after the newborn in horror. She recoiled from the sight and shook her head weakly. I do not want it. It is disgusting. Nearby, another elf with a swollen belly whimpered in fear. Outside the cage, Lin Tian and Goblin Mun watched in silence. How many newborns are there now? Lin Tian asked. Goblin Mun counted briefly before answering. Around 30 or 40 already. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the camp. It was Kasana. Lin Tian and Goblin Mun rushed toward her cage. Inside, the queen was holding a newborn while trying to support her daughter. Kasana, do not give up. Push! The queen cried. Kasana screamed through the pain, her face twisted with exhaustion. The queen turned toward Lin Tian with panic in her eyes. Help her, please, She is going to die. Lin Tian immediately moved to Kasana's side without wasting another second. Goblin Mun, help me. You know what to do, Lin Tian said. The queen looked at him in surprise as Lin Tian and Goblin Mun worked together to help Kasana deliver the baby. You know how to do this? The queen asked anxiously. A little, Lin Tian answered, keeping his full attention on Kasana. Do not touch me, Kasana moaned weakly. I do not want you here. Be quiet, Lin Tian said firmly. This child is mine too. After some time, Lin Tian wiped his hands with a cloth and finally stepped back. It is all right, he said. She is safe now. You saved her, Goblin Mun exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration. It was nothing, Lin Tian replied. Kasana lay unconscious, surrounded by her newborn goblin children, while the queen wept with overwhelming relief beside her. Let me out! Someone suddenly shouted from nearby. Lin Tian and Goblin Mun turned toward the sound. In another cage, several goblins were trying to force themselves on an elf who had only just given birth. A blade flashed through the air. One of the goblins dropped dead instantly, and the other froze in terror at the sight. Lin Tian pulled his dagger back and stared coldly at the surviving goblin. I already told you, he said. Wait until they have recovered. Rage burned fiercely in his eyes as he stared everyone down. His voice carried a cold, brutal warning. Anyone who dared disobey him would pay with their life. He fixed his gaze on the trembling goblin shrinking before him. From this day forward, every elf would receive extra fruit. No exceptions. The goblin hurriedly lowered his head and stammered that he understood. The queen studied Lin Tian with a new sense of respect shining in her eyes. He was nothing like the other goblins she had known. Lin Tian answered calmly, his expression barely changing, saying that it was simply the right thing to do. The condition was clear. Cooperate, and they would be treated properly. At that moment, the Goblin Life Simulation System activated. Its purpose was laid out without mercy. Capture the elves, breed a stronger new generation of goblins, and pursue revenge against Loa. The outcome appeared before him. He would sneak into Bright Town and finally locate Loa, only for the Sword Saint to emerge and cut him down. Even so, the result came with a reward of 30 points. Lin Tian's eyes widened as the weight of that vision settled over him. The Sword Saint was already here, and Loa was preparing to leave Bright Town. That meant there was no time to waste. He had to move quickly. Lin Tian turned toward Goblin Mun and spoke in a firm, steady voice. He was heading into human territory to gather information, and Goblin Mun would be left in charge until he returned. Goblin Mun's face twisted in alarm as he blurted out that Lin Tian had lost his mind. Going there alone would get him killed. Lin Tian's gaze shifted toward the queen as he quietly said that he still had a score to settle. The queen immediately stopped him, warning that he could not simply wander into danger without preparation. She offered to place a stealth spell on him, and Goblin Mun looked at her in open surprise. A small smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. That was exactly the kind of help he had been hoping to receive. Lin Tian looked at the queen and lightly asked whether she was worried about his safety. She denied it at once, saying she only did not want the remaining goblins to mistreat the elves after his death. Even as she spoke, her hands moved and the stealth spell began to wrap around him. The queen's voice softened as she reminded him that her children were still here. They needed Lin Tian alive because they needed someone strong enough to protect them. She placed an enchanted cloak over his shoulders, and Lin Tian nodded in understanding, a faint glimmer passing through his eyes. She was far smarter than she appeared. Goblin Mun watched him with concern and told Lin Tian to be careful. He promised that everything in the camp would be handled while Lin Tian was gone. The queen stood quietly nearby, her eyes holding an unfamiliar tenderness as she told him to return safely. Lin Tian only gave a dismissive wave and answered that he would. Then, beneath the cover of night, he vanished into the darkness. Bright Town, normally loud with merchants, travelers and adventurers, had fallen strangely tense. Soldiers patrolled every road, and the usually lively streets now felt unervingly empty beneath their watchful eyes. Guards carefully scanned the main streets and busy crossroads, searching for anything suspicious. Yet hidden inside a shadowed alleyway, a lone figure watched every movement without being noticed. Lin Tian leaned back against the cold wall with his arms folded across his chest. The patrols had increased, security was tighter than ever, and the entire town felt on edge. His eyes narrowed as he considered the obvious possibility. Had the Sword Saint already arrived? He finally stepped out from the alley and began moving through the town in search of answers. But no matter where he looked, he found no sign or rumor of the Sword Saint. The silence only made him more suspicious. What exactly was happening in Bright Town? As he passed a fruit stall, the vendor called after him and offered him an apple. Lin Tian did not even slow down. He simply gave a slight shake of his head and continued on his way. Before long, Lin Tian reached the town square, where a large crowd had gathered around something in the center. Something important was clearly going on. Lin Tian pushed through the packed crowd, slipping between shoulders and curious onlookers until he could see what had drawn everyone there. It was the Adventurers Guild leaderboard. Names and rankings covered the board. Bloodfang Brigade stood at Platinum Rank 2, Boss Brigade at Silver Rank 3, Savior Brigade at Silver Rank, and Prophet Brigade at Gold Rank 1. Then Lin Tian's eyes tightened when he saw the name he had been searching for. Loa had risen all the way to Gold Rank 1. Loa had become much stronger than before, and that realization made Lin Tian's urgency grow sharper. He left the square and wandered through the crowded streets, determined to gather more information. Finding one person in a town this large would not be easy, so perhaps the locals could help. Then, from inside a nearby tavern, a familiar booming voice rang out, announcing that drinks were on him tonight. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks the instant he heard that voice. A knowing grin slowly spread across his face. It was Loa. Without hesitation, he turned and walked into the tavern. Inside, Loa sat at a table surrounded by companions, proudly boasting about his recent exploits. One adventurer claimed he had nearly been killed by 4 ghouls, only to be saved by Angela and Boss Loa. Evely giggled beside him, repeating with amusement that it had only been 4 ghouls, while praising Loa as the greatest. A member of Boss Brigade snorted from nearby, clearly unimpressed. In his eyes, surviving 4 ghouls was hardly something worth bragging about. The adventurer's face darkened at the insult. He slammed his fist down against the table and shouted, demanding to know what business it was of theirs. Loa only chuckled, completely unconcerned by the rising tension. Across the tavern, the 2 adventurers squared up to each other, their bodies tense and ready to turn the argument into a fight. Behind the counter, the bartender wiped a glass and spoke with grim seriousness. Dragons from Dragon Island had begun breeding, and now they were roaming farther than before, stealing livestock and attacking ordinary people. Someone scoffed that anyone claiming to be tough should go out and kill a dragon themselves. Lin Tian's attention shifted toward the bartender. Dragons were involved now, and that changed the situation entirely. The bartender's hard expression made it obvious that this was no exaggerated tavern rumor. If the dragons struck Bright Town, the capital would not be able to send reinforcements quickly enough to save them. The adventurers currently gathered in Bright Town were not strong enough to face real dragons. The entire town was in danger. A heavy silence settled over the tavern as everyone absorbed those words. Then someone scoffed, asking what there was to fear about dragons in the first place. Loa smirked confidently and raised his glass. He said he had a secret that would put everyone at ease. The Sword Saint was already on her way, and she was his master. Together, they would kill the dragons themselves. There would be no need to wait for reinforcements. The tavern erupted with excitement, disbelief, and relieved shouts. The Sword Saint was really coming? With someone like her in Bright Town, they had nothing to fear. People began declaring that Loa would become a hero once the dragons were defeated. Loa laughed loudly at the growing excitement and announced that every drink tonight was on him. This would be a celebration for the Sword Saint's arrival and for their coming victory over the dragons. He tossed a heavy bag of gold onto the table, and the entire tavern burst into cheers. Lin Tian quietly paid for his drink and headed toward the exit, leaving the tavern while everyone else remained caught up in the celebration. Loa noticed him leaving and called after him, wondering why he was going so soon. Lin Tian paused at the doorway, his face partly hidden beneath his hair. A faint, unreadable smile touched his lips as he replied that there was no need. Other opportunities would come. Then he turned slightly, and a dark glint flashed through his eyes. There would be plenty of opportunities waiting for him. Loa and the people around him watched Lin Tian leave with confused frowns. One of them muttered under his breath, calling him an ungrateful bastard. News of Sword Saint's arrival spread through Bright Town in no time at all. The frightened townspeople quickly turned their fear into celebration, filling the streets with renewed hope. Inside the cathedral, sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting colored light across the floor. At the center of the hall sat a lone figure. Loa entered, lowered himself to one knee, and respectfully addressed her as master. He quickly reported that the dragons were drawing closer. They had already begun attacking livestock, and it was only a matter of time before they turned their attention toward the town itself. The figure slowly opened her eyes and rose from her seat, one hand closing around the hilt of her sword. She asked whether the preparations she had ordered were complete. Clad in shining armor, the Sword Saint stood before him with the overwhelming presence of a goddess. Loa immediately answered that the Dragonbane crossbows were ready and were being placed throughout Bright Town. The Sword Saint's gaze turned cold as she warned him to ensure every weapon was positioned correctly. If he failed at that, he would be of no use to her. When they stepped out of the cathedral, they were met by a crowd of excited townspeople and adventurers. Voices rose around them in admiration of the Sword Saint's beauty, with people whispering that no one could possibly win her heart. Some even claimed that not even the king would dare approach her. The Sword Saint showed no reaction to their praise. Her expression remained cold and distant as she asked why they were all gathered there, then ordered them to disperse immediately. Loa, suddenly sweating under her gaze, quickly bowed and answered that he understood. Without warning, terrified screams tore through the town. A dragon swooped down from above, its claws wrapped around a helpless townsperson as it carried the victim through the air. Panic filled the streets as people ran in every direction, crying out about the dragons and begging for help. Fear exploded across the town in an instant. The Sword Saint and Loa both drew their swords, their attention snapping toward the dragon overhead. The Sword Saint narrowed her eyes as she identified it immediately. It was only a scout dragon, sent to lure them out and test their response. She turned toward Loa with that warning still hanging in the air. A goblin came rushing toward Lin Tian in a panic, shouting that dragons had appeared near the walls. He called Lin Tian boss, as he urged him to head there at once. Lin Tian looked toward the walls, where soldiers were already stationed and waiting. But even with armed men standing guard, the situation remained desperate. The question was no longer whether danger had arrived. It was what they were supposed to do now. Lin Tian turned toward the anxious goblin without the slightest hint of panic on his face. "I know," he said calmly. "Stay here and wait for me." With that, Lin Tian strode toward the cliff, his enchanted cloak snapping and billowing behind him in the wind. From above, he looked down over the troubled town with a faint smile resting on his lips. "Enjoy the show," he murmured. Behind him, his goblins tightened their grips on their weapons and roared in eager approval. To them, this was going to be fun. Back in Bright Town, dragon roars ripped across the sky as one terrifying creature after another descended from the clouds. Their massive bodies darkened the town below like the beginning of a disaster. Then a huge dragon diving toward the city walls was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force. The dragon let out a painful roar and crashed down toward the ground below. But that single hit did nothing to stop the invasion, as more dragons kept sweeping in and continued their assault on the town. Evely and Loa stood frozen in shock, their mouths hanging open as they watched the Dragonbane crossbow unleash its devastating power. Neither of them had expected one weapon to bring down a dragon so violently. Up on the town walls, the Sword Saint remained completely composed. She turned to a knight beside her and asked whether he understood how to operate the crossbow, then ordered every unit to prepare immediately. The knight answered without hesitation, and the soldiers, energized by the weapon's strength and her unshakable confidence, rushed into position. Some soldiers scanned the darkened sky with tense expressions, keeping watch for the next wave of dragons. Others worked together to load the enormous crossbows, their hands moving as quickly as fear would allow. "Fire!" The command rang out, and heavy bolts shot through the air in a deadly rain. Several dragons were struck and sent plummeting toward the earth, but the attack did not end there. More dragons kept coming, descending toward Bright Town in wave after wave. "The Dragonbane crossbows are incredible!" a young man shouted in amazement. Then his voice abruptly stopped, and his eyes widened as he stared upward. "Wait! Look!" The sky began to crackle with violent lightning. From within the storm clouds, a colossal figure slowly emerged, spreading its enormous wings until they covered the sky. Its roar shook the foundations of Bright Town, and the heavens turned a menacing shade of purple. An unbearable pressure fell over everyone below, forcing people to their knees. "My head! What is that thing?" Loa and Evely trembled where they stood, their faces drained of all color. Even breathing felt difficult beneath the crushing presence of the creature above them. "It's the dragon from the lightning storm," Loa stammered, covering his ears against the deafening roar. Purple electricity danced over the dragon's body, and every roar it released seemed to summon bolts of lightning from the sky. "The purple lightning dragon mother!" someone screamed. "Prepare to fire!" But the creature was too far away. The Dragonbane crossbows could not reach it. The dragon mother opened her jaws and began gathering energy deep within her mouth. A blinding glow spread through the darkened sky, growing brighter and brighter until everyone below could barely look at it. Then the attack came. A massive torrent of fire burst from the dragon mother's mouth, turning into a blazing inferno that swept straight toward Bright Town. "Run!" Terrified voices echoed across the streets. "The walls are collapsing. Help us!" People cried as panic spread through the town. But over the chaos, the Sword Saint's voice rang out sharply. "Do not panic!" A shimmering green barrier suddenly rose around Bright Town, wrapping the entire town in a protective shield. The Sword Saint drove her sword into the ground and poured her power into the barrier. "Hold the line," she commanded. The Dragon Mother's flames slammed into the shield with tremendous force, and the impact shook the town beneath everyone's feet. The other dragons were trapped outside the barrier, but they did not retreat. They clawed at the glowing shield and repeatedly smashed their bodies against it, desperately trying to tear their way inside. From a nearby hilltop, Lin Tian watched the entire battle unfold while his goblins gathered behind him. His eyes followed the flashing barrier, the raging dragons, and the chaos below. "A magnificent display," he murmured with a faint smile, "but completely predictable." A status display appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. Purple Lightning Dragon Mother. Total combat power, 2,900. Powerful, certainly, but in Lin Tian's eyes, she was still nothing more than a pawn. He then checked the Sword Saint's strength, and a bead of sweat slowly slid down his forehead. Sword Saint. Total combat power, 4,000. Lin Tian's expression stiffened. She was a monster. It was a good thing he had no intention of facing her himself. The Sword Saint cut through the lesser dragons with effortless sword strikes before launching herself straight toward the Dragon Mother. Her blade pierced one of the great beast's wings, drawing out a furious roar of pain. The Dragon Mother was weaker than the Sword Saint, but her regeneration and resilience were far superior. This battle would not end quickly. A dragon passed overhead while Lin Tian and his goblins remained hidden, watching and waiting for the right moment. The Sword Saint was occupied with the Dragon Mother now. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This was his chance. A sinister smile slowly spread across Lin Tian's face. The time had finally come. "Initiate the plan," he ordered. "One team will create a diversion," Lin Tian commanded. "The other team will ambush the humans." The goblins answered together, calling him boss. Under the cover of the dragon attack, they quietly moved into position. Meanwhile, inside Bright Town, the invading dragons continued their relentless assault. The streets remained filled with fire, panic, and the constant sound of roaring wings overhead. "These wyverns just won't stop," Loa gasped, his body exhausted from fighting. Even after cutting down one enemy after another, the dragons kept coming. Loa glanced at a dead dragon lying nearby and forced a grin onto his face. "But I'm a dragon slayer." He struggled back to his feet, though his injured right arm hung painfully at his side. "Goblins! The goblins are attacking!" A panicked cry suddenly rang out from the streets. Loa immediately turned toward the sound, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "Goblins? Here? That's impossible!" People cried out in confusion and fear. They were already struggling against dragons, and now goblins had joined the attack as well. The knights were busy holding back the dragons. Evely was casting spells, and Loa was already injured. "Help! The goblins are here!" Then Loa saw them for himself. Goblins were flooding through the streets, chasing terrified townspeople as panic spread from one end of Bright Town to the other. "Damn it!" Loa cursed through clenched teeth. "Just when we thought things couldn't get any worse." "You two hold the line," he shouted toward the remaining knights. Then he looked at Evely. "Evely, come with me. We'll deal with the goblins." She nodded, and the two of them rushed off together. Loa and Evely charged toward the goblins, weaving through the chaos in the streets. "You filthy goblins!" Loa shouted furiously. "You won't get away with this." But the moment they rounded a corner, a goblin suddenly leapt out from the shadows and attacked. "Now!" The ambush sprang shut around them. "Captain, help! I'm caught!" Evely cried out as a net wrapped around her and trapped her in place. Loa was surrounded by goblins, his injured leg making it impossible for him to move properly. All he could do was watch helplessly. "Captain, we're back!" The two knights finally returned to help. But before they could turn the battle around, the goblins overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. Lin Tian stepped forward through the flames, his figure emerging from the fire like a demon. He walked calmly toward the struggling knights, his dagger flashing in the firelight. 2 swift strikes followed, and the knights fell silent. Loa and Evely could only stare in horror. Lin Tian removed his hood, revealing a cruel smile. "I wasn't expecting to find you this easily." His goblins dragged Loa and Evely forward and forced them down before him. "You damned goblins!" Loa snarled, fighting desperately against the goblins holding him in place. Lin Tian answered by kicking him hard in the face. "Know your place." Then he ordered the goblins to take Loa and Evely through the sewers and bring them to the outskirts of town. "The rest of you follow me," Lin Tian ordered. "We're taking the walls." He turned and led the remaining goblins toward the ramparts, leaving Loa unconscious, tightly bound, and gagged behind him. "Yes, boss!" the goblins shouted as they charged onward. Their numbers seemed endless as screams echoed through the streets. There are so many goblins. Someone help. The Sword Saint looked around in confusion, unable to believe what was happening. Goblins were attacking now too. The dragon mother purred as she took on a human form, her body radiating an alluring and dangerous power. She looked down at the distracted Sword Saint with a seductive smile. Where are you looking, Sword Saint? With a thunderous roar, the dragon mother charged toward the Sword Saint, her body wrapped in a blazing crimson aura. The Sword Saint did not move an inch. She stood firm, her expression calm and almost disdainful as her eyes locked onto the approaching enemy. Even at that speed, she saw every movement as though time had slowed around her. Worried about yourself? She asked coldly. Let's see how much more dragon blood you can spill. Then she drew her sword and unleashed a blinding barrage of strikes, weaving a net of steel that carved into the dragon mother's flesh. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the sharp singing of the Sword Saint's blade. She calmly sheathed her sword, and the force of that motion sent her hair swirling around her. Behind her, the dragon mother roared in agony while clutching at her wounds. The Sword Saint frowned slightly, already judging the dragon mother as no longer a serious problem. It was only a matter of time before the fight ended. Her thoughts shifted to Loa. Could he handle the remaining dragons and the sudden goblin attack on his own? Without warning, a massive explosion rocked the church and sent shockwaves rolling through the town. Smoke rushed into the air along with the sharp smell of gunpowder. Knights and adventurers nearby were thrown backward by the blast. An explosion? The Sword Saint muttered as she turned toward the sound. Haven't they finished yet? The battered dragon mother was still standing, and she stared at the Sword Saint with hatred in her eyes. Then she gave a cold, satisfied laugh. Perfect timing. The dragon mother transformed back into her massive dragon form and shot into the sky. Smoke trailed behind her as she flew away from the battlefield. The dragon mother's furious roar rolled across the sky as she pulled away. I'll be back, Sword Saint. Once I recover, you won't be able to escape me. The Sword Saint watched her disappear, both fists clenched tightly at her sides. Damn it! She got away. Her eyes hardened with hatred. I'll cleanse this world of dragon filth. She brushed the ash and blood from her face, her expression turning colder by the second. Just wait, she muttered. I'll go to Dragon Island myself and wipe out your entire race. Inside Bright Town, the battle's aftermath was everywhere. People rushed through smoke-filled streets, throwing water onto burning wreckage, while others carried the wounded away from the ruined buildings. The Sword Saint walked through the battered streets with a grim look on her face, her boots passing fallen bodies and broken weapons. Her thoughts turned to Loa with clear contempt. Those useless fools could not even deal with a handful of goblins. She sneered as she kept walking. Sword Saint! A wounded knight cried out from the ground. He struggled to raise himself as he delivered the terrible news. Loa and Evely had been captured by goblins. Beside him, a young woman knelt trembling, too shaken to even look up. The Sword Saint stopped cold. Loa and Evely had been taken? For a moment, she could barely believe what she had heard. How could something like that even be possible? The wounded knight hurriedly explained that these goblins were unlike any they had faced before. They were far too strong, far too organized, and even Loa had been completely unable to stand against them. The young woman nodded through streaming tears, confirming every word. The Sword Saint's face darkened as the humiliation of it settled in. Captured by goblins. Her eyes turned toward the haunted forest, filled with murderous intent. I'll slaughter every goblin in that forest. Sword Saint, please don't go, the woman pleaded, grabbing her hand in desperation. What happens if the dragons return? What if the goblins attack us again? More townspeople gathered around her, dropping to their knees one after another. They begged her not to leave, reminding her that they were citizens of both the Empire and the Church. Please protect us, the crowd cried. The Sword Saint hesitated, her eyes moving across the frightened faces around her. They were right. Protecting these people was her duty. With a frustrated sigh, she thought bitterly of Loa. He was useless. He could not even handle goblins. In the end, she decided she would have to seek help from the royal family. Back in the goblin village, Lin Tian received a report from one of his subordinates. The team had returned, and they had successfully captured 2 humans. Goblins gathered along the path to watch as the captives were dragged toward the mountain. A human man and woman had really been brought back alive. Loa glared at the goblins with his teeth clenched in rage, while Evely trembled beside him, her flushed face showing that the poison was still affecting her. Loa looked around the goblin settlement in disbelief, his eyes landing on the elves nearby. Why are there so many elves here? He demanded. Evely's voice came out weak and frightened. It's over. She had already realized the truth. There was a powerful goblin leading this tribe. Loa turned to Evely and asked whether she had recovered yet. Evely shook her head slightly. The poison was too strong, and even her holy magic needed more time to remove it completely. Still, she could feel its effects slowly beginning to fade. Lin Tian approached them with a faint, cold smile. "Your recovery is impressive," he said. Loa immediately snarled and tried to lunge at him, but a goblin restrained him before he could move. Evely shrank back against the ground, trembling in fear. Lin Tian reached down and placed his hand against Evely's leg, making her cry out in panic. "How do you know my name?" she demanded, her voice shaking. "What do you want from me?" Her fear only seemed to feed the anger building in Lin Tian's eyes. He gave a cruel sneer and tightened his hold, making it clear that he had no intention of backing away. Evely recoiled as much as she could, but there was nowhere for her to escape. Lin Tian suddenly forced her down, pinning her in place before she could resist. "Stop!" Evely cried in terror. "You filthy beast!" Loa roared at the sight, struggling wildly against the goblins who were holding him down. He fought with everything he had, but he could not break free. One of the goblins struck Loa hard across the face, sending him sprawling into the dirt. "Don't you dare yell at the boss!" the goblin snapped. Loa's face throbbed from the blow, yet he still glared fiercely at Lin Tian. "You're the intelligent goblin, aren't you?" he said through clenched teeth. "Then think this through. The Sword Saint can erase your entire tribe with a single swing." Lin Tian only smirked at the threat. "The Sword Saint," he replied. "She's prey too. It just isn't her time yet." Then he added with quiet confidence that he had already hidden their tracks. No one would be able to find them. He turned toward a nearby goblin while wiping blood from his hand. "Take the second-generation goblins into the forest," he ordered. "Hunt. Get stronger." The goblin bowed deeply and answered at once. "Yes, boss." Lin Tian stepped forward and planted his foot on Loa's chest, pressing him down into the dirt until Loa could barely move. "Now then," Lin Tian said as he leaned closer, his face swallowed by shadow except for one gleaming eye. "Which part of you should I remove first?" His voice was calm, but the threat behind it was unmistakable. "You humans enjoy torturing goblins, don't you?" Loa gasped beneath Lin Tian's foot, confusion mixing with fear. "What are you talking about?" "You're too slow," Lin Tian said coldly. His dagger flashed before Loa had any chance to react. Loa screamed and clutched the side of his head as blood ran between his fingers. Evely sat frozen in horror while Lin Tian calmly examined what he had done. He had sliced off Loa's ear. "We were doing our duty," Loa hissed through the pain, holding his bleeding ear. "We protect humanity by eliminating monsters like you." Lin Tian laughed, but there was no amusement in his voice. "Protecting humanity? Duty?" His eyes narrowed. "Don't make me laugh. You use those words to justify your hunger for power. You kill prisoners and monsters more eagerly than you save innocent people," Lin Tian continued. "You're the reason other races hate humans. You forced us to fight back, and now you're paying the price for it." Loa and Evely stared at him in stunned silence. How could a goblin know so much about the way humans treated other races? A malevolent light glowed in Lin Tian's eyes as he raised his clawed hand. "This conversation is over," he said. "We are not the same. I'm not some righteous hero." His lips curled into a dark smile. "I'm a monster, and this monster is going to teach you a lesson." Then Lin Tian turned his attention back toward Evely. "No!" Loa screamed, struggling against his restraints. "Don't touch her." Evely's face twisted with helpless fear, her body trembling as tears ran down her cheeks. Her eyes went unfocused under the terror of the moment. "Goblin, damn you," she whispered weakly. Loa was still tied down, but he continued fighting against the goblins around him. "Stop!" he shouted desperately. "You animals, stop!" Still weakened and unable to fight back, Evely could only whimper through her tears. Lin Tian's voice dropped into a low growl as he spoke to her. "This is for everything you've done." The punishment had only begun. 30 minutes later, the camp had gone quiet again. Evely lay exhausted and barely able to move. Lin Tian gripped her by the throat and leaned close enough for her to see the cruelty in his face. Then he looked toward Loa with a twisted smile. "Watch carefully, Loa. Watch what my goblins do to your precious Evely." Lin Tian stepped back and motioned toward his goblins. They surged forward around Evely, surrounding her as her already tattered clothes were pulled and torn in the struggle. Sunlight slowly streamed into the goblin camp as another shift change began. The night had passed, but the grim atmosphere inside the camp had not changed. A goblin called out that it was his turn to stand guard. Evely, chained up and exhausted after 2 days of relentless torment, barely reacted to the new voice. The goblin grinned and remarked that there was no need to worry. She was still alive. The chief said to keep her breathing, the goblin added. Nearby, Loa lay bruised and battered beneath a goblin's foot. He had watched Evely's suffering without being able to stop any of it, and the helpless rage inside him was almost unbearable. Evely, hold on, he whispered. You have to stay strong. Evely weakly answered that she was all right. The goblin kicked Loa in the head and told him to shut up. Who said you were allowed to talk? Not far away, the elven queen and Princess Kasana sat caring for their goblin babies. They watched the humans being tormented with grim expressions. The queen quietly wondered whether Lin Tian truly held such deep hatred for humans. Kasana replied that the humans had it worse than they did. At least we have fruit to eat, Kasana added. Just then, Goblin Mun entered carrying a basket of fruit. She had heard that Lin Tian intended to seek revenge on the humans. The goblin babies quickly swarmed around her, eager to be picked up and held. The queen fell silent, thinking deeply about Lin Tian. He was unlike any goblin she had ever known. He always kept his word. A faint blush reached her cheeks as an unfamiliar warmth spread through her chest. Even in the most private matters, his strength had left a deep impression on her. Why did she feel this way? Why did she suddenly want to be near him? The feeling confused her, and Kasana let out a tired sigh. Queen, please. Elsewhere in the village, the purple-haired goblin approached Lin Tian with a report. Boss, the second-generation goblins have returned from their hunt. Lin Tian looked up, clearly surprised. He turned toward the goblins approaching from the forest, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Why are you back so early? He asked. Was the hunt successful? Boss, we're back. The leader of the second-generation goblins called out as he hurried forward and dropped a heap of monster remains at Lin Tian's feet. At once, the creature's information appeared before him. Name, Violent Goblin. Level, 33. Race, Goblin. Class, Warrior. Titles, Elf Slayer, Divinely Blessed, Monster Slayer. HP, 470. Strength, 142. Defense, 168. Skills, Snake Venom, Petrification, Silent Steps, Climbing, Iron Blood Wolf, Giant Teeth, Battle Cry. Total combat power, 500. Lin Tian studied the numbers with a glint in his eyes. These goblins had already broken through level 30 and evolved into greater goblins. Their attributes were now frighteningly close to his own. Lin Tian glanced at the pile of monster parts, then narrowed his eyes at the goblins in front of him. Why are you back so early? The violent goblin quickly lowered his head and answered, Boss, we wiped out every monster nearby, so we continued west to search for more prey. But while we were there, we saw a group of greater goblins massacring another goblin tribe. Lin Tian's expression shifted immediately. West? Which tribe was it? One of the other goblins stepped up and answered with certainty. We know that tribe. It was the Bloodfang tribe. Those attackers were all greater goblins. We saw their mark before while we were hunting. Lin Tian's eyes lit up at the mention of greater goblins. A faint smile slowly formed across his face. Greater goblins. Now that's interesting. If he could seize their leader and use that bloodline to create an even more powerful third generation, then his tribe could produce greater goblins in large numbers. With stronger offspring and a growing army, their odds against the humans would rise dramatically. Loa burst out laughing from the side, his voice full of mockery. You idiot! Even your strongest goblins will never stand against the knights. Just wait and see. Lin Tian slowly turned toward him, his stare turning cold. You really are testing my patience. I almost forgot you were still here. Then he faced his goblins and spoke in a casual tone. We have a human who needs roasting. Is anyone free? The moment those words left his mouth, the goblins rushed toward Loa with hungry grins flashing across their faces. Loa's confidence vanished in an instant. He struggled wildly and screamed, What are you doing? You monsters! The knights will wipe out your disgusting race. One goblin shoved a filthy hand into Loa's mouth and laughed with delight. Finally, it's my turn. Humans really are delicious. Loa gagged and thrashed desperately, but the goblins only tightened around him. Even through his panic, he kept screaming the same threat. You monsters! The knights will destroy you all. Evely could only watch from nearby, frozen with horror. Her body trembled, yet there was nothing she could do to stop what was happening before her eyes. Several hours passed beneath the cruel hands of the goblins. By the time the night dragged on, Loa finally gave in and could no longer endure the punishment. Later, Lin Tian and the goblins gathered around roasted boar to celebrate another victory. The fire crackled brightly as he sat between his two wives, the Elven Queen and Goblin Mun. The Queen raised her voice and asked, Lin Tian, are you planning to attack the Bloodfang Goblin tribe next? Lin Tian took a slow drag from his smoke, looking completely unhurried. That's right. Anyone who wants to become the strongest has to keep moving forward. His eyes sharpened as he looked toward the western forest. And I'm not going there just to attack them. I'm going to capture their leader. Lin Tian fell silent for a moment, as though something had just occurred to him. Then he lifted his head and announced the decision to everyone around the fire. I've also chosen a name for our tribe. His voice carried through the settlement. From today onward, we are the Heaven's Fury tribe. For a brief second, the goblins stared at him in stunned silence. Then the second-generation goblins erupted into excited cheers. Amazing, boss! Boss is mighty! Boss is brilliant! The entire settlement burst into celebration. Goblins jumped up and down, waving their arms and shouting until the forest echoed with their voices. Our tribe finally has a name. Heaven's Fury Tribe. Heaven's Fury Tribe. Goblin Mun looked at Lin Tian with worry written clearly across her face. Heaven's Fury Tribe? She murmured, then gathered the courage to speak. But they've already destroyed so many other tribes. They must be incredibly strong. Are you sure it will be all right to attack them, much less capture their leader? Lin Tian simply tore off another piece of meat and bit into it without concern. My goblin wife, don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. As he spoke, Lin Tian turned his eyes toward Evely. Her clothes were torn, chains held her in place, and she remained kneeling weakly on the ground. I also have a trump card, he said calmly. I just can't use it yet. The following day, Lin Tian reached the western forest and stared across the distance. Eagle eye. His vision sharpened at once, allowing him to peer far beyond the trees. Not bad. I can see them clearly from here. Let's find out what kind of strength we're dealing with. At the same time, deep inside the demonic forest, Lin Tian watched the enemy goblins eating and drinking around their camp. There were indeed many large goblins among them, but after observing their movements and numbers, he remained calm. There are quite a few greater goblins here, he thought. Still, it should be manageable. Suddenly, the goblins below began trembling in fear. Their voices fell quiet as another goblin stepped into view. Lin Tian immediately noticed the change in their reactions. Hold on. They're terrified of that one. Their leader must have arrived. Lin Tian focused his gaze on the newcomer. The goblin was enormous, with broad shoulders, a thick body, and jagged teeth that gave him a brutal appearance. Then the system displayed its information. Name Warlord Goblin, also known as Bloodfang. Level 50. Race Goblin. Class High-ranking Warrior. Titles: Goblin Monster Slayer, Hero, Divinely Blessed, Bamboo God's Blessing. Skills: Ferocious Mace Strike, Giant Strength Enhancement, Petrification, Climbing, Silent Steps. Equipment: Bone Mace. HP: 700. Strength: 239. Defense: 140. Lin Tian's eyes widened slightly. So this is the leader of the Bloodfang Goblin tribe, and he's actually a hero-class monster. Total combat power: 900. Hidden behind a thick cluster of trees along the cliffside, Lin Tian crouched low and carefully observed the camp beneath him. They don't look impossible to deal with, he assessed quietly. With a combat power of 900, around a dozen goblin warriors should be enough to take him down. But his eyes narrowed as he studied Bloodfang more closely. Still, defeating him and capturing him alive are two completely different things. Bloodfang's body was massive, built like a wall of thick muscle and heavy flesh. Lin Tian could tell immediately that poison arrows would not be easy to use against him. Even if the arrows found their mark, the poison might barely affect such a huge target. The poison may not be strong enough, Lin Tian thought as he watched. Against monsters that large, a group of goblins could probably handle 2 of them with enough numbers, but the losses would be far too high. Below, Bloodfang casually crushed lesser goblins beneath the swing of his heavy mace. Lin Tian watched the violent display and sighed. If paralyzing poison won't work, then I'll have to find another method. Then a memory from his previous life suddenly surfaced. He remembered Loa. He remembered Evely. More importantly, he remembered the spell Evely had once used to trap him so completely that he could not escape. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. That's it. Evely's holy prison spell. A small smile appeared on his face as he stroked his chin. If I can use that on Bloodfang, then this problem is practically solved. It's time to pay Evely a visit. With that decision made, Lin Tian turned around and confidently headed back toward the goblin settlement. Under his management, the settlement had changed greatly. The tribe was no longer scattered and disorderly. Their huts had been arranged neatly together, giving the growing camp a much more organized appearance. A purple-haired goblin hurried toward him carrying a basin of hot water. The goblin wore a fawning smile as he reported proudly. Boss, I completed your order. That human is practically half dead now. Lin Tian answered without much emotion. Good work. He picked up a warm cloth from the basin and walked toward Evely, who was lying weakly on the ground. Lin Tian stood over her and looked down coldly. In my past life, you imprisoned me and used me for your experiments. But now everything has changed. His voice remained calm, yet every word carried weight. Look carefully. You're the one dying now. You're the one begging for mercy. He walked closer one slow step at a time. Evely was still bound by chains. Her breathing was faint and shallow, and the light in her eyes had nearly disappeared. She could barely lift her head as she whispered through her weakness. Please, I want to repent to God. Lin Tian crouched beside her and softly said her name. Hello, Evely. Lost in despair, Evely continued praying for mercy. Then she felt a strange warmth touch her shoulder. Someone was carefully wiping away the dirt that covered her skin. She turned her head on instinct. So warm. Who is it? The face that entered her vision was not a savior, but a goblin. The instant Evely recognized Lin Tian, terror rushed back into her eyes. Evely jerked upright and pushed Lin Tian's hand away. Her whole body shook as she cried out in fear. No, I don't want this. Stay away from me. She stared at him as though he were a nightmare standing right in front of her, trying desperately to shrink backward and disappear. Lin Tian did not react. He simply watched her panic with an unreadable expression. To Evely, it felt as though she had been trapped inside a nightmare with no way to wake up. She clutched her head, screamed in agony, and cried out wildly. Demon, I'm going crazy. This is unbearable. Lin Tian frowned at the noise. She screams at everything, he thought impatiently. It's loud enough to ruin my plans. Without warning, Lin Tian struck her across the cheek. The sharp slap echoed through the space. Evely froze at once, her scream dying in her throat as shock left her completely silent. Lin Tian used that moment to pull her gently into his arms. He lowered himself to one knee and held her close, slowly stroking her hair as though comforting a frightened child. Your punishment is over, Evely. Evely's eyes opened wide as she stared at him blankly. Her shoulders trembled. Slowly, almost afraid to believe what she had heard, her hands reached toward Lin Tian as though she were grasping for the final lifeline left in this dark place. Tears rolled down her face. Really? Seeing that Evely had stopped resisting, Lin Tian carefully helped her sit upright. His hand brushed against her face as he met her eyes with a gentle look. I always keep my promises. Then his voice lowered. But before that, I need you to choose your faith again. Evely was still lost in a haze. His calm expression held her attention so completely that she barely understood what he was asking. Faith? Evely murmured, tears still running down her cheeks. She looked up at him weakly. What faith? Lin Tian calmly explained the choice in front of her. Choose the God you want to believe in. He patted her head in a reassuring motion and spoke as though offering salvation. Believe in me, become my pet. Leave this suffering behind. Evely's body trembled at his words. She clasped her hands together as if praying, lowered her head, and fell into silent thought. Then, after a long and trembling pause, a small sound escaped from Evely's lips. She let out a weak bark, imitating a dog. Slowly, Evely crawled toward Lin Tian. She took his hand with both of hers as though it were something precious, pressed herself close to it, and whimpered softly. Master! The moment Lin Tian saw her submit, he knew his plan had worked. He gently fixed her disheveled hair and smiled with quiet satisfaction. Very good, Evely. Lin Tian rose to his feet and looked down at her kneeling before him. From now on, I am your only master. A faint smirk appeared on his face. I'll call you little puppy. Evely barely processed the words. In the deepest part of her despair, she had convinced herself that the man before her was the only person who could save her from this misery. Her vacant eyes slowly brightened with fragile relief. A strange smile spread across her face as she crawled forward, desperately trying to please him. Woof, woof, master. Her complete obedience pleased Lin Tian. Lin Tian bent down and lifted Evely into his arms with ease. Follow me. He carried her toward a steaming hot bath. Evely held tightly onto him for support, her exhausted body leaning against him as they moved through the settlement. The ruined clothes and heavy chains were finally removed. As the shackles hit the floor, the metal clattered loudly through the room. Lin Tian lowered Evely into the hot water and cleaned away the dirt and grime that covered her. Evely held her hands close to her chest, completely overwhelmed by the warmth surrounding her. After everything she had suffered, even the heat of the bath felt like a blessing. She closed her eyes and quietly savored the comfort. My kind God, you're so good to me. I'll do my best to serve you. After she had been cleaned, Lin Tian adjusted her position so she could sit more comfortably in the bath. The heat slowly brought a faint rosy flush back to Evely's pale skin. The moment Lin Tian heard her words, he knew the opening he had been waiting for had arrived. He smiled and leaned close to her ear. Really, Evely? What a coincidence. Lin Tian guided Evely to a quiet spot and took out the spellbook he had obtained from the elf tribe. He flipped through its worn pages until he found the passage he wanted, then laid the book open across a stone table. Evely stared down at the symbols for several seconds before her eyes widened in recognition. Holy prison. Is this the spell? She immediately began reciting the incantation. Lin Tian stood nearby with his arms folded, watching closely as golden runes rose from the pages one after another and multiplied through the air around her. Without warning, a pillar of golden light wrapped around Evely and lifted her body off the ground. Her voice grew quicker as she continued the chant, each word flowing faster than the last while the glowing symbols spun around her. Then Evely swept both hands forward. A huge magical prison took shape in front of her, its shining bars forming a massive cross-shaped structure that sealed off the open space before them. From where he stood behind her, Lin Tian watched the spell settle into place and felt the last of his doubts disappear. Evely's power was real, and this prison was exactly what he needed. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as he rubbed his chin. With this spell, capturing Bloodfang alive would become far easier than before. Yes, that's it, he said approvingly. You did well, Evely. Now that he had secured the method he needed, Lin Tian was in an unusually good mood. He led Evely away from the clearing and headed back toward the goblin settlement with steady, confident steps. As they passed the prison cells, the sound of footsteps reached Loa, who was still alive inside after all the torment he had endured. He jerked his head up and peered through the bars. The moment he saw Evely, his eyes widened. Evely, it really is her. Loa scrambled to his feet at once and grabbed the prison bars, stretching his arms through them as far as he could. Evely, you recovered. Quickly, kill that goblin and restore my body. Hurry! His voice shook with desperate excitement, as though she were the last chance he had left. But Evely did not move. She looked at Loa as though he were a stranger she had never met. Lin Tian saw the pathetic state Loa was in and let out a quiet laugh. Can't you see it? He said. She surrendered to me willingly. Loa's face twisted with fury. His fingers clenched around the bars so tightly that the metal creaked. The high priest's daughter from the Holy Order tamed this easily by a goblin? As if to drive the truth deeper into him, Lin Tian casually patted Evely on the head. Evely immediately lowered herself to the ground and bowed. Lin Tian turned toward her with a faintly amused expression, clearly intending to make Loa suffer even more. Evely, tell him, did you submit to me willingly? At the sound of his voice, she leaned against his leg and answered without hesitation. Of course, master. It had not been forced from her in that moment. Evely herself had chosen those words. Loa stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just witnessed. The strength drained from Loa's body. He slowly slid down against the cell wall, his face turning pale as the tiny hope he had been holding onto shattered completely. His hands loosened from the bars, and his entire body began to tremble. For a moment, Loa sat in silence. Then he suddenly burst into harsh, broken laughter, the sound growing more frantic by the second. You'll bring about the extinction of goblins everywhere. He choked between laughs, saliva dripping down as his face twisted into something almost unrecognizable. Despair had pushed him to the edge, and screaming was all he had left. You only exist to be slaughtered by humans. The Holy Order will kill every last one of you. Loa's words made Lin Tian pause. So Evely was not merely a member of the Holy Order. She carried a much more important identity than he had expected. Lin Tian looked at Evely again, quietly considering the value of that information. I didn't expect you to have such a background. Evely paid no attention to Loa's ravings. She simply leaned close to Lin Tian and clung to him while watching the prisoner struggle behind the bars. Lin Tian smiled at Loa. Thank you for telling me something so important. I should reward you properly. Then he turned toward the goblin guard standing nearby. Don't let him rest for the next few days. The guard cracked his whip and approached the cell with a cruel grin. Don't worry, boss. I'll take very good care of him. Loa looked desperately toward Evely for help, but her blank indifference only made him clutch the bars harder. Once the matter was settled, Lin Tian's expression brightened again. Good. Now it's time for the main event. He looked at Evely. Follow me. Lin Tian tucked the spellbook away and strode forward, with Evely silently following behind him. As he passed through the settlement, he announced his next move to the gathered goblins. Let's go destroy the Bloodfang goblin tribe. Meanwhile, deep within the Bloodfang Goblin tribe settlement, the air felt dark and oppressive. The rough huts, stained ground, and heavy silence gave the entire place a suffocating atmosphere, as though the tribe had been built inside a living nightmare. A hunched old goblin draped in a cloak made from deer antlers slowly approached the chieftain. Leaning heavily on a staff, he bowed with a shaky motion. "Chieftain, all preparations are complete." Hearing the report, the massive chieftain rose from his place with his heavy mace in hand. He looked down at his followers and roared loudly enough for the whole settlement to hear. "Good. Today, we attack the southern tribe." The goblins below immediately erupted with fighting spirit. Then the chieftain's next words sent them into an even wilder frenzy. "Bring back those elves so we can have some fun with them." He grinned viciously and swung his mace through the air in a show of strength. At the mention of elves, the goblins reacted like they had been filled with madness, shouting and cheering without restraint. "The chieftain is mighty." Their noisy celebration was suddenly interrupted by a distant voice calling out in panic. "Chieftain! Chieftain!" The chieftain rested his mace across one shoulder and turned toward the sound. A large goblin rushed forward carrying a thick bone club. He pointed anxiously toward the edge of the settlement. "Someone has entered the tribe. A goblin says he wants to see you." The chieftain stared at him as though he had heard something impossible. "What? Someone dares to walk into my territory?" Heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. The chieftain lifted his eyes toward the approaching figure and sneered with open contempt. "What kind of low-level goblin is this supposed to be?" Curious goblins hurried over from every direction to see the intruder. Then Lin Tian stepped into view. He walked straight up to the chieftain, removed his hood, and revealed a handsome face marked by calm, indifferent eyes. A faint smirk rested on his lips as he looked directly at Bloodfang. "Bloodfang chieftain, I know you're a hero-class goblin with intelligence comparable to a human's." His tone remained completely calm. "That's why I came here to talk." The Bloodfang goblins looked at the thin figure standing alone in the middle of their territory. Once they understood what was happening, they quickly raised their weapons and formed ranks along both sides, ready to attack at any moment. The chieftain did not move right away. Something about Lin Tian was different. His posture, his composure, and the way he carried himself did not resemble an ordinary goblin at all. "What kind of goblin are you?" the chieftain asked. Lin Tian continued walking forward as though he had no fear of entering enemy territory alone. "Nothing special," he answered evenly. "I'm just a little smarter than the average goblin." Lin Tian had no interest in wasting time. He slipped both hands into his pockets and spoke with arrogant calm. "I'm the leader of the Heaven's Fury tribe." Then he looked directly at Bloodfang. "I came to take you, the leader, back with me." It was not a request. It was a declaration. "Any objections?" A tense silence spread among the Bloodfang goblins. Lin Tian stood where he was, his cloak shifting lightly in the wind. He slowly looked across the gathered warriors, his gaze moving from one face to another. "I'll give you two choices," he said. He straightened his posture, and a heavy pressure seemed to radiate from him. "Submit to me." Lin Tian raised one hand and pointed toward the ground beneath their feet. "Or die here." There was a cold, bloody weight behind his words. His hair fell partly across his eyes, but the commanding glare beneath it carried the arrogance of someone who already believed he ruled them. The chieftain exchanged a glance with the old deer-antlered goblin. Under the pressure of Lin Tian's words, the chieftain suddenly seemed to realize something important. He gritted his teeth and stared at the thin goblin in front of him. "You're the one who captured those elves? The leader of that tribe?" Lin Tian ignored the question. Instead, he spread his arms slightly and smiled, as though he were offering a generous invitation. "Your bloodline isn't bad. Come with me." To Lin Tian it sounded practical, but to the chieftain, the words were pure nonsense coming from a weak-looking goblin. "My bloodline? Come with you?" The chieftain's expression darkened. "Is this little runt mocking me?" The chieftain looked Lin Tian up and down, taking in his smaller frame and apparently frail build. Then he let out a derisive laugh. "What an idiot!" The chieftain reached out with his enormous hand and grabbed Lin Tian by the head, as though he could crush it with one effortless squeeze. Lin Tian's words had clearly irritated him beyond patience. "Shut up!" the chieftain roared. "I can't believe you walked right into my hands." He leaned closer, tightening his grip slightly as he stared into Lin Tian's eyes. "Once I kill you, every elf and every human under you will belong to me." Seeing their chieftain holding Lin Tian by the head, the Bloodfang goblins erupted in celebration. They jumped and waved their weapons in the air, shouting over one another. "Crush him! Crush him!" Even trapped beneath that massive hand, Lin Tian remained completely indifferent. "As expected," he said calmly. Talking to you was a waste of time. His eyes did not change. I said what needed to be said. Since you refuse to accept it, then so be it. Lin Tian's calm words only made the chieftain angrier. Bloodshot rage filled the giant goblin's eyes. But Lin Tian did not flinch, struggle, or show even the slightest hint of fear. If I didn't need you alive, he said coldly, I wouldn't have bothered talking this much. In the next instant, Lin Tian moved. He sprang upward with terrifying speed, and his blade carved a clean arc through the air. Blood burst outward in a violent spray, scattering like crimson blossoms across the ground. The chieftain screamed in agony. He had not even seen Lin Tian's movement clearly. The strike had been too fast, too sudden, and by the time he understood what happened, it was already over. The chieftain's severed hand fell onto the blood-soaked ground. His followers froze where they stood, their mouths hanging open as horror spread across their faces. Clutching his bleeding arm, the chieftain staggered backward and howled with pain. That bastard! Kill him! One of the goblins pointed shakily at Lin Tian and shrieked at the others. Avenge the chieftain! Lin Tian had been waiting for the chaos to begin. If you'd made me wait any longer, I would have died of boredom. He kept one hand in his pocket while raising the other. His fingers twitched lightly before he snapped them. Snap! A thin strand of light appeared and curled around his arm like a living thread. Then it shot away with unnatural speed. Lin Tian smirked. Go! Without any warning, a blade pierced straight through the deer-antlered goblin's heart. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he collapsed before he could even understand what had killed him. Another goblin saw the blade appear from nowhere and stumbled back in terror. How is that possible? It was completely silent. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat streamed down his back. He turned just in time to see another goblin fall. This time, one of Lin Tian's subordinates had appeared directly in front of him, swinging a spear with deadly speed. The reason was simple. Silent steps. More of Lin Tian's goblin subordinates began appearing throughout the settlement as though they had emerged from thin air. One of them raised his weapon and shouted across the battlefield. The chieftain has ordered the complete annihilation of the Bloodfang tribe. The Bloodfang goblins quickly realized the situation was turning against them. They rushed toward their wounded chieftain and tried to form a defensive line around him. Lin Tian stood tall in the middle of the chaos and gave the order. Go! Destroy them all! His followers answered with a united roar. Attack! Kill! Kill! After only a few shouted commands, Lin Tian's goblins vanished again as their silent step skill activated. Then, seconds later, a huge force appeared behind Lin Tian. The number of warriors was so overwhelming that the Bloodfang chieftain's face changed completely. So many goblin warriors, still clutching his injured arm. He staggered backward and watched in horror as his own followers were cut down one after another. We've been tricked, that bastard. But by then it was already too late. Reality hit the Bloodfang chieftain hard. His followers could not withstand Lin Tian's attack at all. Within minutes, the tribe's fighting force had been nearly wiped out. He glared at Lin Tian, who was slowly walking toward him. That bastard. He talked to me just to lower our guard. With every step Lin Tian took, the chieftain understood more clearly. It had all been a trap from the beginning. That thin goblin had waited patiently for them to walk straight into it. Damn him! The chieftain knew his best chance of survival was to flee alone. Revenge could always come later. He was not truly weaker than them, and if he managed to escape, nobody should be able to stop him. Just wait, he thought. I'll come back for you. But before running, he wanted to release the rage boiling inside him. The chieftain suddenly lunged at Lin Tian and threw a powerful punch, intending to strike him down before making his escape. Even if I run, I'll take this bastard with me. But Lin Tian did not dodge. He did not flinch. He simply stood there and watched the massive fist rush toward him. Lin Tian calmly crossed his arms over his chest. From somewhere in the distance, Evely answered in a soft, gentle voice. Holy prison. At once, glowing runes began appearing in the air around the chieftain, shining one after another like luminous chains closing in. A dazzling cage of golden light suddenly formed around the chieftain, sealing him inside before he could react. What? He roared in disbelief. Lin Tian stood calmly in front of the glowing prison with a cold sneer on his face. He had never taken the chieftain's threats seriously, and now he simply watched as the trapped warrior thrashed against the bars, unable to break even a single one. Light magic? The chieftain growled, his furious eyes locking onto Lin Tian. Goblins can't use light magic. Then, as the truth began sinking in, the anger on his face slowly gave way to stunned realization. His eyes widened so much they nearly burst from his face. Enraged, he slammed himself against the golden cage again and lunged at the glowing barrier. What is this supposed to be? Right before his eyes, a human mage was kneeling at the feet of a thin goblin, calling him master and behaving as obediently as a trained puppy. Meanwhile, the goblin praised her with the casual confidence of someone completely used to being obeyed. Seeing the chieftain's stunned expression, Lin Tian did not look bothered in the slightest. He turned to Evely and said, "Good girl, Evely. You really are a good dog. Once we get back, I'll give you a reward." Evely's face immediately brightened at her master's praise. Clearly delighted and eager to prove her loyalty, she lowered her head and answered warmly, "Thank you, master." Inside the cage, countless streaks of light twisted together and became glowing restraints. They wrapped tightly around the chieftain's limbs, forcing his huge body down onto the ground. He stared up at Lin Tian in pain, his voice filled with hatred. "This is despicable." But Lin Tian only hummed cheerfully, pleased that everything was finally falling into place. "Be a good hero for me, Bloodfang chieftain." Back at the Heaven's Fury tribe settlement, Lin Tian's subordinates quickly dragged the Bloodfang chieftain into the prison and chained him to a massive stone slab. His heavy body sagged against the cold rock, and blood slowly ran down his legs beneath the restraints. Looking down at the defeated hero, Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh. Humph, it took quite a bit of effort to bring him down. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his blade with a cloth, his eyes resting indifferently on the chieftain he had captured. At last it was over. With this threat restrained, there was nothing nearby that could endanger them anymore. From inside another cell, Loa gripped the iron bars so tightly that his hands trembled. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he watched everything unfold. That damned goblin had returned without a scratch, and he had even captured the chieftain. Questions crashed through Loa's mind one after another, but every answer made his heart grow colder. He had actually taken down a hero. How the hell had that monster managed it? Shuddering uncontrollably, Loa slowly backed away from the prison bars. Lin Tian soon noticed the Elf Queen and Goblin Mun approaching with smiles on their faces. He handed the blood-stained cloth to Goblin Mun and gave her an order. "Goblin Mun, leave the impregnation work to the others. You'll be responsible for watching over everything here." Goblin Mun happily accepted the cloth and nodded. "I'll do exactly as you say." Lin Tian glanced over at Evely, who was standing beside him, then gave her a light push toward Goblin Mun. "Leave her with you for now. Evely, you'd better behave yourself. Understand?" The sudden shove caught Evely off guard, and fear flashed across her face as she looked back at him. She quickly lowered her head. "Yes, master." Goblin Mun caught Evely before she could fall and stared at her in surprise. All right, Goblin Mun replied. Lin Tian then walked toward the Elf Queen, who was approaching with a basin of water in her hands. Taking a cloth, he began wiping his hands clean and said, "Help me get dressed. I'm going to meet an old friend." The Elf Queen looked at him with open surprise. "A friend?" Without turning toward her, Lin Tian rolled his tired shoulders and slowly massaged the tension from his neck. His long hair hung over his face, hiding the expression in his eyes. "That's right," Lin Tian said with a faint smile. He removed his cloak, revealing his tall and slender frame beneath it. As the cloak slipped to the ground, a sharp gleam appeared in his eyes. A very important friend. He understood that, judging by Loa's arrogance, the human reinforcements would soon arrive in Bright Town. Sitting around and waiting to die had never been his style. With the strength he had now, he could still fight the Night Order. But if the Sword Saint appeared, he would be finished. Raising another hero-class goblin would take time, and he needed someone capable of delaying the Sword Saint for him. The enemy of his enemy could become his best ally. It was time to meet the Dragon Mother. Lin Tian made his way to the seashore, where the cool ocean wind swept across the sand. The calm breeze suited the plan forming in his mind perfectly. 2 butchered oxen lay stretched across the beach in front of him, and Lin Tian studied them quietly. Dragon Island was at least 100 kilometers away, far too distant for him to reach quickly on his own. That meant he would need another way to get there. Blood from the butchered oxen soaked into the pale sand, and before long, scavenging seagulls began gathering overhead. Their cries filled the air as they circled the beach. This was exactly the kind of attention Lin Tian had been hoping to attract. Looking over the lavish meal he had prepared, Lin Tian wiped his hands and muttered to himself, "The quickest way to reach Dragon Island is to let a dragon take me there." He faced the endless sea with his arms crossed and waited patiently. He had complete confidence in the plan. It was only a matter of time before the scent drew something in. A smell this strong would definitely attract a dragon. Almost as though the sea itself had answered him, the heavy sound of wings beating through the air began drawing closer. A huge dragon covered in red scales descended toward the beach, pulled in by the thick scent of fresh blood. The moment he saw the bait had worked, Lin Tian moved without hesitation. He quickly climbed inside one of the ox carcasses he had already cut open, hiding himself deep within the body. Now there was nothing left to do except wait. A small smirk appeared on his face as he realized his plan was unfolding exactly as expected. The pounding of wings grew louder and louder until Lin Tian suddenly felt the ox carcass rise from the ground. Seeing no one nearby, the dragon seized the carcass in its sharp talons and shot into the sky. Hidden inside the ox, Lin Tian held himself steady and carefully kept his balance as the world lurched beneath him. The dragon let out a triumphant roar as it carried its prize toward Dragon Island. Inside the swaying carcass, Lin Tian felt the wind roaring past his ears and smiled to himself. The plan had succeeded. Flying at incredible speed, the dragon crossed more than 100 kilometers in what felt like no time at all. Vast stretches of land and open sea blurred beneath its wings as it raced toward its destination. At last, the dragon reached its lair and dropped the ox carcass deep inside a rocky cave. Protected by the thick body of the ox, Lin Tian hit the ground with a hard jolt. The impact left him slightly dazed for a moment, but he had not suffered any real injury. After listening carefully to the stillness around him, Lin Tian quickly crawled out of the carcass and brushed the dust from his clothes. Just as he had predicted, these dragons were not hunting only for themselves. He was about to look around the cave when a cold, sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. "There's something strange in the food." Lin Tian spun around at once. From the darkness of the cave, a giant eye with a brilliant golden pupil stared directly at him. The pressure filling the air was so heavy that it felt almost suffocating. Once he got a better look, Lin Tian recognized the person he had come to find. Standing before him was the Dragon Mother, the true target of his entire plan. She rose slowly, and recognition flashed across her eyes as she looked him over. "I remember you. You're the goblin leader who attacked Bright Town. What are you doing sneaking into my territory?" Her gaze traveled down to his small body, and sneered. "You're barely even a mouthful. Should I eat you?" A nearby dragon noticed the possible prey and began drooling immediately. Its eyes gleamed with hunger as hot breath poured from its nostrils in thick clouds, making the threat painfully clear. Even with dragons surrounding him from every direction, Lin Tian remained perfectly calm. As they edged closer, he quickly raised one hand toward the Dragon Mother. "Wait, I came here to propose a partnership." The Dragon Mother looked at him in surprise. Then she stepped down onto the cave floor, clearly amused by what she had heard. "How rare. A tiny goblin actually wants to form a partnership with me?" Her enormous body began to change before Lin Tian's eyes. The dragon's scales receded, and her massive form gradually shifted into that of a human woman. This goblin had helped her once before, and he had traveled all the way into dragon territory just to speak of cooperation. That alone made the offer interesting. Soon, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stood before Lin Tian. The Dragon Mother smiled with amusement. "Since you came all this way, tell me about this partnership. I'm curious what a little goblin like you could possibly offer. You've got courage coming into dragon territory. I'll give you that." Then her playful gaze sharpened. She leaned closer to him, a teasing smile resting on her lips. "If I'm satisfied, maybe I won't eat you." The surrounding dragons heard those words and crowded closer around Lin Tian, their hot breaths steaming through the cave. Every one of them looked ready to tear into him the moment she gave the order. Even under the Dragon Mother's threat, Lin Tian remained confident in what he had prepared. He met her eyes directly, his voice calm and steady. "You want revenge against the Sword Saint, don't you?" When she did not deny it, Lin Tian knew he had touched a nerve. The Dragon Mother waited silently for him to continue. "Let's join forces. What do you say? After all, I helped you escape last time." The look in the Dragon Mother's eyes changed immediately, replaced by genuine interest. "A low-level monster like you is plotting against the Sword Saint?" A slow smile appeared on her face. "You've caught my attention. Interesting. Very interesting." With her arms crossed, the Dragon Mother slowly circled around Lin Tian, growing more excited with every step. A small goblin daring to stand against the Sword Saint was clearly entertaining her. She smirked and said, "Tell me then, how exactly are you planning to deal with that bitch?" Just thinking about the Sword Saint made her want to rip her apart. Lin Tian turned toward the Dragon Mother and answered without hesitation. "It's simple. I only need you to send your dragon soldiers to harass Bright Town from time to time." "Oh!" The Dragon Mother placed one hand on his shoulder, curiosity shining in her eyes. "And what about you?" Lin Tian ignored her touch and waited as she continued speaking. "What can a small group of goblins possibly do against that mad woman?" Her voice carried both amusement and real curiosity. She stepped even closer, wearing a wide smile as she studied him from above. "What exactly are you planning, little goblin?" His boldness was clearly stirring her excitement. The dragon mother chuckled softly and lifted his chin with one finger. Someone like the Sword Saint can't be defeated with brute force alone. Lin Tian grinned as soon as he heard that, confidence burning in his eyes. Then we attack her heart. The best way to defeat her is to kill the people around her. Those words pleased the dragon mother greatly. So that's your plan, she said, laughing as excitement flashed in her eyes. You'll use goblins to kill her without forcing me to sacrifice my own forces. I like it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Tian knew the deal was already his. Then we have an agreement. The dragon mother smiled gently. Of course. But then the dragon mother's hand moved closer to Lin Tian, and her body leaned toward him. I never expected a clever little thing like you to exist among goblins. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the tall, slender goblin standing before her. With open hunger in her gaze, she gently traced his chin with one finger. The more I look at you, the more I like you. I have a gift for you. Standing in front of the dragon mother, Lin Tian gave an awkward smile and tried to ignore the claw resting against his face. Inwardly, he could only think that the dragon mother during mating season was truly something else. The dragon mother glanced down at his small body and scoffed dismissively. Yes, that tiny body of yours definitely wouldn't be enough for me. Once the agreement had been made, the dragon mother turned toward her followers and slowly examined the dragons gathered around the cave. Lin Tian used the chance to study the dragon lair for himself, standing with his arms crossed as his eyes moved carefully across the surroundings. After a brief pause, the dragon mother seemed to think of something and let out a quiet chuckle. Well then, I'll give you another gift first. She stroked her chin thoughtfully while looking over the dragons nearby. Now, which one should I choose? The story returned to Lin Tian's Heaven's Fury tribe. After the improvements made to their living conditions, the once rough settlement had begun to resemble a small human town. A large wooden cross stood in the center of the settlement, reserved for punishing the most serious offenders. At that moment, Loa, the former knight captain of Bright Town, was bound to it. Goblin soldiers patrolled around the area in armor and with weapons in hand, while pregnant elves moved freely within the designated grounds. The blazing heat and the long days of captivity were slowly destroying Loa's sanity. His only remaining hope was that the Sword Saint's Knight Order would eventually arrive and rescue him. It's been so long. Why haven't they come for me? Every passing day stripped away another piece of his hope. If I stay here any longer, I'm going to lose my mind. I have to escape. But how? Goblins were everywhere around him, but as exhaustion weighed on Loa's body, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. These goblins were small. Maybe he could use that weakness somehow. He lifted his head toward the sky, his tired brow furrowed as he searched for an opening. If he could only get higher up. What's that? He narrowed his eyes and struggled to focus. Something was moving closer. That can't be. Loa froze in place. His pupils shrank, and the confusion on his face rapidly twisted into shock, then pure terror. A dragon was descending from the sky, its enormous wings pounding the air with terrifying force. Loa remembered why he had been captured in the first place. He had killed a dragon in town. Now, after being imprisoned by goblins, another dragon had appeared before him. It felt like the same nightmare had come back to devour him all over again. Staring at the approaching creature, he screamed, "That's a dragon! Get me down! I don't want to be burned alive!" Loa's frantic shouting drew the attention of the nearby goblin guards. They glanced over at him with open contempt. A prisoner was making a scene again. Who did he think he was? The goblins quickly gathered and formed defensive positions around the settlement. Even so, as the dragon came closer, their bodies instinctively edged backward. One goblin leader raised his voice and shouted, "Sound the alarm!" The alarm rang throughout the entire settlement, instantly drawing everyone's attention upward. The elves stared into the sky in fear as the dragon approached. Why was it here? Then someone spotted something unusual and cried out, "Wait! Look closely! There's someone riding on its back!" Every eye turned toward the cloaked figure sitting on the back of the red dragon, their cloaks snapping wildly in the wind. The silhouette looked strangely familiar. Then the dragon dropped onto the ground with a thunderous roar, its massive wings stirring up the air around it. Goblin soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. They knew they stood no chance against a dragon, but they were still ready to fight. Better to die resisting than be reduced to ash by dragon fire. As the dragon's claws settled onto the ground, its wings slowly folded behind its body, revealing the familiar figure on its back. "I'm back!" a familiar voice called out. The goblins stared in disbelief. "Boss! Boss!" They blinked again and again. It really was him. But beside Lin Tian stood a red dragon that looked unusually calm, almost obedient. Then the goblins witnessed something even more unbelievable. Their boss reached out and casually patted the dragon's head, as though it were nothing more than a pet. Rest here for a while, and don't wander off. The goblins stood there completely stunned. This was impossible. It had to be the biggest shock their tribe had ever seen. In response, the dragon released a soft puff of smoke and looked back at him with gentle eyes, almost like it was saying, "All right, boss." The goblins immediately exploded into cheers. "Boss is incredible. He tamed a dragon." Goblin Mun had rushed out when the alarm began, and now she watched her husband climb down from the dragon's back with pride shining all over her face. To the goblins, Lin Tian had become a true idol. As the cheers filled the settlement, Goblin Mun hurried toward him and wrapped herself around his arm, her eyes glowing with happiness. The goblins crowded around Lin Tian, celebrating their own wisdom for choosing to follow him. But while the entire settlement was overflowing with joy, Loa hung from the wooden cross with his teeth clenched. He struggled to catch his breath and force himself to stay calm. Looking at Lin Tian, terror filled his eyes. This could not be happening. The goblin he once knew could not possibly have gained this kind of power. Was that thing really a goblin? Yet the truth stood right in front of him. The figure surrounded by cheering voices, treated almost like a god, really was a goblin. The irony made Loa's world feel like it was collapsing. His need to escape became more desperate than ever. "Night Order! Save me!" Meanwhile, Bright Town had begun to recover. After the dragon attack and the goblin raid, the damaged town had been rebuilt, and much of its former peaceful appearance had returned. The townspeople gathered near the gate, watching a column of knights approach from the distance. The royal insignia shining on their armor made their identity unmistakable. The Royal Knight Order had arrived. The knights rode up to the temple, dismounted from their horses, and dropped to one knee before the Sword Saint. "Holy Sword Master," they said respectfully. The Sword Saint dismissed the formal greeting with a quick wave of her hand, her voice cold and commanding. "There is no time for formalities. Stand up." Her expression hardened as she gave the next order. "We must rescue Loa and the mage Evely. Begin preparing the rescue operation immediately." Deep in the forest, a series of messages appeared before Lin Tian. The life simulation system had activated, presenting the current path ahead of him. Through his attacks on Bright Town and the Bloodfang tribe, he had made significant progress in cultivating the third generation of goblins. To stand against the Sword Saint and the royal family, Lin Tian had led his goblins and Evely through the demonic forest to grow stronger. 1 month later, Lin Tian had reached level 50, Goblin Mun had reached level 60, and Evely had reached level 45. The first option was to remain in the demonic forest and continue training because their strength was still insufficient, but its evaluation was 0. The second option was to capture more human prisoners and breed more goblins, focusing even more heavily on expanding the tribe. Then Lin Tian understood the meaning behind the third option. It meant the Sword Saint would not launch a surprise attack during this period. With no immediate danger hanging over them, he decided to move forward in time. Lin Tian selected the third option. Time acceleration activated, and a bright light immediately swallowed the surrounding space. As he waited, another message appeared. There was not enough experience available in the demonic forest. There were simply not enough enemies left there to provide the experience he needed. Lin Tian frowned at the message. Not enough experience? What does that mean? Before he could fully understand it, the system updated again. The evaluation was 20 points out of 100. His reward was 20 life points, and the simulation came to an end. Time passed in an instant. 1 full month had disappeared, and Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could even react, the system informed him that 1 month had passed. Lin Tian woke up in his room and rubbed his temples, an uneasy feeling lingering in his chest. "Is this what skipping time feels like?" he muttered. "That's strange." Lin Tian sat upright as his thoughts gradually cleared. A new message appeared before him. He had reached level 50. His health was now 850. His strength had risen to 270, and his defense had reached 300, bringing his total power to 1,000. He scanned the numbers with a satisfied smirk. His stats had improved quite a bit, yet his total power had not increased as much as he expected. That thought stayed in his mind as he fell silent. "Boss!" A voice suddenly called out, snapping Lin Tian back to reality. He looked up just in time to see Goblin Mun rushing toward him, completely out of breath. She pointed outside with panic in her eyes. "Something's wrong. A lot of the newborn goblins have died." Lin Tian shot to his feet, his brow immediately tightening. "What?" Without wasting another second, he followed Goblin Mun outside. As soon as he stepped out, the sound of crying reached his ears. The miserable wailing filled the air and gave Lin Tian a terrible feeling before he even saw what had happened. When he arrived, he found the elves who had just given birth gathered in grief. Their newborn babies lay motionless on the ground. Some mothers held their dead children tightly against their chests, crying so hard they could barely breathe. Others covered their faces, their sobs echoing through the settlement. The sight left Lin Tian stunned. He stared at the lifeless newborns in disbelief, his thoughts spinning. How could this have happened? The previous generation had been completely healthy. Lin Tian crouched down and carefully examined the dead babies, trying to understand where everything had gone wrong. Nearby, the elf queen had been comforting the grieving mothers, but she turned toward him with the same confusion in her eyes. I don't know what happened, she said. Only 3 babies survived this generation, and even they are extremely weak. She looked toward the surviving infants, whose frail little bodies seemed to be struggling just to remain alive. Then a burst of wild laughter ripped through the silence. Everyone turned toward Loa, who was laughing hysterically. You foolish goblin, he sneered. You really believed you could breed a powerful bloodline? How naive. Lin Tian simply raised one eyebrow and looked at Loa with complete indifference. So you know the reason, Lin Tian said calmly. Loa smirked, his face full of smug satisfaction. Let me educate that tiny brain of yours. The higher a goblin's level becomes, the harder it is for their offspring to survive. You thought your breeding ability would let you rule the world. How foolish. Lin Tian finally understood the truth. It was a problem he had never considered before. So that's it. I see now. Then he let out a quiet chuckle and looked at Loa's triumphant face. The man still believed he was some glorious knight, but to Lin Tian he was nothing more than a dead man walking. Even so, Loa had given him valuable information. Now Lin Tian knew what he needed to do, although the timing could not have been worse. But you're a little late, Lin Tian said without emotion. He turned away from Loa and gestured toward a large goblin nearby. He's yours. Just don't let him die too quickly. The large goblin's eyes lit up at once, and a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as he looked toward Loa. Thank you, boss. The large goblin slowly approached Loa, who immediately began struggling against his restraints in a desperate attempt to escape. One look at the goblin's malicious eyes was enough to tell Loa what kind of future awaited him. You monster! Loa screamed. Even if I become a demon, I'll haunt you forever. His body shook violently with fear, and he bit down so hard that blood seeped from his gums. As the goblin's hand reached closer, humiliation and helplessness overwhelmed him completely. Lin Tian walked away without paying attention to Loa's screams. He had more important problems to think about. Time was running out, and it was already too late to cultivate new heroes through the usual method. He needed a large number of hero-class goblins, and he needed them quickly. But where could he find enough new manpower? Without them, his chances against the Sword Saint and the others would be slim. Was there any way to raise his goblins' levels much faster? As Lin Tian walked alone, completely absorbed in his thoughts, a strange gust of wind brushed against his back. Something enormous was behind him. A massive shadow covered the ground, and glowing eyes stared down at him from above. Lin Tian instantly raised his guard when he felt the powerful presence behind him. But the moment he turned around and saw the red dragon he had brought back, the tension in his body eased. The dragon walked closer and gently nudged itself against him, almost like it was asking for affection. Lin Tian looked confused, but he allowed it to continue for a moment. Then he patted its head with a helpless expression. What's wrong with you? Before Lin Tian could make sense of what was happening, the dragon's claws began changing into slender legs. Its enormous head shifted as well, slowly taking on the face of a young woman. Within seconds, the dragon had transformed completely. In front of Lin Tian stood a beautiful young woman with twin tails, a curvy figure, and large expressive eyes filled with open admiration for him. Lin Tian suddenly remembered the knowing smile the dragon mother had worn before he left. His body began trembling as fear settled into his chest. This had to be the dragon mother's doing. He stared at the girl in front of him and instinctively took a step backward. What is this? This is terrifying. Sweat began pouring down his face. So this was the special circumstance, the little gift the dragon mother had left behind for him. Before Lin Tian could react, she lunged at him with the force of a starving wolf. Lin Tian could not match her strength at all. In an instant, he was pinned beneath her, and the situation had completely reversed. He was the tribe's idol, but the way she looked at him made his entire body tense up. Please don't look at me like that, he swallowed nervously. It's scary. Have some self-respect. A new achievement was unlocked. Lin Tian's health increased by 1,500. His strength increased by 520, and his defense increased by 1,200. Later, Lin Tian walked with one hand resting on his hip while the other lazily twirled a blade of grass. Damn, he muttered. Just one dragon, and she acts like a ravenous wolf. Then he suddenly started laughing, his mood lifting as he felt the power flowing through his body. This was the strength of a dragon. He was a goblin who had been involved with a dragon, and being a leader truly was difficult work. He stretched his aching back and sighed. The dragon mother had clearly said he could evolve by consuming dragon blood, but instead, she had made him into her plaything. Lin Tian was enjoying the fresh air when he suddenly felt a predatory gaze fixed on his back. Cold sweat slid down his spine, followed by the sound of a girl's laughter behind him. Lin Tian shuddered. He needed to redirect her attention immediately. He quickly pointed toward a nearby group of goblins. "No, you need to finish your work before you use me as stress relief." The dragon girl's bright eyes followed the direction of his finger. The goblins looked up, completely unaware of what was happening, wondering what their boss wanted. Lin Tian pointed again and said, "Give them some dragon blood first, then come find me." Before the goblins could even process his words, the dragon girl charged toward them with hunger shining in her eyes. Panic spread across the group as they feared they were about to be swallowed whole. Too stunned to react properly, they could only shout, "What's going on, boss?" By nightfall, the goblins were gathered around a roaring bonfire, flexing their muscles and loudly bragging about their new strength. "We're so strong now. After drinking the dragon blood, we all evolved," one goblin shouted. "Can we evolve again?" another asked excitedly. Nearby, the dragon girl had returned to her true form and lay sleeping peacefully on the ground beside Lin Tian. He watched the goblins celebrate, and a smile slowly spread across his face as he felt the power moving through his own body. The legendary power of dragons truly lived up to its name. Not only had he become stronger, but the other goblins had also evolved into hero-class warriors. It was an incredible gain. Still, something felt incomplete. Lin Tian looked up at the sky, lost in thought. His total power was still a little too low. "I need equipment," Lin Tian said. "System, open the shop." A long list of items appeared before him. Lin Tian began looking through the choices carefully. As the leader of a hero-class tribe, he needed enough strength to maintain his authority. Surely there had to be something useful among these options. "This one looks interesting," Lin Tian said when he spotted an item costing 180 points. He rubbed his chin, clearly intrigued. That amount should be enough to buy some useful, high-level equipment. "This one isn't bad at all." Lin Tian paused when an image of a divine crossbow caught his eye. It was an elemental hand crossbow, capable of absorbing water, fire, lightning, and poison attributes, then firing them back as elemental bolts. Jackpot! This is exactly what I need. It was compact enough for quick ranged attacks, yet it could steal and reuse the enemy's own elements. At that moment, Lin Tian finally understood why so many of his enemies had disappeared without a trace. He continued browsing until another weapon appeared before him. A sword. Lin Tian looked more closely. It was called the Void Hand Blade, and its ability allowed him to nullify up to 3 incoming weapon attacks with his bare hands. The cost was only 80 points. It looked flashy, but the rule-based effect could be extremely useful against the Sword Saint. Even if it could not win him the fight, it might save his life when it mattered most. "I'll take both." After looking through countless items, these were the two that stood out. They were affordable, practical, and perfectly suited to his situation. Exchange. The system immediately responded. The exchange was successful, and both items were transferred directly into Lin Tian's inventory. Lin Tian grinned as he took out the crossbow and examined it in his hand. This was a high-level weapon far beyond anything he had used before. Turning it over with interest, he wondered how its power worked. "I really want to test this thing out." Not far away, Loa was barely alive after all the torture he had endured, but he still heard every word. A cold sense of dread spread through his body. "Did I hear that right?" he thought in panic. "Test it out?" Lin Tian slowly turned his gaze toward him, and the malice in his eyes was impossible to miss. "You're the perfect candidate." Loa watched in horror as Lin Tian walked toward him with the crossbow in hand. He began thrashing desperately against his restraints, his voice cracking as he screamed, What are you going to do to me?" Lin Tian only smiled. "You'll find out soon enough. No need to rush." And just like that, Loa became the very first person to experience the power of Lin Tian's new hero-class crossbow. Deep within the demonic forest, terrified cries suddenly echoed through the darkness. "Help! Help! Help!" The desperate voices rang between the trees like the wails of ghosts. Hidden behind a cluster of bushes was a group of humans hunting through the forest at night. A young mage wearing a witch's hat held a wooden staff in her hand, looking bored out of her mind as she called out, "Help! Help!" Beside her, a female archer let out a long yawn. "These low-level monsters are so boring. I don't get why everyone wants this job." Beside them stood a muscular knight in shining armor. The whole group looked more like they were killing time than hunting dangerous prey. "I should have stayed in town with the Sword Saint and fought the dragon," the archer complained. The knight saw an opening to show off, flexed his muscles, and answered confidently, "The Dragon Mother is keeping the Sword Saint occupied. This is an easy chance for us to earn merits," he continued. "It's much better than going up against a dangerous dragon." Hunting goblins was supposed to be low risk and high reward, and he even got to spend the mission with 2 beautiful women. "Stay focused. Don't waste the opportunity Loa created for us." But just as he finished speaking, something rustled in the bushes nearby. The mage's bored expression vanished at once. Her eyes sharpened as she raised her staff. "Captain, there's movement." The group immediately spread out and took defensive positions, weapons ready for whatever was hiding in the darkness. A giant spider suddenly descended from the trees above them. Its webbing shimmered under the moonlight as it dropped down through the branches. The mage's face went pale the moment she saw it. "A spider?" she screamed. "I hate spiders." The archer remained calm. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and fired several arrows, cutting through the webs rushing toward them. "It's only a level 3 insect," she said dismissively. "What's the big deal?" But the armored knight studying the situation suddenly felt that something was wrong. His expression changed and he raised his hand. "Wait, something doesn't feel right." The soldiers behind him immediately lifted their shields and tightened their formation. Then a goblin's face emerged from the shadows. Its sharp teeth were exposed in a vicious grin as its eyes fixed on the humans. The goblin dropped down from the trees and landed directly in front of the armored soldiers. It had 4 arms, and the moment it appeared, the humans understood what they were facing. A hero-class goblin. The 4-armed goblin's eyes glowed a deep red as it stared at the humans like prey. "Excellent," it said with a bloodthirsty smile. "We found their leader." The humans immediately grinned at the sight of it, eager to capture such a valuable target. They thought it would be an easy victory, one that would earn them an enormous reward. "All right," the 4-armed goblin roared. "This time, all the merit belongs to us." "Brothers, attack!" the captain shouted. Then he turned toward the archer. "Archer, cover me." The armored knight stepped forward with absolute confidence. "Don't worry, Captain. I've killed plenty of goblins. Let me handle this." The captain looked at him cautiously. "Are you sure?" The knight only smirked. "I've killed countless giant goblins, including hero-class ones. This will be over quickly." With his confidence completely unshaken, the knight marched toward the 4-armed goblin. "Watch carefully," he said. "I'll show you how it's done." He raised his spear, gathered his strength and shouted, "Take this!" Intermediate martial skill, Storm Spear. The knight hurled the spear forward with all his might. But instead of being pierced, the 4-armed goblin simply reached out and caught the flying weapon with ease. The knight froze, and the captain stared at the goblin in disbelief. "He caught it?" The 4-armed goblin grinned as it prepared to throw the spear right back at them. The captain's face changed instantly. "Shields up, now!" The mage quickly raised a magical barrier in front of the group. But when the returning spear slammed into it, cracks spread across the barrier at once. "Damn it, he's strong!" the captain shouted. The knight stared at the fractured shield in shock. That was only his physical strength, and he almost shattered the barrier. The archer drew another arrow and narrowed her eyes. "If it's only physical strength, then we can deal with him from a distance. My arrows aren't a joke." Before she could finish, a goblin hand suddenly burst out through her stomach. Behind her stood a goblin with its face hidden beneath a hood. It grinned while licking its lips, and only then did the archer realize how badly she had misjudged the situation. She had assumed there was only one hero-class goblin here. "A goblin assassin," she gasped. "Damn it, it was an ambush." "Hold the formation," the captain shouted in panic. "Protect the ranged attackers." Then the mage suddenly gasped and pointed into the darkness. "Captain, look!" From all around them, countless hero-class goblins and goblin assassins stepped out of the shadows with weapons in hand. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust, and the humans were completely surrounded. "Oh God!" someone cried out. Then screams, laughter, and the sounds of attacking goblins filled the forest. The battle did not last long. It was fast, brutal, and completely one-sided. When it ended, both the captain and the armored knight lay motionless on the ground, thoroughly defeated. The mage was captured by the 4-armed goblin, which held her tightly and grinned. "She belongs to us." But then its eyes narrowed as another goblin stepped closer. "No, she's mine." Another goblin placed a hand on the 4-armed goblin's shoulder and stopped it. "Don't be greedy. These are spoils of war for the entire tribe." The boss ordered us to capture every human. You let one escape because you were playing around, so you don't get any spoils. The four-armed goblin stomped its foot in anger. Why? We killed so many humans. We're strong enough now. We should be the ones deciding what happens to our own spoils. Nearby goblins began murmuring among themselves, clearly agreeing with him. He's right. We're the strongest now. We should decide for ourselves. But the goblin still loyal to Lin Tian said nothing. It had already made up its mind. Take them back to the tribe. Back at Lin Tian's tribe, a voice rose through the settlement. They're back. Our heroes have returned. The returning goblins marched in, led by the four-armed goblin carrying the captured captain. They were welcomed with loud cheers from every direction. They captured so many humans. Amazing! The crowd began shouting Lin Tian's name over and over again. The elf queen looked toward Lin Tian with concern in her eyes. Are you sure you can still control them? Lin Tian gave no immediate reply. He simply watched the goblins in silence. Deep in thought, the four-armed goblin lifted the captured captain into the air and grinned. This is my prize. I want to eat him. Lin Tian stepped forward with Goblin Mun and the elf queen beside him. He looked directly at the four-armed goblin and said, This one has information that I need. Release him. The four-armed goblin sneered at Lin Tian. Give me your women, and then I'll consider it. What? Goblin Mun and the elf queen exclaimed together, instinctively stepping backward in alarm. Lin Tian's expression remained calm, but his eyes turned cold. Do you understand what you're saying? I am your leader. The four-armed goblin glanced toward the mad goblin standing nearby. Mad goblin is stronger than you, it said without hesitation. From now on, we follow him. The four-armed goblin folded all four arms across his chest and stared at Lin Tian with open defiance. Lin Tian's eyes shifted toward the mad goblin instead. So you're the one backing them, he said evenly. I'll give you one chance. Take down the four-armed goblin, and I'll forgive you. The mad goblin said nothing. His expression remained grim, and his clenched fists revealed the conflict boiling inside him. The four-armed goblin burst into laughter at Lin Tian's offer. Mad goblin won't listen to you anymore, he mocked. He's our new leader now. We'll kill you, and he'll take your place. Before anyone could react, a huge hand suddenly shot forward and clamped down around the four-armed goblin's head. It was the mad goblin. His grip tightened without hesitation, and murderous intent burned in his eyes. The four-armed goblin's smug confidence vanished as sweat began running down his face. What are you doing? A violent spray of blood burst through the air, splashing across Lin Tian's face. The four-armed goblin's headless body collapsed heavily onto the ground. The remaining goblins stood frozen in shock, staring at the corpse. Mad goblin, why? One of them finally asked in disbelief. The mad goblin looked directly at Lin Tian, his face still stern. Chieftain, ever since I evolved, I've begun to understand many things. His posture slowly relaxed. I'm not like those arrogant fools. I respect you, but I also believe in absolute strength. Lin Tian remained silent, still unsure what the mad goblin truly meant. Across from him, the mad goblin rolled his shoulders and stretched his body, clearly preparing himself for what came next. Chieftain, you defeated the previous leader and claimed this position for yourself. Now, I want to challenge you. A translucent status panel appeared, revealing the mad goblin's strength. Level 50, Goblin, 4-symbol warrior, child favored by fortune, with 1000 health, 340 strength, 280 defense, and a total power of 1200. His skills included Fury Mountain Crushing Strike and Steadfast Shield. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he understood the challenge. The mad goblin had reached 1200 total power and now wanted to test him. Flames immediately flickered to life around Lin Tian's hands. Your growth pleases me, Lin Tian said, watching the fire dance between his fingers. His eyes glowed in the firelight as he fixed them on the mad goblin. Are you certain you want to challenge me? The goblin assassins began shouting excitedly from the crowd. Mad goblin, kill him. Show him who's boss. Others joined in, yelling, kill him and take his women. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes as the noisy crowd turned against him. It seems quite a few of them are willing to follow you, he said calmly. The flames in Lin Tian's hands gathered into a tighter, brighter glow. But before we begin, I need to make one thing clear. He opened his eyes again, and his stare burned like fire. Hero-class goblins. Anyone who wishes to keep following me should stand at my side now. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. From the ground, the captured captain watched the confrontation unfold, and quietly understood what Lin Tian was doing. This was a ritual to expose the traitors. The leader of these hero-class goblins was far more calculating than he had expected. A grin flickered across the captain's face. With the goblins fighting among themselves, this might be his chance to escape. Once their leader died, even their magic might not be enough to stop him. After a short moment of hesitation, the goblins began choosing their sides. Most moved toward Lin Tian. He glanced around at the gathering crowd and gave a faint smile. Looks like I'm still the more popular choice. Only a few of you are willing to follow him. This was exactly what Lin Tian wanted. A clean way to identify those who were no longer loyal. The month that had vanished had brought more changes than Lin Tian had realized. The Mad Goblin drew his sword and released his power, refusing to back down. We're not the same, he said. I don't seek rebellion. I only seek strength. I wanted to know whether you could make me even stronger. With those words, the Mad Goblin swung his sword straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved aside in one swift motion, slipping past the attack with surprising agility. You're not bad, Lin Tian said as he drew the flaming hand crossbow. Then try this. Lin Tian fired. The weapon released its shot with blinding speed, and the Mad Goblin's eyes widened. It was far too fast. I can't dodge this, the Mad Goblin realized. He raised his sword just in time to block the incoming fire arrow. Sparks burst between them as the flaming shot scattered apart. Lin Tian watched him rush forward immediately after the block and felt a flicker of approval. He had deflected the attack and closed the distance incredibly fast. The Mad Goblin was suddenly right in front of him, his body surrounded by a deep purple glow. He swung his sword down with all his power. Lin Tian steadied himself and raised one hand. Void Hand Blade. A deafening explosion shook the entire settlement. Flames and shockwaves blasted outward in every direction, forcing everyone nearby to stare in disbelief. The captured captain and Loa both stood stunned by what they had just witnessed. The Elf Queen, Goblin Mun, and the other goblins watched anxiously, their attention fixed on the smoke and flames. When smoke cleared, Lin Tian had stopped the Mad Goblin's powerful strike with a single bare hand. The Mad Goblin stared at him in complete disbelief. Impossible! Lin Tian raised his crossbow and aimed it directly at him. That was a powerful attack, Mad Goblin. You actually surprised me. Then his expression hardened. But unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. The ability of the Void Hand Blade had already activated, allowing him to nullify weapon attacks. Lin Tian pulled the trigger. The bolt struck the Mad Goblin, and his scream tore through the air as blood splattered across the ground. Do you want to continue? Lin Tian asked. The Mad Goblin lowered his head, defeated. No, it's over. Covered in blood, he dropped to his knees before Lin Tian. The fire had gone from his eyes. I accept my death. Lin Tian studied the kneeling goblin for a moment. He had guts, at least. Then he heard the frightened cries of the other rebellious goblins begging around him. Please, chieftain. We don't want to die. We'll never do it again. Lin Tian scoffed at them. A bunch of useless cowards. Still, the goblins continued pleading desperately. Please spare us. We'll follow you forever. Suddenly, warm healing light wrapped around the Mad Goblin's injured body. Get up, Lin Tian ordered. The Mad Goblin's wounds closed, his strength returned, and the light faded away. It was Evely's healing magic. Lin Tian looked at him and said, You have spirit. As long as you remain loyal, I won't kill you. The Mad Goblin's eyes widened with joy. Really, chieftain? Lin Tian gave a calm nod. Of course. Then Lin Tian turned his cold gaze toward the remaining rebellious goblins. But I cannot forgive these ones. Mad Goblin, kill them. The Mad Goblin immediately bowed his head. As you command, chieftain. Thank you for sparing me. From this day onward, I will follow you forever. Then he turned toward the other goblins, his eyes completely cold. This is your end. The rebellious goblins begged frantically for mercy, but their voices no longer mattered. It was already too late. The Mad Goblin carried out the execution, leaving the traitors' bodies piled before Lin Tian. Devour these traitors, Lin Tian told his followers. I want every one of you to become stronger. Yes, boss! The goblins roared together. The captured captain watched the entire bloody scene with a pale face, then turned toward Loa in horror. What have you done? He asked. He's not just some mutant. He's a monster. Lin Tian walked over to Loa and looked down at him. Sorry you had to see all that, Loa. Did you really believe those fools were going to save you? His voice carried faint amusement. Isn't that a little naive? Loa snarled bitterly. That damned sword saint is hiding in town like a turtle. Loa suddenly laughed, but there was nothing happy in the sound. Useless. They're all useless. The captured captain spoke up through clenched teeth. I underestimated you, but don't get cocky. Once the sword saint finishes dealing with the dragon mother, she'll come for you with the royal knights. Lin Tian walked closer to the captain and sat down in front of him. You don't honestly believe the Dragon Clan attacked Bright Town on their own, do you? Then he gave a faint smile. But your words are reassuring. It sounds like things are going well with the Dragon Mother. The captain let out a bitter chuckle. So the Night Order and Bright Town were both played by you? He asked, finally understanding the trap around them. You can kill me now, the captain said. I can't keep living with this humiliation. You already have the information you need. Give me a quick death. I would rather die than suffer Loa's fate, he continued. Lin Tian looked at him without revealing what he was thinking. After brief silence, Lin Tian finally answered, All right, I'll grant your request. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint suddenly jolted awake. What is it? She asked sharply. Wasn't the dragon attack already repelled? Have the royal knights returned? A knight had already dropped to one knee before her. Yes, Sword Saint, but it isn't them. The Sword Saint's expression tightened. What do you mean? The Silver Knight delivered the report with a grim expression. They were completely annihilated. Only one man survived. The Sword Saint's eyes widened at once. What? Disbelief rang through the Sword Saint's voice. A short while later, inside Bright Town's sacred church, the halls that normally offered prayer and healing were filled with the harsh sound of someone coughing violently. A knight in battered, blood-stained armor lay on the floor, struggling desperately for each breath. His body was covered in wounds. After checking his condition, a nun hurried to the Sword Saint, panic clear in her voice. He's gravely injured. The healing potions aren't working anymore. The Sword Saint's brow tightened as she studied the wounded knight. She walked over calmly and crouched beside him. What happened? Where are the others? A well-trained knight order had been nearly wiped out. Something far more sinister was happening here. The knight's body trembled as he forced the words out. Sword Saint. We ran into a group of hero-class goblins. His voice weakened as he struggled to stay awake. Save the captain. The captain is the only other survivor. He coughed, fighting for air. Be careful. They aren't normal. The nun's panic grew as she watched him fade. Everyone in the room could feel the weight of his warning, but no one had time to ask another question. The knight took one final breath and fell silent. No, stay with me, the nun cried as she rushed to his side. Nearby, the mage folded her arms and scoffed. They're only goblins. Even hero-class ones shouldn't be that much of a problem. But the large knight stood trembling with rage. His fists clenched so tightly they shook. The Sword Saint remained silent, her hair hanging low enough to hide her eyes. Hero-class goblins or not, we'll destroy them, the large knight roared as he turned toward the exit. Wait, the Sword Saint's voice stopped him in his tracks. Even with anger burning beneath her calm expression, she continued thinking clearly. The dragon attacks are becoming more frequent. They could invade Bright Town at any moment. And the goblins may attack us as well. She paused, her expression hardening. I cannot defend this town alone. She quickly made her decision. Send a group to gather reinforcements and help defend Bright Town. I'll personally deal with the goblins and the Dragon Mother. But the Silver Knights? The large knight protested, thinking of the comrades who had just been slaughtered. Do you think they still have any chance of surviving? The major asked quietly. While they discussed their next move, someone entered the room and drew everyone's attention. Sword Saint. There's no need to call for reinforcements. The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat that hid his face, while weapons covered his back beneath a dark cloak. It was Kumo's, captain of the Death Knight Order. He walked forward with complete confidence. An arrogant army is destined to lose. The Silver Knights being destroyed is no surprise. He had overheard everything and calmly added, Leave the rescue and the extermination of the goblins to me. The Sword Saint looked at him with obvious doubt. An entire knight order couldn't handle them, and you think you can do it alone? Don't make us go rescue you too. The cloaked figure removed his hat and laughed. I faced the Titan warriors alone and lived through it. The knight and mage both gasped as they finally recognized him. Kumo's pulled off his cloak as well, revealing a scarred face and one sharp, piercing eye. Even a group of hero-class goblins can't hurt me now. With that, he turned and walked away, utterly confident that only good news would follow. Deep inside the forest, back within the Heaven's Fury tribe settlement, Lin Tian opened the system. Words began appearing before him. Life simulation mode had activated. The current path was titled, Confronting Humanity. Lin Tian had successfully led the hero-class goblins and mated with the female dragon, creating a powerful tribe. He had also eliminated the rebellious goblins, strengthened his authority, and earned the loyalty of both the goblins and the elves. But under the Sword Saint's command, Kumo's, the god of death, would launch a solo night attack against the tribe and begin a massacre. Even if Lin Tian subdued Kamos in the end, the tribe would still suffer terrible losses. Lin Tian frowned as he read the warning. A solo attack. How could one person possibly inflict such massive losses on his tribe? 3 choices appeared before him. He could relocate the tribe to avoid pursuit for 10 points. He could prepare for Kamos' night attack for 10 points. Or he could launch a preemptive strike, capture Kamos, or kill him for 20 points. A calculating gleam appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. The best defense was always an attack. He selected the third option. Confrontation with Kamos began, followed by the words, "May the gods be with you." 20 points were deducted, the simulation ended, and 3 days passed. Lin Tian's expression became serious. This Kamos is dangerous. I need to learn more about him. Suddenly, a scream rang out from somewhere within the settlement. Kamos is here. Loa shouted, his laughter wild and unsteady. You're all going to die, he yelled at Lin Tian. Your time has finally come. Lin Tian crossed his arms and approached Loa without the slightest hurry. You seem very confident in this Kamos. Loa grinned viciously. Just wait. Every one of you will be skinned alive. Remembering system warning and hearing Loa's words, Lin Tian fell into thought. This information was still not enough. He needed to know how strong Kamos truly was. The best way to find out was to send someone to test him first. Under the cover of night, a lone rider entered the demonic forest. Kamos remained alert as he rode deeper between the dark trees, but he encountered no monsters at all. This was supposed to be a forest crawling with beasts, yet there was nothing in sight. Something's wrong, he muttered. He continued farther in and soon found signs of a battle. Bodies of silver knights lay scattered across the ground. A useless bunch, Kamos said coldly. So much for their training. The deeper he went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Weapons and broken armor were strewn everywhere beneath the trees. Kamos smiled as the scent of blood stirred his killing intent. What a delightful smell. His thoughts drifted toward the slaughter waiting ahead. I wonder whether I'll get to have some fun this time. Then, all of a sudden, he heard someone crying in the darkness. Help! Someone! Please help me! Kamos turned sharply toward the voice, his single eye scanning the shadows between the trees. A cry for help inside the demonic forest was clearly suspicious. Still, the tragic sobbing of a young woman echoed deeper within the woods. Kamos immediately spurred his warhorse forward, and it raced through the forest at full speed. After traveling some distance, he finally found the source of the cries. Ahead of him sat a lone blonde girl, trembling violently on the cold ground as tears rolled down her face. Kamos pulled on the reins and brought his horse to a cautious stop, studying the frail figure before him. Who are you? He asked in a low voice. The girl shuddered when she heard him. She curled in on herself as tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks. Then, slowly, she turned toward him and revealed a lovely face. Her large round eyes, filled with terror, stared directly at Kamos. Kamos froze for a brief moment. He recognized the young woman immediately. It was Evely. The moment she saw him, she reached out as though begging for rescue, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Her once familiar voice had become hoarse, weak, and miserable as she pleaded. Save me! Please save me, Kamos! Kamos looked her over several times and confirmed that she really was Evely. Evely? You're still alive. The surprise did not last long. He quickly noticed that there were no monsters nearby and no other humans in sight. Something about this felt wrong. His eye swept over the forest before returning to her. Loa's information said you two were captured together. But I only see you. What happened? Evely lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Her eyes reddened again as tears began falling. She wiped them away with one hand while pressing the other against her chest, as though the memory itself made breathing difficult. Finally, she sobbed. I escaped from the Goblin tribe. Loa is dead. Seeing how broken and devastated she looked, Kamos did not dare ask what she had suffered. Loa is dead? Then he's dead. It isn't worth mentioning. He frowned slightly but kept his tone patient. Then tell me, where is the tribe? When Kamos asked for the tribe's location, Evely fearfully pointed toward the deep forest ahead. Her trembling voice barely came out clearly. Over there. It's not far. They're terrifying. Kamos looked toward the dense darkness in front of him and replied without much concern. Is that so? Now that he knew the Goblin tribe was directly ahead, Kamos decisively urged his horse onward. Hoofs thundered across the ground as he raced away, leaving Evely behind. She chased after him in panic and shouted at his retreating back, Kamos! Please, take me with you. But all she received was the sight of his straight, pine-like back and his deep voice drifting through the darkness. Run along the path ahead. Don't bother me. I have a mission. The pounding hooves cut through the wind as Kamose raced along the 100-mile path inside the deep, dark forest. His identity and power were clear. Kamose was a transcendent knight. When he fought alone, his stats increased by 30%. Every enemy he killed granted another 20% increase, and those boosts could stack endlessly until the battle ended. As he rode toward the Goblin tribe, Kamose grew more excited by the second. His eye gleamed, and a smug smile curled across his face. Loa was really dead. The heavens were helping him. No one could hold him back now or interfere with his transcendent knight effect. Loa had always been dead weight, dragging the team down. Now that he was gone, Kamose was free. As long as he launched a surprise attack and stacked his passive first, it would not matter what kind of hero-class tribe stood ahead. With his battle experience, he would deal with every one of them. Kamose continued forward in high spirits, unaware that danger was waiting in the darkness. Then thwack! A rope had been stretched across the path. His warhorse was charging at full speed and never saw the obstacle before it was too late. In the middle of his self-congratulation, a sudden feeling of danger washed over him. Before he could react, the force of the fall hurled him from the saddle. Kamose twisted his body in midair and executed a perfect roll before he hit the ground, landing safely. His warhorse was not as fortunate. Crashed down hard behind him. After landing, Kamose quickly scanned the darkness around him. His eye widened when he saw the rope. A trap. Someone had launched a sneak attack. Then footsteps sounded behind him. Kamose's expression darkened. Hadn't Evely run away through the forest? How was she suddenly back here, carrying a staff? He spoke in a deep voice. Evely, why haven't you left? She did not answer. Instead, she continued walking silently toward him. Without saying another word, Evely raised the staff in her hand and aimed it directly at Kamose. Holy Light Smite. A powerful beam of holy light burst forward and slammed into him before he could defend himself. Kamose's body buckled beneath the impact, forcing him down to one knee as a roar of pain escaped his throat. When the violent attack finally began to fade, Kamose clutched his aching chest and shot Evely a furious glare. His face twisted with disbelief as he shouted at her. Evely, what do you think you're doing? Evely did not even flinch. She stood motionless, staring down at Kamose where he lay on the ground with the same cold detachment someone might show a worthless object. Her eyes were empty and distant. Threads of radiant light wrapped around her body, rising higher and higher like waves swelling toward a storm. Then she lifted her staff once more, her lips barely moving as she spoke. Master has ordered your death. The moment those words left her mouth, another devastating strike crashed down from above. A flash of holy radiance tore through the darkness like lightning, turning the entire area bright as midday. Holy Light Smite. Thick smoke immediately rolled across the battlefield. Evely kept her staff raised and narrowed her eyes, trying to peer through the haze, but the swirling smoke cut off nearly all of her vision. Then, without warning, a hand shot out from inside the smoke. It grabbed Evely by the hair with shocking speed and yanked her back before she could react. She cried out in pain as Kamose emerged from the smoke, his rage boiling over and his face twisted beyond recognition. You damned woman! What kind of demonic influence got into your head? Kamose snarled, his grip tightening as he glared at her. How dare you turn around and attack me? In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Kamose now had Evely under his control, and there was no chance he intended to simply let her go. He pressed the edge of his sharp sword against her neck while his eyes roamed over her with a disgusting, predatory gleam. Smirking as though he had just won a prize, he taunted her. Fine then, Evely. I won't hold back anymore. Evely turned her face away in open disgust, trying to avoid even looking at him, but that only made his laughter grow louder. Did you really think I only enjoy killing monsters? He sneered. Women like you are interesting too. I enjoy tearing down proud women and watching them lose everything. Delighted by the thought of what he had captured, Kamose grinned wider. This is perfect. A chance like this will help me stack my passive even further. Yet Evely did not panic. Despite the blade pressed close to her throat and Kamose holding her in place, she remained unnaturally calm. She offered no struggle at all. Her lips moved faintly, as though she were quietly reciting something under her breath. It was almost as though she had been waiting for someone. Kamose was just about to make his next move when something suddenly struck with a heavy thud. He froze and looked down in confusion. Wait, what is this? Where's my sword? Before he could understand what had happened, a voice spoke from behind him and sent a chill down his spine. Surprised that you dared to come here alone and try to destroy us? Kamose? Kamose spun around in horror. Standing behind him was Lin Tian, who had appeared without making the slightest sound. Lin Tian casually held Kamose's sword in one hand, turning it over as he examined it with an amused expression. Your class abilities and equipment really are troublesome, Lin Tian remarked calmly. The instant Evely saw her master, the cold emptiness in her face vanished. Her eyes brightened with uncontrollable joy as she called out, "Master!" Kamos finally understood what had happened. His teeth ground together as his gaze jumped from Evely to Lin Tian, the goblin he hated most. "So that's it," he growled. "You had her sneak up on me?" His expression darkened with contempt. "You really are shameless, lowering yourself enough to become the slave of a filthy little goblin." Evely acted as though she had not heard a single insult. She remained beside Lin Tian without reacting, happily allowing him to gently stroke her hair. Lin Tian ignored Kamos's words as well. To him, they were nothing more than meaningless barking. He looked at Kamos with a faint, contemptuous smile and answered casually, "So what? She's simply a very obedient dog." Lin Tian slowly looked Kamos over from head to toe, and disappointment gradually appeared in his eyes. "I honestly expected more from you," he said, narrowing his gaze. "You've really let me down." He shook his head as though the answer had become painfully obvious. "I thought you were some terrifying opponent. But in the end, you're just a man who relies on assassination to build up his passive ability. A twisted, bloodthirsty pervert hiding behind cheap tricks." Kamos stood rigidly in place, resentment pouring from him like a poisonous mist. Murder filled his eyes as he stared at Lin Tian. "I don't know how you found out about my attributes," he said through clenched teeth. "But I've played with lowly goblins like you long enough." The humiliation of failing to kill Lin Tian was more than he could endure. His pride had been crushed, and all that remained was the urge to tear this goblin apart. With a violent kick against the ground, Kamos rushed forward at full speed. His voice thundered through the clearing as he charged. "Even without my sword and without my passive, I can still send you straight to hell." As he closed the distance, Kamos pulled a dagger from his waist and aimed its tip directly at Lin Tian's heart. His eyes burned with hatred as he shouted, "After I kill you, that bitch Evely will be next." Then he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his dagger driving straight toward Lin Tian. But just as Kamos lunged ahead, movement stirred behind the nearby bushes. Under the glow of the surrounding light, a massive group of goblins stepped out from the shadows, and among them stood something far more terrifying, a dragon. Kamos stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock. "Wait, a dragon? Here?" Before Kamos could even recover from the sight, Lin Tian's eyes began to glow with a crimson light. He looked at Kamos with open amusement and laughed softly. "Today," Lin Tian said, "we'll find out who gets sent to hell first." The moment he finished speaking, the first performance began right before everyone's eyes. The red fire dragon opened its jaws and unleashed its breath of fire. Flames erupted across the battlefield, and the goblins immediately burst into excited cheers, watching the terrifying display with wild enthusiasm. A scream so horrifying that it barely sounded human tore through the night. It echoed across the forest like the howl of a demon trapped in unbearable agony. Kamos's body was swallowed by wave after wave of searing pain. The stench of burning flesh spread through the air as the flames ravaged him without mercy. At last, his strength failed. He collapsed onto his knees, and his endless screaming slowly weakened until it faded into the darkness. Back at the tribe, the goblins heard the heavy footsteps of a large group approaching from far away. They rushed out at once, and the moment they spotted Lin Tian, their eyes lit up with excitement. "Boss is back! Boss came back! Quick, look what the boss brought with him!" Their voices overlapped as they shouted with joy, gathering around their returning leader. Meanwhile, Loa sat alone inside the cold, pitch-black prison. Suddenly, a heavy object hit the ground nearby with a dull thud. He recoiled in fear. His eyes widened slowly as he stared at what had landed before him, unable to believe what he was seeing. A horrifying realization crept into Loa's mind. His entire body began to tremble as he slowly crawled closer to the skeletal remains lying on the floor. Then Lin Tian approached him, each slow step making Loa's terrified expression grow worse. Lin Tian looked down at him with a sneer. "So this is the unstoppable death you kept talking about?" he said mockingly. "What a shame. In the end, he overestimated himself and died by my hand." Loa could not take his eyes off the skeleton. Lin Tian's words seemed to strike something deep inside him, and his face slowly twisted into a crazed smile. His body shook violently, though it was impossible to tell whether it was fear or genuine madness. "Dead. Another one is dead," Loa muttered. Then his voice rose sharply as he raved. "Sword Saint, that bastard. To protect that useless rabble in Bright Town, you people were sent here one after another, only to become goblin food and upgrades. What kind of monstrous plan is this? You and her. You must be working together. Lin Tian paid no attention to Loa's rambling. In the darkness of the prison, he simply ordered Kamose's remains to be carried out before the tribe. The goblins quickly gathered around, their mouths watering as they stared at the feast of flesh and bone laid out before them. Lin Tian stood before the crowd like a predator calmly studying its prey. They might look strong because of their numbers, he thought, but their overall quality is still uncertain. From now on, I need to focus on cultivating rare goblins. His gaze settled on Kamose's remains. His flesh is premium nourishment. It needs to be used properly. Kamose was no ordinary human. His nutritional value should be much greater than that of an average person. Lin Tian looked around the gathered goblins before pointing toward one standing nearby. Goblin-san, he called. You'll be the first to eat this prey. Once you're finished, let the others have the rest. Goblin-san's face immediately brightened with joy. He bowed repeatedly and shouted, "Thank you, boss. Thank you so much, boss." Goblin-san wasted no time. He rushed toward the charred skeletal remains and began gnawing on them greedily. The other goblins could only watch with envious eyes. Every one of them wanted a share, but none dared step forward. Out of respect for Lin Tian's order, they forced themselves to wait. Lin Tian watched Goblin-san devour the remains and felt deeply satisfied. Evolving a goblin into a rare goblin requires both talent and the right bloodline, he thought. I chose Goblin-san for the first experiment because he has the most potential among them. With Lin Tian's understanding of his own subordinates, he had already judged Goblin-san carefully. His fake arrogance mixed with his genuine perversion made him an especially suitable specimen. A broad grin spread across Lin Tian's face as he continued watching. He could barely hide his anticipation for the day rare goblins would appear before him. This one is a promising seed, he thought. He then took a crisp bite from a juicy red apple, savoring it as he began considering his next move. As for the Sword Saint, Lin Tian had already checked her situation through the system. She only had 3 Knight squads under her command, and now the Silver Knight squad had already been wiped out. He sat down in a soft chair covered in fur, his eyes narrowing as he considered what would happen next. Once news of Kamose's defeat reaches her, the Sword Saint's morale will definitely take a hit. To stabilize the situation, she will have no choice but to act. Instead of sitting here and waiting for her to attack, Lin Tian decided that he would take the initiative first. In the next instant, Lin Tian appeared inside the system space. Now was the perfect opportunity to use the simulation system and look into what the future might hold. He faced the empty space before him and spoke without hesitation. System, begin the simulation. With the system's assistance, the results soon appeared before him. Lin Tian stared at the displayed outcome, then burst into hearty laughter. A red glow flickered in his eyes as he looked at what the system had revealed. Sword Saint, he said with clear amusement. You really are a greedy saint. Looks like I've won this gamble. Lin Tian rose to his feet and addressed the goblins around him. Goblins, assemble. Tomorrow, I'll lead you on a grand expedition. The goblins had been noisily feasting on the roasted remains, but the sudden order instantly changed the mood. They hurried to prepare themselves for battle and answered in unison. Yes, boss. Lin Tian watched as his subordinates rushed to carry out his command without delay. Lin Tian stood proudly among his tribe, but his thoughts had already turned toward Bright Town. Fighting spirit surged through his body, and his eyes carried the deep red shade of fresh blood. This time, he thought coldly, it will be my turn to wipe them out. Inside Bright Town, the humans and the Sword Saint were gathered when a cold, unfamiliar voice suddenly broke the silence. Report. Where was it found? A soldier knelt at once. Fear was impossible to hide from his face as he forced himself to answer. Our reporting. It was discovered outside the city walls. Above him, a figure looked down in silence, her hair hanging low and hiding her eyes. On the ground lay a skeleton. The sight of it silenced the Sword Saint completely. Just yesterday, Kamose had confidently boasted that he would charge into battle without fearing even giants. And now all that remained of him was a skeleton. I warned him that he would be captured, someone said bitterly. Now we have another hostage to rescue. Then the voice corrected itself with grim mockery. No, not rescue. We need to prepare a funeral for him. The beautiful mage stood frozen by the sight. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she stared at the bones before her. What? He's really just a skeleton? In only one day, the tall knights erupted in fury when they saw Kamose's remains. Those filthy beasts! How could they kill Kamose and even send back nothing but his skeleton? The soldiers had been confused at first, but fear soon gripped every one of them. No one dared make a sound. The tension in the air became so heavy that even the drop of a pin would have been heard. The Sword Saint slowly pieced together everything that had happened recently. the dragon's attacks, the goblin ambushes, and the repeated failures to eliminate them. At last, she raised her head. Her voice was cold and sharp. The goblins keep escaping destruction, and the dragon keeps harassing us. None of this can possibly be a coincidence. The more the Sword Saint thought about it, the more her blood boiled. She was the Sword Saint, surrounded by elite knights, yet they had been repeatedly pushed back by that rabble. It has to be a conspiracy between that vile dragon and the goblins, she said through gritted teeth. They want to use the civilians of Bright Town to restrain us. Her eyes hardened as she made her decision. We cannot remain passive any longer. Keeping troops in the town is accomplishing nothing. We'll change our approach. Her voice grew more forceful with every word. If they attack, we retaliate. If they provoke us, we answer. And if they want to destroy us, then we'll drag them down with us. The Sword Saint's fighting spirit ignited as she immediately issued new orders to her subordinates. Go. Every member is to depart for the Imperial capital at once and request reinforcements. There is no time to waste. Yes, Sword Saint. The knights answered quickly before turning their horses toward the Imperial capital and riding out without delay. Horses galloped through the dense forest, their hooves pounding heavily against the ground as the knights urged them onward at full speed. After thinking for a moment, the horned helmet knight spurred his horse ahead and caught up with the tall knight leading the group. Captain, the horned helmet knight called out over the sound of hoofbeats. Even if we ride at full speed, a trip to the Imperial capital and back will take several days. He looked worried as he continued. What happens if all of us leave and Bright Town is attacked in the meantime? I'll go to the Imperial capital alone and ask for reinforcements. You should return and help the Sword Saint defend the town. The mage immediately urged her horse forward and joined the two knights. She frowned at the horned helmet knight, clearly disagreeing. Do you understand what you're saying? She asked. This is the Sword Saint's plan. If the goblins attack us, at least someone among us will be able to escape, report what happened, and bring back more reinforcements. Seeing the doubtful look still lingering on the horned helmet knight's face, the mage quickly continued. With the Sword Saint's strength, directly facing and eliminating the goblins or the dragon would not be difficult for her. But that is not the real problem. Her expression turned serious. Right now, neither the goblins nor the dragon can be handled by a single knight squad. The Sword Saint cannot risk leaving Bright Town, because one of them could attack the city the moment she departs. They were trapped in a dangerous situation. Their enemies remained hidden in the shadows, while Bright Town stood exposed in the open. Under these conditions, it is difficult to make perfect arrangements, the mage said. The only choice is for the Sword Saint to remain behind and protect the town while the rest of us seek reinforcements. Do you understand now? After hearing the mage's explanation, the knight captain nodded in agreement. That's right, he said. The Sword Saint chose this escape and rescue plan to protect both the Warcry Squad and Bright Town. We need to get away as quickly as possible. The horned helmet knight finally understood. His eyes widened slightly as the situation became clear to him. Oh, so that's what this is. The group continued riding through the forest, but suddenly the captain pulled hard on his reins and brought his horse to a stop. Wait! A fierce wind howled through the trees, making the old wooden bridge ahead creak and rattle. The bridge had been destroyed. It was the only route across, yet now it had been badly damaged and made completely unusable. The atmosphere among the knights instantly grew heavy. The mage looked ahead in alarm. Captain, the bridge is gone. What are we supposed to do now? We're already in a hurry. The mage quickly grabbed her reins, ready to turn her horse around. Captain, someone destroyed this on purpose, she said urgently. Let's take another route and make a detour. The captain studied the ruined bridge for a moment before shaking his head. No, he said firmly. That may be exactly what they want. Taking another road could lead us straight into an ambush. He looked around the dark forest carefully. The most dangerous place can sometimes be the safest one. Since this bridge has already been destroyed, they will probably assume we won't stay here or return here. That makes this place the safest option. The others considered his words and slowly nodded. That makes sense, they agreed. The captain immediately turned toward his squad and gave a clear command. Cut down trees and rebuild the bridge. We have to get across before nightfall. Yes, sir. The knights quickly scattered through the forest, gathering wood and materials as they worked together to rebuild the crossing. After half a day of exhausting labor, a new bridge finally stood in place. By then, dusk had arrived. The captain looked over the rebuilt crossing with clear satisfaction, seeing that the desperate work had paid off. We finally finished it. As the group reached the middle of the newly rebuilt bridge, the mage suddenly felt a chill crawl down her spine. She looked around at the dimming forest and cried out in confusion. This is strange. Why did it get dark so suddenly? The captain raised his head toward the sky, his eyes fixed on the enormous shape overhead as it drew closer and closer, blotting out more of the light with every passing second. When a true outline finally emerged from the darkness, the captain's expression changed completely. His brows pulled tight, and he shouted in alarm, "Not good!" A gigantic dragon was soaring through the sky toward them, its wings spread wide enough to cast a shadow over the bridge. Its crimson eyes glimmered with hungry intent as it descended. "A dragon!" the knights shouted. Then someone noticed something else. "Wait, there's something riding on its back." The knights squinted through the darkness, trying to make out the figure on the dragon's back. "A person?" one of them muttered. Then another voice cut in sharply. "No, look again. That's a goblin." Everyone stared upward, and there was no mistaking it. A goblin was indeed standing on the dragon's back. The instant the captain recognized the goblin, rage surged through him. His blood boiled as he clenched his weapon and roared, "Just as I thought! The goblins and that dragon are working together." Lin Tian stood casually atop the dragon's back, looking down at the knights below as though they were no more than tiny insects. A faint smile appeared on his face. "You're quicker-witted than I expected," he said. "But instead of taking the detour, you chose to rebuild the bridge. Were you worried there would be an ambush waiting for you on the other side?" The captain's face darkened as the truth clicked into place. "So it was you!" he shouted furiously at Lin Tian. "You were the one blocking our path to reinforcements. You destroyed the bridge and played us from the start." His anger exploded as he raised his weapon. "I'll kill you." But he had barely finished speaking when the dragon opened its jaws. A short, concentrated blast of flame shot downward like a blazing missile, streaking straight toward the bridge. Fire swallowed the bridge in an instant. The captain and his squad immediately jerked their horses around and fled back the way they had come. "Run!" The fire dragon's breath chased close behind them, devouring the wooden bridge without mercy. The structure burned like dry paper, collapsing beneath the roaring flames almost as quickly as it had been rebuilt. With no time left to escape on horseback, the knights all leapt from their mounts to save themselves, tumbling onto the grass below. The captain landed hard and grabbed his injured arm, wincing through the pain. Beside him, the mage stared at the burning bridge in horror. "Our bridge!" Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Those damned goblins!" The captain's fury erupted again. He glared toward Lin Tian and roared, "I'll catch you, and when I do, I'll torture you to death." At that moment, the sky above them seemed to turn into a sea of fire. Lin Tian heard the captain's threat, but his expression remained completely calm as he looked down from the dragon. "Then let's see whether you can defeat my goblins," he said coldly, "and the dragon mother who is on her way." In the blink of an eye, goblins began closing in from every side. Their numbers quickly formed a tight circle around the stranded knights. Lin Tian's words, combined with the goblins surrounding them, sent panic through the group. "We're surrounded!" someone cried. "Is the dragon horde really coming too?" The mage turned anxiously toward her captain. "Captain, if more dragons arrive, we won't stand a chance." The armored captain forced himself to stay composed. "No," he said, trying to steady the others. "This could be an opportunity. If we can hold them off long enough, it may become our chance to resolve Brighttown's situation once and for all." He quickly turned toward the horned helmet knight and shouted his order. "We'll keep them occupied. You use your speed to break through their encirclement, get back, and report everything." "Understood, Captain." The horned helmet knight answered immediately. He pushed himself to maximum speed and launched forward, charging straight toward the weakest point in the goblins' formation. "You damned monsters!" he roared as he drove through their ranks, forcing goblins aside and scattering them with his charge as he carved a path out of the encirclement. "Just hold out until the Sword Saint arrives," the knights thought. "Once she gets here, we can capture every one of them." The goblins watched the horned helmet knight escape with looks of faint regret, yet strangely, none of them gave chase. The mage noticed that strange hesitation at once. Her expression tightened as unease flooded her chest. "Something isn't right, Captain," she warned. "Something is definitely wrong here." The goblins kept pressing closer, grinning with their lips curled back and licking their mouths as they stared hungrily at the trapped knights. "This wasn't a real breakthrough," the mage continued urgently. "They deliberately let him get away. This could be a trap." The moment she said it, Lin Tian descended from the sky on the dragon's back. His enormous shadow loomed over the knights, and dread immediately settled over them. By then, they understood it too late. They had walked directly into a trap. "You're right," Lin Tian said from atop the dragon. "There is no dragon mother. That was only a lie to lure that fool away from Brighttown." His gaze turned mocking as he looked down at them. "Now tell me, What do you think will happen to Bright Town once the Sword Saint leaves it behind? The captain heard those words, and rage immediately overwhelmed him. He raised his weapon and charged forward, roaring at his remaining men. Bring down that dragon rider! Bright Town is already in danger, the captain shouted. We have to hold on until the Sword Saint arrives. Yes, the mage answered as she moved into a defensive stance beside the bald warrior. Both of them braced themselves, preparing to fight for their lives. The captain lunged forward and launched a furious attack. But the mad goblin did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he met the captain head-on, swinging his own sword back with savage force. Their weapons collided with a violent crash, sending powerful shockwaves through the air. The mad goblin's strength was no joke. He was clearly capable of matching the captain blow for blow. Damn it, he's actually equal to me, the captain thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. Then his gaze shifted to the goblin's weapon. Something about that sword looked painfully familiar. The captain jumped back, his eyes widening as he finally recognized it. That sword, it's Kamoza's. Above them, Lin Tian watched the exchange from the dragon's back. He looked down at the captain with visible disappointment. I thought you were someone special, he said casually. Turns out you're just average. Lin Tian reached for his divine crossbow, his expression growing colder. Everyone, he said. Time is running out. Then Lin Tian leapt down from the dragon, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Finish these knights quickly, he ordered. The Sword Saint could arrive at any moment. In only an instant, the captain and the knights fighting beside him were overwhelmed and brought down. Lin Tian released a powerful gust of wind that slammed the captain to the ground and pinned him there, leaving him unable to rise. Damn it, I can't hold on? The captain gasped helplessly as he watched his companions being devoured alive around him. Despair filled his eyes as he realized how badly he had misjudged the enemy. It's my fault, he muttered. I underestimated these goblins. Lin Tian did not allow him to say another word. He fired a bolt from his crossbow directly into the back of the captain's neck. The captain's body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious. I got a new weapon, boss. The mad goblin excitedly held up the captain's weapon for Lin Tian to see. Look at this. Isn't it great? Lin Tian ignored the mad goblin completely and turned toward Goblin San instead. Goblin San, we're running out of time, he ordered. Hurry up and devour those bodies. We need to retreat before the Sword Saint gets here. Yes, boss. Thank you, boss. Goblin San answered eagerly before lowering his head and continuing his feast. 15 minutes later, the Sword Saint finally arrived at the area. She stopped at the edge of a massive chasm and raised her hand, signaling the troops behind her to halt. The path ahead had been completely cut off. Looking across the chasm, the Sword Saint saw the aftermath of battle on the other side. Her jaw tightened as she gritted her teeth. Too late, she said coldly. We only needed a few more minutes to rebuild the bridge. After finally finding a way through, they reached what remained of their fallen comrades. Captain! The horned helmet knight rushed forward and dropped to his knees beside the skeletal remains. Tears filled his eyes as he sobbed in grief. This evil! I swear I'll avenge you. The Sword Saint stared down at the remains with a grim, unreadable expression. Not even their bodies are left behind, she said quietly. Then her eyes shifted to the enormous footprints pressed into the ground nearby. The dragon and the goblins really are cooperating, she concluded. Yes, the horned helmet knight cried out. I saw a goblin among them, controlling the dragon from its back. He has to be their leader. What? The Sword Saint's eyes widened sharply at the revelation. He ordered the dragon to burn the bridge, the horned helmet knight continued. The captain and the others must have been killed by the goblins first, then burned by the dragon's fire afterward. He looked at the Sword Saint with desperation in his eyes. You have to destroy them, Sword Saint. The Sword Saint fell silent and studied the remains more carefully. Her eyes moved from the scorch marks to the traces left by goblin teeth. This is strange, she murmured. Only a small area was burned by dragon fire. Most of these bones look like they were gnawed on by goblins. Her expression slowly hardened. Could it be that there weren't many dragons here at all? The thought struck her like lightning. Her eyes widened as she finally understood. Damn it, she snapped. This was a diversion? She immediately turned around and ran, shouting orders to her troops as urgency filled her voice. Retreat to Bright Town at once. Something is wrong. The horned helmet knight stood there in stunned confusion, completely unaware that he had unknowingly helped Lin Tian's plan succeed. Back in Bright Town, the once peaceful settlement that had lived under the Sword Saint's protection was barely recognizable. Buildings lay smashed apart, smoke drifted through the broken streets, and the entire town had been reduced to ruin. The Sword Saint stood frozen at the entrance, staring at the devastation in disbelief. Rubble covered the ground. Smoke curled through the air, and injured or fallen townspeople were scattered everywhere she looked. Her strength suddenly left her. The sword saint dropped to her knees amid the wreckage, her face numb with shock as she kept shaking her head. No, this isn't real. This can't be real. All around her, cries of grief continued to echo through the ruined town. Nearby, a young boy knelt beside his unconscious father, clutching at him while sobbing so hard that his whole body trembled. Dad, Dad. The sword saint's eyes filled with sorrow at the sound. She slowly approached the boy and reached out, trying to comfort him gently. Don't be afraid, little one. It's going to be all right. But the boy suddenly slapped her hand away with all the strength he could muster. Get away from me, he shouted, glaring at her through his tears. You act like you protect us every day, the boy cried bitterly. But when the goblins attacked, you weren't here at all. His voice cracked as he pointed at her. You're a bad person. You're a liar. The sword saint could only stand there in stunned silence, forced to take every word of the boy's accusation. Then the surviving townspeople began turning toward her one after another. Their eyes were full of resentment, and their words cut into her far more deeply than any weapon. Don't apologize. You failed to protect us. You have no right to call yourself our sword saint. We raised you for nothing. Bright Town doesn't need someone like you protecting us. Just as Lin Tian had expected, turning the people of Bright Town against the sword saint had become the most devastating blow of all. The sword saint could hardly believe what she was hearing. Insult after insult crashed down on her, making her head spin as though the entire world were tilting beneath her feet. Her body trembled, and she tried to speak, but the words would not come out. Before she could defend herself even once, she suddenly coughed up blood. The sword saint collapsed onto the ground, completely helpless, while the townspeople continued to curse at her without mercy. Useless. Why did this happen? Was destroying Bright Town your plan from the beginning? You should just die. The dragon mother watched the entire scene from above. Looking down at the broken sword saint, she let out a quiet sigh. Lin Tian had truly succeeded. Without fighting her head-on, he had turned the human sword saint into a complete failure and shattered her spirit from within. The dragon mother felt deeply pleased by what she had witnessed. Her goal of breaking the sword saint had finally been achieved. As she watched the ruined town below, one thought crossed her mind with growing anticipation. I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Tian again. That evening, back at the goblin tribe, the sound of many approaching footsteps echoed through the camp. Lin Tian and his goblin troops had finally returned from their mission. A goblin guard spotted them first and immediately shouted with joy. Boss is back. The boss has returned. As Lin Tian entered the tribe, he looked toward Gobi and asked directly, How did the mission go today? Did anything unexpected happen? Gobi pointed ahead with pride. Boss, the attack was successful. We brought back plenty of loot, along with several prisoners. He gestured toward a cage nearby, where two girls in revealing bunny outfits were being held. Some of them even surrendered willingly because they wanted to stay alive. Then Gobi remembered another part of the order Lin Tian had given him. And as you instructed, boss, we sent a card of gold to Kasana, the girl you protected with your life in your previous life. We also escorted her and her family safely out of the city. Lin Tian paused for a moment before turning back to Gobi with a satisfied look. You did well, Gobi. Starting today, you'll receive priority alongside Goblin-san when it comes to devouring monsters. Thank you, boss. Gobi scratched the back of his head happily, clearly thrilled by the reward. Lin Tian looked forward in silence, his thoughts turning to Kasana. In his previous life, she had been the only person who truly trusted him. Sending her away from this conflict was his way of repaying that kindness. As for the sword saint, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. By now, she should be completely broken. Elsewhere, inside the dragon mother's lair, scout dragons flew in and out of the cavern, carrying food and supplies back for their leader. Lin Tian had arrived at the lair once again. This was the second time he had entered the dragon mother's domain. He looked toward her and spoke respectfully. Thank you, dragon mother. Thanks to your assistance, the entire plan succeeded perfectly. The dragon mother moved closer, clearly pleased by the outcome. I heard the sword saint is bedridden now, she said. That makes me very happy. Lin Tian took a seat before continuing. But I still need your help, dragon mother. Please keep sending your dragons to harass Bright Town and continue putting pressure on the sword saint. The dragon mother leaned in slightly, her gaze fixed on him. And what reward am I supposed to receive? She asked. Having my dragons fly back and forth all the time is quite tiring. Lin Tian had already considered that question. He had brought several plump cows with him as payment and gestured toward the offering. What do you think of these? he began, presenting the cattle to her. But before he could finish his sentence, the dragon mother suddenly grabbed him and pulled him close, catching Lin Tian completely off guard. After a few moments, she pulled away and stared at him with a look filled with desire. "The reward I want is you," she said plainly. "What do you think?" She cupped Lin Tian's face in both hands, holding his gaze. Lin Tian looked uneasy as he asked, "You want me? Are you serious?" Ignoring his hesitation, the dragon mother pushed Lin Tian down and spoke in a low, gentle voice. "Even though you impregnated the dragon I gave you, I don't mind that." Then her fingers tightened around his neck, and her eyes narrowed with a dangerous warning. "But if you refuse me," she said softly, "I'll be very angry." Lin Tian let out a nervous laugh and quickly tried to clarify himself. "Don't misunderstand. I only thought that a weak goblin like me could never be worthy of the dragon mother." The dragon mother pressed close to him, her voice carrying a low, satisfied purr. "You are not an ordinary goblin. I can see the potential of a goblin king inside you." Her eyes gleamed as she continued. "We dragons have always respected strength. I only wish to be with the strong, so that stronger offspring can be born." Lin Tian's eyes brightened at the sight before him. In the end, he could only give in. "Then I suppose I have no choice but to obey." Soon, the sounds of their private encounter echoed through the dragon mother's lair, stirring the other dragons nearby. Several of them became restless and secretly peeked in to see what was happening. Sometime later, Lin Tian finally stood up and began putting his clothes back on. He looked completely drained, and even his steps were unsteady as he tried to regain his balance. Leaning against one of the sleeping dragon mother's horns, Lin Tian lowered his voice. "I need to leave while she's asleep." His legs still felt weak as he staggered away. That dragon mother is really something else. At last, Lin Tian managed to climb onto his dragon and return to the tribe. "The dragon mother is unbelievably powerful," he thought as he rode away. "If I had stayed any longer, I would have been in serious trouble." Back inside the lair, the dragon mother eventually woke up and returned to her half-dragon form. She let out a quiet sigh as she reflected on Lin Tian's strength. "He is exactly as I imagined," she murmured. "Perhaps one day, he will lead the goblins and build an entirely new world." Back at the tribe, the atmosphere was calm until a startled cry suddenly broke the silence. "What?" Kasana stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. "You want to let us go?" The elf queen heard this and furrowed her brow slightly. She looked toward Lin Tian with concern in her eyes, seeming as though she wanted to say something but could not bring herself to speak. Lin Tian did not waste time circling around the issue. "There are already many human prisoners in the tribe," he said. "With your people taking their place, and with your reproductive abilities, I can allow you to leave freely." The issue of continuing the elves' bloodline was no longer a problem, but Lin Tian still had another goal in mind. "Elves are more useful to me than human prisoners," he continued. "Instead of forcing you to stay, I would rather take a gamble and let you decide whether to follow me willingly." The moment the elves heard that Lin Tian was willing to grant them freedom, a wave of excitement spread through the group. The elf queen thought quietly for a moment, then placed one hand on Kasana's shoulder. "Kasana, all of you," she said gently. "If you want to leave, then go." Kasana looked up at her mother, her eyes filled with both happiness and uncertainty. "Mother!" Then Lin Tian noticed movement beside him. The elf queen had dropped to one knee and bowed respectfully before him. Her voice was sincere, carrying both admiration and determination. "After spending this time with you, I've realized that you are no ordinary goblin. Would you allow me to remain in this tribe and follow you?" Lin Tian looked down at the elf queen, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "You're very intelligent," he said. "Staying here may be more beneficial for you. I can also guarantee that I will not cause trouble for the other elves." He understood that the queen had not reached this choice lightly. Anyone capable of becoming the leader of an entire tribe had to be wiser than most. Leaving might not actually be safer than remaining here. With only women left among the elves, staying under Lin Tian's protection could be the best path available to them. Both Lin Tian and the queen understood the agreement that went unspoken. "She is staying because she wants to use my protection to safeguard the elves," Lin Tian thought. When Kasana saw her mother kneeling before Lin Tian, tears instantly filled her eyes. "Mother, how can you stay here all alone?" Crying, Kasana immediately dropped to her knees beside her mother. The other elves looked at each other in silence. Then, one by one, those who wished to remain also knelt down. "I'm not leaving either. From now on, I will follow the chieftain." "Me too. I want to stay." Seeing Kasana and the other elves choose to remain, the elf queen was stunned. She knew how desperately they had once wanted freedom. Watching the elves kneel before him, Lin Tian knew his judgment had been correct. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. Just as I thought. If the leader chooses to stay, others will be willing to stay as well. This was exactly the outcome Lin Tian wanted. Rather than forcing the elves to submit, he had allowed them to make the choice for themselves. Lin Tian stepped forward and raised one hand before the gathered elves. If you have chosen to stay, then you are no longer prisoners. From today onward, you are my subordinates, and I will guarantee your safety. Thank you, chieftain. The elves answered together, their voices echoing through the tribe. The addition of the elves filled Lin Tian with satisfaction. They would become a powerful asset for the Goblin tribe. His main concern, the Sword Saint, had already fallen, and there were no immediate external threats left to slow their growth. A smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as his eyes narrowed. It's time to cultivate a large number of hero-class goblins. Suddenly, the Mad Goblin shouted from nearby, "Boss, the tribe members are too small for me." He pointed toward a cage while repeatedly winking at Lin Tian. "Boss, come take a look." Lin Tian's good mood immediately deflated. He rubbed his temples, clearly exasperated by what he was hearing. Just when Lin Tian thought one problem had finally been handled, another erupted without warning. A goblin came sprinting into the area, gasping for breath as panic covered his face. "Boss, Goblin-san looks like he's dead. Please, come quickly." "What?" Lin Tian snapped, immediately rushing after him. Lin Tian hurried to the scene and found Goblin-san sprawled motionless on the ground. Deep scratches covered his body from head to toe, as though he had gone through something horrifying before collapsing. The surrounding goblins had formed a frightened circle around him, none daring to get too close. "What happened here?" Lin Tian demanded. I don't know," one goblin replied with wide, terrified eyes. "He was hiding here, going crazy. He kept scratching himself until he looked dead." Several other goblins quickly nodded, confirming the same thing. Then, right in front of everyone, Goblin-san's body began to change. His skin gradually darkened from its usual green into a rough greenish-brown. His fangs lengthened into sharper points, while his arms and legs visibly evolved. Jagged thorns burst out from his flesh, covering parts of his body with a vicious new armor. Goblin-san suddenly pushed himself upright. The goblins closest to him shrieked in terror and scrambled behind Lin Tian for safety. "He's alive!" Goblin-san came back to life. Lin Tian stood still and watched the transformation closely, silently judging the new power Goblin-san had gained. Before Lin Tian now stood a completely mutated goblin. Razor-sharp claws extended from his hands, thorny spikes lined his back, and a long hooked tail swayed behind him. Lin Tian checked the information displayed by the system. Goblin-san. Level 50. Mutated Goblin. Berserker class. Title, Revived. Divine Blessing. HP, 1200. Strength, 350. Defense, 400. Skills, Bone Spike, Bone Growth, Berserker Heart. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had actually become far stronger after mutating. Lin Tian studied Goblin-san with a mixture of admiration and caution. If I hadn't gained so many attributes from the Dragon Mother, he thought, I'm not even sure I could defeat him now. Goblin-san felt the surge of power flooding through his altered body. He jumped up excitedly, his new tail lashing behind him as he cheered. "Boss, I'm not dead. I'm even stronger than before." The other goblins stared at him with open awe. Lin Tian let out a satisfied breath. He was pleased to have gained such a powerful subordinate, then gave Goblin-san his next responsibility. "Not bad. Your strength and intelligence have both improved greatly. From now on, focus on helping nurture the next generation of goblins." "Yes, boss." Goblin-san answered with a broad grin. Lin Tian looked toward the distance. "In 3 months, we'll return to Bright Town and see what has changed." 3 months later, inside a tavern in Bright Town, several knights sat around a table drinking beer and talking among themselves. "Has the Sword Saint recovered yet?" one knight asked. "I doubt it," another replied. A third knight laughed bitterly. "If that happened to me, I would have gone completely mad by now." Suddenly, a confident voice sounded from behind them. "A bunch of goblins still needs the brave blood knights to deal with them." Every person in the tavern turned toward the speaker. A handsome young man stood there, his features noble and refined, carrying himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to being noticed. "It's Baron Boloa," someone exclaimed. The tavern quickly filled with murmurs. He was a diamond-rank adventurer and the captain of the brave blood knights, a man with status far beyond that of ordinary mercenaries. Elsewhere, an image from the system appeared before Lin Tian. Inside it, baby goblins played peacefully in their cradles. After 3 months of steady growth and reproduction, the tribe had accumulated 153 third-generation hero-class goblins. At the same time, The royal family had offered a reward of 300 gold coins for the destruction of Lin Tian's tribe. The bounty had already drawn adventurer groups of every level toward Bright Town, all eager to hunt goblins and claim the reward for themselves. Figures of countless adventurers appeared in the system's projection. Old and young, men and women, tall and short, thin and heavy. Their possible ranks ranged from silver, gold, platinum, and diamond to even more dangerous trial-level opponents. The result made the danger unmistakably clear. Lin Tian was about to face diamond rank and trial rank enemies. The simulation came to an end after showing 1 month of future events, awarding a score of 10 points and a 10-fold life bonus. Lin Tian stared at the outcome with his jaw hanging open. "What the hell?" he muttered. The Sword Saint had already been terrifying enough. Diamond rank adventurers were elite even among humans, and trial rank fighters were said to be stronger than the Sword Saint herself. "Are you kidding me?" Lin Tian's expression darkened as he realized there was no easy way around this. "There's no choice this time. I'll have to deal with all of it myself." The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Lin Tian slumped back into his chair, his face tense as he considered the enemies that would soon come for his tribe. Just then, the Elf Queen and Goblin Mun approached him together. "Chieftain, we have something important to report," the Queen said respectfully. Lin Tian looked up, surprised by the urgency in their voices. "What is it?" he asked. The Queen and Goblin Mun exchanged uneasy glances before both lowering themselves to their knees. "The new generation of goblins has grown rapidly," the Queen explained. "But the monster resources in the forest are no longer enough. Everyone is beginning to run out of food." Goblin Mun continued. "The nearby iron mine is almost exhausted too. Some goblins don't even have weapons or equipment, and their training is suffering because of it." Lin Tian frowned as he listened. If food and weapons are becoming scarce, Lin Tian thought, then this place no longer has enough resources to support us. The strange situation in Bright Town made things even more dangerous. He needed somewhere easier to defend, somewhere rich enough to allow the tribe to survive and grow. "It seems we need to find a better location," he said. "A place with abundant resources and stronger natural defenses." Lin Tian rose from his seat without hesitation. "Everyone," he announced firmly, "prepare to relocate." "Relocate immediately?" Goblin Mun asked in surprise. "Yes, we're relocating," the Elf Queen answered calmly before Lin Tian could say more. "I'll handle the arrangements." She trusted that Lin Tian would find a way to keep the tribe alive. The group traveled through the dense forest, descending deeper into the wilderness until they finally arrived before a roaring waterfall. Hidden behind the curtain of falling water was a cave entrance. Inside, droplets fell steadily from the stone ceiling, their soft echoes carrying through the silent chambers. After studying the surrounding area, Lin Tian's expression brightened with satisfaction. "This cave behind the waterfall is deep and complicated," he said. "It's perfect for a settlement." Holding a torch in front of him, he led the way deeper into the darkness. The goblins followed close behind, along with Goblin Mun and the Elf Queen. Goblin Mun clung nervously to Lin Tian's arm, her eyes wide as she stared into the unknown depths of the cave. Lin Tian looked farther into the cave, then turned back and began issuing orders. "Mad Goblin, Goblin-san, lead the others in clearing the rocks and setting up defenses." Then he looked toward Goblin Mun. "Goblin Mun, take care of the prisoners and the children. Get them settled." "Yes, boss," they replied together. The goblins soon found a suitable area within the cave and began removing stones from the ground. Torchlight flickered across the walls as they worked, gradually pushing back the darkness of their new home. Lin Tian climbed onto a high rock and looked down over the territory that would soon belong to his tribe. "From this day forward, this will be our new home," he declared. "Follow my orders, and I'll make sure you are fed and properly equipped." Then his voice turned cold. "But anyone who disobeys the rules will die." His words echoed through the cave. The goblins raised their weapons and erupted into cheers. "Long live the boss! Long live the boss! We will obey!" Their voices thundered through the cavern. After overseeing the relocation and making sure the tribe had settled into its new home, Lin Tian's thoughts returned to the warning from the simulation system. He stood quietly, stroking his chin as he looked into the distance. The tribe is secure for now, he thought. Next, I need to investigate Bright Town. If the system's prediction was accurate, he needed to understand these adventurers before deciding on his next move. Inside a Bright Town tavern, the bartender poured a glass of beer and set it in front of the guest seated at the counter. Curiosity filled his eyes as he studied the man before him. "Baron Boloa," the bartender asked, "aren't you usually only interested in high-level monsters? Why are you personally coming after goblins this time?" Boloa lifted the drink and took a slow sip, his eyes half closed as a faint smile touched his lips. "It's simple," he said. My useless cousin Loa was captured by lowly goblins. I have to handle this personally, or people will start thinking it has damaged my reputation. I see, the bartender replied, finally understanding why such an influential adventurer had come to Bright Town. A booming laugh suddenly interrupted the conversation. Baron Boloa, you said you were going to handle those goblins yourself. Have you forgotten about me? I didn't come all this way for nothing. The loud laughter drew everyone's attention. Boloa and the bartender both turned toward its source. Oh, it's you, old man, Boloa said after recognizing the newcomer. The people around the tavern began whispering as the old man strode forward. His gaze remained fixed on Boloa, and his proud manner made it clear that he feared no one in the room. Exterminating goblins is something I can handle, he said arrogantly. If you refuse to let me participate, then give me 1,000 gold coins instead. Speaking to Baron Boloa like that made one thing obvious. This old man was no ordinary adventurer. As the crowd watched, the newcomer came fully into view. He had silver hair, wore long mage robes, and carried a staff topped with a massive red ruby. It's the Grey Hat Wizard, someone shouted. The leader of the Grey Hat Knights, a diamond rank adventurer. Boloa looked at the old wizard with little enthusiasm. Why should I split the reward with this old man when I can keep all of it for myself? He thought. Still, he gave a small laugh and kept a polite expression on his face. Old man, you certainly speak boldly, Boloa said. But what exactly qualifies you to demand that? Boloa was preparing to trade insults with the Grey Hat Wizard when another laugh suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere. Both Boloa and the wizard turned at once toward the newest arrival. A masked figure wearing a cloak leaned back in a chair with a glass of beer in hand, laughing quietly. How amusing, the figure said. Do you both think that just because the Sword Saint has given up, you can come here and take the spotlight? The masked stranger's voice turned colder. Don't forget that the cold-blooded one has arrived too. The name Lilina immediately spread through the tavern. She was a trial-rank adventurer known by nearly everyone. Despite being a woman, she had earned a fearsome reputation for her ruthless efficiency and terrifying decisiveness. Why is she here too? Someone whispered in shock. They say she only cares about money, another patron murmured. She'll kill anyone, whether they deserve it or not. Quiet, someone quickly hissed. Watch what you say about a person like that. Boloa and the Grey Hat Wizard both watched the cloaked figure carefully, silently assessing the newcomer. Oh, it's the Wandering Knight, Boloa said at last. Are you here for the goblins too? The cloaked figure let out a quiet laugh. I have no interest in goblins, the stranger replied. I came here to hunt a dragon. The figure lifted the beer glass slightly. Slaying a dragon in this world is enough to make someone famous. Why compete for a bounty with so many people and such a low chance of success? Then the stranger smiled toward Boloa. If I kill a dragon, I can become a trial-rank knight. Isn't that a much better reward? Seeing how determined the others were to claim the bounty, the cloaked figure gave them a warning. But I'll tell you this much. Don't underestimate the goblins. They may look lowly, but their ability to evolve is terrifying, especially once mutations begin. The tavern gradually fell silent. Everything that had happened in Bright Town recently proved that those words were not an exaggeration. The Grey Hat Wizard nodded slowly and took another sip of beer. He's right, he said. I've lived for nearly 100 years, and I've seen more goblins than any of you can imagine. His voice became serious. These lowly creatures have existed since ancient times. They have been a common enemy of every race for countless years. People have been killing them for millennia, yet they still have never been wiped out. The tavern patrons became quiet and solemn. The wizard's words rang true in their minds. Goblins were far more resilient than most people wanted to admit. Exterminating goblins is always troublesome, the Grey Hat Wizard continued. If not for the bounty being offered, I wouldn't even bother getting involved. Boloa watched the wizard carefully. Only moments ago, the old man had been fighting him over the reward, yet now he was speaking in a much friendlier tone. That change made Boloa uneasy. Still, he thought about the facts. The Sword Saint and multiple knight squads had already been defeated by the goblins. Facing them alone would be risky, especially with so many strong adventurers competing for the same prize. Perhaps an alliance would be the smarter choice. Boloa picked up a bottle of wine and offered it toward the Grey Hat Wizard. Old man, he said, how about we join forces against the goblins? Once we succeed, the entire bounty will be yours. The Grey Hat Wizard's eyes immediately brightened. In a quiet corner of Bright Town, after finishing a hearty meal, Baron Boloa spread a map across the table and studied the surrounding forest. His expression turned serious as he traced the routes with one finger. Charging into that forest with a large force would be too risky, he said. There are too many unknowns. We need to scout the area first, figure out what we're dealing with, and only then make a proper plan. The gray hat wizard had clearly grown impatient with all the caution. He lifted his staff slightly and scoffed. Young people always make things complicated. Leave it to us old hands. You can stay out of the way if you like. Just then, something caught Boloa's attention. His eyes narrowed as he noticed a lone figure moving closer through the street. A tall person in heavy iron armor approached them at a steady pace, a large sword strapped across their back. The gray hat wizard took one look at the armored stranger and lowered his voice. That one is no ordinary person, he muttered. Then he turned toward Boloa. It looks like Goblin Slayer has arrived too. Shall we speak with him? Goblin Slayer? Boloa blurted out, visibly stunned by the name. Goblin Slayer kept walking as though he had not heard either of them call out. Boloa and the gray hat wizard exchanged a glance, then stepped forward to block his path. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner, Boloa said, forcing a polite smile. Greetings. The gray hat wizard added his own greeting, but Goblin Slayer stopped with clear irritation in his voice. I would rather not be recognized. Why did you stop me? Goblin Slayer's blunt tone and strange, distant manner made Boloa frown. This person was even harder to approach than he had expected. Trying to smooth over the awkwardness, the gray hat wizard stepped forward. The Baron may not know this, he said, but this is Goblin Slayer. He once killed a goblin chieftain and slaughtered thousands of goblins all by himself. Thousands, Boloa repeated, unable to hide his shock. That really is extraordinary. He quickly tried to win Goblin Slayer over. Would you be willing to join us in exterminating the goblins? Goblin Slayer did not hesitate for even a moment. He simply pushed past Boloa and continued on his way. I don't need your help, he said coldly. You would only slow me down. Boloa stood there in disbelief, his face darkening with anger. Damn that guy, he muttered. The gray hat wizard was equally annoyed by Goblin Slayer's arrogant attitude. What's so great about him? The old man grumbled. When he gets captured by goblins, we'll see whether he comes begging us for help. The wizard turned away with an impatient flick of his sleeve. Don't waste any more time. We need to move quickly before that man steals all the credit for himself. No further preparations? He's really charging straight in like that, Boloa exclaimed in disbelief. At the town gate, Goblin Slayer had already left Bright Town alone and headed toward the forest. Far away on a cliff, Lin Tian watched Bright Town from above. His eyes activated a scanning ability, and information appeared before him. Goblin Slayer. Level 65. Human. Class unknown. Titles: Goblin Slayer, Pretty Boy, Tyrant, Murderer. HP: 900. Strength: 260. Defense: 450. More information continued to appear before Lin Tian's eyes. Skills: Critical Hit. Blood of a Villain. Equipment: Rusty Armor. Rusty Broadsword. Total combat attributes: between 1,000 and 3,000. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers. Wait a second. Is the system malfunctioning? He muttered. A total attribute range of 1,000 to 3,000 was far too vague. He checked the information again, but the result did not change. No mistake, Lin Tian asked sharply. Then what does that mean? Excuse me, master, came the reply. There are no issues here. Then another warning appeared. Wait, there's more. Lin Tian's gaze shifted again, and he spotted another group approaching information. A group of knights, he said quietly. They're here for me too. Lin Tian quickly identified the two strongest people in the group. Baron Boloa, Holy Knight. Anti-monster abilities. Total combat strength, roughly 1,300. Grey Hat Wizard, Archmage. Wide range of spells. Total combat strength, roughly 1,400. After measuring their strength, Lin Tian's expression relaxed slightly. These two diamond-rank adventurers don't seem particularly clever, he concluded. They shouldn't be much of a problem. But when Lin Tian looked back toward Goblin Slayer's retreating figure, his expression became far more cautious. That Goblin Slayer is different, he muttered. I need to be careful around him. The scene shifted to the abandoned location where the Goblin tribe had once lived. The Grey Hat Wizard, Baron Boloa, and their followers had tracked the goblins to the old site. They searched through the area for signs of the tribe, but no matter where they looked, they found nothing useful. Strange, the Grey Hat Wizard murmured. A goblin tribe this large should have been discovered long ago. The traces of old battles along the way strongly suggested that the tribe had once been nearby, yet the goblins themselves had vanished without a clear trail. Suddenly, Baron Boloa noticed something on the ground. He picked it up and motioned for the Grey Hat Wizard to come closer. Old man, come take a look at this. In Boloa's hand was a loose lock of long blonde hair. He handed the strand to the gray hat wizard, who brought it close to his nose and sniffed it carefully. With all his years of experience, the old wizard seemed to recognize the owner almost immediately. A knowing, irritating smirk spread across his face. "If I'm not mistaken," the gray hat wizard said with confidence, "this is elf hair." "An elf?" Baron Boloa repeated in surprise. "Could the elves be helping the goblins? That's impossible." The gray hat wizard opened a small glass vial containing a blue butterfly. He carefully placed the blonde hair inside and watched the insect closely. "I've searched this entire forest," he said. "There is nowhere left for them to hide. It is highly likely that the elves helped the goblins relocate and conceal their trail." The blue butterfly fluttered out of the vial and rose into the air, moving like a living tracking device. "This type of butterfly is naturally drawn to the scent of elves," the gray hat wizard explained with confidence. "It should be able to follow the elves' trail and lead us to both them and the goblins." The butterfly led the group through the forest until it reached a riverbank. There, it began circling uncertainly. "It looks like the scent has disappeared," Baron Boloa observed. "Could they have crossed the river?" Boloa asked. As he spoke, the blue butterfly gave up its search and flew back into the glass vial. Grown frustrated after their failed search, Baron Boloa offered a different idea. "Old man, why don't we wait for Goblin Slayer to find them first? Then we can take advantage of the situation." But the gray hat wizard suddenly seemed to notice something. He adjusted his pointed hat and scoffed. "Unnecessary." Then he looked across the river and pointed toward the forest's edge. "Look over there." Baron Boloa followed the direction of his gaze. On the far side of the river, one of Lin Tian's goblin subordinates had appeared. The goblin seemed to be scouting the area, but the instant it noticed the humans, it turned and fled. "It's a goblin!" Baron Boloa shouted. "After it!" He charged forward with his knights, and the group rode straight across the river in pursuit. "Hurry up!" High above them on a cliff, Lin Tian watched the entire pursuit unfold. A confident smile appeared on his lips. "Good," he said quietly. "The prey has taken the bait." Perched on his dragon's back, Lin Tian continued watching from above. "Excellent," he said with calm confidence. "They've taken the bait." Then something else suddenly caught Lin Tian's eye. His expression froze, and he frowned as he looked down more carefully. It was Goblin Slayer. He was casually walking toward the river while humming a strange tune, moving as though he wanted someone to notice him. Lin Tian kept watching from a distance and chose not to react recklessly. Then Goblin Slayer reached up and removed the helmet. Lin Tian stared down in complete astonishment. Beneath the helmet was a beautiful woman with a curvy figure, dressed in only a few scraps of clothing. She stretched her body casually, then stepped into the cool river and began bathing. She seemed completely unconcerned about the danger around her. In the middle of a forest filled with monsters, she was bathing as leisurely as though she were somewhere perfectly safe. Lin Tian finally regained his composure and muttered, "So Goblin Slayer is a woman." Lin Tian continued watching, his brow furrowing as he thought about what he was seeing. "She doesn't seem entirely human," he said quietly. "And her power is extraordinary. To be in a situation like this and still feel comfortable enough to bathe. She's truly strange." His eyes narrowed with caution. "A beautiful flower like that always has thorns," Lin Tian thought as he watched her closely. The entire situation felt unnatural. It was almost as though she were deliberately trying to lure him closer. Could she have already discovered me? With that thought in mind, Lin Tian lightly tapped the dragon's back. The dragon spread its wings and took off, but instead of flying toward Goblin Slayer, it turned away and headed in another direction. "That woman is dangerous," Lin Tian decided. "It's better to deal with the others first." His judgment was correct. Goblin Slayer had indeed been trying to lure Lin Tian into a trap. When she saw him fly away, she watched the direction he had gone with a curious look in her eyes. What kind of intelligent creature is he? She wondered. She slowly licked her lips, a hungry and predatory gleam appearing in her eyes. "I really want to have a taste." Elsewhere, Lin Tian's goblin subordinate had become exhausted after running from Baron Boloa and the Grey Hat Wizard. The goblin finally stopped. Baron Boloa immediately raised a hand, signaling his knights to halt. "Everyone, be careful," he warned. "The goblin tribe must be somewhere nearby." Without warning, a volley of flaming arrows poured down from above. "Scatter!" someone shouted. "It's an ambush." The Grey Hat Wizard reacted immediately. He raised his staff and shouted as magic surged from its tip, preparing to counter the sudden attack. The oncoming arrows vanished inside a burst of roaring flames, burned to ash before they could reach anyone. That had been far too close. Baron Boloa spun toward the Grey Hat Wizard, relief flashing across his face as he praised him. "You're still just as sharp as ever, old man." But the wizard, clearly drained by that spell, only bent forward and gasped, "Save your breath, less talking." But the assault had not ended. Almost as though it had been waiting for that exact moment, a shadowy figure suddenly rushed straight at them with terrifying speed. "It's coming!" the gray hat wizard shouted. It was the Mad Goblin. With a furious roar, the monster lunged ahead, a sword in one hand and an axe in the other, both weapons ready to tear through anyone in his path. "He made a hero-class goblin," the gray hat wizard yelled, his expression tightening. "Everyone, focus your attacks on him." The others answered at once, raising their weapons and preparing to strike together. Right before them, the 2-meter-tall Mad Goblin came charging in at breakneck speed, sword and axe flashing as he closed the distance. The gray hat wizard immediately lifted his staff and began chanting. A huge ball of fire formed overhead, then ripped through the air toward the charging goblin. Magic fireball! The Mad Goblin clenched his teeth as the blazing spell came straight for him. That stubborn old mage was still refusing to back down. Only seconds later, the fireball exploded with the force of a miniature atomic blast, swallowing everything ahead in a violent sea of flames. The entire area trembled as the impact tore a crater into the ground. Without wasting a moment, the gray hat wizard drove his staff into the earth and began forming another spell. Blue light spread outward like clear running water, expanding into a glowing magic circle. Life spring, strength recovery. As the flames slowly began to fade, a thick cloud of smoke rose from the scorched battlefield and covered the crater from view. The gray hat wizard narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the drifting smoke and burning haze ahead. Then his face froze. That cursed goblin was still there. He had not been burned into charcoal as they expected. The gray hat wizard and his men could only stare in stunned disbelief, shouting, "What?" Their bodies locked up, cold sweat pouring down their faces as none of them could react in time. Bursting through the fire and smoke like a demon climbing out of hell, the Mad Goblin charged forward with rage blazing in his eyes. Everything around the gray hat wizard seemed to slow to a crawl. "He survived that? Baron Boloa, support us from behind." Seeing his allies paralyzed by shock, Baron Boloa finally snapped back to his senses. The Baron's normally refined face twisted with fury. He gripped his sword until his knuckles whitened and shouted, "Look around you! The goblins are closing in, and every one of them is hero class." Having survived countless battles, the gray hat wizard quickly recognized the Kirshu among the enemy. "Why do these goblins have weapons and armor?" he shouted. "Do not let them get close. Baron Boloa, I'll leave this side to you." Now completely alert, Baron Boloa tightened his hold around his sword. The gray hat wizard planted his staff into the ground once again and opened a wide magical barrier around the group. Blue radiance flowed over the earth like crystal-clear water, spreading into a massive circle beneath their feet. Life spring, strength recovery. Everyone moved into position as the power flowing from the gray hat wizard began surging through their bodies. One soldier leaped high into the air, strengthened by the magic surrounding him. An icy bow appeared in his hands, followed by a gleaming arrow made entirely of frost. He released it, and a rain of ice arrows crashed down toward the advancing goblins. Intermediate magic, Ice Pierce. Another soldier slammed his fist against the ground and unleashed earth magic. Intermediate magic, Quicksand Field. In an instant, the land softened into a muddy bog that dragged goblins downward, swallowing them until only their shields remained above the surface. From another direction, poisonous magic poured down like rain, instantly corroding the goblins' skin and forcing agonized howls from their mouths. All they could do was lift their shields and cover their heads in a desperate attempt to endure it. Intermediate magic, Punishing Rain. From high above the battlefield, a dark figure watched without expression as soldiers and goblins clashed below, weapons ringing through the air. Lin Tian calmly judged that the time had come, then signaled to Goody. "Goody, make an opening. Let the Mad Goblin break through." The moment Goody received the command, a grin spread across his face. "Understood, boss." He threw himself down toward the battle beneath him and crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dust and loose earth exploding in every direction. In the very next instant, Goody launched himself toward the gray hat wizard like a fired bullet, his killing intent rolling off him in waves. By the time the old mage sensed the danger, it was already too late. Goody was right in front of him. Goody's downward strike barely missed. It was only the gray hat wizard's quick reflexes that saved him from being cut down on the spot. Had he moved even a fraction slower, he would have been finished. Sweat streamed down the mage's face as he glared at the goblin, teeth clenched tightly. "You damned goblin!" the gray hat wizard roared, gripping his staff with both hands. Goody gave him a cruel, mocking smile. You were only lucky I missed, old man. You won't be that lucky next time. He turned sharply, locking his bloodthirsty eyes on his target as his claws twitched with anticipation. With the center of the barrier broken, the magic holding it together immediately collapsed. Seizing that opening, the mad goblin led the charge straight through the enemy line. His towering body rushed forward at terrifying speed, sword and axe cutting through the chaos as murderous intent poured from him like a living storm. He looked like death itself charging across the battlefield. Encouraged by their leader, the other goblins followed behind him in a raging swarm. Anyone foolish enough to stand in their path was cut down immediately. Watching the enemy surge toward them like a shattered hive spilling its swarm, Baron Boloa struggled to keep his face calm, even though terror had already gripped his heart. Still, he forced himself to rally the soldiers. Do not panic. Shields to the front. The soldiers quickly formed a wall of shields, but it was nowhere near enough to stop the goblins. These were no longer the weak, helpless creatures they had expected to face. They had become terrifying warriors. The mad goblin smashed through the front line, knocking soldiers off their feet before driving his sword into them. A purple-haired goblin tackled another soldier to the ground and hammered him with repeated blows. Baron Boloa could see the truth now. The shield wall was only buying them a little more time. Baron Boloa raised his sword and stared at the goblins closing in before him. By the power of holy light, I will destroy evil. The air around him suddenly shifted, and the temperature began rising fast. A tiny flame appeared near him, then grew larger, twisting and spiraling through the air until it became a gigantic blazing tornado. The inferno devoured everything in its path. Super magic, holy light enchantment. The flames roared so fiercely that they lit up the face of a nearby figure. From somewhere in the distance, a cold laugh echoed out as the battle continued in full fury. Baron Boloa looked around at the tightening circle of enemies, and dread filled his eyes. This is bad. We're surrounded. He gripped his sword and shouted orders to the remaining soldiers. Everyone, gather together. Form the Blood Rage formation. Put the wounded in the center, and use healing magic to restore their strength. Even with enemies pressing in from every side, Baron Boloa still refused to surrender. His brows drew together as he glared at the goblins, hatred burning fiercely in his eyes. We have to kill every last one of them. Lin Tian watched the battle carefully, measuring the strength of the enemy. They are high-ranking adventurers, all right. They will not be easy to deal with. Diamond-rank adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. They are stronger than I expected. Against any ordinary large goblin tribe, these people would have crushed them without difficulty. A faint smile slowly appeared on Lin Tian's face. Unfortunately for them, they came to the wrong place. The battle continued without pause, with everyone throwing everything they had into the fight. Then a different goblin stepped out from the ranks and began walking forward slowly. Its body was covered in spikes. A long hooked tail dragged behind it, and its claws looked unnaturally sharp. The instant the gray hat wizard saw that creature, he was stunned rigid. His eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and his brows furrowed so deeply that his whole face went stiff. It's mutant class, he shouted. From somewhere farther away, a clear feminine voice drifted across the battlefield. With one hand resting on her hip and the other lightly touching her chin, she watched the fighting with amused interest, as though she had discovered something fascinating. Goblins. Truly a beautiful and powerful species. Not long after that, the battle came to its end. A blood-curdling scream suddenly tore through the forest. The gray hat wizard's face had gone completely pale, drained of every trace of color. Blood poured from his mouth as his strength rapidly faded, and his eyes slowly lost their focus. The result was no longer in doubt. The goblins had won. Goblin Sen lifted the gray hat wizard off the ground as easily as if he were carrying a chicken. Hunger and bloodlust filled his eyes while a chilling laugh echoed through the forest. With the staff broken and the mage defeated, the rest of the soldiers were quickly captured or slaughtered. Goblin Sen stared down at the old mage in his grasp with bloodshot eyes, then curled his lips into a cold, vicious sneer. Apparently finding the old man no longer interesting, Goblin Sen casually tossed him aside like a broken toy. Nearby, the severely wounded Baron Boloa leaned heavily on his sword to stay upright. Horror twisted his face as he watched the gray hat wizard hit the ground like a discarded doll. His heart pounded wildly, disbelief filling his eyes while sweat ran down his face. His eyes darted wildly across the battlefield as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it! The gray hat wizard!" In that final desperate moment, the gray hat wizard saw his companion and clung to the last shred of hope left in him. His survival instinct exploded as he struggled for breath and stretched out a trembling hand toward Baron Boloa. "Save me! Save me!" But instead of helping him, Baron Boloa quickly stepped backward as though he had seen something terrifying. The gray hat wizard was left alone on the ground, his withered hand still reaching outward while he pleaded again. "Save me!" Baron Boloa's eyes became bloodshot as his pupils shrank in shock. He stared at the old mage with his brows tightly furrowed, unable to accept what he was seeing. This can't be. No, it can't be. Then, driven by pure instinct, Baron Boloa suddenly sprang to his feet, turned around, and ran in the opposite direction. "These goblins are demons!" he screamed in terror. He ran faster than he had ever run in his life, abandoning the gray hat wizard behind him along with the old mage's desperate cries and despair-filled stare. The goblins slowly moved toward the gray hat wizard, every step landing like the toll of a funeral bell. With his final hope gone, the old mage desperately clawed at the dirt. His face was pale, his eyes empty, and his voice had become little more than a broken whisper. "Save me, Baron Boloa!" Meanwhile, Baron Boloa had cast away every trace of noble dignity and was running only to stay alive. "Just get through this?" he panted, gasping for air. But he did not dare slow down and he kept sprinting straight ahead. As he ran, he had to dodge attacks from the elves, lifting both hands over his head while arrows whistled past him. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" he cursed again and again. The elves continued chasing him from behind, their arrows cutting through the air around him. A fear unlike anything he had ever felt crushed down on his chest. First the goblins and now the elves too. I should have known the elves were here as well. Who can save me? Then, without warning, a figure appeared directly in front of him. Baron Boloa's eyes focused on the person before him, and a flicker of hope suddenly returned to his face. "I'm saved." The moment he recognized who it was, he threw away all concern for his pride and shouted, "Goblin Slayer, please, save me." But the instant he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared behind him, already poised to strike. Seen from above, the 3 figures looked like demons descending from hell. With only a few elegant swings of their blades, their swords carved graceful arcs through the air, and fresh blood splashed across the ground. Baron Boloa was overwhelmed by terror. His eyes darted wildly from side to side, and beads of sweat rolled down his face like tiny pearls. His mouth hung open as he gasped desperately for air. When Baron Boloa turned around, he saw the 3 goblins that had been chasing him lying impaled on the ground. Their bodies collapsed one after another, completely lifeless. For a moment he simply stared at them. Then he suddenly burst into manic laughter. His eyes had lost focus, and the refined nobleman he once tried to be was nowhere to be seen. He kept staring at the fallen goblins and laughing hysterically, looking completely unhinged. Ignoring Goblin Slayer's reaction, he grabbed onto her clothing and laughed even harder. Thank you so much. I will definitely repay you." Goblin Slayer looked at him with open disgust. What a nuisance. He was weak, yet he still tried to act tough. He could not fight, ended up needing to be saved in the most pathetic way possible, and now he was clinging to her clothes like a desperate leech. She had only saved him because it was convenient. "Get lost," she said coldly. Goblin Slayer violently shook Baron Boloa's hand away. Killing intent surged from her body as she stared at him with eyes full of disgust and contempt. Her voice was ice cold. "If you really want to repay me, then stay as far away from me as possible, you idiot." Without another glance at him, she turned and strode straight toward the dense forest ahead. Baron Boloa remained kneeling on the ground, his face twisted with fear, as he watched her retreating figure disappear deeper into the trees. He stretched out a hand, trying to stop her, but she was already too far away. All he could do was shout after her in desperation. "Don't go. This is not an ordinary goblin tribe. There has to be a goblin overlord somewhere." Goblin Slayer treated his warning like the meaningless rambling of a pathetic coward. She only smirked and answered, "Really? The more there are, the better. That is exactly what will satisfy me." The forest stretched out like a maze beneath towering mountains. Jagged rocks, loose dirt, and thick vegetation covered every direction, while an eerie silence settled over the entire place. The mad goblin held the gray hat wizard in his grip, rubbing his chin as his crimson eyes moved back and forth over the old mage's body. He examined him like a prize he had just claimed, and a triumphant laugh slowly escaped his mouth. Then, without warning, a sword drove straight into his back. By the time the mad goblin realized that something had pierced him from behind, it was already far too late. The sharp blade had gone deep into his flesh. His strength immediately vanished, his eyes rolled upward, and the focus in his pupils slowly disappeared as consciousness slipped away from him. The mad goblin's massive 2-meter frame suddenly lost all support. His grip loosened, and the gray hat wizard dropped from his hand. A heartbeat later, the mad goblin himself crashed to the ground. Everyone nearby froze in disbelief, unable to understand what had just happened. Only seconds earlier, he had been standing there laughing proudly. Now he had fallen like a sack of rice. The entire area erupted into chaos as every pair of eyes turned toward the mad goblin's motionless body. Watching from a distance, Lin Tian frowned deeply and narrowed his eyes at the crowd gathering around the fallen mad goblin. Something was wrong. Very few people should have been capable of defeating someone with that kind of strength, yet the mad goblin was lying helplessly on the ground. Mad goblin, what happened? Lin Tian muttered under his breath. While everyone's attention remained fixed on the mad goblin, heavy footsteps began echoing from far away. Thump, thump, thump. Goblin San, standing nearby, raised his ears and looked toward the approaching sound. A knight in full armor was walking closer with a sword in hand. Who was this person? Goblin San had not seen the knight during the earlier battle. Had this stranger only just arrived? Goblin Slayer glanced at him briefly, ignoring the confusion on his face. She calmly pulled the sword from her back and rested it across her shoulder. Her tone was casual, almost as though she were asking about the weather. Are you the leader of these goblins? You look stupid. Goblin San's face immediately darkened. Where had this rude brat come from? Did no one ever teach her how to speak properly when meeting someone for the first time? The insult made his blood boil. His sharp teeth bared as rage twisted his expression, and his eyes turned bloodshot with fury. This one had to die. Being insulted right in front of everyone was unbearable. If he let her get away with it, where would he put his pride? The other goblins would laugh at him forever if he did nothing. With a deafening roar, the goblins surged forward with their fighting spirit blazing. They raised their weapons, shouting, "Kill her!" Goblin Slayer did not move back even a step. She stood perfectly still, showing no fear at all, gripping her sword as she settled into a defensive stance and waited for her prey to come closer. The air around Goblin Slayer grew heavier. A fierce killing intent began pouring from behind her mask, and the glare in her eyes became sharp enough to make the charging goblins hesitate. She laughed with excitement, lifted her sword, and took a small step backward. Her body lowered into a crouch. Then, in a flash, she burst forward like a violent gust of wind and rushed straight into the goblin horde. Her sword moved only a few times, but goblins were sent flying in every direction as blood bloomed through the air. It happened so quickly that the enemy barely had time to react. One person had charged into a crowd, yet she was cutting them down with effortless precision. Watching from high above, Lin Tian broke out in a cold sweat. He stared at Goblin Slayer in complete disbelief. What did she just do? Those were only basic attacks, so how is she cutting through my troops that easily? His goblins had been heavily enhanced, yet they were being mowed down as though their improvements meant nothing. What kind of trick is she using? According to the system, those should only be normal O-rank attacks. Does she know magic too? Seeing his fellow goblins cut down so easily only pushed Goblin San deeper into rage. His bloodlust swelled, and his body began changing before everyone's eyes. The spikes across his body grew longer and sharper, dangerous enough to pierce anything in their path. His teeth lengthened into sharper fangs, his muscles expanded, and the red in his eyes darkened until they looked almost crazed. Goblin San stared at Goblin Slayer without blinking. Then bones began pushing out from the front of his torso, tearing through his flesh as they emerged. The more pain he suffered, the more destructive strength he gained in return. He threw back his head and roared as madness consumed him, entering a full berserk state. Wrapped in a heavy crimson aura, Goblin San charged toward Goblin Slayer with unbelievable speed. Bloodlust and madness drove every movement of his body as he rushed forward. Yet Goblin Slayer remained calm, watching the approaching opponent as though he were simply another piece of prey. Then she shifted into position and dashed toward Goblin San like a phantom. As she passed by him, she spoke in an almost casual tone. A berserker. Even while moving at that speed, she still took the time to closely judge his condition from only a few steps away. A second sword strike followed. A gust of wind swept across the battlefield as Goblin Slayer came to a stop, lowering her stance and steadying herself. Behind her, Goblin San stood completely frozen. Every spike on his body had been severed cleanly. Even after his speed had increased so drastically, this opponent had matched him with a single attack and countered with overwhelming force. This enemy was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Goblin Slayer tightened her grip around the hilt of her sword. Power began flowing through her body, and a faint purple glow slowly formed around the blade. She slightly lifted one hand and adjusted her footing. Then, in the next instant, she lunged toward Goblin San and aimed her sword directly at his back. Goblin San sensed the danger behind him, but his body could not move as quickly as his opponent. He turned his head just in time to see the knight closing in. Die? Sweat immediately poured down his face as he watched her blade approach. Running was not guaranteed to save him. He had worked so hard to evolve into what he was now. Was he really going to die here after coming this far? Just as Goblin Slayer's sword was about to pierce Goblin's sand, streaks of thick mud-like substance suddenly appeared around the blade. The strange sludge clung to her sword and wrapped around her body, immediately slowing her movements. Damn it! Goblin Slayer snapped as she looked down at the strange mud stuck all over her body. Her movements were being restricted. My body is stuck. Watching from a distance, Lin Tian summoned his dragon, climbed onto its back, and rose into the air. The battle had already cost him far too many troops. Could he afford to keep fighting like this? Still, an opponent with this kind of power would be an extremely valuable asset if she could be captured. Maybe this was the right moment to retreat. Yet her appearance and potential also made her an especially useful breeding asset. Lin Tian thought for a brief moment before finally making his decision. Riding his dragon through the sky, Lin Tian looked down at the battlefield and gave his orders. Everyone, fall back, form a circle and keep your distance. Throw rocks if you have them, and use ranged attacks whenever possible. The goblins below looked up after hearing his voice. They quickly gathered their weapons, picked up stones and anything else they could throw, then moved into formation. Hearing the movement around her, Goblin Slayer turned and looked toward the sky. A dragon had appeared out of nowhere. After watching carefully, she realized that a goblin was riding on its back. A smirk slowly appeared beneath her helmet as her excitement grew stronger. I knew this place would not disappoint me. The mud still restricted her movements, but it could not weaken her desire to fight these goblins, especially their leader. From the surrounding mountains, enormous boulders suddenly began raining down toward the forest. They smashed into the ground with thunderous impacts, sending dust and debris bursting upward until the battlefield was swallowed by clouds of dirt. Goblin Slayer realized that one huge boulder was about to crush her. She immediately swung her sword and sliced the giant rock into smaller pieces before it could hit. But the attack did not stop there. A flood of stones and arrows came raining down after it, filling the air from every direction. After some time, Goblin Slayer drove her sword into the ground and used it to support herself. The mud had finally fallen away, allowing her to move normally again, but defending against the endless rocks and arrows had drained much of her strength. She dropped to one knee and breathed heavily while Lin Tian watched her from the back of his dragon. Lin Tian crossed his arms and looked down at the struggling woman with a smug expression. A cold sneer formed on his face. You have been fighting for more than an hour. Looks like you are finally reaching your limit. You have spent too much energy. Any human would be exhausted by now. It is almost over. Then, without warning, Goblin Slayer raised a hand and slowly removed her helmet. The helmet dropped to the ground, and everyone froze in surprise. They had all assumed that this powerful knight was a man. But beneath the helmet was a beautiful blonde woman. A strange crimson aura flowed from her body, and an unusual light burned inside her eyes. She raised her gaze toward the goblins, and they froze where they stood. It was as though they were looking upon a goddess. The goblins stared at her in stunned silence, forgetting the battle entirely. From his position in the sky, Lin Tian's thoughts spun into chaos. He stared at the strange sight below with one question after another racing through his mind, unable to understand what he was seeing. Then Goblin Slayer slowly walked toward the gray hat wizard's body. Her eyes moved across the area before finally settling on one specific spot. Her brows tightened slightly. In one swift, smooth motion, she drove her hand into the left side of his chest. Blood burst out at once, staining her hand a deep crimson. It ran between her fingers and soaked into her skin as the sharp metallic smell of fresh blood filled the air around her. She brought her blood-soaked hand to her tongue and tasted the still warm heart. A flicker of excitement appeared in her eyes. She closed them for a moment, savoring the sensation as a shiver of pleasure ran through her body. They say a human heart is the most nutritious, she said softly. The moment Lin Tian witnessed that, his expression tightened. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized the situation had changed completely. Not good. Look at her. She is devouring the heart. Suddenly, Goblin Slayer rose to her feet with her sword in hand. Her previous fatigue had vanished completely, and her strength looked fully restored. She turned toward the goblins, then moved so quickly that her body became a blur. 1, 2, 3. With each elegant swing of her sword, death followed. Bright red blood burst through the air like blooming flowers, filling the battlefield with 100 times more color and scent. After cutting down the final goblin, she stood there without a trace of fear. Blood was splattered across her pale, determined face, creating a sharp contrast with the fragile beauty she seemed to possess. When Goblin Sen saw his fellow goblins fall, he completely lost control. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his face twisted into a horrifying expression as he grabbed a sharp knife and charged toward her. "You stinking woman, die!" Goblin Slayer watched him come closer and smirked. Calmly, she reached behind her and drew her sword. The distance was perfect. He had stepped into exactly the right place to be sent on his way. A faint purple light appeared at the tip of her sword. Before Goblin-san could even process the pain, she thrust the blade directly into his chest. Goblin Slayer looked down at him like a superior being looking at an insignificant insect. The same purple light gathered in her hand, becoming brighter and brighter as power built in her palm. Then the power surged into Goblin-san's body like a bomb exploding from within. His chest burst open, and the force of the blast hurled him backward through the air. Goblin Slayer remained standing in place, completely unfazed, as though the violent attack had nothing to do with her. Watching from above, Lin Tian realized that the power she used was similar to the magic the Grey Hat Wizard had used during the battle. He frowned and clenched his teeth in frustration. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? Damn it! Who is she? And she can devour things like a goblin. In this situation, the smartest choice was to reduce further losses and retreat. The moment Lin Tian reached that conclusion, he acted on it. Without wasting even a second, Lin Tian urged his dragon forward and flew straight toward Evely, who was still kneeling among the wounded goblins and pouring healing magic into their injuries. From high above the battlefield, he spotted her below, then immediately sent the dragon diving down. "Evely, come with me. Everyone else, fall back." The instant Evely heard her master's command, she stopped what she was doing and obeyed without hesitation. The goblin leader's order to retreat echoed across the battlefield, but Conley, the goblin slayer, did not move aside. Instead, she watched him with open curiosity and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Wait, it's been a very long time since I've seen a goblin as clever and powerful as you." She took several unhurried steps toward Lin Tian, speaking to him as casually as though they were old friends meeting by chance. "Just let me have a closer look. I'll spare all of you, and I can even bring back the ones who were stabbed." Her eyes drifted over the goblin bodies scattered across the ground before returning to their leader. The way she spoke made it sound like she was granting him an enormous favor. "You don't have the right to refuse." But Lin Tian had once trusted people too easily in his previous life, and that foolish faith had led to his capture, his use as a test subject, and finally a miserable death. The memory of how blindly he had trusted others in the past made Lin Tian want to slap some sense into his former self. A cold scoff escaped his lips as he stared at her with open contempt. "Do you really think I'd believe that kind of nonsense?" The girl lifted her eyebrows slightly, and a playful glimmer flashed through her eyes. Her expression remained almost innocent as she gave a small laugh. "Ha? You don't believe me?" As though she had suddenly decided to prove that she meant every word, she reached for her armor and began removing her equipment right in front of him. One piece after another came off. She casually stripped away each part of her gear and tossed it down onto the ground beside her without showing the slightest concern. Once she had disarmed herself, she raised her eyes toward Lin Tian and smiled with a wide-eyed, harmless-looking expression. "Well, do you believe me now?" But seeing her willingly remove her weapons did not ease the pressure in Lin Tian's chest. It only made his uneasiness grow heavier. His eyes narrowed as he carefully watched every tiny movement she made. She looked innocent on the surface, yet he already knew she was a merciless killer. He could not afford to lower his guard for even a moment. If she had really thrown away her weapons so easily, then what exactly was she planning? Lin Tian commanded his dragon to descend and land directly in front of her. The beast's massive wings beat through the air, sending fierce gusts tearing across the ground and whipping dust around them. The dragon's terrifying presence, combined with Lin Tian's own imposing aura, pressed outward like a storm. Yet even under that crushing pressure, she remained completely calm. She simply stood there and watched as the goblin leader landed and climbed down from the dragon's back. After stepping onto the ground, Lin Tian walked forward several paces and slowly removed his hood. His real appearance was finally exposed to her. Then, with a composed voice that revealed none of his caution, he said, "If that's how it is, then let's settle this properly and talk face to face." The moment Goblin Slayer saw the true appearance of the famous goblin leader, surprise briefly appeared in her eyes. Clearly, this was not what she had expected. She crossed her arms and allowed a faint smile to curl across her lips. "So you're really just a low-level goblin. That's far more unexpected than I thought." Lin Tian let out another dismissive scoff and refused to waste time on her pointless remarks. He went straight to the matter that actually concerned him. "You've already seen what you wanted to see. Didn't you say you would revive them?" She smiled faintly, and without warning, a metal spike appeared in her hand. She rolled it lazily between her fingers, then brought it to her tongue and slowly licked it. Her eyes never left Lin Tian's face, filled with an intense and unsettling interest. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. But first, you need to satisfy me. In the next instant, the spike shot through the air toward him like a flash. It struck his shoulder before he had time to react. The attack happened so quickly that Lin Tian was caught completely off guard, and by the time he understood what had happened, it was already far too late. A violent wave of pain tore through Lin Tian's body, forcing him down onto one knee. While he struggled to remain upright, she continued wearing that innocent expression, watching him twist in pain with a playful smile on her lips. I really enjoy hunting powerful goblins, she said sweetly, playing with them first, then killing them afterward. Her eyes gleamed as she studied him. You may look like a low-level goblin, but your mind is as sharp as a goblin king's. She moved closer, her eyes bright with excitement. One finger rested lightly against her lips as she looked down at him, almost as though she were admiring something precious. You really do excite me. Faced with that falsely innocent expression, Lin Tian only frowned harder. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm through the pain. You planned this from the beginning, didn't you? The moment he said it, she broke into laughter. Lin Tian stared at the woman in front of him, and his heart sank further with every ragged breath. The pain in his shoulder kept intensifying, making it difficult to think clearly. He had been careless. He never expected her to rely on such underhanded methods, and now he had fallen straight into the trap of this smiling madwoman. Standing before someone who looked so harmless yet felt so dangerous, a cold chill ran down his spine. Then Lin Tian noticed something strange. He quickly turned his head toward his soldiers, only to see them behaving in a way that made no sense. His face darkened at once. What the hell is going on? Why are they moving like they're under someone else's control? Realizing that something was seriously wrong, Lin Tian shouted toward them in alarm. What are all of you doing? Why are you turning your backs on me? Before he could figure out what had happened to his soldiers, the madwoman had already appeared directly in front of him again. That same innocent, harmless look was still resting on her face. She crouched down in front of Lin Tian as he remained on his knees, then tilted her head and looked at him with playful amusement. They're all under my control now. Can't you tell what they're doing? Lin Tian hurriedly scanned the area, and the sight before him confirmed her words. Every one of his soldiers had turned away and stood completely still. Even Evely was under her control. Who was this woman? Her power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. As fear hammered through his chest, he suddenly felt a heavy presence press against his back. Warm breath brushed the side of his neck, and a woman's voice whispered softly into his ear. Be good, and I promise I won't kill you. Her whisper exploded in Lin Tian's mind like thunder. He was already injured, exhausted, and overwhelmed by the pain from her earlier attack. Now she was not only breaking him physically, but tormenting him mentally as well. But she still was not finished with him. Her soft voice continued from close behind. I want to be with you too. Let me see. Before Lin Tian could even fully process the fear building inside him, he was shoved down onto the ground. His head struck the dirt with a heavy thud. From his previous life to this reincarnated one, he had never experienced anything this bizarre or humiliating. He was being restrained by a madwoman who hid behind the face of an innocent girl. Goblin Slayer looked down at him with gentle, affectionate eyes, almost like a lover gazing at someone dear to her. Then she asked in a soft voice, What will you become? A light giggle escaped her lips. Then she leaned down and gently pressed a kiss against his lips, leaving Lin Tian even more stunned than before. This woman was impossible to predict. As his thoughts spun wildly, only one question remained in his mind. Was this really happening? Deep within the thick forest undergrowth, Baron Boloa could not stop worrying about the person who had saved him, Goblin Slayer. Despite his fear, he gathered his courage and carefully made his way back to check on the battlefield. He pushed through layers of tangled branches and dense leaves until he finally returned to the area. The sounds coming from ahead told him immediately that he had found the right place. When he slowly pushed aside the bushes in front of him, the sight that appeared before his eyes was something he could never have prepared himself to witness. Baron Boloa froze in complete shock. He stumbled backward and dropped heavily onto the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Afraid that someone might notice him, he quickly clamped a hand over his mouth to silence himself. Goblin Slayer was a woman? And why was she together with a goblin? Still overwhelmed by what he had just seen, Baron Boloa failed to notice a goblin quietly approaching him from nearby. The moment he sensed movement beside him, he jerked in surprise. Terror filled his eyes as the realization struck him all at once. This is bad. I'm finished. Everything felt like it was over. A terrified scream suddenly rang out through the forest. No! Goblin Slayer had kept her promise. Every injured goblin soldier had been revived, and they were now busy clearing the battlefield and carrying their hard-won spoils back toward the lair. "Hurry, hurry!" the purple-haired goblin called out as everyone moved. "There's still so much loot left nearby." A short distance away, Lin Tian stood with his arms crossed, staring at the girl with a threatening expression. "This is the goblin lair. If you keep following us, you'll have to deal with the consequences." Yet she ignored his warning completely. With a playful, defiant smile, she looked back at him and replied, "I already told you. I want to see just how strong you really are. And about those consequences, you'd better hope you can handle them." Her strength was far too frightening to underestimate. Still, the feeling of being at someone else's mercy, like meat laid out on a chopping block, made Lin Tian deeply uncomfortable. Lin Tian's voice became colder and firmer. His sharp eyes locked onto the girl like an eagle tracking its prey. "Who are you? What is that strange power of yours? How can you control my body and my limbs? You even managed to control me." His questions seemed to amuse her, as if he had asked about something completely ordinary. She looked at him calmly and answered in a casual tone, almost like she was sharing a harmless secret. "If I tell you everything, will you let me come with you?" Lin Tian remained guarded when he saw how relaxed she was. Until he could determine whether she was truly an ally or an enemy, he could not afford to trust her. He walked past her and answered without looking back. "That depends on what you tell me." Sensing that he still distrusted her, she replied in the same calm voice, "I am a descendant of the Goblin King." The words hit Lin Tian like a bolt of lightning. He immediately frowned, gritted his teeth, and turned sharply to face her again. "A descendant of the Goblin King? What?" Lin Tian's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank as he stared at the girl in disbelief. "You're descended from the Goblin King? Then why do you look human?" His gaze moved over her human-like silhouette as confusion filled his face. She stood quietly for a moment with her head lowered. Her hair hung down over her face, hiding her eyes from view. After several seconds of silence, she finally answered in a subdued voice, "Maybe it's because my mother was human." The memory of her gentle mother and the brutal circumstances surrounding her birth suddenly rushed back into her mind. "I was born because the Goblin King, the ruler of the goblins, raped my mother. I spent my childhood living under the goblins' captivity and torture," she continued. "Normally, the stronger a goblin becomes, the harder it is for them to reproduce. But somehow I survived. I grew up healthy. And then, one day..." Her voice became slow and deliberate as she recalled the past. "I picked up a sharp spear and began killing the goblins one by one. My father was among them." Her expression did not change as she continued. "More than 10 years ago, I personally killed the Goblin King when he tried to rape me. Every strike was final. I kept stabbing him until he finally stopped breathing. After that, I walked over to his corpse and ate him raw." Her words were calm, but the memory behind them was horrifying. "I cut away pieces of his flesh and consumed them one by one. Once I had eaten him completely, I gained the power of the royal bloodline and became able to control goblins." She had then slaughtered every goblin in the underground city. That power came from the royal bloodline itself, strengthened by consuming the flesh and blood of a king-class goblin. Lin Tian frowned deeply as his eyes shifted over her, studying her with renewed caution. "So you can control us because you inherited the power of the royal bloodline." She laughed with the carefree sound of a child, then picked up a knife and stared at her own reflection in its blade. After blowing softly across the metal a few times, she looked back toward him with a smile. "I mixed my blood into the weapons while forging them. Once one of those weapons hits you, you're marked with my genes. You can't even kill yourself and you can't resist me. After that, you naturally fall under my control." She picked up her helmet again and held it in her hands. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Lin Tian with something almost affectionate in her gaze, while her smile remained childishly innocent. "I became a goblin slayer because I hate goblins. Hunting powerful goblins, playing with them, and then killing them afterward is just a personal hobby of mine." After hearing the story of her life, Lin Tian could no longer look at her in quite the same way. Part of him felt sympathy for the pain she had endured, but her casual mention of that twisted hobby still made him uneasy. No wonder her personality had become so distorted. He pitied her at least a little, but if she ever became his enemy, someone born with the ability to suppress goblins would be incredibly dangerous. It would be far better to build a relationship with her than create another enemy, especially when she could control other goblins so easily. Lin Tian stepped toward her with a friendly and confident smile, his eyes showing a clear welcome rather than fear. "It sounds like we may have more in common than I expected. In that case, join me." His invitation caught her off guard for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth rose, and she suddenly burst into laughter before quickly covering her lips with one hand. How interesting. I thought you were afraid of me. I was even planning to use a few tricks to control you, but it looks like that won't be necessary. She seemed genuinely amused. It's been a long time since I found someone who understands me. She had expected him to panic and run after hearing her story, but instead he had welcomed her so openly. That would make things much easier for her later. Lin Tian heard her words and watched her reaction in stunned silence. Control him? What the hell was she talking about? His eye twitched, and his expression froze as though he did not know how to respond. He had only just praised her royal bloodline, yet she was already acting completely insane again. She placed her helmet back on her head, then strode forward with her long legs. When she spoke, her voice had returned to the deep, masculine tone she used before. All right, Bright Town is in a very complicated situation right now. I'll go back there and serve as your eyes and ears. It's a lot more interesting than staying here, she said as she walked away. Lin Tian watched her retreating figure with an unreadable, almost indifferent expression. So you're that kind of person, he muttered under his breath. She turned her head slightly and gave him a small smile. Because you belong to me. Naturally, I have to protect what's mine first. Now that she had found something she considered suitable, she intended to keep it safe, at least until she grew tired of it. She had no intention of letting anyone else damage it before then. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Lin Tian's face stiffened as he stared after her. Why did that line sound so strange? Was she quoting some ridiculous romance novel? Had she somehow wandered into the wrong story entirely? He could only look at her with exhausted disbelief before finally muttering, "Goodbye." Then he turned around and headed back toward his cave. Drip, drip, drip. Inside the dim cave, the steady sound of water dripping from above echoed through the empty stone passageways. A fresh status panel appeared before Lin Tian, displaying the changes that had been added to him. Lin Tian. Level, 55. Race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Title, God Insulter. Abilities, Create Gods, King's Blood Infection, God's Blessing. HP, 1950. Attack, 650. Defense, 1450. Skills, Swordless Style, Keen Senses, 18 Forms, Flashback, Size Alteration. Total stat points, 2,200. Additional HP, 100. Sitting comfortably in a soft chair covered with animal fur, Lin Tian stroked his chin and carefully looked over every line. Not bad, he said with a satisfied smile. For a woman with royal blood, she gave me quite a lot of stat points. Just as he was enjoying the gains from the encounter, a loud shout suddenly rang out from deeper inside the cave. Cousin, you're still not dead. The noisy shouting echoed through the cave. Lin Tian frowned and turned his head toward the direction of the sound. What's all that racket about now? Below him, the two prisoners had started causing trouble again. Baron Boloa was tied up so tightly that he looked like a stuffed sausage, yet he was still shouting and laughing wildly at Loa. Cousin, look at yourself. You're nothing but a dog now. You've brought shame to the entire family. No wonder the Sword Saint couldn't even be bothered to rescue you personally. Loa sat there stiffly like a wooden log, silent at first, but when he finally answered, his words struck directly at Baron Boloa's pride. Loa lifted his eyes toward his cousin, disdain written plainly across his face. In a low, calm voice he said, "You useless idiot." Then Loa shifted his eyes toward a large steaming pot some distance away. "Look over there," he said coolly. "You'll die before I do." Baron Boloa followed his gaze, suspicion immediately filling his eyes. Before his suspicion could turn into full panic, Baron Boloa suddenly felt his entire body being lifted off the ground. When he looked up, he saw a burly goblin carrying him through the air as casually as if he were a chicken. His face instantly turned pale. His whole body shook, and his legs kicked wildly as he struggled in vain. "What are you doing? Put me down!" he screamed in terror. Right in front of him stood a huge pot of boiling water, thick steam pouring into the air. Only a few more steps remained before he would be dropped inside and boiled until his skin became smoother than a baby's bottom. Baron Boloa's voice cracked as he desperately tried to use what he thought were the goblin's weaknesses against them. "Don't kill me. I'm a nobleman. I can give you women. Lots of women." Nearby, Loa leaned casually against a rock as though he were watching a performance. Then he suddenly spoke. "Stop," Loa said coldly. "I want to speak with your leader." Hearing that Loa finally wanted to see him, Lin Tian found the situation amusing and walked over with a faint smile. This useless dog had refused to speak for days. Yet now he suddenly had something to say. Lin Tian looked between the two cousins, one hanging above a boiling pot, the other tied up like an animal, and found their reunion strangely entertaining. Loa looked up at Lin Tian. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were dark and hollow. "Release him," he said. "I'll agree to any demand you make." The moment Baron Boloa heard his beloved cousin say that, he felt as though an angel had descended before him. Tears immediately streamed down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. Cousin, I was wrong. I never should have insulted you. I'm the dog. I'm the real dog." In that instant, Loa's image rose in Baron Boloa's heart like a shining golden statue. Watching him cry so dramatically, Lin Tian found it almost amusing. Lin Tian walked over to Loa and looked down at him with a mocking sneer. "A prisoner like you thinks he has the right to bargain with me? Do you really believe you're still the same person you were before?" Loa slowly raised his sharp gaze toward Lin Tian. "Cut off one of his legs, then release him," he said without hesitation. "He'll go back and tell the family that I'm still alive. Once they hear that, they'll definitely send more people to rescue me. Then you'll have even more powerful humans to devour." His eyes narrowed as hatred filled his voice. "And if that bitch sword saint comes too, don't spare her either." Baron Boloa's eyes widened so much that his pupils seemed ready to shrink into dots. Inside his head, he was screaming in disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is this?" His face twisted as he stared at Loa like he had become a completely different person. What happened to that noble and righteous image from just a moment ago? Then Loa seemed to completely lose his mind. He stared down at his own hands and began laughing wildly, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. "They all deserve to die," he muttered again and again. "They deserve to die. They deserve to die. I want to kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all." Hearing Loa's crazed words, Lin Tian burst into laughter. Lin Tian looked at him with growing interest. "So you're serious," he said. "Fine. I accept your terms." As he spoke, Loa continued laughing and tugging at his own hair, muttering over and over beneath his breath. "Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all." The tribe mother, who had been quietly watching from behind, frowned with concern. Her eyes moved toward Lin Tian. "Boss, if we release him, won't that be like letting a tiger return to the mountains? Won't he expose our location?" Lin Tian turned toward her and understood that she was worried not only about him, but about the entire tribe. He gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Don't you trust me?" He already had a plan in mind, and he was not afraid of whatever tricks that miserable man might try. Back in Bright Town, a loud cry suddenly broke through the early morning atmosphere inside a tavern. "It's over. It's over. They're finished." The bartender had been wiping glasses as usual when he looked up at the shouting man. "What's over?" he asked, sounding tired. "Don't get so worked up. It's barely morning." The bald knight stood nearby with a tense expression, his eyebrows pulled together. "What exactly happened?" "I just saw Baron Boloa," the man answered quickly. "He lost one of his legs, and he was riding toward the capital on horseback." The news instantly stirred the entire tavern into an uproar. Voices rose from every corner as people began talking over one another. "What? How is that possible? Baron Boloa and the others actually failed?" A hooded figure held a glass of wine and listened with clear interest. "They were all elite fighters," the figure said quietly. "Are they really finished? Is that confirmed? Or are these only rumors?" Someone nearby answered in a grim voice. "The Grey Helm Squad and the Blood Rage Squad are all dead. Baron Boloa is the only one who made it out alive." At that moment, Conley, the Goblin Slayer, entered the tavern with her sword strapped across her back. Light from outside framed her tall figure as she stepped through the doorway with a commanding presence. In a calm voice, she confirmed the news. "That's right. They're all dead. Baron Boloa was the only survivor." Conley walked over to an empty table, pulled out a chair, and sat down without any concern for the whispers around her. The bald knight hurried over, his face tight with tension. "Goblin Slayer, you were there during that battle too?" Conley gave him a simple answer. "Yes." Then she raised one hand toward the bartender. "A beer, please." The hooded figure approached her table, curiosity growing stronger. "What about the goblins?" Conley watched as a glass of beer was set down in front of her. She glanced at the drink, then answered casually. "There were hundreds of high-level goblins, including a mutant. I took care of all of them." The bartender and the bald knight both froze in stunned silence. For a moment they seemed to forget how to breathe. Those goblins were known for being extremely difficult to kill, yet she had spoken about eliminating them as though it were nothing. Then a loud laugh came from behind them, just as expected from the Goblin Slayer. After hearing Conley's account, the people in the tavern erupted with cheers and excited shouting. The bartender quickly broke into a wide smile. "Your drinks are free today." The bald knight looked at Conley with shining eyes and grinned from ear to ear. Praise filled the room from every direction. That's why she's called the Goblin Slayer. Hundreds of high-level goblins, and even a mutant? No wonder Baron Boloa's group was wiped out. Without warning, a powerful gust of wind blasted into the tavern and carried something through the room. It moved far too quickly for anyone to see clearly, but every pair of eyes immediately followed it. Then the air outside the tavern suddenly turned cold. Thousands of bats flooded in through the open space, their wings beating wildly through the room. One bat, then two, then hundreds filled the air, sending everyone into panic. People ducked for cover beneath tables and shouted in fear. What are those things? After several tense minutes, the bats gathered near the ceiling and hovered above the tavern. The frightened customers remained where they were at first, too afraid to move. Once the chaos began to settle, they slowly crawled out from under the tables with swords and staffs clutched tightly in their hands. Everyone looked upward. The bald knight's eyes widened in shock, while the mage sweated heavily and gritted his teeth to keep from making a sound. Under the watchful eyes of the entire tavern, Conley calmly lifted her beer and took a sip as though nothing unusual had happened. Then she looked up at the hundreds of bats overhead, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Cold-blooded mercenaries, huh? That's quite a unique entrance. One of the bats replied, its voice smooth and seductive. Goblin Slayer, you said there were hundreds of goblins. Have you found their lair yet? Goblins are very good at hiding. While everyone else in the tavern stared nervously at the ceiling, too uneasy to relax, Conley remained seated and casually swirled the beer in her glass. I haven't found the lair, she said. After killing them, we came back. I see. A soft voice cooed from above. One of the bats swooped down and stopped directly in front of Conley. It folded its wings neatly and looked at her with a sly smile. Then leave the task of finding their lair to us. I hope you'll cooperate with me. Conley did not answer. She simply rose from her chair, pushed it back into place, and prepared to leave. As she walked toward the exit of the tavern, Conley spoke without turning around. I don't like working at night, and I don't like working with other people. The bat watched her walk away without even considering the offer. Its glowing red eyes slowly changed from seductive amusement to something far more serious. What a pity, it said coldly. It looks like we'll have to take the reward for ourselves. Later that night, deep within the dense forest not far from Bright Town, the sky was no longer visible beneath the stars. A massive swarm of bats covered the darkness like a thick black curtain. They flew toward the depths of the forest, following the scent of fresh blood until they reached an area near a waterfall. The bats landed among the branches of the nearby trees, hanging upside down from the limbs as they watched the dark forest below. One of the bats carefully looked around the area before speaking to someone higher up in the trees. Captain, what do you think? This doesn't look like the place where a large army would be hiding. Hanging from a branch above, the captain answered in a low voice. The smell of blood ends here. It has to be inside. Let's move. Yes, Captain. The others replied together. The bats took off again and soon discovered a cave ahead. Hundreds of them flew inside in a long, dark stream. A goblin guard saw the overwhelming number of bats and became so confused that he scratched his head. Bats? He muttered. Seeing his bewildered reaction, another goblin snapped at him. Stop staring and stay focused. It's not like you've never seen bats before. Inside the damp cave, water dripped steadily from the ceiling, its sound echoing through the darkness. The bats circled overhead and examined the cave from above. Below them stood only a few dozen goblins. One of the bats frowned in confusion. There are only this many goblins? And just one mutant? Did we come to the wrong place? This looks like a medium-sized tribe at best. But the captain continued watching with a greedy, calculating gleam in her eyes. A wide smile spread across her face. No mistake. There are this many high-level goblins, exactly as the Goblin Slayer said. Her expression became even more eager. Excellent. While they're still asleep, drain every last drop from them. The sight before her looked like a feast laid out in perfect order. Drool nearly formed at the corner of her mouth as she immediately gave the command to her sisters. Attack. Drain them dry. The bats bared their sharp teeth and aimed for the goblins' necks. Excitement filled their movements as they rushed forward. This time they were certain they would capture every goblin, enjoy a proper meal, and collect the reward as well. Just as the captain was enjoying the thought of the feast and reward ahead, a sudden strike came from behind and caught her completely off guard. The sudden blow made her entire body go numb at once. Strength drained from her limbs, her balance vanished, and before she could even spread her wings properly, she crashed down onto the cave floor with a heavy thud. A figure slowly stepped out from the darkness. Still reeling from the shock, the captain lifted her head to see who had struck her. The instant she recognized the person standing there, her body froze. It was a priest. Within the goblin lair, the mysterious figure fully emerged from the shadows, revealing a female priest holding a staff in her hand. The captain's thoughts turned chaotic. What the hell was happening here? Why would a priest be hiding inside a goblin lair? Had they somehow entered the wrong place entirely? Before she could make sense of the impossible sight in front of her, flames suddenly burst to life all around the cave. Fire spread across the surroundings, lighting up every dark corner and sealing off the area in blazing orange light. For bats, this was the worst possible situation. They had been trapped inside a ring of fire, with no clear path left for them to escape. The goblins who had seemed asleep only moments earlier were now fully awake. Torches burned in their hands, weapons were raised, and they formed a tight circle around the trapped bats. The captain gritted her teeth as rage filled her eyes. They had been fooled. "Damn it!" she hissed. "We can't get out." One of her frightened subordinates looked toward her and asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" Lin Tian stepped forward from the gathered goblins, a smug smile spreading across his face as he watched the bats trapped in the center. "You came all the way here to suck my blood?" he said coldly. "Then let's see what you're really capable of." The moment he spoke, the captain quickly turned toward him. His bearing was completely different from the other goblins surrounding her. That calm confidence made the answer obvious. This goblin had to be their leader. She immediately beat her wings, summoning a fierce whirlwind around herself as she shot toward Lin Tian and the goblins. The sudden rush of wind made everyone stare at her in confusion. A few seconds later, a heavy thud echoed through the cave. A figure stepped out from the fading whirlwind, followed by numerous beautiful women. The captain had transformed into her true human-like form. She looked at the goblins before her with cold indifference and gave the order without hesitation. "We've been discovered. Kill them all. They're only goblins." The instant she transformed, Lin Tian activated his ability and checked her information. Lilith. Level: 61. Race: Vampire. Occupation: None. Title: Countess's Consort. Abilities: Immortal Body, Curse of God. HP: 1900. Attack: 500. Defense: 500. Skills: Blood Siphon, Rainbow Bloodlust, Shadow Form, Infect Equipment, Exquisite Light Armor. Total stat points: 2800. Lin Tian's eyes widened as the details appeared before him. Holy crap, her strength was far beyond what he had expected. Was this even real? Lin Tian stared at Lilith's information with a deep frown. His eyes filled with caution as he looked toward the woman in front of him. Her stats were unbelievably high. Fortunately, the information he had received earlier warned him that the cold-blooded mercenaries might attack, so he had been prepared for this moment. Lilith flew into the air, pulled a whip from her waist, and lashed it toward the goblins surrounding her. Several of them were thrown aside like ragdolls. Her cold, seductive voice rang through the cave. "Let's find out what happens first. Does the fire burn us to death? Or do all of you die first?" She looked down at them with contempt. "Trying to use fire against us because bats fear flames? How naive. Maybe our true forms would fear it. But now that we've transformed, you'll learn why roses have thorns." Lin Tian only gave a quiet scoff. His long hair fell over his eyes, hiding part of his expression, while a faint smirk remained on his lips. "Is that so?" At that moment, a chorus suddenly rose from behind him. A group of muscular goblins with powerful physiques began singing together, their voices echoing through the cave. As the hymn continued, holy power gathered in the air and formed a shining golden shield of light around them. The louder the goblins sang, the stronger that golden shield became. Its brilliant glow filled the cave with overwhelming holy energy, and terror immediately appeared on the vampires' faces. The light scorched their skin like direct sunlight, making them scream in agony as painful burns spread across their bodies. The captain raised an arm to shield her face, gritting her teeth as the holy light continued burning her. "Damn it!" she shouted. "How can lowly goblins possibly use holy magic?" The hymn only grew louder. Golden light intensified with every verse, flooding the entire cave and swallowing the trapped vampires in its radiant glow. Unable to withstand the continuous assault, the vampire group was burned until they could no longer keep standing. With no way to flee, they were forced down onto their knees. With Lin Tian leading from the front and the goblin choir continuing their pressure, the battle's outcome was already obvious. Lin Tian stepped forward and spoke calmly. "Fighting won't benefit either side. Why don't we sit down and talk instead?" One of the vampire subordinates quickly moved to help the captain back onto her feet. The captain looked at Lin Tian with open disdain, a mocking smile resting on her lips. What the hell was this goblin talking about? Negotiation? A lowly goblin actually thought he could sit down and negotiate with vampires? Lin Tian walked closer and lowered himself onto one knee, resting a hand against his chin as he studied the captain and her companions. I assume you came here because of the reward, he said. But there's something I don't understand. Vampires live on blood. So why would a race like yours need money? You're powerful enough to take what you need. Why bother with coins at all? It's strange. Hearing those words, the captain felt a wave of helplessness. Outsiders could never understand the trouble her people faced. Still, trapped in such an awkward situation, she could only force herself to smile confidently. As a member of a noble race, she refused to look weak in front of these goblins. Since she had to explain herself, she finally answered. Do you think dealing with the Holy Church and the Sword Saint is easy? We signed an agreement not to drink human blood. Otherwise, why would we waste time earning money just to buy blood? Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Tian stroked his chin and looked thoughtfully at the women before him. Now he understood their situation. They were powerful, but their lives were clearly not as free as they appeared. If he could recruit them, perhaps the overall strength of his tribe could rise to an entirely new level. After Lin Tian pressed her for an explanation, the Countess laid out the difficult circumstances her group had been living under. His brows gradually relaxed as he understood that their situation was far from easy. I understand, he said. Then let's cooperate. The Countess looked him over again, surprised by the offer. While she studied him with suspicion, Lin Tian quickly lifted one hand and gave a signal to his subordinates. I can provide you with blood, Lin Tian said. At his signal, the 500 muscular goblins raised their hands to their chests and began chanting once more. Slowly, the holy chorus weakened, and the golden light around the cave faded away. The vampire group quickly regained their footing and gathered closer together. Several subordinates rushed to support the Countess. She scoffed at Lin Tian's offer. The blood of goblins alone isn't enough for a long-term arrangement. I have an entire group of vampires to feed. How many barrels of blood could you possibly provide? Would that even be enough for my sisters to have one proper meal? Don't make promises you can't keep. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Tian's expression became unusually serious. His eyes opened wide, his face brightened with confidence, and he raised one long finger as though presenting an indisputable truth. There are records saying the kidneys are the source of essence, he said with complete sincerity. For certain bloodthirsty demons, that essence can serve as a replacement for human blood. He wore such a solemn and trustworthy expression that he seemed determined to make them believe him. This was not some trap, he told himself. It was simply a mutually beneficial partnership. The Countess and her companions stared at him in complete confusion. What the hell was this idiot talking about? None of them understood a single thing. What kind of language was he even using? The women beside her whispered to one another, their thoughts spinning in circles. Captain, what does he mean? The captain could only exchange equally confused looks with them. Seeing that the vampire women clearly did not understand him, Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes and put on an air of deep mystery. After coughing lightly a few times, he began trying to explain his meaning in a way they might understand. Legend says there is a kind of demon called a succubus, Lin Tian began. Long ago, they discovered that essence had a special effect. Ever since then, they've survived by drawing nourishment from it. He continued in an overly serious tone. In the modern world, during this age of information spreading everywhere, creatures like that are simply called sex demons or succubi. They're known for having angelic faces and devilish figures, Lin Tian continued. But their beauty isn't their only special trait. They don't have to plot against anyone or hurt people directly. They only need to find willing partners and draw the nourishment they need. He spoke as though his logic was flawless. Where there is supply, there is demand. It makes perfect sense. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more convinced he became that this arrangement was perfect. The Countess's group needed a stable source of nourishment, while his goblin tribe had no shortage of strong partners. What they lacked were women willing to join them. If both sides worked together, it could become the ideal mutually beneficial relationship. Lin Tian spread his arms, and his goblin subordinates proudly displayed their powerful builds, showing off six-pack abs and bulging muscles. We goblins may lack many things, Lin Tian said confidently, but we never lack this. As long as we reach an agreement, I guarantee you won't have to worry about running out of blood again. The Countess's companions glanced at one another and began whispering nervously. I think I've heard of something like that before, one of them said. But could he be lying to us? While the group remained half convinced and half suspicious, the Countess confidently stepped toward Lin Tian. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try, she told her subordinates. However, the others were still worried. The safety of their entire group could not be placed solely in the hands of goblins making one-sided promises. The vampire women quickly reached out and grabbed at the Countess's clothing, calling after her in alarm. "Captain!" One of the subordinates watched the Countess walking away with deep concern. "We are the Countess's women," she said hesitantly. "The Countess is still sealed away. Shouldn't we wait until that day? Is it really all right for us to do this?" If they truly agreed to remain with the goblins, their blood shortage might finally be solved. But what would happen to the Countess they were waiting for? The captain turned around, her beautiful red eyes filled with determination. "Over the last few hundred years, how many sisters have we lost?" she asked. "If this method really works, then we can finally wait in peace without suffering and risking our lives every day." Her decision was clear. This symbiotic arrangement would allow her people to preserve their numbers, protect their safety, and avoid constantly hunting rewards. It would also give them a stable source of nourishment while they waited for the Countess. With that resolve, she walked toward Lin Tian. "Let's try it. Then we'll know whether what you said is true. But if it isn't, these goblins will pay the price." Following Lin Tian's instructions, the Countess soon became covered in sweat. Heat rose through her body, her cheeks turned flushed, and the air around them seemed to grow strangely warm, like the lingering heat between late spring and early summer. The atmosphere became both comfortable and intensely hot at the same time. The vampire women watched the Countess and Lin Tian closely, growing so excited that several of them covered their faces as their cheeks turned red. Time passed, and gradually, the Countess began to sense an unexpected change within herself. Her pupils suddenly narrowed. Her eyes widened as surprise flashed across her face. Then a soft laugh escaped her lips. Her eyes curved with delight, and excitement flushed across her face. "I can't believe it's actually true," she said. "It really can replace fresh blood." Before Lin Tian could even react to her discovery, she shoved him down onto the ground with a heavy thud. The vampire sisters immediately swarmed over him and pressed him down, their excited voices overlapping one another. "It's real. I want to try too." In an instant, Lin Tian found himself overwhelmed by the eager group of female demons. No, beautiful women. He struggled for breath beneath the crowd. "Hey, don't rush," he gasped. "Calm down a little. Take it easy, one at a time." After finally escaping from the group of hungry vampires, Lin Tian stood there trembling. He weakly stretched out one hand toward the tribe mother. "Help me up," he said. Lyre quickly hurried over and supported Lin Tian, allowing him to lean against her as she laughed softly. "Boss, you've really had a hard time." Lin Tian rested against her, looking pale and drained as though every bit of strength had been taken from him. "Those vampires are completely insane from hunger," he muttered. After the exhausting experience, the Countess walked toward the pair with steady confidence, the sound of her heels tapping against the cave floor. She stopped in front of Lin Tian and declared, "Goblin, I agree to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do?" She gently stroked her chin while looking directly at the goblin leader. If Lin Tian could meet her group's conditions, then it was only natural for her to learn what he expected in return. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Tian slowly looked around the dark cave, and the Countess followed his gaze. "This place stays dark all year long," he said. "It's a perfect place for people like you to hide." He paused, resting against Lyre's support and looking up toward the cave ceiling. "All you need to do is protect this cave and stop anyone from invading it." Seeing how weak her husband looked, Lyre quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulder with concern. The Countess listened closely, and surprise slowly turned into understanding on her face. She closed her eyes and smiled quietly to herself. If those really were the only terms, food, shelter, a place to stay, and the freedom to exercise and keep themselves healthy, then this arrangement was far too good for her group to refuse. She walked past Lin Tian, her alluring figure swaying naturally with every step. One hand rested against her chin as her eyes traveled over him in open appraisal. At last she gave a light nod. "All right then, I agree." With that settled, she skipped toward the cave entrance while humming a cheerful little tune. Lin Tian stood where he was, completely speechless, questioning his own decisions for a brief moment. Was cooperating with this woman truly the right choice, or had he just invited another disaster into his tribe? At the entrance of Bright Town, torches burned brightly through the night and cast warm light across the streets. Ever since the mercenaries had entered the forest to eliminate the goblins, a long stretch of time had passed with no news from them at all. Rumors began spreading among the townspeople that the cold-blooded mercenaries had lost contact. Before long, many adventurers were already convinced that the goblin elimination mission had failed yet again. Later that night, the tavern was packed and noisy as usual. Then a furious shout suddenly cut through the room. "You coward! You useless piece of trash! I've hated you for a long time!" An argument quickly erupted at one of the tables. Two men were glaring at each other fiercely, their voices growing louder by the second. One of them clenched his teeth, waved his hands angrily, and stared straight at the hooded man across from him. You don't even have the guts to fight goblins. Yet you still pretend to be a C-rank adventurer. The hooded man immediately snapped back. Don't try to use morality to control me. I have no interest in helping you earn rewards. If you want to fight goblins and make money, then go do it yourself. I have plenty of things to deal with. Who has time to chase goblins around because of a few empty words? While the two men continued arguing, the tavern's wooden door suddenly creaked open. A beam of light spilled across the floor from outside, and every person in the room instinctively turned toward the entrance. A slender figure stood in the doorway as though she had stepped in on moonlight itself, pure, elegant, and almost untouchable. The heavy smell of alcohol inside the tavern made her frown at once, and she quickly lifted a handkerchief to cover her nose. Then, with long measured steps, she walked deeper into the room. The man who had been shouting earlier finally saw her face clearly, and his mouth fell open in shock. Why is she here today? He blurted out before crying. The Sword Saint. The hooded man recognized the newcomer as well. His expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly smiled in greeting. Sword Saint, you've recovered? That's wonderful news. After several minutes of murmuring and surprise, someone finally pushed through the gathered crowd and rushed toward the Sword Saint. Sword Saint, are you planning to head to Dragon Island alone? Are you asking all of us to join forces and deal with the goblins at the same time? The question threw the tavern into an uproar. Conley answered firmly, That's right. Only by doing that can we eliminate both the dragon race and the goblins at once. One man within the crowd looked increasingly uneasy, his eyes filled with hesitation and complicated doubt. But there are only ordinary people like us left now, he said nervously. Can we really pull this off? His uneasiness quickly spread, and the people around him began shifting restlessly as the same fear crept into their faces. Then someone laughed and stepped out from the crowd. He looked toward the Sword Saint with a confident expression. Isn't this just a matter of putting in the effort? Count me in. The Sword Saint glanced at him. At this point, it did not matter much who stepped forward. As long as someone was willing to accept her plan, that was enough. She had not expected too much support to begin with. A man with a cigar between his lips exhaled a thin stream of smoke and smiled. I'm willing to help the Sword Saint fulfill her goal of protecting everyone. I'll organize the adventurers and lead them into the forest to wipe out the goblins. This man was Allison, a member of the Diamond Rank Gunner Squad. Recognizing Allison, the Sword Saint merely gave him a brief glance before replying in a casual tone. Very good. I'll leave the task of dealing with the goblins to you. With someone staying behind to handle that part of the plan, the next step could finally begin. She then turned toward the hooded man, her expression becoming serious. The only way to reach Dragon Island is by boat. I heard you possess magic that can control objects. Are you willing to escort me there? The hooded man was visibly startled. He had never expected the Sword Saint herself to ask for his help. A delighted smile appeared beneath his hood. He quickly bowed to her with exaggerated respect, joy filling his heart. To fight at the Sword Saint's side would be my greatest honor. But beneath the hood, his eyes were filled with calculation and greed as he watched her. Inside, he was practically screaming with excitement. Once this succeeds, I can definitely rise all the way to myth-rank adventurer. The view shifted to Dragon Island. High in the vast blue sky, black dragons circled a mysterious island hidden beneath the clear waters. They remained above it without ever looking away, moving around the island like guards protecting something precious. Far beneath the ground, deep in the abyss of a cave, the dragon mother held her beloved egg close against her body as she slept peacefully. Without warning, the earth began to shake violently. The ground trembled, the surrounding cave walls quivered, and clouds of dust and smoke burst loose before falling downward in waves. The dragon mother jolted awake the moment she felt the tremors. She carefully lowered the egg onto the ground, then immediately spread her body and wings around it as a shield. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she looked toward the ceiling. What is happening? She roared. The disturbance outside had reached her at last. Her subordinates immediately flew toward the entrance of the cave to investigate, then hurried back to report everything they had seen outside. After listening to their report, the dragon mother frowned as realization slowly crossed her face. Then her beautiful brows eased, and she looked toward her subordinates with a cold smile. I understand. I didn't think that woman would be able to stand back up again. I already dealt a severe blow to her spirit before. Who would have thought she had a will tougher than steel, harder than concrete? She lowered her gaze toward her beloved child and gently stroked the eggshell. Her voice remained calm, but suppressed rage could be heard beneath every word. And it had to happen now, she murmured. Holding the egg close once more, she pressed a gentle kiss against its shell, her eyes overflowing with deep affection. The dragon mother carefully placed the egg back onto the ground. Her gaze stayed tender, and a warm smile touched her lips as she spoke softly. My child, remember this well. Your father is a very special goblin. After saying that, the softness vanished from her body. The dragon mother returned to a battle stance, her eyes sharper than before as an overwhelming killing aura swept through the cave and filled every corner. Her human form slowly began changing back into her original dragon form. Her eyes burned with fiery rage as she snarled. That damned woman. It's time to settle this. With those words, a colossal black shadow burst from the cave and shot into the sky like lightning, ripping through the wind with terrifying speed. Outside, the metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Drops of crimson blood slid from the tip of a sword and fell one after another onto the ground below. The forest had become a graveyard filled with dragon corpses. From among those massive bodies, a figure emerged. The sword saint, dressed in pure white and carrying her sword, walked forward with graceful ease, as though she were strolling through a quiet flower garden instead of crossing a battlefield covered in death. After walking only a short distance, she came to a stop. The dragon mother descended from the sky in front of her, and the impact of her colossal body shook the ground. Wind screamed through the forest as dust and loose stones spiraled around them. The dragon mother's red eyes locked onto the sword saint. That madwoman had chosen today of all days to destroy her home, and she had even come alone. Yet the sword saint stood unmoved as the wind lashed at her white robes, completely unfazed by the dragon mother's enormous presence. The sword saint tightened her grip around her sword. Her eyes shone with challenge, while a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. So you finally decided to show yourself. When the dragon mother saw that the madwoman was still acting so arrogant, she felt like slapping her on the spot. Tilting her head, she sneered down at the sword saint. I never expected someone defeated by goblins to crawl back up again. What's wrong? Do you still have the nerve to cling shamelessly to life? Seeing the sword saint's expression darken made her feel 10 times better. Before testing who was stronger, she wanted to strike at the woman's pride first. But the insult hit a sore point, and the sword saint's aura suddenly flared like a raging fire. The sword saint narrowed her eyes dangerously and stepped toward the dragon mother. How I choose to live is not for you to decide. But you threatened my people, and that means your life is mine to take. Her voice turned colder with every word. I hate you damn dragons. Let's see how long you can keep acting arrogant. The two sides immediately clashed. The sword saint swung her blade behind her in a sweeping motion, drawing a brilliant arc through the air. Golden light flashed in her eyes as powerful sword energy surged wildly around her. The dragon mother watched every movement she made and answered only with a contemptuous scoff. Then she opened her jaws wide. Dark power gathered in her mouth and condensed into a demonic purple flame, the terrifying breath of a dragon. The sword energy and dragon flame collided head-on, becoming two opposing powers that tore through everything around them. The ground cracked open, dust exploded into the air, and violent wind howled across the battlefield as though even the surrounding space might be ripped apart. Behind a nearby rock, the hooded man hid as best he could, trying to stay safe from the earth-shattering battle. As he watched the sword saint fight the dragon mother, terror filled him at the sight of the dragon's enormous size. He clenched his teeth and curled into the corner behind the rock, not daring to let himself be seen. That dragon is too big. Way too big, he muttered in panic. If it notices me, I won't even be enough to fill the gap between one of its teeth. He could only watch from where he hid, unable to provide any help, though he still silently cheered for the sword saint. But while he remained focused on the battle, he failed to notice the dragon mother's tail sweeping toward him. Just as the danger closed in, someone suddenly grabbed him. His entire body froze, and he was too terrified to make a sound as everything happened in the blink of an eye. The sword saint moved with incredible speed. She caught the hooded man by the collar, lifted him into the air, and pulled him away from the dragon mother's attack. Had she been even a second slower, he would have been crushed into dust. Realizing that her enemy had moved behind her, the dragon mother quickly turned and shifted her attention. The sword saint released the hooded man and landed lightly on the ground. Unable to withstand the momentum, he fell down beside her like a sack of rice. Now that the dragon mother's attention was fixed on her, the sword saint frowned and shouted angrily, "Get out of here! Stop getting in the way!" The hooded man remained sprawled on the ground, still dazed as he looked up at her blankly. The dragon mother gave the sword saint no time to recover. Her red eyes turned toward the sky, and she opened her mouth wide before releasing a deafening roar that shook the entire area. In the next instant, magic circles appeared overhead. Sharp stalactites began raining down like arrows toward both the sword saint and the hooded man. Massive stone spikes fell from above in a relentless flood. With her sword in hand, the sword saint charged directly into the rain of stone. She cut a path through the falling stalactites, fearless and unstoppable as shattered rocks scattered around her. Meanwhile, the hooded man remained on the ground in stunned terror, unable to force himself to move. Stalactites slammed down all around him, making him tremble violently as he curled up in fear. He could only scream in panic while the deadly stone rain continued crashing around him. "Oh, motherfucker!" The hooded man cursed in pure panic as the deadly stone spikes crashed down all around him. The sword saint moved through the falling barrage with astonishing speed. Her small, angel-like figure leapt from one descending stalactite to the next, using the deadly rain of stone as footholds to climb higher and rapidly close the distance to the Dragon Mother. Even as magic circles continued forming overhead and releasing giant spikes without pause, she refused to slow down. Realizing the situation had become dangerous, the Dragon Mother opened her jaws and roared. But before she could launch another attack, the sword saint gripped her weapon with both hands, jumped into the air, and poured every ounce of power she had into her blade. The sword suddenly blazed with a blinding radiance, its shining edge driving straight toward the Dragon Mother's head. It was the super sword skill. In that critical instant, the Dragon Mother had no time to defend herself. The blade tore through her flesh, and waves of agonizing pain surged through her massive body, forcing a furious roar from her throat. The sword saint remained in motion, sword held tightly in her hands, her eyes burning with relentless intent. She struck again and again, every slash carving through the Dragon Mother's thick hide. Each wound made the dragon scream louder, and her cries echoed across Dragon Island as though they could reach the heavens themselves. Far away inside the cave, a faint cracking sound broke the silence. The egg's shell slowly split apart. A tiny dragon crawled out from the broken shell and lifted its head toward the distant cries of pain. Anxious and frightened, the newborn dragon cried out with an immature voice. Its little wings flapped weakly as it tried desperately to lift itself into the air. Blood continued dripping onto the ground below. Drip, drip, drip. The sword saint stood lightly atop a jagged rocky outcrop, staring down at the Dragon Mother below. The great dragon had dropped to her knees, one hand clutching her injured eye as unbearable pain forced her teeth together. The sword saint spoke in a calm, detached voice. "I was aiming for your forehead. Unfortunately, I missed and only struck your eye instead." The Dragon Mother slowly forced herself upright, her body trembling with rage. She glared at the sword saint through hatred-filled eyes and raised her weapon. "You mad woman! Today, I'll fight you until one of us dies." Just as the two were about to clash once more, the little dragon suddenly flew toward them. Sensing another presence approaching, the sword saint paused and looked into the distance. The Dragon Mother also recognized who was coming. The newborn dragon rushed forward, shouting at the top of its young voice, "Don't hurt my mother!" The little dragon stretched its neck upward and let out a desperate roar toward the sky. Then its tiny body lost balance and plunged down, crashing painfully onto the hard ground below. The Dragon Mother's expression changed the instant she saw her newborn child fall. "My child!" she cried, rushing several steps forward. Yet while she was focused on the little dragon, the sword saint remained cold and composed. With her sword still in hand, she began walking slowly toward the Dragon Mother. In that desperate moment, the Dragon Mother could no longer protect both herself and her child. For one brief, helpless moment, she could only look toward her child and scream, "Run, my child! Run to the place your memories guide you. Only there will you be safe." The moment her words ended, a freezing chill swept over her from behind. The sword saint had reached her. The sword saint raised her blade high, then brought it down without hesitation. The little dragon watched everything unfold, his eyes filling with tears as he cried out, "Mother!" One clean, merciless strike cut through the air. Crimson blood burst outward like peach blossoms blooming across the battlefield, and the metallic scent of blood flooded the air. The sword saint's slash severed the Dragon Mother's head from her body. The sight of that cruel woman killing his mother was carved forever into the little dragon's mind. Tears streamed down his face as grief tightened around his heart until he could barely breathe. His throat turned hoarse, and all he could do was cry, "Mother!" The little dragon understood the vast difference between his own strength and that of the merciless woman before him. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as everything was taken away from him. Powerlessness and humiliation crashed down on him at once. In the end, he could only obey his mother's final words. With tears still flowing, he shut his eyes, beat his weak wings, and fled into the distance. The sword saint stood where she was after killing the Dragon Mother, silently watching the little dragon retreat. Seeing that victory had been secured, The hooded man rushed out toward her. He glanced at the dragon mother's corpse, laughed triumphantly, then looked toward the fleeing hatchling with a sinister smile. Blue light immediately began gathering around his body and condensed in his palm. He aimed at the escaping dragon and shouted, "Sword Saint, leave that kid to me. I'll take care of it." A barrage of attacks shot through the air toward the fleeing little dragon. Feeling the danger coming from behind, the hatchling quickly twisted aside and avoided the strikes. Then he turned back, opened his mouth, and unleashed a stream of fire toward the hooded man. The hooded man never expected the little dragon to retaliate. He froze in shock as the flames rushed toward him. By the time he felt his skin beginning to burn, his eyes had widened and his jaw had clenched, but it was already too late to escape. The flames scorched the skin of his face, leaving it burned and blistered. He grabbed his face and screamed as he collapsed to the ground, rolling around in unbearable pain. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The Sword Saint stood beside him with complete indifference, as though she were watching a fool make a spectacle of himself. Looking down at his struggling body, she sneered, "If you don't have the strength, stop acting tough. You couldn't even deal with a child, and you got hurt by his counterattack. Useless. You're only fit to be a tool for me to use. Be grateful you're still useful at all." After some time, the worst of his pain finally began to fade. Still groaning, the hooded man painfully reached toward his waist and pulled out a small vial. He quickly uncorked it and poured the liquid over the burns on his face. His face was covered in scorched flesh, red and black marks twisted together across his skin. Rage filled his bloodshot eyes, and dark veins spread through them like spiderwebs. His entire face contorted as he roared, "Damn it! Where did that black lizard go? I'm going to stew it into soup." He could not believe that such a small dragon had reduced him to this state. If he ever caught that hatchling again, he wanted to chop it into pieces. Just as he continued raging, a cold voice interrupted him. "It's gone." The Sword Saint had chosen to spare the little dragon because it had never harmed her people. She ignored the hooded man's cries and complaints, not even bothering to glance at his injuries as he writhed on the ground. Then she walked away with quick, determined steps. "I have to go. It's not too late to provide reinforcements yet. I need to personally eliminate those goblins destroying Bright Town." The thought of those goblins irritated her, and her pace became even faster as she left. After the enemies had gone, the dragon mother's body gradually lost its remaining warmth. Her half-human, half-dragon form could no longer hold together. The energy within her body slowly dispersed, and her corpse returned fully to its original dragon form. Once the enemies were gone, the little dragon flew back toward the dragon mother's body. He landed beside her and sobbed desperately, "Mother! Mother!" But she lay motionless before him, unable to answer. In such a short time, he had already been forced to endure grief too heavy for a newborn child. The little dragon tried with all his strength to lift his mother's massive body, but the difference in their size was too great. He gritted his teeth, strained until his limbs shook, and pushed with everything he had, yet he could not move her even an inch. "I'll take you home, Mother," he said through his tears. "There has to be a way to save you, but I can't move you." Before long, his small body finally gave out. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted and defeated. No matter how hard he tried, every attempt ended in failure. In despair, he lay there gasping for breath and desperately thought about how he could bring the dragon mother back to the lair. After several silent seconds, he made a painful decision. He knew it might be wrong, but he saw no other way forward. "Forgive me, Mother," he whispered. "I have to devour you so I can gain enough strength to take you home." Not long afterward, the tiny dragon's body began transforming. The hatchling that had once been so small expanded into a colossal and powerful dragon, now nearly equal to his mother in size. His new massive form raised its head and roared toward the sky, shaking the ground and everything around him. Feeling immense power surging through his body, he spread his wings wide. He carefully embraced his mother's severed head, then flew straight into the sky. Crossing forests, mountains, and countless stretches of land, he followed the place his inherited memories had shown him. At last, he arrived at the dragon lair, a vast place filled with glowing magma veins and scorching heat. Smoke and dust drifted through the air as the little dragon finally saw his destination. Carrying his mother's head, he landed immediately, his heart burning with fear and urgency. The moment his feet touched the ground, he began searching everywhere in a frantic panic, looking for anyone who might be able to revive her. His eyes were filled with desperate hope. Even though this was his first time in such a frightening place, he ignored his fear and kept searching. He wanted only one thing, to bring his mother back. Then, without warning, a dark shadow fell from the sky above him. Before he could react, the shadow slammed into him with crushing force. The impact drove him into the earth, pinning him beneath the ground until he could barely breathe. The dragon who had attacked him stood on top of his body, baring its fangs and laughing with sinister delight. It did not care who the intruder was or why he had come. The attack had happened too suddenly. The dragon mother's head slipped free from the little dragon's grasp and fell several meters away. The black dragon pressed down on the little dragon, using its claws to force his head against the ground and giving him no chance to resist. Then it looked toward the Dragon King and reported, "Dragon King, we've captured an intruder." Meanwhile, the little dragon stared anxiously at his mother's severed head and cried out again and again, "Mother! Mother!" At that moment the Dragon King finally appeared. His golden pupils widened as his gaze settled on the scene before him. The red-flame Dragon King stood in his colossal form, horns rising high above his head, his fierce and majestic face carrying the presence of a true ruler. The Dragon King noticed something lying on the ground. "Is that Philbus's head?" he asked. Then he stepped closer to the little dragon, his golden eyes full of authority. "Who are you?" The hatchling seemed unfamiliar to him. He had never seen anyone like this among the dragon clan. When the little dragon saw him, he did not show fear. His only concern was still his mother. He knew he was powerless against the dragon who had pinned him down, so he placed all his hope on the clan before him. This place was supposed to be his last chance, yet he had arrived only to be treated like an enemy. "That is my mother's head," he said. "I followed the memories I inherited and came here to ask you to save her." The little dragon's words made the surrounding dragons understand what had happened, and they immediately began discussing it among themselves. "Those cuts are far too sharp, and they carry the aura of divine power. There's no mistake, that woman did this." When the dragon mother was mentioned, the Dragon King's expression turned impatient. "What a pity," he said. "Philbus was supposed to inherit the crystal power of the former Dragon King, but she insisted on going into the human world." The Dragon King appeared to understand the entire situation now. He stepped closer to the little dragon and lowered his head, carefully smelling the hatchling's scent. Confused, the little dragon could only watch his actions in silence. The Dragon King stepped back and signaled for his subordinates to move away. His eyes remained fixed on the little dragon with curiosity. You truly are her child," he said. "But you are not a pure-blooded dragon. Who is your father?" Now free from the black dragon's claws, the little dragon slowly pushed himself up and stretched his aching limbs. When he heard the question about his father, his mother's earlier words returned to his mind. "I never met my father," he answered. "But mother told me that my father is a goblin." The answer struck every dragon present like thunder. Faces froze, and bewildered eyes turned toward one another. "What? Did I hear that correctly? A goblin?" The disbelief was so strong that no one could immediately accept what they had heard. The dragon who had attacked him earlier became furious the moment he heard the word goblin. Kicked the little dragon again, sending him sprawling across the ground. Its eyes burned with anger as it roared. "A goblin son? What a disgrace to the dragon race. Dragon King, let me eat this hybrid." The Dragon King saw the fury burning in his subordinate's eyes, yet he did not stop him right away. He remained silent, apparently weighing the situation in his mind. This child was indeed the dragon mother's son and carried the Dragon King's bloodline. If they killed him now, they would be destroying the grandson of the former Dragon King. The former Dragon King was already dead, and the dragon race had only this remaining crystal bloodline left. Yet the child was also the son of a goblin. If he wanted to remain here, he would have to prove himself first. The Dragon King understood that his subordinates would never accept the hatchling if he simply welcomed him without question. They might make trouble for the child later. Seeing the little dragon's resilience and refusal to cower, he decided that a test would be the best course. It was also for the little dragon's own good. The Dragon King turned his gaze toward him and finally spoke. "Little one, if you truly want to save your mother, you must survive first. Your condition is simple. Defeat the dragon standing beside you." The little dragon remained stunned for a moment, as though he had not fully understood the Dragon King's words. Then a sinister laugh sounded above him. "Thank you, Dragon King. Finally, something entertaining." The little dragon looked up warily at the dragon looming over him, his jaw tightening. That dragon's expression was vicious, and the pressure coming from such a powerful opponent weighed heavily on him. Then the dragon opened its mouth and lunged straight toward him. In that instant, every detail of what had happened burned itself deep into the little dragon's memory, never to be forgotten. Without giving anyone time to react, the enormous dragon activated his skill and swallowed the young dragon in one brutal gulp. Then he turned toward the two dragons behind him, wearing a smug, self-satisfied grin. It was over in the blink of an eye. Just like that, the child born from a goblin father and a dragon mother appeared to have been killed. But all at once, the dragon who had swallowed the young one twisted in visible discomfort. His face tightened, his teeth clenched hard, and his body shuddered as though he were desperately trying to force down what he had just eaten. A long stream of fire suddenly exploded from his mouth. His expression warped with pain as his jaws stretched open, leaving his mouth torn and ragged. His eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed at the other dragons in pure agony. "It hurts. That brat is chewing through my insides. Help me. Somebody help me." The remaining 2 dragons instinctively wanted to step in, but they froze where they stood, restrained by the Dragon King's earlier command. The purple dragon spoke with a cold, rigid expression. "This was the king's decision. You have to overcome it on your own. We are not allowed to interfere." The moment those words left his mouth, the young dragon blasted out through the other dragon's stomach at terrifying speed. All that remained behind was the arrogant dragon's lifeless body, torn open by a massive, gaping hole. Free at last, the young dragon erupted with joy and circled through the air in excitement. "I survived. I won. Now I can save Mother Narv." After celebrating in the air, he slowly descended and made his way toward the Dragon King with cautious, eager steps. The Dragon King remained perfectly composed as he looked down at him. "From this moment on, you belong to the dragon lair. Your name will be Nidhogg." After devouring the larger dragon's flesh, the young dragon's appearance had already begun to change. Hearing the king's acceptance, he could barely contain his excitement. "Great! Then how are you going to bring my mother back?" At those words, the Dragon King turned his head and gave him the next instruction. "Take Brimphilbus's head to the World Tree." Nidhogg listened closely, not daring to miss a single word. The Dragon King continued in a steady voice. "Fuse that head together with the roots of the World Tree, and a wooden dragon can be created. That is the only way to revive your mother." Elsewhere, Lin Tian sat inside his system space, quietly reading the new notification that had appeared before him. By using the cave's terrain to build traps and defenses, and with support from the elves and vampires, he had repelled wave after wave of adventurer attacks. The victory had cost him many subordinates, but he had still earned an impressive score of 81. His reward was 80 life points. The life simulation came to an end, and time advanced by 1 day. After reading everything, Lin Tian fell into thought. He had already prepared thoroughly for hundreds of adventurers. Now, all he needed to do was push time forward until the day of glorious success arrived. A new prompt appeared before him, asking whether he wanted to skip directly to the defense stage. Lin Tian did not hesitate and selected yes. Once the time skip ended, the first thing Lin Tian saw was the frenzied goblin and the others sprawled across a mountain of loot, roaring with excitement. "Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty!" Seated on his throne, Lin Tian stroked his chin and quietly considered the situation. Many high-level goblins had died, but their hundreds of corpses were more than enough to help the surviving high-level goblins evolve rapidly into hero-class warriors, raising the tribe's overall strength. Another notification followed soon after. After consuming more than 100 corpses, the goblins had finally reached level 50 and completed their evolution. The gluttonous goblin had evolved, raising its total power to 1,100. Its new special ability was Gluttonous Meat Shield. The more flesh it consumed, the more its health would continue to rise. The Great Hammer Goblin also evolved, increasing its total power from 900 to 1,000. Its special ability, Great Hammer Fury, had grown even stronger through the evolution. The Shadow Goblin's total power rose to 1,200. Its special ability was Raise a Hand. Lin Tian rose from his throne and walked forward slowly, lost in thought. Goblins were hated for one simple reason. They had to consume flesh in order to grow stronger. Humans, on the other hand, could gain levels simply by killing enemies, whether those enemies belonged to their own race or another. Nearby, Loa was still bound tightly in place. Having watched Lin Tian's tribe butcher so many victims, he was pale with terror and nearly overwhelmed by panic. Then, without warning, a hand settled lightly on Lin Tian's shoulder, followed by a familiar voice from behind him. "I never expected you to be this resourceful." It was the Countess. She slowly licked the blood from her hand and smiled with clear satisfaction. "It has been a very long time since I enjoyed drinking human blood this much." She stepped closer as she continued speaking. "To repay you, I'll send someone to investigate the Sword Saint for you." The moment Lin Tian heard that title, his interest was stirred, though his expression remained cool and detached. "Oh, go on." The Countess happily recalled the information she had received. "I heard that once she learned hundreds of adventurers failed to return. She left Bright Town on a flesh-eating horse. She plans to gather the legendary hunting squad and use them to deal with you." Her expression turned serious as she added, You need to be careful. Those people used to be the Sword Saint's companions. But Lin Tian immediately focused on the most important part. She had left town. A faint smile appeared on his face. That was the perfect chance for him to finally step outside and get some fresh air. After advancing time, Lin Tian had assumed the Sword Saint would keep attacking until she finally succeeded. Instead, once things became difficult, she chose to leave and seek help from outside. The Countess stared at Lin Tian in surprise when she saw how calm he still was. You do not look scared at all. You are actually smiling. Before either of them could continue the conversation, a goblin subordinate rushed in with panic written all over his face. Boss, we have a problem. Lin Tian and the Countess exchanged a quick glance. Still breathing heavily from his sprint, the goblin forced out the report. A goblin squad from another tribe is approaching our cave. They are not far from here. Lin Tian's expression immediately grew serious. Are they coming for us? Even the Countess looked startled. What? Are you sure? Lin Tian lowered his gaze in thought. There should not have been another goblin tribe anywhere within 100 miles. Could these intruders be the original owners of this cave? As soon as he said it, the view shifted outside. The unfamiliar goblin group looked weak at first sight, and they were struggling up the cliff one after another. Lin Tian was already waiting for them with Goblin San and Goblin Mun at his side. The goblin squad eventually reached the stream, led by one noticeably larger goblin. It looked like their leader was the only hero-class fighter among them. He impatiently urged the others forward. Move it! What are all of you standing around for? Lin Tian's system quickly revealed the leader's details. Goblin Beast, level 50. Race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Title, Hybrid Beast King blessed by the gods. Hero race. Health, 750. Attack, 240. Defense, 230. Skills, Beast Tiger Bloodline and Bite. Equipment, Bone Club and Leather Armor. Total power, 800. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes as he evaluated him. This squad leader was a hero-class goblin he had never seen before, and his strength was not bad at all. Still, one question bothered him. What kind of tribe was this where even a rare hero-class goblin was merely leading a small squad? Lin Tian turned to the two goblins beside him and gave the order in a low, serious voice. Get ready. We need to capture this squad alive. There is a strong chance they are a special unit from some large tribe. Goblin Mun and Goblin San immediately grew excited. Before the fight began, Goblin Mun licked his weapon and grinned. Do not worry, boss. Leave it to us. By then, the unfamiliar goblins had reached the middle of the river. The ones carrying beast bloodlines truly moved differently from ordinary goblins. The squad leader suddenly paused and sniffed the air. A faint trace of blood had reached his nose. Why does it smell like blood around here? The other goblins looked at one another, unable to sense anything. One of them answered in confusion. Captain, I do not smell anything. Before long, they arrived at the waterfall. Beyond that curtain of water was the hidden entrance to Lin Tian's tribe's lair. The leader looked toward it and chuckled greedily. There is probably food inside the cave. Get ready to eat. The other goblins immediately became excited and rushed forward, eager to grab whatever valuables they could find. Lin Tian's suspicion had been right all along. This cave truly had once belonged to them. Suddenly, a red streak of light tore down from above with unbelievable speed. It was Goblin Mun. With a short knife in hand, he charged through the air and slashed at the goblin beast in a single swift motion. He moved so quickly that by the time the goblin beast realized what had happened, Goblin Mun had already struck and retreated out of reach. The goblin beast immediately dropped into a combat stance and shouted at the top of his lungs. Enemies, prepare to fight. The low-level goblins around him were unexpectedly loyal, stepping forward with weapons raised. Leader, we will protect you. Before they could prepare themselves any further, an arm suddenly rose from the water beneath them. It belonged to the frenzied goblin. The frenzied goblin exploded out of the river and seized the underlings, attacking them with savage force. The same goblins who had just sworn to protect their leader instantly lost all courage and scattered in terror. It is a mutant goblin. Run! Run! The goblin beast was furious. He had believed he was walking into an easy trap of his own making, but instead he had stumbled directly into a nest of powerful enemies. The fleeing underlings were struck again before they could escape. This time, goblins had activated Earth Spike, sending sharp spikes bursting up from the ground and impaling them one after another. In only moments, the bewildered goblin beast was left standing alone. One low-level goblin still tried to flee for his life. As he ran, he cursed in panic. Damn it! This lair has already been taken over. I have to report this to the Lord. The fleeing goblin shouted as he ran. The instant Lin Tian heard that, He drew his divine crossbow and aimed at the escaping figure. The arrow flew straight through the goblin's forehead, dropping him to the ground right in front of his leader. With the final underling dead, Lin Tian calmly lowered and put away his crossbow. Beside him, the frenzied goblin was already biting down on another goblin's head. Everything had happened far too quickly for the goblin beast to understand. His mind filled with questions, yet there was no one left alive for him to ask. Trembling violently and drenched in sweat, he stared at Lin Tian's group in disbelief. Damn it, aren't you supposed to be nothing but low-level goblins? A bunch of cowards. Before he could even finish the sentence, the goblin beast's body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Lin Tian and the frenzied goblin watched the entire struggle unfold right in front of them. A system notification soon appeared, revealing exactly why he had passed out. Goblin beast, level 50, had been poisoned by the earth goblin. Lin Tian stared down at the unconscious goblin beast with a serious, unreadable expression, silently calculating what his next move should be. In no time at all, the goblin beast had been locked up in chains and dragged away to receive some very personal treatment from Lin Tian. But even while restrained, he refused to cooperate, thrashing wildly and roaring, "Get away from me! Stay away, you worthless trash! You think you have the right to question me? I'll eat every one of you!" Watching him struggle so stubbornly, Lin Tian rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He raised a hand and casually brushed back his flowing hair before sighing. "Ah. Looks like you still need society to teach you a painful lesson." The goblin beast froze for a second when he heard the word lesson, then immediately forced himself to shout back with defiance. "A beating? What beating? You think you dare?" Deep down, he still believed his wild beast-like nature made him impossible to frighten. But 1 minute later, the room was filled with blood-curdling screams, while torture tools stained red lay scattered nearby. The once proud beastman no longer had the courage to act tough. His entire body was exhausted, torn by countless bleeding wounds, and even speaking had become difficult. "I was wrong. I'll tell you anything. I cannot take this anymore." The moment the goblin beast finally broke down and begged, Lin Tian stopped. He turned away slowly, wiping the blood from his hands as he walked off without a word. Then Lin Tian looked back over his shoulder with a pleasant smile, as though nothing unpleasant had happened at all. "That is more like it. Now tell me, which tribe are you from? Where is your tribe located? And why did you come here?" Terrified out of his mind, the goblin beast clutched his head and spilled everything he knew. "I belong to the Beast King tribe in the Demon Forest to the west. This cave used to be my leader's lair. He sent me back here to retrieve something, but I never expected to run into you." Lin Tian listened carefully while a subordinate remained beside him, holding the tools close enough to remind the goblin beast what would happen if he tried to lie. Lin Tian continued questioning him in a calm but serious tone. "What level is the leader of your tribe?" The goblin beast cried as he answered immediately. "Our leader is already a goblin lord, but he is close to evolving into a goblin overlord." That answer caught Lin Tian off guard. Ever since becoming a goblin, he had never encountered a goblin lord before, and now he was hearing about one that was close to leveling up again. Seeing Lin Tian fall silent, the goblin beast panicked and hurriedly added more information without even being asked. "Oh right, the thing we came to retrieve is a treasure. It is extremely important to our lord. If you do not believe me, you can go find it yourself." Lin Tian lifted his gaze at once. "A treasure, you say?" Soon afterward, his subordinates located the item the goblin beast had been talking about. The instant Lin Tian opened the box, a strange green mist drifted out from inside. A system notification then revealed the object's details. It was a B-rank abyssal artifact, a ring created by the leader of the ghoul tribe. Once activated, it could seal an opponent's soul inside the ring, and the strength gained would increase according to the soul it captured. However, to activate it, the user first needed the target's blood. The moment Lin Tian saw such a valuable item, he immediately slipped the ring onto his finger. "I did not expect to find a treasure like this." The goblin beast noticed his good mood and quickly put on a weak, hopeful smile. "I have already told you everything. You took the item too, so can you let me go now?" Lin Tian answered without hesitation. "Of course." But while his mouth said one thing, his hands clearly had another plan. Lin Tian grabbed the goblin beast's hand with the ring-covered hand, then used his fingernail to cut open the skin. As blood began to trickle out, he positioned the ring beneath it and let the blood touch the artifact. The goblin beast stared at him in confusion and fear. "What are you doing?" Lin Tian's face slowly darkened into a sinister smile. "I am going to release your soul." With the target's blood now collected, the ring immediately began to carry out its purpose. Lin Tian sat down calmly and began testing his new treasure, looking almost like a grim reaper deciding who would live and who would die. A green stream of spiritual energy poured from the ring, forming into the shape of a ghostly hand as it lunged toward the goblin beast. He stumbled backward in terror. At that moment, the goblin beast regretted every decision that had brought him here. But by then, it was already far too late to change anything. He watched in horror as the demonic green hand crept closer and closer to his head. Then he screamed as the green spiritual energy wrapped around his body, slowly pulling his soul out and drawing it into the ring on Lin Tian's hand. As the goblin beast's body dropped to the ground, power flowed into Lin Tian. Green light surrounded him, then gradually sank into his body and merged with him. Assist notification appeared immediately afterward. His total power had increased by 200. Having finished testing his new toy, Lin Tian smiled with clear excitement. It only raised my power by 200, but that is because this soul was not strong enough. A stronger soul will be much more useful. He then looked down at the goblin beast's corpse and began thinking ahead. The Beast King tribe had power comparable to an entire human city. Now that their artifact had fallen into his hands, they would definitely come after him sooner or later. Perhaps he could use them to deal with the humans chasing him. Lin Tian raised a hand to his chin and continued working through the possibilities, so focused that he did not notice Goblin Slayer approaching from behind. Let me think about how to make use of this. Goblin Slayer arrived beside him and asked, "Is that a goblin from the Beast King tribe?" Lin Tian turned around at once. "Oh, you know about them." The female Goblin Slayer gave him a direct answer. "Of course I do." She looked down at the body with a grave expression before continuing. "You cannot touch people from that tribe." Lin Tian frowned at her words. He had been preparing a major move, so what exactly did she mean? Goblin Slayer explained in a serious voice. "The Beast King tribe serves beneath the Great Tomb. Even the Lion Empire is not qualified to openly confront them. Even I would not dare lay a hand on them." Goblin Slayer crouched down and carefully examined the goblin beast's corpse before adding, "And yet you killed one of them." Lin Tian felt a chill run through him at those words. If even Goblin Slayer refused to provoke this tribe, then how could he possibly stand against them? He looked at her and asked, "What exactly is this Great Tomb? It sounds dangerous." Goblin Slayer turned toward him and continued her explanation. "The Great Tomb rules over the Demon Forest, which stretches thousands of miles across the west. Inside it, there is at least one level 12 demon, a being that stands at the world-class level." As she finished speaking, Goblin Slayer slowly rose to her feet. Lin Tian stood there in confusion, rubbing his chin as he repeated the number to himself. Level 12. The meaning of it finally hit him, and he realized just how dangerous the situation had become. All of a sudden, his eyes widened as though a new idea had just struck him. Perfect. Lin Tian reached for the ring on his hand, releasing the green aura stored inside it. The energy flowed back into the goblin beast's body. Goblin Slayer stared at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" Lin Tian answered calmly, "I need your help. Use blood to control him, then order him to return to the Beast King tribe and report that the abyssal artifact was stolen." By then, the goblin beast's soul had already been returned to his body. Lin Tian looked toward Goblin Slayer and continued, "But the ones who stole the abyssal artifact were not us. It was the royal nobles of the Lion Empire." Goblin Slayer broke into a cold sweat and looked at Lin Tian again, wanting to make sure she had heard correctly. "You mean the Stenman and Pheromone families?" At the same time, the goblin beast had revived, though he was now completely controlled by Goblin Slayer. Lin Tian lowered his eyes, his voice firm and certain. "That is right." Then he remembered how he had previously allowed Baron Boloa to escape, using Loa as bait to lure them into an ambush and gain more experience. Now Lin Tian was even more confident in his plan. His brows tightened, but a pleased smirk appeared on his face. "Let the snipe and the clam fight each other. The fisherman will take the profit." The scene shifted to a vast and imposing kingdom, where it was obvious at a glance that the people living there were far from ordinary. This was the capital of the Lion Empire. Inside the kingdom's grand hall, the atmosphere was loud and chaotic. The moment anyone stepped inside, they could hear an enraged man shouting, "You useless piece of trash! Get out! You have disgraced the entire family!" The man doing the yelling was Baron Boloa's father. Baron Boloa was kneeling in the middle of the hall, desperately trying to explain himself. "Father, please listen to me." When his father refused to respond, he started recounting everything he had seen. "Those goblins are not only powerful, they are intelligent too. We cannot defeat them. Even the Grey Helm squad was wiped out. Oh right, Cousin Loa is still alive." But instead of calming down, Baron Boloa's father grew even more furious. He clenched his teeth, looking ready to slap his incompetent son across the face just to vent his anger. He was Count Fairman, Baron Boloa's biological father, and he had no interest in listening to more excuses. Descendants of such a powerful family had been defeated by filthy goblins. To him, it was completely humiliating. He slammed his hand down hard, cutting off Baron Boloa before he could continue rambling. Unable to contain himself any longer, Count Fairman stood up and pointed directly at Baron Boloa. "How dare you keep talking? 2 heirs of this family lost to goblins, and now everyone outside is laughing at us. Are you proud of yourself?" Baron Boloa was still trapped in shock, barely able to process his father's words. The furious scolding only made him panic harder, and before he realized it, he had wet himself. The people around him immediately covered their noses and looked down at the pathetic sight with disgust. Baron Boloa could only cry and repeat himself. "Father, Father, I am sorry." Inside his mind, the only thing he could see was Lin Tion's terrifying figure. Every image of Lin Tion killing without hesitation kept replaying over and over, haunting him until he could barely think straight. Tears ran down Baron Boloa's face and mixed with the yellow liquid spreading across the floor, making the sight even more miserable. He kept muttering through sobs. "Scary? He is so scary. That goblin is terrifying, so terrifying." The humiliating mess in front of him made Count Fairman's eyes bulge with rage. Losing to goblins was already disgraceful enough, but now his son was urinating in the middle of the hall. "Do you have any idea how much face you have made me lose, you brat?" he roared. "You! Drag him out of here!" Just as Count Fairman finished giving the order, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Before the newcomer even appeared, a voice arrived first. "Fairman, do not be so angry." The man who entered was a middle-aged aristocrat with a dignified bearing and an air of confidence around him. A maid followed closely behind as he calmly repeated, "Ferryman, there is no need to be this angry." He walked into the center of the hall and stopped beside the kneeling Baron Boloa. Leaning lightly on his cane, he looked down at the disgraced young man before turning toward Count Ferryman. "I came here to work with you," he said. "Together, we can erase the humiliation your family has suffered." Those words calmed Ferryman slightly, but he still could not understand what the visitor was suggesting. He looked straight at him and replied, "What exactly do you mean? Have you forgotten the king's order? Every noble above the rank of Viscount must keep their troops prepared at all times, and they cannot be deployed however they please." His tone remained guarded as he continued. "Besides, the king has already sent word to the Sword Saint. What more is there for us to do?" The newcomer's expression darkened at Ferryman's response. He frowned slightly, and a calculating gleam flashed through his eyes. Then he slowly stroked his mustache and let out a quiet, knowing chuckle. "Your way of looking at things is still far too narrow." Straightening his posture, he finally made his intention clear. "If we leave everything for the Sword Saint to handle, the king will only conclude that our 2 families are useless and incapable. Is that truly what you want him to think?" Ferryman's expression shifted as those words struck a nerve. He was clearly tempted, but he knew the man standing before him far too well to trust him immediately. In the end, he merely clicked his tongue and remained silent. The aristocrat lowered his voice, making every word sound more convincing. "Winning the king's favor is simple. Let your son personally report the goblin situation to his majesty. Then each of us can mobilize 1,000 soldiers. Even if a goblin overlord appears, we will crush it completely." For a brief moment, the entire hall fell quiet. The people gathered around them began whispering among themselves, clearly shaken by the bold proposal they had just heard. Ferryman let out a tired sigh. He knew perfectly well that the man before him had his own motives, but right now, avenging his family and the people slaughtered by those goblins mattered more than anything else. Count Ferryman slowly rose to his feet and folded his hands behind his back. His gaze dropped to his useless son still kneeling on the floor. "Fine," he said gravely. "Do not think I am unaware of what you are planning." Then he looked down at Baron Boloa with disgust. "Bring this worthless thing with me. We are going to meet the king." Several days later, the waterfall hiding Lin Tion's tribe looked peaceful and beautiful from the outside, with clear water pouring over the cliffs. But behind that calm view, the atmosphere inside the cave was anything but peaceful. Loud explosions and sharp banging noises kept echoing through the lair, so intense that nearby goblins covered their ears in fear. Loa had become the target of Lin Tion's latest experiment. An apple sat on top of his head, already pierced cleanly through by a bullet hole. His face still carried that crazed, broken look as he stared upward and muttered, "Hit it! Hit it!" Lin Tion had acquired a new toy. Holding a pistol in his hand, he admired his work with a satisfied smile. Across from him, Loa trembled uncontrollably and whispered again and again, "Monster, monster." Even after the test was over, Lin Tion turned the pistol over in his hand and studied it with clear excitement. "I did not expect this homemade gun to work this well." The only problem is that it wastes too much gunpowder. Kasana, the tribe mother's daughter, stared at the weapon in amazement. Leader, you are incredible. I want to shoot it too. Seizing the chance, Kasana wrapped her arms tightly around him and pressed herself against him while whining playfully. Teach me. Come on. Teach me how to use it. Lin Tian felt her soft body against him and briefly closed his eyes, enjoying the unexpected reward. All right, he answered with a pleased smile. I will teach you. Just as Lin Tian was about to show the elf how to hold the pistol, a voice suddenly called from the distance. Boss! Boss! It was Goblin Mun. Goblin Mun rushed over in a panic and gave his report. Bright Town is gathering a massive number of human soldiers, and every one of them is fully armed. Lin Tian and Kasana immediately stopped what they were doing and listened closely. Then more goblins hurried in behind him. Boss, we also detected a large group of goblins coming this way. They appear to be from the Beast King tribe. Goblin Mun turned back in shock. What? Fear spread among the goblins, and some wondered aloud whether they were all going to die. Yet while everyone else panicked, Lin Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Tian pulled Kasana close and smiled as though he had just received wonderful news. Looks like the real show is about to begin. Kasana looked up at her foster father with growing admiration. Enemies were closing in from every direction, yet he remained completely calm, still smiling as though everything were under his control. She clenched her fists to herself. She had to learn how to use that gun quickly, or she would never be able to fight beside him. A few days earlier, deep inside a dark and damp cave, a voice suddenly echoed through the shadows. Leader, the human army has come and stolen the abyssal artifact. I barely managed to escape. Before the report could go any further, the controlled body of the goblin beast was violently thrown down and slammed into the ground. In the darkness sat the goblin lord of the Beast King tribe, a massive figure surrounded by writhing tentacles. His appearance was grotesque and demonic, like a goblin fused with an octopus. With a flick of his hand, the goblin lord instantly killed the goblin beast. Useless trash, he growled. Then he opened his slimy mouth wide and inhaled deeply before giving the order to every subordinate around him. Gather everyone. We are going to attack the humans and take back the abyssal artifact. The Beast King tribe's goblins, both inside the cave and outside it, were stunned by the sudden command. Everything had been peaceful only moments ago, and they could not understand why they were suddenly being ordered to launch an assault on humans. Back in the present, Bright Town stood beneath the moonlight as banners bearing two lions holding swords fluttered in the night wind. The town walls were heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed everywhere in full armor and carrying weapons at the ready. Below the walls, the delegations belonging to the two counts had already arrived. The bartender and several townspeople stood before them, waiting to offer their welcome. The bartender had now become Bright Town's new chief. He bowed deeply and spoke with great respect. Welcome, Count Ferryman. Welcome, Count Stenman. The people behind him lowered their heads at the same time. Stenman glanced around and noticed that the Sword Saint was nowhere to be seen. His brow immediately creased. Where is the Sword Saint? A hooded man appeared from the distance. He was the warrior who had once fought beside the Sword Saint to kill a dragon. In a cautious voice he said, The Sword Saint left to handle another matter. Why have the two counts come here with so many troops? At the mention of the two counts, the town chief and Stenman exchanged a quick glance. Seeing that the Sword Saint was absent, Stenman became arrogant. He ignored the hooded man's question, turned his horse away, and prepared to leave. If the Sword Saint is not here, then there is no point wasting time speaking with you. The hooded man's temper flared at once. I am the Dragon Slayer, the warrior who fought alongside the Sword Saint. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? The moment Stenman heard the title Dragon Slayer, his attitude changed instantly. He knew how terrifying dragons were, and he had not expected this hooded man to be so powerful, much less someone close to the Sword Saint. He forced an awkward smile and quickly replied, Oh, I understand. My apologies. We came here to eliminate the goblins. Before anyone could say another word, a dark streak suddenly shot down from the sky at terrifying speed. Everyone nearby panicked, and the hooded man shouted, What is that? What the hell just fell from above? Out of the darkness, countless goblin legs began to emerge, along with the unmistakable stench of their bodies. Thousands of goblins charged toward the people in front of them all at once. The guards on the walls immediately fell into panic. Not good. Goblins, they shouted. How did they reach this place so quickly? Weren't heavily armed troops guarding the walls? How did they get inside? Count Ferryman's face twisted in rage as he watched the goblins charge. I have not even attacked you yet, and you dare ambush us first? Clenching his teeth, he roared. Damn goblins! You walked straight into your own trap. Lion Empire soldiers, destroy them. The instant ferryman gave the order, he and his cavalry surged forward with their spears raised. Every rider was determined to fight without retreating until victory was theirs. This time, they intended to reclaim both the insult and the price of it. A bloody battle soon broke out between the humans and the goblins. These low-level goblins were no match for Ferryman's forces. With simple swings of his weapon, Ferryman cut down several of them with ease. At the same time, the cavalry tore across the battlefield, stabbing and slashing through goblins with nearly every strike. The sharp metallic smell of blood quickly spread across all of Bright Town. The hooded man, despite carrying the title of Dragon Slayer, seemed to be having a harder time than expected. He could only use magic defensively, taking down one goblin at a time. High in the sky, a familiar dragon carried someone on its back. While everyone below focused on the chaos of battle, no one noticed the dragon quietly approaching. Looking down at the battle beneath him, Lin Tian smiled in surprise. This is even more lively than I expected. Below, the fighting already appeared to be nearing its end. A sword came to a stop, its blade dripping with fresh blood. Ferryman looked down at the goblin corpse he had just killed and scoffed with contempt. Goblins are nothing but low-level trash. What is there to fear? His smug tone carried the confidence of someone who had no idea how badly his situation was about to turn. Ferryman glanced over his soldiers with a satisfied smile. At this rate, the fight will be over in less than an hour. The first wave of low-level goblins had already been completely wiped out. Without warning, a horse and its rider were hurled in from outside and crashed into the area with overwhelming force. Both bodies were crushed on impact, spraying blood everywhere. Though Ferryman was old, he reacted quickly enough to lean backward and avoid the wreckage. Startled, he shouted, "What the hell was that? What just flew in here?" Even Lin Tian, watching from above, was shocked by what he saw. Something truly terrifying had appeared, making him jolt in surprise. From beyond the gate, the Goblin Lord finally entered. His enormous body moved clumsily under its own weight, but his size alone was enough to crush the atmosphere around him. Standing nearly as tall as the gate itself, he was easily 7 or 8 meters tall. One of the Goblin Lord's tentacles held a guard tightly bound as he entered. The captured soldier looked utterly miserable, helplessly dangling from the creature's grip. The moment he saw his own troops being cut down, the Goblin Beast King let out a furious roar that shook the entire area. Red shockwaves burst outward from his mouth, rolling across the ground with overwhelming force. Then he charged straight ahead, crushing human corpses beneath his massive body wherever he went. A panel appeared with the monster's information. Goblin Beast King, level 79. Race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Titles: Beast King, Emissary of the Tomb, Extreme Sin, Blessed by the Gods. Health 2000. Attack 700. Defense 670. Skills: Beast King's Roar and Brutal Strike. Equipment: none. Total power 3000. The instant Lin Tian read those numbers, his expression froze in disbelief. Lin Tian stared down at the creature with his eyes wide open. What the hell is that thing? How can it be this strong? Then he looked at its twisted body again and grimaced. And that appearance is absolutely disgusting. The two Count's soldiers immediately began to panic when they saw the gigantic monster charging through the battlefield. Guards rushed to surround Ferryman and Stenman, forming a protective wall around them. Ferryman's face changed as he shouted, "Retreat! Everyone, retreat right now!" Both Counts could feel the danger closing in on them. Stenman gritted his teeth and stared at the Goblin Beast King in disbelief. What is that thing? Is it an Overlord-class monster? Ferryman continued backing away, his voice tense. I do not know. Leave it to the families to deal with later. Just as the soldiers began pulling back, someone suddenly stepped forward and called out loudly, "Father!" The two Counts turned toward the voice. A young girl was leading a small group forward to assist them. She was Loa's cousin, Lona. With a firm expression, she faced her father and said, "We will draw that monster away. Leave the rest to the soldiers." After saying that, Lona walked past Stenman and moved toward the battlefield to carry out the plan. Stenman watched her go and called after her, "Be careful. Do not end up like your cousin Loa and become completely useless." Lona nodded without turning around. Understood. Lona and her companions prepared themselves to move. Some raised spears in both hands, while others gathered magic between their palms. Together, they got ready to rush out and lure the Goblin Beast King away from the town. The mage following Lona had already finished preparing his spell. He raised his hand, gathered his power and shouted, "Get ready! Take this!" A powerful beam shot forward and struck the Goblin Beast King directly in the face. The impact snapped the monster's huge head to one side. Although it barely damaged him, the hit successfully pulled his attention away from the soldiers and toward Lona's group. The Goblin Beast King slowly turned his head back and glared at the people who had attacked him. A deep growl rolled from his throat, heavy with confidence and anger. Taking advantage of that opening, the four immediately sprinted toward the town gate. Lona led the way and shouted, "Quick! Pull him outside the city." The other three followed closely behind her. The Goblin Beast King changed direction at once, roaring as he dropped down and began moving on all fours, chasing after them like a massive beast. From high above, Lin Tian watched the situation shift away from what he had planned. His expression darkened as he clenched his teeth. Not good. If they keep running in that direction, they are going to crash into my people. This is becoming troublesome. Lona's group had already covered some distance, but the Goblin Beast King remained dangerously close behind them. His body looked huge and heavy, yet a single step from him covered the same distance as 7 of theirs. Lin Tian could only let out a helpless sigh as he watched the gap closing. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes and muttered with clear frustration, "I did not want to interfere yet, but this time you have forced my hand." For only a brief moment, the image of Lona appeared in Lin Tian's mind. He looked down at the blonde girl with the high ponytail as she desperately fled for her life, then shook his head with a quiet sigh. What a pity. With the way things are going, that girl's fate does not look good. After several minutes of fighting and running, Lona's group had already suffered heavy losses. The mage had fallen, along with several soldiers who had been following them. The blonde fighter saw one of his companions collapse and immediately lost his temper. He clenched his teeth, raised his weapon, and shouted in rage, "You are nothing but goblins. Your fangs will become our first trophy." The man in the black vest glanced back at his enraged companion and warned him, "Do not get careless." He continued moving around the Goblin Beast King, trying to create an opening for Lona to deliver the finishing blow. At the same time, he gathered power into his glowing hands, ready to force a path through. Boom! A deafening impact erupted as the Goblin Beast King's giant hand slammed down where Lona had been standing. Luckily, she reacted quickly and dodged at the last possible moment. The ground beneath his palm shattered violently, sending broken stone flying in every direction. After escaping the strike, Lona had another companion step forward to hold the monster back. She steadied herself, lowered into a fighting stance, and began gathering strength into her spear. In her heart, she reminded herself, "I am the Academy's model student. I have to win this battle." The moment the Goblin Beast King's attention shifted elsewhere, Lona seized her chance. She swung her spear and launched herself into the air, shouting as she attacked, "High-level martial skill, spear piercing." As soon as her attack was released, a golden beam of energy burst from the spear and shot directly into the Goblin Beast King's chest. The monster had not expected the strike and could not defend in time. The Goblin Beast King roared in pain as the blow landed. High above, Lin Tian continued judging the girl's strength. Her total power is only around 1,700, while the others are barely around 1,000. I did not expect them to last this long against that monster. Interesting. After fighting for so long, the Goblin Beast King finally spoke. His mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs as he roared with fury. "You filthy woman! How dare you sneak attack me?" After saying that, the Goblin Beast King tilted his head toward the sky and opened his mouth wide. Purple energy began gathering around him, flowing into his body in thick waves. Lona's earlier attack had looked like it pierced his chest, but it had not been strong enough to strike him at full power. The attack had only torn away a small amount of flesh from his side. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he watched the monster gather energy, clearly surprised by the skill that was about to be unleashed. Once the Goblin Beast King had gathered enough power, he released it all at once. Countless purple blades of energy shot out from his mouth and ripped through the area around him. That attack was Beast King's roar. It was not only a wide-range assault, but also formed a powerful barrier around him. At that moment, no one dared approach within 100 meters of the Goblin Beast King. Even Lin Tian, standing high in the sky on the dragon's back, felt the shockwaves hit him. He had to force the dragon to fly even higher to escape the danger below. But the Goblin Beast King's roar still had not stopped, and the sound was so loud that it spread across the entire battlefield. Lin Tian had to cover both ears because the noise had gone far beyond what he could endure. He gritted his teeth, frowned deeply, and muttered, "That sound is terrifying. It is even more ferocious than I imagined." The dragon could not endure the roar either. Because of its enormous body, it was affected across a much wider area. It flapped its wings in panic and cried out in pain. Seeing it become restless, Lin Tian shouted, "Calm down! Stay steady!" After several painful minutes of sound torture, the Goblin Beast King finally stopped roaring. By then, he could see that everyone who had faced him was already defeated. The swordsmen and spearmen who had charged so boldly before were now lying motionless across the ground, unable to keep fighting. At such close range, even those who survived would likely suffer permanent damage to their hearing. What had once been an elite and well-trained team was now reduced to only Lona. Her clothes were torn, her body was covered in wounds, and she could no longer stand properly. Trembling before the monster, she whispered in disbelief, "Why is this happening? How can there be a goblin this strong?" Lona's face turned pale with terror as sweat ran down her body. She finally understood that she might die here. With no way to defeat the creature in front of her, she could only stare helplessly at the approaching danger. Her legs had completely frozen. She wanted to stand and run, but she could not force them to move. Tears filled her eyes as she cried out desperately, "Father, teacher, help me, please save me." In the blink of an eye, the Goblin Beast King was standing directly in front of Lona. His body radiated killing intent, and the injury on his side had already healed. He stared down at her like a trapped mouse, leaving her with nowhere to run and no chance to escape. Just like Baron Boloa before her, Lona was so terrified that she wet herself without realizing it. Tears and mucus streamed down her face as she cried uselessly for help. "Help me! Please! Someone help me!" A blood-curdling scream suddenly tore through the air, loud enough to carry for miles. It was Lona's voice, echoing across the battlefield and reaching the two counts in the distance. The counts heard the scream clearly and immediately realized something had gone wrong. One of them spoke urgently. "Lona's group must be in trouble." Then another voice followed, trying to remain calm. "Count, we are in command right now. We cannot afford any mistakes. Please calm yourself." While the two counts argued, the hooded man suddenly noticed something in the distance. He pointed forward with trembling hands and stammered, "Look! Look over there!" Walking toward Bright Town was none other than the Goblin Beast King, his body overflowing with murderous intent as he took one heavy step after another. The hooded man stared at the enormous figure and began shaking uncontrollably. What is that?" The Goblin Beast King looked like a gorilla with a lion's mane and octopus tentacles, creating a twisted and grotesque shape unlike anything he had ever seen. The Goblin Beast King had not killed Lona immediately. Instead, he wrapped his tentacles around her and carried her toward Bright Town like a trophy. Her clothes were torn, her body hung limply from his grip, and she no longer had the strength to resist. Tears streamed down her face as she looked completely miserable. The instant Count Stenman saw his daughter in that condition, rage exploded across his face. His eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and he looked as though he wanted to tear the filthy goblin apart with his own hands. Stenman's eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed his sword and shield, then rushed forward to save Lona. "Damn goblin! Give me back my daughter!" he roared. Seeing his comrade lose control, Ferryman quickly tried to stop him. "Count Stenman, come back! We are about to win this!" The Goblin Beast King saw Stenman's furious reaction and only became more confident. He smirked with complete contempt, showing that he was not afraid of the approaching human at all. Then he saw a bright streak racing toward him from the town gate. It was Stenman, and his speed was far faster than anyone had expected. In the blink of an eye, Stenman arrived in front of the Goblin Beast King and swung his sword with all his strength. "Give me back my daughter," he roared. But the Goblin Beast King did not back down. He met the attack head-on, gathering power as his entire body began to glow red. Then the Goblin Beast King swung his gigantic hand forward and laughed with savage delight. "You are seeking death." The Goblin Beast King's fist shot forward like a gust of wind and slammed into Count Stenman. The movement looked almost casual, like he was swatting away an insect, but to Stenman, it felt like a mountain had fallen straight from the sky. The impact was so violent that Stenman was driven into the ground in an instant. His body crumpled, his head stuck in the earth, and his eyes rolled back as he completely lost the ability to fight. He had charged in without understanding the difference in strength, and now he paid for it dearly. The nearby soldiers immediately rushed forward with their spears raised, thrusting at the Goblin Beast King from every side in an attempt to stop his rampage before it continued any further. The monster shifted his attention toward the soldiers, his eyes suddenly carrying the cold, merciless look of death itself. Even so, the men did not retreat. They raised their shields and leveled their spears, forming a tight formation around him. Seeing the opening, Count Ferryman shouted toward the hooded warrior, "Sir Warrior, strike him down now." The man normally would have fled the moment danger appeared, but with so many people watching and Ferryman pressing him forward, he had no choice but to act. The hooded warrior gathered a golden sphere of light in his hand, tiny sparks circling around it like restless fireflies. Sweat ran down his face as he muttered under his breath. I have to risk it. He lifted his other hand and began casting another spell, pouring more power into the golden sphere until it rapidly grew larger and brighter. Once he judged that the energy was enough, he sprinted toward the Goblin Beast King. He leaped forward, stepped onto a raised shield for extra height, and shouted, high-level magic skill. The force for low sent him soaring into the air. The glowing sphere kept expanding in his hand as more energy gathered within it. He swung his arm toward the monster and yelled, concentrated energy ball. Golden lightning immediately began surging into the attack. The Goblin Beast King finally sensed the danger, but the attack was already too close. The light pouring from the sphere blinded him, and before he could escape, the spell exploded with a thunderous boom. The golden flash from the hooded warrior's attack lit up the entire battlefield, turning the night around them bright for a brief, blinding moment. The low-level goblins panicked when they saw the enormous blast, convinced they would be struck next. They scattered in every direction, screaming, run! That is terrifying. Run quickly! Back on the battlefield, the hooded warrior's all-out attack had drained him badly. His breathing became heavy, and his body looked unsteady after forcing so much power into one spell. He stared toward the Goblin Beast King while gasping for breath. The attack had burned away all of the monster's tentacles and stripped a thick layer of flesh and skin from his chest. The exposed wounds crackled and sizzled as smoke rose from them. After waiting for a moment and seeing the Goblin Beast King remain motionless, the hooded warrior finally began to laugh in relief. He covered part of his face and turned away, laughing proudly as if the battle had already ended. I thought it was something special, but in the end, it is only a goblin. He spread his arms wide and puffed out his chest before shouting confidently toward Ferryman. We won! I won! I am a legendary hero! He never noticed that Ferryman and the knights standing ahead of him were trembling. They were not celebrating because the goblin was still alive. The Goblin Beast King's massive body began to writhe. Burned flesh slowly regenerated before everyone's eyes, and the recovery was frighteningly fast. Within moments, new skin had already grown over the charred area. After resting for a few minutes, the Goblin Beast King opened his slimy mouth and worked his jaw. Then he suddenly lunged toward the prey in front of him, his tentacles beginning to regenerate as well. The hooded warrior felt a chill crawl up his spine, but by then, he was already too late. Ferryman and the soldiers watched the horrific attack unfold right in front of them. One brutal bite ended everything in an instant, and blood splashed across the ground as the hooded warrior disappeared from view. The Goblin Beast King stood there with the hooded warrior's blood smeared across his mouth. He chewed slowly and thoroughly before swallowing, savoring the fresh meat without the slightest hint of hesitation. Only then did Count Ferryman truly understand how terrifying goblins could be. He had always believed they were weak, stupid creatures driven by nothing but instinct, but the monster before him shattered that belief completely. Cold sweat poured down his face, and his legs froze beneath him as fear took hold. High in the sky, a colossal shape gradually emerged through the haze. Beneath it, the clashing of weapons had kicked up thick clouds of dust that obscured the battlefield. Zi Huan, get closer, Lin Tian ordered. Once he reached a better angle, the view below became clear in Lin Tian's eyes. His face immediately turned serious, his brows knitting tightly as his gaze locked onto the creature without moving. Judging from what he was seeing, the monster below was no longer merely close to evolving. It had definitely begun the process. With every movement, strange and disturbing noises came from the Goblin Beast King's body. Beneath his skin, sharp claws and jagged fangs began pushing outward as his form continued changing. His teeth grew longer and more bloodthirsty, while his cloudy eyes turned a deep, bloody red that sent fear into anyone who met them. Long purple tentacles burst from the top of his head and along his back, writhing as though they had minds of their own. His stomach also transformed into a bottomless mouth lined with fangs on both sides, opening and closing endlessly with hunger. The information appeared before Lin Tian, level 80 brutal goblin. When he checked the details, the results stunned him so badly that he rubbed his eyes twice. What the hell? Total power of 3,100? Is this what Overlord level looks like? While Lin Tian was still staring at the information in shock, the evolved goblin suddenly attacked Stenman from below. Its giant hand clamped around the Count's head and lifted his entire body into the air as though he weighed nothing. Stenman thrashed wildly, clawing at the monster's hand and striking at empty air, but the pressure around his skull was crushing him. His throat burned, his eyes turned white, and his consciousness faded until only broken sounds came from his mouth. Ignoring those weak struggles, the goblin opened its mouth wide, its long tongue writhing eagerly as it prepared to eat. The monster's eyes gleamed as it watched Stenman struggle helplessly in its grip. Even before evolving, this creature had been terrifying. Now, although its combat power had not risen by an overwhelming amount in such a short time, it had become a nightmare on the battlefield. With one snap of its jaws, fresh meat was already within reach. One bite, one taste, and Stenman's brief dying scream made the goblin's eyes shine even brighter. The warm, thick scent of blood filled its mouth, intoxicating it so deeply that its whole body trembled with pleasure. If this continued, Lin Tian knew the humans would certainly lose. The soldiers could not fight nearly as fast as the monster could eat them. At this point, they were no longer opponents. They were simply food. Then Lin Tian's expression changed. Wait, if he keeps eating everything, what will my tribe have left to eat later? Sitting cross-legged on Zihuan's back, Lin Tian leaned forward and stared down at the battlefield with a deeply serious expression. The goblin below was cutting through people like a bulldozer, and its speed was becoming terrifying. All the experience points are being swallowed by that guy, Lin Tian muttered. What will my tribe eat afterward? I have to step in and control this brute. Below, the goblin overlord's subordinates had completely lost their fighting spirit and were trying to flee in every direction under the soldiers' pursuit. One of them was suddenly crushed beneath the overlord's enormous foot. The terrible weight pinned him into the ground so completely that he could not even scream. His eyes rolled back, his organs were crushed, and he died instantly. Seeing that horrible example, the other goblins collapsed in terror, realizing that the same fate awaited anyone who tried to run. Boss, we will not run anymore. We will not run. The overlord stared at them with a clear warning in his eyes, as though he were saying, run again, and I will send every one of you to meet your ancestors. His cold presence made the air feel suddenly freezing. He was already furious that he alone was carrying the battle while his subordinates were useless. They were not helping him fight. They were trying to escape. Run, he growled. What the hell are you running for? His face twisted in anger as he roared. Everyone, charge. Anyone who retreats will end up exactly like him. Terrified by the threat, the goblins rushed forward like a swarm breaking loose, pouring ahead in a frantic flood. After seeing one of their own crushed into the ground, none of them dared test what would happen if they fled again. All 500 goblins charged forward with their lives on the line. Ferryman and the soldiers stared at the charging goblins in disbelief. The monsters were bad enough already, but now the entire group was rushing forward together like a black tide. We are finished. Ferryman's expression turned dark as the bottom of a pot, while sweat poured down his face like rain. He shouted desperately, Quick! Retreat into the town. Shut the city gates. The soldiers immediately scrambled away. At that moment, nobody cared about rank or status. Staying alive mattered more than anything else. When the goblin overlord saw the fresh meat trying to escape, he roared, Block them! Do not let them get away. His command seemed to inject new strength into the frightened goblins, and they all accelerated as they charged after the humans. From above, Lin Tian calmly watched every detail unfold. The goblins kept pressing forward, forcing the humans back through the town entrance. As the soldiers fled into Bright Town, the goblins chased right in after them, and soon everyone had been drawn inside the city. Lin Tian's eyebrows lifted as he watched the situation below. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. He smiled silently, raised one hand, and gently placed 2 fingers near the corner of his mouth, preparing to whistle. A sharp whistle cut through the silent night. Riding on Zihuan's back, Lin Tian immediately signaled to the goblins below, telling them to follow the plan they had prepared earlier. From the nearby bushes, a group of goblin subordinates burst out carrying large sacks. They rushed like arrows toward the battlefield where the fallen soldiers were lying. The goblin leading them shouted, Boss ordered us to collect every corpse. Hurry! Move faster! The goblins quickly lifted bodies and stuffed them into the sacks as easily as if they were gathering vegetables from a garden. Then, from deep within the distant forest, an earth-shaking boom erupted alongside a violent flash of light. Animals and birds scattered in panic as the force raced over the forest and rivers, flying directly toward Bright Town at incredible speed. While the goblins continued gathering their food, they suddenly sensed something powerful rushing closer. Lin Tian's expression tightened as he looked toward the source of that unfamiliar pressure. He quickly ordered his subordinates to take the sacks and carry the food back. Is that goblin back already? He wondered. Is something about to happen? Lin Tian immediately ordered Zihuan to descend, then leaned down and commanded his subordinates to retreat at once. The goblins recognized their boss and quickly grabbed the sacks of food before shouting together as they hurried away. Night had fallen over Bright Town. Fog drifted through the streets, and a bone-chilling wind swept across the area. The goblin roared furiously, Hand over the abyssal artifact, and I will give you a painless death. Ferryman clutched his bleeding shoulder, unable to understand what the monster was accusing him of. I do not have whatever you are looking for. Kill me if you want, but filthy low-level beasts like you are not qualified to negotiate with me. The goblin stared at him with bloodthirsty, cruel eyes. Humans are truly disgusting. You stole my possession, then deny it, and you still dare call me low-level and unqualified? How ridiculous! It sneered. In a single instant, the goblin jumped forward so quickly that its body vanished from sight, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Before Ferryman could even react, the goblin's powerful hand had seized his entire body. Every bone in him felt as though it was being crushed apart, and the pain was so overwhelming that he could not even scream properly. Ferryman's eyes rolled white as his face twisted in agony. The goblin stared straight into his eyes with bloodshot fury and demanded, "What do you mean? Did you not steal the ring?" Ferryman's body stiffened, but he forced himself not to speak. He clenched his teeth and kept his stubborn gaze fixed on the creature. The goblin remained suspicious, still wondering whether he had taken the artifact, when it suddenly sensed another power approaching from far away. The goblin quickly turned toward the incoming presence. Before it could understand what was happening, a brilliant light struck it head-on, leaving it no time to avoid the full force of the attack. Tiny points of light appeared in the sky like glowing fireflies. They gathered higher and higher until they formed a radiant golden sword directly above the goblin's head. In the next second, the golden sword crashed down into the ground with overwhelming force. The impact was so powerful that the goblin was thrown backward through the air. "Who's that?" he roared in fury. As his voice echoed out, the thick cloud of dust slowly began to settle, and a figure emerged through the haze, standing atop the sword's hilt as the wind carried her robes through the air. A female warrior appeared before them, radiating a heroic presence that was impossible to ignore. Yet beneath that imposing aura, she carried a striking beauty as well, like a silver moon suddenly appearing in the night sky. A soft breeze swept across her robes, making her already radiant figure look even more dazzling. The overwhelming force behind the descending sword had smashed the goblin onto the ground. Staring at the woman before him, he looked as though he had seen something completely impossible. Why was she here? He had only come to recover what had been stolen from him, so how had he run into a monster like this? Before he could even make sense of the situation, a sharp slash tore into his body. Pain exploded through him at once, and the goblin let out a miserable scream. After landing that strike, she swiftly returned to the side of her master. Behind her stood a strong young man with a buzz cut, a spear gripped firmly in his hand. He wore black armor over a fit, well-trained body, the kind that showed he had clearly spent countless days sharpening himself through hard training. The sound of footsteps approached, making Mazzo turn around. An older man named Austin walked over with a silver beard, a massive weapon on his back, and one hand casually stroking his chin. "Do you really need to bully a goblin that badly?" he asked. Beside him stood a small, timid-looking girl clutching a doll tightly in her arms. Emma Ferryman's eyes lit up the moment she saw the Sword Saint return with the rest of the hunting squad. He looked happier than a child seeing his mother come home with groceries after a long day. Tears ran down his face, yet his mouth was pulled into a bright smile as he shouted, "Sword Saint, you finally made it. The hunting squad is here too." The battle had dragged on relentlessly, stretching from afternoon into the night, then from the dark hours until dawn finally arrived. As morning broke, sunlight slowly spilled across Bright Town and began illuminating the battered streets. Lin Tian had originally intended to rush in himself and finish off the mutated goblin overlord. Fortunately for him, the Sword Saints group arrived only seconds before he could make his move. He quickly descended, transformed into human form, and stood quietly nearby to watch how everything would unfold. Watching from a distance, Lin Tian muttered to himself, "I never expected the hunting squad to show up now. I was planning to suppress that violent goblin myself, but it looks like I won't have to step in anymore." From where he stood near the town gate, Bright Town looked strangely peaceful, almost as though no major battle had ever taken place. But deeper inside the town, the truth was impossible to hide. Buildings around the central streets had been badly damaged during the fighting the night before. Even after Marshall's attack, the mutated goblin overlord was still standing upright. Marshall and the Sword Saints group kept their eyes locked on him, waiting to see what he would do next. Only Ferryman truly understood how terrifying that creature was. He had watched his comrades die right in front of him, and now fear made his whole body tremble as he stood there, barely daring to move. Without warning, the goblin overlord turned his gaze toward one of his own subordinates. In the very next instant, his clawed hand shot out and seized the goblin by the throat, catching the unfortunate subordinate completely off guard. Before the subordinate could understand what had happened, his entire body was slowly lifted off the ground. The grip around his neck tightened harder and harder until blood burst from his mouth. The mutated goblin opened his mouth wide, clearly preparing to devour his own subordinate. His eyes glowed a savage red, making his face look even more terrifying. A large hole still remained in his abdomen from Marshall's earlier attack. Then he shoved the subordinate's entire body into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed without hesitation, completely ignoring the desperate screams that rang out around him. After swallowing his fellow goblin, the enormous wound in his chest began healing little by little. At that moment, Lin Tian's system displayed a notification. The mutated goblin had activated a skill called Brutal Devour. By consuming another goblin, he could restore his own injuries. Lin Tian folded his arms and looked down at the mutated goblin with a faintly surprised expression. So he has an innate skill like that, he thought. Then his eyes narrowed with interest. If the goblin wanted that wound to heal completely, it would still take him some time. Realizing this, Lin Tian slowly smiled. Everything still seemed to be moving according to his plan. In fact, this development only made things better for him. Seeing the creature begin to recover, the sword saint slowly reached for her sword. Marshall, standing behind her, stared at the goblin in disbelief. He took attacks through both his neck and chest, and he still hasn't died? The sword saint answered with calm confidence. He is an overlord-class monster after all. But now, one final blow should be enough to finish him. The mutated goblin suddenly flinched. The moment he saw the sword saint drawing her sword, fear appeared in his eyes. Without anyone noticing, he slipped out of his berserk state and returned to normal. Just as expected of the sword saint, her strength and reputation were clearly not exaggerated rumors. Sweat poured down the goblin's face as fear took over. He forced a harmless expression onto his face and shouted desperately, "Wait! I was tricked into coming here. I never wanted to fight any of you. Just let me return to the Great Tomb, and I swear I will never come back again." The moment she heard the words Great Tomb, the sword saint frowned deeply. Her sharp gaze fixed on the goblin as she asked, "You came from the Great Tomb?" The muted goblin became agitated at once, like a child whose favorite toy had been stolen away. He pointed his huge arm directly at Ferryman and roared, "Yes, this bastard is the reason. He stole my things." Ferryman immediately jumped to his feet and shouted back, "You're lying. I swear I have never stolen anything from a low-level demon like you." The sword saint and the other three exchanged uneasy looks, then glanced toward Ferryman as though silently wondering why he would steal from goblins in the first place. But the sword saint did not believe the situation was that simple. Her brows drew together as something finally clicked in her mind. It must be him, she thought. That hateful guy. After witnessing so many incidents involving goblins, she seemed to realize Lin Tian was likely behind this as well. This goblin had considerable strength and supposedly came from the Great Tomb, a place far away from Bright Town. It made no sense for him to be behind the nearby goblin attacks. Someone else had clearly dragged him into this mess. Hearing her words, the old man Austin shifted the great sword on his back and looked over with confusion. "Who are you talking about?" he asked. "Which goblin? Isn't the one standing in front of us the culprit?" The sword saint answered seriously. "He says he is from the Great Tomb, a place hundreds or even thousands of miles away, but the attacks around Bright Town have always been carried out by goblins living near this area." Below them, Emma looked up at the sword saint in surprise after hearing that explanation. Then Emma asked, "So someone deliberately lured him here from the Great Tomb, hoping that we would end up fighting each other?" Marsh was just as stunned. He frowned, unable to believe what he was hearing. A goblin capable of setting up something like this? That's unbelievable. Just when it seemed as though everyone might let the matter end there, Ferryman suddenly roared in anger. "I don't care who is behind it. Count Stenman and the wandering hero both died by his hands. We cannot let him return." His fury was easy to understand. Those who had died deserved justice, and someone had to pay with their life. Hearing Ferryman's furious words, the old man Austin smiled with obvious delight. His expression made it look as though his hands had been itching for a fight the entire time. Austin pulled out his enormous sword and shield, and power began surging through his whole body. A strange green aura rose around him, giving him a frightening, almost demonic appearance. His eyes flashed red as a sinister smile crept across his face. "Then let me take care of him," he said slowly. In an instant, the entire situation had been reversed. At that moment, Austin looked more like a demon than the mutated goblin did. Meanwhile, the goblin that had been so terrifying before now resembled a frightened puppy, trembling beneath the overwhelming pressure in front of him. Suddenly, a massive golden tornado came crashing down from the sky. The golden tornado was heading directly toward the sword saint's group. Austin had been ready to attack, but the sudden strike forced him to stop. Everyone lifted their heads in shock and stared up at the raging tornado above them. Austin reacted instantly, throwing himself aside and narrowly dodging the incoming attack. The tornado missed him and tore off into the distance. Its force was incredible, whipping dust into the air and covering the entire area, but the Sword Saint barely seemed troubled by it. She simply raised a hand in front of her face to block the dust, while the others struggled against the violent wind. The mutated goblin was stunned by the sudden attack, but he quickly realized that this chaos had given him a chance to escape. He immediately turned and ran. Only a complete idiot would stay behind and fight monsters like those people. A moment later, the tornado gradually began to die down. The Sword Saint kept one hand over her eyes, trying to look through the remaining dust and see what had just happened. Then her eyes suddenly widened when she finally saw the figure in front of her. The attack had come from Lin Tian. His dragon form now hovered before the Sword Saint, and she was still shielding her eyes from the dust as she shouted in confusion, "Why are you here?" On the dragon's back, Lin Tian frowned as he looked down at the people below. Just moments earlier, he had used Divine Crossbow once again. Below, Xiaoluan roared as she helped her master. In truth, everything was still unfolding according to Lin Tian's calculations. He stared down at the group beneath him and thought, that brutal goblin is still useful to me, especially that devour ability. Letting him die at the hands of these people would be a complete waste. I'll create enough trouble for him to escape, then find a chance to strike when he is weak. With that decided, he ordered Zihuan, "Let's go. We're pursuing that brutal goblin." Zihuan obeyed immediately, turning through the air as she flapped her wings and flew away. A goblin and a dragon vanished from the area, leaving the Sword Saint's group below in complete confusion. As Lin Tian turned away, the fierce winds he had caused slowly faded into nothing. The Sword Saint looked into the sky with an unhappy frown. "I won't let you get away," she said coldly. She still had not realized that Lin Tian was behind the attack. She likely believed that some dragon had lost its home and come to seek revenge against her. She immediately activated a skill, causing a gust of wind to gather beneath her feet. The wind lifted her body upward, allowing her to slowly rise into the air. When Lin Tian saw her chasing after him, he nearly jumped in shock. What the hell? She can even control the wind? Something that difficult, and she can actually do it. She truly lived up to the name of the famous Sword Saint. Below, she gathered her power and swung her sword, preparing to launch another attack. This time, Lin Tian felt that things might turn out badly. But then the Sword Saint suddenly froze in midair. Her eyes widened again in disbelief. Impossible. Why is there a small goblin up there? Now she was completely certain about her suspicion. She might be willing to show some mercy to a dragon, but she would never be so forgiving toward a goblin. She swung her sword, gathering countless streams of green energy around the blade. Her expression darkened as she stared directly toward Lin Tian and said coldly, "So it was you. Steel Tempest." The moment she shouted the skill's name, she slashed her sword through the air. 7 streams of azure sword energy shot forward at once, rushing straight toward the goblin and his dragon. Lin Tian's face changed the instant he realized those attacks were about to hit him. Shock rushed through him as the sword energy rapidly closed in. He immediately shouted to Zihuan, "Zihuan, dodge!" Although Zihuan was huge, she was far from clumsy. She moved quickly through the sky and narrowly avoided every stream of sword energy fired by the Sword Saint. The 7 streaks of sword energy slammed into the hill beneath them with terrifying force. The entire hillside was split cleanly in two, rocks and debris exploding into the air. If Lin Tian had taken that attack head-on, there was no doubt it would have ended him on the spot. Zihuan kept flying at full speed, tearing through the sky as fast as her wings could carry them. Sitting above her, Lin Tian glanced back over his shoulder to see whether the Sword Saint was still chasing them. Letting out a breath, he muttered, "Good thing we dodged that. If it had hit me, even 10 lives probably wouldn't have been enough." Far behind them, the Sword Saint realized she could no longer catch up. She slowly descended from the sky and landed lightly on the ground, her expression showing nothing but helpless frustration. Standing below, she could only watch the dragon and the goblin disappear farther and farther away. The sight left her furious, her hands tightening as she stared into the distance. Her eyes widened as she raised her voice toward the fleeing figures. "Run wherever you want," she shouted. "But I will not let you escape. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands." Lin Tian heard every word from above Zihuan's back. He leaned back slightly and looked down at her with a smug expression. "That crazy woman is seriously strong," he muttered, "and completely unhinged. Fine, then let's see how I deal with you next time." The scene shifted back to the waterfall where Lin Tian's tribe lived. Since Lin Tian had taken most of his forces out to battle, the area around the cave had become unusually quiet and still. But in the distance, something was racing straight toward the waterfall. The heavy sounds grew louder with every passing second, until a violent boom suddenly shook the area. It was the Goblin Overlord. Running like lightning, he was fleeing for his life after escaping from the Sword Saints group. Anything that stood in his way was simply smashed aside as he bulldozed forward without slowing down. Even while running at full speed, he repeatedly twisted his head around, nervously checking behind him to make sure nobody was still following. After charging through the forest for a while, he finally reached the entrance to Lin Tian's cave. He stomped hard into the ground to stop himself, then looked around and muttered, "No danger for now. I should hide inside first. If those people catch up later, things will get troublesome." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened. He began scanning the area with sharp, suspicious eyes while using his sensitive nose to catch any strange scent in the air. Just like his subordinate before him, the moment he arrived, he smelled other goblins nearby. The scent was strong enough that he could not ignore it. Turning his head from side to side, he shouted, "There are other goblins around here." Then he suddenly remembered the words spoken earlier by both his subordinate and ferryman. "Leader, the magic ring was stolen by the human army here. I swear in the name of the Count that I have never taken anything from a low-level demon like you." At that moment, the Goblin Overlord thought he had finally figured everything out. His eyes opened wide as he gritted his teeth in rage. "I understand now. That bastard wants to keep all the spoils for himself. He tricked me, and the item must still be here." In his mind, his subordinate had deceived him over the treasure. He had no idea that another force had been manipulating the entire situation from behind the scenes. Furious, he swung his massive arm and drove his fist straight into the entrance of the cave. Then he clawed wildly at the entrance with both hands. Leaning his huge mouth full of sharp teeth toward the cave, he roared, "Whoever is inside, get out here right now." Inside the cave were only Lin Tian's family members, the elf mother, her daughter Kasana, and Goblin Mun. The roar outside, mixed with the violent sounds of the cave entrance being smashed apart, made all of them panic. Goblin Mun's voice shook with fear as she asked, "What do we do? Is he really going to break in here?" Kasana's expression hardened as she answered fiercely, "Then we go out and deal with him." But the elf mother immediately turned toward her with a stern look. "The leader ordered us not to expose ourselves," she said. "None of us are allowed to go outside." Hearing the constant crashing outside, Goblin Slayer also stepped out to see what was happening. The moment she appeared, she calmly said, "Don't worry." The elf mother and Kasana both turned toward her. Goblin Slayer gave them a reassuring smile and continued, "I believe in Lin Tian. He definitely won't let anything happen to any of you." Just as Goblin Slayer finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted outside the cave. The Goblin Overlord heard the blast and immediately turned around. His eyes narrowed as he shouted toward the source of the sound, "Who is that?" The moment he spotted an enemy, he stopped tearing at the cave entrance and spun around. Then he leaped into the nearby stream. His enormous body crashed into the water so heavily that a towering column of water shot into the air. Across from him was Lin Tian, who had finally caught up while riding Zihuan. From high above, Lin Tian looked down at the Goblin Overlord and smirked. "Just as I thought you ran here. You really are worthy of being an Overlord-class goblin. You're fast." Then his expression darkened, and his voice dropped. "But don't think you can escape my hunt." At his command, Zihuan opened her jaws and unleashed a huge column of blazing fire straight toward the Goblin Overlord. With his enormous body and power exceeding 3,000, the dragon's flames did not seem to frighten him much. He narrowed his eyes through the burning fire and glared furiously at the enemy above him. Taking advantage of the goblin's vision being blocked by the flames, Lin Tian pulled out his crossbow. He aimed downward, preparing to strike. The Goblin Overlord caught sight of the weapon in Lin Tian's hand, and his pupils tightened in surprise. Staring upward, he growled, "Don't think that just because I'm big, I'm slow." He immediately proved it with his movements. His giant body sprang and twisted through the air, dodging Lin Tian's attacks while rapidly charging closer at the same time. Boom! A deafening impact rang out as the Goblin Overlord's fist struck Zihuan. The dragon staggered backward, and her enormous body crashed down hard, sending dust and broken stones flying everywhere. But when the dust cleared slightly, Lin Tian was nowhere to be seen. The Goblin Overlord's eyes suddenly widened. Cold sweat began running down his face as though he had sensed something terrifying nearby. From within drifting dust, Lin Tian slowly stepped forward. His figure emerged through the haze, surrounded by a chilling killing intent that made the air feel heavy. The ring on Lin Tian's hand gave off a strange blue glow. What truly shocked the Goblin Overlord was not only the murderous pressure coming from Lin Tian, but the ring he saw on his finger. The Goblin's eyes went wide with confusion. The spoils, why are they on his hand? He muttered. Then his whole body tensed as a fiery red aura erupted around him, making his already massive figure look even more frightening. He opened his mouth and roared at Lin Tian. You low-level creature, so it was you who stole my spoils. Return the abyssal artifacts to me right now. But Lin Tian did not seem intimidated in the slightest. He knew exactly how strong the goblin was and calmly thought, let's see how long you can keep yelling like that. Raising his arm, he asked, you mean this? Then Lin Tian tilted his head, looked at the goblin with open contempt, and said, and what if I don't feel like giving it back? The mutated Goblin Overlord became even more enraged. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Lin Tian and shouted, hateful! He stomped down so hard that the ground shook beneath him, then charged at Lin Tian at full speed. It's all because of you, he roared while rushing forward. Give me back the ring. Lin Tian stood still under that deadly gaze, waiting calmly for him to come closer. In the next instant, the goblin's massive face, nearly half the size of Lin Tian's entire body, was right in front of him. A gigantic fist followed close behind, ready to crush him. Boom! The attack slammed down with a thunderous sound, but Lin Tian's small and agile body slipped away at the last second, cleanly dodging the blow. He stepped back and casually slipped his hands into his pockets, looking completely relaxed and arrogant. In Lin Tian's eyes, the Goblin Overlord was nothing more than a slow, oversized brute. Seeing Lin Tian openly look down on him only made the goblin even angrier. Lin Tian gave him a contemptuous look and said, with a body that heavy, how do you expect to catch me? The instant he finished speaking, the place where Lin Tian had been standing contained nothing but a fading afterimage. He had already flashed behind the Goblin Overlord. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked down at his prey. Lin Tian raised his right hand, pulled something out, and shouted, Flash! The Goblin Overlord was stunned by Lin Tian's speed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before the Goblin Overlord could even turn around, a scream suddenly tore through the air. Blood splashed everywhere as the attack landed. Lin Tian's system suddenly delivered a notification. He had obtained the super skill, Brutal Howl. After Lin Tian's strike, the Goblin Overlord's body was covered in bruises and injuries. Even the 2 strands of hair on top of his head had been burned away. His entire body was badly scorched, and painful cries kept spilling from his mouth without stopping. Lin Tian, meanwhile, looked completely unaffected after unleashing that devastating strike. There was no backlash, no sign of strain anywhere on his body, aside from the enemy's blood splashed across his face. He calmly wiped it away, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and stared down at the dying creature with open contempt. Before the enemy could even catch its breath, Lin Tian moved again. A faint violet glow wrapped around his body as he activated a skill, lifting his head and tightening every muscle. He drew himself into position for another crushing attack, and a savage howl tore through the air. The moment the skill was called out, purple energy burst forward like blazing fire and rushed straight toward the Goblin Overlord. Lin Tian might have had lower overall power, but he was far from lacking useful skills. And with the monster already wounded from fighting the humans and fleeing for miles afterward, there was simply no way it could overpower him now. After enduring Lin Tian's relentless attacks for a while longer, the enormous creature finally gave out. Its huge body suddenly crumpled down, looking as though every last bit of strength had drained away and it could no longer continue fighting. Lin Tian slowly walked toward the fallen body, convinced the Goblin Overlord had finally been dealt with. Its eyes had rolled white, foam spilled from its mouth, and blood spread across the ground beneath it. In that miserable state, the once fierce monster looked almost pitiful. Seeing his opponent lying there without moving, Lin Tian immediately returned to his usual excited expression. He lifted both hands with a delighted grin and shouted happily, I was only trying my luck. I honestly didn't expect to get this skill for real. But just as Lin Tian was celebrating the new skill he had received, the Goblin Overlord suddenly struck back and punched him without warning. Lin Tian had assumed the monster was already dead, yet it was somehow alive again. Stunned by the sudden attack, he could only wonder how it had recovered so quickly. That powerful punch sent Lin Tian flying backward for a distance. The Goblin Overlord's entire body had turned red as it steadied itself and prepared to rush him again. With rage burning in its eyes, it roared, A low-level goblin dares to fight me? In the next instant, the Goblin Overlord slammed its foot into the ground and launched itself forward in a violent charge. It poured every bit of its remaining strength into those massive fists, throwing colossal punches directly at Lin Tian. Even though its body was badly injured, its attacks still came out frighteningly fast. Lin Tian had no room to dodge and could only raise both hands, blocking one blow after another. After unleashing a barrage of punches, the Goblin Overlord pulled back for one final strike. It drew its fist behind its body, gathering everything it had left into that single blow. Then it opened its mouth, exposing rows of sharp teeth, and roared at Lin Tian, "Die for me!" before bringing the fist down with explosive force. A deafening boom erupted as the Goblin Overlord swung down, its eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Lin Tian kept both hands raised and managed to block the attack, but the monster's strength was still terrifying. The impact drove Lin Tian's entire body into the ground, and the earth beneath him split apart with deep cracks. At that moment, Lin Tian checked the system's display and saw the Goblin Overlord's total power, 2,700. Even while buried in the shattered ground, he smirked and muttered, "Yummy? What terrifying power." Then he realized how lucky he was. The monster was already seriously injured, and the earlier battle against the hunting squad had weakened it even further. The Goblin Overlord stared in disbelief when it saw Lin Tian still holding back the attack. "He can still withstand my punch?" it muttered through clenched teeth. "This guy is getting stronger and stronger. Damn it." Beneath the monster's fist, Lin Tian's hands were trembling from the crushing force. Then a scream suddenly rang out. The Goblin Overlord caught sight of something in front of it, and its eyes immediately widened in shock. Lin Tian had launched his counterattack. Golden energy gathered in his left hand, forming into a glowing sphere before he drove it hard into the Goblin Overlord's right chest. Feeling that massive power surge into its body, the Goblin Overlord froze in disbelief, its mouth hanging open as it stared at Lin Tian. After taking Lin Tian's attack, the Goblin Overlord's body seemed to lose all of its strength at once. It slowly started to collapse, yet it still forced out a furious roar from its mouth. "Impossible! I can't lose to a..." Before it could finish the sentence, the Goblin Overlord lost consciousness and crashed to the ground in front of Lin Tian. Only then did Lin Tian finally relax. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. After fighting for so many hours, this guy really was absurdly tenacious. Then Lin Tian glared down at the Goblin Overlord's body and spoke coldly to himself. "There's nothing here for you to use and recover. Once your weak spot gets hit, you're definitely finished." His eyes narrowed as he added, "If you didn't still have some value to me, I would have stabbed you through the heart a long time ago." A few minutes later, the setting shifted back to the cave belonging to Lin Tian's tribe. The steady sound of water flowing nearby made the surroundings feel strangely peaceful after such a brutal battle. The Goblin Overlord's body still lay on the ground inside the cave. Lin Tian looked toward someone nearby and gave a direct order. "Leave this brutal goblin to you. Handle it." The person he entrusted with the task was Goblin Slayer. As soon as she heard his words, she looked down at the fallen Goblin Overlord and asked, "What are you planning to do this time?" "Seal his soul into the ring and use it to increase your strength." Since the plan had already succeeded, that was what she naturally expected. But Lin Tian answered seriously, "The plan has changed. The Sword Saints hunting squad interfered, and I was exposed too." Lin Tian continued in a serious tone. "There's someone in their group named Marshall. He can use earth magic, and with that power, he can easily track us down." After hearing that, Goblin Slayer looked back at him and asked, "Then what are you planning to do next?" Lin Tian slowly removed the ring from his hand, while lowering his gaze toward the Goblin Overlord's body. "Isn't this guy from the Great Tomb?" he said. "Why don't we borrow his background and make the people from the Great Tomb deal with those people for us?" Goblin Slayer stood behind him, visibly surprised by what she had heard. "You're using that trick again?" she asked with a serious expression. "Isn't that too dangerous? It would be better not to get involved with the people from the Great Tomb." She understood how powerful those people were, which was exactly why Lin Tian's decision worried her so much. Lin Tian understood the danger too, but he also knew his tribe alone was not strong enough to defeat the Sword Saints group. As he lowered himself toward the body, he replied, "This is the best way." With that decision made, Lin Tian placed the ring back onto the Goblin Overlord. Then Lin Tian stood up and gave Goblin Slayer another order. "Make him return and report to the people of the Great Tomb. He'll offer them the abyssal artifact, and they can avenge the brutal goblin." Seeing how determined Lin Tian was, Goblin Slayer had no choice but to accept it. She walked over with a helpless look and muttered, "I really don't know what to do with you." Goblin Slayer stepped closer, removed her gloves, and let out a weary sigh. "All right," she said at last. "Then we'll follow your plan." With her other hand, she took out a short knife and made a light cut across her palm. Blood began to appear as she prepared to begin the ritual. As soon as she finished cutting her hand, Goblin Slayer stretched it over the Goblin Overlord's body and let the blood drip down onto it. At the same time, she began reciting words no ordinary person could understand. The moment she finished speaking, she gave a sharp command. Get up, quickly. Green energy immediately wrapped around the goblin overlord's hand. Then, following her command, the hand slowly lifted from the ground. The goblin overlord became completely obedient. It bowed respectfully and spoke in a quiet voice. Your humble slave greets master. Goblin Slayer stood proudly in front of it and repeated the instructions Lin Tian had entrusted to her. After hearing the order, it bowed again and replied obediently, I will definitely complete the mission. Several hours later, deep inside the cave, countless sparks floated through the darkness, as though someone had started a large fire. It turned out Lin Tian's subordinates were gathered around a campfire, celebrating their victory together. The purple-haired goblin and the others tore eagerly into the delicious food in their hands, enjoying the warmth of the flames as they ate. At that moment, Lin Tian's system suddenly sounded out. Master has accumulated 300 life points. Lin Tian carefully studied the reward points displayed before him. Stroking his chin, he hesitated over what to exchange them for, unable to make up his mind right away. Behind him, his subordinates were still making a huge commotion as they fought over the food around the fire. The system panel displayed one possible exchange. A level 6 demon that could be summoned and would obey him completely. Beside the option was the image of a roaring monster. Lin Tian stared at it for a moment, continuing to weigh his choices. He thought it through carefully. Should I exchange this for protection? But after another look, he shook his head. No, forget it. A level 6 demon is only about as strong as a brutal goblin. Even 3 brutal goblins probably wouldn't be enough to defeat the Sword Saint. With that, Lin Tian waved his hand across the system screen and switched to a different set of options. Why not choose something more practical? He said. Something that can directly strengthen me instead? One skill after another appeared before him. The first was heterogeneous fusion, which allowed him to take parts from an opponent and merge them with his own body. Each fused part would provide certain attribute boosts, though it could not grant the target's innate skills and would not alter Lin Tian's appearance. Another option was Blood of Ruin. Any attack carrying the ruin effect could nullify an enemy's holy power, weaken all of the enemy's attributes, and deal greater damage to targets already affected by ruin. After examining both skills, Lin Tian continued thinking carefully. Heterogeneous fusion doesn't seem that powerful at first, he considered. But combined with my ability to devour genes, it could become extremely useful. He pictured an example. Fusing the wings of a dragon onto himself, then devouring that dragon's flying skill afterward. As that thought crossed his mind, an image appeared of Lin Tian growing an enormous pair of dragon wings from his back. Then came another image. A snake-like eye with a narrow vertical pupil, staring intensely forward. Lin Tian continued. Or I could fuse Medusa's eyes and then devour her petrification skill. Even so, he kept hesitating while scrolling through the remaining choices. But Blood of Ruin might be the only thing that can resist the holy power system. He paused, then made up his mind. Heterogeneous fusion is good, but there aren't any demons around for me to fuse with right now. Alright, I'll choose this one. With that decision made, Lin Tian pressed his hand down and selected the skill Blood of Ruin. A skeletal hand holding a blazing red flame appeared in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, the system notification sounded out. Blood of Ruin successfully exchanged. Congratulations, Master, for receiving the miracle effect of life. 300 life points have been returned. Lin Tian froze in shock. What? Why is there a reward like this? Lin Tian's eyes widened as he cried out in disbelief. Really? Then he completely lost control of his excitement. He waved both hands, jumped around in place, and shouted, System, I love you so much. If you were a person, if you were a woman, I definitely wouldn't mistreat you. Nearby, Lin Tian's subordinates saw him standing by himself in the corner, laughing wildly and jumping around for no obvious reason. They could only stare at him with blank, confused expressions, unable to understand what had suddenly gotten into him. Without wasting another second, Lin Tian made the exchange for the remaining skill as well. The system confirmed it immediately. Heterogeneous fusion had been successfully obtained. Lin Tian clenched his fist with excitement, his face lighting up as he shouted, Perfect! This solves the limitation on devouring goblin genes too. He could hardly contain his satisfaction. Getting both things handled at once. This is seriously amazing. Just as Lin Tian was happily celebrating to himself, someone suddenly called out, Boss! The unexpected voice startled him, and he quickly turned his head to see who had come over. It was Goblin Mun and Illy. The two of them had apparently been watching Lin Tian's strange words and actions for quite a while. Goblin Mun shyly asked, What's wrong with you? Meanwhile, Illy cheerfully grabbed his hand as if she wanted to pull him somewhere. Seeing how enthusiastic they both were, Lin Tian could only force an awkward smile and say, "It's nothing." Then Goblin Mun suddenly seemed to remember something. She tilted her head, looked at Lin Tian, and asked, "Boss, didn't you just say something about not mistreating women?" After saying that, she lowered her head. Her lips moved slightly, but she hesitated for a moment, clearly struggling to say what was on her mind. Once she had spent enough time acting shy, Goblin Mun finally raised her eyes again. Her gaze sparkled as she lightly brushed her hand over her clothes and asked in a soft voice, "So, boss, are you wanting that?" Hearing Goblin Mun's words, Lin Tian immediately waved his hands in embarrassment. No, that's not what I meant," he hurriedly explained. Goblin Mun and Illy both looked disappointed, their expressions filled with regret as they stared at him. Lin Tian kept an awkward smile on the outside, but inwardly he was already exhausted. He sighed to himself, thinking, "There's never any peace around here. She chases after me several times a day. My body seriously can't handle this anymore." While one side was refusing and the other was still trying to tempt him, a goblin subordinate suddenly rushed in with urgency written all over his face. "Boss, that human is causing trouble again. He even stole 2 weapons." Goblin Mun, Illy, and Lin Tian exchanged glances. Lin Tian's face immediately turned cold, and he let out a contemptuous snort. "He dares." Lin Tian did not hesitate any longer. He gave the order at once. "Quick, take me to him." With that, Lin Tian, Goblin Mun, and Illy quickly followed the goblin subordinate toward the source of the disturbance. The human causing chaos inside the tribe was none other than Loa. When he saw the 2 familiar weapons, he completely broke down. Clutching his head, he cried out through tears, "Father, sister, I'm sorry. I'm the one who got both of you killed." Loa had clearly reached his breaking point. He had believed the Sword Saint would come and rescue him out of the bond between teacher and student, but instead one person after another had fallen into the goblin's hands. His father and sister had not escaped that fate either. While Loa was still sobbing in despair, he suddenly noticed Lin Tian walking toward him. The sight startled him so badly that his entire body jerked in fright. Loa immediately rushed toward him and shouted, "Lin Tian!" Seeing his disheveled appearance, Illy leaned closer to Lin Tian with open disgust. Lin Tian, however, did not say a word. He simply slipped his hands into his pockets and watched silently, waiting to see what Loa wanted. At that moment, Loa's face twisted between laughter and tears. Looking as though his sanity was falling apart, he stared at Lin Tian and begged, "Please tell me, are my father and sister still alive?" Lin Tian answered him without even the slightest warmth in his voice. "Your father was bitten to death by an overlord-class monster. And as for your sister," he paused coldly before finishing, "her body was defiled a long time ago." Those words struck Loa like a bolt of lightning. He froze completely, standing there in silence as though his mind simply refused to believe what he had just heard. After a long moment of stunned silence, Loa finally processed the truth. Then a quiet, broken chuckle began to escape from his mouth. Soon, Loa was clutching his head, crying and laughing at the same time. "I really shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have joked in front of you." His voice trembled as regret consumed him. "It's all my fault, Illy. You can still keep living. Maybe someday, the church will come and save you." But Illy's attention was completely fixed on Lin Tian. She barely seemed to notice Loa's desperate words at all, as though the man in front of her had already become irrelevant. Then Loa suddenly pushed himself up and began running at full speed. Before anyone could stop him, he slammed his head violently into a nearby rock. Illy gasped in shock and instinctively hugged Lin Tian. Lin Tian himself stared at the scene in surprise. Loa's body slowly slid down the rock, leaving behind a large smear of blood. He had already been tortured until his body was weak and frail, and after throwing himself into the stone like that, there was no way he could possibly survive. Lin Tian slowly walked closer and crouched down beside Loa. As he sat there, he raised one hand as though summoning something and spoke in a strangely subtle tone. "I tortured him so much that I actually started developing feelings for him. So why does he still want to end it?" On the ground, Loa's body continued twitching without control. Lin Tian lifted his knife high above Loa and spoke in a calm, almost detached voice. "It's been a long time. My hatred for you has already faded." His eyes lowered toward the broken human beneath him. "This strike is to spare you from more pain after all these months of torture." In the end, Loa was finally released from his suffering, leaving this world to reunite with his family in the Great Tomb Forest. Following Goblin Slayer's instructions, the Goblin Overlord eventually arrived at his destination. Standing outside, he raised his voice and called out, "Nyo Dali! I'm the leader of Lost Island. Are you home? Hearing someone call his name, Nyodali swung out one enormous arm, grabbed onto the wall, and stepped forward from inside. The moment the goblin overlord saw him, fear appeared on his face. He had to lift his head just to look up at the figure standing in front of him. Before the goblin overlord stood a minotaur nearly 20 times larger than him. The goblin overlord was already several times bigger than Lin Tian, yet next to Nyodali he looked tiny. The massive minotaur emerged with a low growl and asked, "What is it? Why are you calling me?" The goblin overlord shouted back, "I had to call loudly because you're so huge. I was afraid you wouldn't hear me. I went to take back what belonged to me from those people, but they killed my entire family." Even after hearing that explanation, Nyodali still looked confused and made a puzzled sound. He was a man-eating minotaur, known fully as Nyodali. The goblin overlord then dropped to his knees and respectfully presented the ring Lin Tian had given him earlier. "This is a demonic artifact created by a ghoul tribe like yours," he said. "Giving it to you is the same as returning it to its rightful owner." Hearing that, Nyodali slowly lowered his colossal arm and took the ring from the goblin overlord's hands. He looked down at the treasure with obvious delight. Then, in a much happier tone, he said, "Thank you. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Everything was unfolding exactly as Lin Tian had planned. The goblin overlord had followed the arrangement and come here to make his request. With a solemn expression he answered, "I want to kill them." Hearing those words, Nyodali fell silent and began to think. A red aura gradually spread across his massive body, making his already towering figure feel even more intimidating. The goblin overlord instinctively retreated a step in fear. After a brief silence, Nyodali finally spoke in a cold voice. "Do you know that I have an agreement with the God-defying church? I am not allowed to step onto human territory." Then he added, "But I can ask the Lord for permission. I'll help you make the request." The goblin overlord's eyes lit up the moment he heard that. He was clearly overjoyed by Nyodali's response. The goblin overlord smirked, carrying out Lin Tian's plan exactly as intended. Nyodali then stepped forward, power surging from his body as he spoke. "Asking to go and take revenge on humans, I think he'll agree." It was obvious that Nyodali himself had become interested in the idea. Nyodali continued tightening his body as an overwhelming force poured out from him. Then he added with a dangerous grin, "After all, it's been a very long time since I last ate fresh meat." A few days later, back inside Lin Tian's tribe, Lin Tian stood alone while carefully checking through the system interface in front of him. His current information quickly appeared before his eyes. Lin Tian, level 70. Race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Title, Offender of the Gods, God Creator, Blessed by the Gods. HP 2000. Strength, 540. Defense, 710. Skills, Mutation Heterogeneous Fusion, Blood of Ruin Howl Unarmed Agility. Equipment, Exquisite Iron Armor, Exquisite Short Sword, Elemental Crossbow. Total Power, 3,100. After looking over his stats, Lin Tian became discouraged. He raised a hand to his forehead and sighed inwardly. After several days of training, he had almost mastered Blood of Ruin. His level had increased too, but the Sword Saint's total power was at least 4,000. The gap between them was still enormous. Maybe the only option was to join forces with Brutal and the others to deal with her. After all, he had started this whole situation on hell difficulty. Then Lin Tian's expression slowly became serious again. Stroking his chin, he thought, "But now it's almost time for me to finally raise my head. As long as I join forces with them and destroy Brighttown the starting instance, I'll be able to create an entire army of hero-class warriors." Thinking that far ahead, Lin Tian finally relaxed. He let out a long breath and said with relief, "At last, I won't have to keep hiding anymore." Just then, Goblin Slayer approached from behind him and called out, "Lin Tian, the brutal goblin has already brought the others to the entrance of the cave. He's waiting for you now." Lin Tian did not turn around after hearing her. He simply answered in a calm voice, "I know." But Goblin Slayer did not leave after that. Instead, she moved closer behind him with an affectionate look on her face. "Wait," she said softly. One hand wrapped around Lin Tian's shoulder, while the other took hold of his hand. Leaning closer, Goblin Slayer gently asked, "Do you need us to come with you to Bright Town?" Lin Tian answered without hesitation, "No need. This battle is only for the Sword Saint and a few other powerful people. If things turn against me, I can still escape on my own." He looked at her seriously. "If you come with me, you'll only become a burden." Goblin Slayer stayed pressed against his shoulder and spoke in a low, affectionate voice. "I already gave the brutal goblin his orders. He knows to listen to you." Her tone then turned firm. Don't disappoint me, Lin Tian. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely. Lin Tian coldly brushed Goblin Slayer's hand away and started walking forward without looking back. Enough, he said in a firm voice. Who ends up punishing who is still unknown? Go take a bath, lie down, and wait for me to return. Goblin Slayer could only stand there in silence, watching Lin Tian's figure move farther away. She did not dare say another word to stop him. After he disappeared from view, she slowly licked her lips with a hungry look in her eyes. Then she gave a quiet, pleased snort. He really is cool. Lin Tian soon stepped out of the cave and into the cold, shallow water outside. He moved through the stream at an unhurried pace, making his way toward the brutal goblin and the group that had just arrived. When Lin Tian reached them, he immediately carried himself with complete confidence. Both hands stayed tucked inside his pockets as he stood tall and faced the figures waiting in front of him. The brutal goblin lowered his head respectfully the moment Lin Tian appeared, but Nyodali stared down at the tiny goblin, who looked no bigger than one of his fingers, and asked the brutal goblin beside him, "This low-level goblin is the friend you mentioned?" Without Lin Tian's control, the brutal goblin could only stand there stiffly and remain silent. Meanwhile, Lin Tian kept his calm posture and quietly watched Nyodali's reaction. Nyodali had not come alone. Several subordinates as enormous as he was stood nearby, clearly brought along to protect his little brother. From Lin Tian's point of view, every one of them looked like a towering titan. He kept studying the massive group without speaking first. As the two sides faced each other in silence, information about Nyodali appeared before Lin Tian. Nyodali was level 80, a minotaur with the occupation the circuit. His titles included level 7 demon and man-eating ghoul. His HP was 2,300, strength 660, defense 700, and his skills included forceful charge, battle instinct, and ghoul transformation. With no equipment listed, his total power still reached 3,300. After reading through it all, Lin Tian realized that Nyodali's combat power was only about equal to his own. That discovery left Lin Tian somewhat disappointed. He frowned inwardly and thought, I expected him to bring someone much stronger. Who would have guessed he would only bring a group of minotaur ghouls that specialize in eating humans? Nyodali saw that the little goblin below him still had not made a move, and his voice became even more contemptuous. I thought your friend would at least be a level 6 overlord-class goblin. It looks like he is not even a regional leader. After showing off for a while, they finally got to the real matter at hand. The brutal goblin tried to reassure him, saying, Nyodali, don't worry. His strength is roughly on the same level as mine. Nyodali did not seem to care at all. He simply gave a loud command. Enough talking. Lead the way. Seeing everything move exactly in the direction he wanted, Lin Tian felt quietly pleased. A faint smirk appeared on his face as his brows tightened with satisfaction. The scene shifted to Bright Town. Up on the city walls, the guards paced back and forth while keeping watch over the area outside the town. The minotaur ghouls and the brutal goblin soon arrived outside Bright Town. The brutal goblin pointed toward the settlement and warned them, that is the place. But let me make one thing clear first. There is a woman inside who uses a sword, and she is incredibly fierce and strong. Instead of being intimidated, Nyodali looked even more excited after hearing that warning. He laughed happily and replied, I like strong food. The stronger the target is, the more delicious the meat will be. With no hesitation at all, the minotaur ghouls rushed straight toward Bright Town. Their huge bodies shook the earth with every step, and booming impacts echoed one after another as they charged forward. The guards on top of the wall felt the ground trembling beneath their feet and immediately panicked. What is happening? One of them shouted. Is this an earthquake? Another soldier saw the danger in the distance, his face turning pale as he stammered, Quick, look! The minotaur ghouls were closing in fast. Every one of them had an excited look on their face because they were about to get fresh meat. Driven by that hunger, they ran toward the town at full speed. The soldiers broke into terrified screams. It's the minotaur ghouls. The minotaur ghouls are attacking. There are so many of them. The arrival of those gigantic monsters instantly threw Bright Town into complete chaos. Lin Tian appeared in the sky above at the same time, riding on a dragon as he watched the town from overhead. Below him, the minotaur ghouls had already begun tearing through the area. The townspeople panicked and fled in every direction, screaming, They came here to eat people! Run! And save me! Hearing the villagers' desperate screams from the air, Lin Tian furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, Are minotaur ghouls really that terrifying? Then he gave a faint scoff. To me, intelligent goblins are much scarier than minotaur ghouls. Down below, the minotaur ghouls continued wrecking the town together. One carried an axe while another fought with his bare hands, smashing their way through sturdy buildings as they searched for people to eat. The sudden assault pushed Bright Town into a desperate situation. Watching from above, Lin Tian continued thinking, as long as I take Bright Town for myself, this place will eventually become my city. After rampaging through the town for a while, one Minotaur ghoul had already eaten several people. He lifted a tiny human high in one hand, laughing with delight as he shouted, "So delicious! Keep going. Fresh meat really is the best." Then he opened his enormous mouth, revealing sharp teeth slick with saliva, and prepared to swallow the unlucky man in his hand. But before he could bite down, a golden streak of sword energy suddenly tore through the air from somewhere nearby. Boom! A long slash ran from the top of the Minotaur ghoul's head all the way down his back. The strike came so suddenly and with such force that he stumbled forward, releasing the human from his hand in the process. For a brief moment, it looked as though the monster might be able to endure the attack, but that was not the case. Only a second later, the Minotaur ghoul's gigantic body collapsed heavily onto the ground. His mouth remained wide open, frozen before he ever got the chance to close it. The person who had just escaped death was Bright Town's chief. Still shaking from the terror of nearly being eaten alive, he turned around and searched behind him to see who had saved him. The ones who had arrived were the Sword Saint and her companions. They had heard the chaos and rushed over in time to rescue him. The town chief's eyes widened the moment he recognized her, and he shouted, "Sword Saint Darren!" Austin looked around in confusion as the Minotaur ghouls continued wrecking the town. Unable to understand why they had suddenly appeared here in such numbers, he asked, "Why are there so many Minotaur ghouls attacking Bright Town?" At that moment, Marshall suddenly widened his eyes as though he had spotted something important among the attacking monsters. It turned out he had noticed the brutal goblin standing farther back. He had run into someone he recognized, but the sight brought him no joy at all. Marshall immediately shouted, "Isn't that guy from the Great Tomb? He must be the one who brought these Minotaur ghouls here for revenge." Marshall clenched his teeth and clicked his tongue in anger. "Damn it! I should have killed him immediately." The Sword Saint turned her gaze in that direction as well and quickly understood what had happened. In a quiet voice she said, "This was my mistake last time. I should not have chased after that goblin." As she spoke, energy began gathering in the sword held tightly in her hand. A heavy blue aura flowed from her grip and slowly wrapped around the entire blade. This mistake! Her eyes filled with killing intent, and her brows drew together as she fixed her gaze on the Minotaur ghouls. "I will correct it myself." With that, the Sword Saint stomped hard against the ground and rushed forward at frightening speed. Blue energy covered her entire body, lightning flashed in her eyes, and the pressure around her made her look overwhelmingly powerful. A bloody battle immediately erupted between the Sword Saint and the Minotaur ghouls. Everywhere her sword swung, another body fell. Every slash carried not only raw strength, but the hatred burning inside her heart. Why did it have to be Bright Town? Why did this have to fall on me? Even when 3 or 4 Minotaur ghouls attacked together, they could not touch a single hair on her head. She moved through them with ease, leaping from place to place and cutting them down one by one. Watching his subordinates fall so easily, Nyodali became furious. Rage surged through his body as veins bulged across his fist, and while the Sword Saint was occupied with the others, he prepared to smash her down. The Sword Saint instantly sensed the danger closing in from behind. She sprang away in alarm and turned toward Nyodali just as his full-powered strike came crashing down. The impact blasted dust and rocks into the air with a tremendous roar. Although Nyodali's body was enormous, his speed was far from slow. As the dust slowly began to clear, the sight was incredible. Just as expected from the Sword Saint, even a Minotaur ghoul with a total power of 3,500 was not enough to overwhelm her. She had blocked Nyodali's massive punch using only one hand. The remaining dust drifted away and revealed the Sword Saint's small figure beneath Nyodali's fist. One hand held back his attack while her eyes glared up at him with murderous intent. At that moment, Nyodali was not going to get much fresh meat, and even keeping his own life safe would become difficult. Nyodali stared in disbelief after seeing her stop his attack so easily. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "She blocked my attack?" The sight frightened and enraged him at the same time, but he refused to back down. Nyodali threw several more punches at her in rapid succession, showing no mercy toward his prey as he wildly attacked the Sword Saint, determined to fight until the very end. High above the battlefield, Lin Tian continued watching everything unfold while waiting for the right chance to strike. He crossed his arms and looked down at the fight below. The combined strength of the Minotaur ghouls was slightly weaker than the Sword Saints, but they were still close enough to keep her occupied. As long as I can restrain her, Lin Tian thought, taking her down will become much easier. Then something else suddenly caught Lin Tian's attention, making him turn his eyes toward another part of the battlefield. What is that? It was Marshall. He had taken advantage of the sword saint being busy cutting down the Minotaur ghouls and had set his sights on the brutal goblin, whom he considered the main culprit. Earth gathered around Marshall's entire body, as though he was preparing to launch a spell. "Earth magic," Marshall called out. His body immediately sank into the ground. Before disappearing completely, he did not forget to leave a hateful message for the brutal goblin. "You damned beast! I'll show you how I kill you." But Lin Tian, watching from the sky, saw the opening and gave a sinister smile. "Earth magic. Huh?" he thought. "I have been waiting for exactly this moment." Lin Tian activated his own skill at once. Earth element. Countless pillars of earth shot down from above toward the ground below. The moment those countless earthen pillars struck, they exploded violently one after another. Marshall's body was blasted up into the air together with a cloud of dust and shattered debris. Marshall came crashing back down and slammed his head against the ground. His eyes rolled white before he could even shut them, and after taking only one strike from Lin Tian, his body had completely lost the strength to keep fighting. The moment Marshall was knocked down by Lin Tian, the Goblin Overlord reached out with one huge hand and grabbed hold of his unconscious body. He quickly dragged Marshall closer, opened his mouth wide, and revealed a row of sharp teeth as he prepared to devour the helpless human on the spot. Emma, the weakest member of the Sword Saints group, witnessed the entire thing unfold from above. Watching Marshall get taken down, and then dragged toward the Goblin Overlord's mouth, she cried out in horror, "This is bad!" "Marshall!" Emma immediately raised her bow and pulled the string back with all her strength. She prepared to unleash her skill, Super Archery, Divine Arrow of Fiction. As soon as the words left her mouth, pale golden energy began streaming together at the tip of her arrow. Below, Lin Tian sensed that Emma was about to fire. He acted without delay, transforming himself into a spinning tornado and rushing straight toward the Goblin Overlord. Everything went exactly according to plan. Lin Tian's tornado intercepted Emma's Divine Arrow of Fiction before it could reach its target. The arrow flew at terrifying speed, but the force of the tornado was even stronger. Standing on the rooftop, Emma watched her attack get stopped so suddenly. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she stared at the swirling wind and muttered, "What is going on?" After blocking the arrow, Lin Tian dropped down from the rooftop and landed firmly on the ground below. Golden energy surged around Lin Tian's body, making his small frame look unexpectedly imposing. He lifted his eyes toward Emma and said coldly, "Good thing I have the agility skill too." But he had not gone through all that trouble just to show off. His real goal was the valuable prey lying nearby. Lin Tian turned toward the Goblin Overlord and urgently ordered, "You, leave this guy to me. Go help the Minotaur ghouls instead." Hearing Lin Tian's command, the Goblin Overlord stiffened and immediately stopped what he was doing. The Goblin Overlord then turned away from Marshall's body, carefully placed him on the ground, and bowed respectfully toward Lin Tian. "Yes," he answered obediently. "Understood." Once the order had been given, Lin Tian crossed his arms, slipped his hands back into his pockets, and slowly walked toward Marshall. As he approached, he smiled with satisfaction and muttered, "Goblin Slayer's command seal really is convenient." Lin Tian licked his lips as he stared greedily at the helpless prey on the ground. "Come to me, Earth Magic," he said, and from that moment on, what happened next was painfully obvious. The system quickly displayed its notification, "Devouring." From above, Emma watched Lin Tian consume her teammate. Her eyes widened in absolute disbelief, and she covered her mouth with trembling hands. Her voice shook as she stammered, "Lord Marshall, no way." Nearby, Austin had also witnessed what Lin Tian had done. Rage flooded his face as he swung his sword with all his strength, cutting a long wound across a Minotaur ghoul's forehead. "Marshall!" he shouted furiously. After bringing down the Minotaur ghoul, Austin immediately charged toward Lin Tian with his shield and greatsword. Power surged around his body. His jaw clenched tight, and his eyes burned red with anger. "You damned beast!" he roared. "How dare you do that to Marshall?" Lin Tian, however, did not retreat at all. He stood calmly in place and waited for Austin to come. Once he was close enough, Austin jumped into the air and drew his sword back. "Super martial skill, mountain-splitting stonebreaker," he shouted. Flames gathered around the blade in countless streams, making the attack look overwhelming. Yet Lin Tian still did not move from where he stood. Lin Tian simply stared at Austin without the slightest hint of fear. Then he activated a skill in a cold voice. "Unarmed." The moment the skill activated, Lin Tian lightly redirected Austin's full-powered sword strike to the side. Austin's eyes widened in shock when he saw such a small goblin casually block his attack. Their gazes met. Lin Tian remained completely calm, while Austin was visibly shaken. Austin gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Tian with his eyes wide open. "Damn it!" he shouted. "I thought that strike would cut this goblin in half. How did he block it so easily?" Lin Tian had no intention of giving Austin another chance to escape. He coldly activated his next ability. Super demonic skill. Brutal Howl. A burst of blue light erupted from him and spread directly toward Austin. Austin could only clench his teeth and endure the attack. The blast came too quickly, leaving him no time to dodge away. At once, countless streams of blue energy burst outward from Lin Tian's brutal howl, spreading across a wide area and making the entire battlefield shake. The worst outcome had arrived again. Emma was forced to watch yet another teammate disappear before her eyes. Her whole body shook as tears kept flowing uncontrollably, and she finally turned away because she could no longer bear to look at the bloody sight. Below, Lin Tian tore into his spoils without hesitation. In his mind, the outcome might have been different if Austin had been a woman, but Austin had chosen to come at him as a man. A few minutes later, nothing remained of Austin except his bare bones. The way he met his end was truly miserable. Emma's face was filled with fear. She could not believe what she had just seen. Watching two of her companions die right in front of her had pushed her mind close to collapse. How can this be? She thought desperately. Even Austin was eaten alive. After claiming 2 lives, Lin Tian leaned back against a nearby wall and carefully checked the system panel in front of him. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, Master. Level increased to 75. Total power, 3200. Lin Tian looked down at the notification with clear delight. "I didn't expect to gain 5 levels at once," he thought happily. "I finally reached level 75, and my total power has risen to 3202. Meanwhile, Emma seized the moment while Lin Tian was distracted. She drew her bow to avenge her fallen teammates, pulling it tight as countless arrows formed around a glowing 6-pointed star. Emma clenched her teeth and shouted with all the hatred in her heart. "Go die, you disgusting goblin! Release!" The summoned arrows shot toward Lin Tian in an instant. He was still studying the system and believed Emma was not strong enough to worry about, so he did not bother defending himself. A golden arrow suddenly pierced straight through Lin Tian's right shoulder. His eyes widened in surprise, and the sharp pain forced him to grit his teeth and hunch forward in anger. Lin Tian grabbed his wounded shoulder and slowly lifted his head toward the direction the arrow had come from, his brows drawn together in a dark frown. Then another arrow came rushing down at incredible speed. Lin Tian was startled, but he moved in a flash and barely dodged out of its path. The spot where Lin Tian had been standing was instantly flooded with arrows. It was not 1 or 2 shots, but dozens of hate-filled arrows fired down by Emma. Lin Tian jumped aside and frowned, thinking, "Luckily I moved in time." Emma continued firing from above without giving him a break. She poured all of her strength into the attack, sending wave after wave of arrows down at the goblin below. Every arrow was wrapped in golden energy and carried frightening power. Arrows rained down continuously while Lin Tian leaped from side to side, dodging each attack by the narrowest margin. As he jumped away again, he turned his head and muttered, "Damn it, this woman fires arrows like a machine gun. If these stone walls were not slowing them down, I would not be able to avoid them." While jumping away from another wave of attacks, Lin Tian spotted the brutal goblin nearby. He immediately seized the chance and shouted, "Brutal! Quickly! Bring down that bell tower for me." The brutal goblin heard the order and answered loudly, "Understood." Then he burst out from the rubble with the force of a tearing wind. Green energy surged across his body as he charged straight toward the bell tower where Emma was standing. Emma sensed the danger and stopped firing at once. Using his entire body as a battering ram, the 2-meter-tall brutal goblin slammed into the bell tower with tremendous force. The structure cracked and began to collapse. Emma saw him rushing toward her, but his speed was too fast for her to escape in time. Emma fell onto the tiled floor, gritted her teeth, and clicked her tongue in frustration. Damn it! Below, Lin Tian saw that the opening had finally appeared. He drew out his divine crossbow again and smiled with satisfaction. This was the moment he had been waiting for. 3 or 4 bolts from the divine crossbow were lined up precisely and fired at high speed toward Emma. Emma saw Lin Tian's arrows speeding toward her and immediately tensed up. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "You despicable bastard! You waited until I was caught off guard to ambush me." She quickly jumped down and narrowly avoided every arrow Lin Tian had fired. After landing lightly on the ground, she steadied herself, but her exhausted expression made it clear that the battle was wearing her down. Lin Tian watched Emma evade every shot and frowned with a quiet smirk. "She can even dodge that," he thought. "It seems I need to wait until her skill is recovering before I get another chance to strike." After working out his next move, Lin Tian turned and ran, deliberately trying to draw out Emma's skills. Emma watched him flee and gave a confident smirk. "You want to run?" she said. "Then let's see whether my arrows are faster than your legs." Emma immediately drew her bow again and gathered energy into the arrow. Taking aim at Lin Tian's retreating figure, she shouted, "Don't think you can escape my sight." Boom! One of Emma's arrows exploded like a grenade the moment it struck. Lin Tian kept darting left and right through the ruined streets, twisting around each blast and narrowly escaping every arrow she fired. Emma showed no sign of holding back. This had become a fight to the death. One of them was going to survive and the other would not. Then, without warning, Emma suddenly dropped to her knees. The sight caught Lin Tian off guard, and he immediately turned his attention toward her. Emma's entire body shook uncontrollably. Her arms and legs had gone weak, and she could no longer move with the same speed or precision as before. Sweat covered her from head to toe as she realized the truth in disbelief. "This is bad," she thought. "I used up all my stamina at the worst possible moment." She forced herself to look toward Lin Tian, gritting her teeth as she tried to command her body to keep going. "Just a little more," she told herself. "I can still." Before she could finish the thought, Emma collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Lin Tian's plan had finally worked. Her elven agility made her reactions too quick to catch directly, so he had kept his distance and forced her to burn through all her strength first. Seeing her fall, Lin Tian and the brutal goblin slowly approached. The brutal goblin stepped closer with green energy surging around his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked down at Emma, making him appear terrifying. To him, the unconscious elf was nothing more than fresh prey waiting to be consumed. He immediately opened his mouth wide, saliva hanging from his sharp teeth, and lunged downward as he prepared to swallow Emma whole. But just before his mouth reached her, Lin Tian's voice rang out sharply. "Move aside. She's mine." The brutal goblin instantly stopped and turned his gaze toward Lin Tian, forced to abandon his attack. After stopping the brutal goblin, Lin Tian slowly walked over to Emma and sat beside her. He looked over her small, unconscious body with a dark expression and said, "It would be a waste to simply eat such a powerful elf." Emma remained motionless on the ground, completely unaware of what was happening around her. Lin Tian carefully lifted Emma with both hands and carried her away from the battlefield, heading toward a secluded place hidden from the others. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of new skills I'll get from this." His figure gradually disappeared into the dust-filled ruins, leaving the brutal goblin behind with nothing to eat. A few minutes later, in a ruined corner of Bright Town, Emma slowly opened her eyes after collapsing from exhaustion. Her mind was still clouded as she looked around in confusion. She had just been fighting that goblin, so where was she now? Had she died? What was this place? Then Emma's eyes suddenly widened. The sight in front of her filled her with instant fear. Standing before her was Lin Tian. He had removed his outer clothing and was looming over her with clear, threatening intent. To Emma, the figure before her was not some ordinary enemy, but a long-haired goblin closing in to harm her. Panic surged through her as she shouted, "You damned goblin! Don't come any closer!" Emma struggled desperately, trying to push herself up and escape, but her body would not respond. When she looked down, she realized that her arms had been tightly restrained. "Damn it!" she thought in terror. "I can't move." She had been unconscious, which meant she had no idea what Lin Tian had already done or planned to do. Fear completely took over. Emma kept struggling against her restraints and screamed in desperation, "You disgusting goblin! What did you do to me? Stay away from me!" Lin Tian ignored every word she said. He simply sat beside her with a provoking look on his face and spoke slowly. "Why are you in such a hurry? You'll understand soon enough." That cold tone and cruel expression made Emma tremble. Her throat tightened so badly that she could barely force out another word. What followed became a completely one-sided assault, with Emma unable to defend herself or fight back. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint had already exchanged several hundred rounds with Nyodali. Her next sword strike carried the weight of a finishing blow. With killing intent burning in her eyes, she unleashed the attack directly at him. Nyodali screamed as the blade cut across his chest. His total power was lower than the Sword Saint's, but his endurance had been incredible. The fact that he had survived this long was already a miracle. The enormous Minotaur's body fell backward without strength. The Sword Saint immediately seized the opening, leaped into the air, and struck cleanly at his neck. From that moment on, Nyodali's battle was over. After bringing him down, the Sword Saint finally showed signs of exhaustion. Her brows tightened as she breathed heavily and muttered, "He was truly a difficult opponent." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the Sword Saint's right side. The Sword Saint recognized the voice immediately. Her eyes widened as she turned toward the source of the scream. "What happened?" she asked in alarm. "What was that sound?" Emma had endured Lin Tion's cruel abuse, and her clothing was torn and disheveled. Sobbing uncontrollably, she trembled as she held a small knife in her hand. Overwhelmed by the feeling that she had been violated, she wanted to end her own life. The Sword Saint rushed toward her and saw Emma preparing to harm herself. Tears filled her eyes as she threw herself forward, desperately shouting, "No! Emma, stop!" But Emma drove the knife down before anyone could stop her. Blood began to spill as the blade struck. The Sword Saint froze in horror, her eyes wide and her face drained of color. She had never imagined things would go this far. One by one, every member of her team had been taken from her. She rushed forward in panic and cried out, "Emma! Why?" But Emma lay still on the ground, unable to answer. The Sword Saint quickly lifted Emma into her arms and began shaking her gently, tears spilling down her face. "No, Emma, don't die. Hold on. I'll take you for treatment right now." But Emma remained silent, giving no response. After a while, Emma finally opened her eyes. She looked at the Sword Saint with a grief-stricken expression and whispered through tears, "Alice, Marshall and Austin are dead." Emma slowly raised a trembling hand and touched the Sword Saint's face. Then she continued in a weak voice, "Princess Alice, I don't want to carry a goblin's child. You have to avenge us." Hearing those words made the Sword Saint's grief deepen even further. She grabbed Emma's hand and replied, "I promise I'll kill every one of them. Just don't die, Emma. Please." After saying her final words, Emma finally went still. Her arm fell helplessly onto the brick floor as she reunited with Marshall and Austin, leaving the Sword Saint devastated. The remaining Minotaur ghouls had already surrounded the Sword Saint. They did not care about the grief between her and Emma. Instead, they spoke greedily among themselves. "The boss was killed by her. Whoever eats her becomes the new boss." Another one shouted excitedly, "Kill her! Eat her!" The Sword Saint slowly lowered Emma's body to the ground. Her face darkened, and the fury inside her began to rise without restraint. Then she lifted her sword, with every ounce of rage and hatred reaching its limit. She slowly stood back up as golden energy began surging around her body. The pressure pouring off her made her look more imposing than ever. Her brows narrowed as she spoke in a low voice filled with hatred. "Every last one of you will die." The moment those words left her mouth, the Sword Saint suddenly drove her own sword through her chest. Her teeth ground together as blood flowed behind her. The hatred inside her had reached an unbearable level, and it was obvious that she was activating a terrifying new power. The nearby soldiers were thrown into confusion. Just moments ago, she had been ready to fight the enemy to the death, so why had she suddenly stabbed herself? They stared at one another in shock and cried out, "What is happening? Why did the Sword Saint suddenly try to kill herself?" The Minotaur ghouls were just as stunned. Their mouths hung open as they looked down at her, unable to understand what she was trying to do. The Sword Saint's body suddenly rose into the air. A solid golden barrier formed around her as Count Ferryman looked up in worry and shouted, "Sword Saint, what are you doing?" Even with the blade still embedded in her body, she remained conscious and in control. That self-inflicted strike had clearly awakened another form of power. The Sword Saint raised her bright eyes and looked down at Ferryman and the soldiers below. In a slow, commanding voice, she said, "All soldiers, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, every one of you will die." The soldiers instantly scattered in every direction, running to find cover. Panic filled the streets as they cried out, "Mother, I'm going to die. Run. This is terrifying." Some of them shouted that they had never seen the Sword Saint like this before, and that she now seemed more frightening than the monsters themselves. Far away, Lin Tian heard the thunderous noise and felt the ground shaking from where he had left Emma. Explosions and rumbling sounds kept echoing across Bright Town, making him turn back in surprise. He frowned in confusion and muttered, "What is going on? Did the Sword Saint already defeat all the remaining Minotaur ghouls?" Unable to ignore his curiosity, Lin Tian finally ran back to see what was happening. But the sight that greeted him was something he had never seen before. Lin Tian's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in shock. That is, before him stood a colossal version of the Sword Saint, her power completely released. Her armor no longer restrained her body, and a pair of wings had appeared behind her, making her look like a true saint. She lowered cold, murderous eyes toward the Minotaur ghouls below, pulled the sword from her own body, and prepared to deliver a final strike against everyone in the area. Even Lin Tian had entered her range. A golden aura instantly appeared beneath his feet, locking him in place before he had time to react. He stared down in alarm and shouted, "This is bad! The Minotaur ghouls tried to flee for their lives, but they too had been locked in place. The entire group fell into panic, shouting, "What is this? Run!" Yet one stubborn Minotaur refused to back down. Even while trapped, he yelled, "Why are you running? Kill her!" Those words only pushed the Sword Saint's anger even higher. She continued gathering power and crushing them beneath her overwhelming presence. The Minotaur ghouls were forced down onto the ground by her terrifying aura. Even the loudmouth who had just been shouting was now trembling in fear, forced to kneel as he cried out, "What is happening? This aura is too strong. I can't move." High above the battlefield, the Sword Saint finally spotted her target. Her wings beat through the air as she closed the distance, lifting her holy sword over her head. She poured every ounce of power she had into the blade and unleashed her super sword technique. She did not waste a single second. The moment the words left her lips, the Sword Saint brought her sword down toward the Minotaur ghouls below. Hatred burned in her eyes as she committed everything to that one devastating swing, determined to end it here. Holy judgment came crashing down like a mountain-sized blade. The enormous strike smashed into the ground with terrifying force, sending a violent shockwave rolling across the battlefield as dirt, broken stone, and thick dust exploded into the air. A moment later, the dust slowly thinned out. What remained was an immense scar carved across the ground, and the Minotaur ghouls caught in its path had been torn apart. Heads, arms, legs, and even halves of their massive bodies had been cleanly severed. With that entire group brought down, the Sword Saint's transformed form finally began to fade. Her overwhelming power receded as she returned to her normal state. She landed heavily on the ruined ground, her body shrinking back to its usual size while the awe-inspiring aura around her gradually disappeared. Those enormous Minotaur ghouls, who had seemed unstoppable moments ago, now looked like nothing more than scattered straw. She scanned the battlefield for any bodies still twitching, ready to finish them off, but there was no one left alive. Even after returning to normal, the Sword Saint's current strength was still frighteningly high. From outside the battlefield, Lin Tian watched her closely as his system displayed her latest information. Her total combat power had surged all the way up to 5,000, an enormous increase from before. And just like that, the battle between humanity and the monsters came to an end. Both sides had paid a terrible price, leaving countless losses behind. As the dust drifted away through the broken streets, Bright Town was revealed beneath it, reduced to rubble and devastation. Lin Tian glanced toward the Sword Saint from a distance and quietly muttered to himself, relieved that he had escaped when he did. He had assumed she was only a swordswoman, but now it was clear she possessed powers closer to a mage. To raise her combat strength that much, she had been willing to risk her own life. At that moment, Count Ferayman stepped forward, cheering with excitement as he praised her victory. He called her worthy of the title of Sword Saint and declared that the undefeated Holy Sword would continue protecting the kingdom. Meanwhile, the golden light around Sword Saint Darren had completely vanished, and she still seemed slow to react. The soldiers rushed out from hiding as well, waving their weapons and arms in celebration. Their laughter filled the ruined town as they shouted together, "Long live Sword Saint Darren." Then, without warning, the wound in her stomach suddenly throbbed. Blood burst from it in a fresh, violent spray. The Sword Saint immediately clutched her stomach, desperately trying to keep the blood from pouring out. Forcing her power beyond its limit had finally come back to punish her, and the backlash was tearing through her body. She leaned heavily on her sword just to remain standing, but a moment later, blood rose into her throat and she coughed a mouthful of red onto the ground. Lin Tian saw every bit of it. His system immediately sent out another notification. Her total combat power had fallen sharply, dropping all the way down to 2,500. The instant Lin Tian saw that number, a pleased grin spread across his face. His chance had finally arrived. Looking at her weakened state, he quietly wondered how much longer she could keep holding herself together with the little strength she had left. Even while suffering through the pain, the Sword Saint did not lower her guard. Her brows tightened as she looked toward Count Ferayman and the soldiers. "It is not over yet," she warned them. "The real culprit is still alive." As soon as she said that, she pulled out a small vial filled with blue liquid. She was preparing to drink the recovery potion and restore enough power to keep fighting. The familiar golden vortex began to form again. The second Lin Tian realized the Sword Saint intended to drink the potion, he acted immediately, launching a skill meant to interrupt her before she could recover. The attack struck directly into her already injured stomach. The Sword Saint's body was blasted backward, and the force shattered both part of her armor and the potion vial in her hand. She cried out in agony as the blow tore through her weakened body. The broken vial fell to the ground as she slammed onto her back. Pain pinned her there, leaving her unable to rise right away. Count Ferayman and the soldiers panicked the moment they saw her fall, calling out anxiously, "Sword Saint, are you all right?" Then Lin Tian appeared above them with complete confidence. In their current condition, there was no one left who could truly stand against him. The old Count Ferayman looked up and immediately recognized him. "It is that goblin. Everyone, get ready," he shouted. Then he fixed Lin Tian with an angry glare and cursed at him, calling him despicable and contemptible for attacking when the Sword Saint was already weakened. After struggling for a while, Sword Saint Darren managed to force herself back onto her feet. But one attack from Lin Tian had already left her body battered and torn. Count Ferayman stepped in front of her, trying to shield her as he shouted, "Sword Saint Darren, focus on recovering from your injuries. Leave Lin Tian to us." The moment Lin Tian heard his own name, his expression darkened. A strange smirk appeared on his face as he stared at the Count and asked, "What did you just call me?" Count Ferayman still believed he had the strength to face the enemy. Charging forward alone like some fearless hero, he repeated the same insult as before, calling Lin Tian a despicable and contemptible person. Lin Tian answered with 2 arrows from his divine crossbow. They shot forward like lightning, and at such close range, Count Ferayman had no chance to dodge. The arrows struck him cleanly, sending him crashing backward before he lost consciousness. Lin Tian looked down at him coldly. "Not that sentence," he said indifferently. "The one before it. You already know I am a goblin, so why are you still trying to reason with me?" The soldiers charged at him anyway. Their leader had just been taken down, but none of them backed away. One soldier shouted for the others to attack, and the rest answered with angry cries of their own, yelling for Lin Tian to be killed so they could avenge Count Ferayman. Lin Tian clearly had no interest in wasting words on them. He pulled the short knife from his pants, smiling as though he had been waiting for this. "Come on then," he said. "Step right in, every one of you." Then he moved through them with terrifying smoothness. One after another, his blade flashed across the soldiers' necks, leaving each of them helpless before his overwhelming speed. Among the remaining soldiers, one who appeared to be a squad leader turned toward the others and tried to rally them. He shouted for them not to retreat, telling them they only needed to hold on long enough for Sword Saint Darren to recover. Then he faced the goblin in front of him and raised his voice again, shouting, "Offer up your hearts." The battlefield went completely silent the instant Lin Tian's arm drove through the man's armor. With a single strike, Lin Tian pierced straight through the squad leader and seized his heart. The attack was so fast that the man could not react until it was already over. He coughed weakly, trying to speak, but only broken sounds came out. His eyes widened as he looked down at his own chest. The pain was so overwhelming that he could not force out another word. Lin Tian kept his arm in place and stared at him without warmth. He admitted that the man had some courage, then spoke in a cold voice. "Not bad. You are free now. I will take your heart." Seeing the brutal sight in front of her, the Sword Saint swung her weapon and unleashed raging sword aura. 3 streams of blue sword energy tore through the air toward Lin Tian. He sensed the danger immediately, yanking the heart free from the squad leader as he leaned aside and glanced back at her. The sword aura was moving far too fast. Lin Tian instantly grabbed the squad leader's body and pulled it in front of himself. He used the fallen soldier as a shield to block the Sword Saint's incoming attack. The Sword Saint froze for a brief moment when she saw him protect himself in such a cruel way. Her eyes widened in shock, then narrowed as anger clenched across her face. She rushed forward again without hesitation and swung her sword hard at Lin Tian. But he reacted just as quickly, slipping to the side and using the momentum of her powerful swing against her. Her balance broke, forcing her upper body forward. Lin Tian seized that opening at once and rushed in from behind, aiming his attack toward the back of her neck. The Sword Saint noticed the goblin's intention in time. She tilted her body aside and raised one leg high, preparing to stop his advance with a powerful kick. As Lin Tian closed in, he had no choice but to raise his arm and block the Sword Saint's kick. He frowned, studying her with a serious look. She had fought through hundreds of Minotaur ghouls, stabbed herself to force out more power, and suffered the backlash afterward. Yet she still looked remarkably steady and dangerous. The kick sent Lin Tian flying backward. He quickly planted one hand against the brick floor, bracing himself as he tried to stop his body from being pushed any farther away. He lifted his eyes toward the Sword Saint, his brow still furrowed. That kick had been much harder to deal with than he expected. Her combat power had already dropped to 2,500, yet she remained powerful enough to pressure him. With that realization, Lin Tian stopped treating the fight lightly. He rose to his feet, straightened his body, and fixed Sword Saint Darren with the focused gaze of a predator. At the same time, he activated his superclass demonic skill. A familiar green aura began spreading around him as he slammed his hand down onto the brick floor. Countless streams of oppressive green energy burst outward, and the shockwave was so powerful that the nearby soldiers were thrown to the ground, losing all ability to fight. Even the Sword Saint was overwhelmed for a moment, her eyes turning white as she lost consciousness. But almost immediately afterward, she forced herself awake again. It seemed that even Lin Tian's powerful attack was not enough to keep her down. Instead, enduring it only made the Sword Saint more furious. She frowned deeply and glared at him with renewed anger. Without giving him time to rest, the Sword Saint swung her sword down toward Lin Tian and activated body-cleaving sword intent. The moment her blade fell, earth and broken rocks erupted into the air. Countless golden sword auras rushed straight toward him, but Lin Tian once again dodged them with terrifying ease. The Sword Saint's attack came close enough to brush past Lin Tian, but it did not cut him down. Instead, the blade only sheared off a few strands of hair that had grown long from being left untrimmed for so long, almost as though she had conveniently given him a quick haircut. Lin Tian watched the Sword Saint's technique from the corner of his eye, his expression turning more serious. It was becoming obvious that relying on demonic abilities alone was not giving him the advantage he had expected against her. If this dragged on any longer, both of them could end up injured, and there was even a real chance that he might lose. The Sword Saint's holy power naturally restrained him, making a direct battle far more dangerous than he wanted. As that thought crossed his mind, the severed strands of hair drifted down onto the brick floor. Across from him, the Sword Saint remained stubbornly determined, refusing to give up until the goblin in front of her was defeated. Without slowing down, the Sword Saint gripped her weapon tightly in both hands and charged straight toward Lin Tian. Her voice rang out through the shattered streets as she declared, "Today, this ends here." Every movement showed how firmly she had made up her mind to bring him down, no matter what it cost her. But Lin Tian did not look frightened in the slightest. While the Sword Saint rushed at him in anger, he simply narrowed his eyes and gave her a provoking stare. "Sword Saint," he asked coldly, "do you enjoy knowing what defeat tastes like?" Her answer came as a furious shout. "Shut up!" Before the sound had fully faded, she was already right in front of him. Lin Tian shifted into position, ready to evade whatever came next, then answered her challenge with a calm smirk. "Then prove it." A thunderous crash echoed from the Sword Saint's blade. Lin Tian had already leapt away by the time it struck, narrowly escaping her attack as the brick floor beneath him was torn open and blasted apart in every direction. The Sword Saint watched him land at a distance, her brows drawn together in frustration. She kept her sword raised and silently pressed him in her mind, wondering just how much longer he thought he could keep dodging. Then she turned toward the soldiers still standing nearby and gave them a direct order. "All of you, attack him together. Kill him." The soldiers immediately raised their weapons and rushed toward Lin Tian. But before one of them could even close the gap, Lin Tian seized him by the throat. To Lin Tian, those soldiers were completely powerless. Compared with the Sword Saint, they were weak and helpless, unable to put up any meaningful resistance against him. With barely any effort, Lin Tian swung his arm and flung the captured soldier toward the Sword Saint as casually as tossing a ball across the street. The Sword Saint had been rushing in to strike him, but the flying body forced her to react at once. She jumped away in alarm, twisting aside just in time to avoid colliding with her own soldier. The soldier slammed into the ground while Lin Tian used that brief opening to jump away again. The Sword Saint quickly looked around the ruined battlefield, trying to locate where he had gone. It did not take long for her to spot him. Lin Tian had used the confusion to rush toward the cluster of remaining soldiers, clearly moving in to gather more blood from them. Lin Tian slipped through the soldiers at terrifying speed. Anyone he passed staggered and fell, blood scattering over the cracked stones as his attacks flashed by. The Sword Saint rushed after him, grabbing at one fallen soldier while shouting in rage, "If you have any courage, stop running around and face me." But Lin Tian ignored her completely. He knew taking her down directly would not be easy, so he continued darting through the crowd as though he were carrying out another plan. Before long, another soldier was struck down by his blade. That soldier never even managed to touch Lin Tian. Before he could lift his weapon or make a single attack, his life had already been taken from him. Lin Tian immediately threw the soldier he had just stabbed back toward the Sword Saint, using the body to slow her pursuit while he escaped again. As he moved, he calculated coldly that using human bodies as obstacles would at least let him maintain a speed advantage over her. In terms of pure movement, Lin Tian could stay ahead of the Sword Saint. Behind him, she was filled with grief for the soldiers being hurt around her. Yet she had no choice but to keep chasing the goblin responsible. Murderous intent burned in her eyes as she shouted after him, "You filthy, despicable creature, stop running." Lin Tian glanced back while continuing to flee, pleased to see that everything was unfolding exactly as he wanted. As long as he held on until the Sword Saint's convictions began to crumble and her defenses weakened, he planned to use blood rupture to finish the fight. And so the chase continued, one pursuing and one escaping, for an entire hour. Thick dust drifted around the battlefield, covering the streets and broken buildings. Between the heavy clouds of debris came the painful coughing and groaning of the wounded soldiers. Every soldier Lin Tian had attacked had been stabbed, but none of them had received a clean, fatal wound. They lay twitching in pain, begging the Sword Saint to end their suffering. "Sword Saint, kill me," one pleaded. "I cannot endure this torture anymore." Others cried out for revenge, begging her to kill them and avenge them. Watching them suffer like that, the Sword Saint began to panic. Lin Tian continued pressing on her mind. He grabbed another soldier, held his knife against the man's neck, and spoke with deliberate cruelty. "I am getting bored," he said. "Let us stop here for today. After all, you have already lost this battle." Those words only made the Sword Saint angrier. Her strength was nearly exhausted, but she still forced herself to keep moving, refusing to let him leave. "Do not even think about escaping," she shouted as she continued after him. Driven by fury, the Sword Saint swung her sword at Lin Tian again. He reacted instantly, shoving the soldier in his hands directly into her path. The terrified soldier saw the killing intent in her eyes and froze in fear. Her blade came down before she could stop it. The soldier was split in half, blood spraying through the rainless air as his body collapsed without strength. Lin Tian had already jumped backward, using the moment to open more distance between himself and the Sword Saint. Lin Tian watched her from afar with a satisfied look. Inside, he knew his plan was working. If things continued like this, the Sword Saint would lose control completely. Just as he expected, the Sword Saint finally snapped. She rushed through the remaining soldiers in a blind rage, slashing at everyone in her path. Bodies fell around her as she screamed through clenched teeth, "I must kill you!" Lin Tian quickly sprang out of the center of the battlefield, moving away from the Sword Saint and leaving her surrounded by the chaos she had created. From a safe distance, he watched her actions with a cruel smirk. "Well done, Sword Saint," he mocked. "You are even better at killing people than you are at killing monsters." A short while later, the Sword Saint seemed to regain her senses. Her entire body was splattered with human blood. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked down at herself, unable to accept what she had just done. Behind her, rows of soldiers lay scattered across the ruined streets. Bright Town itself seemed to have been stained dark red by death. The Sword Saint stood completely frozen, her body stiff and unresponsive as the truth crashed down on her. In a broken voice, she could only ask, "Why?" The sword slipped from her hand and struck the ground with a sharp metallic clink. The sound rang through the silence, breaking the stillness around the bodies. She slowly raised both hands in front of her face. They were covered in blood, trembling uncontrollably as her voice began to shake. "I killed so many people," she whispered. "The very people I was supposed to protect." The Sword Saint clutched her head and screamed in denial. "No, that is impossible." While she was drowning in panic and despair, Lin Tian slowly approached from behind. He raised his short knife, a sinister smile forming on his face as he recognized that this was the opening he had been waiting for. Lin Tian bit down on his finger and drew blood. He smeared it along the edge of his knife, preparing to activate his blood rupture ability. He did not hesitate for another second. Lin Tian hurled the short knife toward the Sword Saint, and it struck hard into her shoulder. She cried out in pain as the blade buried itself into her flesh. Her knees gave out and touched the ground. At that very moment, rain began falling from the sky, as though even the heavens were grieving over the misery surrounding her. A golden glow suddenly enveloped the Sword Saint's whole body. The holy power within her began to leak away little by little, fading from her as though it were being pulled from her very soul. Her limbs could no longer move. The Sword Saint lifted her eyes toward the darkening sky and called out faintly, "Lord Divine Being." Despair filled her eyes as pain crushed both her body and her spirit. "It was not my fault," she whispered. "I only wanted to protect everyone." She raised one trembling hand toward the sky as dark clouds slowly swallowed the remaining light. Her voice weakened further as she asked, "Have the gods abandoned me too?" After those words, all strength left her body. She collapsed onto the tiled ground and fell unconscious. The battle, soaked in blood, grief, and tears, had finally come to an end. Only after seeing the Sword Saint lose consciousness did Lin Tian begin walking closer. As he approached her, he explained coldly that anyone infected by blood corruption would eventually lose all of their holy power. When he reached her side, Lin Tian sat down beside the unconscious Sword Saint and looked at her with admiration. He reached toward her injured shoulder and spoke almost approvingly. "You truly are a powerful woman," he said, "but even you carry a fatal weakness." Then his expression changed. He looked down at her with a deathly gaze and a vile smile. This power is still not enough, he continued. Why not surrender to me? Join the Goblin army, and together we will overthrow the superstition that rules this world. Thunder flashed across the sky as the rain poured harder over Bright Town. With the battlefield in ruins and the Sword Saint unconscious before him, Lin Tian moved to exploit her helpless condition, treating her suffering as an opportunity for his own cruelty. Tears slipped silently from her closed eyes, blending into the rainwater running across the shattered streets and stones. Lin Tian wore a sickening look of satisfaction as he looked up into the storm. To him, the heavy rain and empty ruins seemed like the perfect cover for the vile situation unfolding around him. The downpour grew even heavier, washing over the broken remains of Bright Town. Rain hammered against the ruins, drowning out nearly every other sound in the devastated town. Suddenly, a savage goblin came sprinting away in blind panic. Its footsteps were rushed and uneven as it shouted at the top of its lungs. The church's people are here. Run! Lin Tian was startled when he heard the warning. He looked toward the fleeing goblin, his face tightening with anger as he ground his teeth. The church? He shouted bitterly. They could have come at any other time, but they had to appear right now. Damn it! The moment he finished speaking, armored footsteps appeared directly behind him. Metal clanked against metal as the sound came closer and closer through the rain. Lin Tian still had not moved away from the Sword Saint, reluctant to abandon what he had begun. Slowly, he turned his head to look behind him, only to see how many church soldiers had arrived. The church soldiers saw Lin Tian beside the unconscious Sword Saint, yet they did not rush forward immediately. Instead, they slammed their swords down against the tiled ground one after another, using the sharp impact of steel to intimidate him before making their next move. At the front of the approaching force stood the Pope's Holy Guard attendant. The moment Lin Tian saw such a massive church army closing in, he quickly pulled his cloak into place, stomped down hard, and sprang away from the unconscious Sword Saint. He landed on the rain-soaked ground and faced the church soldiers head-on. The Pope stood rigid with anger, heat seeming to roll from his body as rage built around him. For a long moment, neither side spoke. Only the steady tapping of rain against armor broke the silence, along with the faint metallic sounds of the holy guards shifting their weapons. Nearby, the Sword Saint remained unconscious and motionless on the cold tiled ground. The Pope lowered his eyes toward the fallen Sword Saint and felt his expression darken. Even someone with her reputation and power had been brought down by this small goblin. The thought alone made the situation feel far more serious than it first appeared. Then the Pope turned his stare toward Lin Tian, his brow tightening with disgust. He called him another harmless-looking goblin hiding terrifying strength behind a weak appearance, a creature with the face of a demon. Across from him, Lin Tian quietly watched every movement they made, while the armed church soldiers tightened their grips and waited for the order to strike. The Pope finally raised his voice and gave the command. Holy guards, heed my order. In the name of the divine being, for the peace of this world, advance. At once, every holy guard lifted his sword before his chest. Their voices joined together as they chanted, "Punish the demon. Hallelujah!" One after another, golden lights ignited across the group, shining brightly through the falling rain. Lin Tian's eyes widened slightly when he felt the pressure gathering around those guards. He ground his teeth and frowned, realizing that this group was far more dangerous than ordinary soldiers. The chanting ended, and the holy guards moved without hesitation. Their swords came down as they rushed forward together, every one of them burning with the intent to kill. Lin Tian immediately activated a defensive skill and formed a protective barrier around himself. Blades struck against it one after another, and the sharp sounds of steel crashing into the shield filled the ruined street. While blocking their relentless attacks, Lin Tian studied the holy guards closely. Their armor was thick and heavy, yet their movement speed remained terrifyingly fast. It was a combination he had not expected. His system display appeared at once, revealing the strength of the attackers. Each holy guard carried a total combat power index of 3,000. One guard brought his sword down with full force, but Lin Tian reacted in time and jumped away before the blade could hit him. The guard gritted his teeth when he saw Lin Tian escape. Lin Tian landed far away, braced himself with one hand against the ground, and stared back while catching his breath. Inwardly, he admitted that these church fighters were much stronger than he had imagined. In the next instant, Lin Tian raised his hand before his face and used his short knife to slice open his palm. His expression turned cold and focused as he looked straight at the enemies in front of him. Even so, he thought, what could they really do to stop him? Blood spilled from his palm, and Lin Tian flicked his hand toward the advancing holy guards. Red droplets shot through the air as he shouted the name of his familiar technique, "Blood of Ruin." One holy guard was struck directly in the face by Lin Tian's blood. The effect came instantly. His face twisted in pain, and his body staggered backward before he fell hard. Just like the sword saint before him, the guard's holy power began to disappear. His body went limp, and he crashed onto his back against the brick-covered ground. The injured guard finally understood what had happened and began writhing on the wet bricks. "My holy power!" he shouted in panic. "What did that goblin do to me?" Seeing his comrade collapse, another guard quickly raised his sword and warned the others, "Do not pursue that forbidden creature any farther." The remaining holy guards recoiled after witnessing what happened. None of them dared to rush forward again. Lin Tian seized that opening, sprang away, and vanished from sight while the guards could only stare after him in fear. One of them whispered that the goblin truly was a demon. After putting some distance between himself and the church force, Lin Tian looked back with a frustrated click of his tongue. The church's strength was far beyond what he had expected. Even their sentries had combat power reaching 3,000, which meant his entire plan would need to change. Not long after that, Lin Tian quickly cleared the wall surrounding Bright Town and disappeared beyond its ruined borders. Back beside the sword saint, the Pope took a cloth and covered her body before giving the order to retreat. He declared that the girl needed to be taken away for baptism and guidance. Otherwise, he believed she would continue falling deeper onto an evil path. A holy guard stepped forward and asked what they should do about the goblin threat and Angel Ailey. The Pope lifted the unconscious sword saint into his arms and answered quietly that it was already too late. The Pope looked far into the storm-darkened sky and continued, saying that as for Angel Ailey, the Grand Pope had already declared that the deity had chosen a new angel. There was no need to search for her anymore. Several hours later, Lin Tian returned to Bright Town to retrieve his coat. He slapped the coat a few times, knocking away the dust that still clung to its surface. Then Lin Tian stood above the ruined town with both hands tucked into his pockets. He looked down over the wreckage with a calm, almost imposing posture, taking in everything Bright Town had become. Below him, only the scattered corpses of the ox demons remained. Beside them stood the graves of Bright Town's dead. Lin Tian noticed that the human bodies had already been buried, but the ox demon corpses were still there, and that was enough for him. A crooked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With the ox demon bodies still untouched, Lin Tian decided he could finally enjoy a satisfying meal without worrying about waste. After Lin Tian finished collecting and eating the ox demon meat, his system suddenly appeared with a notification. Congratulations, he had reached level 80. Several days after the battle, Lin Tian finally returned to the tribe's cave after a long stretch of fighting and travel. His 4 wives were immediately excited to see him back. Everyone wanted to know what had happened during the days he was gone. Goblin Slayer asked first how everything had gone, while Awin agreed eagerly from beside her. Zerua urged the great leader to tell them what happened, and Konos noticed that Lin Tian seemed stronger than before. Meanwhile, the Spirit Queen Mother remained quiet, watching him with a calm and gentle gaze. Lin Tian leaned back against the fur-covered chair and pointed toward Alice near as he spoke in a proud, booming voice. "I already made my move, and you still do not know?" he declared. "The female sword saint is now under my control." The 4 wives were stunned, but one part of his statement caught their attention more than anything else. Goblin Slayer stared at him in confusion. She could barely believe it. "Impossible," she said. "You defeated her and really carried your plan that far?" Lin Tian closed his eyes and let out a regretful sigh. "Of course," he answered. "But it was not as satisfying as I hoped. The church arrived before I could press the advantage any further and took her away." After hearing that, Goblin Slayer could not hold herself back any longer. She rushed toward Lin Tian and threw herself at him with wild excitement. Watched her sudden reaction with surprise. Goblin Slayer pinned Lin Tian back and grabbed at his clothing, overwhelmed by her own impatient excitement. Lin Tian, already exhausted from the battle and everything that had happened afterward, quickly tried to stop her. He told her to let him go for today because he still had important matters to discuss. Hearing that, Goblin Slayer forced herself to calm down, stepped away, and gave him room to speak. Lin Tian immediately stood up and announced that this mission had been a major victory. It had bought the tribe valuable time to grow stronger. He explained that they needed to move to a new hiding place, somewhere safer where they would not have to fear human retaliation. A calculating smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as everyone asked where they would go. He answered that they were heading to a place even the Holy Church would not dare enter without caution, the Great Mausoleum. The next morning, before the fog around the tribe had fully lifted, Lin Tian gathered every member together and announced that the migration would begin. The female elves moved through the tribe, handing every member a bundle so they could pack their belongings and prepare for the journey. Standing outside, Lin Tian quietly considered the advantages of their destination. The Great Mausoleum and the Holy Church had a non-aggression pact, which gave his tribe the room it needed to build strength without immediately being hunted down. Now they only needed to secure enough resources for the tribe's future growth. With that decision made, the migration officially began. Lin Tian rode ahead on a dragon, flying above the group as he called down one final reminder. Their main objective was to seize captives, not waste time on killing. Anyone who resisted would be dealt with by the others. The crowd below shouted back together that they understood and would follow the great leader's command. Several days later, a route map of the tribe's migration and raids was laid out before Lin Tian. After passing through 10 villages, they had taken only 230 women, which was still far below the number he had wanted. Lin Tian had already scouted the land ahead and understood the terrain, the settlements, and what could be taken from each area. Along the next 700 kilometers, there were 19 villages and 2 small towns. He believed taking more than 1,000 additional captives would not be difficult. Just after he finished speaking, the group reached the outskirts of the first small town. Lin Tian looked ahead and announced that there was a town directly in front of them. The entire goblin group immediately rushed toward the town. Lin Tian rode his dragon ahead of them and ordered everyone to prepare their bags, finish quickly, and continue the journey without delay. The town ahead was called Kosellara. Warm sunlight rested over the quiet streets of Kosellara. The town looked peaceful and ordinary, with no one realizing that danger was already racing toward it. Deep inside the town, a fat old man with yellow hair stood on a raised platform. He appeared to have just made an announcement, but the townspeople did not take the warning seriously. One person insisted that it was only a group of goblins raiding villages and boasted that he had killed so many goblins he could stack them into a mountain. Below the platform, the town soldiers spoke to one another with complete confidence. They said the people of Kosellara had no reason to fear a few goblins. All they had to do was guard the town gate, and the moment the goblins appeared, they would kill them. Just then, an injured man limped forward through the crowd, one entire arm wrapped in bandages while he leaned heavily on a crutch. His face was pale from what he had survived, and he urgently warned everyone not to underestimate the goblins. These were not ordinary creatures, he said. They were much larger and far more terrifying than normal goblins. Anyone from the village's Lin Tian's tribe had already ravaged understood exactly what that warning meant. The goblins knew it too. Only the people of this town remained unaware of the danger racing toward them. One young man only curled his mouth into a confident, almost smug smile. He looked at the injured survivor and dismissed the warning with ease. "They are just larger goblins," he said coldly. "That is nothing worth worrying about." He continued boasting without the slightest hesitation. "So what if they are large? Even if they were from a hero-class race, I could still deal with them." The young man's name was Ace, a level 50 adventurer who clearly believed his own strength was more than enough. Mayor Frank, standing high on the platform, heard Ace's confident words and immediately roared out an order. "Then get yourselves ready. They are probably about to pass through here at any moment." The old mayor had barely finished speaking when the sentry above the town spotted movement in the distance. He looked toward the horizon, saw the goblins rushing closer, and shouted down in alarm, "They are coming! They are coming! Goblins!" The people below were startled by the warning and quickly looked up. Then, one after another, they grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the town gate, forming a line as they prepared to meet the incoming enemy. Ace was only level 50, but confidence filled every part of his expression. He stepped to the front of the defenders and glanced back with a proud look, silently thinking that everyone was about to witness his skill. To him, these were only lowly goblins. He could not understand why anyone would be afraid. Then Ace became even more serious and called out to his friends. "Brothers, let us see who can kill the most goblins today. Whoever loses has to buy wine for a whole month. What do you say?" But his 2 friends immediately backed away and refused. They told him there was no point competing with someone like him and said that, since he was so capable, he should handle it himself. Ace's excitement faded when they refused to join his wager. He lowered his voice with disappointment and muttered that they were making things boring. Then he shrugged and declared that he would simply finish the entire fight alone. He glanced toward his friends again and casually told them to go back and rest. In his eyes, there was no need for them to stay while he dealt with the goblins by himself. But before Ace could even finish talking, he noticed that his friends were standing completely still. Their bodies were trembling so badly that they looked as though fear had drained all strength from their legs. Ace frowned in confusion and let out a small sound of disbelief. He followed their terrified stares and slowly turned around to see what had frightened them so badly. The moment he turned, Ace saw a towering column of dust rising into the sky. Above it, an enormous dragon flew through the air, its shape growing larger and more terrifying as the distance between them rapidly vanished. Below that cloud of dust, Goblin Kaishan led the hero-class Goblin infantry forward at full speed. Above them, Lin Tian rode on the back of a black dragon, his eyes already focused on what spoils the next town might offer. The sight of that force shattered Ace's confidence in an instant. Panic spread across his face as his legs went weak beneath him. He dropped down helplessly, trembling all over as he began crawling back toward the safety of the town. Ace kept backing away, shaking so badly that his voice broke apart. Why? Why are goblins traveling with a dragon? What kind of goblins are these? Damn it! Run! The defenders around him instantly lost their nerve and fled with their heads lowered. They screamed that the sentries had lied to them, because those were clearly not normal goblins. Ace struggled to stand and shouted after the fleeing crowd, "Wait for me!" From high above, Lin Tian watched the town's defenders scatter in panic after acting so bold only moments before. His eyes narrowed with interest as he looked down at the people gathering around the gate. "Interesting," he said. "There are quite a few of them prepared to fight. Let us go." The battle that followed was completely one-sided. Women the tribe considered useful for expanding its numbers were seized and taken away, while men who resisted were either killed on the spot or left with their limbs crippled so they could no longer fight back. Elsewhere in the town, one of Ace's companions was desperately trying to fight off the goblins. Meanwhile, Ace himself was curled beneath a table, clutching his head and trembling as he hid from the chaos outside. His friend finally snapped from frustration and turned toward the table. "Did you not say you could deal with goblins?" he shouted. "Then get out here and deal with them." Ace stayed hidden, gripping his head as his voice shook with terror. "Why are they so frightening?" he stammered. "Are those things really even goblins anymore?" Before Ace could receive an answer, a huge goblin foot stepped into view directly in front of him. It belonged to Goblin Kaishan, who had found the terrified adventurer hiding beneath the table. Kaishan lowered its head close to the ground and peered beneath the table with a broad, almost friendly grin. But that smile only made Ace break out in cold sweat. The fear on his face deepened the second he realized exactly who was looking at him. Ace's scream burst out so loudly that it echoed through the streets of the entire town. Goblin Kaishan had not even touched him yet, but Ace was already overwhelmed by terror. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Kaishan slowly stood back up and clicked its tongue in disappointment. It had expected the encounter to be more entertaining, yet the man had collapsed before anything could even begin. After Kaishan's intimidating arrival, Ace lay sprawled across the ground unconscious. His body twisted awkwardly with his tailbone pointed straight toward the sky. Kaishan looked over the unconscious adventurer, then raised its head toward Lin Tian. "Great leader," it called out. "This one looks fairly strong. What should we do with him?" Lin Tian only gave Ace a brief glance from above. He did not answer immediately, as though he was quietly deciding whether the adventurer was even worth his attention. Lin Tian studied Ace for a moment longer before checking his strength. Although the man had reached level 50, his total combat power was only a little above 700. That placed him around the same level as some of the tribe's lowest-ranking fighters, far below what his level should have suggested. Once Lin Tian realized that, he no longer felt any interest in him. Lin Tian turned away with a cold expression and left Kaishan with a simple instruction. "Handle him yourselves. Rest afterward, then get ready to move on." Kaishan became visibly excited at the thought of dealing with such a high-value captive and loudly thanked the great leader. 10 days later, Lin Tian's tribe was moving through a dense forest, continuing its long journey toward a new destination. The tribe marched forward while escorting a large group of captives behind them. Lin Tian led from the front, and directly behind him walked 3 of his beloved wives. Lin Tian turned his head to look back at the long line of prisoners. He folded his arms across his chest, his expression tightening as he considered the situation. "It seems our workload is about to increase dramatically," he said. After saying that, Lin Tian faced Zirua, Konos and Goblin Slayer. He asked whether the 3 of them could manage the responsibility together. Zirua was immediately filled with enthusiasm. The moment the great leader assigned the task, she answered without hesitation, "Rest assured, great leader. Leave it to us. There will be no problem." On the other side, the Spirit Queen Mother still carried herself with haughty confidence, seemingly lost in the lingering memories of their passionate nights. She lifted a hand near her lips and spoke in a sweet, teasing voice. "As long as the great leader satisfies me once every day, I would be willing to work myself to death." That answer made Lin Tian's scalp go numb. He hurriedly waved both hands and laughed awkwardly, telling her to stop before he truly died from exhaustion. Rarely did Lin Tian look so troubled. Under his breath, he muttered that he finally understood what Shang Mofeng and Xiao Mofeng had gone through. Soon afterward, the group arrived at another place, a small tribe surrounded by an atmosphere of gloom and death. The moment Lin Tian stepped into the territory, the mutated goblin overlord reported in a serious tone, "Great leader, this is exactly where my Beast King tribe used to be." The mutated goblin overlord stood directly behind Lin Tian as they entered together. Then it enthusiastically explained that the place had since been renamed the Jiequang tribe. Lin Tian gave only a simple acknowledgement. A moment later, he settled himself onto the back of Oxai Owan, using the creature as his means of transportation through the area. Sitting on Oxai Owan's back, Lin Tian looked down at the subordinates below and gave them an order. "Find a place to rest for now. I will go ahead and scout the terrain myself." Not long after setting out, Lin Tian discovered several magical creatures nearby. They had gathered together in the area, apparently resting without noticing his presence. Elsewhere, a giant snake slithered across sharp, towering structures, its long body winding between the pointed ruins and strange stone formations. Lin Tian looked down at the creatures below and could not hide his surprise. The area was not very large, yet it contained so many magical beasts above the 5th rank. He quietly admitted that the Great Mausoleum truly was a place terrifying enough to make humanity fear it. 1 month later, inside the palace town at the king's residence, many nuns gathered together to pray. Every one of them wore a deeply sincere expression. They knelt and bowed before the huge doors of the great hall, praying in silence beneath the heavy atmosphere surrounding the palace. At the top of the stairs stood the king beside an elderly bishop. The king looked tense with worry as he asked about Alice Near's condition. The bishop respectfully reported that labor had begun 10 minutes earlier and that she was likely about to give birth. The king was so anxious that it felt as though fire was burning inside him. Anger also filled his heart. Yet Alice Near was far too important for him to ignore what was happening to her. Everyone in the holy hall, including the king himself, waited outside for the sword saint to give birth. To them, the child's existence carried unbearable shame. Even as the ruler of the kingdom, the king had no choice but to stand outside and wait for the outcome with his own eyes. Inside the hall, the sword saint endured the extreme pain of childbirth. She hated the disgrace growing within her, yet she had no choice but to bring the child into the world. With sweat and tears running down her face, she clenched her teeth and cried out in agony. The nuns surrounded the sword saint and carefully helped her through the birth. Seeing how weak and exhausted she had become, one nun stayed close by her side and kept encouraging her. "Try harder, my dear. Just a little more." Beneath the statue of the Virgin Mother, the nuns continued supporting her so she could give birth as safely as possible. For a fleeting moment, even the stone statue of the Virgin Mother seemed to wear a gentle smile. Then sunlight streamed down through the skylight, spilling across the entire chamber. At that exact moment, the newborn child born from both goblin and human blood let out its very first cry. A nun suddenly cried out in shock and relief, "It has been born!" But the moment everyone saw the baby's unusual skin and features, the room froze. Fear spread across the nuns' faces, and no one dared reach toward the child. To them, it looked like a goblin. Still, one nun seemed to have already prepared herself for what needed to be done. She slowly stepped closer to the newborn, her face hardening as a frightening killing intent appeared in her eyes. It was clear that she intended to do something cruel before anyone could stop her. However, the sword saint reacted immediately. Even in her weakened state, she reached out, grabbed the woman, and violently pulled her back. Though she had only just given birth, Alice Near still forced herself to rise and block the nun's path. A mother's instinct took over completely as she protected the baby from harm. "Do not touch it," she warned. The baby was unlike anything they had expected. It had only just been born, yet it was already able to crawl by itself. Slowly, it moved closer to the sword saint, leaving everyone wondering what it intended to do. Alice Near stared at the baby in confusion, unable to understand what it wanted from her. But after watching its small movements, one nun quickly realized the truth. The newborn was hungry, already reaching out and asking for food. Without another moment of hesitation, Alice Near pulled the child into her arms, the very child everyone else had been looking at like a monster. The innocent baby lifted its eyes toward its mother. Alice held it close against her chest and spoke softly to the people around her. "Look at it," she said. "It really is hungry." At that moment, the king rushed into the room, clearly overcome with worry. "Alice Near, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. She answered that she was fine. Inside the chamber, Alice Near continued holding the newborn tightly. The king stood there in silence, his face cold as he watched the sword saint embrace the child she had just delivered. Then the king's anger finally erupted. To him, this had stripped away everything a sword saint was supposed to represent. "Alice Near, what are you doing?" he demanded. But it was clear that the blow she had suffered was far too great for her to bear normally. Alice Near no longer cared that the child came from the enemy she had hated most. Looking down at the baby with sorrow in her eyes, she quietly said, "Your Majesty, look, it is nursing." Her reaction only made the king even more furious. He clenched his teeth, trying desperately to keep his rage under control. In his mind, the proud sword saint, famous throughout the land, was now treating a goblin child as though it were truly her own. Finally, he raised his voice and gave a firm command. "Hand that goblin over to me. This is an order." Alice Near held the baby even tighter, gently brushing its tiny face with her fingers. She could not bear to let it go. In a trembling voice, she answered, "Your Majesty, I would never dare disobey your order. But this is the decree of the deity. This is the deity's punishment." The king looked as though he could not believe what he had heard. He stepped closer, panic showing in his eyes as he asked, "Alice Near, what are you saying?" Seeing that Alice Near had lost all spirit, while still holding the child of the creature she had once fought so hard to destroy, the king could hardly accept what was in front of him. He reminded her that she had fought with everything she had for the kingdom's people. The deity would never punish her, he insisted. But the nightmare had clearly wounded Alice Near's mind deeply. She looked unstable, weak, and completely broken. "I have done things that angered the deity," she said. "I killed so many soldiers. The deity took away my power and sent this punishment upon me." She was drowning in guilt and pain, yet she had carried the child and endured the agony of bringing it into the world. The nun beside her immediately stepped forward to comfort her. "This is not the deity's punishment," she said gently. "It is only a mistake. Please wake up," the nun begged. But Alice Near seemed unable to hear anyone's words anymore. She stubbornly shielded the baby in her arms, then forcefully shoved the nun away and cried out, "You do not understand. None of you understand." Alice Near's expression completely changed after that. She looked as though she had finally broken under the pressure. The majestic presence she once carried as the sword saint was gone. In a weak, hollow voice she said, "I am no longer the sword saint. I am only an unfortunate woman named Alice Near." Her motherly instinct surged again, and she wrapped both arms firmly around the child. Seeing everyone in the room as a threat, she forced herself to stand and shouted for them to leave. "All of you, get out. Get out right now." The king watched in rage as the woman he loved stood before him, utterly shattered by everything she had endured. He could not accept that Alice Near had been pushed to this point. "No, Alice Near," he said in disbelief. "I will help you take revenge," the king vowed. The next morning he summoned Klein to the holy hall. Klein knelt respectfully before the king seated high above him. The king stared down with a stern expression and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Klein lowered his head, appearing to already understand what his father wanted. He answered without hesitation, "I will surely suppress the Goblin rebellion for Alice Near, for Austin, and for all the people of this kingdom who died. I will take revenge for them." The king continued questioning him from above, his voice stern even as he acknowledged Klein's courage. "Good," he said. Then his eyes lowered, revealing the anger he was holding back. "Answer me once more. Are you afraid of the great mausoleum?" Klein struck a hand against his chest, then knelt more firmly before the king. His answer came out loud and clear. "Even if I must face the greatest beings inside the great mausoleum, I will not tremble in fear." Hearing that answer, the king's expression finally showed satisfaction. He slammed his hand hard against the arm of his chair. "Good." Then he rose with commanding force and gave Klein his order. "I grant you 10,000 elite soldiers and 12 holy guards. Even if you must charge into the great mausoleum itself, you will crush that goblin tribe for me." Klein was startled by the scale of the command. 10,000 elite troops were already a massive force, but even church holy guards were being sent alongside him. Inside, he realized the king was taking this threat far more seriously than anyone had expected. Klein struck his chest again and shouted his loyalty before the king. He swore that he would never fail the trust that had been placed in him. Elsewhere, outside Lin Tion's settlement, many magical beasts watched the goblin tribe from a distance, their eyes fixed on the village like predators waiting for an opening. A snake was the first to reveal itself, slowly raising its head as it scouted the tribe's defenses. From farther away, the settlement could be seen below. Many captured women were moving busily between the buildings, working without pause. Each woman carried a basin of water into the small huts. It appeared that the goblin women were all giving birth around the same time, making the entire tribe unusually busy. Lin Tian was deeply concerned about the situation and immediately gave Lyre an order. "Lyre, call every spirit over to assist with the deliveries." She quickly obeyed. "Yes." But before the moment could settle, hurried goblin footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. "Great leader!" someone shouted. Lin Tian immediately turned around. He saw a mutated goblin overlord rushing toward him and asked at once about the situation outside. The overlord looked panicked as it reported, "Great leader, the number of magical creatures ahead keeps increasing. We will not be able to hold them back much longer. Please come and see." Lin Tian's face darkened when he heard that report. He tried to suppress his irritation, but anger still slipped into his voice. "Damn it," he muttered. They were all drawn here by the sound. Near Lin Tian's settlement, magical creatures had gathered in huge numbers. Black-scaled corpse pythons, evil-eyed blood spiders, and blood-sucking demons formed dense lines as they crept forward, preparing to attack. The timing could not have been worse. Lin Tian immediately climbed onto Zihuan so he could get a better look at the creatures threatening the tribe. Sitting on the dragon's back, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I already checked everything within 10 kilometers. Where did all these magical creatures come from?" Thinking about the magical beasts surrounding the settlement, Lin Tian realized how badly things had changed. He had believed the Great Mausoleum would provide a hidden place where the tribe could grow and build a base. But now, at the most important stage of the tribe's expansion, they had attracted countless magical creatures instead. Only then did Lin Tian fully understand the mistake he had made. His face twisted with frustration as he realized he had been careless. He gripped his crossbow and poured a stream of power into it. Lin Tian steadied himself and accepted the situation. Things had reached this point, and there was no other choice left. Still seated on Zihuan's back, Lin Tian returned to the tribe and shouted orders toward the goblin soldiers guarding the entrance. "All goblins, listen carefully. Lead everyone toward the cliff behind us and retreat at once." Then a strange, hoarse voice suddenly cut through the air. "A tiny goblin can actually command a dragon?" Lin Tian was startled and immediately turned around, surprise flashing across his eyes. Standing directly in front of him was a bizarre creature with an eagle's head, enormous wings, and a muscular humanoid body. Lin Tian checked its information through the system. A level 90 man-eating eagle demi-human, known as Black Meteor, a magical creature lord and ruler of the skies. Its combat power reached 4,000. The moment Lin Tian saw those numbers, he knew this was not an opponent he could treat lightly. With an uneasy look on his face, he muttered under his breath, "That guy is the magic creature lord who rules this entire area." Lin Tian lowered his eyes to the information displayed before him, and just as he had expected, the title Magic Creature Lord stood there in plain sight. Faced with such a dangerous opponent, he quietly took a moment to weigh the situation. He remembered what Kanbao had once told him. Ever since the Great Mausoleum and the church made their agreement, the man-eating eagle had cut off all contact with humans. That meant there might still be room to cooperate with it. As Lin Tian considered that possibility, the Eagle Lord suddenly spread its enormous wings and rose into the sky, flooding the surroundings with a suffocating pressure. Looking down from above, it asked in a heavy voice, "Are you the leader of this tribe?" Lin Tian immediately softened his expression and answered with respectful calm. "Greetings, great lord. Yes, I am." Although they had only just met, Lin Tian did not waste time circling around the issue. His tone made it clear that he had no intention of clashing with the Eagle Lord. He wanted to build a connection instead. Looking up steadily, he asked, "Great lord, would you be willing to help us drive these magic creatures away?" The Eagle Lord clearly had not expected such a request. Its eyes widened as it stared down at Lin Tian. Then it tilted its head in confusion and asked, "And why exactly should I help you?" Lin Tian raised his gaze toward the massive figure in the air and answered with careful sincerity. "In return, I can offer 10 humans to you." The moment those words reached it, the Eagle Lord's attitude shifted. A glint of interest appeared in its eyes, and a pleased smile slowly spread across its face. Without wasting another second, the Eagle Lord unfolded its wings to their full span, releasing a violent surge of power that rolled across the ground like a storm. With one thunderous flap, it sent a crushing wave of force sweeping through the entire area. The pressure was far beyond anything an ordinary monster could produce. Drawn in by the promise of humans, the Eagle Lord immediately stepped in to help Lin Tian's tribe. That single blast of wind scattered every beast that had been surrounding the camp. None of the creatures dared remain under that terrifying pressure. Panic spread through the pack, and they fled in every direction, scrambling away in complete disorder. The following morning, at the tribe's newly established base, the man-eating eagle descended after clearing away the monsters. It moved closer to Lin Tian and spoke in a serious tone. "The scent of humans can draw monsters from within 100 miles. Is this your first time entering the Great Mausoleum?" Lin Tian let out a helpless sigh as he came to understand the problem. Human bodies gave off a powerful scent, especially after constant reproduction and sweating, and it was so sharp that even the odor of goblins could not cover it. No wonder humans feared the great mausoleum so deeply. Their presence alone was enough to attract danger from all around them. Knowing that this birdman was one of the local lords, Lin Tian treated him with complete friendliness. He bowed respectfully and invited him into the base. I will remember your warning. Thank you again for helping us, great lord. Please, come inside. With that, the two of them entered together. As Lin Tian guided the eagle lord through the camp, he began to bring up the reward he had promised. About the humans I said I would offer you. Before Lin Tian could even finish the sentence, the eagle lord froze. Its mouth fell open, and its eyes widened in shock, as though something horrifying had suddenly appeared in front of it. Right before its eyes stood more than 1,000 human women whom Lin Tian's tribe had captured for reproduction. The birdman stared at the crowd in disbelief and shouted, "You? Why are there so many humans here?" It quickly turned back toward Lin Tian, its voice growing even more alarmed. All of them are being used as reproductive tools by your goblins? The eagle lord looked genuinely shaken. In all the time the great mausoleum had existed, something like this had never happened before. Still unable to hide its worry, the birdman warned them again. Don't you know about the agreement between the great mausoleum and the church? You goblins are trying to get yourselves killed. Unlike the eagle lord, Lin Tian remained remarkably calm. He ordered his subordinates to bring out several sacks of dead human prisoners as a gift. Then, with full confidence, he reassured the birdman. Do not worry. These people were captured before we entered this place, and none of them are alive anymore. The eagle lord had been deeply concerned only moments earlier, but the moment it saw the offering, its mood brightened at once. Pleased by the food, it accepted the gift and left Lin Tian with a promise. Fine. If any trouble comes up later, come find me. I will make sure your tribe can continue developing safely here. Lin Tian looked as though everything had finally gone according to plan. He narrowed his eyes slightly and answered in a grateful voice. Then I must thank you for your protection, great lord. You are welcome to visit us whenever you wish. Hearing that invitation, the birdman became even more delighted. As it flew away into the air, its laughter echoed over the camp. Then I will not hold back in the future. I will report this situation to several of the other great lords first. Only after the eagle lord had disappeared into the distance did Lin Tian finally let out the breath he had been holding. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured, "Now we can finally develop without worrying so much." Afterward, Lin Tian headed toward the place where the newly born goblins were being gathered. He found Zua there and asked how many had been counted so far. Zua continued recording the numbers with great care before replying, "The total has already reached 3,000. Once the second batch is born, there should be even more." Unfortunately, all 10 children born from the mutated species and overlord species failed to survive. When Lin Tian heard that, he sighed quietly. It seems mutated species and overlord species are much harder to reproduce in large numbers. He pulled aside the curtain and stepped out of the shelter, leaving Zua watching him with a slightly puzzled expression. Standing outside, Lin Tian looked into the distance and spoke to himself. Still, this is enough for now. Next, we only need them to capture more monsters and animals so we can produce greater numbers of low-level goblins. As long as the army's numbers keep rising, that will be sufficient. That night, Lin Tian sat alone inside his hut, carefully calculating his next move. There was no need for him to personally handle the capture of monsters. Using the human life simulation would be much faster and far more efficient. With a sharp look in his eyes, Lin Tian activated the interface. Start the human life simulation. At once, the familiar panel appeared before him. The human life simulation began. You entered the great mausoleum for the first time and endured countless hardships before finally securing a stable place to develop. Now, in order to grow stronger, you must produce far more low-level goblins. You lead a large army into the demonized forest and begin hunting. On the first day, you encounter numerous 4th-rank and 5th-rank monsters. You kill them all and bring their bodies back as food for the goblin pack. Several days later, you capture 500 1st-rank monsters, including meat-eating rabbits and crying face monkeys. While returning, you manage to capture a 7th-rank maned electric bear with a combat power of 3,000, intending to use it to improve the quality of the goblin pack. After that, you capture several other 7th-rank creatures as well, greatly raising the aptitude of the entire tribe. A month passes, and the tribe gains another 3,000 reproductive tools. Just as the camp sinks into a period of rapid growth and expanding strength, an unexpected attack suddenly comes from humans. The panel reveals the image of Lin Tian's people being slaughtered throughout the tribe, with bodies piled across the ground. As Lin Tian read the result, a trace of interest appeared in his eyes. He rubbed his chin and considered the outcome. Attacked by humans? This is the Great Mausoleum. There are actually people bold enough to sneak all the way in here. Soon after, 3 familiar choices appeared before him. Choice 1. Fear no enemy and fight the battle on home ground. Reward, 30 bonus points. Choice 2. Remain on the defensive. Reward, 20 bonus points. Choice 3. Negotiate and discover the enemy's true intentions. Reward, 0 bonus points. Lin Tian immediately selected the final option. He wanted to see what those humans were truly after. The panel continued. The enemy refuses to answer your attempt at negotiation. By the time you realize something is wrong, soldiers have already poured down from the cliffs and begun massacring your tribe. At the same time, several holy guards appear from both the front and rear, surrounding you completely. After a brutal battle, you can only lead a small number of survivors away. The result is a crushing defeat. Summary. When a lion is enraged, make sure it has no chance to bite you. Evaluation. 10 to 1 points. Reward. Human life points times 10. The simulation ends. Time advances by 1 month. Lin Tian looked genuinely surprised by the result. He had not expected humanity to make such a massive move against him. Rubbing his chin, he said coldly. Since they have already shown their anger, I need to think of a way to deal with them before they strike again. Without hesitating any further, Lin Tian immediately left the hut and went to find the mutated brutal goblin. Among the tribe, Kanbao was the one with the longest experience living inside the Great Mausoleum. Lin Tian looked toward him and asked, Kanbao, do you know where the lord of this area lives? Kanbao was startled by the question and quickly turned toward Lin Tian. Then he raised his hand and pointed toward the high forest in the distance. He lives in the highest forest around here. That is where he and his tribe are settled. After hearing that answer, Lin Tian's expression darkened with a dangerous smile. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he thought to himself that this was the perfect chance to remove the Lion Empire and the Holy Church, the thorns that had been standing in his way. 1 month later, after completing the tribe's preparations, Lin Tian followed the direction Kanbao had given him and arrived at the residence of the Birdman Lord. The moment he arrived, Lin Tian laid out his deductions and explained why he believed the humans were coming. The Birdman Lord listened, then replied skeptically, How can you be certain they will come here? They should not be able to enter this place. The Birdman Lord frowned deeply as he looked at Lin Tian. The Great Mausoleum has already signed an agreement with the church. Lin Tian answered with equal seriousness. While scouting outside, I saw their main army approaching. Considering everything I did before entering this place, I am certain they are coming here to punish me. At that moment, the Birdman Lord finally seemed to understand the danger. His expression shifted as realization struck, and he replied, Is that so? Then I understand now. After speaking, the Birdman Lord spread his wings wide and prepared to take flight. Do not worry. I will never allow humans to run wild inside the Great Mausoleum. And it will not only be me. The other great lords here will not permit it either. With those words, the Birdman Lord immediately soared into the sky to report the news to the other lords. Even as he flew away, he called down to Lin Tian. Wait for me to report this matter. Once I am done, I will return to find you. Lin Tian stood below and shouted back respectfully, Thank you, Great Lord. At the edge of the Great Mausoleum, the human soldiers had already assembled in full force. Every one of them had come with the same determination. They would not return unless they completely wiped out the Goblin tribe. At the front of the army, the red-haired commander sat high on horseback and thrust his fist toward the sky to ignite the soldiers' fighting spirit. Soldiers, today we must prepare ourselves for one outcome. If we do not destroy the Goblin tribe, then we do not return. Do you have the determination to enter the Great Mausoleum? The entire army answered him with one roaring shout. Yes. The commander had barely finished speaking when a massive dragon suddenly appeared overhead, its broad wings cutting through the sky as it circled above the army. Still seated on his horse, the commander lifted his head and stared after it without blinking. The sight before him made his expression change at once. A goblin was actually riding on the dragon's back. In that instant, the commander remembered the intelligence report, and the thought flashed through his mind. This had to be the same goblin they had been searching for. High in the air, Lin Tian sat proudly atop the enormous dragon, looking completely at ease. The dragon gradually descended, bringing him closer and closer to the powerful human legion gathered below. Every soldier's eyes turned upward toward Lin Tian. The commander fixed his gaze on him and shouted across the open ground, You up there! Are you the goblin responsible for destroying dozens of our villages and towns? Lin Tian folded his arms across his chest and looked down at the crowd below as though their numbers meant nothing to him. Then he raised his voice and asked, Have you already forgotten the covenant between the church and the great mausoleum? You still dare to come here and provoke us? Those words immediately struck a nerve with the commander. His anger flared, and he pulled out his sword before roaring back. You are nothing more than a pack of rats that ran into the great mausoleum to hide. Why should we care about any covenant when we are here to kill you? Consumed by rage, the commander thrust his sword toward Lin Tian's direction, his voice filled with arrogance. Do you see the mighty army standing behind me? We will march in and grind your bones to dust. I will avenge my grandfather and sword Saint Alice near. The legion behind him erupted with fighting spirit, their collective pressure pressing forward like a rising storm. Yet even with that enormous army gathered before him, Lin Tian looked at them as if they were no more threatening than dirt beneath his feet. He spoke softly, almost lazily. So that is what this is about. Then let me tell you a little secret. As he mentioned the sword saint, Lin Tian seemed to recall the taste of the meal from that day all over again. He opened his arms with a teasing grin, as though savoring the memory, and said, "Very tender. The flavor was even sweeter than honey." That mockery pushed the situation to its limit. The Legion commander's face turned pale with fury, as though Lin Tian had trampled on the sword saint's name right in front of him. He clenched his teeth and roared, "You! Shut your mouth!" Unable to endure the insult any longer, the commander swore that he would tear Lin Tian into 100 pieces. He turned toward the iron-armored knight beside him and shouted, "Your Highness, Holy Guard, let us charge in and kill him now. I want to crush him into ashes." Above them, Lin Tian remained completely relaxed on the dragon's back. A few simple words had already caused the enemy to lose their composure, and he let out a scornful laugh. "I only came to see what kind of situation I was facing. Who would have thought I would meet people so weak-minded that they go mad after only 2 sentences?" Below, the Holy Guard tightened his grip on the reins. He was clearly furious as well, but he still turned toward the commander and forced himself to remain calm. "Wait, Duke. The scouts have not returned yet. Rushing into the great mausoleum now could lead us straight to our deaths." The Duke could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger for the moment. The word scouts caught Lin Tian's attention. His eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated it to himself. "Scouts?" Then Lin Tian lifted one hand, gripping a human man by the head and raising him into the air as easily as if he were holding a chicken. His voice turned cold. "Are you talking about this scout?" The bloody sight and his terrifying posture made him look less like a goblin and more like a demon standing over the battlefield. 10 minutes earlier, 2 scout soldiers had been hiding in the forest near Lin Tian's tribe, watching the camp from above and carefully observing everything below. One of them stared in disbelief and muttered, "That low-class goblin tribe actually dares to keep so many humans and monsters imprisoned here?" The other nodded grimly and said, "No wonder the sword saint was harmed. We need to return immediately and report this." But just as he finished speaking, strange noises began to rise from the darkness around them. The 2 scouts stiffened and turned around in fear, their faces draining of color. At some point, Kaishan and several mutated goblins under Lin Tian's command had already appeared behind them, silently waiting in the shadows. Before either scout could react, the ambush began. Their terrified screams quickly echoed through the forest. Back in the present, the Duke realized that the situation had reached a critical point. He raised his voice and gave the command to the entire army. "All troops, listen to my order. Move in and slaughter every goblin." Thousands of soldiers carrying swords and spears surged forward in a dense wave. Their shouts filled the air as they advanced, completely confident in their numbers, their weapons, and their overwhelming strength. The Duke threw his head back and laughed with open arrogance. "What is it? Are you scared now? Terrified?" In his eyes, Lin Tian was already cornered. But Lin Tian only gave a cold sneer. The Duke continued, "This is what happens when you provoke a lion. I will crush every bone in your body." Since the humans had chosen to act, Lin Tian no longer hesitated to bring out his own trump card. From the darkness ahead, a huge rough foot stepped forward, its sharp claws scraping against the ground. At the same time, a heavy voice rose through the night. An eagle-like figure emerged from the shadows. It carried the powerful build of a man, yet its body bore the unmistakable traits of a predatory bird. The strange and imposing appearance immediately drew the attention of the entire legion. The Duke and the soldiers around him quickly turned to face the newcomer. His teeth clenched as he tried to hold back his anger. Then he shouted a warning, "It is the man-eating eagle! Everyone, stay alert!" The eagle lord let out a loud laugh, its eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Church people, it has been a long time. Have you already forgotten the covenant that your side created?" The Holy Guard was the one who understood this dangerous creature better than anyone else. The Holy Guard raised his sword, making his authority clear as he answered, "Man-eating eagle, this is an order from the Pope. You are not qualified to negotiate with us." The Eagle Lord showed no respect at all. It lifted one sharp claw and pointed it directly toward the Holy Guard's face. "You will not be able to act this wildly for much longer. When that old man dies, I will personally crush all of your heads." Behind the iron mask, the Holy Guard raised his head with unwavering loyalty. He answered plainly, "You do not need to concern yourself with matters of the future. I came under the Pope's command to destroy these goblins. If you dare to block our path, then death is the only outcome waiting for you." Immediately afterward, the Duke turned toward the soldiers and shouted his command. "All troops, continue advancing. Kill them." Lin Tian did not even need to make another move. Before he could act, the Eagle Lord beat its wings and shot high into the sky, its voice booming across the battlefield. It quickly became clear that the Eagle Lord had not come alone. In the sky and across the ground, countless mutated monsters and goblins under Lin Tian's command began appearing one after another, all watching the human army with hostile eyes. Flying centipedes and flying snakes filled the air, while below, countless ox-headed and horse-faced monsters stomped the earth with terrifying force. From above, the Eagle Lord called down, "Do you think the Great Mausoleum is somewhere you can enter whenever you wish and leave whenever you please?" The Holy Guard pulled his reins forward and spoke in a steady voice. "So the Great Mausoleum has chosen to protect the Goblin tribe." The Eagle Lord looked down at him with clear annoyance before answering slowly, "You can understand it that way." The glare in its eyes made the answer even more obvious. The Holy Guard remained still on horseback, his face cold and unreadable behind the iron mask. He looked toward the army ahead and thought in silence for a long moment. Then he decisively turned his horse, slid his sword back into its scabbard, and said, "Duke, withdraw the troops." The Duke stared at him in disbelief and asked again, "Your Highness, Holy Guard, did I hear you correctly? The Lion Empire has never fled, even when facing death in battle. I have to kill him." But the Holy Guard answered again, his calm words extinguishing the Duke's fighting spirit. "This is not a retreat born of fear." The Duke still looked confused, yet the Holy Guard had already made his decision. He turned away to prepare for a much larger battle and repeated firmly, "Withdraw." Just like that, the powerful legion split into 4 separate groups and withdrew at high speed. Lin Tian remained seated on the red dragon, quietly watching their movements from above, while the Eagle Lord stayed nearby. While observing the retreating troops, Lin Tian called out, "Great Lord, this does not seem good. Because of me, a major war may have begun." But the Eagle Lord did not blame him at all. It had already seen through the human's true intention. "This is not only about you. They are using your situation to tell the church that the Great Mausoleum is no longer afraid of them." Only then did Lin Tian fully understand. So that is what this is really about. Afterward, the Eagle Lord turned back toward Lin Tian with a completely serious expression. "By the way, develop your tribe as quickly as you can. Several great lords in the Great Mausoleum think highly of you." They left a message. "Once you become the Goblin King, you will be qualified to enter the real Great Mausoleum." It was not only good news, but also a clear direction for Lin Tian's future growth. Lin Tian's eyes immediately brightened with interest. The thought of the real Great Mausoleum stirred his excitement, and he looked upward as he replied, "The real Great Mausoleum? The resources there must be extraordinary." Elsewhere, inside the cathedral, angry cries could be heard from every direction. A large crowd had gathered, shouting with frustration, "Kill the goblins! That sword saint woman no longer deserves to hold the holy sword." The crowd continued to gather, cursing sword Saint Alice near together. Even though soldiers tried to restrain them, their voices only became louder and uglier. "Is that woman really still the sword saint we admired before? Why would she raise goblins like that? It is disgusting. We used to worship her, and now she is nothing but trash. You disgusting bastard." In another place, the heavy sound of steel boots echoed across the floor. Someone was walking with forceful steps, and every movement carried obvious anger. The person was not an ordinary knight. It was the king himself. As he walked, he issued his order in a displeased voice. "Enough! The goblin matter is not finished yet, and now this mess has appeared too." The nun beside him spoke earnestly. "One side is the people and the other side is her. Only you can make this decision." The king clenched both hands tightly and ground his teeth, and the tension in his expression made even the nun beside him uneasy. Without another word, the king strode forward and pushed open the door to a room with force. He stood outside and called out loudly, but the moment he saw what was inside, his expression stiffened. His face froze with anger and shock. For a brief moment, the king could not say a single word. his lips and teeth pressed together as they trembled. Inside the room, Sword Saint Alice Near was playing with a child who had the appearance of a goblin. The king stood there in stunned silence, unable to believe that she had changed this much because of a goblin child. A dark thought rose in his heart. If he had known it would come to this, he should have eliminated the problem from the very beginning. Unable to control himself any longer, the king gripped his sword and rushed inside. His voice rang through the room as he shouted, "Alice Near, move aside. I may hurt you." Meanwhile, the child continued playing innocently on the wooden horse beside his mother. While the child was still happily playing, the king's sharp sword point suddenly aimed directly at him. The little one froze in panic, his innocent eyes filled with confusion, as he could not understand what terrible crime he had committed. In a single terrifying instant, fresh blood sprayed through the air. The king had raised his blade with the clear intention of cutting the child down where it stood. But Alice Near moved before anyone could react. As a mother, the sword saint could never allow that sword to reach her child. She threw herself in front of the boy and seized the blade with her bare hands, blood staining her grip as she glared straight at the king. "Your Majesty, what exactly do you mean by this?" Behind her, the little goblin was still frozen in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. The king stood before her as the man responsible for the entire nation, his voice ringing through the room without hesitation. "For the sake of the people, and for the future of this empire, I must bring you back onto the righteous path." Yet while he spoke, Alice Near had already reached for her own sword, her fingers closing tightly around its handle. She held that weapon with unwavering force, ready to shield her child no matter what came next. Even if that child had been born a goblin, he was still her son. With her blade drawn, the sword saint charged forward without backing down. Her stance made one thing painfully clear. She was not someone the king could threaten or push aside so easily. The king stared at her in disbelief. He could not believe the day had come when the sword saint would point her weapon at him. Behind Alice Near, the little goblin's eyes brightened with excitement as he watched his mother stand up for him. That sight only deepened the king's fury, and he could do nothing but roar her name. "Alice Near." Alice Near's expression twisted with pain and displeasure at the harshness in his voice. With sorrow and resentment filling her eyes, she looked back at him and asked, "Your Majesty, are you going to treat me this way too?" Her face was heavy with bitterness, because by this point, there was no one left standing at her side. Then, in answer to her desperate question, a blinding radiance burst into view. A supreme holy technique had been unleashed, holy body golden light. The force of that holy light sent the sword saint flying across the room. A massive stream of brilliance poured from the king's body, completely crushing the power of her holy sword and knocking it from her hand. Alice Near hit the ground hard, then painfully struggled to force herself back up. While the sword saint remained hunched low on the floor, weakened and shaken, the sound of bare feet suddenly echoed into the room. The king's body stiffened at once, and he turned around in alarm. The man who had arrived was Bishop Shuji. Perhaps he was the true source behind the holy power that had just blasted Alice Near away. Bald and expressionless, he carried a book beneath his arm and wore the robes of a cathedral bishop. The moment he stepped inside, he began reciting another supreme holy technique. Holy Judgment Imprisonment. At once, countless golden pillars rose around the sword saint from every direction. They formed a glowing prison around her body, sealing her inside while the king watched everything unfold before his eyes. The king stood there watching Alice Near become trapped behind the radiant bars. Only after she was fully restrained did he turn toward Bishop Shuji. "Bishop Shuji, please take care of this matter." Seeing her like this, "I do not have the heart to do it myself." There was still a trace of compassion in his heart for the sword saint, but he simply could not accept the existence of a goblin, the inherited enemy of humanity. Even locked behind the cage of golden pillars, Alice Near refused to surrender. She rushed forward and gripped two of the bars with both hands, crying out in complete desperation. "No, that punishment should be mine. I should be the one receiving the god's punishment. I have already lost all of my holy power." Bishop Shuji slowly turned his face toward her. His voice carried a serious, almost pitying weight as he answered, "The gods have not abandoned you. You are the one who abandoned the gods." Yet despite those solemn words, his face remained cold and completely without emotion. Then Bishop Shuji lifted a small cross before his forehead. He began walking toward the goblin child and spoke in a loud, steady voice. "Give this goblin to me, your highness, Alice Near." The little goblin still understood nothing. He crawled along the floor and stared at Shuji with wide, confused eyes, unable to grasp what was happening to his mother. In the next instant, a fierce beam of light burst forth and shone directly into the boy's face. His large, round eyes were helplessly drawn toward that radiance. But Alice Near witnessed every second of it from inside the prison. The color drained from her face. The fearless sword saint who had stood against the king was gone in that moment. All that remained was a mother desperately watching the child she had given birth to. A piercing scream suddenly rang out from within the holy temple. No! Outside, the people gathered beyond the temple walls erupted into a unified cry of celebration. Long live His Majesty! After everything had been dealt with, the king emerged carrying the child's corpse in his arms. His face was dark and grim, like the bottom of a scorched pot. Step by step, he approached the crowd. The people erupted the instant they saw him, excited and eager to know whether the monster had finally been destroyed. Some even shouted with cruel curiosity, asking where the sword saint was and whether she had died as well. She should die with it. Without speaking another word, the king threw the small corpse directly before the people who had been demanding blood. The moment they saw the dead goblin lying there, fear swept through the crowd. They recoiled in panic, screaming as they hurriedly moved away from the body. The king's voice became as cold as ice. The explanation you demanded has been given. Then his expression hardened with furious anger as he looked down at the crowd below him. From this moment on, anyone who dares to speak even one more word of slander against the sword saint will suffer the consequences themselves. The people fell silent the second those heavy words left the king's mouth. No one dared to make another sound. Their bodies shrank back in fear, and all they could do was steal nervous glances at the king from the corners of their eyes. The following day, inside the vast royal hall, a nun came running in with urgent steps to deliver terrible news. Your Majesty, Alice Near. She has disappeared. The king had tried to protect her in the end, so hearing that something had happened to Alice Near made him shoot to his feet. Alarm flashed across his face as he shouted, What? Elsewhere, deep within the goblin camp, Ho Yi's six-armed body crouched low to the ground. A powerful layer of hellish blue flame erupted around him, wrapping him in violent magical energy. Then Ho Yi rose proudly to his feet, his spirit surging with excitement. Ho Yi opened his mouth and burst into loud laughter, clearly thrilled by the power flowing through his body. Boss, I can use magic now. At the same time, the system panel displayed his detailed information. Frantic Goblin, level 70, race Goblin, occupation Dark Mage, title New Mutated, gluttonous, blessed by the gods, HP 2000, strength 501, defense 540, skills Evil Hand Magic Flame, frantic strength impact, pressure field, equipment none, total combat power 3100. His gluttony trait had evolved into an exceptionally rare type. Nearby, Kaishan and Ji Lu were just as excited. Their eyes widened as they grabbed each other's hands, raised them toward the sky, and screamed like they could no longer contain themselves. What is so special about that, boss? I want to eat more meat too. I want to reach level 70 as well. That's right, that's right. Not far away, Lin Tian was lying lazily across a large rock with one leg crossed over the other. In a calm voice, he spoke to his subordinates. The mutated forest does not welcome monsters. If you want food, then go outside and hunt it yourselves. You will gain combat experience while you are at it. Ji Lu's excited face instantly froze, and he timidly replied, But boss, it is very dangerous outside. The moment Lin Tian heard that answer, anger rose sharply inside him. He remained stretched out on the rock, but his voice became harsh as he scolded them right to their faces. You are all far too lazy. Who do you think you relied on to survive until now? Do you really believe that staying beside me means you are completely safe? Ji Lu and Kaishan began trembling at once, their bodies turning limp like wet noodles. Terrified by Lin Tian's words, they flicked their tails and hurried away, scrambling onto all fours as they ran. We are going now, boss. Please do not be angry. Seeing this, Ho Yi pounded his own chest and shouted as though the strength inside him needed somewhere to go. Boss, let me go with them. Lin Tian only glanced after them before muttering under his breath. I have spoiled those guys too much. All they think about is eating while doing nothing useful. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound reached his ears. Lin Tian spat out the grass stalk he had been chewing, lifted his head from the rock, and narrowed his eyes. What was that? A pair of long, slender legs appeared nearby. Eagle Lord was slowly descending toward the ground. Lin Tian turned to look at him, visibly startled by the unexpected visit. Lord Man-Eating Eagle, why are you here? Eagle Lord approached at an unhurried pace, speaking to Lin Tian with an unusually friendly tone. Little Lin Tian, I want to introduce you to another lord. Lin Tian was more than willing to hear him out. In his mind, knowing more powerful figures could only be useful. He immediately answered with interest. Meeting another lord? I would be very happy to. On the surface, Lin Tian acted as though he simply wanted to build better relationships. But inwardly, he was already calculating everything. The more powerful people he knew, the more people he could drag in front of him whenever he faced a dangerous enemy later. No matter how he looked at it, there was nothing for him to lose. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, Eagle Lord enthusiastically continued. As long as you do not mind, it is the one standing behind you. Hearing that, Lin Tian immediately spun around, his expression turning alert even as curiosity filled his eyes. Towering directly behind him stood a giant salamander. Its long red tongue hung out from its mouth as it stared down from above. This creature was the Southern Lord, Golden Salamander. Its towering height and thick muscles made Lin Tian look tiny by comparison, forcing him to crane his neck just to see the creature's entire body. Lin Tian immediately activated his eye ability and examined the Lord's information. The system panel revealed, Golden Salamander, race demi-human, level 88, total combat power 3,990. After reading the numbers, Lin Tian quietly made his own judgment. Its strength was not particularly terrifying. This guy simply had an enormous body. But after that, the giant salamander suddenly began moving toward the cages where Lin Tian kept the humans. Its eyes were fixed on the breeding machines sitting inside in thin clothing. Lin Tian raised his voice and asked, Great Lord, are you interested in humans? Yet the salamander ignored him completely and continued forward. The salamander approached the cage holding the many fair-skinned breeding machines and pushed its huge head closer to the bars. In a low whisper, it said, These people look delicious. Then it looked toward Eagle Lord. Birdman, let us split them half and half. Eagle Lord stepped forward and questioned him. Half for each of us? Before I brought you here, did you not say that you would only eat one? However, after seeing so much tempting prey gathered together, the salamander immediately changed its attitude. His voice grew louder and more arrogant. I am here. This is my territory, and everything here belongs to me. What are you goblins supposed to be? You are nothing but low-class, useless creatures. Eagle Lord stared directly at the salamander and answered without hesitation. But here I am the one who makes the decisions. Return to the south. Hearing that, the salamander slowly glanced over, anger beginning to rise in its eyes. It shouted at them both. Do not pretend your tribe has never eaten human flesh. You still dare call yourselves creatures who specialize in eating humans. Then it spoke as if it had already made a generous compromise. I have been fair enough by offering half. Watching someone enter his territory and act this arrogantly made Lin Tian increasingly annoyed. He tilted his head, cleared his throat and finally said, Touch whichever one you want, but taking all of them is not allowed. Lin Tian's entire body seemed ready to burst into flames. His face darkened, and killing intent filled his eyes as he shouted directly at the salamander. What kind of bug dares to demand half? Can you even swallow that much? Seeing Lin Tian prepared to fight, the salamander began showing off its own strength as well. It stretched out its long tongue and replied with open contempt. Are you speaking to me, you low-class piece of trash? The tension in the air immediately became dangerous. Eagle Lord spread his wings in front of Lin Tian, clearly intending to shield and protect him. Both he and Lin Tian watched the salamander with guarded eyes, although Eagle Lord remained much calmer than Lin Tian. Eagle Lord was already beginning to regret introducing this salamander in the first place. He adjusted his tone and delivered a final warning. Leave now, unless you want to be beaten. But Salamander's mind had been completely consumed by its craving for human flesh. It pushed its head forward, stretched out its tongue, and spoke with narrow-minded confidence. You only want to keep every one of these humans for yourselves. Let me kill this goblin first, then we can continue talking. One side wanted Lin Tian dead, while the other stood firmly in his defense. That was how the Salamander and Eagle Lord ended up rushing toward battle over Lin Tian. Both powerful creatures lowered their bodies and stared each other down. The energy radiating from them was so intense that even Lin Tian, standing behind Eagle Lord, had to remain cautious. The Salamander believed Eagle Lord had betrayed him simply because he wanted to monopolize the humans. It lifted its head, opened its massive mouth full of sharp teeth, and roared, Birdman, you really are cruel, but you cannot guard them forever. I will come back, and I will kill every last one of them. After making that threat, the Salamander realized it could not defeat the people gathered here. It turned around and fled instead, stomping heavily across the ground as resentment burned in every step. Lin Tian watched the golden salamander's retreating figure disappear into the distance, still irritated by the way the creature had barged in and caused trouble. Since Eagle Lord had been the one to introduce him, he looked noticeably embarrassed. He turned toward Lin Tian and apologized on his own. Sorry, I never expected him to be that greedy. Lin Tian, however, had already relaxed a little. With one foot set forward and the other behind, he gave a faint smile and asked, "There is no need to apologize. But if I kill him, what will those higher-ups in the Great Tomb do?" The answer was clearly more complicated than it first seemed. Eagle Lord hesitated for quite a while, as though weighing every possible consequence. But in the end, he answered honestly. "Either they punish you for killing him, or they let you take his place as the Southern Lord." Lin Tian did not look impressed in the slightest. He lifted a hand to his chin, slowly rubbing it while staring in the direction the salamander had fled. "So becoming the Southern Lord means I would be able to summon demon beasts?" Deep down, he was already thinking it through. Once he became a lord, he probably would not be able to hunt demon beasts freely the way he used to. After a moment, Lin Tian clenched his teeth in annoyance and spoke with complete disgust. "Even if someone handed that position to me for free, I still would not want it." Elsewhere, the ground was littered with animal skeletons. Bones and remains lay scattered across the deserted area, making it obvious that a fierce hunt had taken place there. It turned out that Hou-Yi had followed Lin Tian's order and gone hunting alone. The pile of bones was the proof of his success. Now he sat there with a full stomach, calmly chewing on a huge animal leg as though he had not a care in the world. Kaishan had grown stronger as well, and he was clearly thrilled about it. He lifted his long tail proudly, his whole body giving off a powerful aura. After evolving, he appeared noticeably larger and taller than before. Wanting to test the strength of his new body, Kaishan leaned forward and suddenly whipped his tail with all his force. That tail moved like a massive blade designed to slice through flesh. Everything around him was cut apart in an instant. 3 thick trees nearby were sliced clean through and crashed flat onto the ground. The cuts were smooth, almost like they had been made by a giant saw blade. The power behind that tail was terrifying. If it had struck an ordinary person, there would have been nothing left but a shattered body. Seeing how much stronger he had become, Kaishan threw his head back and roared with pride. His fists tightened at his sides as he celebrated, fully aware that his power had risen by a huge amount. Near a quiet stream, a young salamander was bathing alone in the shallow water. It had spotted a dragonfly nearby and was silently stalking it with full focus. The small salamander watched the dragonfly with hungry eyes, licking its lips as it crept closer one careful step at a time. Excitement showed all over its face as it prepared to snatch the insect. But suddenly, a thick and rough hand shot up from beneath the water. It reached straight for the young salamander, trying to seize it from behind. The little creature spun around in fear, completely startled by the ambush. In the blink of an eye, the young salamander was dragged beneath the surface. The dragonfly escaped unharmed and fluttered away happily. On top of the rippling water, only the small salamander's tail could be seen before it disappeared as well. A short while later, the young salamander's blood-covered head lay motionless on the ground. Hou-Yi's voice sounded from nearby as he looked down at it. "It looks like it is still a juvenile, but it is already more than a meter tall." Hou-Yi, Ji-Lu, and Kaishan soon gathered together and began sharing the young salamander as a meal. While gnawing on its tail, Hou-Yi spoke with clear satisfaction. "This meat is so fresh and delicious." Kaishan ate greedily beside him and nodded in agreement. "It tastes good. It is not worse than human meat." Ji-Lu barely bothered to look up, too busy stuffing food into his mouth as he mumbled, "I wish I could eat this kind of meat every day." As the 3 of them continued eating happily, they suddenly froze at the exact same time. It was as though the same thought had appeared in all of their minds at once. Their 6 eyes met for a brief moment. Then, without saying anything, all 3 slowly turned toward the same direction and revealed dangerous smiles. Their eyes lit up with excitement, clearly interested in whatever they had just decided to do. The looks on their faces made it obvious that these 3 goblins were planning something troublesome. Meanwhile, the salamander tribe lived in a cluster of small houses built close to the river. Inside one of those huts, an adult green salamander called after a young one. "You run around all day. Are you not afraid that a demon beast will catch you?" But the female salamander was preparing to leave without the slightest fear. She believed no creature would dare harm her child. "My husband is a lord. What demon beast would dare touch my child?" Then a voice came from behind her. "Are you looking for him?" The female salamander immediately turned toward the bushes, her body stiffening as she heard a strange rustling sound coming from within them. What she found made her heart drop. A member of the salamander tribe lay dead on the ground, reduced to a lifeless skeleton. She stared at the remains in grief and disbelief. Then Hou-Yi stepped out from the bushes, his presence carrying an aggressive and dangerous pressure. Hou-Yi's body radiated power as he moved closer to the fair female salamander. Terrified, she stumbled backward and shouted at him, "Who are you? This is the Lord's territory. How dare you come here?" But her warning meant nothing to Hou-Yi. At that moment, His thoughts were filled only with salamander meat and the delicious prey standing in front of him. He clicked his tongue with a mischievous grin. What kind of lord are you talking about? Still, this lady does look quite charming. His words struck directly at the pride of the salamander tribe. The salamander guarding her stepped forward at once, gripping a spear and roaring angrily to show its authority. How dare you insult the lord's wife? Its body tensed, veins rising beneath its skin as it gathered itself to attack. I will. Before it could even finish its threat, Kaishan struck from behind. With a single brutal blow, he pierced straight through the salamander's body and lifted it into the air. The creature cried out in pain as the system reacted, canceling Kaishan's disguise. The guard died miserably, and Kaishan pulled his hand back from its body. Watching him withdraw, the female salamander's heart sank. Her face turned pale, and fear spread through her entire body. Hoi came up behind her, tying her hands while grabbing hold of her neck to keep her from escaping. He leaned his face close to hers and spoke with satisfaction. This one needs to be saved for boss. The helpless female salamander could only scream for help. Someone save me! Her cries alerted the surrounding huts, and salamanders began rushing out in large numbers. The moment they saw the lord's wife being held hostage, panic spread through the tribe. A monster has invaded. It looks like a goblin pack. The lord is not here. What do we do? Forget it. Grab your weapons and fight back. With that decision made, the adult salamanders seized knives, hammers, and whatever weapons they could find. They charged forward aggressively, shouting as they rushed at the three goblins. Kill them all! Hurry! Attack them! Facing the furious charge, Hoi only smiled in satisfaction. His two sharp fangs curled upward so far that they nearly reached his eyes. It did not take long for Hoi to teach them how vast the difference in strength really was. Energy surged across his entire body. With a simple point of his finger, a violent burst of power exploded forward and struck the salamanders charging at him. They were smashed apart by the force, crying out in agony as they were blasted in every direction. Then Kaishan entered the fight. He crouched low like a nightmare creature, his tail swaying back and forth without stopping. Suddenly, sharp spikes fired out from that tail and stabbed into the salamanders' bodies. The salamanders knew only how to rely on brute force, so they suffered enormous damage and collapsed one after another. Ever since tasting the young salamander, Ji Lu had been unable to forget that flavor. The moment Ji Lu saw salamander bodies scattered across the ground, he rushed over greedily as though he had found his favorite food. He kept licking and tasting the remains in front of him without hesitation. It was during this feeding frenzy that Ji Lu successfully completed his evolution. While Ji Lu was fully focused on swallowing a salamander, another survivor slowly crept up behind him with a knife raised in its hand. The salamander looked nervous and afraid, but it still intended to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately for it, Ji Lu had already sensed the danger. Ji Lu did not even stop eating. With his mouth still busy, he casually swiped one hand backward. That light movement sent the sneaking salamander's head flying away. His strength had clearly increased by an enormous amount. Before long, just 3 of Lin Tian's goblin subordinates had hunted down and defeated a huge number of salamanders. After eating their fill, they happily gathered their spoils and started heading back. Hoi walked ahead, punching triumphantly into the air as he spoke with arrogance. We are full. Let us go back now. Boss said not to wipe them out completely. We will wait for them to reproduce, then come back again. We should bring the salamander lord's wife and child back for boss, one of them said. He will definitely praise us. Behind them, the battlefield held one last salamander still breathing. It was the only survivor, and one of its arms had already been eaten away. In miserable pain, it stretched its remaining hand forward and moaned in despair. Lord, where did you go? At that very moment, the entire salamander tribe had been swallowed by grief. What was meant to happen had already happened. When the salamander lord finally returned, his face changed completely. The sight before him was so unbelievable that he could only stare and ask, Is this really my tribe? He had only just returned home, yet he stood frozen before the horrifying scene. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and the whole tribe looked as though it had been drowned in darkness. Salamanders lay fallen across the ground, and he had no idea why this disaster had happened. Those who were still barely alive could only groan weakly, Help us, Lord. Then a strange crunching sound came from inside the bushes nearby. A surviving salamander had been hiding in those bushes the entire time. The moment it saw the Lord return, it finally dared to jump out. Crying in panic, it quickly reported, Great Lord, save the madam and the young lady. The goblins have captured both of them. The salamander lord had already had trouble with the goblins before, and now this had been added on top of everything else. His face went pale with rage as he leaned forward and growled, "Goblins?" The subordinate salamander bowed low, trembling with resentment as it stuttered through the entire story. But the Lord could not believe it. "Impossible. I just returned from the Goblin tribe. They would not dare take revenge this quickly." Then the Salamander Lord suddenly caught a scent in the air. His mouth twitched, and his expression changed as though he had detected something painfully familiar. His wife was gone. The Salamander Lord's anger exploded at once. His eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and his roar shook the entire area as he realized what had happened. His wife's scent was mixed together with the foul scent of those cursed goblins. He rushed away like a whirlwind. The Salamander Lord ran at terrifying speed, charging straight toward the goblin base as fast as his body could carry him. As he ran, he swore with murderous fury, "I will kill your entire tribe." Every heavy step he took slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. Back at the goblin tribe, Hou-Yi, Ji-Lu, and Kaishan were returning in high spirits. The three frantic goblins ran back together, clearly pleased with the results of their hunt. When they saw Lin Tian sitting by himself, they immediately began waving their arms and legs with excitement. "Boss, come quickly. We brought back delicious gifts for you." Lin Tian heard their voices and looked over. The moment his eyes landed on what they had brought back, he lifted his head in surprise. Lin Tian looked over the three goblins again, clearly surprised by how much they had changed. Every one of them had evolved. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face as he took in their new strength. A glowing panel appeared with Kaishan and Ji-Lu's new details. Kaishan had reached level 71 as a mutated goblin and become a bone warrior. His titles included Rib-Stripping Warrior, Mutated Goblin, and Blessed by the Gods. He had 1,700 HP, 580 strength, and 700 defense. His abilities included Evil Bone Growth, Magic Bone Growth, Attack Generation, and Devour. Equipped with Evil Bone, his total combat power had risen to 3,000. His greatest traits were his overwhelming strength, power nearly equal to a frantic goblin, and absolute loyalty to Lin Tian. Ji-Lu had reached level 72. Though still a normal goblin by race, he had become a special agent goblin with the title Perfect Assassin and the Blessing of the Gods. He had 1,500 HP, 490 strength, and 410 defense. His abilities included scent catching, tracking targets through scent, false disguise, increased speed, and the instinct to sense danger from far away. With no equipment, his total combat power was still 3,000. His flexible abilities gave him exceptional fighting power, especially when it came to capturing targets alive. After studying the information, Lin Tian could not hide his satisfaction. He looked carefully at both of them, then commented with a pleased expression, "I did not expect Kaishan to become almost as strong as Hou-Yi. He really is a mutated species." Ji-Lu's individual numbers were lower, but his overall combat power was exactly the same. Lin Tian quickly understood why. As an assassin, Ji-Lu's skills made him far more dangerous than his raw stats suggested. With proper equipment, he would become even stronger. Lin Tian had only just finished judging their new abilities when a loud, angry struggle suddenly broke out nearby. "Let me go! You damn goblins! I am the Lord's wife! How dare you capture me?" The furious shouting immediately caught Lin Tian's attention. He slowly raised his head, while Ji-Lu and Kaishan turned around as well. Hou-Yi stood there carrying what he considered valuable prey. Draped over his shoulder, the female salamander was struggling wildly and screaming, "My husband will kill every last one of you." Hou-Yi showed no patience at all. He grabbed her head and gave it a sharp pull. The female salamander went limp at once, her body falling backward as though the blow had struck exactly the wrong place. Hou-Yi did not waste another word on her. "Shut up already," he shouted. Then he strode toward Lin Tian and proudly presented what he had brought back. With 3 arms carefully holding the captives in place, he puffed out his chest and said, "Boss, we caught them for you. One young, one old. You can decide which one suits your taste." Lin Tian did not answer immediately. He looked the female salamander over from head to toe, then heard her furious voice rise again. His brows pulled together in confusion as he asked, "The Lord's wife? Where exactly did you catch these two? Do not tell me they came from that Gecko Lord's tribe." Even while hurting, the female salamander still forced herself to sound arrogant. "That is right. My husband is the Southern Lord. Now you understand what you have done, do you not? It is already too late." She still believed her husband was powerful enough to crush everyone here. In doing so, she confirmed that she truly was related to the loudmouthed lord who had caused trouble earlier before fleeing away. Lin Tian let out a cold, mocking laugh. "So you belong to that old lord with the big mouth. The same one who dared to threaten my tribe and said he wanted to kill me." The instant she heard that, the Salamander Lord's wife realized something terrible was about to happen. Fear surged through her face as she screamed, "You, what are you planning to do, you lowly goblin? You will." Before she could finish, Lin Tian rose to his feet, lifted his crossbow, and fired a bolt directly into her abdomen. Everyone nearby froze in shock. His move had been swift, merciless, and completely without hesitation. The female salamander collapsed face-first onto the ground. Her body trembled as she groaned in pain, barely able to force out weak, helpless cries. The goblins behind Lin Tian erupted into noisy excitement the moment they saw this. Lin Tian calmly waved a hand and announced, "These 2 salamanders are your reward." At once, the goblins celebrated as though a festival had begun. "Thank you, great boss!" they shouted in a crowd. "Great boss! May you live 10,000 years!" Then they rushed forward in a chaotic frenzy toward the 2 pale female salamanders. Goblins shoved one another aside, crowding around them with hungry, excited faces. "Move! I was here first. Save some for me." Their minds were completely consumed by the rare treat in front of them. The noisy mess became so ugly that Lin Tian did not even bother watching any longer. After leaving the smaller goblins to their reward, Lin Tian turned back toward Ji Lu and asked, "What exactly were you doing in that tribe? Did you only bring these 2 back?" Ji Lu immediately lowered his head respectfully and answered honestly, "We found the salamander tribe and defeated them right away. Then we ate nearly all of them, but we left a few alive so they could reproduce later." The moment Lin Tian heard that, even he was stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened in disbelief. "What?" Seeing the great boss react like that, Hou-Yi, Ji Lu, and Kaishan instantly began shaking in fear. They huddled close together, their voices becoming small and nervous. "Great boss, we were wrong." They thought a harsh punishment was coming. Instead, Lin Tian's face suddenly brightened. He burst into laughter and praised them with obvious delight. "Well done, especially you, Hou-Yi. I did not raise you for nothing. You even knew to bring back toys as an offering for me." The 3 goblins had been so tense that they could barely breathe, but in the end, they received praise instead. Hou-Yi scratched at his head and ears with pride, his voice full of excitement. "Great boss praises me too much. It was only something I should have done." Ji Lu and Kaishan gave nervous little laughs beside him, finally relaxing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was deeply pleased with himself. He wanted to see the Salamander Lord's expression when he discovered that his tribe had been wiped out and his wife had already been eaten clean. Just as Lin Tian expected, the Salamander Lord arrived not long afterward. The instant he reached the area, he caused a violent commotion, lashing his massive tail against a tree with enough rage to shake the surroundings. The moment he entered the goblin territory, he began taking revenge. He smashed apart houses and killed several goblins along the way. Marching forward with fury blazing in his eyes, he roared, "You cursed goblins! Open the door and return my wife and child to me." Then his gaze suddenly changed. The anger in his face became even heavier, and something dark rose behind his eyes. Right in front of him were his wife and child. They had been surrounded by a crowd of goblins and torn apart without mercy. By the time the goblins were finished, not even meat remained on the bones. Blood and scraps still stained their mouths as they slowly looked up at him. The skulls lying there had been stripped completely bare. At that sight, the Salamander Lord let out a grief-stricken roar. "My wife! My daughter!" When Lin Tian saw the Salamander Lord's devastated expression, he slowly stepped forward with a provoking grin. His voice carried a mocking welcome. "Speak of the devil and here he comes. Too bad you arrived too late." That final blow broke whatever restraint the Salamander Lord had left. He had lost everything. Rage, pain, and hatred flooded his body as smoke burst from his mouth. "Today, I will wipe out your entire tribe. Blood will be paid with blood." After roaring those words, he gathered power throughout his entire body. He bent forward, muscles tightening as a fierce blue flame began building in his throat. Having nothing left to lose, he aimed all of his strength straight at Lin Tian. The Salamander Lord unleashed a long column of blue fire. But before the flames could fully consume Lin Tian, a powerful counterattack came crashing back at him. Hou-Yi ducked low, threw his mouth wide open, and released a savage shockwave with a furious roar. The blast shattered the blue fire column completely. The Salamander Lord was knocked off balance, and his huge body fell backward. Lin Tian instantly took advantage of the opening. He summoned a massive blade and sent it flying toward the fallen Salamander Lord to finish him off. The Lord had not even recovered from the shock when the weapon stabbed deeply into the right side of his chest. Lin Tian showed no mercy. The blade drove all the way to the hilt, and dark blood began pouring out around the wound. A surge of pain rushed through the Salamander Lord's body. His face twisted, and his colors changed as he clenched his teeth tightly, desperately trying to endure the agony. The stabbing force sent him flashing away to another position. His reaction was fast enough to escape the blade's immediate reach, but Lin Tian only looked at him with open disgust. The Salamander Lord staggered backward, one hand gripping his wounded chest while resentment burned in his eyes. He glared at Lin Tian, his sharp teeth grinding together with a hard clicking sound. Damn Goblin, what was that just now? Why did I lose consciousness? That question only made Lin Tian more interested. A twisted smile spread across his face as he answered with obvious enjoyment. You want to die? Then I will grant you that wish. This is the East. You cannot summon demon beasts here. Lin Tian's words struck directly at the Salamander Lord's weakest point. Rage exploded from him at once. Blue flames burst from his nose, eyes, and mouth as smoke curled around his face. He roared, I do not need demon beasts. I can kill you myself. Then he pushed his energy to its limit. His body expanded, muscles swelling and veins bulging across his skin. He forced himself to grow larger and more powerful than before. His wounds also began recovering on their own as his strength surged upward. The injuries across his chest and arms began closing in only a short time. Once the wounds had nearly healed, the Salamander Lord slowly clenched one hand, making his hard fingers crack with force. The Salamander Lord had transformed again. His head and tail had grown even larger, while thick muscles covered his newly strengthened body. Fire glowed fiercely in both eyes as he stared down at Lin Tian. He proudly showed off his renewed strength and shouted, Strength, endless strength. What do you have that can stand against me? At last, he had finally brought out his strongest move. Hou-yi and Ji Lu both became cautious in front of this monster. Ji Lu lowered his body into a fighting stance. There was hesitation in his posture, but his face still carried the excitement of someone eager for battle. Great boss. This guy looks far too dangerous. Lin Tian also understood that this enemy could no longer be underestimated. He stayed defensive, quietly considering the most effective way to bring the Salamander Lord down. First, he would use the earth element to limit the creature's movement. Then he would let corrupt blood seep into its body from within. But before Lin Tian could make his move, a glowing sword tip suddenly burst through the center of the Salamander Lord's chest from behind. The tyrant-like salamander had been struck without warning for the second time, and his scream rolled across the area in waves of pain. Even Lin Tian did not expect it. Looking worn and exhausted, he lifted his eyes in complete surprise. Blood spilled from the Salamander Lord's mouth. He had only just unleashed his full power and had not even gotten the chance to use it properly. Now he was already suffering as though death had come for him. It did not stop there. The sword that pierced his chest continued cutting through his entire body, splitting him from head to tail. The massive monster was sliced in half, and all he could do was howl in despair as his body fell apart with no way to resist. The Salamander Lord's body opened into two huge pieces, revealing a familiar figure standing between them. The one who had done it was the Holy Sword herself. Her clothes were ragged, and she looked as though she had endured a long, difficult journey to reach this place. But her arrival was still overwhelming. The Holy Sword had appeared with terrifying force and ended the Salamander Lord in a single clean strike. The Holy Sword slowly raised her eyes toward Lin Tian. Her beautiful face was worn from the hardships she had endured while searching for him. Yet the moment she finally saw him, her voice came out with relief. At last, I have found you. The second Hou-yi recognized the Holy Sword. He reacted violently. He stepped forward to shield Lin Tian, while fear filled his face. We are finished. The Sword Saint has come to the tribe. Great boss, run first. I will stop her. Behind him, another goblin jumped back in terror and grabbed at himself while screaming, I am scared to death. But the Holy Sword looked extremely weak. Her body could no longer stay steady, and she began swaying in place. Even the strap of her clothing slipped from her shoulder as her strength gave out. Then the Holy Sword fell straight forward and slammed face first onto the ground directly in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian and the goblins closest to him stared at the scene in complete shock. Now that the danger had passed, Lin Tian slowly walked over to the Holy Sword's side. Looking down at her exhausted body on the ground, he could not help but marvel at what she had done. She had chased him all the way here in that condition, barely holding herself together, yet she had still brought down the Salamander Lord with a single sword strike. It was fortunate that she had fainted afterward. Otherwise, the moment Hou-yi realized that the Holy Sword no longer seemed capable of fighting, he immediately raised his axe with dangerous excitement. Let us take this chance and finish her now. Lin Tian heard the eager tone in his subordinate's voice, clicked his tongue, and let out a faint smile. You really are a loud-mouthed kid. Hoi might have talked boldly, but he clearly did not dare move closer himself. Instead, he quickly pointed his weapon toward Ji-Lu and Kaishan. You two do it. The moment those words reached them, both goblins froze where they stood, stiff as wooden dolls. Ji-Lu and Kaishan did not even bother arguing. They instantly leapt far away from the unconscious holy sword, putting as much distance between themselves and her as possible. Hoi stared at them in disbelief. Yet the truth was obvious. Although Hoi had spoken first, he was even more terrified than those two. Ji-Lu and Kaishan immediately began pretending that nothing had happened. They sat down nearby and started talking to each other as though Hoi did not exist. In their minds, there was only one thought: the holy sword was far too frightening, even while she was unconscious. Ji-Lu pointed nervously toward Lin Tian, clearly hoping the great boss would decide for them. Lin Tian turned toward Hoi and said, "She is already unconscious, yet she still looks this terrifying. Tell me, who among you actually dares to touch her?" Hoi's face went blank. At that moment, he finally understood that volunteering someone else's life was much easier than risking his own. After saying that, Lin Tian took the initiative and walked closer. The holy sword's pale body lay motionless on the ground, completely drained after everything she had endured. Lin Tian bent down and looked at her carefully, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Keeping her alive would be far more valuable than killing her here. By then, the holy sword had completely collapsed and lost consciousness. It seemed as though she had pushed herself through every hardship simply to find Lin Tian, only to leave herself at his mercy once she arrived. Lin Tian immediately ordered several female goblin servants to bind her securely before she could wake up again. The sky gradually darkened, and the night slipped by in silence. Before anyone noticed, morning had arrived. When dawn came, the holy sword was tied tightly, by both hands and feet inside a locked room. Lin Tian had Ziyu stay nearby and watch her condition, while he himself remained outside to observe. Hoi and Kaishan hid behind the doorway, curiously peeking inside whenever they thought no one was looking. Ziyu could not resist stepping closer to inspect the holy sword herself. She gently touched the woman's face and pressed lightly against her smooth skin, her eyes full of fascination and jealousy. So soft. Ziyu's cheeks slowly turned red as she stared at the holy sword's flawless appearance, secretly wishing her own skin could be just as delicate. At that moment, the holy sword finally began to stir. Her eyes slowly opened, and she let out a faint breath as her condition gradually stabilized. Loose golden hair covered part of her tired, disheveled face. The instant Lin Tian noticed that she was awake, he stepped directly in front of her and greeted her in a calm voice. "Long time no see, holy sword." Hearing that familiar voice, the holy sword slowly lifted her head. The moment she saw Lin Tian standing there, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Tian, the goblin slayer she had been searching for, was leaning quietly against the wall nearby. Instead of showing hatred, she suddenly looked overwhelmed with joy, as though she had finally found someone precious after a long separation. She tried to rise and cried out excitedly, "Goblin! Goblin! I finally found you! This is wonderful!" Lin Tian was startled by her reaction and instinctively stepped back. He warned her immediately, "Do not move. Your strength is badly damaged. You cannot fight us in your current condition." At the side, Ziyu watched the holy sword wake up with an excited look on her face. But instead of attacking Lin Tian or trying to take revenge, the holy sword kept struggling against her restraints and calling out desperately, "Goblin! Goblin!" It sounded less like a battle cry and more like someone calling for help from the only person she believed could save her. That strange reaction made both Lin Tian and Ziyu step back cautiously. Neither of them knew whether she might suddenly lunge forward and attack. Lin Tian frowned deeply as he watched her expression, unable to understand what had happened to the once proud holy sword. Lin Tian's expression hardened. Turning toward Hoi and the others, he ordered them in a cold voice, "I have raised you for this long, and now you are just standing there watching? Hold her down for me." However, the holy sword had left a terrifying impression on all of them. Even after hearing Lin Tian's order, none of the goblins dared move their hands or take even one step toward her. Hoi hesitated awkwardly, scratching his head and ears as though hoping someone else would take the lead. Kaishan stood beside him completely still, stiff as a stone statue. Before any of them could act, the holy sword suddenly broke free from the ropes binding her. The goblins stood there uselessly, staring in panic as their captive escaped right before their eyes. In the next instant, she crossed the room with terrifying speed and appeared directly in front of Lin Tian. Everyone expected her to strike. Instead, she dropped to her knees beneath his feet. The goblins watching from behind immediately panicked. Kaishan leaned close to Hoi and whispered, "We are finished. Great boss is going to die because of you." Hou Yi's face turned pale as he stared at the holy sword, convinced she was about to teach Lin Tian a brutal lesson. But the attack they feared never came. The holy sword did not raise her sword or release any killing intent. She simply remained kneeling before Lin Tian. Even Lin Tian was caught completely off guard. He stared down at her with a blank expression, then instinctively leaned backward in disbelief. The holy sword, dressed in ragged clothing, suddenly wrapped both arms around Lin Tian's leg and pleaded with him in desperation. "You hateful goblin, I did not come here to fight you. I came here to beg you for something." Lin Tian had been preparing for another life-or-death battle only moments earlier. Now he stood frozen like a statue, unable to process what he was hearing. The holy sword raised her face and looked up at him with wide, urgent eyes. "Can you give me another child?" Her behavior was so strange that it felt completely different from the holy sword everyone had known before. Watching the once mighty warrior kneel and beg Lin Tian like this, Hou Yi and Kaishan were both stunned into silence. Lin Tian's mouth hung slightly open as he looked down at her. Ziyu's face turned bright red behind him, while the others could barely believe their eyes. Lin Tian could only think bitterly to himself, "Does she see me as some kind of machine that grants children whenever she asks?" The holy sword continued trying to prove how serious she was. Her whole body trembled as she looked at Lin Tian with desperate determination. "I mean it. The hatred between us can disappear, but you must give me another child. If you refuse me, I will never forgive you." Lin Tian still could not understand why she had changed so drastically. His expression grew serious as he questioned her carefully. "Say that again. Are you telling me that you once gave birth to my child?" Lin Tian pressed further, clearly caring deeply about the child connected to him by blood. "Where is that child now?" The moment she heard the question, the holy sword's face turned pale and her body began shaking in fear. The aggressive attitude she had shown moments earlier disappeared completely. She lowered herself, covered her face, and seemed to collapse beneath an unbearable weight of guilt. "Lord God, please forgive me," she whispered in confusion and pain. "The child never completed the punishment. That commoner killed it. Please give the child one more chance." Her behavior became increasingly unstable as she spoke. She even promised that she would immediately bear another goblin child and raise that child properly. After seeing her strange words and actions, Lin Tian finally understood what was happening. The corrupt blood had weakened her body and pushed her mind toward collapse. She believed that the gods were punishing her, when in truth she was desperately trying to avoid facing the deaths and guilt buried inside her own heart. Lin Tian quickly grasped the weakness in her state of mind. He lowered his voice and used her confusion to guide the conversation. "That is right. You have caused the deaths of many people who followed you. Of course the gods would be angry, but if you want to ask me for a child as atonement, there must be conditions." The moment he stopped speaking, the holy sword could no longer remain calm. "What conditions?" she asked urgently. "I will agree to all of them." Lin Tian slowly leaned closer to her face, a calculated smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the bait had already been set. "During your atonement you will obey my orders. That will be part of the punishment the gods have prepared for you." Deep inside, Lin Tian was pleased. A warrior as powerful as the holy sword had practically delivered herself to his doorstep. The holy sword's face brightened immediately. She looked genuinely relieved, almost like a child who had just been handed something precious. "As long as it is the god's punishment, I will complete it properly." Lin Tian was secretly delighted. He had expected to face another earth-shaking battle, but instead he had gained a powerful warrior who was willing to submit to his conditions. He nodded slowly and said, "Very well, then we have an agreement." Lin Tian personally led the holy sword deeper into the room, leaving behind Ziyu, the other women, and the goblin subordinates staring after them in silence. Before closing the door, he gave the people outside a cold order. "All of you wait outside." They remained frozen for a moment, then quietly left the room. Inside the room, the holy sword loosened the strap of her ragged clothing and lowered her gaze. After everything she had suffered while searching for Lin Tian, she seemed to have made up her mind completely. There was no hesitation left in her expression. She lay down on the straw-covered mattress and looked quietly toward Lin Tian. Her voice was soft but firm when she finally spoke. "Please help me." Lin Tian had already lost his patience after being interrupted the last time their paths crossed. This time, with the holy sword making the request herself, he stepped closer without any intention of refusing. "Since you are the one asking," he said, "then I will not hold back." The room fell quiet as Lin Tian moved close beside her. His voice lowered near her ear as he warned her gently, "I may be rougher this time." The holy sword's body trembled, and she released uneven breaths after the long days she had spent desperately searching for him. The only sounds left in the room were her faint gasps and the rustling of straw beneath them. 2 hours later, outside Lin Tian's tent, the Goblin Slayer had explained the Holy Sword's desperate request to the Countess. The Countess stared in disbelief and raised her voice. "Stop joking. The Holy Sword is the strongest warrior of her generation. I refuse to believe something like that could be true." But after seeing what was inside the room with her own eyes, the Countess was completely stunned. Her wings spread wide in shock as she could only whisper, "What is this?" The Countess stared at the familiar bed and saw the Holy Sword resting there, curled up and exhausted after her private time with Lin Tian. She stood stiffly in place and muttered in disbelief, "Lord Holy Sword, how can this be possible?" Behind her, the Goblin Slayer remained silent as he watched. The Goblin Slayer folded her arms, her face cold but carrying a trace of concern. "You saw it with your own eyes and you heard it too. If news of this returns to the Empire, no one knows what kind of chaos it will cause." The Countess had no answer. She could only stare silently at the Holy Sword. Later, after spending time alone with the Holy Sword, Lin Tian stepped outside with Zirua to enjoy the cool air. The two of them stood together and looked toward the distant mountains stretching across the horizon. Ziyu gently poured tea for Lin Tian and asked, "Great boss, what should we do with the Holy Sword now?" Lin Tian accepted the cup and answered in a cold, practical tone. "Bring her back to my place first. We cannot let her escape or do anything reckless. Before that, take her to wash up and change into clean clothes." The moment she heard the order, Zirua turned away immediately. "Yes, I will do it now." Lin Tian then drank the tea in one long swallow, still recovering from the exhaustion of the night. After a moment, his eyes narrowed as though he had remembered something important. Lin Tian turned back toward Ziyu and said, "Wait, have some people died from disease recently? Prepare their bodies for me. I will need them soon." Ziyu did not question his order, and immediately replied, "Understood." After Ziyu left, Lin Tian sat alone and stared into the distance. The Salamander Lord had only just died, and that would surely draw the attention of the other lords within the Great Tomb region. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he considered his next move. Perhaps it was time to visit Eagle Lord again. The scene shifted to Eagle Lord's territory. Lin Tian had barely thought about paying him a visit before he was already there, standing atop the back of a massive bear with a wrapped bundle prepared as a gift. When Eagle Lord heard the shocking news, panic flashed across his face. "What? You already killed the Southern Lord?" Standing before Eagle Lord, Lin Tian started to explain what had happened. But before he could finish, Eagle Lord cut him off. "There is no need to explain. It may cause some trouble, but there is still a way through this. If you take the Salamander Lord's position, the Great Tomb may be willing to show mercy." Lin Tian's face showed no interest at all. He tilted his head slightly and answered in a calm voice, "Lord, I am not particularly interested in becoming one myself. Could I let one of my subordinates take that position instead?" Eagle Lord found that suggestion strange. His gaze lowered toward the gifts Lin Tian had brought before he answered slowly, "It is not impossible, but sending your subordinate there would come with certain risks." Lin Tian immediately frowned and asked, "Risks? What kind of risks?" Eagle Lord paced back and forth as he explained. "The Southern Dream Demon has wanted that lordship for a long time. Now that the Salamander Lord is dead, he will naturally try to seize it. If you fight him for the position, I believe you can defeat him. But your subordinate may not be able to. A lord can summon a huge number of demon beasts to fight for him." Lin Tian listened carefully without interrupting. After hearing all that, Lin Tian became even more curious. He rubbed his chin and asked, "What exactly is this dream demon?" Eagle Lord explained in greater detail. "He is an 8th-rank demon with the ability to manipulate dreams. Through dreamscapes, he can interfere with other people's consciousness. However, his real combat ability is weak, which is why he has failed to seize the Lord's position despite trying for generations." Lin Tian stroked his chin as he considered those words. The phrase dream manipulation immediately gave him an interesting new idea, and his thoughts began moving in a different direction. Lin Tian looked off into the distance and thought about the Holy Sword. If he could plant even a small suggestion inside her dreams and make her obey him completely, that would be far too useful. With that thought in mind, he turned to Eagle Lord and asked, "Great Lord, can you take me to meet him right away? I want to work with him." Eagle Lord accepted Lin Tian's request and quickly led him toward the Dream Demon's lair. The place was gloomy, overgrown, and covered in twisted thorns. As soon as they arrived, Eagle Lord pointed toward the dark surroundings. "This is where the Dream Demon lives." The moment Lin Tian stepped inside, he felt an unusually sinister presence pressing against him. He had not even met the Dream Demon yet, but the strange dreamlike power spreading through the area was already impossible to ignore. A slimy black shadow suddenly appeared overhead. It hovered high in the air, vague and distorted, while a voice echoed down from the darkness. The dream demon had finally revealed himself. Its legs looked dried and withered, its hands ended in long claws, and its whole body hung in the air like a torn black rag. A twisted smile curled across its mouth as it slowly descended. "Let me see," it said in a perverse voice. "Who is the one seeking a sweet dream?" Lin Tian immediately checked its information through the system. Dream Demon level 84. Race, undead. Profession, none. Title, born from nightmare. HP 2000. Strength, 690. Defense, 492. Skills, Dream Control, Enchantment Eye, Etherealization. Equipment, none. Total combat power, 3,800. After reading the details, Lin Tian watched it approach with growing interest. The Dream Demon's single eye opened wide when it recognized Eagle Lord. It sounded delighted as it laughed. "So it is the man-eating eagle. Why did you bring a goblin here?" Having found the person he wanted, Lin Tian stepped forward with a calm, polite expression. "I want to cooperate with you. I will help you become the Southern Lord, and in exchange you only need to help me control other people through their dreams." Eagle Lord remained quiet behind him, leaving Lin Tian to handle the conversation himself. The Dream Demon took one look at Lin Tian's small body and swooped lower with obvious contempt. "A lowly goblin like you thinks he can make me the Southern Lord?" Before Lin Tian could answer, Eagle Lord spoke from behind him. "That golden salamander you failed to defeat for so many years has already had his entire tribe wiped out by this goblin." The Dream Demon's one-eyed face changed immediately after hearing that. Its expression froze for a moment as the news finally sank in. Then it burst into loud, refreshing laughter. "Ho ho ho! So that day has finally come." It had clearly waited a very long time to hear that its hated enemy was dead. Forgetting everything else, it immediately asked, "Fine, fine. Whose dream do you want me to control?" Lin Tian had been waiting for that exact question. He answered with a confident, almost casual tone, "No one important, just a human." At the side, Eagle Lord lowered his beak close to Lin Tian's ear and whispered, "Then I will return to the Great Tomb and report this. I will help confirm his position as Lord." But Eagle Lord also warned him carefully. "Do not underestimate him. You defeated the Salamander Lord here, but if you fought that salamander in the south you would have no chance of winning. A lord can summon a massive army of demon beasts." Just as Eagle Lord finished speaking, Lin Tian suddenly turned back with a mysterious smile on his face. "Great Lord, wait a moment. I have just thought of a different plan." The Dream Demon was so excited by the death of the Salamander Lord that it had lowered its guard completely. "I am finally going to become a lord," it murmured happily. Seeing that reaction, Eagle Lord immediately understood what Lin Tian might be thinking. He hesitated before warning him, "You are not planning to attack him, are you? The Dream Demon is a spirit body. You cannot simply swallow his ability, and if you destroy him, you will not be able to work with him anymore." Lin Tian did not answer right away. Instead, he looked down at the information on his system panel and revealed a dangerous smile. Heterogeneous fusion could take part of an opponent's body and fuse it into his own. Each piece would provide certain attribute enhancements, though it would not grant the opponent's talent skills or alter his appearance. Then Lin Tian raised his eyes toward the Dream Demon and curled his mouth into a cold grin. "Ordinary goblins may not be able to swallow you," he said quietly. "But I am different." Lin Tian moved closer to the Dream Demon with a relaxed expression, as if there were nothing unusual about the situation. "Dream Demon, let us discuss the details of our cooperation. I need to understand how your dream control works so that I can coordinate with you and bring out its full power." The Dream Demon was completely confident in its own ability. Its eye widened eagerly as it answered, "As long as someone dares to look directly into my eye, no one can escape my control, unless their will is strong enough to realize that they are inside a dream." That answer only made Lin Tian more interested. His hair partly covered the calculating look in his eyes as a dangerous smile appeared on his face. "Is that so?" A moment earlier, Lin Tian had been speaking gently. In the next second, his expression changed completely. He summoned his sword and lunged at the Dream Demon with all his strength. "Then let us see whether your dreams are stronger, or whether my blade is faster." Sensing danger, the Dream Demon immediately released spiritual power to defend itself. At the same time, it activated etherealization. Eagle Lord saw what was happening and shouted in alarm, "Not good! Do not look into its eye." But Lin Tian had already rushed in. The Dream Demon pushed its power to the limit, its single eye opening wider and wider in a horrifying way. A dark, enchanting force spilled out and spread across the entire area. Lin Tian had heard Eagle Lord's warning, but it was already too late to avoid the gaze. His eyes locked directly onto the dream demon's terrifying eye as an eerie light shone into his face. At once, Lin Tian dropped from the air and crashed face first onto the ground. Eagle Lord quickly flew farther away, giving the battlefield space as the dream demon's evil aura swirled around Lin Tian's body. From within the darkness, the dream demon's voice rang out with smug satisfaction. You do not know your own limits. He is dead for sure. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes snapped open. Blood-red veins spread across his eyeballs, and panic flashed over his face as if something terrifying had trapped him. He forced himself upright and tried to retreat, desperately reaching for something stable to support himself. Lin Tian had been careless, but when he looked downward, he saw burning cracks spreading beneath him. Blazing heat surged through his entire body as flames erupted from below. Lin Tian had already been injured, and now he was forced into an even harsher situation with no clear escape in sight. Within moments, boiling magma poured into the pit around him. The burning liquid was hot enough to kill an ordinary person in seconds, and it quickly swallowed the lower half of Lin Tian's body as he became trapped inside. Fortunately, this was only a dream. In reality, if he had truly been caught like that, there would have been nothing left for him to return home with or to serve the women waiting for him. At the same time, the dream demon's black shadow appeared again at a distance. Now that it believed Lin Tian was fully under its control, it spread its power further and laughed loudly. You cannot escape. Stay trapped inside your dream forever and die there. The dream demon moved its dark face closer to Lin Tian and mocked him further. You still wanted to kill me? You are nothing but. Before it could finish that sentence, a stream of fire suddenly blasted through its thin body. The dream demon was pierced clean through, leaving a hole in its form while it was still laughing. The dream demon froze in complete shock. It pointed at the torn hole in its body, bared its sharp teeth, and stared in disbelief. You? How is that possible? To its surprise, Lin Tian was already standing on his own. He had never truly been trapped by the illusionary dream world. Looking at the dream demon with complete confidence, he said, In dreams, fear is the trap. Once someone truly believes they will die, they lose themselves. That is the foundation of your dream control. Energy gathered around Lin Tian's clawed hand. Everything had been within his calculations. Now the dream demon was the one beginning to feel real fear. Lin Tian smiled coldly and said, That trick may work on other people, but trying it on me was your mistake. Power overflowed from Lin Tian's hand as he sprang into the air. It is still too early to celebrate, he said. Bright electric flames wrapped around his entire body, making him look no different from a demon. Lin Tian rushed forward and released a huge burst of energy that engulfed the dream demon's dark head. Electric sparks tore through its body, leaving it tattered and unable to do anything except endure the numbing pain. After that attack, the dream demon's body inside the dreamscape began cracking apart piece by piece. It could not believe that its strongest skill had been broken so easily. In anger and disbelief, it stammered, How can you do this? The moment those words left its mouth, the entire dreamscape shattered into fragments. The boiling magma, the burning pit, and every false image around them vanished completely. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flew open. For a brief second, astonishment filled his face as consciousness rushed back into him. Then, breathing hard, he pressed a hand against the ground and slowly forced himself back onto his feet. Above him, the dream demon had just been blasted in the rear by the falling lightning, and the shock sent it reeling out of control. Rage twisted across its dark face as it shoved a stream of sinister energy straight toward Lin Tian, diving down at the same time while screaming furiously, Damn it! Damn it! I will never forgive you. The moment Lin Tian steadied himself, he raised both hands without wasting another breath. The familiar divine crossbow appeared in his grasp, its power gathering as he aimed it toward the enemy overhead. Lin Tian did not hesitate for even an instant. He launched himself forward and fired a blazing arrow directly into the dream demon's body. The fire was terrifyingly fierce, ripping through its thin shadowy form and burning it from the inside with frightening force. The dream demon immediately lost all control and dropped straight toward the ground. Its body had become nothing more than a tangled mass of black shadow, and the arrogant creature that had roared so loudly before no longer dared to make a sound. Seeing that his target had weakened, Lin Tian rushed back toward it at once. The dream demon understood that it was in real danger now. Its teeth clenched tightly, and fear finally became visible on its face. But just as Lin Tian lunged in and reached out to seize part of its spirit body, the dream demon reacted with shocking speed. It shot upward into the air and barely slipped out of his grasp. At that instant, a notification rang out in Lin Tian's mind. He had successfully obtained a new ability, Dream Control. Now the two of them faced one another alone. The dream demon kept trying to widen the gap between them, while one of its arms had already twisted into a different shape and trembled unnaturally in the air. Lin Tian stared back with such cold killing intent that the sight alone made one's skin crawl. At that moment he looked more frightening than any nightmare. Then Lin Tian's arm began to mutate. It turned sluggish and fluid, like boiling flesh that had come alive, swelling larger and larger by the second. Every muscle in Lin Tian's body tightened as he activated heterogenic fusion, and soon his entire arm had expanded into a huge, soft, distorted mass. Lin Tian thrust that mutated arm forward with all his strength. In an instant, it wrapped around the dream demon's entire body. Sticky chunks of flesh crowded together from every direction, sealing the creature inside until only one red eye remained exposed. It happened so fast that the dream demon had no chance to escape. Even the Eagle Lord, watching from nearby, was completely stunned. Its eyes went round, its mouth hung open, and it could only stare without blinking at the unbelievable sight in front of it. Once the dream demon had been dealt with, Lin Tian gradually returned to his normal form. The swollen, monstrous flesh receded, leaving him standing there as though nothing extraordinary had happened. The Eagle Lord slowly came closer, still looking shaken. "Lin Tian, are you all right?" it asked carefully, its voice full of concern. Even now, it looked like it could hardly believe what it had just witnessed. The Eagle Lord looked at him again and asked more directly, "Lin Tian, how did you get out? I thought there was no way you could escape." Lin Tian, however, remained calm and answered as though it were nothing worth discussing. "It's already handled. Let's go." With the dream demon defeated, the two of them began making their way back, talking as they traveled along the road. As they walked, Lin Tian brought up the matter that had been on his mind. "The dream demon is dead. I want Cashin to take over the Southern Lord's position." The Eagle Lord understood his intention and quickly agreed. "Don't worry, I'll speak on your behalf at the Great Burial Ground." Before long, the scene shifted away from them and returned to the forest near Eli Yuchan's tribe, where the quiet woods surrounded the small settlement. Inside a tiny hut, the Sword Saint was still stretched out on a straw bed, resting in complete exhaustion. She slept deeply, completely unaware of anything happening around her. But after acquiring the dream demon's power, Lin Tian quietly began using it to enter her mind while she remained asleep. A dark doorway slowly formed within the dreamscape. Lin Tian's figure appeared before it, and then he stepped through with a calm expression, officially entering the Sword Saint's dream. The dream he entered was still set inside her homeland, beneath the towering walls of a grand and majestic citadel. Lin Tian hovered high in the center of the city, looking down from above, while a noisy crowd gathered in the distance below. As he moved closer, the angry shouts became impossible to ignore. The Sword Saint stood at the center of the crowd, forced to endure wave after wave of contempt. "Kill that goblin," they screamed. "Punish this so-called holy maiden of the sword. Do not forgive her." Their accusations grew harsher by the moment. "She holds a sacred position, yet she committed such depraved acts. She is a disgrace. The greatest disgrace in history." Lin Tian looked down at the Sword Saint with quiet pity. Even in her dreams, she was still tormenting herself, still believing she had become someone marked by sin. Then his expression slowly changed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So this is the dream where she is condemned by thousands," he thought. Yet those cruel words were exactly what could awaken the rebellion buried in her heart. "This is the state I need." Suddenly, a blinding light burst into existence beneath him. The people who had been cursing the Sword Saint cried out and quickly covered their eyes, unable to bear the brilliant radiance. None of them dared to look straight ahead. Within the dazzling light stood a hidden divine figure, visible only through its sacred clothing and radiant wings. Lin Tian had seized the moment and transformed himself into a godlike being, leaving the terrified crowd frozen in shock. The entire crowd rushed to bow down, competing to lower their heads first. "A divine lord has appeared," they cried together. "The deity has manifested. Please protect us. We have finally been allowed to meet you." Yet even while worshipping him, they still refused to spare the Sword Saint. They pointed at her again and again, accusing her before the divine figure. "Look at her. She is the enchantress. She has offended the holy gods, and the deity will surely punish her." Their voices only became more vicious. Then every person in the crowd stretched out a finger toward the Sword Saint. They threw every bit of blame onto her shoulders and shouted in unison, "Kill her!" Terrified, the Sword Saint stumbled backward inside her dream. Her face drained of color as all hope seemed to disappear from her eyes, leaving her trapped with nowhere left to turn. Her small, unsteady steps carried her all the way to the edge of a dark abyss. When she looked back, she saw only a deep black pit waiting behind her. The crowd continued closing in, forcing her farther and farther toward the edge as curses filled the air from every direction. She deserves to die 10,000 times. She cannot be forgiven. Kill her. Kill her. Their merciless voices never stopped. But even then, the Sword Saint did not want to die. Her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed to her knees. With both hands clasped together tightly, she prayed with the smallest remaining shred of hope. Divine Lord, please save me. Please forgive me. Still wearing the appearance of that godly being, Lin Tian looked down at her from above in solemn silence. He slowly extended one hand and released a wave of power. In an instant, everyone around the Sword Saint froze in place, their mouths shut and their hateful voices cut off completely. Then the divine figure spoke from above in a grave, commanding voice. Holy officer, do you understand what crime you have committed? Hearing those words, the Sword Saint immediately bowed lower and looked up with trembling respect. I killed the people I was supposed to protect. But the divine figure calmly twisted the meaning of her guilt. Killing imperial soldiers and hurting your companions are only minor sins. You should have given birth to goblins without fear. Admit your true crime sincerely, and I may forgive you. The Sword Saint lowered her gaze in shame, her expression full of guilt. Then she looked back up and asked earnestly, Divine Lord, what other sins have I committed? Lin Tian maintained his godly appearance and answered with fierce anger. You protected a group of evil demons, those selfish and insignificant people. His voice became colder as he addressed the crowd around her. They are greedy, tyrannical, drunk on pleasure, obsessed with men and women, and constantly fighting to seize power and resources. That sin is one you will never be forgiven for. Those words struck directly at the weakness hidden inside the Sword Saint's heart. She had already been drowning in sorrow, but now even the faith she had clung to seemed to abandon her completely. Tears rolled down the Sword Saint's face as the thought crushed her from within. So all this time, I have been protecting evil demons. She lifted her eyes toward the divine figure, asking the question in pain. At that moment, everything around her began to change. The common people who had been standing there were no longer human in her eyes. One by one, they transformed into the filthy demons she despised most. The creatures all around her let out strange cries and tore at their own clothes in a grotesque frenzy. At the same time, Lin Tian's voice reached her again. Without these people, your companions would never have died. His words pushed her even deeper into torment. The demon-like figures began hurling sharper insults at her. What kind of holy maiden are you? They sneered. You are nothing but a parasite hiding behind armor. You and those skin-clinging creatures are accomplices. Their voices rose into a vicious roar. Burn this fraud alive. She is the Empire's disgrace. Feed her to the goblins. To the Sword Saint, the people before her now looked exactly like real demons. All of them rushed toward her at once, screaming for her life. Kill her. Tear her apart. Atone for your sins before the deity. She could no longer endure it. In her eyes, humanity itself had become a race of evil demons, and every face around her filled her with unbearable disgust and terror. The Sword Saint forced herself up from the ground, unable to contain her rage any longer. She opened her mouth and screamed at them with everything she had left. Shut up. All of you, shut up. She had endured far too much, and all she wanted now was peace. Right then, a powerful force began gathering in the Sword Saint's pale hand, glowing brighter as energy condensed around her fingers. The power compressed rapidly until it formed a sword. You evil demons! She shouted. Gripping the spiritual blade she had just created, the Sword Saint charged directly toward the creatures rushing at her. You people! She cried out, before swinging her sword down in one wild, furious slash. Alone, with only her sword in hand, the Sword Saint met every demon that came at her and cut through them one after another. Each enemy was split apart by her blade. Before long, the golden sword in her hands had become stained with blood. When it was over, she collapsed to the ground in pain and stared down at both of her hands. The demons she had slaughtered so violently were no longer demons when she looked again. They were the common people, the very people she had once tried to protect with all her heart. Her small mouth trembled as she gasped in disbelief. Divine Lord, I killed people. I killed people. Still wearing the form of the deity, Lin Tian slowly descended toward the Sword Saint. He came close enough for his presence to fill her vision, then spoke in a low, deliberate voice. You see it clearly now, don't you? They only ever wanted you to protect them. Not once did they ever think about protecting you. Then Lin Tian slowly opened his palm and held it out toward the Sword Saint. His voice guided her thoughts in another direction, giving her something new to believe in. When you were cast down from the divine altar, who was the first to turn on you, bite at you and tear you apart? It was these evil demons. Those words seemed to pull the sword saint back from the very edge of despair. Whenever guilt tried to crush her, Lin Tian gave her a reason to believe she had not been wrong after all, because the people she once loved and protected were the true evil. She slowly lifted her beautiful face toward the deity, staring blankly for a moment before a faint smile finally appeared. Tears still filled both of her eyes, but perhaps, for the first time, she no longer felt like someone who deserved to die. "I understand now, Divine Lord," she said softly. At that moment, Lin Tian reached his arm down toward her, and the sword saint accepted his hand without hesitation. Once he saw that she trusted him completely, Lin Tian continued planting the idea deeper into her heart. "From now on, devote yourself to slaughtering these evil demons." But the sword saint still looked uncertain about the power she had lost. Holding back her unease, she asked in a trembling voice, "Then, how can I regain my holy power?" Lin Tian knew exactly how to keep her under his control. He spoke again with the same solemn authority. "Only when not a single one of these evil demons remains will your power return. I have also arranged a messenger to help you punish them. You must give that messenger your full support." With his purpose achieved, it was time for Lin Tian to leave the dream. Behind him, the sword saint remained dazed, as though she had finally convinced herself that everything she had done was righteous, and that the deity had truly forgiven her. The sword saint stood up quickly and called after him, "Divine Lord!" Before disappearing, Lin Tian left her with one final, firm command. "Remember this well." After successfully invading her dream and reshaping her mind, Lin Tian followed the lingering demonic aura and flew back out into reality. He appeared beside the sword saint's sleeping body, standing near her straw bed with his arms stretched out in exhaustion. Looking down at her peaceful face, Lin Tian let out a tired breath. "I didn't expect this to be so exhausting." Then Lin Tian slowly moved closer and leaned down beside her. In a quiet whisper, he told the sleeping sword saint, "From now on, you are no longer the holy maiden of the sword." By the next morning, Eli Yuchan's tribe was enjoying a bright and peaceful day. The camp felt especially lively, perhaps because Lin Tian had managed to capture a delicious cat for everyone. A basket filled with fruit, meat, and fresh bread had been placed beside the sword saint's resting spot. Lin Tian looked toward her and said, "Eat. We still have to complete the mission assigned by the deity." The sword saint had only just woken up, but those words caught her attention far more than the food beside her. She leaned toward Eli Yuchan's direction, her voice low and confused as she asked, "How do you know about that?" She was still half awake and had not fully sorted through what had happened. The sword saint could not understand why Lin Tian knew the exact words the deity had spoken in her dream. Her eyes widened as the thought finally crossed her mind. "Could it be you?" Lin Tian only made a vague, half-hidden gesture with one hand. Then he raised a finger and answered mysteriously, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed." As she stared at Lin Tian's figure, the sword saint could only make a quiet guess in her heart. The messenger the deity had mentioned in her dream. Could that messenger really be this goblin? Lin Tian turned around and began walking outside. The sword saint quickly followed after him and called, "Wait, what am I supposed to do next?" Without stopping, Lin Tian answered calmly, "I'll tell you when the time comes." Not long after that, a disappointed voice sounded out nearby. "Why is she only level 60? Her total combat power isn't even 1,000. In front of Lin Tian, Alice Near trembled like a frightened puppy. A heavy iron chain still hung around her neck as she lowered her head and apologized. "My lord, I'm sorry. I will work hard to become stronger." Her status showed that Alice Near was level 60, human with no profession, carrying the titles Holy Body, Attendant of God, and Heroic Monster Hunter. Her total combat power was only 980. Lin Tian leaned closer until his face was right in front of Alice Near's. In a gentle tone, he asked, "How long have you been studying magic?" Completely obedient under his control, Alice Near answered like a puppet. "I only studied for 1 year before following my senior to train. There are still many things I haven't learned yet." Lin Tian seemed very satisfied with Alice Near's current state. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he looked her over. "Your talent doesn't seem bad. It would be a real waste to simply throw it away." Soon afterward, Lin Tian gathered all of his goblin soldiers together. The crowd below him cheered loudly and stirred up a noisy commotion. Standing above them beside Dignity, Lin Tian raised his voice and announced, "A few hundred miles from the Great Burial Ground, there is a city called Klingborg. Do you want to go there and take jewelry, women, and food?" The goblins had clearly been waiting for a day like this, and they gathered in excitement as though the entire tribe had begun a festival. The goblins immediately began shouting at the top of their lungs. "Big brother, we want it. Rob them. Rob them. Take everything." Their rough voices filled the camp as they cried out for plunder and women. Lin Tian raised his fist into the air, clearly pleased by their reaction. "Good. Put on your armor. We leave at once." The goblins answered him with wild cheers. "Big brother is wise." A little later, Lin Tian found a quiet place to meet with Alice Near in private, while she was practicing magic. He approached and asked, "I heard the Lord of Klingborg is a white hat mage, and that city has many magic books. Come with me. I'll take you there so you can get those books and study them. What do you think?" By now, Alice Near had been completely brainwashed. Without questioning him at all, Alice Near lowered her head respectfully before Lin Tian and answered obediently, "I offer endless gratitude to the great lord." Just then, a powerful female figure approached and abruptly cut into the conversation between Lin Tian and Alice Near. "Klingborg? We are going there to slaughter them." Both Lin Tian and Alice Near turned their heads toward the voice. It was the Sword Saint. She had regained her strength and now stood there wearing battle armor, ready for war. Even covered by armor, her figure still carried the same fierce beauty, dominance, and intimidating presence. Lin Tian looked at the Sword Saint, one of the strongest cards in his hand, and gave a long laugh. Then he asked her with clear interest, "Do you truly have that determination?" The Sword Saint stepped forward at once and stood boldly in front of both Lin Tian and Alice Near. "The deity's mission? Of course I do." By this point, Lin Tian's influence had already taken root deep inside her mind. Her heart was filled with resentment toward humanity, and her eyes hardened with hatred as she continued, "That cursed group of evil demons gave me 10 years of suffering. It is time for them to pay the price." Before long, Lin Tian rode Zihuan toward the human territory to inspect the situation himself. Ji Lu could fly as well, so Lin Tian brought him along to examine the terrain from above. Before approaching the city walls, Lin Tian and Ji Lu hovered high in the air and carefully looked down over the entire area. Today happened to be a special day in Klingborg. A large crowd had gathered together inside one of the city parks. For the goblins, that kind of gathering could not have been more favorable. Ji Lu flapped his wings as he hovered above Lin Tian's head, making a buzzing sound in the air. Curious, he asked, "Big brother, why are so many people gathered down there?" Lin Tian glanced over the crowd and casually replied, "It looks like they are holding some kind of festival." Then Lin Tian gave Ji Lu a new order. "Go back to camp and wait for instructions. I will stay here and scout the situation." Ji Lu immediately nodded and answered, "Understood, big brother." Lin Tian continued watching the gathering more carefully. Many elite soldiers stood guard around the area, while an elderly man appeared to be carrying out a formal ceremony with a young girl beside him. Standing below them was the Lord of Klingborg. The old man happily announced the news to everyone present. "From today onward, my granddaughter Avril will become the new female city lord of Klingborg, and she will be the youngest female city lord in history." The elder was the former lord of Klingborg, the 80-year-old white hat mage Kling. The beautiful girl standing beside him was Avril, a 16-year-old purple hat mage and the new city lord of Klingborg. The moment the announcement ended, the entire crowd burst into cheers. "Long live city lord Avril." The people praised the Kling family loudly, saying that being protected by them was an honor. Avril had only just taken office, yet she had already received overwhelming support from the crowd. Smiling brightly, she raised her voice and said, "Thank you all for supporting me. I will do even better than my grandfather and give everyone a happier life. And I promise, I will never disgrace the holy position like the holy maiden of the sword did." Standing before the cheering crowd, Avril's expression suddenly became more serious. She used the moment to make another announcement. "According to recent news, the holy maiden of the sword may be hiding somewhere inside the city. Whoever finds her must report it to me immediately. I will personally bring her back to the church for punishment, so the entire nation can be satisfied." Hearing that promise, the people treated Avril as an even more dependable leader. Their cheers grew louder and louder. "We believe in you. Long live Her Highness Avril." Some even shouted their devotion to her with wild excitement. Seeing his granddaughter admired by so many people filled Kling with pride, and he patted Avril gently on the shoulder. "Very good. You have only just taken office, yet you already care so deeply about Klingborg and the Empire," Kling said proudly. "You truly are my good granddaughter." Watching the entire ceremony from high above, Lin Tian activated his demonic eye. From that moment on, Avril entered the range of his attention as a new possible target. Sitting atop Zihuan with one hand resting against his chin, Lin Tian spoke to himself in a casual tone. So the rumors were true. The new Lord of Klingborg has barely taken office, and she is already publicly calling for the capture of the Holy Maiden of the Sword. The situation made this already complicated conflict feel far more interesting to him. A scheming smile spread across Lin Tion's face, followed by a quiet laugh. Then this is perfect. Back at Lin Tion's tribe, the Sword Saint, Alice Near, and the tribe's elven mother were all waiting with the others. The moment Ji Lu spotted Lin Tion returning, he raised his voice and shouted, "The old leader is back!" The goblins behind him immediately erupted into a noisy celebration. The tribe mother narrowed her eyes and looked up toward Lin Tion before calling out, "Old leader, how is the situation over there?" Lin Tion stood steadily on Zihuan's back and spread his wings wide. Looking down at the gathered troops, he reported, "Their military force is less than 6,000. Most of them are concentrated inside the city, and the defenses are loose. This is the right time to attack." Then Lin Tion issued his command. "Ho-yi, break open the gate for me." Ho-yi immediately led a group of goblin minions toward the direction Lin Tion had pointed. Understood. From the edge of the forest, the goblins began rushing forward one after another, excitedly charging toward the human city. At the front of the advancing force, several goblins pushed a massive battering ram toward the city. Behind them marched an enormous goblin army, surging forward in a vast wave like an invading Mongol force. The two soldiers stationed on top of the city wall had barely caught sight of the goblin army below when panic hit them all at once. Their faces turned pale as they shouted toward the city, "Damn it! It's goblins! A goblin invasion! Hurry and report this to the city lord!" But before either guard could turn around and run for help, two blazing streaks of power flashed down from above. The shots struck them instantly, freezing both men where they stood before their bodies toppled backward from the wall. Those sudden bursts of light had come from firearms. Under Lin Tion's command, the soldiers below were still squeezing their triggers and firing the new weapons without pause. Leading them was the elven tribe mother, who stood proudly as the shots echoed around her. "Just as expected of the matchlock guns invented by the old leader," she said with admiration. "They are far easier to use than bows and arrows." Beside her, her daughter remained fully focused, carefully aiming and firing one shot after another. After being battered again and again, the city gate finally gave way. With a loud crash, the damaged entrance broke open completely. The moment the gate fell, the goblins poured into the city in a wild frenzy. Their laughter echoed everywhere as they rushed in from every direction, racing across the ground, swinging in on ropes, flipping over obstacles, and scrambling upward by any path they could find. From the streets to the walls, the goblins overwhelmed everything in their path. Their spirit was completely different from the weak creatures people once looked down on. Now they charged forward like a true army. From high above on Zihuan's back, Lin Tion issued his next order. "Damn it! Take out their strongest weapons first, then gather at my position." The goblins looked up at him, and every one of them wore an eager grin as they prepared to carry out his command. Before long, the entire area had been swallowed by flames and chaos. A towering column of smoke rose hundreds of meters into the sky, making it impossible for anyone in the city to ignore that disaster had struck. Elsewhere, Kling and Avril had been speaking privately when the strange signal reached them. Both of them turned toward the commotion, their faces tightening in alarm. "What was that sound?" they asked in shock. When they looked back toward the place where the inauguration ceremony had been held, the solemn event had completely vanished. In its place stood a raging sea of fire, filled with screams as explosions continued one after another. The grandfather and granddaughter hurried toward the disaster, only to find citizens running in every direction without understanding what had happened. Panic spread through the crowd as people screamed, "A dragon! The dragon is here!" Avril immediately raised her voice and tried to steady everyone. "Do not panic. Anyone who can reach the shelters, go there immediately." "Now!" Avril shouted again. Then she turned to call for her grandfather, only to see Kling already using his power to rise into the air. By then, the people below were terrified beyond reason, abandoning everything as they fled for their lives. Floating high above the city, Kling looked toward the breached gate and saw the invading creatures flooding in. The old man's expression froze as he recognized the enemy. He could hardly believe that the day he had feared had arrived so quickly. Kling lifted his voice from the sky and gave the command with force. "Infantry, move out! This is a goblin invasion." Avril heard every word clearly. For a moment, Avril could only stare into the distance in disbelief. Goblins. She had not even been city lord for 30 minutes, yet already it felt as though fate had dealt her the cruelest possible blow. The very mention of goblins exhausted her. Avril let out a disappointed sigh, and the disgust on her face was too obvious for her to hide. Still, Avril quickly turned toward the soldiers and waved her hand with authority. Soldiers, listen to me. These low-class monsters are nothing. Deal with them quickly, and then we can all return to our wine. The army immediately bowed in unison. We obey the city lord's command. Then Avril turned back toward the common people in front of her and raised her voice with heroic confidence. Keep moving forward. Today is my birthday, and the Kling family will distribute food and gifts. The moment the crowd heard about food and presents, their spirits rose again. They became lively and determined, though it was hard to say whether they were thinking of their own rewards or the city they lived in. On the battlefield, Hoey led the goblins into the attack. He charged forward with his companions and unleashed his ability, sweeping away ordinary soldiers with a burst of flames. Nearby, Cashin roared and released shockwaves from his body, sending the surrounding soldiers flying through the air. One after another, they crashed down with heavy injuries, dropping their weapons as they fell. The goblins then spread through the streets, slaughtering whoever stood against them and forcing women away in the chaos. They had been hungry for human prey, and now they reveled in the destruction, laughing amid the flames and bloodshed spreading through the city. In another part of the battlefield, Lin Tian had come face to face with Kling. Kling stood atop the sharp peak of a building, while Lin Tian remained balanced on Zihuan's back in the sky. Their eyes locked across the distance, and the tension between them sent a cold chill through the air. Kling glared at Lin Tian with deep hatred and spoke through clenched teeth. You dare to tame a dragon? So you are the goblin responsible for the fall of the Holy Maiden of the Sword. Lin Tian only smirked. He did not look afraid in the slightest. In fact, he seemed amused by the accusation. I didn't expect my reputation had already spread that far, he said, openly challenging the old man. Those words only fueled Kling's anger further. Power burst out from his body as rage completely overtook him. His eyes turned blank white, and his voice boomed with overwhelming pressure. So you truly are not ordinary. You deliberately stopped me from acting, but have you thought about the consequences of that? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man with visible annoyance, carefully watching the way Kling carried himself in front of him. Then Kling summoned a soul stone that shone with brilliant light. He held the precious object carefully in both hands as its glow reflected across his hardened face. His eyes were cold and unwavering, as though this was the trump card he had saved specifically for Lin Tian. Without wasting more words, Kling summoned a massive sphere from the sky and hurled it straight toward Zihuan. The enormous meteor-like object picked up speed as it closed in, rushing faster and faster toward its target. Lin Tian looked up and his eyes widened at once. That terrifying mass was racing directly toward him, and even he had not expected the old man to unleash such a huge attack. Lin Tian immediately guided Zihuan into a sharp evasive flight, weaving through the air to avoid the strike. But the giant meteor kept following behind them as though it had locked onto their location. It was then that Lin Tian realized Kling was using the Soul Stone's power to control it. Kling ground his teeth together, clearly pleased with himself as he watched the meteor chase the goblin. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Tian. I have survived this long, he thought smugly, so I am not someone you can treat lightly. Lin Tian glanced back at the old man and gave him a faint, knowing smirk. Then Lin Tian tightened his grip on Zihuan's hard scales as the dragon flew at full speed. His expression remained calm and confident. Since that is how you want to play it, he said, then I'll give you a big gift. It turned out that Lin Tian's real target was Avril once again. He turned Zihuan around and flew directly toward the young city lord, catching even Kling completely off guard. Below, several Klingborg soldiers saw the dragon diving toward them with the enormous mass of earth racing behind it. Their bodies began to shake as they stared upward in terror. Behind that dragon, that is... Run! Someone finally screamed. No one bothered protecting the new city lord anymore. Their own lives mattered more, and they scattered in every direction while shouting, Run away! Help! Behind Lin Tian, the meteorite continued its pursuit, and he cleverly guided it toward Kling's granddaughter. The distance was not far. Avril quickly ran up onto the fortification and stood there looking down. Meanwhile, Lin Tian kept maneuvering Zihuan back and forth, deliberately throwing the people inside the hall into greater panic. It's a meteorite! A meteorite! Run immediately! They cried as they fled. Avril stared at the terrifying sight ahead of her. It was her first time facing such a large goblin force, and she had never expected them to be clever enough to use an attack like this. Aside from anger and irritation, she did not know what to do. This is bad, she cursed inwardly. Damn it, Avril thought, her eyes fixed on Lin Tian. At the same time, Lin Tian raised his voice from Zihuan's back. Zihuan, use the move I taught you before. Zihuan lowered its head and sped through the air, opening its mouth as though it understood the command. Then Zihuan lifted its head, and violent streams of fire began gathering inside its mouth. Bracing its body with all its strength, the dragon drove its head downward hard. Zihuan poured out all of its internal power and released a vast sea of flames. The horrifying fire surged violently, burning everything it touched as it swept down toward the people who were still trying to escape. That attack also gave Zihuan enough force to break away from the meteorite's path. The move Lin Tian had taught it was simple but effective. Use the flames as thrust against the ground, then use that force to shoot sideways through the air. At the same time, the massive meteorite had already descended close to the fortification. It could no longer turn sharply enough to keep chasing Lin Tian and Zihuan. Its layers began cracking apart under the strain, and the entire structure shook violently. Kling's gift for Avril had become a deadly disaster of its own. The situation was critical. Avril immediately steadied herself, thrust both hands forward, and gathered all of her energy. She released the attack toward the meteorite and shouted, "Super tier magic? Space crack." A huge crack suddenly opened in midair, splitting wide like a giant mouth. Its energy reached toward the meteorite, and the massive object began glowing brightly as the spell took hold. The crack in the sky expanded wider and wider. The closer the meteorite came, the more the opening stretched until it swallowed the entire enormous mass in one motion. Once the meteorite disappeared inside, the Liafeng slowly closed, shrank smaller, and vanished from the air. Only then did Avril finally let out a breath of relief. Even now, she could hardly believe that if she had been a single second slower, the entire citadel might have been destroyed. After dealing with the meteorite, Avril hurriedly looked up, but Lin Tian had disappeared from sight. Startled and irritated, she shouted, "Where did that damn dragon go?" Elsewhere, Avril's grandfather had landed on a corridor. He spotted the dragon's wings in the distance and lifted his head, only to find Lin Tian and Zihuan returning to hover directly in front of him, as though they were openly provoking him. The sight was practically an invitation for Kling to attack again. The old man's face twisted with disgust as he shouted angrily, "How are you still alive? Where is my meteorite?" Standing with his hands on his hips atop Zihuan, Lin Tian looked down at Kling with complete confidence. His voice carried a mocking edge as he said, "Your granddaughter is quite capable. Otherwise, this entire castle would already be nothing but ash and dust." Right beside Kling, a soldier missing one arm stumbled forward, barely able to stay on his feet. "Lord Kling, we can't hold them back anymore. Please, you have to act." But Kling's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed the mangled wound behind the man. "Your arm." Without hesitation, Kling raised his hand and activated a healing spell, Earth Vein Absorption, drawing restorative power into the injured soldier's body. Even while treating his own man, the old mage glared toward the enemy with fury in his eyes. "I'll kill every last one of those bastards." He was standing in the middle of a battlefield, facing Lin Tian himself, yet he still refused to abandon his people. Suddenly, a huge stream of fire came rushing toward them at terrifying speed. Despite his age, Kling's body moved with incredible quickness. Kling thrust his palm forward and released a burst of frost energy. The incoming flames were crushed and frozen apart before they could reach him. But the injured soldier behind him could not fully avoid the attack, and terror spread across his face as the heat swept past. The old mage's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth and shouted toward Lin Tian in rage, "Damn Goblin! If you want to fight, then fight me directly. You're worse than beasts, attacking people like this with dirty tricks." Lin Tian did not seem bothered in the slightest. To him, fighting dirty was practically natural for goblins. He looked down with a stubborn grin and replied, "Are you trying to use morality to pressure me? Sorry, but goblins don't have morality." Facing an opponent who showed no mercy and only waited for chances to strike from behind, Kling's thoughts became heavier by the second. He had already overestimated Lin Tian once, but now he understood the truth. "I might not be able to beat this trash," he thought bitterly. "If this continues, the entire army will be wiped out." At the city gate, the soldiers defending the fortifications could no longer withstand Lin Tian's advancing army. Only a handful remained, and they were forced to retreat toward the interior. "Fall back!" they shouted desperately. "We'll retreat first and defend the castle." "Retreat! Retreat!" The remaining soldiers completely abandoned any thought of fighting. They threw away shields and swords alike, choosing survival over honor as they ran straight into the city. "Get inside the castle! Hurry! Close the gate! Quickly! Seal it!" The massive city gate slammed shut and locked tightly behind them. They had barely fought for half the battle before already being forced into retreat, and the defeat left them furious and humiliated. Their strength was nearly gone, countless soldiers were badly wounded, and there was no other choice left. One after another, they cursed in anger. Are those really goblins? They fight like an elite army. Damn it, those monsters. We lost 3,000 men, and they only lost a few hundred. Among the exhausted crowd, one soldier could not endure the pressure any longer. He stood in the middle of the others and cried out in frustration. If only the Sword Saint were here. From high above, Avril heard the complaints and immediately looked displeased. Her emotions wavered as she shouted down at them. Have you all forgotten my proclamation already? The Kling family will protect you. She was trying desperately to steady the frightened people below. Standing at the base of the citadel, Avril raised her voice again. With us here, this place will become the strongest fortress. No one will get through. Behind her, the 3 strongest mages of the city were straining to maintain their magic and stop the enemy from advancing. Goblin soldiers continued flooding in wherever they found an opening. Above them, the mages kept releasing explosive spells to force the invaders back. Their resistance slowed the goblin advance, but only for the moment. Lin Tian saw that the situation was beginning to turn troublesome, so he immediately urged Zi Huan forward through the sky. Standing on the dragon's back, he shouted down to Ho Yi, "Pull your troops back for now." The goblins heard the order and quickly turned away, retreating to avoid unnecessary losses. When Avril saw the goblins withdrawing, joy immediately appeared on her face. From the citadel, she called out proudly, "Look at that! We easily drove away those high-class monsters. They don't dare come any closer." But Kling's expression only grew more serious. Something about it felt wrong. Goblins defeated the Sword Saint before, he thought. Can they really be this weak? If this had not been a surprise attack, all of you might have died already. Lin Tian flew higher on Zihuan and allowed his soldiers to retreat while he remained behind alone to face Kling and Avril. Avril pointed toward him and asked her grandfather, "So he is the one who defeated the Sword Saint? Then if I defeat him, doesn't that mean I have surpassed the Sword Saint?" Kling believed they had the advantage now and laughed proudly. "My good granddaughter, that's right. He is only a stepping stone for you to shine." Lin Tian remained strangely calm in front of them, without even a trace of arrogance. His voice was low and hoarse as he spoke from Zihuan's back. "I originally had no intention of exterminating anyone, but since you people refuse to understand the difference between life and death, then don't blame me for what comes next." Avril was still young and naive. Seeing the goblins retreat slightly had made her believe she had already won. She lifted her chin with arrogance and challenged him loudly, "You still want to cause trouble?" Lin Tian slowly turned his body and glanced behind him, his expression calm as though he were giving someone a silent signal. Standing high above the goblin army on Zihuan's back, Lin Tian issued another order. "A few of you follow me. Everyone else, stay here." The chosen goblins immediately moved, rushing forward to follow him without hesitation. On top of the citadel, one mage began to look uneasy. "Lady Avril? Could they be planning something?" Avril turned toward him with a bright, confident smile. "Don't worry, the shelter is protected by a magic barrier. They won't be able to break through it." Under Lin Tian's command, Ho Yi suddenly stepped forward with violent force. There was no need for a large force. Ho Yi alone moved to the front, while Lin Tian remained behind him on Zi Huan's back. By then, the entire citadel had been covered in a glowing yellow barrier. Ho Yi looked up and called out, "Old leader, pull back with the others. Let me test my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Yi leaped forward and slammed several of his arms into the ground with brutal force. The impact made the earth shake beneath everyone's feet. Then he began pounding again and again, faster and harder, his heavy arms striking the ground like war drums. Each blow sent powerful pressure into the barrier, and the glowing shield began trembling violently. It was no longer as stable as before. Above them, Kling could no longer remain calm. The old man crouched down in alarm and shouted, "Damn it! The barrier is about to break." His warning came too late. The shield could not hold for long, and Ho Yi shattered it with another violent strike. The glowing barrier exploded into countless fragments, while devastating damage burst out around the gate. Lin Tian had been right to move his goblins into position. Inside the citadel were men, women, and children, all of them terrified as the protective barrier vanished completely. Their faith in the new city lord began collapsing instantly. "Where is City Lord Avril?" they cried. "Why isn't she here? Who can save us now?" Some voices trembled as they wished desperately, "If only the Sword Saint would come and save us." Below them, Lin Tian stood watching the fear spread through the fortress. Lin Tian looked over the situation for a long moment, thinking carefully. Then he muttered to himself, "If the people inside the castle refuse to come out, then I'll have to find a way to lure them outside." Outside the city, The goblins surged through the streets in a frenzy, attacking and robbing the ordinary people. The civilians had no strength to resist. They were cut down chaotically by large blades and heavy hammers as screams and furious roars filled the air. The entire citadel had become a nightmare of panic, violence, and despair. But beside Kling, the one-armed soldier hurried forward again and pleaded, "City Lord, old City Lord, please open the gate. We need to go out and save the people." Kling, however, remained silent for a moment. He looked into the distance and answered heavily, "If we go out now, we will definitely die. This is my last citadel." Even Kling himself had fallen into complete confusion. He gritted his teeth, panic clear across his face despite his efforts to suppress it. Deep inside, he cursed bitterly. He had spent years building that magical barrier, yet a group of goblins had destroyed it so easily. As the wait dragged on, the people trapped inside the fortress began to grow restless and angry. A soldier standing below could not bear it any longer. "My family is still outside," he shouted. "I'm going to save them. Who wants to charge out with me?" The people behind him were empty-handed, but they still began grabbing whatever weapons they could find. Their voices rose together. "We'll go with you. Me too. Let's go." The people inside the fortress finally chose to risk everything for their families. They pushed toward the city gate, removing the wooden beams blocking it and breaking apart the stone barriers that had sealed it shut. More and more people joined in, their numbers rising by the second. "1, 2, 3, push!" they shouted together. Above them, Avril watched with open irritation. From above, Avril yelled down in frustration, "What are you all doing? Stop immediately. I can protect everyone here." She pushed her voice as loudly as possible, trying to force the people below to stop. Then strange sounds suddenly came from directly behind her. Avril did not dare turn around at first. Her eyes widened as she stared backward, frozen by fear. The anxiety on her face was impossible to hide. When she finally turned around, she saw the 3 strongest mages of the fortress had all collapsed. There was no sign that they could continue fighting. Avril stood there like a lifeless statue, unable to believe things had fallen apart so quickly. At that moment, the new city lord could do nothing more. She had taken office less than an hour ago, and now this disaster had already swallowed the city. Avril screamed in despair, "Grandfather!" Her cry echoed through the dark fortress as goblins continued flooding in. Elsewhere, the elven matriarch stood calmly, gently blowing smoke from the still hot barrel of her gun. The relaxed expression on her face was completely different from the panic spreading through the city. She already carried the air of someone who knew victory was close. The elven matriarch, her daughter, and the rest of her people had formed Lin Tion's supporting force. She commanded her side of the battlefield with precision, watching the ramparts with a satisfied smile as her troops continued firing. Avril hurried back toward her grandfather, gasping for breath from running too fast. Her face was pale with panic as she shouted, "Why are elves fighting alongside goblins? And why are they attacking with such frightening accuracy? Their power is so strong." Kling was using his magic to restrain the elven matriarch's forces as best he could. He answered grimly, "I don't know, but it seems the elves have started treating humanity as their enemy too." Below the fortress, the elven matriarch pointed forward and spoke to her people with a sharp, solemn voice. "Sisters, humans have kidnapped many of our people in the past and sold them as slaves." Her finger pointed directly at Kling and Avril. Both of them froze where they stood. The elven matriarch continued, "Now it is time to settle that debt with our guns." Her anger was impossible to miss. Above her, Kling raised both hands with force. The old mage gathered every ounce of power he had left. A massive source of energy formed around him as he compressed his strength and shouted, "Super-tier magic!" Kling successfully created a gigantic magical wall, the Gate of Heaven. It slammed down in front of the fortress like an enormous replacement for the outer gate. The old man bent his back and strained with all his strength, trying to keep the massive barrier standing against the overwhelming pressure. Kling turned toward Avril and shouted urgently, "Avril, run! The Gate of Heaven won't hold for long." His urgency came from the fact that he already knew the truth. He was reaching the point where he could no longer deal with the goblins. Suddenly, a soldier ran over in complete panic. "Bad news, Lady Avril. The back gate of the fortress has been completely blocked by goblins." Avril's face changed color at once. The arrogance she had worn at the beginning was gone, replaced by tears filling her eyes. But Kling remained the toughest among them. He turned around and shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? Why are these goblins so powerful?" Meanwhile, the ordinary people were trying to fight back with bare hands. But when muscular goblins carrying swords came toward them, even the young men began trembling in fear. They looked toward Avril and pleaded in despair. Lady Avril, can't you think of something? Someone save us. Are we really destined to die here? In the middle of that desperate chaos, the people suddenly noticed a black silhouette standing on top of a nearby house. The figure remained balanced against the wind, watching from above. Someone pointed toward the rooftop and shouted, "Look, there's someone up there." "It's Alice Near, the Sword Saint. We're saved. We're saved." The crowd erupted as though they had caught hold of their final hope. "Alice Near! Alice Near!" they cried again and again. But when Alice Near stood on the rooftop, her presence felt completely different from before. Her expression was cold and dignified, and her eyes looked down uneasily at the people she had once sworn to protect. Still, the crowd continued cheering. "Our Sword Saint has finally come. No one else can save us. We can only rely on you now." In front of the terrified citizens, who had been surrounded on all sides by goblins, Alice Near stood balanced on the sharp edge of a rooftop. Her robe and hair shifted in the wind as she looked down over the crowd in cold silence. Then Alice Near vanished from sight in a flash, leaving the people below staring upward in confusion. Before they could understand where she had gone, the saint's sword tore through the air toward them. She swung, and a massive sword wave burst outward, energy blazing fiercely along the blade. Bright flames erupted across the sky as Alice Near's attack struck directly into the enormous gate of heaven created by Kling. With a furious cry, she drove the sword technique straight into the glowing white barrier. Wherever that brilliant slash passed, the gate began to corrode and collapse under its power. But the sword wave did not stop at the barrier. Its destructive force swept through the common people below as well. They had been celebrating Alice Near's arrival only moments earlier, never imagining that the person they believed would save them would become the one to end their lives. Another sword strike came crashing down toward Kling. The old city lord hurriedly gathered his remaining strength and formed a protective shield around himself, trying to hold out for even one more instant. But as he looked up at the descending saint's sword, Kling already knew his defense could never withstand Alice Near's power. The moment the attack reached him, the protective layer shattered like fragile glass. Kling staggered violently under the impact. He had poured everything he had into defending the ramparts, yet all of that effort was still insignificant compared with Alice Near's strength. Kling was thrown from the high platform and sent falling helplessly toward the ground below. Even his mage hat slipped free and tumbled away beside him. His fall ended with a brutal crash. Kling hit the ground hard, and whatever remained of his dignity as city lord disappeared with him. By then, he no longer had the strength to keep resisting. Above him, Alice Near slowly landed on a nearby stone step. The survivors stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept that the sword saintess had turned her blade against humans. Clutching his injured body, Kling forced himself upright and shouted, "Sword saintess, what the hell are you doing?" But resentment had already filled Alice Near's heart, twisted deeper by Lin Tion's influence. She looked down at the very people she once swore to protect with nothing but disgust. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her face remained cold and distant. With what little strength he still had, Kling struggled to stand and glared up at her. Then he turned toward Avril and shouted urgently, "Something is wrong with the sword saintess. Avril, get the others and hide inside the fortress now. Hurry!" The new city lord and the former city lord immediately chose to flee first, abandoning the people they had promised to protect. Survival came before everything else. As they ran toward the gate, the citizens cried after them in despair. "Are you closing the gate? My lord, please. You just promised that you would protect us." The people who had claimed they would stand up for their citizens had now run away in fear, leaving only Lin Tian atop Zihuan and Alice Near holding the saint's sword with grim dignity. Lin Tian looked at her and said, "These people are demons to you, Alice Near. You heard them before. They kept talking about nailing you to a cross and making you atone for your sins." Those words stirred the hatred inside her even further. Alice Near lowered herself slightly and pressed one hand down as a violent surge of fighting aura exploded around her. With the saint's sword in hand, she walked slowly toward the citizens, who were now trembling so badly they could barely stand. To them, Alice Near no longer looked like a holy protector. She looked like a demon wearing the face of their savior. They began screaming in panic, "Sword saintess, don't listen to the goblin's lies. We never said we wanted to crucify you." Others quickly pushed the blame away from themselves. "That was Avril. She only said it to gain fame. She may be young, but she is the truly evil one. If someone must die, kill her. We have always worshipped you." One soldier stepped forward from the crowd, trying desperately to soften Alice Near's anger. "Sword saintess, we were wrong before. Please listen to us." Behind him, the remaining citizens forced nervous smiles and hurriedly agreed, hoping their words could save them. But before the soldier could finish speaking, Alice Near swung her blade without hesitation. A cold flash crossed the air, and his head was sent flying before he could complete his plea. Alice Near narrowed her eyes, her voice low and heavy with bitterness. I have endured enough from demons hiding behind human faces. I will deal with you the same way I once dealt with magical beasts. The soldier's body collapsed, and the people behind him understood that they would be next. They scattered in terror, running as fast as they could while Alice Near advanced with slow, steady steps. Cries of regret and desperate pleading filled the streets. Please don't kill me. Sword Saintess, I'm sorry. I beg you, spare me. Before long, the pleading voices were gone. Bodies lay scattered around Alice Near's feet as she stood silently among the people she had once been willing to sacrifice her life to defend. Now, their selfishness and cruelty had finally brought them a terrible price. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on Zi Huan's back, resting his chin on one hand as he watched from above. Why does this feel so familiar? He muttered. It is almost like the story of someone who spends an entire life saving humanity, only to be nailed to a cross by the very people they saved. Looking down at Alice Near standing amid the bloodshed, Lin Tian continued in thought. The difference was that the Sword Saintess did not have the endless mercy of a saint. Instead of allowing herself to be sacrificed, she had chosen to make others pay in her place. All that remained in her eyes now was burning hatred and terrifying killing intent. Behind the fortress, a crazed goblin suddenly burst through from the inside, smashing apart a huge section of the wall and sending debris flying everywhere. The one responsible was Avril. Her clothes were torn, her body was exhausted, and she had to brace herself against the broken wall to remain standing. Grinding her teeth, she cursed under her breath. That bitch deserves to die. How dare she betray humanity? Otherwise, I would never have ended up in such a miserable state. After saying that, Avril moved toward the outside while carrying a bundle of belongings with her. She shoved the door open angrily and muttered, "Just wait until I become a great archmage. I will settle the score with every one of them." Suddenly, Avril heard a trembling voice nearby. A small goblin stood beside her, clutching a tiny sword in both hands as it tried to defend itself. His whole body shook with fear. Avril turned toward the grotesque child, and the moment their eyes met, the little goblin became even more terrified. It instinctively dropped the knife from its hands. Tears and mucus ran down its face as it sobbed. "Please don't kill me. I won't do it again. Can you spare me?" Avril hated the creature, but escaping was far more important than dealing with it. Avril narrowed her eyes and growled at the trembling goblin child. "You are lucky today. Don't let me see you again." With that, she clutched her bundle tightly and walked away without another look. The little goblin remained kneeling where it was as Avril cursed in her heart. "Worthless trash. If you dare block my path to the secret basement where my grandfather is, you are dead." But as Avril continued walking, a sudden shock surged through her body without warning. Pain shot through Avril's neck. Her eyes widened as she grabbed at the spot and screamed, "It hurts! You filthy, lowly goblin. Why did you bite me? I have not even killed you yet. It hurts so much." She staggered against the nearby wall, panic rising in her chest. When she looked up, a dense stream of sinister energy was spreading toward her from the darkness ahead. Then Lin Tian stepped out from behind that evil aura, his posture calm, domineering, and full of arrogance. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke leisurely. "Little girl, your biggest mistake was being far too conceited." Lin Tian slowly walked closer to the new city lord, his expression indifferent. "I came here looking for magic books, but it seems I found something much more valuable than any book." Avril's body trembled as though cold water had been poured over her. Fear immediately overcame her. Avril hurriedly confessed, "The magic books are in the secret basement. I can take you there. Please spare me. Don't eat me." Lin Tian leaned in close and looked Avril over from head to toe. "Why are you so frightened now? Weren't you the one who wanted to capture the Sword Saintess and wipe out the entire goblin tribe?" Avril's attitude changed instantly as she pleaded, "Those words were only to gain support. I never truly intended to do it. Please believe me." Lin Tian had seen enough of life to recognize a false face when he saw one. Disgust showed clearly in his expression. "Your attitude changes far too quickly. How am I supposed to believe you?" When Lin Tian still refused to trust her, Avril's face turned completely pale. Despair spread across her expression as though all hope had been cut away at once, and she let out a weak, defeated sound. Lin Tian suddenly reached out and pinned Avril's pale hands in place, leaving her unable to pull away. Avril struggled helplessly, but Lin Tian completely overpowered her. The fear in her eyes deepened as he pressed close and spoke in a low voice. "You still have a great deal to learn. It is fortunate you did not remain city lord. Otherwise, the people under you would have suffered even more. Avril's eyes opened wide in panic as she realized she could not resist him. Her protests came out broken and frightened as she cried, "What are you planning to do? No. This can't be happening." Soon afterward, the system notifications began appearing one after another around Avril. Her life increased by 200, her attack rose by 80, and her defense gained another 100. 30 minutes later, the rewards had all been recorded. Lin Tian adjusted his collar and looked down at Avril with a faint, detached expression. Without spending much effort, he had broken another proud opponent. It made him wonder whether the Klingborg battle had become far too easy. Then a furious scream suddenly rang out behind him. "You Goblin! What have you done to my Avril?" Hearing the shout, Lin Tian immediately turned his head, his brows drawing together. Above Lin Tian's head, a swirling layer of light appeared, giving off such overwhelming power that even he looked startled. He immediately shouted, "Cruel howl!" A fierce light flashed across one side of Lin Tian's eyes. The energy that had just finished gathering made his entire presence seem sharper and far more dangerous. The strange source of energy shot directly into Lin Tian's body, forming a powerful pillar of light that erupted around him. Lin Tian immediately planted his hands against the ground and leaped backward, creating distance between himself and the attack. Even while retreating, his eyes remained locked ahead, watching every movement closely. A thick cloud of pitch-black dust and smoke spread through the area. Hidden behind the dark mist stood an unfamiliar shadow that could not yet be identified. Lin Tian straightened up and looked carefully through the smoke. The person who had attacked was none other than Avril's grandfather. Kling had rushed in to save her, but he was already too late. Lin Tian's eyes turned deadly as he stared directly at the old man and cursed, "Damn it, I almost failed to block that in time." Kling gathered power firmly in his hands and growled with furious hatred, "You evil goblins! I will wipe every last one of you away." Unable to endure the fury burning inside him any longer, Kling gathered every ounce of hatred he carried into this single attack. He shot upward with a glowing sphere of power already formed between his hands. His face twisted with rage as the old man tore his voice raw and screamed, "Die!" But before he could unleash the attack, a crimson flash suddenly ripped through the wall. A blazing sword strike burst through the shattered opening and came flying straight toward him at terrifying speed. The old man never even got the chance to release his spell. He only managed to turn his head when he saw the red slash racing toward him, and the sight made his eyes widen in shock. A moment later, the full force of that overwhelming sword strike crashed into him without mercy. The impact sent the unfortunate old man flying backward through the broken wall. His body was blasted out from the upper floor, tumbling helplessly through the open air as he fell toward the ground below. Still hanging in midair, Kling desperately tried to steady himself. Then he spotted the one who had launched that attack, and his face stiffened in disbelief as the words slipped from his mouth. "The sword Saintess!" As he continued to plummet, old man Kling suddenly saw a tiny gleam flash directly in front of his face. The light hung there for only an instant, but he immediately understood what it meant. That sword was preparing to dive down after him. Within only a few breaths, the sword came hurtling down with even greater speed, driving old man Kling toward the ground faster than his fall ever could. In one clean, brutal motion, the blade pierced straight through his body. He hit the ground with the massive sword buried deep in the center of his chest, gasping weakly between broken breaths. Then heavy footsteps approached, carrying the crushing presence of the sword Saintess herself. She had made sure old man Kling would never rise again. Standing above his motionless body, she looked down at the corpse in complete silence, her gaze cold and unwavering. At that moment, the sword Saintess was filled with nothing but resentment. Whatever Lin Tian had planted inside her mind had changed the way she looked at everything. Her icy eyes rested on the former city lord below, and not the slightest trace of pity could be found on her face. Behind the sword Saintess, Lin Tian quietly laughed to himself. He had not expected her to become even more terrifying after falling into darkness. The white-hatted mage had not even been given enough time to chant a single spell before she erased him from the battlefield. Lin Tian slowly stepped closer to the sword Saintess. After eliminating the strongest force guarding this fortress, she turned toward him and asked in an incredibly firm voice, "Is there anyone else who still needs to be killed?" Lin Tian stood with both hands tucked casually into his pockets, looking down with a dangerous calm before answering, "That should be everyone. You worked hard." Afterward, Lin Tian headed into the fortress library. Tall bookshelves stretched along both sides of the room, packed tightly with countless valuable records, rare books, and documents that had been stored there for years. Saintess Alice Near followed closely behind Lin Tian. As she walked beside him, She explained that the library contained more than 100 high-level spells, 10 super-level spells, 3 super-tier spell positions, and even 1 world-level spell. The moment Lin Tian heard that, he generously replied, "Take whatever you like. It all belongs to you now." Alice Near's expression immediately brightened with pleasure. She obediently lowered her head in a respectful bow. Compared to the way she had acted in the past, her current posture was far more pleasing to look at. "Thank you, master," she said softly. "Once I finish learning them, I will serve you even better." While listening to her, Lin Tian suddenly noticed a large pile of gold coins nearby, and his eyes widened in surprise. Lin Tian bent down, picked up a gold bar from the pile, and held it close to his face. He turned it slightly in his hand, examining the solid piece of gold with clear interest. A satisfied look appeared on his face as he said, "I really didn't expect to find such an unexpected reward." Deep down, he knew that human currency was of little use to him. But gold was different. In the demi-human world, gold remained a hard currency that could be used almost anywhere. Elsewhere, a glass of red wine slipped from someone's hand and crashed onto the floor, shattering into pieces as the dark liquid spread across the ground. The king had just received the report that Alice Near had slaughtered everyone under his rule. He pointed the tip of his sword toward the trembling soldiers before him and roared, "Alice Near joined a goblin gang, and now she has slaughtered soldiers and civilians alike? If even one word of what you told me is false, I will have you executed. Tell me, is this truly real?" The king's harsh fury made the soldiers shake where they stood. They quickly bent low in fear and answered, "It is true, your majesty. Every word is true. None of us ever imagined that a group of goblins could cause such a disaster." Before the king could calm down, another person rushed in from outside with an urgent report. "Your majesty! Your majesty! Fortress Kling has completely fallen." Although the messenger was clearly panicked, he still remembered to perform the proper ceremony before speaking. Then he raised his voice and reported, "In the final stage of the battle, the goblin gang invaded Fortress Kling. Mage Kling attempted to resist them." The king froze after hearing those words. He sank heavily into his royal chair, his limbs going weak as his lips tightened. In a faint, shaken voice he muttered, "The sword saintess destroyed Heaven's Gate, and she even killed thousands of soldiers and civilians." When he heard that Mage Kling had also been killed, the king could no longer keep himself composed. He gripped his sword tightly, fury blazing in his eyes as he shouted, "A noble sword saintess actually raised her sword against civilians because of goblins? This is completely absurd." "Goblins!" the king roared with hatred. "You want to destroy my Lionheart Empire? Keep dreaming. I will make every one of you pay for everything you have done." After saying that, the king rose sharply from his seat and marched toward the great doors. He issued an order to the gathered knights. "Summon every minister and bring them here immediately. I will personally invite the Pope." The knights behind him obeyed at once and moved to carry out his command. Seated high above the hall, the king looked down at the officials and nobles who had been summoned before him. His voice rang through the chamber as he declared, "Gentlemen, you already know that Fortress Kling has fallen. For the Lionheart Empire, this is the most painful day we have ever faced. A lesson that must be carved into our hearts, burned into our bones, and never forgotten. From this day forward, we declare total war against the Goblin tribe. We will reclaim Alice Near, and we will rebuild Fortress Kling." The officials and nobles, stirred by the crisis facing their country, felt the fighting spirit rise inside them once more. Their voices joined together in a powerful cry, "Reclaim Alice Near, rebuild Fortress Kling." Standing nearby, the Pope finally spoke. "I understand, your majesty. You called me here because of this matter, correct?" The king had granted the Pope a seat in a position of great honor, one that reflected the enormous authority he held. The Pope gripped his staff and asked again in a serious voice, "Have you truly made your decision? Declaring war on the goblins also means declaring war on the Great Tomb." The king turned toward him with an unshakable expression. "I am already old. Before I die, I must reclaim a peaceful land for my people. The Great Tomb has been a threat for far too long. It cannot be allowed to remain." The nobles below immediately began whispering among themselves. One woman spoke with fear in her voice. "The Great Tomb. The danger of that place is far beyond anything the goblins can compare to." A nearby count added anxiously, "It looks like all of us must prepare ourselves to die." The Pope rose from his chair, standing straight with his staff held firmly in hand. His expression became solemn as he said, "Since the king has made up his mind, send word to every member of the church across the continent. Order them all to return." Hearing that, the king stood as well and thrust his fist high into the air. "Good!" he shouted. The gathered officials answered with equal excitement, crying out, May the true God protect us. Victory will belong to the Lionheart Empire once again. The entire main hall soon trembled beneath a flood of unending cheers. Back with Lin Tian's goblin tribe, the surviving people from Fortress Kling had already been gathered together and were transporting their belongings toward the new base. A huge number of tents, supplies, and possessions were being moved at once, making the relocation look like an entire legion was on the march. After traveling for some time, the frenzied goblin leading the group suddenly stopped. Up ahead stood a figure with a pair of hawk-like wings. Lin Tian recognized him immediately and called out, "Eagle Lord." Meeting Eagle Lord in the middle of the journey, Lin Tian walked over and asked directly, "What are you doing here?" Eagle Lord answered in a grand tone, "The Great One sent me to bring you into the Great Tomb. Come with me. There is no need to be so tense." Lin Tian stared at him in surprise. "The Great Tomb?" he repeated, clearly caught off guard by the name. His expression showed that he was not eager to go, but after thinking it over for a moment, Lin Tian still made his decision. He climbed onto Zihuan and prepared to fly after Eagle Lord. While they were traveling through the sky, Lin Tian looked down at a prosperous settlement below and asked curiously, "Eagle Lord, what tribe is that? Why does it look so developed?" Eagle Lord circled once through the air before giving him a clear answer. "That is a fortress built by werewolves. Their king is a level 10 magical creature, but the church suppressed him, forcing him to survive in this place. They are not under the management of the Great Tomb." Hearing this, Lin Tian found the situation strange, and his interest only grew stronger. "Werewolves?" Lin Tian repeated quietly. A dangerous glint flashed through his eyes as the thought settled in his mind. And so Lin Tian continued following behind Eagle Lord, flying straight toward the Great Tomb. As they traveled, he thought to himself that the Great Tomb apparently contained more than just 4 lords. There were many other races gathered there as well. He had heard that the werewolf clan shared some kind of connection with the vampire clan, and he decided that he would investigate the matter further later on. They flew until the sun finally disappeared beyond the horizon. At last, Eagle Lord led Lin Tian to a massive stronghold. The moment they landed, Eagle Lord pointed ahead and said, "That is the Great Tomb." The ground beneath Lin Tian's feet was covered with countless white bones. They were scattered everywhere in a chaotic mess, creating a sight so grim that it made the entire area feel horrifying. Lin Tian boldly stepped toward the entrance, leaving Zihuan outside the door. The moment Zihuan arrived, it sensed the cold, sinister aura flowing out from within and became cautious as well. Lin Tian then followed Eagle Lord into the main hall. The place was dark and enormous, but with every step he took, more corpses seemed to appear beneath his feet. Before long, Eagle Lord guided Lin Tian farther inside, until the two of them stood on top of a glowing seal. Eagle Lord turned back and said softly, "Let's go. The Great One is waiting for you below." As soon as he finished speaking, the seal began to shine like an elevator platform and slowly descended underground. Lin Tian watched the strange mechanism activate beneath him, and even he could not hide his surprise at how elaborate the Great Tomb was. The glowing platform carried both of them downward in a slow, smooth descent. It was the first time Lin Tian had ever encountered something like this, so his eyes moved around the surroundings with clear curiosity. Even so, he did his best to keep a calm and composed expression. Before long, they had already been taken deep beneath the ground. The darkness below was even thicker than before, and the descending platform began moving faster through the depths. Lin Tian turned his eyes forward, and the instant he saw what lay ahead of him, he was genuinely stunned. At last, the glowing circle reached its destination. The light faded away, and the platform slowly came to a complete stop. Lin Tian had expected to find nothing but dirt, stone, and endless darkness beneath the ground. Instead, a magnificent fortress stood before his eyes, grand enough to rival any city above. Only then did he finally understand, the place beneath them truly was the Great Tomb. As he looked around, Lin Tian saw monsters of every twisted shape gathered in front of him. The crowd was packed tightly together, loud and restless, each creature giving off a fierce and aggressive presence. Seeing that endless mass of strange beasts, Lin Tian quickly came to a conclusion. This entire place looked less like a fortress and more like a massive breeding ground for magical creatures. Then Lin Tian looked farther ahead and finally noticed the one everyone was gathered around. A dark figure sat high upon a king's throne in the distance, radiating authority without even moving. Beneath that throne, countless giant skeletons were piled across the ground. That person was the ruler of the Great Tomb, the Bone King. Her entire body was made of bare white bones, with not a trace of flesh remaining, yet she could still speak and move as though she were alive. A heavy corpse-like stench lingered around her, while 2 beautiful level 10 succubi in revealing outfits sat at her sides. Lin Tian's system immediately revealed her status. The Bone King was level 100, with a total combat power of 9,999. The instant Lin Tian felt that suffocating aura, cold sweat began forming on his forehead. A combat power just one step away from 10,000 was beyond ridiculous. Deep inside, he could not help thinking that even the old monsters of the church would have a hard time fighting someone this terrifying. When facing a powerhouse like this, Lin Tian naturally changed his attitude right away. He lowered his head respectfully, put on his brightest smile, and greeted her with exaggerated politeness. "Respected Great One, you look amazing. Good evening." Eagle Lord watched Lin Tian casually flatter such a terrifying existence and could not help feeling nervous. He stared at Lin Tian in disbelief, as though wondering how this kid could act so naturally in front of the Bone King. Before Lin Tian could continue flattering her, one of the succubi twisted her body on the platform above and called down loudly, "Kid, you are finished. Our Bone King Great One is a woman. Do you understand that?" Lin Tian instantly realized he had stepped on a landmine before he even had the chance to properly flatter her. He had not even figured out the Bone King's gender, and now anxiety hit him all at once. His body froze in place, sweat pouring down his face as though he had just taken a bath. Even Eagle Lord beside him could not stand watching anymore and hurriedly reminded him, "Female. She is female." Fortunately, the Bone King did not seem interested in making a big issue out of his mistake. She ignored it and turned directly to the real matter. "I heard that you captured Fortress Kling and even brought the Sword Saintess into your tribe. I admire what you have accomplished." Standing before her, Lin Tian forced himself to maintain a friendly smile. Inside, however, he was completely distracted by a strange thought. How could a skeleton with no throat or lungs speak with such a cool female voice? Outwardly, he quickly laughed and replied, "Demon Lord, you are overpraising me. I only succeeded because of luck." The Bone King answered before he could say anything more. "A mere goblin who can reach this point claims it was only luck? Do you really expect me to believe that?" Then her tone softened slightly. "Relax. I have no intention of punishing you. In fact, I intend to reward you." Behind her, a succubus swayed her hips and added, "Receiving the Demon Lord's favor is already an honor beyond measure." The Bone King continued, "The Salamander Lord was also taken down by you. Eagle Lord reported that he had already become your subordinate." Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Tian. "I know what little calculations you have been making, but since you want to seize the magical creature resources inside my great tomb, I will allow it." Then the Bone King's gaze sharpened, and the pressure in the hall suddenly grew heavier. In a commanding voice, she declared, "You must become the Lord of the South, and the Lord who controls all magical creatures within the great tomb." Lin Tian was stunned by the sudden order. He lifted his eyes in confusion, clearly unable to accept what he had just heard, yet he could not find any words to refuse. The announcement instantly caused a stir throughout the entire cavern. The Bone King's subordinates stared in disbelief and began whispering among themselves. "What? Why would the Demon Lord make a goblin the Lord?" Even the succubus could not believe it. She hurried toward the Bone King and asked breathlessly, "Have you lost your mind? We may not care much about the magical creatures outside, but leaving them under the control of a lowly goblin is far too unstable." The Bone King did not waver in the slightest. "I have already made my decision. He has the ability." The succubus immediately argued back. "Then once he controls all the magical creatures, will he not drive them toward death? Most of them will probably be eaten." The Bone King slowly narrowed her eyes, and her displeasure became impossible to miss. A red light flashed deep within her sockets before she spoke in a quiet but chilling voice. "What is wrong? Are you actually afraid of a goblin?" The succubus immediately understood the warning hidden in that pressure. She bent deeply at the waist, no longer daring to argue. "It was my mistake. I spoke too much." Watching the Bone King's attitude, Lin Tian became more cautious. Deep down, he could not stop questioning it. She was handing him the authority to control the entire magical forest so easily. Could things really be this simple? Standing directly in front of Lin Tian, the Bone King raised her voice so that every creature in the hall could hear. "I announce before all my subordinates that from this day onward, you are the Southern Lord and the Great Lord of the tribes. You may hunt magical creatures in large numbers, but you must also take responsibility. Whoever dares to invade the Great Tomb, you will fight them with everything you have." At this point, Lin Tian knew there was no way to refuse. He lowered his head respectfully, his brows drawn together and his gaze turning serious. "Thank you, Demon Lord, for this blessing. I swear that I will protect the Great Tomb well." Not long afterward, Zerua heard the news that Lin Tian had received a new position. She rushed over happily like a puppy greeting its owner, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Big brother is so incredible. Someone that powerful still treats you so well. I am seriously jealous. Goblin Slayer quickly ran over and knocked Zerua on the head. Idiot! She snapped. We are about to get turned into cannon fodder. And you are still standing here feeling jealous? Sitting on his throne, Lin Tian rested his chin against one hand and stared into the distance. That old monster knows the Lionheart Empire wants me dead. She is trying to use me against the church while she sits back and gains everything without lifting a finger. His eyes darkened as he sighed. I have spent so long plotting against other people. Yet now I have fallen into such an obvious trap myself. Lin Tian's words made Goblin Slayer think carefully. She rubbed her chin and asked with concern. That is the church we are talking about. They kept the Bone King's undead race suppressed for a full 100 years. Do we really have any chance of winning? Zi Huan, standing nearby, fidgeted uneasily. Then what are we supposed to do now? Lin Tian's emotions were complicated, but he clenched his teeth and forced his voice to remain steady. I already have a plan. Do not worry. His eyes grew firm as he added, in the end, the only one who can win will be me. A moment later, the system appeared with a new result. Lin Tian had become the great lord of the magical forest through sheer luck, but in reality he was only being treated as a chess piece. He began producing a large number of ordinary goblins while secretly training an elite legion. Yet half a year later, the Empire's Church Legion launched a full-scale assault on the Great Tomb. His tribe was crushed beneath the enemy's advance like a stone under a wheel. Everything ended there. Score 0 out of 1. Life point reward, multiplied by 0. The simulation ended after advancing half a year. After returning, Lin Tian decided to relax beside Alice Near for the moment while reading through the system result. His expression gradually turned grim. No matter how much the Goblin tribe improved, even an elite Goblin force still lacked the strength to stand against the Church Legion. And the enemy was not only the Church, there were also the monsters of the Great Tomb itself. Lin Tian shut his eyes tightly and stayed silent for a long time. After thinking it over again and again, he finally released a long, heavy breath. Alice Near lay beside him, watching him remain lost in thought without paying attention to her. Concern filled her face as she looked up and asked, Master, what is wrong? Lin Tian answered quietly, I am thinking of a way to increase our strength by a large margin. As soon as Alice Near heard that, she sat upright. Her expression remained calm, almost as though the answer was obvious. That is simple. You only need the right tools, for example, the ring on your hand. Lin Tian listened carefully to every word she said. He raised his hand and looked down at the magical creature ring on his ring finger as it gave off a faint glow. For the first time that day, Lin Tian's thoughts began moving in a new direction. Goblins could only produce light armor, but what if they had a large supply of magical tools stronger than heavy armor? That alone could greatly raise the tribe's combat strength. The thought made Lin Tian's eyes light up. He suddenly sat straight up, wrapped both arms around Alice Near's shoulders, and shouted excitedly, Alice Near, is there any way to obtain a large number of magical tools? I want to build an ace legion. Seeing how excited Lin Tian had become, Alice Near did not want to crush his hopes. But after hesitating for a moment, she could only give him a simple answer. No. Lin Tian's excitement froze instantly, as though those single words had struck him on the head. Alice Near explained more clearly, magical tools are extremely rare for anyone. Ever since the dwarves disappeared, there have been even fewer people capable of making them. Lin Tian immediately began thinking, then hesitated before asking, the dwarves disappeared? Alice Near nodded calmly. That is right. They have been missing for 10 years. No one even knows whether they still exist. Maybe someone inside the Great Tomb knows something. Lin Tian quietly began calculating the risks. The Bone King's schemes were impossible to predict. If she discovered that he was asking about the dwarves' whereabouts, she might quickly realize what he was trying to do. Then Lin Tian suddenly thought of another person, and his mood instantly brightened. He burst into laughter and shouted, That is right. There is still the purple gold dragon mother. Alice Near looked at him in surprise, but Lin Tian only became more excited. How could I possibly forget about her? Once he made up his mind, Lin Tian acted immediately. He climbed onto Zi Huan's back, and the two of them set off across mountains and valleys, heading straight toward the purple gold dragon mother's territory. When they finally arrived, Lin Tian looked around and found dragon remains scattered everywhere across the land. The sight immediately made him uneasy. Zi Huan, why is there not a single dragon left in your hometown? Even Zi Huan did not understand. It looked around awkwardly, clearly just as confused as he was. Lin Tian stopped and bent down to pick up a large fong from the ground. After examining it for a while, he muttered, I remember the purple gold dragon mother saying that she needed to return to the ancient dragon tribe. Was it supposed to take 1 year? Or maybe longer? Zihuan stood beside him and followed his gaze into the distance. Lin Tian slowly began to piece the situation together. That ancient dragon tribe must be located somewhere extremely far away. So the two continued onward, flying without rest for 5 straight days. Lin Tian rode on Zihuan's back as they crossed one region after another. Eventually, they reached a strange place where a massive tree stood alone in the center of a lava lake, surrounded by scorching heat and suffocating air. Zihuan carried Lin Tian beneath the enormous canopy and circled around it from below. Lin Tian stared up in disbelief. There is actually such a huge tree growing here? All around them were dry rocks, broken gravel, and a blazing lake of molten lava. After observing the strange tree for a while, Lin Tian finally noticed something important. The real entrance seemed to be hidden beneath its enormous roots. Zihuan, let us go down and take a look, Lin Tian said. After a brief pause, he finally decided to land in that scorching place. The moment Lin Tian stepped onto the ground, heat shot through the soles of his feet, so sharply that it felt as though the earth itself was burning him. Even with shoes on, Lin Tian could barely endure the heat. Zihuan was a fire dragon, yet even it seemed uncomfortable after landing, drawing its body back uneasily. Lin Tian looked around the burning landscape and muttered, "Damn it! She did not trick me, did she? Can any living creature really survive in a place like this?" While neither of them was paying attention, something beneath the surface of the lava lake suddenly began to rise. The molten fire rippled outward as a massive shape pushed its way up from below. The instant Lin Tian heard movement behind him, he snapped his head around. His eyes narrowed. His lips pressed into a hard line, and every part of him tensed with caution. From the middle of the blazing lake, an enormous dragon slowly emerged from the lava. Its body was several times larger than Zihuan's, and the moment its head broke through the surface, it spoke in a deep, crushing voice. "This is not a place for the likes of you. Leave now or bear the consequences yourselves." The pressure coming off that dragon terrified Zihuan so badly that it nearly lost control of itself. Its entire body shook non-stop. Even though the heat alone was already enough to make breathing painful, Lin Tian knew the instant he saw that creature that they were in serious trouble, and he clenched his teeth tightly. That was not the end of it. More giant dragons began appearing overhead, gathering one after another above the lava lake. A huge green dragon stretched out its long tongue and sneered, "Do you really think the territory of the ancient dragon tribe is somewhere any random creature can enter?" Beside it, a brown dragon added coldly, "Goblin meat only leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Better to throw him straight into the lava." The dragon stared down at Lin Tian like he was nothing more than prey, already eager to swallow him whole. Seeing that they were about to rush him, Lin Tian quickly raised his voice to stop them. "Calm down. We are friends of the purple gold dragon mother, and we came here with no hostile intentions." The moment those words left his mouth, the dragons froze and huddled together in confusion. They looked as though they could not believe what they had just heard. "The purple gold dragon mother? You mean Fenbei?" one of them asked. "Don't tell me. You're Nidhogg's father?" After hearing that, the green dragon suddenly dipped its body beneath the lava and disappeared into the fiery lake. The other two dragons, along with Lin Tian, could only stare after it in confusion. Lin Tian could not hide the questions in his eyes any longer. He lifted his head and asked, "Who is Nidhogg? And who exactly is Funbei?" It was obvious that every dragon here feared the creature inside the cave, and the respect on their faces was impossible to miss. The gray dragon lowered its head toward Lin Tian and explained carefully, "Funbei is the purple gold dragon mother. Nidhogg is the child she gave birth to with a goblin." The name was spelled out slowly, as if it carried weight all by itself. Lin Tian immediately realized that this was the opening he had been waiting for. The moment he understood, Lin Tian quickly turned to the gray dragon and said, "Then can you take me to meet her?" That request left the dragon completely speechless. Its eyes widened as it stared at him, clearly unsure how it was supposed to respond. After thinking for a moment, the large dragon finally turned around and began walking deeper inside. Without looking back, it said, "Follow me, and tell that inferior dragon to wait outside. If it comes any farther in, the heat will kill it." With that, the dragon lowered its body and headed straight inside. The two smaller dragons behind them still had not recovered from the shock. They whispered nervously to each other, terrified at the thought that this tiny goblin might truly be Nidhogg's father. "That monster's father is right here," one muttered. "I don't even dare speak loudly anymore. If we got this wrong, the heavens are going to fall on our heads." Even though they were terrified, the two dragons soon began arguing in hushed voices. "Idiot, even if we're wrong, the worst that happens is we lose face," one snapped. The other immediately shot back. And if he really is Nidhogg's father, and he tells Nidhogg about everything we've done, then we're all finished. Once Lin Tian entered Nidhogg's territory, the sheer scale of the place stunned him. The cavern stretched endlessly into the distance, bright light pouring down from above, while the heat below was so brutal it felt capable of cooking flesh right off the bone. The gray dragon led Lin Tian farther in before coiling its huge body nearby. You go in by yourself, it said. Nidhogg is inside. If you truly are its father, I'll come back later to bring you out. For now, I have to report this to the Dragon King. Lin Tian simply waved a hand beneath it and replied, Thanks. Then Lin Tian stepped forward alone. The place was completely empty, so silent that even the sound of his footsteps seemed to echo through the vast space around him. After walking for some distance, Lin Tian began seeing enormous dragon bones scattered across the ground. The smell of rotting flesh filled the air, thick and foul enough to make his stomach turn. Looking at the remains, he could not help wondering just how powerful his child had become to be able to eat creatures this huge. Lin Tian became even more cautious as he looked around. So this guy even eats its own kind, he thought to himself. He continued forward slowly, keeping his guard up, until he passed something on the ground and suddenly felt that it was not just an ordinary object. Before Lin Tian could fully react, a massive dragon was suddenly right beside him. He froze in place. The child feared by countless dragons had appeared in front of him in an instant. When Lin Tian turned his head, the dragon's face was already directly in front of him. Its jaws opened wide, blasting scorching breath across him, while the power pouring from its body made it hard to breathe. It was far more terrifying than he had imagined. This was Nidhogg, with a rough, fierce face that looked ready to tear apart anything standing in its way. The moment it saw Lin Tian, Nidhogg's expression twisted with suspicion. What are you? It demanded. How dare you enter my territory? Even Lin Tian, standing there as its supposed father, could feel the oppressive fear coming from it. Sweat poured down Lin Tian's face like rain. He stood there muttering to himself, desperately trying to figure out the right way to handle this dangerous child in front of him. But before he could settle on anything, Nidhogg became even angrier. The dragon threw open its enormous mouth and roared, and a violent cyclone surged through the cavern. Its foul breath crashed directly into Lin Tian, forcing him to brace himself with everything he had just to remain standing. In that tense moment, Lin Tian suddenly thrust out one hand. He spread all 5 fingers in front of the dragon's face and shouted with every bit of strength he had, Wait! That one word stopped Nidhogg cold. The violent wind faded away, and silence slowly settled over the cavern as the dust drifted back down. Once the air had grown quiet again, Lin Tian finally spoke. Your mother is the purple gold dragon mother, Funbei, right? The moment Nidhogg heard that name, its eyes lit up. Suspicion filled its face, and the corner of its mouth curled slightly as it asked, Why do you know my mother's name? That was exactly the question Lin Tian had been waiting for. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized things were finally moving in the right direction. Standing before the dragon everyone called a monster, Lin Tian spread his arms wide like a father meeting his child after years apart. Then, with complete confidence, he said, Because I am your father. To Nidhogg, the difference between them was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. How could it possibly believe that some random little man who had appeared out of nowhere was its blood relative? Annoyed and unconvinced, it snapped back, You're talking nonsense. My father is a goblin. What are you supposed to be? Lin Tian did not panic. Instead, he calmly asked, Have you ever actually seen what a goblin looks like? Everything had happened too quickly. Nidhogg closed its eyes for a moment, trying to steady its thoughts. The little man standing in front of it looked completely serious, and Lin Tian wisely gave it the silence it needed. A moment later, Nidhogg lowered its massive head toward Lin Tian and sniffed him carefully. It sniffed once, then again before giving a small nod. Your smell is a little like mine. Then its huge body began to shrink. Right in front of Lin Tian's eyes, the dragon's form collapsed into a dark, murky source of black fire. The little dragon was changing shape. Before long, the black flames faded away, revealing a girl who looked a little over 10 years old. She raised her hands in front of Lin Tian's face and said in a clear voice, Come meet mother with me. But if you're lying, I'll eat your flesh. Seeing that his child had already grown this much, Lin Tian could not help standing there in stunned silence. For a moment, he did not know what else to say. Then he calmly lowered his head, gave a quiet chuckle, and replied, Fine. At that point, he had nothing left to worry about. Lin Tian kept looking at the child as he followed behind her. Those dragon horns really do look like your mother's, he commented. But that personality of yours? Nidhogg immediately ruffled her hedgehog-like hair and barked back, Stop talking so much. After walking for a long time, Nidhogg finally led Lin Tian to the roots of the world tree. He continued following quietly behind her as the enormous roots stretched through the strange land around them. Lin Tian glanced around and could not help thinking that this place was becoming more magical with every step. Meanwhile, Nidhogg looked excited, staring ahead until the little girl suddenly spotted something in the distance. "Mother!" the little girl called out loudly. Her dragon wings opened behind her as she rushed forward in a flurry, looking like an excited puppy running to greet its owner. Lin Tian immediately became more alert. Nidhogg hurriedly asked, "Mother, this person is my father, right?" Hearing that, Lin Tian was caught off guard. He stood there awkwardly for a moment before slowly lifting his head. For a second, he did not know what to say. In front of him was Nidhogg's mother, the dragon woman who had once been with him. Only her head remained connected to the trunk of the world tree. She blinked and moved her mouth slightly before speaking. "Lin Tian, I never thought we would meet again." The sight of the purple gold dragon mother made Lin Tian's heart tighten painfully. He immediately asked, "Finbei, why are you trapped inside the tree like this?" Hearing that question, the dragon mother seemed to fall back into old memories. Sadness covered her face, and she clearly did not want to speak about it right away. "It's a long story," she said quietly. "That crazy woman already killed me. Now I can only rely on the world tree to stay alive." Then she looked at him with concern and asked, "What about you? How have you been?" When she mentioned that crazy woman, Lin Tian realized she had no idea what had happened. He relaxed slightly and lifted his head. "I've been doing fine," he replied. "She's part of my tribe now, and she's even carrying my child." The second the dragon mother heard the word pregnant, her eyes flew wide open in disbelief. "What?" she shouted. "Are you telling me the truth?" Then her expression sank, and her voice became low and rough. "You really are not like the other goblins." From that moment on, the way she looked at Lin Tian changed completely. The old threat no longer seemed to weigh on her as heavily as before. She turned to Nidhogg and finally spoke the truth. "He really is your father, so don't look down on him." Then she urged the little girl, "Nidhogg, go on, call him father and let me hear it." The girl still looked painfully awkward and shy, standing there with her head lowered and her hands held close to herself. The dragon mother spoke plainly to ease the tension. "This child is Nidhogg. People may fear her because of her name, but she is actually gentle at heart, and she gets embarrassed very easily." Nidhogg could only hang her head even lower after how she had acted earlier. The little girl looked embarrassed and helpless at the same time. Ever since she was born, she had never known who her father was, so facing him now left her completely at a loss. Now that her father was standing right in front of her, Nidhogg had already reached the age where she understood these feelings more clearly. Her cheeks turned bright red, and she stared down at the ground while gathering every bit of courage she had. Finally, she raised her face, her eyes sparkling with nervousness, and in a soft, bashful voice, she called out, "Father!" Hearing a sweet little daughter call him father for the first time made Lin Tian's hard heart melt on the spot. He looked at her in a daze, clearly not knowing what he was supposed to say, before finally letting out a long breath. Lin Tian stepped closer to the little girl, who was still shrinking shyly in front of him. But just as he moved in, he noticed something strange about her reaction. Nidhogg suddenly reacted violently right in front of Lin Tian. A burst of force exploded between them, instantly shattering the warm father and daughter moment. Lin Tian had not even figured out what was happening before the scene shifted from heartfelt reunion to pure chaos. As the dust slowly cleared, Nidhogg had already transformed back into her dragon form. She flew restlessly through the air in circles, and even Lin Tian could not understand what she was trying to do. Lin Tian looked toward the dragon mother and asked with a puzzled expression, "But isn't our child growing a little too fast? She has not even been alive for a year, yet she is already bigger than you." The dragon mother gave a calm reply. "Perhaps she inherited that from you. Goblins grow unusually fast, don't they?" After hearing that, Lin Tian stopped focusing on Nidhogg and turned serious again. He looked directly at the dragon mother and said, "Actually, I came here because there is something important I need to ask. Do you know where the dwarf tribe is?" The dragon mother's face tightened at that question. Her eyes widened slightly, and after a long breath, she answered, "The dwarf tribe? I have only heard rumors about them." Even though her strength was fading, she continued, "Their movements have always been mysterious, but perhaps Nidhogg can take you to see the Dragon King. She should know more than I do." After saying that, the dragon mother slowly withdrew her head into the ancient tree. Her figure sank deeper and deeper into the trunk as her fading voice echoed through the space. "My body has not fully recovered yet, so I need to rest here. Thank you for helping me take revenge." And when the time comes, you must let me see what that crazy woman looks like now. Lin Tian stood quietly and watched her disappear into the tree. For a while he did not know what to say. He only felt a strange sadness in his chest, mixed with lingering awkwardness. Beside him, Nidhogg's dragon body was as huge as a mountain. Yet the way she moved around him was almost like an excited puppy. The girl lowered her head close to Lin Tian and asked him innocently, "Father, are we leaving now?" Lin Tian straightened up with a smile. He was still not fully used to having such a large child calling him father, but he forced his voice to sound firm and confident. "Let's go. We're going to meet your Dragon King." Not long after that, they arrived at the Dragon King's cave. The heat there was even more terrifying than before, thick enough to make the air itself feel suffocating. At last, Nidhogg brought Lin Tian before the towering Dragon King. The instant the Dragon King saw them, she exclaimed, "So you really are Nidhogg's father? You are actually a goblin." The dragons serving nearby immediately began whispering among themselves. "Another creature can really stand that close to Nidhogg?" one muttered. "Isn't she supposed to eat almost anything? Several dragons have already been attacked and eaten by her. This is unbelievable." The other dragons continued looking Lin Tian up and down, unable to hide their strange expressions. Most of them did not think much of him, though they did not dare say it openly. In their hearts, they pitied Funbei for having a child with someone from another race, believing the pure bloodline of the crystal giant dragon had been broken. Lin Tian stood beside his daughter and faced the Dragon King without backing down. In a loud and steady voice he said, "Lord Dragon King, I came here with no hostile intentions. I only wish to ask about the location of the Dwarf Kingdom." Behind him, Nidhogg also put on an unusually serious expression. Before the Dragon King could answer, a white dragon crackling with electric sparks stepped forward. It leaned close to Lin Tian and said bluntly, "The dwarf tribe was wiped out by humans long ago. Stop wasting your time." Lin Tian froze when he heard that. They were all killed? That can't be true. The news hit him like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. After coming all this way, he felt as though the entire journey might have been pointless. Thinking about all the matters waiting for him at home and all the people depending on him, he could not help muttering to himself, "Did I really come all this way for nothing?" However, as if offering him some consolation, the Dragon King spoke again with a dignified expression. "I do know that the dwarves may still have another branch alive. But before I tell you, you must agree to my conditions." Since the matter was too important to ignore, Lin Tian immediately became earnest. He looked up at the Dragon King and said, "Then please tell me your conditions. As long as it is something I can do, I will help." In a quiet corner of the cave, the Dragon King spoke in a deep and serious voice. "First, you must stop Nidhogg from hunting and killing members of her own race." Lin Tian answered without hesitation, "No problem. But there is one condition from my side as well. None of you are allowed to bully her anymore." Nidhogg stood silently beside him, not daring to say a word. Her whole body seemed to stiffen as she thought to herself, "Who is really bullying who here?" Lin Tian's expression gradually turned more serious. He could tell that this was not the real reason the Dragon King wanted to speak with him. "All right," he said, staring directly at her. "Then what is your second condition?" The Dragon King lowered her massive head toward Lin Tian's tiny body. The heat pouring from her breath was enough to scorch his skin. Slowly, she opened her mouth and said, "For the second matter, you will need to come with me somewhere private before I explain." A short while later, Lin Tian followed the Dragon King away from the others. She took him to another place entirely, somewhere so secluded that not a single dragon could be seen nearby. The Dragon King landed heavily, her claws tightening against the ground. Her movements carried an unusual urgency, as though she had been waiting a long time for this moment. They arrived at a hidden place within Dragon Land, almost like a private paradise. Streams of magma flowed nearby, while smooth, beautiful stone slabs covered the ground like a strange volcanic beach. The Dragon King landed gently and spread her enormous wings. Then she slowly opened her mouth and set Lin Tian down. He looked around in confusion, unable to understand why the Dragon King had insisted on speaking with him alone. The moment he was standing safely again, Lin Tian looked up at her with curiosity. "All right," he said. "We are alone now. What is it that you wanted to say?" Right after that, the Dragon King transformed before his eyes. In a single flash, Lin Tian's face changed completely. What stood in front of him now left him so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth hung open without closing. Lin Tian instantly realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Something about this situation felt dangerously suspicious. The Dragon King had transformed into a white-haired beauty dressed in a fitted red gown, her figure striking and her expression openly provocative, as though she were daring him to understand her intention. The situation was far more absurd than Lin Tian could have imagined. He had been pushed into a corner, his face filled with disbelief, as he slowly realized that the Dragon King was expecting him to help her with something deeply personal. The Dragon King stood directly in front of Lin Tian, leaving almost no distance between them. Her gaze burned with unmistakable desire as she stared at him. Before Lin Tian could fully react, she pressed him back toward the deepest corner of the cave. Her overwhelming aura made him tremble, and he could only raise his voice nervously. "Lord Dragon King, what are you doing?" But Lin Tian did not even have time to finish the question before the Dragon King used her power to restrain him. She leaned close, her beautiful face only inches away, and finally revealed what she wanted. "I will not beat around the bush any longer. My second condition is simple. Give me a dragon egg. The moment you agree, I will tell you the coordinates of the dwarf tribe." Lin Tian stood there completely stunned. He had already been worn down by all the women in his tribe, and now the Dragon King herself was making this demand. He instinctively leaned back and asked in a trembling voice, "I am only an ordinary goblin. Lord Dragon King, are you really serious?" Seeing Lin Tian act so hesitant only made the Dragon King become more forceful. Her face tightened as she pressed closer and spoke every word clearly. "Do not pretend you do not understand. Nidhogg already proves that goblin blood can produce a powerful dragon hybrid. If you refuse me, then do not expect to leave this cave so easily." The bloodline of the ancient dragon tribe had always been extremely rare, and the throne was decided entirely by bloodline strength. Over millions of years, powerful clans such as the Crystal Dragons had repeatedly taken control of the crown. The Fire Dragon line had only recently gained its place as ruler, and its position was still unstable. Lin Tian could see that the Dragon King was trying to strengthen her own future through his bloodline. It was a strange deal, but one where both sides could gain something. Under the Dragon King's heavy pressure, Lin Tian quickly began calculating in his heart. "So she wants to use my bloodline to secure her rule," he thought. "If I agree, this could bring me more benefits than problems later on." Once he had thought it through, a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even after reaching that conclusion, Lin Tian still acted as though he was hesitating. He thought about his own flesh and blood, then quietly calculated the possibilities. After all, any child born from this would still be his child. Who knew whether that child might help him control the entire dragon tribe one day? After pretending to think for a while longer, Lin Tian finally let out a long breath. "If this is truly your condition, then I suppose I can satisfy you." His face looked reluctant, but he still tried to keep the proud appearance of someone doing the Dragon King a great favor. The moment Lin Tian agreed, joy immediately appeared on the Dragon King's face. She had clearly been longing for this arrangement for a long time, and now that he had accepted, she could barely hide her excitement. Less than 3 seconds later, the Dragon King rushed straight at Lin Tian. This queen of the dragons was terrifyingly bold, seizing control of the situation at once and pushing him down onto the stone ground before he could even steady himself. The Dragon King's satisfied voice echoed through the hidden cave as their private bargain became an exhausting ordeal for both of them. The heat and strain left her breathing heavily, sweat covering her body, yet she still could not stop praising him. "I never expected such a small goblin to suit me this well." Even though Lin Tian had plenty of experience with women, he still tried hard to keep his head clear through the entire situation. At the first chance he got, he spoke up. "I have already fulfilled your condition. It is time for you to give me the dwarves' coordinates." Yet even as he said it, the intensity of the situation only continued to rise. An hour and a half later, Lin Tian finally sat up to rest after the exhausting encounter. He slowly put his clothes back on, his entire body still drenched in sweat from the Dragon King's scorching heat. The Dragon Lady finally decided to pause and lay stretched out across a stone slab to recover her breath. After turning toward Lin Tian, she said, "More than 100 years ago, I heard that the Dwarf Kingdom built a hidden branch settlement beneath the underground palace near the Rocky Mountain Range. If any dwarves survived, they should be there." Lin Tian had already straightened his clothes by then. At last, he had the crucial information he came for. Hearing that name, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. He looked at the Dragon King with a serious expression and repeated the location to confirm it. The Rocky Mountain Range? The moment Lin Tian got the information from the Dragon King, he wasted no time at all. Riding on Zihuan's back, he flew straight toward the Rocky Mountain Range and quickly arrived at the location she had revealed. As soon as he reached the area, keen sight awakened in Lin Tian's right eye. He strengthened the protective layer around his eye, then adjusted his vision and began sweeping the terrain ahead from a much greater distance. With his enhanced sight, Lin Tian could see straight through the stone mountains in front of him as though they were only dark outlines. Far below the surface, deep beneath the rocky ground, he spotted a strange black that clearly did not belong there. When he flew closer to the dark shape, Lin Tian finally realized it was a person. A small figure was struggling near the edge of a cliff, moving strangely as if trying to accomplish something dangerous. Lin Tian's eyes brightened at once. So this really is the entrance to the underground dwarf kingdom. The instant he saw a real dwarf in the flesh, Lin Tian's face lit up with excitement. After waiting and searching for so long, he could finally see the shadow of someone from the dwarf tribe. The tiny man was desperately clinging to a steep cliff face, using every ounce of strength in his body to reach a plant growing from the vertical rock wall. As he stretched toward it, he muttered under his breath, "As long as I pick this purple sunflower, Xia Mei will definitely look at me differently." Just then, Lin Tian's voice echoed out from above, startling the dwarf so badly that his entire body jolted. "Hello there, little dwarf." The dwarf hurriedly turned around, only to see a huge dragon standing beside a tall green-skinned man. That sight terrified him even more. The moment he noticed Lin Tian's strange green skin, the dwarf pressed himself against the cliff in fear and stammered, "Goblin." Unfortunately for him, the rock beneath the hand he was using for support suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. The tiny fracture was like a warning that something terrible was about to happen. In the next instant, the small piece of stone broke away completely. The dwarf lost his grip and plunged down from the cliff toward the abyss below. Before he could even regain his senses, the ground was already rushing up at him faster and faster. The dwarf crashed through the thick forest canopy on the way down, snapping branches and sending flocks of birds scattering wildly in every direction. After falling from such a terrifying height, he slammed headfirst into the hard ground below. Blood began flowing from his injured head as he lay there gasping weakly. "Xia Mei, I don't want to die yet." Even on the edge of death, he could only think about the girl he had never managed to win over. With his life fading away, the dwarf still forced out one final wish. "I haven't even pursued her yet, and I'm still a virgin." At that exact moment, Lin Tian slowly descended from above, looking completely unhurried despite having searched for several days. Seeing the dwarf lying there on the verge of death, Lin Tian remained strangely calm. He walked over step by step, shook his head, and sighed. "So he really is just another lovesick fool. I thought I would need to do something, but he scared himself half to death before I even touched him." Then power began gathering in Lin Tian's hand. Long green-black tentacles slowly grew outward, carrying a frightening energy as they moved toward the injured dwarf. Lin Tian spoke coldly, "Don't give up yet. It would be troublesome for me if you died now." A strange power surged through Lin Tian's body as his abnormal fusion ability activated. Lin Tian pulled his hand back after completing the fusion. In the blink of an eye, he had perfectly taken on the dwarf's appearance, becoming the same blonde-haired young man who had been climbing the cliff for Xia Mei's flower. Zi Huan stared at its master in complete disbelief. Seeing Lin Tian suddenly turn into that tiny blonde dwarf made its mouth fall open so wide that its jaw nearly seemed ready to dislocate. Even in the dwarf's body, Lin Tian still carried himself with the same arrogant authority. He gave a confident nod and said, "Don't be surprised. This is the true strength of abnormal fusion." Not long after, Lin Tian and Zi Huan flew back to the cliff where the dwarf had been struggling earlier. Standing before Zi Huan, Lin Tian gave it careful instructions. "Zi Huan, I need to enter the dwarf kingdom alone. I have no idea how long this will take, so stay here and wait for me to return." After giving order, Lin Tian folded his arms and looked toward the hidden dwarf kingdom with a faint smile. He had already begun planning for the future of his tribe. Making a fortune from magical tools was important, but the true goal was learning the dwarves' forging techniques. Once his tribe could mass-produce magical equipment, he would not merely have a strong army. He would have a force capable of changing everything. With no choice but to wait outside, Zi Huan could only swallow its frustration. Lin Tian then walked forward alone, heading deeper into the hidden territory where the dwarves lived. The climb up the mountain took a long time, and by the time he reached the upper area, even Lin Tian had lost some of his strength. Standing on the cliff and breathing heavily, Lin Tian suddenly froze at what appeared before him. His pupils widened in shock. The dwarf kingdom was far grander and larger than he had imagined. Tall buildings and modern-looking structures filled the area, almost no different from a human city. Hidden in the middle of a vast primeval forest, the kingdom was completely cut off from the outside world. Lin Tian stood there quietly admiring the view while already forming plans for what he could gain from this place. Once he successfully entered the dwarves' territory, Lin Tian found himself surprised again and again. Everything here felt completely different from the outside world. The streets and houses all seemed smaller from Lin Tian's new dwarf-sized perspective, but the atmosphere was lively and comfortable. The residents walked happily through crowded streets without hiding indoors or fearing monsters like people outside did. For Lin Tian, it almost felt like walking through a bustling modern city. Even the dwarf's clothing was fashionable and surprisingly open. Lin Tian kept looking around in disbelief. He had never expected the capital of the dwarf kingdom to be this prosperous. Compared to the great mausoleum, this place truly felt like paradise. Lin Tian was busy admiring the pretty young women walking through the street when a woman suddenly strode toward him with her hands on her hips. Her voice rang out sharply. Paradise? Paradise, my foot. Realizing someone had mocked him, Lin Tian immediately narrowed his eyes and looked over. It seemed this woman was Xia Mei, the girl the dwarf had been obsessing over. The moment she saw the person she had been waiting for, she approached with an annoyed, superior expression. Where is the flower I told you to get? Don't tell me you failed again. You really are useless. Her face was filled with obvious disappointment as she stared at him. From her attitude, Lin Tian quickly understood who she was. Lin Tian only gave her a brief glance before curling his lips into a faint sneer. So this lovesick fool was named Dennis, he thought. And this spoiled woman must be the Xia Mei he had been thinking about day and night. Once Lin Tian understood the situation, everything became clear. Lin Tian did not bother arguing with her. He simply walked past her and casually threw 3 words over his shoulder. You're crazy, woman. It was likely the first time Xia Mei had ever been treated so coldly. Lin Tian, however, had far more important matters on his mind and had no interest in wasting time on her. Unable to accept being ignored like that, Xia Mei quickly ran after him and blocked his path in the middle of the street. She stretched out her arm to stop him, her face red with anger. Dennis, have I given you too much attention lately? Is that why you suddenly think you're something special? Her eyes looked ready to burst from fury as she shouted. How dare you insult me? Lin Tian suddenly turned back without showing the slightest fear. He leaned close to her face and replied coldly. You told this old master to pick flowers for you, so I was supposed to obey? Who the hell do you think you are? Dennis had once been so obsessed with her that he would do anything she wanted. But Lin Tian had no reason to tolerate that kind of attitude. Xia Mei was so stunned that she almost could not believe what she had heard. She stared at him blankly and stammered, What did you just say? Lin Tian had already grown completely disgusted with her behavior. He shoved her aside firmly and said, Move, you're blocking the road. Xia Mei had been rejected so completely that none of her former arrogance remained. Furious that Dennis had suddenly changed, she screamed after him, You've gone crazy. How dare you treat me like this? Don't ever expect my forgiveness for the rest of your life. I hate you, you useless piece of trash. Lin Tian, still wearing Dennis's face, merely answered in a calm and cold voice. Fine, then let it be that way. Xia Mei shook with hatred as anger surged through every part of her body. She stared at Lin Tian's retreating back as if she wanted to swallow him alive. You hateful bastard, she muttered. I'll make sure you regret this. A short while later, Lin Tian pushed open the door of a tavern and stepped inside. His eyes swept across the crowded room as he quietly thought things through. He still knew almost nothing about the dwarf kingdom, and a noisy tavern where all kinds of people gathered might be the perfect place to overhear useful information. Having made up his mind, Lin Tian walked to the counter and placed several shining gold coins on the table. Owner, bring me your best wine. The tavern owner immediately brightened and happily brought out the drinks. While looking around the tavern, Lin Tian noticed a blonde woman in a bright red dress sitting by herself nearby. She looked bored and lonely, as though she had been waiting for someone to talk to. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with interest. He picked up a bottle of wine, walked over with an easy smile, and started the conversation. How about sharing a drink with me? To his surprise, the woman did not seem guarded at all. Her expression brightened with interest, and she agreed without hesitation. Gladly, though I have to say, your way of approaching women is terrible. Lin Tian immediately sat beside her and poured wine into her glass. He put on a smile that mixed embarrassment with amusement and said, So you noticed. Inside, however, he was sneering. His flirting might seem awkward now, but if this were outside, he would not have tolerated someone mocking him so casually. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Empty wine bottles were scattered across the table, and after drinking through bottle after bottle together, both of them had become pleasantly tipsy. The woman in the red dress gradually moved closer until she was leaning directly against Lin Tian. In a teasing voice, she said, You may not hold your liquor very well, but at least you have money. You're much better than those useless people at the Adventurers Guild who only know how to eat for free. Her casual remark made Lin Tian catch an important clue. Now drunk enough to speak freely, the blonde woman began pouring out what she knew. Ever since the kingdom disbanded its army, many soldiers have gone off to become adventurers. But the executioner demons have been running wild these past few years. Most people are used to peaceful lives now, so hardly anyone has the courage to take missions anymore. Even after drinking, Lin Tian's mind remained sharp. The moment he heard the important part, he immediately leaned in and asked, "Is that so? Then what would happen if someone could deal with those executioner demons?" Before he could finish the question, the blonde woman wrapped an arm around his neck and laughed loudly. Then that person would become a hero of the dwarf race. They could even meet the king directly. Lin Tian clinked glasses with Conley and took a slow sip of wine. His voice stayed low, but his mind was already working quickly. A hero, he thought. If I wipe out those executioner demons, I can earn a direct audience with the king. Then I can openly ask to learn the dwarves' forging techniques. That would make everything far easier. By the time morning came, Lin Tian woke up with a headache pounding against his skull like a hammer. After a night of drinking himself senseless, he slowly opened his eyes and found that he was lying in an unexpectedly soft bed. The moment Lin Tian sat up and looked beside him, his expression froze. The blonde woman from the tavern was sleeping soundly right next to him. Their clothes had been tossed all over the floor, scattered around the room without any order, making it painfully clear that last night had gone far beyond simply drinking together. At that moment, the blonde woman shifted beneath the blanket and slowly woke up as well. She seemed to understand perfectly what had happened between them and even looked as though she wanted to revisit it. Leaning closer with a flirtatious smile, she softly asked, "You're awake already?" Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he cautiously muttered, "Last night." Before he could finish, the woman suddenly lunged toward him as if she wanted to silence him right away. She leaned close to his ear and whispered in a sweet, teasing tone, "What? Did you drink so much that you forgot everything?" Then she began bringing up what happened the night before, making Lin Tian's face stiffen. "The way you were last night, I almost thought you weren't a dwarf at all." The blonde woman spoke openly, full of praise for Lin Tian's strength and confidence. Even though he wore the body of a dwarf, the feeling he gave her was completely different from any dwarf man she had ever known. Lin Tian could only stay quiet, because he was still wearing someone else's identity and could not afford to say too much. Lin Tian held his aching head and quietly let out a breath of relief. At least he had not exposed his original body while drunk. One careless mistake could have ruined everything he had come to the dwarf kingdom to accomplish. He quickly began thinking through his next move. To earn the king's recognition, he needed to deal with the executioner demons and report the achievement. But a dwarf like Dennis defeating an entire group of monsters by himself would sound too unbelievable. He needed people from the Adventurers Guild to witness it first. Lin Tian became so focused on his plans that he nearly forgot the woman sitting beside him, who stared at his thoughtful expression in confusion. Once his thoughts were settled, Lin Tian decisively threw the blanket aside, sat up, and began putting his clothes back on as quickly as possible. The blonde woman immediately sat up in alarm, disappointment filling her voice. "Why are you getting dressed? It is not even fully morning yet." But Lin Tian was clearly in a hurry. As he pulled on his pants, he replied, "Sorry, I have important business to handle. I need to leave first." In barely a minute and a half, Lin Tian had already dressed himself neatly. He opened the door without hesitation and walked out, leaving the blonde woman behind in the room shouting after him in despair. "Wait, what is your name? Where do you live? Don't go. You're the man of my destiny." Not long after leaving the inn, Lin Tian arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Standing in front of the building, he looked it over carefully and clicked his tongue. "This place is emptier than I expected," he muttered under his breath. A moment later, two heavily bearded dwarves appeared from inside. The instant they saw Lin Tian, they hurried over to greet him. Once they heard that he wanted to join the guild and hunt executioner demons, their faces lit up with excitement. "A young man with ambition," they exclaimed. "Someone willing to deal with those monsters is more than welcome here." The two dwarves leaned closer and lowered their voices. "The guild may be a little quiet," one admitted, "but it is still the only adventurers guild in the kingdom." Then they studied Lin Tian with curiosity. "Executioner demons are extremely dangerous. What kind of strength do you have? Can you show us something?" While the two dwarves questioned him eagerly, Lin Tian's attention went straight to the large hammers in their hands. They looked ordinary at first glance, but something about them told him they were far from simple tools. After examining them, Lin Tian learned that they were great iron welding hammers, weapons capable of creating a protective iron armor layer over the user's entire body. The two dwarves asked once again what abilities he possessed, but Lin Tian did not waste time answering. Instead, he simply told them, "Let's go deal with the executioner demons now." The two guild dwarves led Lin Tian toward a gloomy graveyard outside the city. Lin Tian walked ahead, while the two older men followed closely behind him. The heavier dwarf carrying the huge hammer kept talking as they walked. "Why can't we see even one of those things?" he muttered. "Executioner demons are cowardly creatures. Maybe they sensed Dennis coming and got so frightened that they hid already." The moment he finished speaking, several executioner demons crawled out from the darkness ahead. Their mouths opened wide, their long tongues hanging out as they hissed in a disgusting manner. Even Lin Tian had to admit that this group looked far more horrifying than the goblins in his own tribe. The demons were about to leap forward and attack, but the instant they felt the terrifying power radiating from Lin Tian's body, they pulled back in fear. Bright red magical energy burst from him in every direction, covering his body in an overwhelming aura. Only a second later, the three executioner demons had already tucked their tails and run for their lives. Lin Tian and the two guild dwarves stood there watching as the demons fled without daring to attack. The three of them stared after the fleeing demons without blinking. They had run away so quickly that the two old dwarves could barely process what had just happened. Although the demons escaped fast, Lin Tian noticed something important on the ground. A long trail of footprints had been left behind. He followed the marks with a dangerous smile and said, "These executioner demons are sharper than they look." A short while later, Lin Tian reached a dense patch of bushes and quietly parted the branches. The rustling leaves made all three of them crouch down and hide as they carefully looked ahead. Lin Tian and the two guild dwarves stepped out from behind the bushes, staring forward with their eyes wide open. For a moment, none of them could even speak. What they saw was an entire gathering of executioner demons. The three creatures that had run away earlier had clearly returned to report what happened and led them straight back to the lair. Now dozens of demons were crawling out from every direction, forming a defensive line in front of the three intruders. Seeing so many demons packed together, the two old dwarves began shaking uncontrollably. "Damn it!" one cried out. 50 of them makes a full executioner demon pack. Why are there so many? The dwarf with the great hammer looked equally panicked. "What do we do? There are at least several dozen of them." Lin Tian listened to their panic and answered with a simple, cold reply. "Why hide? We just kill them all." The moment he said that, killing intent burst from his body as he strode straight toward the demons. One of the old dwarves stared at his back in disbelief and shouted, "Wait, they attack in packs." Lin Tian acted as though he had not heard them at all. He continued walking forward with an overwhelming presence, as if the entire demon pack meant nothing to him. Then Lin Tian suddenly leapt into the air, locking onto a suitable target below. His hand gripped a shining sword tightly, and his body carried an evil, murderous aura that felt even more frightening than the executioner demons themselves. The speed of his descent made the monsters gape in terror. Lin Tian landed smoothly in the very center of the demon pack. From the moment his feet touched the ground, he completely controlled the battle. His sword flashed again and again, sending razor-sharp slashes tearing through the demons. Each strike hit with terrifying precision, cutting down monster after monster before they could react. No one would have imagined a dwarf could possess this kind of power. The two guild dwarfs stood frozen with their mouths hanging open, unable to take their eyes off Lin Tian. "Who is he?" they thought in shock. These were executioner demons that even retired warriors struggled to defeat, yet Lin Tian was cutting through them as easily as if he were slaughtering chickens. Not long after, Lin Tian stood among the remains with the head of an executioner demon in his hand. Killing intent still rolled off him, and the heavy smell of blood clung to his entire body. He slowly walked back toward the two guild dwarves. Demon corpses were scattered everywhere beneath his feet, covering the ground around him. Lin Tian looked at them calmly and said, "It's finished. Let's go." The two old dwarves looked at Lin Tian completely differently now. Their eyes were filled with admiration and pride as they followed him. "A young man this strong," one muttered. "Let's return to the kingdom." Before long, Lin Tian and the two guild dwarves arrived at the palace of the dwarf kingdom. They carried several executioner demon heads in their hands, intending to report the victory directly to the king. But the moment they reached the gate, the guard stopped them. "The king is not in good health and cannot receive guests for now. After risking their lives yesterday, they were now being denied entry." The old dwarf in the horned steel helmet looked visibly irritated. The helmeted dwarf rushed forward angrily. "Open your eyes and look properly. We have already destroyed the executioner demons." He even shoved one of the demon heads close to the guard's face. But the guard merely stood his ground and answered coldly, "I am only following orders." The guard was prepared to keep obeying the orders from above, but just then, a voice echoed from inside the palace. "Let them enter." The palace doors opened on their own. Inside, a woman dressed in red was sitting alone on a large royal throne, looking as though she had been waiting for someone to arrive. She held a fan in front of her mouth, and every part of her carried a noble, luxurious presence. This woman was none other than Queen Adele of the dwarf tribe. The moment the old dwarf with the horned helmet saw the queen, he quickly bowed and saluted. "Your Majesty, we have come to report an achievement." Then he eagerly presented Lin Tian's accomplishment. "This young man, Dennis, has destroyed the entire executioner demon pack threatening the kingdom. The demons had troubled the royal family for years, yet a single young dwarf had wiped them out completely." The queen was visibly startled by the news. "What?" Her eyes moved toward Lin Tian's young face, studying the dwarf who had supposedly destroyed an entire demon nest alone. As Queen Adele looked into Lin Tian's calm eyes and noticed the faintly mysterious smile on his face, she quietly formed a bold conclusion. This young man truly seemed unusual. Could he be the extraordinary dwarf mentioned in the rumors? Thinking of what she had heard, she raised her fan to hide the slight blush on her face. The story of the unusually strong young dwarf had apparently spread through the city after that blonde woman's loose tongue. After hearing the good news, the queen immediately gave her order. "The guild's reward will be delivered later. Dennis will stay behind. Everyone else may withdraw." The two guild dwarves were overjoyed. They bowed repeatedly, thanked the queen with excitement, and then left to receive their reward. But Lin Tian stepped forward without hesitation and openly stated what he wanted. "Your Majesty, I do not need gold, silver, or treasures as my reward." Before the queen could ask what he meant, he got directly to the point. "I want to learn the dwarves' blacksmithing techniques." Before Lin Tian could finish the thought, the queen's fan suddenly snapped shut with a sharp clack. The queen found Lin Tian more interesting than before. She rose from her throne and slowly walked toward him. "Your reward," she said, making a thoughtful expression. "I will need to consider it carefully. This kingdom has not seen a young man as brave as you in many years." As she spoke, the queen made her interest in Lin Tian impossible to miss. She brought her fair face close to his, then used her fan to lift his chin and pull his gaze toward hers. In a low whisper, she said, "I do not care much about the executioner demons, but if you want the blacksmithing techniques, you will have to offer something else in return." Hearing those words, Lin Tian stood still as though he had been rooted to the floor. A heavy sense of frustration rose in his heart. After everything he had done, it seemed that his achievements were still not enough to earn what he wanted. His face darkened as he quietly thought, "So even after all that work, I still have to pay another price." Realizing that Lin Tian had misunderstood her, Queen Adele kept teasing him in an unusually gentle voice. "Do not get the wrong idea. Last night you slept with my younger sister. Normally, I should punish you severely for that. But because you wiped out the executioner demons, I will count that achievement as repayment for your offense. Still, if you want to learn blacksmithing, we will need to discuss a different condition." Lin Tian stared at her in complete surprise. "Your younger sister?" The image of the blonde woman sleeping beside him at the inn immediately flashed through his mind. Inside, Lin Tian could only cry out in disbelief. So that blonde girl was actually the queen's younger sister? After recovering from the shock, Lin Tian slowly stepped closer and put on a solemn expression. Pressing a fist to his chest, he swore, "Your Majesty, please do not accuse me unfairly. I was drunk last night. Your younger sister was the one who took advantage of me." Queen Adele looked at him with fascinated eyes, her attention clearly drifting somewhere other than his words, and a quiet sound of interest slipped from her lips. The queen did not show the slightest embarrassment. Instead, she leaned her beautiful face closer to Lin Tian's chest and asked softly, "Your conscience?" Then she smiled with hidden meaning. "I wonder where exactly that conscience of yours is." Her eyes slowly traveled over him from head to toe. Growing even bolder, Queen Adele took Lin Tian's hand and placed it against her fair chest. Lin Tian froze completely, caught off guard by how direct she was. Then she moved her face closer still. Startled, Lin Tian stammered, "Why, you are serious about this?" The queen only gave him another teasing smile. "Whether I am serious or not, touch my conscience and you will know soon enough, won't you?" Lin Tian could not help thinking that, for someone he had just met, this queen was unbelievably bold. Even with the queen pressing so close, Lin Tian forced himself to stay clear-headed. He looked at her carefully and asked, "Your Majesty, you are not trying to trap me, are you? Unless you speak plainly, I do not dare act carelessly." By then, Queen Adele was clearly losing patience. Her heart burned with desire, and her voice carried a trace of annoyed resentment. "You already dared to act carelessly with my younger sister," she snapped. "So why are you acting as though this queen is someone beneath your notice?" The queen pressed closer again and finally laid out her intention without hesitation. "The king is nearing the end of his life. Before long, I will inherit the throne. Is there anything wrong with choosing a man to become my queen? Something in her mood changed the moment she mentioned the king. Turning away, Queen Adele muttered bitterly. That old man may not be dead yet, but he has been useless for a long time. When he was young, he never knew restraint and spent every day wasting himself away. Lin Tian listened to her complaints in silence, not knowing how to respond to a queen speaking about her husband so openly. The queen turned back, lightly ran her tongue across one finger, and gave Lin Tian another provocative look. Enough talking. You want the blacksmithing techniques? Then you need to listen to me. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, but the outcome was already obvious. Before long, the two dwarves were locked in a private struggle behind closed doors. As time passed, Lin Tian felt his strength rise again and again. His vitality surged upward, his attack power increased, and even his defenses became stronger. Their exhausting private contest continued for more than an hour without stopping. Inside the private room belonging to the queen and king, Lin Tian worked hard to satisfy Queen Adele's demands. Yet even afterward, she still looked at him greedily, as though she wanted another round. Lin Tian leaned close and whispered into her ear, "Can you agree to teach me blacksmithing now?" The queen only looked at him dreamily, too absorbed to answer right away. At the height of that heated moment, a soldier suddenly rushed over and poked his head through the doorway. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The king has passed away." The queen was already exhausted from her encounter with Lin Tian, and the unfortunate soldier had chosen the worst possible moment to walk in on the queen and a strange young man together. The soldier's entire face turned red. His mouth fell open, and he stood frozen as the sight in front of him overwhelmed him. He nearly cried out in confusion, but he still remembered the rules of the palace. The king had died, which meant the queen was now the most powerful person in the kingdom. The soldier quickly lowered his head, clasped his hands, and repeated himself with respect. "Your Majesty, the king has passed away. Please come and see him at once." At last, the moment Queen Adele had clearly been waiting for finally arrived. Her weak old husband was gone, and a dangerous gleam appeared in her eyes. Still not fully dressed, she sat upright, rubbed one side of her chest, and laughed softly. "Is that so? Then today truly brings double happiness." She did not even bother pretending to mourn immediately. Lin Tian and the queen hurriedly began putting their clothes back on after their private encounter. Lin Tian quickly spoke up. "Then I will return to the guild first. I will come find you another time." He tried to slip away before things became more complicated, but Queen Adele stopped him. "Wait." Her expression turned serious as she looked him over. "Come with me. From now on, this palace will also be your home." Then she boldly spoke of the future as though it had already been decided. "I will be the king, and you will be my queen. Do you understand?" The only strange part was that Lin Tian was still disguised as a young dwarf man. Hearing that, Lin Tian raised his eyes toward the ceiling in complete confusion. "What kind of logic is that?" he muttered to himself. "How did I suddenly become the queen?" Soon after, they entered the room where the king had taken his final breath. Many nobles had gathered there to see him one last time, and a heavy atmosphere of mourning filled every corner of the chamber. The king had reached an age where death was no surprise, so Queen Adele did not appear truly regretful. The old dwarf lay pale and motionless, his life finally over. Sobs echoed throughout the room, and among all the grieving voices, the queen's crying sounded the loudest. Only a short while ago, she had been alone with Lin Tian, yet now she was performing heartbreak beside her husband's corpse. Queen Adele covered her face with a fan, hiding the false sorrow written across it. Watching her, Lin Tian could not help feeling chilled by how easily she changed expressions. The queen noticed his gaze and whispered, "Do not look at me like that. His death was not caused by me." Lin Tian tensed at once, but she continued before he could speak. 10 years ago, when he forced me to marry him, he was already completely paralyzed. Otherwise, why do you think I have been so eager to find someone to become my queen? The queen folded her fan and leaned toward Lin Tian affectionately. "For the next few days, I need to prepare for my coronation. You may wander around the palace as you please." Seeing that she had arranged everything already, Lin Tian nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty." Suddenly, Queen Adele lifted one finger and placed it against Lin Tian's lips, stopping him from saying anything else. Lin Tian's puzzled face made it obvious that he had no idea what this bold woman wanted next. Without caring about anyone around them, the queen leaned toward Lin Tian's ear and whispered in a passionate voice, "Still calling me Your Majesty? Call me little darling instead." Lin Tian disliked the overly sweet request, but for the sake of his larger goal and the magical equipment he wanted, he gritted his teeth and decided to play along with her. Lin Tian closed his eyes as though forcing himself through a difficult trial. Then, with a painfully stiff expression, he muttered, "Little darling." Several days later, Lin Tian stood before the entrance to the magical equipment storehouse. This was the treasure vault he had paid such a heavy personal price to access. Thinking back on the past few days, he could only sigh. He had used every method available to finally get the key from Queen Adele's hand. The dwarves had not forged any new magical equipment for 15 years, but Lin Tian still believed there had to be at least some old stock left inside. Standing before the lock, Lin Tian inserted the key and began turning it back and forth exactly as Queen Adele had instructed. 2.5 turns to the left, he muttered. Then 2.5 turns to the right. But that was not enough. Following the Queen's bizarre instructions, Lin Tian had to dance in front of the door while muttering strange words under his breath. He sang a folk tune, moved through an odd traditional dance, and spun around so awkwardly that he looked completely ridiculous. As absurd as it looked, the method actually worked. The instant he completed the dance, a loud chime rang from the gate. The giant eye carved into the door glowed with a bright red light. Lin Tian looked up in surprise, his heart racing with excitement. Knowing he had succeeded, Lin Tian pushed the door open himself and stepped inside. The enormous storehouse was finally open before him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. The second he entered, Lin Tian eagerly looked around, expecting to see mountains of magical treasures. Instead, his eyes widened, his heart skipped a beat, and the color drained from his face. The storehouse itself was massive, and wooden chests filled the room in long, neat rows. But every chest was empty. The silence was so complete that it felt as though he could hear insects crawling across the floor. Lin Tian went deeper inside and opened chest after chest, only to find the same emptiness every time. At last, he understood the kingdom's miserable situation. There was nothing left. That lazy king had likely spent years selling off every magical item for money while living off the wealth of the past. No wonder the dwarves had been living so comfortably without producing anything new. After taking a few more steps, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. His eyes widened when he noticed that the storehouse was not completely empty after all. In one dusty corner, beneath layers of cobwebs, 3 items had been left behind. Lin Tian stared at them in surprise. Information about the treasures flooded into his mind at once. The first was living armor, a strange suit of armor that survived by absorbing its host's blood. It possessed powerful defensive abilities and even a will of its own, capable of sensing enemy attacks and protecting its owner automatically. The second was the unlucky blade, forged from the spine of a magical dragon. The deeper its wielder's obsession became, the more terrifying its power would grow. The third item was the black tribe eye. After an unknown creature died, the dwarves had used their forging arts to turn one of its eyes into a treasure capable of seeing through all things. But there was a danger. Its owner had to be careful not to become controlled by the eye in return. Lin Tian was quickly drawn to the living armor. He reached out and touched it, and the moment his hand made contact, he felt a strange, almost delighted reaction coming from the magical item. He stared at the armor with fascination, admiration rising in his chest. "This is the true power of dwarf forging," he murmured. "This is not merely creating a weapon. It is more like giving life to something." Lin Tian sat down and studied the 3 treasures more carefully. When he considered that the armor needed fresh blood to live, his curiosity deepened. "It survives by drinking its host's blood," he thought. "Then I should test it myself." After making up his mind, Lin Tian lightly bit one of his fingers until blood appeared. He pressed that finger against the armor and drew a clear line across its surface, allowing it to take in his blood. At once, the solid armor reacted violently. Slimy tentacles burst out from its body one after another. Those tentacles shot toward Lin Tian's arm like poisonous snakes chasing prey. They wrapped around his hand with terrifying speed, so fast that he had no chance to pull away. The armor had finally begun revealing its real power. In the blink of an eye, countless tentacles spread across Lin Tian's entire body. Before long, the strange substance had wrapped him tightly, burying him beneath a thick layer of living armor and concentrated magical energy. When the bond was complete, Lin Tian discovered that it possessed 3 forms. The first form covered his whole body and made him look larger and more heavily armored. The second form became lighter and smaller, greatly improving his speed and agility. The third form merged with one of his arms, giving him a sleeker appearance while still carrying immense power. After showing all 3 forms, the armor suddenly withdrew and dove straight into Lin Tian's chest. The force was so overwhelming that he fell backward and could only cry out as its power flooded through him. At last, the armor transformed into a necklace around his neck, shrinking down into a glowing gemstone. The stone radiated an attractive power that immediately caught Lin Tian's interest. Holding it in his hand, he smiled smugly. Not bad. I just need to find out whether its defense is truly as strong as it looks. Only then did Lin Tian notice the second magical item resting in the corner. The unlucky blade. It looked old and rusty, no different from a discarded meat cleaver. Beneath it sat the black tribe eye, waiting silently in the dust. Lin Tian reached toward the unlucky blade and firmly grabbed its handle. An invisible force seemed to resist him, trying to stop his hand from taking it. But Lin Tian only tightened his grip and pulled the blade free with determination. The instant Lin Tian's fingers touched the blade, a dreadful force burst from it and raced through his body. In no more than 2 heartbeats, that terrifying power had already spread from his hand to every corner of him. The magic power inside the blade suddenly surged like a violent tide, rolling through Lin Tian's limbs and making his blood boil with excitement. A huge grin stretched across his face as he swallowed hard, savoring that crushing sense of pressure. Still, after a moment, he forced himself to calm down. Better to save this weapon and bring it back for Alice near later. Even so, sneaking into the dwarf's magic item vault had not been a wasted trip. He had managed to come away with a decent little gain. With the blade resting across his shoulder, Lin Tian turned and headed for the door, though his expression clearly showed he was far from satisfied. Such a massive magic item storehouse, and only 3 things inside were actually worth taking. It seemed he had no choice but to force those lazy dwarves to reopen the Apollo Forge and start producing magic tools for him again. At least 20 items a day, and perhaps after 2 months, they might finally meet his needs. It was a desperate solution, but otherwise, Lin Tian had no interest in remaining in this place any longer than necessary. He braced his hands against his waist and let out a helpless sigh. It looked like he would still have to eat and sleep here for quite a few more days. Yet the sly glimmer in his eyes gave him away. Deep down, Lin Tian did not seem entirely opposed to spending a little more time enjoying the queen's company. The following morning, the entire city erupted with the crackling roar of paper firecrackers. Their sharp explosions echoed above the streets from every direction, announcing that a grand occasion had finally arrived. That morning, the kingdom's coronation ceremony officially began. Crowds packed both sides of the road, cheering wildly for their new ruler. At the center of the procession, a splendid carriage rolled forward at a slow and dignified pace, carrying the new king and queen through the capital. The queen lifted her hand and waved warmly to the citizens, while cheers rose like waves all around them. From one end of the dwarf kingdom to the other, the atmosphere felt brighter and livelier than a festival. Along the roadside, several young women squeezed together excitedly, their eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. Everyone was eager to see the man who had become the kingdom's newest sensation. The queen's younger sister could barely contain her excitement as she blurted out, "Is it really true? Is he honestly the most masculine man in the entire city? They say he even broke a record that dwarves have never broken before. I'm so jealous of the queen I could die. I wish I could trade places with her. Prince Dennis is unbelievably handsome." The women's excitement only made the men of the dwarf kingdom feel worse. Beneath the cheers, several men stood with dark expressions, grinding their teeth and whispering bitterly among themselves. "I seriously can't understand how that guy did it. Even the queen is completely bewitched by him, like she's addicted to some kind of drug. Damn it, we're all dwarves, so why is he so much more impressive than the rest of us?" As for Lin Tian, he wore the same calm expression he had expected to wear from the beginning. A faint smile rested on his lips as he listened to the commotion around him. Deep inside, he quietly admitted that the natural advantages of a goblin really did seem to be the real deal. The ceremony continued smoothly until a woman suddenly rushed into the middle of the road and blocked the entire procession. Her voice rang out as she loudly called the false name Lin Tian had been using. "Dennis!" The unexpected interruption forced the convoy to halt at once, and the citizens gathered along both sides of the street immediately turned their attention toward her. The woman was none other than Xiaomei, the very person the original Dennis had once chased so desperately that he had nearly thrown away his dignity for her. She still carried a grudge from that day, and now she stood arrogantly in front of Lin Tian's path, making trouble before the entire city. "Stop right there, you heartless liar. Didn't you say you only loved me? How dare you deceive me like this?" She had appeared out of nowhere, playing the victim with complete confidence. The new queen immediately lifted her fan to cover her lips and leaned closer to Lin Tian. In a soft, curious voice, she asked, "Little darling, who is she?" Every eye around the carriage shifted toward him. Lin Tian kept his composure and answered without hesitation. "She is only someone who became infatuated with me. She is nowhere near worthy of being compared to you, my darling." Seeing Xiaomei cause such a scene in the middle of a crowded street, the citizens quickly decided that something had to be wrong with her head. Whispers spread through the crowd, followed by open ridicule. Where did this little girl crawl out from? Has she lost her mind? She should take a look at herself before making demands like that. Even I haven't gotten the chance to flirt with Dennis yet, and she expects him to chase after her? Her skin is thicker than a city wall. This is absolutely humiliating. Even with the entire crowd laughing at her, Xiaomei stubbornly remained in front of the carriage, pointing at Lin Tian as she shouted even louder. How can you treat me like this? You used to pursue me like your life depended on it. Why didn't you tell me you were actually this amazing? You're only angry with me right now, aren't you? I already came here on my own to take you back. What more do you want me to do? She looked pitiful on the surface, but all of this belonged to the past between her and the real Dennis, not Lin Tian. Lin Tian rose from the carriage with a cold, overbearing look and stared down at Xiaomei. Since you had the courage to block the queen's carriage, it is not impossible for me to forgive you. But first, let the whole city see how sincere you really are. Kneel down, and beg me loudly with the most heartfelt expression you can manage. He knew perfectly well that her pride was higher than the sky. Asking this in front of an entire city was meant to crush her dignity and make her disappear from his sight forever. Xiaomei froze after hearing that demand. Her face twisted with disbelief as she hesitated in place. What? You want me to do something like that? Are you insane? Yet as she spoke, every person nearby was already staring directly at her, waiting to see what she would choose. At that moment, Xiaomei began calculating bitterly in her heart. Dennis was now the hero who had slain the executioner demons, and the man everyone called the most masculine dwarf in the city. Maybe, just maybe, if she agreed to his demand, he would return to pursuing her the way he once had. Her thoughts took an unbelievably foolish turn. Xiaomei clenched her small hands tightly and forced herself to make a decision. As long as Dennis could go back to liking her as before, perhaps enduring a little humiliation would not matter. With that tiny hope in her heart, she steeled herself and prepared to accept the shame. Lin Tian had only thrown out the challenge to toy with her, but Xiaomei actually dropped to her knees in front of everyone. The crowd stared in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Inside, she felt as though she had become a dog publicly accepting a master. Lowering her head with a resigned expression, she spoke toward Lin Tian. Please forgive me, Master Dennis. I will do anything for your highness. The crowd along both sides of the road immediately found a new reason to laugh and gossip. She really threw away all her dignity. You rarely see someone this shameless. Behind Xiaomei's forced expression of obedience, rage burned fiercely across her face. Her teeth were clenched, her cheeks were red, and she no longer cared how ridiculous she looked to the world. She could only endure it while desperately convincing herself that the crowd meant nothing. As long as she could get back the Dennis she once knew, who could say who would have the last laugh? Lin Tian had expected some resistance, not for her to truly kneel without hesitation. Looking at her pleading posture, his face turned cold. Guards, drag this lovesick woman who has lost all sense to the side of the road. Looking at her is disgusting. The queen beside him watched the whole thing with obvious amusement, then leaned close and said affectionately, Little darling, you are far too naughty. The guards immediately stepped forward to obey, but Xiaomei was furious and fought against the two soldiers pulling her arms. Dennis, you lied to me. I already did what you asked. Why won't you forgive me? Even after humiliating herself in front of the entire city, she still waited stubbornly for one final bit of mercy. What she received instead was only cold, heartless silence. After being disgraced before the whole crowd, Xiaomei finally snapped. Furious beyond control, she dropped to the ground and began throwing a loud tantrum in the middle of the street. I'm allowing you to pursue me now. I'm even willing to be with you. Don't tell me you suddenly don't want me anymore. Lin Tian understood people like her far too well, so her outburst did not move him in the slightest. To him, she was nothing more than trash lying beside the road. He gave her a single dismissive glance and spoke in a sentence sharp enough to leave her stunned. Someone who can behave like this in public thinks she deserves to reach for someone like me? Those words seemed to finally force Xiaomei to face reality. Her eyes widened in horror, while despair drained the color from her expression. Inside her mind, one question screamed over and over again without stopping. Why had everything turned out like this? The two guards then dragged her roughly to the side so the royal procession could continue. Xiaomei lowered her head in complete despair before the man she had once made chase after her so desperately, only for him to look at her now as though she were a stray dog. Regret flooded her heart. In the past, she had repeatedly played hard to get and had never even allowed Dennis to get close to her. Now she could only cry out in misery, wondering why Dennis had suddenly become such a completely different person. After the parade celebrating the new ruler finally ended, the entire city sank into endless drinking and celebration. Back at the magnificent palace, nobles had gathered in full, while outside in the streets, commoners raised overflowing cups and celebrated until the city itself seemed drunk with joy. Inside the palace, the nobles danced with flushed faces and unsteady steps, completely carried away by wine and celebration. During the banquet, Lin Tian walked arm in arm with the new queen and politely greeted 3 beautiful noblewomen nearby. With a graceful smile, he raised his hand in greeting. "Good evening, ladies. I am Dennis. Being able to meet so many elegant and beautiful women tonight is truly an honor." The 3 noblewomen speaking with Lin Tian were Duchess Jamala, the world-famous maker of magic tools, along with Linda and Win, both important members of the royal family. Duchess Jamala smiled behind her fan and spoke to Queen Adele with a teasing tone. "Your Majesty truly knows how to choose men. The previous one gave you the throne, while this one has a mouth sweeter than honey." By then, Dennis's terrifying strength in battle had already become a famous tale across the entire kingdom. No woman in the kingdom had failed to hear those rumors, and Duchess Jamala was no exception. She leaned closer with a graceful smile, hiding her lips behind her fan as she asked in a soft voice, "Is that rumor really true? Is he really as impressive as everyone says?" Adele was asked exactly what she wanted to talk about. Her cheeks immediately flushed bright red, and she answered with obvious delight. "Of course it's true. I endured for 10 years before the gods finally took pity on me. Sometimes I even suspect he is a god who descended into this world." Before long, the noblewomen's favorite topic of conversation had become Lin Tian's famous teapot and cup set. The women continued whispering among themselves, thinking Lin Tian could not hear a thing. But he had noticed every glance and every secret remark. "No wonder the queen has looked so radiant these past few days," they murmured. "He really must be that amazing. I'm so jealous of her." Lin Tian listened calmly, because he had his own purpose hidden beneath that composed expression. He reached toward the table and picked up a glass of wine, quietly turning the situation over in his mind. Adele had only just taken the throne, and her authority was still far from stable. Lin Tian lifted the wine to his lips and drank with the polished manner of a nobleman, making it appear as though he was simply enjoying the banquet. But his thoughts were already moving far ahead. If he wanted Adele to reopen the Apollo Forge, which had been sealed for 10 years, and begin manufacturing magic tools again, he would certainly face opposition from many sides. It seemed he would need to find a chance to pull more influential people onto his side first. Later that night, the queen's bedchamber had been carefully prepared for such an important occasion. The blankets, sheets, pillows, cushions, and every decoration around the room had been arranged neatly, making the chamber look warm, luxurious, and ready for the night ahead. After such an exhausting day, Lin Tian stretched out across the soft bed and decided to rest for a while. Before long, fatigue slowly pulled him into sleep. A loose bathrobe hung around his body, still untied and carelessly draped over him. Then, without warning, a knock sounded from outside the room. Lin Tian's eyes immediately sharpened with suspicion. His voice turned firm as he called out, "Who is it?" Before he could get a clear answer, someone entered the room. The woman quickly lifted a finger to her lips, silently telling Lin Tian not to make a sound. He stared at her in surprise, never expecting the person before him to be Duchess Jamala. Somehow, she had slipped into the honeymoon chamber of Adele and Lin Tian before anyone else could notice. Jamala slowly licked her lips, her hungry gaze making her intentions impossible to miss. "Prince Dennis, don't shout," she whispered. "If you dare make a scene, I'll accuse you of molesting me." Then she smiled with bold confidence. Since such a tempting opportunity had walked into her room on its own, why would she let it escape? Jamala had longing for Lin Tian, and she acted first because she feared she would regret it if she missed this chance. She moved toward him without hesitation, wanting to experience for herself the famed prowess that had captivated so many women throughout the kingdom. For a moment, Lin Tian did not know how to react, and his body stiffened as Jamala took the initiative. Wait a moment," he stammered. "If the queen sees this, it won't end well." Inside, he was completely stunned. Were all dwarf women really this direct? Yet after thinking it over, he remembered that Jamala was not merely a duchess. Her influence was enormous, and her ability to forge world-class magic tools gave her power that reached far beyond the palace. Once that thought crossed his mind, Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately decided to take control of the situation instead of allowing Duchess Jamala to remain the one leading the way. Lin Tian shifted his body and smoothly took the upper hand, catching Jamala completely by surprise. Even then, his mind was still calculating. If he could win her over, would she not become another powerful ally who could help him later? With that thought in place, the two quickly became entangled in their own private contest. Just as the moment grew heated, a sudden knock echoed from the large door outside. Both of them were startled, their expressions filling with confusion and frustration. Then a voice called from beyond the door, "Is the queen here?" Jamila reacted instantly, grabbing the large blanket and pulling it over her entire body. At the same time, Lin Tian sat upright with incredible speed, straightening himself as though nothing at all had happened. Hidden beneath the blanket, Jamila made a small gesture for Lin Tian to stay silent, terrified that they might be discovered. When no answer came from inside, the person outside muttered to herself, "Is the queen not here?" The woman outside explained that she had something important she wished to discuss with the queen. A short moment later, the door slowly opened a narrow crack. Lin Tian carefully slipped out, intending to lean over and quietly close the door again. But the moment he stepped outside, he unexpectedly ran into Linda and Win. The two women looked at each other and laughed softly. One hid her smile behind a fan, while the other blushed lightly, as though both already understood the other's intentions. They had clearly come looking for the ruler as well, only to find that the person they wanted was nowhere to be seen. Strangely enough, the two young noblewomen did not look disappointed at all. Win lowered her head with an excited little smile and sighed, "What a shame!" Linda immediately nodded in agreement, her eyes bright as she added, "Exactly. Then we'll just have to speak with Prince Dennis in private instead." First Duchess Jamila had come looking for him, and now these two noble girls had followed right after her. Caught in that absurd situation, Lin Tian honestly had no idea how he was supposed to handle all of them. He could only stand there with an awkward smile on his face, looking as though he had decided to leave everything to fate. The two women acted as if the palace belonged to them. Without the slightest hesitation, they followed Lin Tian all the way into the honeymoon chamber he shared with the queen. Then, as though nothing about this was unusual, they sat down on either side of him with sweet, coquettish smiles. Lin Tian's face immediately turned red as he looked from one woman to the other. "You two are?" Before he could finish, Linda leaned close and lightly breathed against the back of his neck. With a teasing smile, she whispered, "There's something we would like to ask Prince Dennis about." Her words sounded innocent enough, but their behavior clearly had a very different purpose. Neither girl had come here merely to talk. Lin Tian panicked and shouted, "If you want to ask something, then ask it. Why are you grabbing at my clothes?" Linda and Win immediately pressed close, unable to hide how much they had been longing to see him. Meanwhile, Duchess Jamila remained hidden under the blanket, silently fuming. She had nearly gotten what she came for, only for these two to interrupt everything. Inside, she cursed them bitterly. If she were not worried about being discovered, she would have chased both of them away herself. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. "Sister, are you in there?" Before either woman could react, Linda and Win froze in panic. Afraid that someone might catch them in the room, they hurriedly pushed Lin Tian aside, grabbed the large blanket, and crawled underneath it to hide. But the moment they pulled back the blanket, both women were stunned. Hidden beneath it was Duchess Jamila herself, normally so poised, elegant, and high-ranking. Who could have imagined that she had secretly arrived first? The three noblewomen stared at one another in total embarrassment, each of them suddenly unsure where to look. Linda and Win blurted out together, "Sister Jamila?" Jamila could only force an awkward laugh, hoping to let the matter pass without anyone saying more. At that very moment, Adele's younger sister came hurrying toward the room with obvious excitement written all over her face. She was the same girl who had eagerly spread stories about Lin Tian's incredible reputation throughout the city. Without even waiting for Lin Tian to answer the door, she pushed it open herself and ran inside with a delighted smile. "Sister, don't blame your little sister," she called out happily. In her heart, she was thinking, "Who told you to be so selfish and keep Dennis all to yourself?" She had come in full of anticipation, already dreaming about getting close to Lin Tian. Yet the second she stepped into the room, her smile froze completely. There, in the corner, stood the three noblewomen she never expected to see. She remained rooted in place, looking like someone struck by lightning, her cheerful expression hardening into pure shock. Meanwhile, Jamila, Linda, and Win covered their faces with their hands, too embarrassed to look at anyone. None of them dared say a word. Adele's younger sister stared at the scene in disbelief. What was going on here? Every plan she had imagined for herself had clearly fallen apart. In the end, all four women could only lower their heads and retreat from the room one after another. No one dared explain anything, and every one of them wore the same disappointed, defeated expression. After making sure all four women had finally left, Lin Tian stood with his arms folded and watched them disappear down the hall. He shook his head with a helpless look and muttered, "I never expected these noblewomen to be this eager." Then his eyes narrowed slightly as another thought surfaced in his mind. A calculating smile appeared on his face. "Still, this saves me quite a lot of trouble. With that, Lin Tian quietly told himself that it was finally time to move his plan forward with the queen. Late that night, countless homes throughout the dwarf kingdom still had their lamps glowing. The city had not yet settled down, and it seemed that many people were spending the night in their own passionate ways. The palace was no exception. It was the honeymoon night of Queen Adele and her new prince consort. Lin Tian held the small red-haired queen close, gently stroking her as she leaned into him. Sitting back against the bed, he pulled her into his arms and covered her with affectionate kisses. Before long, the two drew close, their faces nearly touching as the distance between them disappeared. The air in the room grew warmer, and a strange, intimate feeling slowly built between Lin Tian and his little red-haired queen. When the moment felt right, Lin Tian lifted his hand and gently stroked Adele's cheek. His voice softened as he said, "Your Majesty, there is something important about the future of this kingdom that I need to discuss with you." But Adele was already completely lost in the moment and could barely focus on anything else. Her cheeks were red like ripe tomatoes, and her breath came out in soft, uneven bursts as she looked back at him. "Is there really anything more important than this right now?" Lin Tian deliberately shifted closer, using the moment to bring up what he truly wanted to say. "The strength of our kingdom has been weakening for far too long. Why don't we reopen the Apollo Forge and begin mass-producing magic tools again? It could greatly improve the kingdom's power." Adele was taken aback by the suggestion. Her movements slowed as her expression gradually became serious. "Reopen the forge? But it has been sealed for so many years. And creating magic tools is not something that can be done easily." The queen's concern was genuine. Forging magic tools involved an extremely complicated process. They needed mining, enchantment, and the blessings granted by noble families before a tool could be successfully made. If they wanted to produce them in large numbers, they would need to mobilize the efforts of the entire kingdom. Adele slowly rose and turned toward the window, staring out at the quiet night beyond the palace. Her voice carried a trace of worry. "The citizens and nobles have lived peacefully for so many years. They've become used to comfort and laziness. I only just took the throne, so if I suddenly give such a huge order, I'm afraid they may not support it." But Lin Tian had already considered that problem. He stood and walked closer to Adele, speaking with calm confidence. "As for the citizens, I actually have a solution." Adele turned around in surprise, clearly not expecting him to have thought this far ahead. Lin Tian continued laying out his idea. "The dwarves love wine more than almost anything. We can promise that anyone taking part in the forging work will receive fine wine every day, completely free of charge." As he spoke, Lin Tian leaned closer in a way that made Adele's face brighten with satisfaction. "For fine wine, they will definitely be willing to contribute their strength. And this will not only get the work done, it will also make the people feel that you truly care about them, helping you build even greater prestige." Taking advantage of their closeness, Lin Tian lowered his voice and whispered near Adele's ear. "As for the nobles, leave them to me. I'll find a way to deal with them." How could Adele possibly resist him after hearing that? Rather than doubting his intentions, she felt touched by how carefully he seemed to be thinking about her future. Her eyes softened as she looked at him fondly. "My Dennis, I never expected you to consider so much for my sake." And so, the night continued to burn with warmth and affection. Inside the chamber, Adele's tender voice drifted through the room as she held him close. "Baby, you really do make people lose themselves more and more." Several days later, under Adele's official decree and the irresistible temptation of fine wine, the dwarves' enthusiasm finally began to rise. The plan had succeeded in stirring the kingdom into action. Everything was moving in the right direction. To create magic tools, the dwarves needed special materials, magical amulets, and the blessings bestowed by the noble families. Fortunately, the techniques for forging each kind of magic tool had not been forgotten. The craftsman still remembered every step clearly. Wanting to understand the dwarves' manufacturing methods for himself, Lin Tian personally went down into the mines. But he had not expected that his visit would create a completely different kind of trouble. Wherever Lin Tian went in the mining district, women gathered nearby to peek at him and cheer excitedly. The moment he paused for even a short rest, they rushed over eagerly. One offered to wipe the sweat from his face, while another tried to massage his shoulders. Lin Tian stood there in obvious embarrassment, silently telling himself that for the sake of the plan, he had no choice but to endure it. That evening, a banquet had been prepared in the Dwarf Queen's dining hall for Queen Adele and Prince Consort Dennis. As they ate together at the long table, Adele continued praising Lin Tian with a pleased smile. "I never imagined my Dennis would be so talented," Adele said warmly. "You are a prince consort, yet you still went into the mines yourself. Because of your example, even the nobles have become more motivated to work." Lin Tian responded with a respectful expression. "Your Majesty, I am only doing what a loyal subject should do. Then Lin Tian gently took the queen's hand and spoke in a comforting tone. My dear, today was the first day of mining, and the royal family has already paid for tonight's celebration. But to be safe, I should still make a round through the taverns and encourage everyone. That way, no one can complain that we ignored them. His words sounded thoughtful and sweet, but Lin Tian had a much more practical concern in mind. He simply did not want anything to interfere with the progress of forging the magic tools. Adele immediately looked worried when she heard his plan. It's already so late. What if you run into danger? In truth, she had spent the whole day feeling uneasy, knowing that women throughout the kingdom were constantly watching her husband. Lin Tian only smiled innocently at her concern. What danger could there be? I'm not even afraid of ghouls. Is there really anyone in this kingdom who could hurt me? After finishing dinner, Lin Tian left the palace and began visiting the taverns one by one, personally encouraging the workers to keep their spirits high. After sharing several drinks with a group of dwarf elders, Lin Tian stood up to leave and gave them a few encouraging words. I'll be heading out now. You all keep drinking, but remember to work hard too. Better days are waiting for us ahead. The men were delighted by how dedicated he seemed. They raised their cups and called out loudly, Prince Dennis, thanks to you, we have enough fine wine to drink without end. Don't worry, with wine like this, we'll drink until we're full, satisfied, and ready to work ourselves to the bone. As Lin Tian walked away, he quietly muttered to himself, fine wine really is useful after all. At least now I can finally put down the stone that was weighing on my heart. After walking for some time, Lin Tian arrived outside an old tavern. He paused at the entrance and looked around. This should be the last tavern on tonight's patrol. So empty around here. Normally, there probably aren't many customers. He closed his eyes briefly and let out a tired breath. After working all day, he decided he might as well go inside and have a small drink to ease his thirst. With that thought in mind, Lin Tian reached for the door and pushed it open. The instant he stepped inside, a maid hurried over and held a mug of beer right in front of him. Her voice rang out brightly as she welcomed him. Welcome to the tavern, Mr. Dennis. Would you like ordinary beer, or something stronger? Only then did Lin Tian sense that something was wrong. His body stiffened, and he began to stammer under his breath. This doesn't feel right. All around the room, the women turned their eyes toward him the moment they realized a man had entered. The moment they saw Lin Tian clearly, they recognized him as the man they had been talking about all day. Every time they raised a cup that morning, his name had come up in conversation. Lin Tian looked around at the room full of women and suddenly understood what had happened. The other taverns had all been filled with men, but dwarven women loved drinking just as much as the men did. There was no reason they should have been missing from every tavern. They had all gathered here instead. By the time Lin Tian realized the truth, it was already far too late. Lin Tian did not even dare to meet the eyes of the women standing in front of him. A chill ran down his spine as he muttered under his breath. This is bad. Coming here was clearly a mistake. There's far more danger than benefit in this place. He quietly turned, hoping to slip away before anyone noticed. But the moment he reached for the exit, panic flashed across his face. Wait! When did they lock the door? The women kept closing in on him with bold, hungry looks in their eyes, leaving Lin Tian nowhere to retreat. Before he could escape, they had already surrounded him. One after another, they smiled sweetly and spoke up. So it really is Prince Dennis. You look thirsty. Come on, have a drink with us. After locking the tavern door, the maid returned carrying what she clearly considered her prized bottle. She moved close to Lin Tian and presented the wine with a bright, tempting smile. Prince Dennis, you have to try our tavern's special tea wine. It is unbelievably good. As she spoke, the maid carefully poured the wine into a waiting glass. The strong scent immediately spread through the room. Then she held it out to him and urged, Go on, Your Highness. Take a taste. I guarantee you'll like it. Lin Tian did not sense anything unusual at first. He raised the glass and drank every drop in one huge gulp. The women around him immediately burst into cheers, clapping and laughing excitedly. As expected of Prince Dennis. You really are incredible. But after only one glass, Lin Tian's expression changed completely. His face darkened as the terrifying strength of the wine hit him all at once. With a loud bang, he slammed the empty glass onto the table. The women exchanged serious, sly looks, clearly realizing that their plan had worked. A second later, the burning heat in his throat became too much to endure. Lin Tian shot up from his seat and let out a startled cry, while a blazing stream of hot air escaped from his mouth as though he had swallowed fire itself. Gasping for breath, Lin Tian snatched up the wine bottle and stared at it in disbelief. His hand trembled as he looked over the label again and again, unable to accept what he had just drunk. Then his eyes widened when he finally read the words on the bottle. Special tea wine, 92% strength? He nearly choked from shock. Damn it! This is insane! Before Lin Tian could react any further, the powerful liquor overwhelmed him. His body went limp, and he collapsed face first onto the table with a heavy thud. The women surrounding him licked their lips and rushed closer without hesitation. What followed was a long, merciless night that left him struggling against one wave after another, falling and recovering so many times that even he could no longer count them. The next morning, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes through a pounding haze. The first thing he saw was the ceiling of an unfamiliar room. Then he turned his head and found the same group of women sleeping peacefully all around him. Every woman wore an expression of complete satisfaction, as though they had just enjoyed the best night of their lives. Lin Tian stared at the sight in horror, then suddenly shouted, "Damn it! What exactly happened here?" A short while later, after barely managing to get dressed, Lin Tian dragged himself outside and clutched the doorframe with a trembling hand. His legs felt weak, and he had to put both hands on his hips just to remain standing. With a miserable face, he silently cursed himself. Did I really almost play myself to death in the dwarf kingdom? I thought this place would be easy to handle, but I nearly got drained dry instead. Not long after, the setting shifted back to the queen's bedchamber. Adele's crying filled the room as she looked at Lin Tian with guilt and sorrow. "My dear, this is all because I let you go out yesterday. I should have stopped you. I'm the one who harmed you." Lin Tian's face had become completely worn out, and even speaking seemed to cost him everything he had left. With what little strength remained, he forced out a few weak words. "My dear, I feel like I'm not going to make it." Adele held his hand tightly against her cheek, crying as she tried to encourage him. "No, you have to stay strong. You cannot leave me." The moment Adele finished speaking, Lin Tian's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. His body went still, as though every bit of energy had been pulled from him. Adele froze when she saw him lying there without moving. Her face turned pale, and she cried out in panic, "No, this can't be happening." And so, the legendary disaster of one man facing an army of determined women dragged on for half a month. Only after all that time did Lin Tian finally recover enough strength to climb out of bed. The instant his feet touched the floor, he nearly cried with relief. "Finally, I can get out of bed again." He lifted one arm and looked at himself with a bitter, self-mocking expression. "Ever since I came to this world, I've faced all kinds of enemies, but none of them ever pushed me this close to death. This is the first time I've been beaten so badly that I nearly kicked the bucket." Afterward, Lin Tian looked toward the life simulation interface and quietly began calculating his next move. He needed to obtain the magic tools as quickly as possible and leave this cursed place before anything like that happened again. The familiar simulation began activating before his eyes. Then Lin Tian suddenly slapped his palm with his thumb and blurted out, "Wait, I almost forgot the most important thing." At the dwarf forge, Lin Tian stood quietly among the roaring heat and clanging metal, watching the workers carry out their tasks with full concentration. His gaze settled on a blacksmith who was repeatedly bringing down a heavy hammer onto a glowing piece of iron. Every strike sent sparks flying as the worker carefully shaped the metal into a broad, powerful blade. The old dwarf beside the forge had a thick beard and the dignified bearing of a master craftsman. He was Bill, the leading forge master of the entire dwarf kingdom. When he saw Lin Tian arrive, he turned with a friendly expression and asked, "Prince Dennis, your complexion is looking much better now. Did you come to inspect the progress? Everyone has been working with great enthusiasm." Lin Tian did not put on any arrogant airs. Instead, he treated Bill with genuine respect and spoke politely. "Master Bill, I am very satisfied with the progress here, but I came today because I want to ask you to personally forge a special magic tool for me." Bill's eyes immediately filled with curiosity. "A special magic tool? Does the prince have a particular purpose in mind?" A strange look appeared across Lin Tian's face, and his voice grew slower and more serious. "I want to use it against the strongest forces on this continent." Then Lin Tian named the targets directly in front of Bill: the Immortal Tribe and the Church. A deep frustration rose inside Lin Tian, along with an increasingly sharp desire to wipe those forces out. The Immortal Tribe and the Church had never been easy opponents throughout history. Bill listened carefully, then cut into Lin Tian's thoughts with a serious expression. "Prince, perhaps they are not the strongest powers on this continent. But your thinking is correct. If you intend to face a race and an organization that powerful, then preparing a weapon made specifically for them is absolutely necessary." As the kingdom's greatest forge master, Bill confidently thumped his chest and spoke with a firm, powerful tone. "Leave it to me. When the time comes, I will forge a magic tool that will satisfy you. Lin Tian gave Bill a solemn bow, lifting his right hand in respectful salute. His voice lowered with complete sincerity. Then I will place this matter entirely in your hands. After leaving the forge, Lin Tian's next destination was the dwarves' magic tool storehouse. He walked there with an unhurried, relaxed stride, casually spinning the key around his fingers. As he looked toward the towering doors of the storehouse, a pleased smile appeared on his face. The most important part of his plan had already been put in place. This time, he could finally make sure everything was completed properly. With that thought, Lin Tian stepped into the storehouse. Once inside, he quietly activated the life simulation ability again. The simulation began at once. Lin Tian's path through the dwarf kingdom unfolded before him. After enduring countless hardships to arrive there, he had become a legend by slaying the executioner demon. He won the queen's affection and became the object of desire for women throughout the kingdom. Yet his overwhelming charm had also brought disaster, as a group of determined women nearly wore him down completely inside a tavern. To protect his own life, Lin Tian chose to remain in the royal palace and study the art of forging under Duchess Jamala. Time quickly passed. By the end of the first month, the output of magic tools had reached an astonishing total of more than 700 items. Then came the second month. The dwarf women united and demanded that Lin Tian share their hardships, drink with them in the mines, and accompany every single one of them without leaving anyone out. 3 choices appeared before Lin Tian. The first was to agree and share their hardships, earning 100 points. The second was to avoid meeting them, protecting his life but gaining only 10 points. The third was to act freely, worth 30 points. Lin Tian felt cold sweat run down his body as he carefully considered the situation. Choosing the first option might truly get him drained to death. The second was much safer, but the women would certainly disrupt the magic tool project and slow everything down. Lin Tian had never liked wasting time or circling around a problem. After a moment of silence, Lin Tian clenched his fist and shouted with determination, "I can only gamble on this once." Then he decisively selected the third option, free action. The next outcome immediately appeared. To calm the dwarf women down, Lin Tian hired guards and even brought Queen Adele with him to the mines. But he had badly underestimated how determined those women would be, and the situation nearly pushed him into another disaster. That evening, determined not to be forced into drinking again, Lin Tian relied on a massive supply of anti-alcohol medicine and barely managed to escape another terrible trap. After 3 months of fighting with both courage and strategy, Lin Tian finally secured 1,000 magic tools. 700 were Tier 10 items, 250 were Tier 11 items, and 50 were world-class magic tools. The conclusion was simple. For the first time in his life, Lin Tian truly understood how frightening excessive romantic attention could be. Even men had to learn how to protect themselves when they went out. He earned 50 points out of a possible 100, along with 50 life points. All things considered, it was not a bad result. Lin Tian happily entered the spatial passage and prepared to teleport. His heart was filled with relief as he thought, "It's finally over. At last, I can escape this hellish place." 3 months later, Lin Tian stepped out from the swirling vortex of space and time. Based on the timeline, the dwarf forge had also completed its work. The finished products had been moved into the kingdom's storehouse, and the dwarves had produced an enormous amount of equipment. Lin Tian stood before rows of sturdy battle armor forged by their hands. A wide smile spread across Lin Tian's face as he looked over the results. The strength of an entire nation working together really is terrifying. Good thing I didn't try forcing them at the beginning. Once these dwarves were willing to work on their own, their efficiency became something else entirely. Lin Tian walked slowly past each set of battle armor, carefully examining the materials, structure, and fine details. After looking through the collection, he gave a satisfied nod. There may not be any legendary magic tools at the half-moon level or above, but producing thousands of high-level magic tools in only a few months already exceeds what I expected. Then, just as he was about to move on, Lin Tian suddenly noticed something unusual nearby. On top of a wooden chair sat 2 square boxes placed neatly side by side. Inside them rested 2 bright rings, each one carefully arranged as though waiting for someone to discover it. The 2 rings carried colors that represented completely opposing powers. Their designs looked simple at first glance, yet they possessed a strange beauty that seemed to pull at the soul. One gave off the feeling of surging flames, while the other felt as cold as endless ice. The moment Lin Tian saw them, he almost recognized what they were, though he still could not be entirely certain. Lin Tian studied the 2 rings with growing curiosity. They looked like rare spatial magic rings, the kind of treasure anyone would want to possess. But something about them seemed almost too simple. For a moment, He wondered whether they were merely convincing replicas made by a dwarf blacksmith using an old design as a reference. Rather than standing there guessing, Lin Tian picked up the ring that carried the aura of fire and slipped it onto his ring finger. He slowly turned it around, feeling the faint power hidden inside, then decided to test whether it truly had the effect of a spatial magic ring. The moment the ring settled onto his finger, the gem set into it lit up. A fiery source of energy flowed out from the shining point, twisting and spiraling around him in strange patterns. In only an instant, that blazing glow filled the entire room, and Lin Tian stared at it with sharp, fascinated eyes. The powerful energy continued gathering until it formed a huge, glowing circle around Lin Tian. It spun through the air, spread outward from his body in every direction, and only then slowly faded away, leaving the room quiet again. Lin Tian clenched the hand wearing the ring, and delight immediately spread across his face. This effect is perfect. A sly smile slowly lifted the corners of his mouth as a thought formed in his mind. He had been wondering how to secretly transport all those magic tools out of the kingdom. Now, that problem had practically solved itself. After finishing his business inside the magic tool storehouse, Lin Tian calmly stepped back through its massive doors. As he walked away, he quietly laughed to himself. With this ring in hand, even part of his original plan could now be skipped entirely. Now there was only one place left to visit. Lin Tian turned toward the forge, eager to find Master Bill and see just what kind of surprise the old craftsman had prepared for him. Over at Master Bill's forge, the old blacksmith was carrying out Lin Tian's request with complete focus. Every bit of effort he had was being poured into forging a powerful piece of equipment meant specifically for the prince. Bill brought his hammer down with a thunderous strike, and a violent burst of flame surged upward from the forge. The weapon was nearly complete, and even before its final form was revealed, the pressure rolling off it was already astonishing. Just then, Lin Tian arrived at the forge. The sight before him immediately caught his attention. Master Bill was creating a magic tool so beautiful and powerful that the energy spreading through the entire workshop felt almost suffocating. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes in amazement. That oppressive feeling is incredible. At that moment, the unfinished magic tool had become the center of everyone's attention. The surrounding blacksmiths turned toward it with expressions of awe, completely stunned by Bill's craftsmanship. As expected of Master Bill, they murmured. With only an incomplete forging blueprint, he can still create a half-moon level magic tool. The weapon was now at its final stage. All that remained was the quenching process, using the special essence extracted from dwarf blood. Some time later, inside the blazing forge, Master Bill finally pulled out the completed weapon. It was a magnificent spear. Its spearhead gleamed with a dazzling light, and the aura around it sparkled so brilliantly that anyone looking at it could not help but be drawn in. The newly forged weapon looked flawless from every angle. Gathering all his strength, Bill prepared for the final step. He raised the spear and aimed its head toward the enormous furnace below, where bright red lava churned and boiled like a living sea of fire. The instant the spearhead plunged into the molten lava, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the sky above. It ripped through the darkness and struck directly into the dwarf forge. The lightning carried a terrifying force, drawing in spiritual energy from the heavens as black clouds twisted together overhead and swallowed even the light of the dwarf kingdom. The spear had already been tempered in molten lava, and now it was further refined by the power of natural lightning. At last, the mighty magic tool was born in Master Bill's hands. Standing proudly, he raised the spear toward the sky. That single motion released a soul-shaking force so intense that the people nearby had to cover their eyes, afraid the overbearing radiance would injure them. Standing outside the forge, Lin Tian stared at the weapon that would soon be his, unable to hide the ambition in his eyes. He blurted out in excitement. That power is unbelievably explosive. So this is what a legendary half-moon level magic tool feels like. After fulfilling Lin Tian's request, Master Bill personally carried the weapon over and handed it to him with both hands. His expression was solemn as he explained every detail. Prince Dennis, I forged this magic tool for you with everything I had. Its name is the Zeus Spear. It may not compare to the true original, but it is more than enough for practical use. It is a natural nemesis of the immortal tribe, and it can also balance the power of the holy system without any conflict. It is the best possible choice. The only drawback is its terrifying energy consumption. Only someone with strength and vitality as abundant as yours can wield it properly. Lin Tian accepted the spear and nodded in appreciation. So that's how it is. Thank you, Master Bill. He eagerly took the weapon, clearly intending to leave as soon as possible. Then I'll be going now. But Bill hurriedly stopped him. Prince, wait. Why are you in such a rush? It does not truly belong to you yet. If you call it, it will not answer. If you command it, it will not obey. Bill's expression became unusually serious as he looked at the spear. There is still one final step before it will recognize you completely. You must use your blood to make it acknowledge you as its master. Hearing that, Lin Tian had no choice but to turn back. He made a small cut across his hand and let several fresh drops of blood fall down into the prepared vessel. The moment the blood touched it, the color inside immediately began to change. Only a second later, the molten lava that had forged the spearhead mixed with Lin Tian's blood. Instead of producing an ordinary reaction, it released a dark, black aura that felt cold and ominous. It was the kind of strange presence only a veteran craftsman like Master Bill would recognize. The old forge master's eyes widened in shock. What kind of aura was that? Seeing Master Bill's face suddenly change, Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. He turned toward him and asked, "Is something wrong, Master Bill?" Bill suddenly forced out an awkward laugh, though there was clearly something he was hiding. "It's nothing," he said quickly. "I will help you finish the final ritual right away." After the complicated ritual was completed and the powerful spear finally accepted its master, Bill respectfully presented it to Lin Tian once more with both hands. Then he gave one final warning. "Now it truly belongs to you. Other than you, no one else can draw out its power. If another person tries to touch it, the weapon will retaliate against them. I only hope its sharp point will truly be aimed at the enemies you spoke of." Lin Tian smiled brightly and replied with confidence, "Of course, Master Bill, you can rest assured." Still, deep down, Lin Tian felt slightly uneasy. The way Bill was looking at him had become far too strange. But no matter what the old craftsman suspected, the magic tool he needed to face the church and the great mausoleum was finally in his hands. He needed to leave the dwarf kingdom as quickly as possible. That evening, back in the royal castle, Queen Adele nearly fainted when she received the terrible news. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, "What did you say? Dennis has disappeared." The maid stood before her trembling, carefully holding out a letter with both hands. Her voice shook with fear. "Yes, Your Majesty. We only found this letter that Prince Dennis left behind for you." Adele's expression turned anxious and angry at once. She quickly snatched the letter from the maid's hands and shouted, "Give it to me now!" When she unfolded the letter and began reading the lines inside, her eyes slowly softened. A complicated mixture of longing and confusion appeared on her face as her emotions became strangely still. The letter was filled with grand and sorrowful words from Lin Tian. "By the time you read this, I will already be on the road to seek a future for the dwarf race. I cannot remain satisfied with peace beneath the earth. I have vowed to become a pioneer for the dwarves and clear the path for their return to the surface. Do not search for me and do not miss me. The day I return will be the day the dwarves reclaim their former glory." At that exact moment, Lin Tian was nowhere near as heroic as his letter made him sound. He was sprinting for his life out of the dwarf kingdom, running as though his legs had been tied around his neck. He knew he was close to being exposed, and this place was no longer safe for him. All he could do was escape with everything he had. At last, Lin Tian reached the rocky passage that led back toward the human world. The closer he got to the exit, the faster he moved. He was only a little distance away from finally escaping this place. Looking ahead, Lin Tian felt joy rising in his chest. "Almost there," he thought excitedly. "I'm finally about to leave this cursed place behind." But just as he was about to make his escape, Lin Tian abruptly stopped. A knight clad in full iron armor stood directly in his path. The figure glowed with a powerful aura, radiating such heavy pressure that it was obvious he had come to block Lin Tian from taking even one more step forward. The knight was none other than Master Bill. No one knew how long he had been waiting there, but both of his hands were already gripping a massive hammer. His face was filled with fury as he stared directly at Lin Tian. "Prince Dennis," he said coldly. "That name is not right. What is your real name?" Lin Tian did not immediately know whether he should tell the truth or continue pretending. He put on a broad, innocent smile and asked back, "Master Bill, what do you mean by that?" That response only made Bill even angrier. A powerful burst of force rose from his body, filling the small cave with spiritual light. He roared, "Stop pretending. When you shed your blood, I sensed an extremely cold and evil aura. You are not a dwarf at all. That scent belongs to a race very close to ours." Master Bill's voice rang through the cave as he finally spoke the answer directly into Lin Tian's face. "Goblin." Since he had already been discovered, Lin Tian stopped acting. His expression settled into calmness as he faced the old master head-on, staring at him without fear. Bill then glanced at the spatial magic ring on Lin Tian's hand and spoke with certainty. "That ring must be filled with the magic tools we forged during all this time, isn't it?" Lin Tian answered simply, "Correct." The instant those words left his mouth, Lin Tian's body vanished in a strange flash. Before Master Bill could understand what had happened, Lin Tian had already reappeared directly behind him. The old craftsman spun around in shock. Bill was still trying to judge the true extent of Lin Tian's strength and had not even raised a proper defense. Before he could react, Lin Tian delivered a brutal kick straight into his face. The old master still held his hammer, but he had no chance to use it. Lin Tian's kick struck with overwhelming force, sending Master Bill flipping through the air and flying backward. The old craftsman slammed hard into the rocky wall, but Lin Tian was already rushing after him. He drove his foot down onto Bill's chest and pinned him firmly to the ground. Bill gritted his teeth through the pain, realizing there was no longer any reason to hide the truth. Lin Tian then revealed his real identity before him and leaned down with a calm expression. Why make this so difficult? You are not my opponent, and I truly do not want to kill anyone. Their strength gap was overwhelming. Lin Tian's combined power had reached 5,000, while Master Bill only possessed 2,800. Bill finally understood the truth. So you really are a goblin and such a high-level magical species at that. But why spend so much effort coming to the dwarf kingdom to take all those magic tools instead of simply robbing us? You are far more cunning than I expected. Lin Tian answered him with a cold, steady voice. What else could it be for? Naturally, I need them to fight against the great mausoleum and the church. Those words made Master Bill even more furious. He shouted straight at Lin Tian. What? No wonder you asked me to forge that kind of weapon. Your strength has already surpassed our entire kingdom, hasn't it? But as Bill continued speaking, his anger gradually weakened. His voice became lower and more complicated. You are a high-level intelligent species with extraordinary strength, and your goal is far greater than anything we imagined. It seems you do not truly intend to harm us. You only used us. Pinned beneath Lin Tian's foot, Master Bill continued despite his pain. If you are finished using us, then I have one condition for you. I hope you will keep your promise. One day, lead the dwarves back to the surface. Master Bill's request caught Lin Tian completely off guard. The look on Lin Tian's face changed as he stared down at the old craftsman beneath him. Lin Tian finally lifted his foot from Master Bill's chest and turned to leave the cave. Behind him, the old forge master struggled upright and called out after him. I believe that with your influence, they may truly be willing to serve you. Lin Tian paused at the exit, lowered his voice and answered, Master Bill, it is good that you understand. If we meet again in a few months, then I welcome the dwarf race to join my empire. With that, Lin Tian stepped through the passage and left the dwarf world behind him. Master Bill remained where he was, repeating the final word in disbelief. An empire? The old dwarf could hardly process it. The dwarves had remained underground for decades, and the world outside had changed so much that even a goblin now intended to build an empire of his own. Back in the great mausoleum jungle, Lin Tian rode on the broad back of the little yellow dragon as it carried him through the sky toward the old forest. During the 3 months he had been away, the goblin tribe had expanded at an astonishing rate. 50,000 low-tier goblins had been born, along with 10,000 high-tier great species goblins. And now, after leaving the dwarf kingdom, Lin Tian returned with an entire mountain of magic tools for his subordinates. The moment he arrived, his wives and the goblins hurried over and gathered around the mountain of equipment. Their faces lit up as they stared at the dazzling collection with excitement. Hou-Yi received a complete set of level 11 weapons, a saber, shield, axe, and halberd. Their rare purple stone power could release and perfectly strengthen many kinds of magical attacks. Kaishan was given a world-class void dagger, capable of creating a temporary teleportation point for instant short-range movement. Any wound it dealt carried a void effect, making it impossible to heal or recover normally. Ji Lu quickly claimed the world-class Athena spear shield. Its spear could unleash divine piercing during an attack, while its shield could automatically block and reflect most magical and physical attacks. Ziyu happily received the world-class Cupid's tear earrings. Whenever she was harmed, the earrings could seal her inside an indestructible teardrop-shaped crystal, and only the power of love could break it. Goblin Slayer also found something perfectly suited to him, the world-class Godhood bracelet. It could seal up to 6 loyal subordinates inside its Godhood space, summon them into battle whenever needed, and even strengthen them through Godhood power. The elf tribal mother immediately tried on the world-class Sun God longbow. Once it was fully charged and aimed at an enemy for 3 seconds, the arrow would strike with absolute accuracy and could not be dodged or blocked. Konoha's daughter blushed with happiness after receiving the level 11 Kylan earrings. To anyone who looked at her, she would appear in her most beautiful form, while the earrings' charm power could cloud an opponent's mind. The goblins erupted in cheers. Thank you, boss. We'll follow brother forever. Once everyone had received their rewards, the sword saint slowly approached. Lin Tian reached into the collection and brought out a new sword meant specifically for her. The sword saint looked at the weapon with uncertainty. This is? Lin Tian answered her plainly. Take it, conquer the power inside. That is your mission. The weapon he had chosen for her was a world-class ominous blade. In its racial fusion form, it could summon the black phantom of a magic dragon and subdue the restless souls trapped within it. Its wielder could enter an HCC race state during battle, and every attack would carry a blood-devouring effect. But the weapon came with a warning. The will of the black race could invade the user's mind. Anyone without strong enough resolve could be controlled by it instead. Unlike the others, the sword saint did not show much excitement. She let out a long, thoughtful breath and looked at Lin Tian. But shouldn't a god grant me a weapon of the holy system instead? Lin Tian put on a serious expression and began bluffing without hesitation. A powerful magic beast is sealed inside this weapon. You must conquer it before it falls into someone else's hands and harms the world. Isn't that exactly the kind of divine mission you were given? After hearing that, the sword saint did not question him further. She gave a short, firm reply. I understand. The sword saint took the ominous blade in both hands and slowly tightened her grip around its hilt. A sudden burst of energy exploded outward from the blade. Lin Tian stood nearby and watched with calm interest as the sword saint began adapting to her new magic tool. The instant her hand fully settled around the hilt, she seemed to sense an unfamiliar force moving inside it. Her eyes widened as she stared down at the weapon in shock. In the next instant, the sword saint felt herself falling into a strange illusion. She found herself inside a bizarre stone cave, where a thick and oppressive sword aura filled every corner. In front of her stood a hideous monster with glowing eyes, a long red tongue, and a mouth packed with sharp fangs. It slowly rushed toward her from the darkness. The monster's twisted face moved closer and closer until its demonic voice echoed beside her ears. Yes, that is exactly it. Take me, plant the seeds of hatred, and I will give you power that can rival everything. Back in reality, the sword saint was being affected by the newly received blade. Her arm rose toward empty space, pointing at the monster only she could see, while uncontrolled energy began bursting from her body. Lin Tian remained where he was, calmly observing every movement. Inside her mind, the magic beast's voice became even clearer. Quickly, kill me. Ho-E, Ziyu, and the elf tribal mother were terrified when they saw the sword saint's expression turn fierce and frightening. They quickly backed away, shouting in alarm. She's going to attack the boss. That aura is terrifying. What are we supposed to do? But Lin Tian understood exactly what was happening, so he did not resist or move to stop her. He simply followed every gesture of the sword saint with his eyes, wearing a satisfied smile as he waited for the result. Meanwhile, the sword saint appeared to be fighting a violent battle inside herself. She lifted one hand to clutch her own face tightly, as though enduring unbearable torment. The voice inside her head echoed once more. How long can you keep resisting? Her hand holding the blade kept trying to thrust forward and attack, while her other hand desperately restrained it. Rage filled her face as she roared. You think you can bewitch me with only this much power? The sword saint finally seemed to reach the limit of her endurance. One side of her face darkened under the corrupting force, while the other side still fought desperately to remain clear. Then she opened her mouth and shouted with all her strength, Divine Lord! A terrifying surge of power erupted from the magic tool in her hands. The force spread through the surrounding space so violently that the ground cracked beneath her feet, while the air itself trembled under the pressure of the magic energy. The demon trying to take over the sword saint was gradually erased by her power. Even as it disappeared, it screamed in disbelief, Stay with me! How can this be? Once the energy finally faded, the sword saint dropped down in exhaustion. She drove the blade into the ground to support herself and keep from collapsing completely. Her body was trembling, her breathing was heavy, and she weakly muttered, No, not now. After suppressing the demon inside the sword, sweat covered the sword saint's face. She forced a faint smile and looked up at Lin Tian with tired, struggling eyes. The Divine Lord truly helped me. This was the correct choice. Messenger, I will carry this mission through to the end. Lin Tian slowly walked over and lifted the sword saint's face with one clawed hand. He continued guiding her thoughts exactly where he wanted them to go, then leaned close and whispered into her ear, God is with you. After seeing that everything had calmed down and the sword saint no longer posed a threat, Ziyu hurried over with urgent news. That's right, boss. Some time ago, the man-eating eagle lord came here looking miserable. One of his wings had been broken. He seemed to be searching for you, but since you were gone, he left again. Goblin Slayer added, We tried asking what happened, but he would not say anything. He only insisted that it was nothing. The moment Lin Tian heard that, uneasiness rose in his chest. He immediately turned and said, "Man-eating eagle, I'm going to see what happened." Inside the giant jungle, frightened cries and panicked screams could already be heard before Lin Tian even arrived. Lin Tian's appearance threw the bird tribe into further panic at first. He quickly raised his voice to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. It's me, Goblin Lord Lin Tian." As he looked around, he saw that everyone was under enormous stress. Even the young and healthy bird people bore injuries across their bodies. Lin Tian frowned at the sight and asked, "What happened here? Why are all of you injured like this? Where is your lord?" At that moment, a female bird person slowly approached Lin Tian. Her expression was full of worry as she explained, "The lord, he is sick." She was the wife of the man-eating eagle lord, a beautiful bird woman with large wings, a lovely face, and a graceful figure. When she met Lin Tian, shyness briefly appeared across her face before fear returned. She told him that her husband had fallen badly ill. The man-eating eagle lord's wife immediately led Lin Tian to the place where her husband was resting and recovering. His old friend lay there with a weak body, and one of his huge wings had been broken completely. Lin Tian was shocked as he stepped closer. "What happened? You are a lord. How did you end up in this state?" His wife's face tightened in pain as she answered that the western and northern lords were responsible. By the time she finished speaking, she could no longer hold back her tears. "They came here before and beat him until he was heavily injured," she said through sobs. "He wanted to find you and ask for help, but you were not here. He did not dare call your tribesmen either, because he was afraid they would be hurt as well." Looking at her husband gasping weakly on the bed, she continued explaining the rest through her tears. After he returned, those lords came back with their tribesmen. They broke his wings again, roasted them, and ate them right in front of us. Then they beat the rest of us too. Seeing his close friend lying there in such a miserable condition, Lin Tian could not hold back his anger. He asked in a low voice, "The northwestern lords attacked you? Aren't they afraid the great mausoleum will hold them accountable?" The eagle lord's wife wiped her tears and explained, "My husband recommended you to the great mausoleum, and then you became one of the grand lords. They have carried resentment against him ever since." After hearing the whole story, Lin Tian's anger surged to its peak, yet his face became frighteningly calm. He lowered his head and said quietly, "I understand now, madam. I'm truly sorry that you suffered because of me." With that, Lin Tian turned decisively toward the door. Before leaving, he spoke firmly. "I will take responsibility for your injuries. Stay here and wait for me." 1 hour later, Saintess Alice Near arrived in the bird people's territory after being summoned by Lin Tian. She stood before the injured villagers and concentrated her high-level charm magic into a healing spell called Healing Spring Rain, trying to save the bird people who had been beaten and wounded throughout the village. Chains still hung from Saintess Alice Near's feet, but she had already become completely obedient to Lin Tian. She continued pouring out her energy, doing everything she could to save the injured bird people. The bird people sat below and stared up at Alice Near's small figure with confused expressions. But as the healing light washed over them, their injuries began closing at an unbelievable speed. Strength returned to their bodies almost immediately. "Healing magic? How can we recover this quickly?" they cried. "Thank you, Goblin Lord. Our lord can be saved now." Saintess Alice Near then used another exhausting spell. This time, she focused all her effort on healing the Eagle Lord, whose body had been left almost completely paralyzed inside the room. The chamber soon filled with dazzling healing light. Alice Near focused her power and cried out as she poured strength into his body. Before long, the entire room glowed brightly and became filled with a powerful sense of life. Only a short while later, the Eagle Lord was able to sit up. His body still ached, but most of his injuries had been healed. His wife burst into tears of relief, rushed over to him, and tightly held his hand. "Husband, this is wonderful. You finally woke up." The Eagle Lord had only just awakened when he saw Lin Tian standing before him. Confusion filled his face. "Little Lin Tian? Why are you here? Am I seeing things? Am I dead? My wounds? They don't hurt anymore." Lin Tian answered with startling calmness. "Brother, it's really me. You are not dead, and this is not a hallucination. I came here to save you." Even after waking up, the Eagle Lord's resentment had not faded. He gritted his teeth and began recounting everything again. "Those bastards have caused trouble for my tribe again and again. I simply cannot swallow this anger." Then he turned to Lin Tian with complete sincerity. "Little Lin Tian, I want to ask you to help me with something." Lin Tian answered at once. "There is no need to say it. I already had the same intention." A dangerous expression appeared across Lin Tian's face, followed by a cold, mocking smile. I will summon a large number of magic monsters and help you take revenge. But before that, I have one more thing to give you. Lin Tian brought out a level 11 magic tool, the Wind Wing Blade. Once activated, it could form a tearing storm around the target area, continuously slashing every enemy caught along its path. It also increased the user's flight speed by 200%. The Eagle Lord stared at the Wind Wing Blade, and both of his eyes lit up with excitement. His entire face changed as he realized what Lin Tian was offering. This is a high-level magic tool, isn't it? It's far too precious. How could I possibly accept something like this? Hearing that, Lin Tian answered without the slightest hesitation. Brother, who do you think needs a new pair of wings more than you do? Don't tell me you've already forgotten about revenge. The Eagle Lord fell silent, his expression tightening as the words struck home. After a brief pause, he finally gave in. Fine, let's do it. Only then did the Eagle Lord reveal the full extent of the damage to Lin Tian. His wings were badly torn and nearly ruined beyond repair. Lin Tian calmly explained that the broken remains would have to be removed before the new wings could be fitted onto his body. Then he looked straight at him and asked, "Are you truly ready for that?" Even so, the Eagle Lord gritted his teeth and dared to accept. "Do it!" the Eagle Lord shouted with all the courage he could force into his voice. But the instant later, his terrified scream exploded through the village like thunder. The ground shook beneath the houses, making everything tremble violently. Several tiny birds were knocked from the rooftops and branches, crashing to the floor as they curled up their wings and cried out in panic. A few minutes later, they arrived at a quiet stretch of forest near the house. Tall trees stood packed together, and the open clearing gave the Eagle Lord the perfect place to test what his newly installed wings could really do. The Eagle Lord gave his wings only the lightest swing, yet the force that burst from them sliced straight through a long row of massive trees, cutting them down as though their trunks were nothing more than soft grass. Lin Tian stood nearby with the Eagle Lord's wife and the elven tribal mother, all of them watching closely as the Lord practiced. The moment the trees fell, everyone broke into loud applause. Amazing! That's incredible! They had expected him to weaken after replacing his wings, but instead, the Eagle Lord threw back his head in excitement. This feeling, it's absolutely incredible! The Eagle Lord slowly descended and landed with remarkable ease, his movements cleaner and steadier than before. Winds curled around his body, giving him an intimidating and majestic presence. Deeply moved, he turned toward Lin Tian and said, "Brother, I honestly don't even know how I'm supposed to thank you anymore." Lin Tian merely smiled, though there was a dangerous glint in his eyes as he looked toward his close companion. "It's nothing. To me, these wings were never something especially precious." Then his voice lowered, carrying a cold edge. "Get ready. I can't wait any longer to tear those people apart and feel their flesh and blood scatter." Deep inside, Lin Tian was thinking that this would also be the perfect chance to test the true power of the magical weapon. The Eagle Lord's lips curled into a similarly dangerous smile. His eyes narrowed as he looked back at Lin Tian, and he answered in a low, eager voice, "I've been waiting for this day for a very long time." Elsewhere, the scenery was completely different. Clear blue water stretched across the land. Calm winds drifted through the air, and enormous rocky mountains rose all around the lake like silent guardians. Beneath the peaceful surface, small creatures clung quietly to submerged branches, barely moving as they hid among the shadowy wood and rippling water. Suddenly, a brown-skinned creature reached out with one long arm and snatched a large dragonfly resting on a piece of driftwood. It shoved the insect into its mouth and chewed greedily, like it had been starving for days. Its face looked neither human nor goblin-like. Its skin was dark brown, its fingers ended in long sharp claws, and its appearance was strange enough to make anyone uneasy. Lin Tian and the Eagle Lord had already arrived beside the lake. The Eagle Lord looked over the still water and warned everyone. "This is the season when big-eyed dragonflies lay their eggs. Water demons love feeding on them. Don't let the calm surface fool you. There could be countless water demons hiding beneath it." Lin Tian had not come alone either. Hou-Yi, the elven tribal mother, and several powerful warriors had come with him. Hou-Yi hesitated as he stared at the deep water. "Do we really have to go in? I don't know how to swim." Lin Tian kept his gaze fixed ahead and answered calmly. "Then this is the perfect opportunity to raise a group of goblins that are naturally able to swim. These water demons are exactly the breeding tools we need." Standing together behind the others, Hou-Yi and the elven tribal mother looked toward the figures leading the group. The tribal mother frowned slightly and asked, "But how are we supposed to lure all of them out of the water?" Lin Tian heard the question and let out a faint, knowing laugh. "This lake stretches for dozens of miles. I refuse to believe that water demons are the only creatures living inside it." As soon as said that, Lin Tian stepped onto the center of a tall stone slab. He spread his arms and legs wide as a thick current of power began circling his body. With a monster summoning technique, he reached out through his mind and took control of the magical creatures living throughout the entire lake. Immediately, the clear blue water below began to boil with violent bubbles. The peaceful lake churned and burst as if an enormous pot had suddenly been placed over roaring flames. Far beneath the surface, a group of water demons hunting for food suddenly found themselves surrounded by crazed fish. The fish shot upward in wild swarms, leaping toward the demons and biting at them viciously. The water demons were caught completely off guard and had no time to dodge. "What is wrong with these things?" one of them shouted. "These damn beasts have gone insane. We've already killed so many, but they still don't fear us. They just keep chasing me and biting." Another water demon snapped back. "Being bitten by low-level creatures is nothing. I got swallowed by a giant monster fish near the lakebed. I barely escaped after crawling out from its claws." Unable to tolerate the chaos any longer, a massive water demon suddenly stomped upward from beneath the lake. Its enormous foot smashed through the surface, sending water exploding in every direction. The giant water demon burst into the air with a huge crocodile clutched in one hand. Its body was as bulky as a wild bull, while its twisted face was covered with fish-like gills and fins. Its eyes burned crimson as it roared. "Something is wrong. Someone is controlling these filthy creatures. Who is playing tricks in my territory?" This was a level 90 water demon lord, ruler of the water realm, blessed by the life god. Its strength reached 2,700, its defense 880, and its skill power 740. It possessed the deep abyss soundwave and bone-corroding poison spit, with a total combat power of 4,300. As it rushed forward, its blood-red eyes locked onto two silhouettes standing within its domain. The water demon lord's wrinkled face twisted like an old rag. It stared ahead with narrowed eyes, then let out a loud, contemptuous snort through its flared nostrils. At the top of a high rock stood Lin Tian and the Eagle Lord. Both of them remained upright and fearless, looking down at the water demons without showing even a trace of panic. The Eagle Lord called out with a mocking grin. "I didn't expect you to be smart enough to notice." The water demon lord's expression darkened the moment it saw the foreign intruders. Then it recognized the Eagle Lord and immediately began laughing with cruel delight. Well, isn't this the little chick whose feathers I plucked clean last time? What happened? Did they finally grow back?" Its gaze shifted toward the goblins beside him, full of mockery. "And now you brought a pile of useless goblins to help you?" At the same time, several of the water demon lord's followers crawled out from beneath the surface. One of the henchmen suddenly spotted the people standing above the water and pointed excitedly. "My lord, look up there. Humans, elves, and even women." Its eyes gleamed greedily. "Once we finish off those two men, we'll have 2 extra sweet gifts waiting for us as well." Those words immediately stirred the water demon lord even further. It stuck out its saliva-covered tongue and slowly licked its lips back and forth. Then it gave a disgusting laugh. "Looks like today, we've been blessed by a prophet. Bring those 2 women back here," it ordered sharply. The water demons, driven by lust and greed, immediately charged toward Lin Tian's group. 5 of them rushed forward at once. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the formation without moving, his body tightening as a fierce surge of power erupted from him. The 5 water demons had not even touched a single strand of Lin Tian's hair when a violent shockwave burst outward from his body. They were thrown away in all directions, their bodies scattering across the ground and water. Lin Tian had unleashed the remnant cry skill. After crushing the charging water demons in one strike, Lin Tian slowly turned his cold, furious eyes toward the water demon lord. His voice was decisive and merciless. "Kill them, roast the males and eat them like fish. As for the females, leave them alive." The order had barely left Lin Tian's mouth when the water demon's helpless situation became painfully clear. Ji Lu suddenly appeared behind one of them and drove a weapon deep into its back. On the other side, Hoi showed no hesitation at all. Every time a water demon came within reach, he simply raised his weapon and cut it down. Hoi gripped the new saber Lin Tian had given him and charged straight ahead. With every swing, he split through the water demons blocking his path, cutting down one enemy after another without slowing his advance. High above the battlefield, the elven tribal mother refused to be outdone. She rushed forward, pulled her bowstring tight, and released an arrow toward another water demon. The arrow struck cleanly, and the creature was thrown backward before collapsing stiffly to the ground, dead on the spot. When the water demon lord watched its companions being slaughtered one after another, its face changed completely. Rage flooded its expression, and both of its eyes turned a deeper, bloodier red. It stared around in disbelief, then slowly stumbled several steps forward as though its legs could barely support it. Everywhere it looked, its allies were lying beneath the enemy's blades. Unable to understand what it was seeing, it shouted, "What are these things? Are they really goblins?" The water demon lord finally lost control and let out a furious howl. It opened its mouth wide, exposing rows of jagged teeth as it screamed, "Stop! Stop right now!" But before it could finish shouting, a bright blue attack flashed through the air and slammed directly into its head. The water demon lord jerked backward, pulling its head in and squeezing its eyes shut. One side of its face was torn open, and blood sprayed through the rainless air. The one who had attacked was the eagle lord. With his new wings spread behind him, he looked far more imposing than he ever had before. Hovering directly in front of the water demon lord's face, he spoke in a cold voice. "Today, I'll make sure you remember this for the rest of your life." The water demon lord lowered its head in pain, clutching its injured face with both hands. For a moment, it could only endure the agony and humiliation. Then it lifted its head again, rage twisting its expression as it roared, "I'll kill you!" With that, it leapt forward and swung its sharp right claw toward the eagle lord. "Go die!" it screamed. Yet despite the desperate attack, the eagle lord remained completely calm. He simply hovered there with his arms crossed, waiting for the water demon lord to come straight at him. The moment the water demon lord struck, its arm went numb from the impact. It froze in shock, unable to move as a layer of energy from the eagle lord's wings wrapped tightly around its hand. All it could do was stare at its trapped arm in disbelief. Watching from the side, Lin Tian gave a quiet chuckle. "Looks like I won't need to step in personally. With Bird Brother's current strength, he should be more than capable of dealing with that thing himself." Even as he spoke, Lin Tian raised his eyes toward the sky, a troubling thought forming in his mind. He had heard that water demons became drastically stronger whenever rain fell. Looking at the clear weather above, he silently wondered, surely it isn't going to rain now, right? After enduring the pain for a long while, the water demon lord was finally released. Its arms were covered in ugly injuries, and it staggered on the ground with an eerie layer of energy beginning to swirl around its entire body. It looked as though it was preparing something dangerous. The water demon lord slowly forced itself back onto its feet. Then it turned toward a figure hiding behind a large boulder and shouted, "Crying Rain Demon, what are you still waiting for?" The girl known as the Crying Rain Demon was sitting quietly behind the rock. She lifted her face toward the sky and suddenly released a long, piercing cry. The sound had barely escaped her throat before the entire space around them seemed to shudder under its influence. The blue sky above them rapidly darkened, and the bright clouds turned heavy and gray. Then rain began pouring down in thick sheets. Lin Tian looked up, his jaw tightening at once. Not good. At the same time, the eagle lord realized what was happening, and the color drained from his face as he stared at the rain falling like a flood. The eagle lord quickly turned around and shouted urgently, "Lin Tian, get your tribesmen back now. It's raining. This rain is his home ground." The effect was immediate and horrifying. As the rain soaked the water demon lord's body, it began growing larger and larger. A moment ago, it had still been much smaller than the eagle lord, but now its body swelled into a bloated giant. It laughed with satisfaction and looked down at the eagle lord with cruel amusement. "Too late now, little chick." The eagle lord could only stare upward in stunned disbelief as the water demon lord towered over him beneath the pouring rain. Before the eagle lord could even gather his thoughts, the water demon lord moved. It tensed its massive body, thrust both hands forward, and opened its mouth wide. A storm-like wave burst from its throat, glowing as it spiraled through the air before smashing into the eagle lord and hurling him far away. The water demon lord roared, "Deep abyss soundwave." In the blink of an eye, the violent soundwave slammed into the eagle lord and sent his entire body plummeting toward the lake. The instant he crashed down, the once calm surface erupted in chaos, rippling and shaking as though an earthquake had struck beneath the water. Only a few seconds later, the water demon lord used that momentum to launch himself high into the air. Lin Tian looked up and saw the giant creature's swollen body looming directly over his head. Murder filled its face as it prepared to strike. "You're next, Goblin," it roared. "Die!" At the same time, its brown hand curled tightly into a huge fist. The water demon lord came crashing down toward Lin Tian at terrifying speed, its fist carrying enough force to pulverize stone. Yet Lin Tian did not panic in the slightest. A cold blue aura spread across his body, wrapping him in power just as the enormous blow came down. The impact was so overwhelming that Lin Tian vanished beneath the force of it. Rocks shattered apart and flew high through the air, while dust and broken stones scattered everywhere. Standing amid the destruction, The water demon lord wore a cruel, triumphant grin. Certain that victory was already in his hands, the water demon lord threw his head back and laughed wildly. He stood in the middle of the ruined ground and shouted with savage delight, "This time, you won't even need a grave." But then, right where Lin Tian had disappeared, a deep hole opened beneath the shattered rocks. Its bottom could not be seen at all, and an eerie sound drifted up from within it. The water demon lord's eyes widened immediately, the smug confidence on its face turning into visible confusion and shock. Then Lin Tian suddenly shot out from the hole. Strangely enough, he had not been harmed at all. A layer of hard scales had covered his skin, protecting him from the devastating strike. As he rushed upward toward the water demon lord, Lin Tian gave him a confident look and said, "That was fun. Now it's your turn." Still stunned by Lin Tian's sudden counterattack, the water demon lord had no time to react. Lin Tian's fist smashed straight into its ugly face, knocking it backward on instinct. Before it could regain its balance, Lin Tian finished the exchange with the blood destruction failure skill. The water demon lord reeled from the painful hit delivered by someone so much smaller than itself. It glared at Lin Tian with growing hatred, its expression becoming uglier by the second. Deep down, it could feel something wrong inside its body. "Damn it! Something is eating away at my strength," it thought bitterly. Before the water demon lord could even understand what had happened, Lin Tian vanished from its sight and appeared directly behind its back. The sudden movement caught the creature completely off guard. Although Lin Tian's body was small, every movement he made was swift, sharp, and decisive. He burst forward with terrifying speed and drove a powerful kick into the water demon lord. The giant body was blasted across the battlefield, scraping through the rocky mountain behind it and carving a long arc through the ground and shattered stone. The water demon lord was slammed tightly into the side of a huge rock mountain. It coughed several times, struggling to catch its breath as exhaustion spread through its body. "Terrifying," it muttered weakly. "He broke through the hardest scales on my body so easily." When it looked forward and saw Lin Tian's killing intent, it finally understood that it was no match for him. Realizing that it could not win, the water demon lord suddenly sprang away from the mountain. Its body shot high into the air as it chose the only path left to it, running away. But the eagle lord had no intention of letting it escape. He spread his enormous wings and immediately chased after it through the air. "Trying to run?" he shouted. As the water demon lord fled, it screamed out desperately, "Where is the lake ghost? Why haven't you come out to save me yet?" In its heart, it knew that even being torn apart by magical beasts in the lake would be better than facing Lin Tian head-on. The moment the water demon lord gave that command, the eagle lord's expression suddenly froze. Something enormous had appeared ahead of him. From beneath the lakebed, a bizarre monster slowly rose into view. Its huge body was wrapped in countless chains, and several strange heads twisted from its frame, each one different and unnatural. It stood upright like a person, yet its massive body had far too many arms. The second it emerged, the entire area seemed to grow restless and unstable. Hovering above, the eagle lord stared down at the monster and stopped pursuing the fleeing water demon lord for the moment. He drew in a deep breath, realizing he had been careless. This enemy was troublesome, but fortunately, the sword saint was still here. The eagle lord immediately turned toward Alice Near and called out, "Alice Near, move quickly! The lake ghost belongs to the ghost race and has no physical body. Those bones and chains are only the vessel it possesses. Once someone is struck by ghost energy, their life force drains away rapidly." Alice Near calmly stepped forward from below and replied with only 2 words, "Is that so?" Without another word, Alice Near drew her darkened sword and swung it downward from above. The energy released from the blade burned through the air, taking the shape of a huge dragon. In an instant, the dragon-like force tore forward with blinding speed and crashed directly into the many-headed monster beneath the water. The power released by that slash was so overwhelming that no one could clearly see the monster's final struggle. The entire area was swallowed by the violent force of the attack. Watching from above, the eagle lord opened his bird-like eyes wide in disbelief. "How is that possible?" he exclaimed. "That weapon can actually kill a ghost race creature?" After the sword saint destroyed the monster rising from the lake, Lin Tian wasted no time. He immediately summoned the spear personally crafted for him by the dwarven tribe. Lin Tian stepped forward with a burning aura surrounding his body, the spear held firmly in his hand. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he fixed his eyes ahead and spoke coldly. "Trying to escape through the water?" In the next instant, Lin Tian lowered his body and hurled the spear with all his strength. Energy flooded into the weapon, electric sparks crackling around it as it shot forward like a rocket. With that single throw, the spear streaked straight across the battlefield. Lin Tian's force sent the spear gliding over the surface of the water. Even the lake itself could not weaken its momentum. Instead, the weapon continued forward with crushing pressure, making the entire area feel as though it were being pressed down by something terrifying. The Sword Saint watched Lin Tian's attack and could not hide her shock. Another world-class magical artifact? Yet the pressure coming from this weapon had already gone far beyond what a normal world-class artifact should possess. A moment later, numerous monster corpses floated up from beneath the lake. They had all been struck down by the same spear attack. The lightning flowing through the weapon had spread through the water, killing the creatures beneath the surface in miserable fashion. After some time, Lin Tian's group had completely wiped out the water demons. Red fire flickered through the darkness as the sky slowly began to dim, casting the battlefield in a heavy evening glow. The water demon lord lay collapsed beside the cliff, too weak to resist. No one had tied it down, yet it no longer had enough strength left in its body to even stand properly. Then the smell of roasted meat drifted through the air and reached its nostrils. The water demon lord's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Blood vessels filled its red eyes as it looked ahead with hatred. What it saw was Lin Tian's tribe gathered around the fire, eating the meat of the water monsters they had pulled from the lake. 2 goblins were dragging away another captured water creature, while members of the water demon lord's own tribe cried out desperately, "Lord, save me!" Meanwhile, Lin Tian calmly tasted the meat and commented, "Not bad. Tastes almost like fish, but softer. The meat around the waist is especially good." The water demon lord exploded with rage after witnessing the scene. Its face twisted with pain and resentment as it roared, "You beasts! You filthy beasts! What are you doing? Give my clansmen back their lives. How dare you eat the flesh of my people?" Lin Tian's footsteps slowly approached the water demon lord. The creature avoided meeting his eyes, not daring to stare straight at him, but it still forced its voice to remain loud. At the same time, confusion filled its mind. It was awake, but it could not rise. "Damn it! Damn it! Move!" it growled. "Why can't my body move even a little?" Seeing the water demon lord struggle helplessly, Lin Tian sat down beside it while holding a piece of roasted meat from one of its own kind. He slowly raised the meat and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The water demon lord knew Lin Tian was deliberately humiliating it. Furious but powerless, it gritted its teeth and snarled, "Damn goblin! I'll kill you!" At that moment, the eagle lord stepped in. His voice was cold as he looked down at the defeated water demon lord. "When you and the northern lord repeatedly invaded and slaughtered my people, did you ever show us mercy?" His expression carried open satisfaction as he watched the other lord suffer. "Everything happening now is what you deserve." The water demon lord had no answer to that. It could only stare upward at the eagle lord with trembling eyes and a stiff expression. In the end, it had simply reaped what it had sown. Not far away, the water demon lord watched as goblins dragged its fishmen subjects away along the road. They struggled desperately and cried toward the one who had once protected them. "Great Lord, save us. Please save us." But the water demon lord could do nothing. Powerless and enraged, it shouted, "Why are you still taking them? Don't be so ruthless. If you have the courage, then wipe out my entire water demon tribe." Lin Tian laughed softly at those words, a half-smile appearing on his face. "Don't worry. With their appearance, even my subordinates would not care to touch them." His eyes narrowed slightly. "But they still have other uses for me. I'll take very good care of them on your behalf." Hearing that, the water demon lord became even more frantic. Its voice cracked as it begged, "I'm begging you, great goblin lord, spare the rest of my people. This has nothing to do with them. If someone must be punished, punish me instead." Lin Tian rose calmly to his feet and turned his back. He put another piece of meat into his mouth and said without emotion, "Mercy is not a word I recognize." The water demon lord was furious, but its body could not even rise high enough to throw a single punch at Lin Tian. All it could do was curse wildly through clenched teeth. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I swear that one day, I'll kill every last one of you." Those words made Lin Tian stop in the middle of his stride. The sudden silence around him carried an icy chill that made everyone nearby feel uneasy. Lin Tian slowly turned his head back. His voice was neither loud nor hurried, but every word felt suffocating. "Who gave you the illusion that you would survive?" The water demon lord refused to submit and immediately shouted back, "You still dare to kill me? I am the Western Lord personally appointed by the Demon Master. A reptile like that golden lizard is nowhere near my level." The Eagle Lord leaned close to Lin Tian and explained in a low voice, "Inside the Great Mausoleum, lords are not allowed to kill one another. Unless you are not a lord, you can challenge them. There was once a level 10 lord who devoured another lord, and the Bone King sent people to erase him directly. If you want to kill the water demon lord, I'm afraid it may cause trouble. But Lin Tian had already understood the situation clearly. He knew exactly what lines could be crossed and which ones required patience. Waving his hand casually, he said, "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." Then his tone turned colder. "When the time comes, I'll make them die slowly in despair." Lin Tian lowered his gaze, a calculating expression spreading across his face, as his voice sent chills down everyone's spine. It's time to let that man in the north taste regret as well. In his heart, he was already planning to settle every group with rebellious thoughts once and for all, so that no one would dare stab him in the back when the Great War finally arrived. Later, Lin Tian's group arrived in the northern territory. Ice and snow covered the entire land, and the cold was so intense that it seemed capable of freezing everything in sight. Yet the group was protected by a heat-insulating barrier, another magical artifact crafted by the dwarves. A goblin behind them exclaimed excitedly, "Old Big, this artifact is incredible. I'm not cold at all anymore." Even the Sword Saint could not hide her curiosity after seeing so many miraculous items. She looked toward Lin Tian and asked, "Mr. Messenger, after visiting the dwarves, just how many magical artifacts did you bring back?" Lin Tian looked slightly guilty and answered vaguely, "Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, we have enough to use." The object in Lin Tian's hand was the Heart of Apollo, a world-class magical artifact. It could release heat reaching thousands of degrees, comparable to the heat of the sun itself, while allowing its user to freely control the temperature. Within a range of roughly 10 meters, it could melt anything that came too close, yet it would never harm the person wielding it. The elven tribal mother looked around the endless snowfield, clearly troubled by the vastness of the northern territory. "The northern lord has always lived alone," she said. "With such a huge frozen region, how are we supposed to find him?" Lin Tian remained calm and answered, "I have my own method." Immediately afterward, Lin Tian summoned magical creatures. The entire group stopped in the middle of the white, snow-covered road as he stepped forward first. Everyone watched him closely, unsure of what he was about to do next. Within minutes, the forest ahead of them began to stir. Magic beasts of every size emerged one after another, their eyes glowing an unnatural red as though someone had seized control of their minds. The spirit matriarch suddenly raised a hand and pointed toward the snow. "Look closely. More magic creatures are crawling out from under the ice." Even the Eagle Lord could only stare in amazement. Great Lord Lin Tian truly is extraordinary. Wherever he goes, magic beasts gather on their own. All we have to do now is wait. Just then, a tiny snow spirit came fluttering out from the white haze. Her face was pale and swollen, and her whole little body looked completely drained, as though she had barely escaped with her life. Gasping for breath, the snow spirit hurriedly reported, "Great Lord, I know where the red-furred snow monster is hiding." The instant she finished speaking, the small snow spirit lost all strength and collapsed into the spirit matriarch's open palms. The matriarch froze in shock as she caught the tiny figure with both hands. She tried to straighten herself and keep moving, but her body trembled badly from worry. Although she was exhausted to the point of barely staying conscious, the little snow spirit forced herself to speak again. "He's inside a cave. I can still lead everyone there." The moment Lin Tian heard that, his mood visibly brightened. A dangerous smile slowly spread across his face, and his voice dropped with eager anticipation. "I've already waited long enough." Guided by the snow spirit's trail, Lin Tian led the group farther along the frozen path. Before long, the snowy road opened into a wide, barren stretch of land. Everything was buried beneath a thick layer of white, but there were far fewer trees here. Jagged rocky hills rose from the snow in every direction, making the area feel cold, empty, and exposed. As they continued forward, the spirit matriarch carefully carried the weakened snow spirit in her hands. Still concerned about the little girl's condition, she lowered her gaze and asked softly, "How did you end up hurt this badly?" The tiny snow spirit's cheeks were swollen and bruised, making her look especially pitiful. With a trembling voice, she finally told them the truth. We've all been captured by the red-furred snow monster lord and forced to serve as his slaves. We were born from snowstorms that lasted for months," she explained weakly. "Our bodies can create snow essence stones filled with powerful magic energy. Any magic beast that eats those stones can quickly grow stronger. For decades, he's been catching us and forcing us to make them for him. Even when one of us is tortured to death, he still refuses to let us go." After hearing her story, Lin Tian did not show much sympathy for the tiny spirit's suffering. Instead, his eyes sharpened the moment he heard about the snow essence stones. In his mind, one thought immediately surfaced. Those stones could help magic beasts rise in rank. that made the red-furred snow monster even more useful before he died. With that in mind, the entire group pressed onward without hesitation. Not long after that, Lin Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He led the others inside and found himself standing at the entrance of a massive cave. The moment they stepped in, a harsh scream echoed from deeper within the darkness. "Where is that little worm? Get over here right now. Do you want another beating? This time, I'll beat you to death." The furious voice belonged to a huge, hairy gorilla inside the stone cave. One of its massive hands was tightly wrapped around a tiny fairy, while its savage mouth twisted into a cruel snarl. "Even if you can revive," it roared, "I'll beat you to death again the moment you come back." Without warning, a powerful beam of light shot upward from below and struck the gorilla's hand. Startled by the sudden pain, it loosened its grip at once. The little fairy dropped from its grasp and fell down onto the cave floor. The gorilla spun around with rage burning across its face. Its long sharp fangs jutted out as it bared its teeth, making the beast look even more vicious and aggressive. It glared toward the entrance and let out a furious growl. "Who's there?" When it looked forward, it saw Lin Tian and the others standing at the mouth of the cave. Behind them were the Sword Saint and the Fairy Queen Mother, while a group of huge, muscular goblins stood nearby with the kind of posture that made it obvious they were ready to beat someone down. The creature's expression immediately darkened. It narrowed its eyes, stared them down, then exposed its fangs as it sneered. "Where did all you little shrimps come from? You actually dare to walk into my territory?" Lin Tian calmly turned toward the little fairy resting on the Fairy Queen Mother's shoulder. "Is he the one?" he asked. Then, without wasting time, he gave the frightened fairy an offer. "Little one, help me confirm it. If I deal with him for you, will you follow me?" Perched on the Fairy Queen Mother's shoulder, the little fairy nodded over and over without hesitation. "Okay, as long as you don't hit me, I'll follow you." Across the cave, the huge gorilla heard every word. It instantly pointed a thick finger at the fairy and cursed furiously. "You little worm, I raised you for so long, and this is how you repay me? You ungrateful brat. You even brought people here to teach me a lesson." Then its dark eyes shifted across the group and locked onto someone standing near the front. The gorilla frowned, its voice rumbling low in its throat as though it were trying to clear phlegm. "I thought some fearless hero had come to challenge me. So it's just you, you mixed feather bird." The one it was staring at was the Eagle Lord. His face was stiff with anger, and the defiance in his eyes was impossible to miss. The giant gorilla showed no fear at all. Instead, it swaggered closer to Lin Tian's group and raised its voice with open contempt. "What's wrong? You got yourself a pair of iron wings, so now you think you're worth something again? Back then, I tore off your real wings, grilled them, and ate them." Those disgusting words made the Eagle Lord's face turn bright red with rage. At that moment, all he wanted was to launch into the air and slice off the gorilla's loud mouth along with its head. His legs tensed as he prepared to rush forward, and he shouted, "Shut up!" But before he could move, Lin Tian lifted a hand and signaled for him to stop. Seeing that, the gorilla bent over laughing even harder. It threw its head back and laughed openly in front of them, completely enjoying itself. Then it raised its head again and pointed straight at Lin Tian's group. Still completely unaware of the disaster closing in on it, the gorilla continued mocking them. "Don't tell me you think dragging a useless goblin here will help you beat me. Did someone smash your brains loose the last time I beat you?" Lin Tian did not even need to make a move. The frenzied goblin had already exploded with anger. It leapt high into the air and threw its strongest blow straight at the gorilla's big mouth. The force pierced through the beast's thick fur in less than a blink. "You dare call the boss trash?" When everyone looked again, the gorilla's enormous body was missing its upper half. Its loud, mocking head had flown somewhere else, while one remaining leg dropped to the ground in a kneeling position. But this gorilla possessed an extremely strange ability. Even after losing such a huge portion of its body, white slime began pouring out from its wounds. More and more of the sticky substance spread across its torn flesh, slowly creeping upward and rebuilding the missing body parts. Even after being damaged that badly, the gorilla could still speak. "You do have some strength," it muttered. But that wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. Lin Tian's group watched in disbelief, their eyes widening as they saw its body regenerate before them. In only a short moment, the gorilla's massive body had completely returned to normal. It stood up again as though nothing had happened, showing no sign of injury anywhere. Taking the chance to boast, it shouted proudly, "See that? On this snow plain, I cannot die. I am the god of this place." After taking the hit, the gorilla immediately prepared its counterattack. Its entire body tensed, and violent energy erupted around it. The blizzard outside was dragged inward, twisting into a huge tornado column that filled the cave with howling wind and freezing pressure. "Freeze and suffocate in my blizzard, you trash." Lin Tian's group could only become more alert as the cave shook under that overwhelming display of power. At that point, the Sword Saint could no longer stand by and watch. She had already realized that the gorilla's power was not something to take lightly, so she stepped forward and decided to end it herself. With incredible agility, the Sword Saint shot into the air and swung her blade several times in rapid succession. Lines of sharp energy spread out like a giant net, wrapping around the gorilla's huge body from every direction. Her movements were so fast that, by the time the attack took shape, she had already slipped back to a safe distance. The sword energy was terrifyingly sharp, tearing the gorilla's body into countless pieces. Yet every time its skin split open, the wounds immediately began healing again. It was cut apart over and over, but each slash closed almost instantly, leaving its leech-like body almost untouched. Even so, the gorilla could not completely ignore the pain. Its face twisted in confusion as it stared at its injuries. What was that just now? It turned toward the place where that stinging pain had come from and felt a chill run through its body. What was that terrifying pressure? The Sword Saint stood in the distance, her entire body radiating killing intent. The air around her felt suffocating, heavy with danger and sharp enough to cut through anyone who came too close. The gorilla had barely started to recover its composure when it turned toward Lin Tian and nearly lost its soul again. Lin Tian was slowly walking closer, holding a dense mass of energy in one hand. Lin Tian said nothing. He simply kept stepping forward, one calm step after another, and that silence made the creature even more uneasy. The gorilla stared at the energy in his hand, completely stunned. What is that thing now? Everything had happened too fast for its grape-sized brain to understand. Its eyes turned bright red as it stood in the middle of the cave and roared, "Wait!" Before the gorilla could figure out what was happening, Goblin suddenly jumped high into the air. One hand gripped a huge saber packed with spiritual power as he came crashing down toward the gorilla's body. The beast turned around in shock just as it realized another attack was about to land. It still had not fully reacted when Goblin rushed in. With all his strength behind the strike, he brought the saber down across the gorilla's right chest, cutting straight through the creature's massive body. Now the gorilla's body was torn apart yet again, and its face showed a truly stupid, confused expression. "What kind of monsters are you people? Isn't this supposed to be my home field?" After being attacked again and again by the others, the Eagle Lord still had not released the resentment burning inside him. Seizing the opening, the Eagle Lord shot into the air with a sharp whoosh, slicing through the wind as he rushed forward. "Now it's my turn to tear you apart dozens of times." His speed was terrifying, and when he slammed into the gorilla's huge body, a violent explosion burst across the cave. Dust and snow blasted everywhere. "Help! I can't take this anymore. You lunatics!" The gorilla screamed as snow and dust filled the air. "If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of ability is it to gang up on me?" Only now, after being beaten from every side, did the gorilla finally understand what fear felt like. One translucent panel after another appeared in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Defeated +1. Revived +1. Defeated +1. Revived +1. Watching the numbers continue to rise, Lin Tian felt completely satisfied. This was absolutely perfect. Lin Tian's subordinates had beaten the gorilla into a literal pulp. Once he saw that the beast had suffered enough, he finally spoke. "Stop. That's enough. Beating him like this won't kill him." At once, the entire group stopped attacking and turned toward their boss. The energy ball in Lin Tian's hand began to shine even brighter. He raised it toward his mouth, his eyes fixed directly ahead, and spoke in a rough, steady voice. "Let me finish this once and for all." After drawing in more power, Lin Tian held the red badge out before him. His gaze was firm, carrying a cold trace of ruthlessness as he looked toward the white slime. Then a blazing stream of fire burst from the badge and rushed forward. A huge pillar of fire exploded inside the cave, twisting upward like the powerful tornado the gorilla had created before. But this time, the storm was made of flames, and the beast trapped inside was being burned alive. Lin Tian simply sat back and watched with calm interest. The gorilla hated by the forest spirit beasts finally let out a desperate scream from inside the roaring sea of fire. The flames were so thick and violent that its body could no longer be seen at all. After a while, all that remained inside the gorilla's cave was a pile of ashes. The flames slowly cooled, weakened, and began to fade away. Yet even within that pile of ash, a weak trace of the gorilla's body still remained. Lin Tian noticed it and slowly walked closer. Brilliant light gathered around his right hand as he approached step by step. The gorilla screamed in absolute terror. "Don't come closer. Don't come here. I'll die." Stay away from me. I really will die. Lin Tian clenched his teeth, keeping his anger tightly buried beneath a low, heavy voice. You're quite amusing. If I hadn't come here to kill you, then why would I have gone through all this trouble just to find you? The gorilla slowly forced itself upright, its frightened eyes fixed on Lin Tian as it tried to shuffle backward and create some distance. Panic rose in its voice as it shouted, You lunatic! We only had a small conflict. It hasn't reached the point where you need to kill me. I'm the Northern Lord. If you kill me, the great demon lord will be furious. Lin Tian paid no attention to those empty threats. He simply stretched out his hand, and a burning crimson flame flared to life in his palm before he aimed it directly at the gorilla. Lin Tian had no interest in wasting words. He preferred letting his actions speak for him. He sprang forward and pressed his blazing hand closer and closer to the gorilla, forcing the beast backward beneath an overwhelming pressure. The cave filled with sharp sizzling sounds as the scorching heat bore down on its body. The gorilla wailed in agony. Stop! Stop right now! I'm going to melt! The huge gorilla began dissolving into a shapeless puddle, its body collapsing like ice cream left under a blazing sun. What remained was a trembling mass of flesh that bubbled weakly and let out faint, miserable gurgling noises. Lin Tian stepped closer and leaned over the melted remains. With careful fingers, he flicked a tiny piece of the strange substance onto his fingertip, moving slowly as though he did not want to disturb some unknown reaction. Then he calmly placed the small drop into his mouth and tasted it. After a brief pause, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It tastes just like strawberry ice cream. Without a second thought, Lin Tian lowered his face into the fresh, ice cream-like pile and began eating it greedily. The melting gorilla could do nothing except groan in helpless misery. You're eating me right in front of me. Murderer. You don't just want to kill me. You want to crush my heart and soul too. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Lin Tian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the snow skill. The moment Lin Tian read the message, he paused in place. A strange thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Eating this ice cream had actually given him a skill. If that was the case, then naturally he needed to eat even more. With that thought in mind, Lin Tian looked down at the cold, half-melted mass still in his hand. His eyes examined it with growing curiosity, and the more he thought about it, the more eager he became to continue eating. He lowered his head again and devoured it like someone who had been starving for days, hoping to obtain the gorilla's regeneration ability as well. Meanwhile, the unfortunate gorilla kept crying out miserably, Creature Slayer, stop eating him. That's my little brother. You're not allowed to eat him. The Sword Saint and the Wood Spirits stood completely frozen nearby. Their faces had gone pale from the horrifying sight in front of them. After a while, Lin Tian finally stopped. He had already eaten most of the gorilla's body. The beast let out a miserable cry, its voice full of despair. What did you do? You ruined my happiness. Now I don't even have the ability to ask for anything anymore. Because Lin Tian had eaten the part it valued most, the gorilla no longer had any hope of surviving. It roared furiously, demanding that Lin Tian give back what had been taken from it. You damned bastard! The great demon lord will never forgive you. Wait for him on the other side. Seeing the gorilla become too agitated, Lin Tian immediately raised his hand. With one casual flick through the air, a rolling surge of power spread outward, carrying the crushing pressure of something ready to suppress everything in its path. A vast but controlled wave of power poured out from Lin Tian's body. His eyes glowed with a frightening light, and his posture made it clear that he was ready to act at any moment. I've changed my mind, he said coldly. I can't let you die that easily. I need to truly destroy that person's will. The gorilla froze where it was. Its eyes widened in shock, and its mouth trembled uselessly as no proper words came out. It could only repeat the same stunned question again and again. What? What? Only moments earlier, it had still wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson. But now, it turned around and fled toward the mouth of the cave without daring to look back. Damn it! I'll definitely make you pay for this. Lin Tian was about to chase after it, but his footsteps suddenly came to a stop. Fortunately, he still had enough control over his power to halt himself halfway instead of rushing after the fleeing gorilla. Seeing Lin Tian allow the gorilla to escape, the Eagle Lord immediately asked, You're really letting him run? Should I go after him? Lin Tian relaxed his pace and answered in a calm voice. No need. Let him go. Go back and release the Water Demon King as well. A dangerous smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as he continued. Do the rules say that killing them would violate the Great Tomb's regulations? Things have already become serious anyway. We might as well use this chance to see what choice that Great Demon Lord will make. Inside the Great Tomb, the atmosphere was completely different from the dark and primitive cave they had just left behind. The place was decorated with dazzling luxury, clean and splendid from floor to ceiling. Light reflected across every refined pattern and polished surface, making the entire hall feel grand and imposing. After being taught a painful lesson by Lin Tian, the Water Demon King and the gorilla rushed back to report their grievances to the Great Demon Lord. The Water Demon King cried out bitterly, "I'm suffering terribly. Lin Tian not only slaughtered my subordinates, but he also took many females away and used them as breeding machines." The gorilla, tears streaming unevenly down its face, complained as well. "I'm even more miserable. I was living peacefully in the northern snow plain when they suddenly attacked me. The worst part was Lin Tian. He wanted to eat me alive and even ruined my ability to ask for anything. Great Demon Lord, you have to uphold justice for both of us," they begged. The Great Demon Lord looked down at the two defeated creatures who had returned in disgrace after losing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and an oppressive pressure seeped through the hall, strong enough to make the air itself feel heavy. The succubus, the person closest to the Great Demon Lord, swayed gracefully into the room after hearing their complaints. "That Lin Tian does seem to have some skill," she said. "But both of you are supposed to be great generals, and you were beaten into this state. If word gets out, don't you think that will be humiliating?" The Great Demon Lord then gave her order without hesitation. "Rebecca, take them to the Goblin tribe. There is no need for me to explain further. You will handle this matter." "We obey the Great Demon Lord's command." The two defeated creatures immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as though an enormous burden had finally been removed from their shoulders. They dropped to the floor with loud thuds and kept shouting in gratitude. "Thank you, Great Demon Lord. Thank you, Master." Soon after, the scene shifted back to Lin Tian's tribe. The tribe was peaceful and quiet when a strange beam of light suddenly descended from above. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the village and covered the entire tribe. Lin Tian and his first wife, Xie, were inside the house when the unexpected light appeared. Both of them widened their eyes and looked outside. Xie quickly said, "Boss, that's the Great Tomb's teleportation magic. They secretly set it up while you were gone. We couldn't stop it." Lin Tian immediately understood what was happening. He did not waste any time talking. Keeping his expression calm, Lin Tian stepped forward, then looked back and instructed his wife. "Understood. You lead the others and continue working. Leave this matter to me." Just as the beam of light faded, a huge spatial portal opened in the tribe. The succubus, along with the Water Demon King and the gorilla, stepped out onto Lin Tian's territory. Lin Tian had already arrived and spotted them. He looked over with a faintly mocking expression. "I thought the Great Demon Lord herself had come. I didn't expect she would send such a noisy bunch instead." The gorilla snarled back, "Lin Tian, today is your final day. I want to know what roasted meat smells like when it comes from you." The succubus remained composed. Her eyes moved across the rows of houses in the Goblin tribe, and after a moment of observation, she gave her judgment. "How horrifying. Is this some kind of breeding farm to produce this many goblins?" After saying that, she crossed her arms with an extremely proud expression and slowly paced back and forth. Then she continued, "For the Goblin tribe to reach this kind of scale, it clearly wasn't easy. Still, it can only be considered a slight achievement in technology. There is only one thing." She suddenly stopped in place. Xie was taken aback by that abrupt pause and immediately asked, "Only what?" At almost the same moment, the Sword Saint sensed an unfamiliar presence. She quickly stepped out of the house, her alert eyes sweeping across the area to see what was happening. The succubus suddenly sensed the arrival of someone whose strength was so complete and overwhelming that it made her body shudder. She instantly turned around, her eyes opening wide in disbelief. For a moment, it felt as though her breathing had stopped. In a trembling voice, she asked, "Is that the Sword Saint song?" The succubus recognized the Sword Saint immediately. Even though the woman had not approached and was only standing quietly beside Lin Tian, that cold, iron-like aura around her was impossible to mistake. The succubus looked slightly bewildered. She had met the Sword Saint song once before, but this time the feeling was completely different. The sense of danger she felt from her was several times stronger than before. For a brief moment, the warning in the air became silent, and the Sword Saint's presence made the entire atmosphere tense. The succubus stared at Lin Tian, unable to stop herself from wondering what had happened to her. The Sword Saint calmly walked over to Lin Tian and asked, "Messenger, do I need to deal with these noisy people?" Lin Tian answered without changing his expression, "No need. Go back and rest." She gave a short reply, "Understood." The succubus's face was filled with confusion. In her mind, only one question remained. The Sword Saint treated magic creatures as enemies who could never coexist with her. So why was she following the command of a goblin? Just what kind of existence was Lin Tian? At that point, the succubus gently floated into the air. Her flawless beauty instantly caught the attention of the monsters throughout the village. Goblins rushed out from every direction, crowding together with desire in their eyes. Some even began fighting one another just to secure a clearer place to look. Her charm was so overwhelming that the entire group quickly became restless and wild. While the goblins around him were completely stirred up, Lin Tian remained clear-headed and calm. He crossed his arms, raised his voice, and asked coldly, "What did you come to my territory for? The Great Tomb didn't send people here just to cause trouble for others, did it?" The succubus tilted her beautiful face slightly and casually brushed her hair back. Her lips curled into an enchanting smile as she spoke in a sweet, tempting voice. "Why do you seem so different from the rumors? Even as a goblin, you can stay so calm in front of me." Before she could continue, Lin Tian glared at her. His voice became harsh, each word falling with the weight of a growl. "I asked what you came here for. If you still refuse to speak clearly, then I don't have time to waste on you." The air around him tightened as killing intent quietly spread outward, making it feel as though one wrong word could make someone disappear on the spot. The succubus, however, responded in the complete opposite manner. Her expression remained bright and relaxed, and her tone turned playful. "Don't be like that. I may have misunderstood you at first, but haven't I already admitted it? It's nothing serious, just a small matter. These few subordinates are simply worried sick about it." Even the two defeated monsters standing behind her could not help opening their mouths in surprise. "Is this really Lady Rebecca?" the gorilla muttered without thinking. "Something feels wrong. Why are you being so considerate toward a goblin?" But Lin Tian's face remained as cold as ice. His gaze did not shift in the slightest as he looked straight at the succubus. "A small matter?" he replied coldly. "Then tell me. I want to hear exactly what this small matter is." Feeling a chill run through his heart, the Water Demon King became frightened and shouted toward the succubus. "Hurry, Lady Rebecca! He wants to kill us. According to the Great Tomb's rules, shouldn't we deal with him immediately?" Hearing that, the succubus turned to look at the two of them, but she was no longer smiling as before. Her face darkened, her brows drew together slightly, and she spoke with clear displeasure. "You two, why aren't you kneeling before Lin Tian already?" A brilliant crimson force erupted from the succubus's body. The pressure instantly slammed down onto the two monsters, forcing them to cower and lower their heads all the way to the ground. Only then did Lin Tian slowly walk over. In a deep voice he said, "One of them wanted to roast me, the other wanted to eat my flesh. So tell me, what should be done?" The succubus answered casually, as though the solution were obvious. "Isn't that simple? Put the Water Demon King on a roasting rack, then let the snow monster eat his meat. Wouldn't that settle the problem?" Lin Tian could not help feeling a little guilty inside. He cursed silently to himself, realizing that this succubus was even more ruthless than he was. He had only made a casual remark, yet she had immediately turned it into something far crueler. The Water Demon King and the gorilla were completely suppressed by the pressure hanging over them, but they still tried to struggle forward. Their faces twisted with panic as they pleaded, "Lady Rebecca, we can't do this. You can't treat us like this." In response, the beautiful succubus released her inner power. A terrifying energy rose from her body and swallowed the surrounding space in a heavy, dark presence. Her gaze became impossible to resist as she said coldly, "Look into my eyes. Now do exactly as I say." Only a second later, the two monsters looked as though their souls had been pulled from their bodies. Their eyes widened blankly, their mouths opened without control, and all resistance vanished from their faces. Then they answered together, "We obey your command, master." Not long afterward, goblins from all around the tribe gathered into a noisy circle to watch. The crowd was packed tightly together, buzzing with excitement. At the center, the gorilla stood in a trance, personally tying the Water Demon King across a roasting rack. Lin Tian watched the entire absurd scene unfold before him. Behind Lin Tian, the succubus moved her perfect figure closer and spoke in a smooth, musical voice. "Well, are you satisfied now?" Lin Tian was genuinely surprised inside, but his face stayed calm. He waved a hand with the casual authority of someone dismissing a report. "Enough. Stop it already. This is disgusting. From now on, whoever I choose to deal with, alive or dead, I won't make any guarantees." The succubus let out a quiet sigh and idly played with her sharp fingernails. "Still," she began, "they have been serving the Great Tomb for a very long time, and they do possess a little ability." Before she could finish, Lin Tian turned toward her. His expression darkened, and his eyes glowed a deep red, releasing an aura so frightening that even the succubus felt a jolt of fear. The pressure around him became even more terrifying than before. The succubus lightly touched her shoulder, yet a cold chill had already crawled up her spine. Her gaze lingered on Lin Tian's face for several seconds without moving, as if his presence had suddenly risen to its absolute peak. Only after snapping back to reality did she realize how startled she had become. Her expression shifted at once as she hid the fear rising inside her. In the end, the succubus gave in. With a long, frustrated breath, she said, "Fine, forget it. Handle them however you want." The succubus turned away and gathered energy around herself. A soft layer of pink light wrapped around her body as she added one final warning. "But the Bone King has granted you power. That means you must also bear the responsibility that comes with it." After saying that, the succubus vanished from sight. In the next instant, only a fading wave of pink light remained around Lin Tian before it disappeared as well. Lin Tian did not say a single word. That silence alone was enough to make everyone nearby uneasy. The Water Demon King was now stretched across the wooden rack like a piece of roasted meat, his entire body glowing red from the heat. Beside him, the gorilla frantically tore into the Water Demon King's flesh, greedily refusing to leave behind even a single bite. Once the succubus had left, the spell controlling the two monsters was lifted, and their minds immediately returned to normal. The gorilla screamed in rage, "You damned goblin! What did you do to us? Why does Lady Rebecca favor you so much?" The Water Demon King also woke fully, his body still covered in flames as he cried out, "How did things end up like this?" Faced with their frantic shouting, Lin Tian stayed calm and almost unnaturally quiet. He slowly walked past the two of them before speaking in a low voice. "Naturally, you have no way of knowing. The things you need to know will only become clear after you die." A dangerous, cruel look gradually spread across Lin Tian's face. He raised one hand to cover part of it, while his eyes continued changing. "I don't want those things anymore," he said. "The life I want is simple. I want to turn the Water Demon King into an extraction machine every day, turn Snow Cedar into a playground, and keep the snow spirits working privately for me." Those words were the final answer the two monsters needed. The Water Demon King suddenly lunged forward, his eyes burning with desperation. He rushed toward Lin Tian and shouted, "I'll risk my life against you." But before he could do anything, one of Lin Tian's loyal warriors appeared behind him. Kaishan had already grabbed a tree trunk and leapt high into the air, preparing to smash it down onto the Water Demon King's head. Kaishan swung downward with overwhelming force, bending his body into the strike. A blinding streak of light flashed across the area and made the smaller goblins recoil. The attack was so fast and silent that almost no one had time to react. The hairy gorilla turned its head toward the battlefield just in time to notice a dark shadow above it. Someone was descending from overhead with a weapon raised, ready to strike down. The collision landed with a violent shock. Pain exploded from the wound and raced through the gorilla's body like an electric current, causing every nerve to tighten in agony. Its mind could not react quickly enough to the sudden attack. In the blink of an eye, its entire body seemed to freeze, leaving only the overwhelming sensation of being torn apart. The fight was resolved in an instant. The gorilla's corpse crashed to the ground, and a dark stream of blood sprayed from the area near its eye. The two monsters collapsed before Lin Tian without him needing to lift a hand. Silence settled over the area afterward. For a moment, the only sound anyone could hear was the wind brushing past their ears. Only then did Lin Tian speak again. "Go to the Lionheart Empire and gather information. Investigate the Holy Church too. Whatever happens, remember this. Your safety comes first." The goblin immediately answered, "Understood." Then Lin Tian turned to Zue and asked, "The 1,000 goblins I told you to select earlier, are they ready?" Zue hurriedly ran back with a report. "They are. Every one of them has already been prepared. Their parents all had high-level aptitude, and their potential has been fully developed," Zue continued. "They have all become elite fighters already." Lin Tian nodded in approval. "Good. Gather them together. I have something to say." Not long afterward, the elite goblin soldiers assembled quickly at Lin Tian's command. Lin Tian stood high above the gathering army on a raised wooden platform. The elite goblin soldiers had never met their lord before, yet following the advice of their seniors, every one of them had armed themselves with powerful weapons. Even a single glance at the equipment they carried was enough to make people feel the dangerous, intimidating energy coming from the ranks. At that moment, Lin Tian stood tall on the platform and called down in a powerful voice, "Do you know who I am?" The goblins below erupted into commotion, and the sound of countless blades knocking together made the ground seem to vibrate. Goblin Slayer stepped up beside Lin Tian and folded her arms proudly. Looking down at the elite goblin army, she said, Don't worry, they have all completed their training. There's no need to do any ideological work. Lin Tian replied. So that's how it is. Then turned his attention back toward the troops. Lin Tian raised his voice again, carrying an imposing presence. Very good. I'm taking all of you somewhere. On the way there, stay focused and do not speak to anyone except me. Understood. The goblins below responded at the same time with a booming cheer. Understood, boss. After that, Lin Tian's expression became more serious. Turning toward Xie, he instructed her carefully. Xie, keep everything running as it is during this time. I'll be gone for a long while. If anything happens, use the eagle to send word. Put everyone's safety first. If you can hide, then hide. He stepped closer, placed both hands on her shoulders, and pulled her gently nearer as he continued. If people from the Great Tomb come asking, tell them I went to scout the human empire. Do you understand? Xie nodded firmly. Her face was filled with excitement as she looked at Lin Tian, and she answered without hesitation. Understood. Lin Tian then turned his eyes toward the army and thought to himself that the hidden trump card against both the Holy Church and the Great Tomb had to be finished as quickly as possible. The battle that would decide whether goblins could truly gain a foothold on this continent was finally drawing near. The day the Empire declared war, which the system had predicted, was less than 2 months away. At that time, Lin Tian made a promise to the little snow fairies. I will guarantee the absolute safety of the snow crystal gypsum products being exported. Any request for communication will be accepted. To forge an elite army that could serve as his final trump card, Lin Tian led 1,000 goblins into the snowy region and began an intense, almost insane training process. During the training, they absorbed huge quantities of snow crystal stones. Those rare materials were continuously produced and supplied by the snow fairies. On top of that, the group had plenty of manpower to sweep, collect, and mine resources throughout the entire vast storage region. All 1,000 goblins reached level 70 and evolved steadily into stronger forms. New variants appeared successfully, including goblins, berserk goblins, demonized goblins, and even the boss-level mutant goblin search. Through the synthesis of 5,500 units and the limited release of the goblins' first restriction, they had come close to the power held by the truly wealthy clans. Even if they all evolved into goblin kings, however, they still would not be able to withstand a single attack from a true king. At that time, Lin Tian stood in front of the troops and called out, Alice Near. Next you need to use the highest resolution method to teach them how to fight with tools. Standing nearby, the Ace Sword Saint spoke up calmly. There's no need to be so formal, messenger. For the final holy war, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Once they were no longer bound by their previous limits, all they needed was skillful use of the tools available to them, combined with the right tactics. Step by step, through constant training, the groups would become a perfect army of killing weapons. More than a month later, before leaving to handle his business, Lin Tian spoke privately with the Sword Saint and the others. He reminded the Sword Goblin, Before I come back, all of you stay here and train quietly. Without my order, do not leave the snow plain by even half a step. The Sword Goblin received the command at close range and bowed respectfully. At your command, everything we do is yours to bestow. We will follow your instructions. After saying that, Lin Tian immediately climbed onto Zihuan, clearly ready to depart without delay. The people around him could only watch as the darkness gradually moved farther away. His voice remained low and firm as he stressed that time had become extremely urgent. There could be no further delay. With every task arranged properly, Lin Tian finally felt more at ease. Zihuan spread its snow-white wings, and Lin Tian rose high into the air. From above, he looked down over the vast forest below, blanketed in endless white snow. A few days later, surprise appeared clearly on the faces of Lin Tian and Alice Near as they looked out over the area. The density of houses spread across the land was far greater than either of them had expected. They could not help exclaiming in amazement. In only a few short months, the goblin population had multiplied several times over. There were now 80,000 little goblins and 30,000 great goblins. On top of that, there were 300,000 hero goblins and 100 leader goblins. Just then, Xie came rushing toward them from the distance. She ran as fast as she could while calling out loudly, Boss! Lin Tian turned his head in her direction. Behind her, the spirit matriarch and goblin slayer were also hurrying over at full speed. The moment Xie arrived, she had to bend over with both hands on her knees, gasping hard from exhaustion. As soon as she caught enough breath to speak, she hurriedly reported, Boss! This came from Rebecca. She wants even more goblin troops, so she has been consuming magic creature resources at an outrageous rate. Only then did Lin Tian suddenly understand what had felt strange during the journey back. No wonder he had seen only a few scattered high-level magic creatures along the way and almost no low-level ones at all. The Great Tomb was clearly going all in this time, pouring everything it had into a single decisive gamble. Lin Tian then turned toward the Berserk Goblin and asked, "Right? Where is Ji Lu? He still hasn't returned." Hearing that question, the Berserk Goblin scratched its head awkwardly and stammered. He hasn't appeared for more than a month. I was worried too, so I wanted to report it to you, boss." Lin Tian's expression slowly eased, though that familiar dangerous look soon returned to his face. "That guy probably hasn't run into any real trouble," he said. Deep down, he decided to leave the matter alone for now. There was simply no spare time to go looking for Ji Lu at this point. A moment later, Lin Tian turned his attention back to Goblin Slayer and asked directly, "Goblin Slayer, how is the weapon preparation coming along?" Goblin Slayer immediately pulled out a report. The numbers listed on it were clear: 50,000 short swords, 20,000 long swords, 20,000 sets of iron armor, and 5,000 additional weapons of other types. Holding the folder in her hands, she quickly turned to the page containing the most urgent figures and handed it over for Lin Tian to inspect. "Time was too tight," she explained. "So this is all we could prepare for now." After reading the report, Lin Tian nodded with approval. "Well done. Everything is moving along smoothly." Just then, a goblin approached from nearby and called out weakly, "Boss!" The frail voice immediately caught everyone's attention, and all heads turned toward it. The goblin was in terrible condition, its body covered in severe injuries and pain clearly written across its face. Even so, it forced out every last bit of strength to deliver the urgent message. "Boss, the situation has changed. We need to leave this place quickly. There is no chance of winning at all." After speaking only those 2 sentences, the injured goblin could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Panic spread through everyone nearby, and the atmosphere instantly turned chaotic with worry. They rushed over, trying to steady the goblin while urgently asking, "Don't panic. Speak clearly. What exactly happened?" The goblin forced itself upright again, its entire body shaking without control. Still terrified, it shouted, "The Lionheart Empire has gathered 100,000 fully armored soldiers." The fear on its face was far too deep to hide. That announcement left the entire Goblin tribe council stunned. 100,000 soldiers clad in full armor was an overwhelming number. Even those standing closest to Lin Tian could not hide the shock and unease spreading across their faces. Lin Tian, however, calmly began weighing the situation. Fully armored soldiers might not move as quickly as lightly equipped troops, but they were like walking iron boxes, difficult to pierce with swords or spears. They could slowly wear down even far stronger opponents through relentless pressure. No wonder the system's previous result had not turned out as hoped. After a short silence, Lin Tian spoke in a measured tone. "The Lionheart Empire has clearly emptied its national treasury for this battle. Even if they survive in the end, casualties that are too heavy could leave them exposed to enemy nations waiting to swallow them whole." The Sword Saint's face was extremely serious as she added slowly, "In this confrontation, we won't only be facing the Lionheart Empire. The church standing behind them will also be joining the war." The injured goblin continued trembling as it nodded. "Yes, boss. The church has called in more than 5,000 people from all over the world. It isn't just the Holy Cross Guard. There are also monks with terrifying strength." Hearing that, Goblin Slayer made a suggestion. "Perhaps we should retreat first. I can go and take control of another overlord species tribe. We can build everything up again from the beginning." But Lin Tian remained calm, his mind clear despite the growing pressure. He looked back at her and asked, "Go where? With this many goblins behind us, where exactly are we supposed to run? On this entire continent, is there even one piece of land willing to accept goblins?" In this world, being born a goblin meant carrying the label of sin from the very first breath. Because goblins were considered lowly and vile, everyone wanted to drive them away, and everyone wanted them dead. In the eyes of others, their only value was to become sacrifices or stepping stones for the powerful to climb even higher. As those bitter memories returned, Lin Tian's expression became increasingly cold and ruthless. "Even a goblin king cannot live for long," he said quietly. "Sooner or later, humans or other races will come to purge them." No one answered. Understanding that pain too well, they could only lower their heads in silence. The spirit matriarch looked deeply worried as she finally spoke up. "But if we truly fight them, we have almost no chance of winning. Wouldn't everything we worked so hard for become meaningless?" Lin Tian answered without hesitation. "If we don't fight, we will never have land where we can change our fate." In his heart, he understood the deeper reason as well. Only by fighting could they force the Great Tomb to take action. Only then might both sides be dragged into mutual losses, giving the Goblin tribe a chance to survive. After saying that, Lin Tian stepped forward decisively and gave his order. "Mobilize every available force. Over the next few days, I want as many iron weapons and iron armor sets forged as possible. Start immediately. The scene shifted quickly to the Empire's city gates, where a suffocating tension hung over every road leading out of the city. Iron-armed cavalry rode proudly down the central road, mounted on warhorses and gripping their weapons tightly. At the front of the line, the commander raised his voice and shouted, "For the future of mankind, advance!" Crowds lined both sides of the road, cheering loudly as the cavalry marched past. The excitement was intense, and the entire city seemed swept up by the fever of war. In one modest corner stood two elderly people leaning against each other. Though they were close to the front, their old and weakened bodies no longer had the strength to join the cheers. Unlike the rest of the crowd, the old woman's eyes filled with tears. As she wiped them away, she whispered, "Gods, are you playing with us?" The old man supported her gently and replied, "Magic creatures hunt because they need to survive. Humans punish magic creatures because they need to survive. But those bloodthirsty magic creatures are only following their nature too." His eyes followed the cavalry as they passed through the gates, their figures becoming blurrier and blurrier in the distance. In a low voice he murmured, "Humans and magic creatures are both trying to live. So in the end, who is really wrong?" Back at Lin Tian's base, a high-level goblin army had already been prepared and arranged. Some goblins were assigned to logistical work, endlessly forging weapons and armor for the approaching war. Lin Tian watched his subordinates work with both worry and determination in his eyes. They had gone days without proper food or sleep, yet the low-level goblins had finally been equipped with armor as a standard measure. The stronger goblin forces were armed from head to toe as well. Together with the remaining magic creatures from the Great Tomb, they now had enough strength to fight a real battle. At that moment, a goblin suddenly appeared not far behind Lin Tian and delivered an urgent report. "Big boss, the Empire's troops have stopped 30 miles away from the Great Tomb." Lin Tian nodded gently, his eyes narrowing as he thought it over. Then he raised his voice. 30 miles away, there should be a small plain there. It seems they want to begin the war on that ground. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Tian turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Lin Tian quietly searched for an isolated place where no one was present and no hidden eyes could follow him. He needed to make sure every move he made remained fully under his control. Once he confirmed that no one else was nearby, Lin Tian opened his mouth and gave the order in a deep voice. "Activate the life simulation system." In the next instant, a vision of brutal warfare unfolded before him, while a cold voice rang out clearly. "The life simulation system is now beginning." The Empire War was about to begin. Today marked the 300th day since Lin Tian's transmigration. The gathered forces were the strongest he had ever commanded. 80,000 low-level goblins, 30,000 great goblins, 8,000 hero goblins, and 100 leader-class goblins. This was the most powerful army in goblin history. The goblin forces moved out while simultaneously summoning 20,000 low-intelligence magic creatures from the Great Tomb to join the fight. But against the Lionheart Empire's 100,000 fully armored infantry and 30,000 heavy cavalry, goblin numbers fell sharply. The probability of defeat rose to 51%. At the most critical moment, Veronica appeared and unleashed chapter-level supreme black magic, the spawn of the Black Mountain Goat. In an instant, the battlefield was thrown into chaos, and the situation finally began to turn around. But once the Church's strongest fighters entered the battle, the tide shifted again. The Empire and Church's top combat forces became the center of the conflict, and under their dense encirclement, there was no longer any road left to retreat. A violent frenzy swallowed the entire army, leading to complete destruction. Saintess Alice Near was captured and could not escape the hand of fate, eventually becoming another piece controlled by the Great Tomb. In the end, both sides suffered enormous losses. No one truly won. Lin Tian's result was clear. He had fallen into hell. Life score, 40 out of 100. The simulation ended after 1 day. When the vision disappeared, Lin Tian felt as though every blood vessel in his body had been squeezed to its limit. His strength drained away completely, and he dropped down, gasping heavily for air. Inside he cursed bitterly. Damn it! It really ended that easily again. Lin Tian raised his head and checked the information displayed before him. Level, 90 race. Saint Goblin class. Nun title. Blasphemer of the divine ability. Create divine mantra statues resuscitation. 2,900 strength. 889 defense. 1,030 skills. Fusion, fire field, blizzard, create blood pressure, mountain scenery manipulation, remnant to swordless hand equipment, life armor, hand crossbow comprehensive combat power. 6,800. Lin Tian's thoughts grew heavy. His combat power had already surpassed 6,000, and he had reached level 90, yet the result had still not changed. Before this, he had never known exactly how strong the church's people were. But after seeing their power, he was certain the old pope's combat strength was probably close to 10,000. That was still far beyond what he could face directly. Lin Tian muttered to himself while calculating every possibility. Unless he used blood pressure or some desperate last resort method, breaking through would be extremely difficult. Even getting close enough to the pope would be nearly impossible with the forces he had seen. At that point, Lin Tian forced himself to calm down. It seems I can't reveal myself first, he thought. I still need to let the Bone King summon the magic creatures before I make my move. The view shifted to the great tomb, where a gloomy silence covered the land in every direction. There stood the Divine Eye, an artifact capable of seeing through countless things in the world and catching fragments of the future. From nearby came the great tomb queen's voice. The Goblin tribe has been making quite a lot of moves lately. The queen and her trusted succubus aide watched leisurely through the Divine Eye. The queen continued, "It looks like a great war is about to break out. Use the Divine Eye and take a look at how this ends." 3 women below raised their hands at the same time. Their lips moved as they murmured mysterious words, and streams of energy flowed out from their bodies to maintain the Divine Eye's operation. Suddenly, the giant eye trembled slightly before beginning to move nonstop. A strange, soothing glow spread from it, as though it were silently observing and recording every small change unfolding before it. In the next instant, the Divine Eye narrowed sharply. A layer of living flesh slowly sealed over its surface, wrapping around a pitch-black substance that seemed to pulse from within. At the same time, the 3 priestesses beneath it were struck by an unbearable, flesh-rending pain. Despair showed on all their faces as one of them hurriedly cried out, "Great Demon Lord, the Pope's power is interfering with this war. We cannot see the result as clearly as expected, but we did catch a faint image." The succubus immediately lost her patience. Her expression turned icy as she snapped, "Useless trash. Then speak quickly. What exactly did you see?" The priestess trembled from head to toe, shrinking in fear as though her legs could no longer support her. Even with terror filling her heart, she forced the words out. I personally witnessed the birth of a new god." The moment those words left her mouth, the queen let out a furious scream. Killing intent swirled through the air around her, and a violent surge of purple energy exploded outward. The 3 priestesses were thrown away like leaves in a storm. Behind the corpse-like veil covering her face, only 2 burning red eyes could be seen, overflowing with savage fury. Her voice was cold enough to freeze the room. "Nonsense. If gods truly existed, I would have died long ago. Get out." The succubus tried to smooth things over from the side. "For the goblins to cause this much change, Great One, your foresight truly is remarkable." The queen's voice sank into a low, chilling tone. "They are only chess pieces. It is time to settle matters with the Lionheart Empire and the Church." Meanwhile, the 3 priestesses fled through a teleportation gate as quickly as they could. Right afterward, the queen gave the succubus another command. She ordered her to prepare everything and drive that group out. The succubus looked startled for a moment, then quickly bowed and accepted the order in a soft but steady voice. The succubus closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a deep crimson glow flickered across her pupils like a silent signal that something inside her had changed. The succubus rose and walked toward the teleportation gate. Then she quickly reported to the queen, "Great One, it seems the goblin has already arrived." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Tian stepped inside, looking as though he had rushed there without delay. The succubus glanced toward him and asked lightly, "Meeting again so soon? Is something wrong?" Lin Tian's expression was grim, and his eyes were sharp with urgency. "This is already serious," he said. "The Lionheart Empire and the Church have set up camp only about 30 kilometers from here." The queen's fierce aura rose as she responded. "So the war is about to begin. What has been prepared?" Her information appeared clearly before Lin Tian's eyes. Veronica, level 100. Race, undead. Class, necromancer. Life, 3,800. Strength, 1,000. Defense, 1,200. Skills, otherworld summoning, magic creature enhancement, evil sky curtain. Equipment, death cloak, dark scepter. Comprehensive combat power, 9,999. Lin Tian silently compared her strength to his own. Her basic attributes were not overwhelmingly different from his, but her total combat power was far beyond him. Her true strength clearly came from the frightening skills and equipment she possessed. Only then did he understand why the system had said she could summon the spawn of the Black Mountain Goat. Standing directly before the queen, Lin Tian did not hide anything. He reported the situation plainly. "Everything has been prepared according to your wishes. Our military forces are nearly ready, and this is already the highest limit we can reach. But against a human army wearing full armor, we remain at a disadvantage. We need you to act first. The succubus immediately stepped forward in anger, clearly displeased that Lin Tian would speak as though he could demand action from her master. But before she could say more, the queen stopped her. "This is no small matter," the queen said quietly. "If the battlefield truly requires it, I will use a portion of my power." At that moment, the queen drove her scepter into the ground. Dense demonic energy burst from the weapon and spread throughout the space around them in dark, twisting waves. Only a few seconds later, the magic power swallowed all three of them. Lin Tian, the succubus, and the queen were instantly teleported to the camp that had been prepared in advance. The moment the succubus saw the goblin territory before her, she could not hide her astonishment. They had only been apart for a few days, yet the goblin population had already expanded to such an unbelievable scale. Standing before the growing tribe, the queen lowered her voice and gave Lin Tian her evaluation. "It seems you have done your work well." She then added that if he survived the coming war, she would allow him to remain at her side and serve her directly. Lin Tian answered politely, thanking her for the praise. But inside, Lin Tian only sneered. Following her and serving at her side was nothing more than a joke to him. If she were not just a collection of dry bones with terrifying power behind her, he might not have hesitated to deal with the queen as well. Not long after that, a stream of foul-smelling evil energy rose from the queen's scepter. Her voice turned cold as she declared that she would further strengthen the army's power. The queen lifted her scepter slightly, and a pale purple beam erupted from the ground toward the sky. The pressure rolling off it was so immense that even Lin Tian could not hide his surprise. He immediately recognized it as a super-tier summoning spell. High in the air, a huge magic circle began glowing brighter and brighter. Every symbol inside the formation rotated without stopping, while an immense source of energy continued pouring into the center. From within the shining magic circle, a pair of strange animal-like legs slowly emerged. The queen was concentrating every bit of her strength on bringing the creature through. Lin Tian did not step back. He stared directly at the circle without blinking, his mouth opening slightly in shock at what was appearing. At last, the strange monster fully emerged. Its legs looked like a twisted mix of a donkey and an African wild buffalo, while its upper body was built like a massive strongman lunging forward. Countless colorful lumps covered its skin, and a cluster of thick, hairy tentacles grew from its head, making it look completely unnatural. It was the spawn of the evil god Black Mountain Goat. This was a level 100 heteromorphic monster with no class, bearing the title of exemplary evildoer. As a believer of evil, it possessed 5,000 life, 800 strength, and 1,000 defense. It had no skills or equipment, yet its total combat power still reached 6,000. Lin Tian stared at the secondary creature before him and could not help thinking, is this really the spawn of an evil god? Its appearance alone is already horrifying, but its attributes are just as terrifying. Then a strange, indescribable sound suddenly rang inside Lin Tian's ears. A fierce headache struck him at once, followed by an icy feeling spreading through his entire body. Panic rose in his chest as the horrible noise made his mind feel increasingly unstable. What is happening? Lin Tian instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, as though trying to find even the smallest sense of safety against that terrifying presence. At that moment, the queen lightly swept her scepter in front of him. "Do not look at it directly," she warned. "Those things can invade the mind." Before Lin Tian, a spatial crack had appeared without him noticing. A bizarre red glow leaked from inside it. In a low voice, the queen instructed him, "You will handle the Lionheart Empire. I will deal with the others." After saying that, the queen stepped straight through the spatial crack and disappeared inside. Within seconds, the red light, the magic circle, and every trace of her power vanished from sight. Lin Tian dropped to the ground, silently calculating the difference between them. He needed equipment just to push his combat power past 6,000, while she could casually summon a level 100 demonic creature. Was that truly the gap between their strength? Just then, one of his fast-moving subordinates rushed over with urgent news. "Boss, the Lionheart Empire's forces are rapidly approaching us." Only a second later, another subordinate dropped down from above Lin Tian's head, carrying a captured person in one hand. The moment he landed, he announced that the target had been secured. The prisoner struggled wildly and shouted for release. The subordinate threw the captive onto the ground like a worthless object, showing no mercy at all. He quickly explained, "This person came from the Holy Land and specifically asked to meet you. There are also enemies hiding in the mountains, but we have already surrounded them tightly." Lin Tian slowly walked closer, his eyes giving off a chilling, dangerous aura. After examining the captive for a moment, he asked in a hard voice. You came straight into our headquarters. Are you really not afraid of dying? Even while clutching his wound in pain, the captive held a rolled document in his hand and shouted. I represent the Lionheart Empire. We have come to declare war and demand a deathmatch on Liang Plain outside the Great Tomb. Hearing that, Lin Tian only gave a faint smile. A trace of interest appeared in his eyes as he calmly replied. That is quite interesting. I accept your declaration of war. Cold sweat poured down the messenger's face. His voice shook, but he still tried to keep himself composed. Now that the declaration has been delivered, I should be allowed to return and report. Before he could finish, a bright stream of blood suddenly sprayed into the air, creating a horrifying sight. The man's face twisted in agony as a miserable scream burst from his throat. He was dealt with in one clean strike. Lin Tian had not moved at all. Someone else had acted. The man's legs buckled beneath him while his severed head rolled across the ground and stopped in front of Lin Tian. The sword saint stood nearby, still holding her weapon. Her attack had not missed by even the smallest margin, and the air around her was thick with death. The head lying on the ground still stared forward in horror, its eyes wide and frozen in terror. The sword saint lowered her head and spoke quietly. You see, you are all the same as me. People dragged out here only to become a joke for others. Lin Tian turned to her and asked, Is everything ready? The sword saint answered respectfully, We can move out at any time. The reinforced goblin army in the forest has fully assembled. Lin Tian's army filled the forest so completely that the lines of soldiers stretched deep into the trees. Behind Lin Tian stood his strongest fighters and the trump cards he had prepared for this battle. Alongside the tens of thousands of goblin soldiers and generals was the Queen's gift, the spawn of the evil god Black Mountain Goat. It towered over the others, and its strength was many times greater than that of an ordinary leader-class creature. Its arrival threw the nearby crowd into an uproar. How you stared at the creature in alarm and cried out, Boss, what is that thing? Why does it make me feel so sick? That can't be a normal goblin. But the one who turned around was not Lin Tian. A subordinate goblin looked back instead, opened its mouth, and let out a strange, crackling laugh. That reaction instantly made Hao Yu furious. He looked around in every direction, but he could not find his eldest brother anywhere. Confusion filled his face as more and more questions piled up in his mind. A goblin reached over and gave Hei a sharp slap on the shoulder before leaning in close to whisper, Idiot, those two are only body doubles. The moment Hei noticed a familiar figure standing right behind him, he jolted upright in surprise. His eyes widened as he quickly called out, Boss, you're here. The goblin, now wearing its new appearance, lifted its head and continued in an annoyed tone. I already warned you not to stare at those two. They're heteromorphic creatures, nothing more than spawned bodies. Hei scratched the back of his head with a foolish look on his face, quietly repeating, Spawned bodies. For a moment, Hei stood there in silence, letting those words sink in. Then a strange idea suddenly flashed through his mind. His eyes lit up, and he blurted out without thinking, Boss, if they were already spawned, does that mean we could eat them and somehow produce descendants? Goblin immediately rushed forward and raised his hand, bringing it down hard on Gakwang's head. The blow made Gakwang stagger sideways, clutching himself in pain. Goblin shouted at him to wake up and focus, because the battle was about to begin. This was not the moment to stand around letting his imagination run wild. Gakwang held his aching head, his expression twisted with discomfort as he shot back. Ji Lu was the one who ran over to watch out of curiosity before, so don't act like you have the right to lecture me. The two goblins kept snapping at each other without pause, their voices mixing with the endless rumble of the advancing legion. Yet in the middle of all that noise, Lin Tian stood completely still, lost in thought. Then a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes slowly brightened, as though he had finally uncovered the answer to something buried deep in his memory. Maybe his identity had never been as simple as he once believed. If this world truly allowed every kind of creature to mate and create life, then the enormous black egg before him could not be dismissed as some meaningless monster. It might be proof that those ancient tales had been real all along. According to old legends, the giant egg was connected to one of the 7 most powerful evil gods in the realm, a being revered in different stories as the Black Mountain Goat Goddess. Most people treated such tales as nothing more than ancient superstition. But now that the myth stood right before his eyes, towering over the battlefield in physical form, Lin Tian could no longer deny that there had to be some truth behind it. A daring thought began to take shape in his mind. If he could use that sleeping power to create a new seed of life, then he might gain a rightful place beside the Black Goat Goddess as her true and legitimate partner. Without wasting another second, Lin Tian quietly slipped away from the marching ranks. He gradually drifted toward the rear of the crowded army, moving carefully enough that no one noticed at first. Then, the instant he found an opening, he suddenly accelerated and vanished from the formation before anyone could react. Lin Tian lowered his body and moved toward the enormous black egg rising from the middle of the battlefield like an endless tower. It stood so high that it resembled a dark skyscraper thrust into the earth. The air around it felt heavy, cold, and deeply unsettling. Staring at it for too long made a person's thoughts tremble, as though their mind was being dragged toward the edge of madness. Restlessness kept crawling through his chest, and confusion pressed down on his consciousness like a crushing weight. Even Lin Tian, whose spirit was stronger than most, had to grit his teeth and force himself forward while his heart pounded like war drums. He squeezed his eyes shut and clenched both fists until his knuckles tightened. Over and over, he reminded himself that it would be quick. He only needed to take this one step, to open a road that no one else had ever dared to walk and leave the first footprints on forbidden ground. After gathering every ounce of courage he had, Lin Tian made his choice. In the most decisive instant, he lunged straight toward the target without allowing himself even a moment to hesitate. Meanwhile, at the front of the battlefield, the Goblin Grand Army continued to move forward without slowing down. Their ranks rolled ahead like a dark tide, steady and relentless, flooding toward the heart of the coming war. There were so many monsters that no one could possibly count them all. Their marching bodies created the sound of a living avalanche, and the thunder of their footsteps made the forest ground shake over and over beneath them. The goblins were still arguing when Ji Lu suddenly stopped walking. His eyes rolled toward the figures behind him, and suspicion quickly spread across his face. "Where did the leader go?" he shouted. "Seriously, which one of you is supposed to be the leader? You all look exactly the same. How am I supposed to tell?" Before he could finish, one of the goblins growled out a curse. Ji Lu immediately cut him off in irritation. "Would you shut up for a second? The leader probably got driven insane by all of you and hid somewhere far away." Far away from the Goblin Legion, the Imperial and Church forces had already established their camp. Tents stood packed tightly together, spreading across the land like enormous clusters of mushrooms after heavy rain. Thick wooden fences surrounded the camp, while tall watchtowers overlooked every direction. Soldiers marched back and forth without pause, their footsteps falling in precise rhythm. Their discipline was so strict that the entire camp felt stretched tight with tension, like a string ready to snap. Inside the command tent, King Charles II could barely contain his anger. His face had darkened completely as he paced back and forth, demanding, "Where did the scout team disappear to? Why has no one returned yet?" Charles II continued, his voice rising with every word. "Don't tell me they were all killed again. Those damned goblins. If they refuse to release the envoy, then this is no different from openly declaring war. Whether they intend to fight or they're hiding some scheme, I need to know so I can respond. And now even the envoy has been assassinated. Do they have no shame at all?" Seeing the king close to losing control, Glenn hurried forward to calm him. His voice remained steady, though the caution behind it was obvious. "Your Majesty, please do not let a goblin drag you into blind rage. Because they are goblins, they are fully capable of doing something irrational." Right at that moment, a scout from the front line rushed into the tent, gasping heavily as though he had run without stopping. He barely had time to catch his breath before blurting out the report. "Your Majesty," the scout cried, "the goblins are moving in." Charles' two lips curled into a cold smile, one filled with both mockery and fury. "So they've finally decided to show themselves." His hands tightened into fists as he whispered like he was making a vow to himself, "Alice near, I will bring you back." With that, the king and his generals immediately stormed out of the command tent, issuing orders at the fastest pace possible and mobilizing the army for battle. But then violent tremors began crashing through the ground one after another. The shaking would not stop, and everyone froze where they stood. Faces that had been filled with anger moments ago slowly turned grim beneath the weight of a terrible premonition. One soldier stared toward the distant horizon and blurted out, "What kind of thing is coming? Just feeling it from this far away makes my skin crawl." Another soldier spoke with a trembling voice. "At this scale, there have to be more than 100,000 goblins. And that's not even counting all the monsters following them. How is that even possible?" Terror began spreading through the army. Everyone asked the same question in their hearts. Could a goblin tribe really have swollen into something this massive in only half a year? Amid the rising panic, Charles II ground his teeth and forced himself to remain steady. He understood that the situation before him had already exceeded every prediction, and if he allowed fear to spread any further, humanity would lose before the battle even began. His gaze swept across the uneasy soldiers before he spoke in a low voice, as though he were restraining a storm inside his chest. "Why are you panicking? We have 100,000 heavily armored soldiers here, all trained elites. Even if those monsters have twice our numbers, even if 200,000 of them come charging at us, they will still be crushed. But as soon as he finished, the master of ceremonies beside him began to tremble violently. Cold sweat ran down his back as he looked toward the distance. "Your Majesty," he said cautiously, unable to hide his fear. "I would never doubt the strength of our army, but what are those two pitch-black masses out there? Just looking at them makes my hair stand on end. Where did they come from?" The atmosphere grew even heavier. At that moment, the cardinal stepped forward, his cloak fluttering behind him as he opened an ancient holy scripture faded by age. He spoke slowly, but every word landed with terrible weight. "They are recorded in the old chronicles. Those are eggs born from a sinister entity, an ancient god that bears the image of the Black Mountain Goat. It is also known as the Black Goat Evil God. Through its cycle of existence, that creature releases black egg sacs like these," the cardinal continued. "Even I did not expect them to appear on this battlefield." His expression hardened as he gave the order. "Pass this down to the entire army. Avoid looking directly at them as much as possible." Even after his explanation, uncertainty remained everywhere. Most soldiers and officials had never even heard the name Black Goat Evil God before. It belonged to a legend from an age so ancient that it existed long before the current empires had ever been founded. Charles II did not waste time dwelling on the creature's origin. His attention immediately shifted to another matter. "Where is the Pope?" The cardinal answered at once. "He remains at the rear, overseeing the larger command. I came ahead to open the battle, and I also brought this with me." As he spoke, the cardinal drew out a long, broad-bladed greatsword. Its blade gleamed with a cold light, while the cross-shaped hilt carried an ancient and oppressive presence. It was Alice Near's battle relic, a level 11 sword from the Peak era. Artifacts of that rank were incredibly rare, and because of that, the blade and the cross-shaped hilt had once been separated and used as two different treasures. But now the pieces had been reunited. The sword had finally returned to its complete form, the great cross sword, and the power sealed inside it for countless years could at last be released without restraint. Among the church's sacred relics, its full name was the Holy Great Cross Heavy Sword. Charles II fell silent for a brief moment, his face darkening as his eyes remained fixed on the blade. It was as though the weapon had dragged a long-buried memory back into the light. Then Charles II said something that stunned the entire battle line. "That sword does not belong to us. It must return to the hands of the person who was born to wield it." At the same time, Lin Tian's grand army had pushed deep into the central region of the battlefield. The monsters and goblins began adjusting their positions, steadily forming the core battle formation. Across from them, the Empire's legion also began moving as one. Shields lowered, spears came forward, cavalry split outward to form wings on both sides, while the infantry tightened their ranks into dense lines. The two enormous forces had finally entered the zone where the decisive clash would happen. Beneath the blazing sun, the Imperial army moved like a giant war machine built for destruction. Every turn, every step, every formation change happened with nearly perfect rhythm. Armor collided with armor, boots struck the earth, and the combined sound rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Sunlight flashed across their silver plating, forming blinding halos of white that gave the entire army a cold, majestic, crushing presence. Yet, on the other side of the battlefield, Lin Tian's forces did not move at all. There were no battle cries and no signs of panic. They simply stood in complete silence, their eyes fixed straight ahead as they patiently waited for the enemy to enter their reach. Within those ranks, Charles II's gaze suddenly stopped on one small, low-level goblin standing at the front. The creature looked weak enough that Charles had to turn toward the person beside him to confirm what he was seeing. The response he received was nothing but open hatred. That goblin was the one who had carved an unforgettable grudge into their hearts. Glenn, standing beside the king, clenched his teeth so hard that his face twisted with rage. He could never forget what Lin Tian had done. And more than that, he could never forgive the goblin for trampling on the symbol he held most sacred in his heart. But at that very moment, Charles II saw someone else standing among the enemy ranks. The instant his eyes landed on her, everything around him seemed to disappear. Alice Near stood there with pale skin, sky-blue eyes, and the same beautiful face Charles remembered so clearly. Yet the warmth and innocence that once lived in her gaze had completely vanished. Her eyes no longer held even a trace of tenderness. All that remained was cold darkness and a resentment buried so deeply that it seemed impossible to reach. Unable to hold himself back, Charles II called out to her with a voice that seemed to tear through the battlefield. He wanted to bring her back. He wanted to pull even the smallest remaining spark of hope out from the darkness. Glenn also stepped forward, reminding her of the days when they used to train together, when they faced each other every day and he would be defeated by her with ease. He even promised that if Alice Near returned and stood once more on the Empire's side, they would not pursue the matter of her punishing the people who had harmed innocent civilians. But the only answer they received was a furious shout filled with anger so intense that it cut through every other sound on the battlefield. Alice Near nearly exploded with rage. Her voice broke beneath the pain and fury pouring out of her chest. She did not want to hear another word. She did not want to go back, and she no longer had any faith left in returning to them. For more than 10 years, she had endured suffering after suffering. She fought only because she wanted to protect innocent people. Yet in the end, the very people she tried to protect were the ones who wanted to push her toward death. Those words made Charles II's heart sink completely. Whatever hope he had been holding on to vanished in an instant. His eyes opened wide, but there was nothing left in them except misery, helplessness, and the unbearable pain of realizing that he could not save her. At that moment, the Cardinal Archbishop slowly drew the cruciform sword. "Alice Near," he called, his voice cold and sharp. "Look closely. Do you recognize this weapon? Have you truly forgotten the duty the Church placed upon you?" Alice Near laughed as though she had just heard something completely absurd. "A duty?" she said bitterly. "You people never even bothered to see what kind of duty you were forcing onto me." As she spoke, Alice Near drew the blade of ominous misfortune. A violent surge of dark energy burst from the weapon and rose into the sky, so overwhelming that the daylight itself seemed to dim. Above the battlefield, a massive swirling vortex opened in the clouds, greedily devouring the flames surrounding Alice and pulling the raging energy from the ground upward into the heavens. The Cardinal Archbishop's face stiffened as he watched. His eyes remained locked on that terrifying sword, because he could already feel a danger he desperately did not want to confront. At that moment, a low-level goblin standing at the front of the monster ranks spoke up, carrying Lin Tion's command in its voice. "Enough! Are you trying to stand in the way of the Master's will? You shameless parasites who keep clinging to Alice Near." Even the Cardinal Archbishop finally reached the limit of his patience. He raised his sword and pointed it straight toward Lin Tion. "You beast!" he roared. "Do not slander us. If there is a bloodthirsty warmonger standing here, it is you. There is nothing left to discuss. Let this war begin." Lin Tion only gave a faint smile, his expression almost innocent despite the chaos around him. "Wait, I know you're excited, but there's no need to rush." He spoke calmly, as though the battlefield was nothing more than an ordinary conversation. "I'm not like you. I don't enjoy bloodshed and violence. I'll give you one chance to surrender." The Cardinal Archbishop's face twitched, and his mouth tightened with fury. "You shameless monster. Stop spreading your lies. Our knights are the embodiment of justice. We carry out the Lord's will. The only violent and bloodthirsty creatures here are you monsters." Charles II suddenly raised one hand, cutting him off. "Your Eminence, there is no use talking any longer." Then he turned toward the army and shouted, "Warriors of justice, wipe out these monsters. Bring our saint back." A unified roar immediately erupted from the imperial ranks. King Charles II personally took the lead, driving his cavalry straight toward the monster ranks. Hooves hammered against the earth like rolling thunder as the charge surged forward, and with that first violent advance, the great battle officially began. Lin Tion reacted immediately, ordering the larger monsters to move first. "Don't let them settle into formation," he commanded. "Once they establish their defensive line, they'll have the advantage in close combat." The monsters rushed forward without a trace of hesitation, their eyes glowing a savage red as they crashed straight into the wall of armored knights. "What in the world are these things?" one knight gasped, his voice shaking. Gigantic beasts kept pouring down on them in wave after wave, and a freezing fear began to crawl through the soldiers' bodies, sinking deep into their bones. Even so, the imperial soldiers refused to retreat. They lowered themselves behind their shields, gritted their teeth, and held the line with everything they had. But their determination could not withstand the crushing impact of monsters towering 4 or 5 meters high. In a single devastating moment, the Empire's front line was smashed apart. From within the chaos, Lin Tion watched the broken formation spread open before him. The moment he saw that gap appear at the heart of the imperial forces, he knew the perfect chance to strike had arrived. At his command, waves of goblins flooded into the shattered imperial ranks. They forced the enemy into a savage close-quarters struggle, where the battlefield became a tangled mass of bodies, shields, blades, and desperate screams. Still, even with their overwhelming numbers and rough iron armor, the goblins remained weaker than the Empire's fully equipped soldiers. Neither side could gain a clean advantage, and the fight quickly sank into a brutal, grinding stalemate. Seeing the situation clearly, King Charles II immediately shouted fresh orders across the battlefield. "Lancers and saber cavalry, focus on the large monsters first. Shield infantry. Reform the line at once. At once, the piercing cries of warhorses rang out from both flanks. Groups of cavalry burst toward the center of the battlefield, their hooves pounding hard enough to shake the ground beneath them. To the infantry caught in their path, cavalry looked like death itself. Wherever they charged, goblins were crushed beneath hooves and thrown into the mud without any chance to fight back. Several saber cavalrymen attacked together, swinging their blades in a coordinated assault against a giant tusked boar. Strike after strike carved into the level 5 monster until it finally collapsed under the relentless barrage. The moment that target fell, the cavalry turned their mounts and rushed toward the next beast without slowing down. A smug smile spread across Charles II's face as he watched the cavalry cut through the monsters. Now witness the iron strength of the Empire, he roared. Crush every last one of them. Smash their skulls into the ground. Lin Tian watched the battlefield with a calm expression, though his eyes gradually became more serious. Now he understood exactly why his earlier simulations had failed. The Empire's cavalry was simply too powerful. In the future, he would need forces like that for himself. But for this battle, he was not worried in the slightest. Then, without warning, jet-black tentacles burst across the battlefield. They wrapped around warhorses and riders alike, tearing them off the ground and hurling them toward a massive open maw waiting behind the lines. The horrible sound of flesh and bone being crushed echoed endlessly through the battlefield. Sparks flew as the black mountain goat eggs entered the fight. To the cavalry, and to the entire Imperial army, those monsters had become a living nightmare. More than 10 pitch-black tentacles grew from each creature's body. Countless soldiers were seized and dragged into the air, helplessly forced to stare at close range as the enormous mouths below ground flesh and blood into pulp. Amid that horrifying scene, Lin Tian slowly looked around with an amused expression. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with a terrifying excitement as the battlefield fell deeper into panic. Just then, brilliant streaks of sword light tore through the air. In an instant, several enormous holes were ripped open across the bodies of the Black Mountain goat eggs. The Cardinal Archbishop had arrived, cutting down the tentacles and saving the captured soldiers. His voice was cold and commanding. Leave these 2 abominations to me. The rest of you deal with the goblins. The moment he finished speaking, the Cardinal Archbishop launched himself into the sky with the cruciform sword in hand. He unleashed a relentless storm of slashes, sending streams of blinding sword light raining down toward the enormous goat eggs. The massive creatures had no way to avoid the attack. Their huge bodies were simply too slow and too exposed beneath the Cardinal Archbishop's descending sword light. If nothing changed, it would only be a matter of time before the Cardinal Archbishop cut the 2 Black Mountain goat eggs down completely. But just as his assault was about to land, Alice Near appeared in front of the Black Mountain goat eggs. She raised her demonic sword high and released a single overwhelming slash. That one strike erased the Cardinal Archbishop's entire offensive in an instant. Alice Near's face was terrifyingly cold as hellfire wrapped around her entire body. Surrounded by the roaring chaos of slaughter, she began walking toward the Cardinal Archbishop one deliberate step at a time. Flames spread across the battlefield as Alice Near stood with her back to the knights, her blonde hair glowing in the firelight. She never turned around. From a distance, the knights called out to her, begging her to return and calling her their sword saint, as if that old title could still reach her. Another knight shouted that she did not need to continue like this, insisting that she was walking down the wrong path. But their desperate voices soon faded away, because Alice Near silenced every one of them herself. Then the bishop's furious voice cut through the flames. His aged face was filled with anger as he demanded to know why Alice Near had slaughtered the very people she had sworn to protect. The accusation hung heavily in the burning air. Alice stood off to the side with flames curling behind her while the bishop continued pressing her, asking whether someone like her still deserved the Empire's faith or the respect he had once given her. A memory surfaced from Alice Near's childhood. The bishop looked down at her and reminded her that she had been chosen by God. He spoke as though the road soaked in blood and fire had been meant to wash away her sins, as though blind obedience itself was the only path to salvation. The distance between them became painfully clear. The bishop stood high above, untouched by the fire, while Alice Near remained below among corpses and flames. He declared that if the Empire was to survive, she had only one choice: obey God's laws without question. His expression hardened as he said her pain, fear, and weakness were flaws that had to be erased. Only then, he claimed, could she become the perfect sword. Alice Near finally raised her head. Her expression was calm, but her eyes searched the bishop's face as she questioned everything he had said about raising her and trusting her. She told him there was something she wanted to ask. Did he feel even the slightest regret? Then she turned her head slightly and reminded him that he was the one who had pushed her onto a road filled with nothing but killing and obedience, stripping away everything else she could have had. The bishop stared at her in silence. Then his body began to shine as golden light poured outward, and enormous wings formed behind his back. He declared that Alice Near had fallen too far to be saved. In his eyes, she had become a mistake, and he would erase that mistake with his own hands. The bishop rose into the air as a vast golden magic circle formed above him. Power gathered inside it, the light growing brighter and brighter as he prepared his spell. Then a towering beam of golden light descended from the sky, crashing down toward the battlefield below. At the same time, a vortex of swords twisted upward from the shattered ground. Metal spiraled violently through the air while the earth beneath it continued to crack and break apart. Alice Near rose into the air as the storm answered her call, lifting her above the burning battlefield. Purple energy wrapped around her body, while spectral blades circled around her in a deadly orbit. Then she released the attack known as Steel Tempest. The bishop thrust his hand forward and formed a shield of golden light. Holy light barrier, he declared, pouring power into it, just as the first wave of purple blades crashed against the shining defense. His foot slammed into the ground with force, cracks racing outward from the impact as he anchored himself in place against the overwhelming pressure. He looked upward with wide eyes, strain written clearly across his face as the pressure continued building without mercy. Behind Alice Near, something far darker began to take shape. A colossal shadow emerged, unmistakably shaped like a dragon. Its purple eyes burned through the darkness as she invoked the demonic dragon, Death Soul. The air itself grew heavier as that terrifying presence filled the battlefield. The bishop clenched his teeth and held his ground, refusing to move even as the demonic power pressed down upon him from above. Then the dragon's enormous claw crashed down onto the golden barrier, sending a sharp metallic clash exploding through the air. Pain and shock flashed across the bishop's face as he shouted, demanding to know what kind of power Alice Near was using. To him, the force felt like a living nightmare ripping him apart, as though an evil dragon itself were tearing into his body. Even so, he continued fighting beneath the crushing force, his eyes locked upward while light, shadow, and steel collided above him. King Charles II rode forward on horseback, wrapped in animal pelt armor as a golden aura flared around him in the shape of a roaring lion. Power burst outward when he activated Lion's roar of invincibility, his presence dominating the entire battlefield. A sharp order rang out for the troops to attack at once. Soldiers rushed forward with weapons raised, charging directly into the fight as steel collided with steel across the field. Elsewhere on the battlefield, different groups had already become locked in fierce combat. Fighting erupted from every side, turning the entire war zone into a storm of weapons, blood, and chaos. Amid the disorder, the king suddenly seized hold of a brown-haired man. His face filled with satisfaction as he shouted that he had finally caught Lin Tian. From behind, Kaolian stepped forward without hesitation. With one clean, decisive motion, he struck and instantly severed the goblin's head. Lin Tian's body fell forward as his head dropped away. The entire moment was swallowed by a wash of red, and then his form vanished from sight. Kaolian stood over the fallen body and burst into laughter, celebrating what he believed was Lin Tian's death. All across the battlefield, Imperial soldiers erupted into loud cheers, convinced the fight had already been decided. Voices rose from every direction as they shouted that the enemy leader was dead and demanded that every remaining monster and goblin throw down their weapons and surrender. Yet elsewhere, Lin Tian wore nothing but a puzzled expression. He could not understand why these humans hated him with such intensity. Then, without warning, a figure bearing the king's exact appearance lifted his head in shock, as though he had just recognized someone who should never have been standing there. A hooded figure stepped calmly out from the shadows, crimson eyes glowing beneath the cover of his cloak. The real goblin had finally revealed himself. In an even voice, he stated that Alice Near had come with him of her own will, and that the one truly trapped in an embarrassing situation now was not him. Neither Kaolian nor King Charles II could hide the twisted mixture of hatred and disbelief on their faces. Their eyes locked onto Lin Tian, and both men shouted at the same time, "You!" Lin Tian answered them with nothing but a cold sneer. His rough, sandpaper-like voice cut straight through the pride of the two men standing before him. "So, were you satisfied with my little performance? I think I played the part rather well." At last, Kaolian's rage boiled over. He stepped forward and demanded a duel, declaring that he had spent half a year training for this exact moment, driven every day by the hatred burning inside him. Lin Tian turned slightly, and a faint smile showed beneath his hood. Then he calmly accepted, saying that he would give Kaolian his chance to make a comeback. Lin Tian accepted Kaolian's challenge without the slightest hesitation. "A duel?" he said lightly. "Fine, I'll give you this chance. Go to hell, you arrogant goblin." Kalian roared as he charged straight in. He threw himself forward with complete confidence, convinced that his strength alone would be enough to crush the lone monster standing before him. Lin Tian did not step back or even shift from where he stood. He simply raised one hand and drew a short, razor-edged dagger into his grip. There was no fear in Lin Tian's face. Instead, a faintly mocking smile appeared as he lifted the dagger and met Kalian's incoming punch head-on. Then, in that split second, a horrifying surge of power burst out behind Kalian. His attack swelled with explosive force far beyond what it had been just moments earlier. Cracks instantly raced across Lin Tian's dagger, spreading so fast that the eye could barely follow them. The blade shattered completely. Sharp fragments burst outward like flying arrows and tore into Lin Tian's body. Blood spilled across his torso as fresh wounds opened over him one after another. The goblins watching from nearby were shaken to their core. They had never imagined Lin Tian could be hurt, much less driven into such a dangerous position. Panic rushed through the crowd as they cried out in alarm. "Boss!" the goblins shouted. But Kalian gave Lin Tian no time to recover. The instant Lin Tian's defense broke apart, Kalian drove in with another punch, aiming directly for his head. In Kalian's mind, this was the blow that would end everything. Lin Tian's body was sent flying away as a violent explosion of energy erupted at the center of the battlefield. Dust and smoke surged upward in a huge cloud, swallowing the scene and blinding everyone standing nearby. When the smoke finally began to settle, the monsters stared at the enormous crater left in the ground with horror in their eyes. Gakwang and another goblin cried out in panic, unable to believe that their boss, the one who promised to lead them across the world, could fall like this. Another goblin hurriedly shouted that even if their leader was gone, their dream of conquering the world would continue. Kalian and King Charles II stood frozen as they stared at the crater. The two exchanged uneasy looks, both trapped by the same terrible question. Was Lin Tian truly dead? The answer came almost immediately. Kalian suddenly coughed up blood, and his face twisted in sharp pain. A bone-chilling killing intent wrapped around him from behind. Before anyone could react, a horrifying sight unfolded nearby. A cold blade had pierced straight through the chest of a knight standing beside him. Through the drifting smoke, Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet. He still held the posture of someone who had just thrown a weapon, while an overwhelming pressure poured from his body and spread fear through everyone watching. His eyes burned crimson with murderous intent as he mocked the humans for ever believing they could kill him so easily. Kalian staggered backward, clutching his wounds as his body struggled to remain upright. Unable to understand what had just happened, Kalian shouted in disbelief. He cursed Lin Tian and demanded to know how the goblin could possibly still be alive. Nearby, King Charles II watched his most trusted subordinate collapse before his eyes. A roar of grief and rage tore from his throat as he stared at the scene. Before the king could make a move, thunder suddenly cracked across the sky. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning crashed down and reduced Kalian to charred remains. With open contempt, Lin Tian's double stepped onto the corpse, pulled the spear of Zeus free, and slowly turned his gaze toward King Charles II. He openly taunted the king, claiming every bit of Charles's rage for himself. Then, in a calm voice, he asked who would be the next one to step forward. Charles II burned with fury and prepared to charge, but Herbert rushed forward to stop him. He warned the king not to act yet, saying the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. This might not even be Lin Tian's true body. Herbert quickly swept his eyes across the battlefield, trying to understand the chaos around them. He knew that if they lost control now, their entire force could be wiped out. As he spoke, enormous monsters surged forward like a violent tidal wave, rapidly closing in on the human soldiers who remained. A gigantic goblin rushed toward them, and Herbert immediately charged forward to intercept it. He drove his weapon clean through the creature's body in one powerful strike. But Herbert froze in shock when he felt how little resistance the creature offered. Its strength was far weaker than he had expected, and that realization filled him with dread. That goblin was another fake as well. The situation was collapsing faster and faster, and the humans had no idea where the real threat was hiding. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded from behind them, stunning several members of the order. The slaughter followed immediately after. John climbed up a horse's hind legs in one smooth motion. His void dagger flashed through the air, killing a knight in an instant. Without the support of the royal battle standard, that knight's strength barely posed any challenge at all. Nearby, Gakwang swung his chains around two knights, binding them tightly before lifting both men into the air. Then he hurled them straight into the waiting goblin horde. Elsewhere, a four-armed goblin charged forward and brought its massive axe down with brutal force. The strike split a knight apart in a single blow. Bloodshed began spreading across the battlefield at a terrifying speed, turning every side of the war into a scene of panic and slaughter. Watching his comrades fall, one knight forced himself to move forward and drove his spear into the shoulder of the four-armed goblin. He managed to wound it, but terror filled his eyes as he desperately shouted for Herbert to protect the king and get him out alive. Herbert rode hard through the chaos, waving the battle standard as he fought to break the stunned state gripping their forces. He tried to escort the king away from the battlefield, but by then it was already too late. Far in the distance, a figure standing atop a colossal beast pulled a bowstring all the way back. An arrow glowing with eerie green magic tore through the air at impossible speed. It struck Herbert from behind and drove toward his heart, slamming into his shoulder with such force that a wave of agony tore through his body. When King Charles II saw his final protector gravely wounded, he screamed in horror. Herbert collapsed as his vision began to fade. With the last of his strength, he urged the king to leave him behind and escape. Around them, loyal knights stared helplessly at the devastation the monsters had unleashed, their hearts filled with unwilling fury. Lin Tian slowly walked forward, triumph and scorn written across his face. He openly mocked the humans, declaring that their own arrogance and their desire to erase the goblin race had brought them to this point. Herbert screamed in despair as danger closed in step by step. He loudly declared that he would risk his life to the very end alongside them. Curses burst from his mouth without hesitation, while the crazed goblins around him stared with wary eyes, not daring to let their guard down for even a second. It can end now. Lin Tian's double spoke in a cold voice without any fluctuation. In the next instant, he channeled power into the spear in his hand, causing bright red lightning to erupt around it in violent, crackling arcs. The flow of power did not slow down for even a moment. It slashed straight through Herbert's body, and in that brief instant, he could clearly see the red light passing through him. Herbert's knees no longer had enough strength to support him. At last, he collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. He lay completely broken on the ground, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. His condition was so miserable that even trying to stand again was impossible. In despair, he struggled to whisper his final words. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I can't continue on with you. But when I die, I'll drag every enemy down with me." A high-tier martial skill suddenly activated. Herbert abruptly forced himself upright, and an intense momentum exploded from his body. Even though his strength had already been exhausted, he continued fighting through sheer will alone. This was the immortal will. The crazed goblin standing in front sensed that something was wrong. Herbert had clearly been pierced through the body, yet he was somehow standing again. Lin Tian's double understood the situation at once and sternly ordered everyone to step back. Herbert was nothing more than a furious walking corpse now. There was no reason to sacrifice anyone needlessly. They only needed to wait for the skill to end. The crazed goblin immediately turned and nodded again and again, his tone filled with unmistakable respect. "Boss, I truly admire you. You finished off these powerful guys so quickly." At that moment, Herbert was no different from a soulless corpse. He had completely lost all restraint, swinging wildly at everyone around him without caring whether they were allies or enemies. Watching that horrifying rampage unfold, King Charles II began trembling from head to toe. The sword slipped from the king's hand and struck the ground with a dull clang. His fingers had become so weak that he could no longer even hold onto his weapon. Charles II shook uncontrollably as his spirit finally broke beneath the chaos around him. His mouth kept opening in pained cries, over and over asking himself why everything had turned into this nightmare. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Alice Near was still locked in combat with the Cardinal Archbishop. She unleashed a long, violent line of sword energy through the air, and the murderous aura pouring from her body felt so dark and oppressive that it resembled the presence of a demon. Facing the Sword Saint's overwhelming slash, the Cardinal Archbishop was pushed into a desperate struggle. He had no choice but to focus every bit of his speed, precision, and reaction time into defending himself, barely managing to hold back the attack. Their battle continued to erupt with violent clashes, one powerful attack crashing into another and sending tremors through the ground. Neither side showed any sign of stopping. Stray sword energy that missed its target shot into the nearby human troops, and many soldiers were struck down before they even had time to understand what had happened. While struggling to block Alice Near's relentless slashes, the Cardinal Archbishop finally roared in anger, his voice mixed with frustration and regret. "What a waste! If you had remained the Holy Sword Maiden, your future might have surpassed even the Pope's." Alice Near immediately glared at him with hatred burning in her eyes. Her voice rang across the battlefield without hesitation. "Stop talking nonsense. Prepare to die." Then a sharp metallic sound rang out close behind Alice Near. It was the unmistakable sound of a weapon being raised, a warning that someone had already moved into position to strike her. Alice Near reacted with lightning speed. She snapped her head around and immediately spotted the danger rushing toward her. Rather than waiting for the attack to land, she struck first. Then, the moment her blade moved, she pulled her body backward and narrowly slipped away from the incoming blow. The sudden ambush had nearly caught her. A cold-faced knight stood before her, his hardened eyes filled with anger as he looked at Alice Near like she was nothing more than a traitor who had betrayed everything she once stood for. By then, the Cardinal Archbishop had nearly exhausted his strength and was forced to retreat toward the rear. Several knights immediately rushed forward and formed a protective ring around him. The leading knight explained that they had been sent by the Holy Mother as reinforcements. The Archbishop then issued a stern warning. Be careful. There is a ghost dragon soul inside her sword, along with something else we still cannot confirm. The knight answered at once. Understood. The instant he received the order, the knight gathered his strength and launched himself upward with a powerful leap. Alice Near found herself surrounded at the center of the battlefield. 3 tall, heavily built knights rushed toward her at the same time, but she remained calm, her eyes quickly tracking every enemy position around her. As the distance closed, Alice Near suddenly sprang into the air. Her sword flashed downward, unleashing several swift slashes in succession toward the approaching knights. Meanwhile, the Cardinal Archbishop had not stopped casting spells. He continued gathering high-level magic, forming a massive glowing circle in the air. It was the Holy Force Field, and he poured every remaining ounce of power into it. An enormous wall of energy immediately formed around them. Alice Near, 5 powerful knights, and the Cardinal Archbishop were sealed inside, clearly preventing anyone else from interfering with the battle. Alice Near looked up at the glowing wall surrounding her. Her teeth clenched tightly as her cautious eyes swept across every opponent trapped inside the barrier with her. In the next moment, 2 large knights carrying great sabers rushed straight at her from the front. At the same time, another knight attacked from the side, trying to catch her between them. 3 attacks came down at once, but Alice Near reacted in time. Her sword moved in a blur as she blocked all 3 slashes with a single rapid exchange. The force behind their attacks was enormous, but it was not enough to knock the knights backward. Alice Near was forced to keep defending, and while she was occupied, another knight rushed in to press the attack. Taking advantage of the moment Alice Near was busy resisting, the remaining 2 knights launched their own strikes toward her. But she recognized the threat in time and twisted away, sending her body flying clear of the blades. During that evasive movement, the ends of her hair accidentally brushed against the bright yellow spiritual wall surrounding the battlefield. Alice Near instantly understood how dangerous her position had become. She could not allow herself to be forced all the way to the outer edge of the barrier, because she knew the consequences of touching that wall again would be severe. But in one brief lapse of attention, danger came from behind. The Cardinal Archbishop had already seized a massive sword and leaped into the air, and Alice Near only realized the attack was coming at the last possible second. It seemed too late to escape. The slash was aimed directly at the back of her head and across her back, and in that instant the difference between life and death hung on a single strike. Suddenly, King Charles II ignored the danger and rushed forward. "Stop!" he shouted desperately. "Your Highness, Bishop, you must not hurt her. Alice Near is not a bad child. She can still be saved." The king could not bear the thought of losing Alice Near, but in the Cardinal Archbishop's eyes, the darkness inside her had already become impossible to deny. After taking the heavy blow, Alice Near barely managed to remain standing. Her limbs trembled violently as the Cardinal Archbishop approached with his sword still in hand. His voice was low and filled with helplessness. "It is already too late. The sword saint can no longer turn back." The Cardinal Archbishop raised his sword above his head with both hands, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The strike from moments ago had already carved a long wound across Alice Near's back. Then the Cardinal Archbishop rushed forward, his entire expression turning cold and decisive. This time he believed he could no longer forgive Alice Near's mistake. Power gathered around his blade as his voice lowered. "Goodbye, Alice Near." "No!" King Charles II screamed from the side. His eyes were full of helplessness as his voice became hoarse with desperation. The Cardinal Archbishop's earlier strike had already left a long gash across Alice Near's back. Now another killing blow was about to fall directly onto her body. Yet Alice Near showed no sign of moving away. She remained slumped beside her sword as though she had lost the strength to resist. Then suddenly, the world around her disappeared. It felt as though she had been pulled into another place entirely, her whole body wrapped in a strange layer of glowing color. Someone approached through that strange space. Each step sent ripples like magical water spreading beneath their feet. Then a voice spoke softly. "Little girl, you look exhausted. Why not rest for a while? Leave this part to me." The figure speaking was wrapped in a terrifying black magical aura. Yet the body looked almost exactly like Alice Near's, as though a darker and corrupted version of her had stepped out to stand before her. Alice Near raised her head, suspicion filling her eyes. She immediately shouted back, "Be quiet. I will not be tricked by you." The dark woman stood there with her arms crossed, looking completely relaxed as she spoke to Alice Near. "Perhaps you misunderstand my intention. I only want to give you more power. After all, if you die—" Her voice turned colder. "Then I will fall into that priest's hands too, and I will never again get to enjoy the pleasure of bloodshed." A terrifying smile slowly spread across the woman's face in the pitch-black darkness. Her tone became more excited and twisted as she continued. "Besides, you do not want to die by my hand either, do you?" Alice Near clenched her teeth but said nothing. An unbearable discomfort appeared across her face as the dark words continued echoing in her mind. After a long silence, strange cries began to rise around her. Then the dark blood-red illusion suddenly started shining with an unusual power, like a small sun breaking through the darkness. Yet the woman's sharp voice still pierced through everything. "It has to be this way. Just accept it." Back in reality, the Cardinal Archbishop threw all his strength into attacking Alice Near. But a stream of red fire suddenly erupted and forced him backward. His body nearly fell as a sword shot out from Alice Near's direction, narrowly missing his life. Beneath his feet, red flames burst across the ground in every direction. The knights outside the barrier could not endure the pressure of that terrifying power either. They instinctively retreated, knowing that if they remained too close, the scorching heat might burn them alive. The Cardinal Archbishop realized immediately that something was wrong. He raised both hands in front of his face, staring hard at Alice Near with wide eyes as he shouted, "This aura." It was as though he had already sensed the terrible change about to happen. Alice Near's body tightened as her inner struggle reached its peak. She fell backward heavily, then forced herself up with everything she had left. Black-red flames erupted from her body, carrying an unbearable pressure that made the air crackle with waves of scorching energy. A moment later, Alice Near had fully fallen into darkness. When she lowered herself back into a normal stance, a terrifying smile appeared across her face. The eyes staring ahead were no longer the eyes of the Alice Near King Charles II once knew. Panic swept through the surrounding soldiers. "This is the possession of darkness," someone shouted. "She has been swallowed by darkness." The knights immediately cried out for everyone to protect the king. Some rushed forward to confront Alice Near, while others turned back and surrounded Charles II at once. The king stood behind two large knights, staring helplessly toward her and calling her name. "Alice Near! Alice Near!" The Cardinal Archbishop opened his mouth wide and shouted with every bit of strength he had left. "Kill her immediately! We cannot let her escape from this force field." Alice Near had now been completely possessed by darkness. She no longer cared about the people who had once fought beside her. A scream burst from her throat, filled with the thrill of finally releasing everything she had buried inside. Finally, I can be completely free. I feel wonderful." A strange power gathered around Alice Near and condensed into a thick, blood-red sphere. From that sphere, countless long tentacles stretched outward in every direction and attacked the surrounding soldiers. The tentacles crawled into their mouths, pierced through their bodies, and tore apart their insides. With only a single touch, groups of knights began dying one after another. Even the Cardinal Archbishop was beginning to falter. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his entire body weakened as veins bulged around his wide, strained eyes. The power before him was forcing him to stay on guard. Something was terribly wrong. Although his strength was steadily running out, the Cardinal Archbishop's will remained stubbornly strong. He stretched one trembling arm forward, enduring the pain in his muscles as he forced a stream of power to gather in his palm, aiming it directly at Alice Near. A massive sword formed before him, divine punishment. It shot forward through a brilliant storm of energy, racing straight toward Alice Near as she stood in the distance watching it approach. A soldier standing behind the Cardinal Archbishop saw the unstable magic and spoke up in alarm. "Sir, an attack that large could hit our own soldiers." But the Cardinal Archbishop no longer cared about the innocent people caught nearby. He was determined to eliminate Alice Near at any cost. In an irritated voice, he shouted back, "There is no time to think about that now. Control her immediately. We cannot let her fall completely into darkness. If she escapes like this, the entire world will be thrown into chaos." But Alice Near was no longer acting like the person she had been before. A strange, magical laugh echoed through the battlefield as thick black mist gathered around her, suffocating everything nearby. She charged forward with wild excitement in her eyes. "Let me be reborn in this great battle." Deep inside Alice Near, her true self was furious and deeply uncomfortable. She warned the dark presence controlling her body, That's enough. Keep going any further, and I'll kill you first. Do you understand? But the Darkin was not afraid in the least. Instead, she sounded even more excited, laughing sharply as she answered, Almost there. Almost there. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat them. This battle is almost over. Just a little more. Alice Near's true self became frighteningly serious. Brilliant golden power rose all across her body, and she spoke in a firm, low voice. I already said that was enough. The moment those words left her mouth, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from within her, creating an overwhelming magnetic force. Alice Near shone so brightly that she resembled a goddess of the sun, her golden light spreading across the entire area. That sudden radiance made the Darkin controlling Alice Near's body turn around in surprise. Then she laughed loudly and answered, Fine, but we need to settle what's right in front of us first. With that, she turned back toward the battlefield and pulled out a massive blade. Demonic energy gathered around it in terrifying amounts. In a calm voice, she invoked a supreme sword technique. Alice Near raised the great blade directly toward the sky, and a strange sigil circle began forming above her. The circle shone brilliantly in the sky. Blood-colored patterns appeared around its edges, while thick black and sinister energy gathered overhead like a dark storm. Those forces twisted and spun around each other until they became a huge vortex. At the center of that terrifying whirlpool, a bright golden sword appeared. Alice Near was creating the bloody abyss. The moment the Cardinal Archbishop looked up and saw its scale, he was stunned so badly that he could barely breathe. The Cardinal Archbishop stared upward in horror, his voice coming out broken and helpless. 2 magic circles, impossible. That's impossible. Alice Near's sudden eruption of power was already tearing through the entire formation. The soldiers received the command and rushed toward her together. Alice Near stood alone against several powerful opponents, but she now looked like a savage demon waiting for prey to come within reach. Her sword swept through the air in a slanted arc. Alice Near had launched her attack. The first soldier to reach her was instantly cut apart into 3 pieces. His severed head flew one way, while his arm and body split apart in different directions. Alice Near's power had risen to a level none of them could match. The darkness around her grew thicker and thicker, making her look like a true female demon king. The Cardinal Archbishop hurriedly issued another order. Don't rush in recklessly. If you expose yourselves now, you'll die immediately. Keep using magic from a distance and weaken her first. As soon as he gave the order, bright circles appeared above the soldiers' heads, each one forming a sharp spearhead of light. They were preparing shining spears through magic, following the Cardinal Archbishop's plan to suppress Alice Near from afar. But those attacks meant nothing to Alice Near. She moved lightly across the streams of energy coming toward her, jumping back and forth with incredible agility, like a squirrel darting between branches. Then she shot forward like a flash of lightning. The next instant, the soldiers were blasted away in every direction. Their bodies flew across the battlefield as they died horribly. Even the Goblin forces, who had not yet moved, watched the scene with fear in their eyes. The Cardinal Archbishop finally understood that this battle could not be turned around so easily. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself that this was a disaster. Alice Near had become a truly terrifying demon. The Pope had to intervene. The Darkin needed to be destroyed at all costs. In the blink of an eye, Alice Near flashed directly in front of the Cardinal Archbishop. He instinctively stumbled backward several steps in shock. Her eyes glowed crimson as she stared at him and shouted in a cruel, powerful voice, "You wicked and merciless humans, are you plotting to kill me?" The Cardinal Archbishop could only mutter, "What?" Then both of them attacked at the same time. Alice Near and the Cardinal Archbishop swung their weapons together, and their powers collided in a violent clash. But Alice Near's force was clearly beginning to overwhelm his. Their 2 swords pressed against each other, grinding with immense pressure. Then a sharp cracking sound rang out as the Cardinal Archbishop's blade began to break apart. In the next second, his weapon shattered completely beneath Alice Near's sword. He was too shocked by her strength to defend himself. Her powerful strike came down, instantly cutting into the right side of his body and badly injuring his arm. Now missing one arm, the Cardinal Archbishop used his remaining hand to clutch the wound and slow the blood pouring out. He forced himself to endure the pain and ordered the people behind him to escort him away. Still, he could not accept the strength of the darkness inhabiting Alice Near. "What level is your swordsmanship?" he demanded. "Only the Sword Kingdom's strongest could do this." A soldier hurriedly warned him, "Sir, please be careful. She's speaking again." Alice Near's expression remained cold and merciless, but her voice carried open disdain. "I was born on the battlefield. I grew up surrounded by slaughter, and for centuries I ruled over humanity's fear of war. Why would someone who has lived for only a few decades dare compare swordsmanship with me?" This is nothing more than an ordinary move. The Darkin inside Alice Near decided to finish the fight. Her body leaped upward, moving with terrifying speed and graceful precision as she flew toward the Cardinal Archbishop to strike him down. The knights in front saw her coming and immediately raised their blades, rushing forward to shield the Cardinal Archbishop. "Sir, we have to leave now," they shouted. In a single flash, all anyone could see were several powerful lines of sword light, followed immediately by the panicked screams of the knights. Blood dripped from beneath one knight's feet, falling drop by drop until a wide red patch spread across the ground. In front of the Cardinal Archbishop, the man he believed possessed the most overwhelming sword skill had collapsed in a miserable state. "Filford," he cried. Filford's strength was completely gone. He could not even stand anymore, but he still struggled to speak. "Quickly, notify the Holy Father." The Cardinal Archbishop clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared toward the Darkin occupying Alice Near's body. "Damn it," he growled. He turned his back and began walking toward the knights. His retreating figure looked miserable and defeated. Alice Near stood still behind him, watching him leave without moving. Inside her, Alice Near's true soul felt that something was wrong. She leaned forward and wondered whether he was trying to escape. Then the Darkin warned her, "Wait, that Pope is not someone we can defeat." At that moment, Lin Tian arrived with Ji Lu and Goblin. He had brought along a woman whose hands were bound in chains. Lin Tian called out loudly, "Alice Near, don't chase after him. Can you still control that person? Your body is exhausted. You need treatment." But the Darkin merely turned back and replied, "Don't worry, I'll disappear naturally after this war ends. There are still many people who need to be dealt with. What happens if we face danger later?" Alice Near's true self felt that the Darkin's words made some sense. The Pope had not even moved yet, and his strength was still unknown. Lin Tian's face hardened as he spoke bluntly. "The Holy Pope is not on the same level as us. Alice Near, purify yourself immediately." Alice Near raised one hand, and a powerful stream of golden light erupted directly in front of the Darkin. The dark presence panicked and shouted, "Stop right now! Do you people have no morality? I was the one who helped and saved your lives." Right after that, the Sword Saint seemed to lose all of her dark power. Her body went limp, and she collapsed toward the ground. Lin Tian and the others panicked when they saw her fall. They immediately rushed back toward Alice Near. Lin Tian urgently ordered his subordinates to treat her at once. Yu Che caught her and supported her against his lap while the others quickly began giving the Sword Saint special treatment. At the same time, golden sunlight suddenly shone down from the sky. Lin Tian's group noticed the strange sight and looked upward. Lin Tian stared at the phenomenon in confusion, as though he had never seen anything like it before. Alice Near was in terrible pain, yet she remained conscious and forced herself to explain. "That is world magic. Heaven descending. The Holy Pope has finally made his move." At that same time, the battlefield's great monster, the one Lucher had been granted, began to react beneath the descending power. That power from the heavens controlled the massive creature. Its enormous mouth opened, and the many tentacles around it began thrashing violently. The giant tentacles slammed hard against the ground, sending thick smoke rising into the air. Nearby, numerous priests had gathered together to suppress it. The creature's roar was so painful that the entire goblin army felt as though their ears were splitting apart. Combined with the sweeping golden power, they could not move or resist. They could only wail in pain and despair. "It hurts, Monarch. It hurts." Lin Tian himself was unaffected, but when he turned to look at his army, he saw that every goblin was suffering under that strange power. The sight left him horrified. Taking advantage of the goblins being controlled, the human knights rushed forward to attack. The monsters had been weakened by an entire level, while the human magicians had gained the power of an extra rank. This force was terrifying. It did not merely paralyze the goblin army. It continuously drained away their energy as well. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he thought to himself, "So that old man finally made his move. But where are Veronica and the others? Why haven't they appeared yet?" Then his eyes fell on a human corpse lying on the ground nearby. A plan immediately formed in his mind. Without wasting time, Lin Tian decided to devour the dead human body. He activated his power and absorbed the corpse. Very quickly, Lin Tian took possession of that knight's body, then decisively left the area. Alice Near and Yu Che saw him leave and looked after him. Alice Near urgently called out, "Lin Tian, where are you going?" Without turning back, he answered while walking away, "I'm going to find a way to deal with that old man. You girls stay here and watch things. Don't let me down." At the Pope's location, the surrounding space had become connected to the heavens themselves. He was drawing that source of divine power down toward the battlefield. This was the sacred place where the Holy Pope himself stood at the heart of the ritual. The Holy Pope hovered above the ground on a massive stone slab, suspended high over the ritual site. More slabs formed a wide circle around him, each one guarded by armed figures standing watch. With every ounce of focus fixed on the spell, the Pope poured out his power, trying to force the entire Goblin army under his suppression. The status before them revealed Douglas's overwhelming presence. Level 100 Human, the Holy Pope. His titles alone were terrifying, supreme of faith, beneath even the gods and light of the world. With a lifespan of 3,800 years, 1,300 strength, and 1,900 defense, he possessed skills such as Descent, Collapse of all realms, Ultimate Judgment, and Ascension-like Blessing. Even his equipment, Crossrail, carried a total power rating of 1,000. Disguised as nothing more than an ordinary knight, Alyosha quietly stepped onto the ritual grounds. The instant he sensed the crushing power surrounding the area, his eyes widened in disbelief. The fighting strength gathered here was beyond anything he had expected. How could these people possibly be this terrifying? A grim thought settled into his mind as unease kept rising in his chest. There was no other way now. Someone would have to personally test the Holy Pope's limits. Once all of this was over, he promised himself he would settle the score. Veronica would pay, and so would that blood-sucking demon. He would crush Veronica's bones and make her regret ever treating him this way. Meanwhile, Luke here hurried toward the Holy Pope's position while pretending to be an ordinary human citizen. The moment he got close enough, he bent deeply at the waist and spoke with forced reverence. "Your Majesty, this servant has something urgent to report." A saintess standing near Lin Tian turned toward him. Her voice was gentle and smooth, as captivating as her appearance, and she calmly said, "There is no need to rush. Please stand and speak slowly." But the moment Lin Tian looked at her, a strange thought slipped into his mind. He stared at the saintess almost absent-mindedly, confused by the feeling rising inside him. Her spotless white cloak and pure appearance stirred an impulse he could not understand. Why was he thinking about something like that at a time like this? Lin Tian quickly shook himself awake and reminded himself that he still had work to do. All he needed was one opening. Just one chance to wound the Holy Pope with the spear of God Zeus, a weapon stained with the blood of destruction. A small ring had already been prepared in his hand, and as he pulled it out, a faint but dangerous power began to flash from it. The moment the Holy Pope sensed that unclean power entering the area, his eyes snapped open. His gaze immediately dropped toward Lin Tian below. In less than half a second, a colossal blast of power shot downward like a gigantic arrow. It struck Lin Tian head-on and hurled him away with the force of a missile. His battered body crashed into the ground below, setting off a deafening explosion that shook the entire area. Dirt, shattered stone, smoke, and dust burst into the sky as the impact spread through the battlefield. Just from that single heavenly strike, everyone could see how monstrous the Pope's power truly was. After the violent tremors finally began to fade, the smoke slowly thinned out across the ruined ground. From inside the dust, Lin Tian painfully pushed himself up and started crawling back to his feet. Lin Tian clutched his chest as pain tore through him, and his disguise had already been blasted away, revealing his true form. He coughed hard, forcing out a strained breath. "Good thing I had protective armor. Without it, I would already be dead." His whole body felt drained, as though every bit of strength had been ripped away. Inside, his organs burned like they had been scorched by fire. Barely managing to stand, Lin Tian held his stomach and looked up toward the Holy Pope. "That's terrifying. Now I understand." Veronica still had not moved, but before he could do anything else, the sky above suddenly darkened. A bright magic circle appeared high overhead, while thick clouds rolled inward from every direction. From that glowing circle, a violent stream of lightning energy came crashing down toward the ground in front of Lin Tian. The bizarre sight made his body tense as the air itself began to rumble around him. Then, in the middle of that unnatural chaos, a gigantic hand suddenly reached down from above. It looked almost like the hand of a massive ape descending from the clouds. The entire land shook violently beneath its arrival. The wrinkled skin of that enormous hand smashed through the protective barrier as though it were nothing. Lin Tian stared in complete shock. What kind of powers were clashing so fiercely here? Compared to them, he felt like he was not even qualified to stand on the same battlefield. Just then, someone stepped up beside him and spoke in a familiar tone. "Thank you, little boy." Lin Tian froze for a second, then quickly turned his head toward the voice. "Thank you, little brat, for keeping the Pope distracted." The speaker was none other than Veronica, the skeleton lord. She walked forward with her subordinates at her side, while a group of enormous monsters loomed behind her like a moving wall of death. Veronica calmly explained that his distraction had given her the opening she needed to summon the Hand of Calamity. Once she finished speaking, she walked past Lin Tian without slowing down, and the army under her command followed close behind. As she advanced toward the front, she gave him one final order. "We are going in. Lead your goblin army to victory." After she had gone a short distance, Lin Tian grabbed his aching stomach and called out after her in desperation. "Demon Lord, I feel like I'm about to die. Can you let me go first?" Veronica did not even turn around. Her answer was cold and simple. "Your mission is complete. Stay here. When this is over, I will send someone to rescue you." Lin Tian watched her leave with bitterness building in his heart. Their plan had been far too calculated. They had used him until they got exactly what they wanted, and now they were ready to toss him aside. Did they fear that he would turn against them that much? Or were they simply planning to take every reward from this battlefield for themselves? With a pained expression, Lin Tian opened a potion bottle in his hand and swallowed every drop in one desperate gulp. As the potion went down, he steadied himself and made his decision. Fine. Then he would take the rewards he had earned with his own hands. The Skeleton Lord's army marched forward until they stood directly before the Holy Pope's forces. Both sides faced each other in silence, their auras pressing against one another so heavily that the air itself seemed difficult to breathe. No one needed to speak. The suffocating hostility between them was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The old Pope narrowed his eyes, leaning forward as he scanned Veronica and the forces behind her. His voice carried both anger and exhaustion. "Veronica, what is it that you truly want? Why must you keep adding to the number of deaths?" Veronica refused to give an inch. Her expression remained cold as she answered him directly. "You are the one responsible for all these deaths, Douglas. I only want the life I once had, yet you keep standing in my way again and again." Those words pushed the Pope into a rage. "Life? You are already dead. What right do you have to speak of life?" The nun behind him tried to pull at his arm and calm him down, but he continued shouting. "Your fate is to remain trapped in this great tomb forever." Behind Veronica stood the body of a former pope, his deeply wrinkled face carrying an uncomfortable and aggrieved look. Veronica remained in front, lowering her voice without losing any of her firmness. "Looking at you, it seems you may not have much time left. You should become my subordinate just like your son. At least then, you will never die from old age." "You dare!" The Pope's face twisted with fury as he pointed straight at the Skeleton Lord. His teeth clenched tightly, and the anger showed clearly in every wrinkle on his face. Yet despite his rage, he did not dare make another move. At that moment, Veronica raised her scepter and aimed it directly at the Pope's side. The people standing there instinctively stepped backward together. Her voice rang out sharply. "Enough, old man. Our battlefield is not here. Today we settle every old grudge between us. Call forth heresy. Kingdom of darkness." In an instant, Veronica vanished from the battlefield. At nearly the same time, the Holy Pope disappeared as well, as though both of them had been transported somewhere else to fight alone. All that remained behind were the two armies, still locked in opposition. With the Lord gone, Succubus took command of the army. Dark power spread over her body as she gathered her strength, then released it toward the people around her. Her voice rose above the battlefield. "Now it is our turn. Let's wipe them all out in one strike." After speaking, she unleashed her sinister power. It slithered and twisted across the battlefield like a gigantic snake, moving with terrifying speed wherever she directed it. Knights were caught before they could react, their heads severed as the dark force curved through their ranks. The human army could barely defend itself against something so quick and unpredictable. The priest saw the devastation and knew he could not allow Succubus to continue. Even with only one hand left, he still forced himself to attack. Yellow spiritual energy gathered and shot toward her position as he shouted in hatred, "You hateful blood-sucking demon!" Succubus had only just taken down several soldiers when the priest's attack struck her. Blood spilled from her mouth as she staggered from the impact. It was clear that the priest was far from an easy opponent. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Succubus's face darkened with rage. She turned sharply and fixed an angry glare on the priest who had injured her. But she did not even have time to prepare another move. The priest's next attack was already rushing toward her body at close range. For one terrible moment, it seemed like she could do nothing except wait for the blow to destroy her. Then, without warning, a rough hand grabbed Succubus by the chest and yanked her hard to one side, pulling her completely out of the attack's path. For a moment, Succubus had no idea who had taken advantage of the chaos like that. But when she looked back, she saw that the one who had saved her was the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint quickly threw Succubus aside, then rushed forward herself to meet the incoming attack. The Sword Saint made several swift, straightforward movements, and the priest's attack was broken apart in front of her. The shattered energy burst into fragments that flew in every direction. But the danger was not over. Those fragments continued racing toward her, forcing her to slash again and again until she cut them into even smaller pieces. A huge wave of fire suddenly surged forward at incredible speed. It rushed directly into the scattered remnants of the priest's attack and burned away the remaining destructive energy before it could strike. The sword saint finally felt the pressure ease from her shoulders. She lowered her blade and withdrew it as the battlefield around her slowly stabilized again, all thanks to Succubus stepping in with her support. The sword saint glanced back at Succubus and spoke without warmth. "He is the one I will kill. You do not need to interfere." Alice Near had made her intentions perfectly clear. She wanted to personally finish the priest herself. The priest shouted in anger, "Damn it, Your Highness! I have to use that thing. I must destroy this monster." And Alice Near, the nun standing behind him, tried to reassure him. "Sir, please do not worry. The Pope has not returned yet. Please wait patiently." But the priest turned around and shouted at her in frustration. "Hurry up. If I die now, I will not even get the chance to fight." The nun was caught in a difficult position. She bit down on her lip and stood there in silence, struggling with her decision for several long moments. At last she made up her mind. Super magic. Redemption by fire. Her power burst forth as she moved to support the priest, finally agreeing to take action after careful hesitation. Succubus stared at the blazing fire with both curiosity and caution in her eyes. "Is that the aura of an angel? No. That can't be possible." The sword saint immediately recognized it and explained that this was indeed angelic power. More precisely, the power of a 12-winged seraph. Anyone who used it would be burned into ashes within 10 minutes, but during those 10 minutes, their strength would rise to an unbelievable level. This was the power known as salvation. Alice Near frowned at those words and asked, "Then why don't we retreat first? It only lasts 10 minutes, right?" The sword saint did not answer right away. She gathered her focus, her brows drawing tightly together as she narrowed her eyes and stared ahead at the priest. "I will become divine wrath itself and burn everything into ashes." With the nun's support, flames surged around the priest and formed a brand new right arm for him. He lowered his body into a fighting stance, curling that blazing arm into a fist as the fire around him grew hotter and more violent. The flames continued feeding into his body while he prepared to launch everything he had at Alice Near. The impact exploded through the mountain forest where Alice Near and the priest stood. Its roar rolled outward for 100 kilometers, shaking the surrounding land until the ground cracked open in a massive circle. The force of that strike was no different from a bomb detonating across the battlefield. A short while later, the priest's attack finally came to an end, and the violent destruction around them began to settle. Both the sword saint and Succubus had taken painful hits, their bodies blasted far away by the overwhelming force. Against such terrifying power, neither of them had been able to resist. The priest looked toward Alice Near and coldly declared that nothing could save her from his judgment. "It is time for everything to end." The priest kept gathering more flames into his palm, his voice coming out in a harsh and threatening hiss as the burning power continued to swell. This attack felt like his final farewell to Alice Near. Leaning forward, the priest thrust his blazing arm out with all his strength, sending a towering pillar of fire, dozens of meters long, straight toward the sword saint. He had decided not to hold anything back this time. Alice Near was still struggling to get back on her feet when that horrifying torrent of fire came rushing toward her. She had not even regained her balance, much less prepared herself for another attack. For a single deadly instant, it looked like she was about to be completely wiped out. At the critical moment, someone came sprinting toward her, gasping for breath as they rushed forward with desperate speed. It was the king. In the end, he simply could not bear to abandon Alice Near. He knew that some outside force had manipulated her, and despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to protect her. Spreading his arms wide, the king threw himself in front of her and accepted the blazing stream of fire with his own body. Alice Near's eyes widened as she stared at him. In that instant, something buried deep in her memories seemed to stir awake. She had never expected the king to stand before her like this, using his own body to shield her at the very end. "Beloved Alice Near." Those were the final words the king left behind. He knew that stepping into that attack could erase him forever, yet he accepted it without hesitation because he could not bear to see her hurt. With his eyes closed and a faint smile on his face, he seemed content simply to be near her one last time. The burning power crashed directly into the king's back. A flood of searing flames burst outward, followed by a terrifying explosion that shook the air around them. Even as he was fading away, the king still looked at Alice Near as though she were the little girl he had known long ago. He gently reached out and stroked her head, smiling warmly as he said, "From this day forward, this will be your home, and I will be your father." Young Alice Near stared at him in confusion, unable to understand why he was disappearing before her eyes. Before his body vanished completely, the king left her with one final message. "This country can no longer be saved. At least let me use this life to repay all the protection you once gave me. I am sorry, my daughter." Once those words were spoken, his body broke apart and disappeared into ashes. Alice Near slowly raised her head in shock. Black ash drifted through the air in front of her, and she could only stare at it in silence, unable to find words for what had just happened. With the king gone, only the priest remained standing before her. His attack had ended, but the pain it left behind had not. The two of them stood frozen in place, staring at one another in stunned silence. The old priest panicked as he looked down at his own arm, his voice trembling with disbelief. What have I done? I actually killed His Majesty." His face twisted with regret as he wondered how many more unforgivable mistakes he would make. At the same time, the Sword Saint's fury continued rising higher and higher. With killing intent overflowing from her body, Alice Near rushed forward. Her holy sword had turned black and burned with fierce flames as she raised it in both hands and screamed, "Then die!" The priest did not have time to defend himself. Alice Near's strike came down in an instant, severing his head from his body with a single clean blow. Blood sprayed across the ground as his head fell away and struck the earth. Even after falling, the priest's eyes remained open. Terror and regret were still frozen across his face, as though he could not escape the realization that he had killed the king himself. One attack was all it took. The priest had been defeated completely by Alice Near's single strike. Alice Near stood before his body without saying a word. The battlefield around her fell eerily quiet, broken only by her uneven breathing, each breath heavy with helplessness, grief, and resentment. Succubus slowly approached from beside her and placed a hand on the Sword Saint's shoulder. "It's all right," she said softly to Alice Near. "We will always stay by your side." But Alice Near barely seemed to notice the people around her anymore. Her voice turned cold as she gave an order to the frenzied goblins. "Take the remaining heroes and follow me. It is time to seize the royal capital." Seeing Alice Near's chilling attitude, Succubus froze for a moment, unable to think of anything else to say. Then she turned toward the three-headed beast behind her and issued an order. "Cerberus, all of you go with them. This is no longer just a battlefield. Follow the queen's commands carefully. If anything happens, report back immediately." At that moment, the human army fell into complete confusion. "Holy Mother, the king is dead. The situation is already lost," someone shouted urgently. "We might be able to hold on for a little longer, but you need to withdraw now. If you stay, you will not survive this." A man hurriedly guided the Holy Mother toward a safer place, but she hesitated and could not bring herself to move. Then a massive halo appeared high in the sky, spinning like a violent storm. It plunged downward from above, and everyone who saw it looked up in panic. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the center of that strange phenomenon and crashed down onto the ground, shaking the entire area. Only the upper half of the figure's body was visible, while huge wings behind her kept beating through the air. That winged woman was Gabriel. The moment she arrived, she flapped her wings and launched herself back into the sky. Pointing ahead with fury in her voice, she shouted, "You traitor! Why do you keep opposing us? What does this matter have to do with me?" Standing in front of Gabriel was Lucifer, the skeleton lord. Lucifer answered with a calm, mocking tone. "At first, I had no interest in this matter. But once I heard it was connected to all of you, how could I possibly miss such a wonderful chance for revenge?" Gabriel's anger flared as she gritted her teeth. "Were you the ones who instigated others to falsely accuse me before? I swear, I will return to the Garden of Eden and make every one of you kneel at my feet and beg for forgiveness." Her expression darkened as she shouted, "You bastard!" Then Gabriel turned toward the human forces below. "Citizens, the Garden of Eden will never forget what happened to you today. Leave the great Goblin tomb to us. We will deal with it." At that very moment, the Pope suddenly fell from the sky and crashed down onto the ground. The nun panicked and rushed toward him, her breath catching as she cried out, Pope Lord, are you all right?" The Pope was barely able to speak. In a weak voice he told them, "Leave quickly. Go to the Sword Kingdom, where the holy light has never faded. You can also seek protection in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom and the Three-Leaf Clover Kingdom. They will keep you safe." After leaving those final words behind, the Pope closed his eyes and immediately passed away. The great holy Pope was gone. The nun could only collapse beside his body, crying uncontrollably as she called out to him again and again, Pope Lord, Pope Lord. Nearby, Lucifer finally turned her attention toward the scene. Lucifer raised her voice with clear disappointment. Douglas, is this really the final trump card you all had? It was nothing impressive at all. The moment you see a true opponent, you run away. Her gaze swept across the angels with contempt. In the end, this is all your angelic crowd can do. No one can defeat me, no matter what you were like in the past. Succubus stood behind Lucifer with admiration glowing in her eyes, looking almost fanatically devoted. There is an enormous difference between them and the Great One, she said excitedly. That group does not even have a truly brilliant mind. I love the Great One far too much. Succubus then hurried back toward Lucifer and asked eagerly, That's right, Great One. What should we do with that filthy goblin group and the one called Lin Tian? Lucifer answered without hesitation. Only the Sword Saint is worthy of becoming my servant. The goblins, including Lin Tian, have no value to me anymore. If you want to vent your anger, kill them all. Hearing that answer, Succubus's face brightened with excitement. The Great One truly treated her well. In her heart, she immediately imagined hanging Lin Tian's head at the Dark Holy Land. At last, she had been given the chance to personally wring his neck. That damned Lin Tian had always acted so unpleasant around her. Did he really think he was the main character? Lucifer walked over to the nun and spoke to her directly. Holy Mother, why not come to our great tomb? I will give you a chance to conquer my heart and become my woman. What do you think? The nun fiercely rejected her. Get away from me, you monsters. Is metal the only thing you people desire? Lucifer's voice softened as she replied, Do you truly not want to live? But the nun only shouted back, If I feared death, I would never have appeared here. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Lucifer looked at her with a calmer, gentler expression. Life is such a beautiful thing, yet that religious fool brainwashed all of you into becoming like this. Do you understand how much I cherish life? What a pity. After saying that, Lucifer raised her power and called upon heresy, attempting to summon the round table creatures of Sayre. Since you do not value your own life, she shouted, then do not blame me for being merciless. But what appeared in the sky was not one of the round table creatures. Instead, a huge brilliant cup shone above them. In the next second, a powerful stream of radiant energy shot out from behind and struck Lucifer directly. Lucifer had not even realized what was happening before the attack hit her completely. She collapsed onto the ground at once, her body going rigid as violent tremors ran through her. The Skeleton Lord's face immediately twisted as she turned toward the one who had launched that surprise attack. The object above them was the infinite holy cup. It could store an enormous amount of divine power, enough that even someone already dead could use it to unleash world-class divine magic. To everyone's shock, the one who had taken action was the Corpse Pope. Despite already being dead, he had still made his move at the very last moment. Lucifer glared at him in disbelief and shouted, Corpse Pope, wasn't your soul imprisoned deep within the dark realm by a soul-possessing monster? How did you return? The dead priest answered quietly, Fortunately, my father was there. The Corpse Pope's voice rang out with hatred as he faced the Skeleton Lord. Pope Douglas had brought his soul back from the dark realm, and now he intended to drag every demon before him straight down into hell. As he raised his power, fallen heaven began to awaken, crimson fire blazing across the sacred treasure in his hands. Across from him, the Skeleton Lord gathered a towering mountain of souls, preparing to meet his attack head-on. Then the two massive powers collided. The mountain of souls crashed into fallen heaven, and the impact tore through the battlefield like a storm of destruction. At the point where they struck each other, a violent radiation like tempest burst outward, while the miserable howls of countless trapped souls echoed from behind the raging blast. Flames spread everywhere, mixing with the shrieks of suffering souls until the entire area became unbearable to witness. The goblins caught in the chaos were overwhelmed by pain, unable to endure the force pressing down on them. Huge numbers of them were destroyed, their bodies splitting apart beneath the terrifying power. Even Succubus was pinned beneath one of the monsters. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from its terrifying strength. All she could do was scream in panic, Great One, save me. The Corpse Pope continued lifting the holy cup high above him, his voice growing heavier and colder. Before I turn into ashes, every one of you will be crushed into dust before my eyes. The Skeleton Lord's expression darkened as she realized her plan had gone wrong. She had wanted to pull the old Pope into a one-on-one battle, yet everything had turned against her instead. If this continued much longer, she knew she would not be able to hold out. It is because you forced me to do this, the Skeleton Lord shouted as she made her decision. She was finally going to use her hidden trump card, Heresy Transformation, dominate the Old Testament. A colossal figure appeared high in the air, towering over the battlefield with both hands raised above its body. Giant spheres floated around it as dust and smoke rolled outward in every direction. Its red eyes stared down from above, glowing with a horrifying, inhuman presence. The giant brought both hands down against the earth. The impact sent a world-shaking shockwave roaring across the ground. That one movement alone left behind a mountain of goblin corpses, twisted together and piled on top of one another. Their miserable condition made it clear that they had died in terrible agony. When the violent force finally passed, strange magical smoke hung in the middle of the battlefield, while bright yellow fragments rained down around them. From within the lingering power came a furious voice. "You mad fools! One day this entire world will be destroyed by your hands. My lord, please send down your blessing and save everyone." The skeleton lord clenched her teeth, realizing that the corpse pope's stubborn resistance had forced everything to this point. The disturbance had become so great that it drew the attention of the ancient gods of heresy. After unleashing that terrifying shockwave, the giant slowly crawled back into the rift in space above. The crack in the sky gradually closed behind it, slowly disappearing until nothing remained except a dark and gloomy sky overhead. The skeleton lord looked exhausted. She planted her staff heavily into the grass and cursed under her breath. "Damn it! The power of that heretical ancient god is far too terrifying." Succubus moved to support her and spoke reassuringly. "It is all right, my lord. We have won. You can return to where you lived before, and then you, Alasnir, and I can all live happily together." After enduring for decades, the skeleton lord finally let out her anger. No matter how strong the church had been, no matter how well it could restrain magical creatures, it had still failed in the end. As she looked out over the soldiers scattered and piled across the ruined battlefield, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Demon Lord, have you finished?" The skeleton lord and succubus both turned around at once. Their eyes flashed with extreme caution as they faced the unexpected voice. Behind them stood a goblin army, and Lin Tian was leading them from the front. The skeleton lord's eyes widened in surprise. "How did your wounds recover so quickly? And what is going on with that entire goblin force?" Lin Tian stood there full of energy and replied calmly, "I was only slightly injured. I brought them here to help." "Help?" The skeleton lord's face tightened as she looked over the army behind him. Since when had Lin Tian secretly raised so many leader-level goblins? Succubus was even more irritated. "My lord, stop wasting words with him. Since there are so many leaders, collect them as subordinates. As for Lin Tian, killing him will be enough." Lin Tian curled his lips and looked straight at them. "You want to kill me? Are you sure about that?" Deep inside, his anger had already boiled over. That damned monster had finally revealed her true nature, and today he intended to make her regret it. Succubus glared at him and shouted, "You bastard!" As her anger exploded, she immediately prepared another attack. "Now I will show you what I am capable of." Her body twisted sharply as her tail began to writhe behind her. In the next instant, she launched herself forward, attacking Lin Tian with tremendous force and frightening speed. The sharp tip of Succubus's tail shot straight toward Lin Tian's chest, aiming to pierce him through before he could react. Succubus's eyes opened wide as she stared at what happened next. The result was far more shocking than she had expected. After striking him, Succubus's tail suddenly shriveled and dried up, as if all its strength had been drained away. Lin Tian, meanwhile, calmly healed the wound on his body with his own power. Succubus cried out in pain, "My tail! What is that thing?" From behind her, the skeleton lord immediately warned, "Be careful. The armor he is wearing is world-class." That warning only made Succubus even more furious. Succubus refused to accept that she had been stopped by a goblin. She summoned her weapon at once and raised it toward Lin Tian. "He is only a goblin. Even if he has world-class defensive equipment, so what? I refuse to believe he can resist my super-tier charm magic too." Then Succubus vanished from sight. Only a faint trace of her movement remained, while streams of spiritual power filled the surrounding space and pressed down with suffocating force. In the blink of an eye, Succubus leaped high into the air. Her speed was so fast that within a second she had already reached the space directly above Lin Tian's head. With her weapon raised, she prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Just as Succubus came down toward him, Lin Tian bent his body low. At some point, he had already summoned a magical tool into his hand. Sparks of electricity crackled over his palm, releasing a powerful pressure into the air. Succubus lunged forward, and Lin Tian raised his long spear to block her attack. Their two powers slammed against each other without either side giving way. The force was so great that the earth beneath Lin Tian's feet shattered, sending chunks of soil and stone breaking apart around him. Succubus still refused to retreat. Her teeth clenched as she pushed down harder, determined to overpower Lin Tian through sheer strength. But Lin Tian was not as weak as she believed. He continued holding back her attack, yet it seemed as though he still had strength left to spare. Then he shouted one word sharply. Lightning! In an instant, electricity surged through Succubus's body. The shock numbed her completely, sending her into a wild convulsion as smoke nearly rose from her body under the violent current. For that brief moment, Succubus could not resist at all. Her body went limp and powerless before she fell straight down toward the ground. Lin Tian remained standing calmly, looking down at Succubus as she lay there like a discarded broken doll. Lin Tian shook his head as he looked down at her. What a pity. I have no interest in that kind of thing right now. Inside, he quietly breathed in relief. He had expected that he might have to deal with Succubus, so he had endured and avoided treatment for his condition. The lingering effects from the Wind Human Kingdom still left him unable to act normally. Otherwise, he feared she would have been able to toy with him completely. Seeing her favorite subordinate badly injured, the Skeleton Lord's rage surged like an erupting volcano. She tried to keep her voice steady at first. So you were never enchanted. I suppose I have to see you differently now. But her tone quickly changed into a furious roar. You chose the wrong opponent. The Skeleton Lord slammed her hand down onto the ground. A brilliant formation rose beneath her as she unleashed another heretical summon. Immortal Knight Legion. Lin Tian immediately recognized what had appeared before him. These were level 95 immortal knights of the undead race. Each one a death knight filled with sleepless killing intent and a desire to pursue darkness. Every knight possessed 3,000 health, 800 strength, and 1,200 defense. They had no special skills, but each carried a rusty shield and rusty sword, and their total combat power reached 5,000. Looking at more than 100 of them, Lin Tian could not help feeling that this was completely outrageous. Lin Tian immediately gave his order to the goblins behind him. Spread out. Use the magical tools to wear them down. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, throwing the Skeleton Lord's undead soldiers into chaos. The destructive power was so strong that even Lin Tian's goblin warriors struggled to withstand the blast themselves. Still, Lin Tian's capable subordinates acted with ruthless decisiveness. Under their concentrated attacks, the skeleton soldiers were smashed apart and broken into pieces. The Skeleton Lord watched the situation turn against her and realized that she had underestimated Lin Tian. He had secretly cultivated such a powerful force, and it now looked as though he had prepared it specifically to deal with her. It was exactly like two sides fighting until a third party stepped in to take the benefit. With her remaining magic power, the Skeleton Lord knew she could not afford to keep fighting. If she forced herself to stay, death would be the only outcome. She summoned a rift in space and backed toward it, deciding that she had to return to the Great Catacomb first, even if only for a short time. The rift closed directly in front of Lin Tian. The Skeleton Lord slipped inside, leaving behind no trace as the opening sealed shut. A darkened goblin approached Lin Tian and asked for instructions. Big brother, what should we do? Should we chase after her and kill her now? Lin Tian shook his head. It is too late. By the time we reach the Great Catacomb, she will have already recovered much of her strength. At that moment, a woman stepped forward from nearby and said, I can help you. Lin Tian was startled. He turned around to look at her and asked, Help me? How exactly can you help? The nun held up the sacred treasure in her hands and presented her offer. I can use the Holy Grail to locate them and bring you directly to the Great Catacomb. But you must defeat Veronica. Otherwise, how can the people of our church ever rest in peace? Lin Tian studied her strength and immediately understood that she was Catherine, level 99, a human and the Holy Mother of Radiance. Her titles were Incarnation of Kindness, Mother of All Things, and One Who Loves Everyone. She possessed 3,100 health, 900 strength, and 1,000 defense. Her abilities included Holy Coordinate, Song of Eden, Heavenly Salvation, and Light Guardian. With a holy robe and a light magic stone, her total combat power reached 6,500. Lin Tian looked over Catherine's strength in surprise. Her level was certainly not low, but compared with someone of the Pope's standing, her overall combat power was still much weaker. Lin Tian gave a cold sneer after hearing Catherine's proposal. Then what are we waiting for? I never intended to let that person go in the first place. Catherine's expression turned grave as she warned him. The magic power stored here, combined with what little power I have left, is only enough for one teleportation. If we fail to defeat her, there will not be another chance to escape. Far away inside the great tomb, Veronica's hidden stronghold sat in uneasy silence. Then two streaks of sinister energy tore through the air at blinding speed, racing straight toward the place. A rift in space suddenly opened, and Veronica and Rebecca fell heavily onto the stone floor. Both of them looked utterly drained after their escape, and Rebecca was so weakened that she could barely force herself to stand. The two quickly staggered toward a table crowded with magic potions. Rebecca's anger burst out first as she cursed loudly. That damned Lin Tian! He was not even affected by my charm. Her eyes burned with humiliation as she continued. Next time, I will make him into a dog and force him to crawl around eating whatever Cerberus leaves behind. Veronica's face remained bitter as she reached for the potions. Do not worry, he will not live past tonight. Once I recover my magic power, I will take back everything that belongs to us. Before either of them could continue planning their revenge, the wall of the mountain cave behind them split open with a deafening crack. A massive hole appeared in the stone, interrupting their scheme on the spot. Both women spun around with confused looks on their faces. They had never expected someone to break into the great tomb so quickly, and now there was nowhere left for them to run. Lin Tian and his goblin army smashed through the mountain base and marched directly inside. Every goblin radiated fierce killing intent as they entered. Catherine stood beside Lin Tian, and Rebecca's shocked voice rang out, Goblins? And Catherine too? Veronica narrowed her hollow eyes and stared at the goblin army with visible irritation. People of the church actually dare to stand together with goblins now? At that moment, Rebecca showed her loyalty without hesitation. She rushed in front of Veronica and placed herself between her master and the incoming army. Her body lowered into a fighting stance as she shouted fiercely, Great Lord, you leave first. I will hold them back. Lin Tian, however, did not look concerned at all. To him, Veronica and Rebecca were simply obstacles that needed to be removed immediately. His gaze swept over them coldly before he gave a calm order. Ji Lu, what are you waiting for? Ji Lu obeyed instantly and charged forward. Its body was already massive, yet its speed was even more terrifying. The second Lin Tian finished speaking, the goblin shot ahead like a bolt of lightning. Veronica knew that Rebecca had no chance against Ji Lu. Without hesitation, she shoved Rebecca backward and stepped forward herself. Be careful! Rebecca froze in panic, completely stunned that her master would protect her in such a dangerous moment. Great Lord! Rebecca cried out. Ji Lu and Veronica now stood directly across from each other, both of them giving off such overwhelming pressure that everyone watching felt their bodies tense. Only a brief moment remained before the clash exploded. After being pushed aside, Rebecca could not accept what was happening. She immediately ran back toward Veronica, but there was nothing she could do except shout desperately, Be careful! Rebecca then turned toward Lin Tian, fury filling her face. You goblins should not be so heartless. I will kill every one of you. The moment's words left Rebecca's mouth. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Boom! A brilliant yellow bolt of lightning swallowed her entire body. She never got the chance to say another word because Lin Tian had already acted. With nothing more than a pointed finger, he unleashed lightning that burned across her body. Rebecca could neither dodge nor resist the attack. Lin Tian gripped his glowing spear as fire-like light flickered around its surface, and the power of that magical weapon completely overwhelmed her. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Heartless? Who said I was just some weak goblin? Who decided from the beginning that I was not even human? As for Veronica, she was pinned beneath Ji Lu's feet with no path left to escape. She cried out in desperation, Kill me if you want, but spare Rebecca. Do not electrocute her anymore. Rebecca was still trapped inside the stream of energy pouring from Lin Tian's magic spear, but she refused to surrender. No, great lord, we are proud, high-level magical creatures. How can we give up now? The two of them continued shouting through the cave, and Lin Tian finally looked directly into Rebecca's face. His tone remained soft, but the anger in his eyes was unmistakable. I have put up with you for a long time. You are a high-level magical creature, right? You always looked down on me, did you not? Then experience what it feels like to kneel beneath a goblin. After saying that, Lin Tian tightened his control over the energy flow. Rebecca's body was hit by unbearable pain, and her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed to her knees directly in front of him, clutching her stomach as she screamed as though she were being torn apart and brought back to life again. The pain soon became more than Rebecca could endure. She stretched both hands forward and begged desperately, Goblin, I was wrong. Please stop. Why are you only attacking me? You and I do not even have such deep hatred between us. Only moments earlier, Rebecca had insisted that she would never surrender. Yet after suffering just a little longer, all of her pride had vanished. The proud succubus was now kneeling before the goblin and begging for mercy. Veronica watched Rebecca's surrender with a bitter look in her eyes. Even while pinned down, she still tried to speak. Rebecca, you? Lin Tian casually turned toward her. I nearly forgot that the two of you are a couple. With that, yellow lightning surged into Veronica as well. The skeleton lord and Rebecca screamed together as the burning current ran through both of them. Even Veronica's skeletal body could not endure that searing pain, while Rebecca screamed until her voice became hoarse. Only after tormenting them for a long time did Lin Tian finally release the attack. The streams of fire and lightning faded away. Veronica and Rebecca collapsed flat on the floor like lifeless bodies, their forms covered in black ash and scorched dust. Thin smoke rose from them as their mouths could only produce weak, broken sounds instead of the loud threats they had shouted before. After giving them a proper lesson, Lin Tian finally felt satisfied. He turned toward Ji Lu and gave another order. The succubus is not dead yet. Inject her with a paralyzing toxin and take her away. Once our new settlement is arranged, we will decide what to do with her later. Ji Lu bowed its head at once. Yes, boss. But just after giving the order, Lin Tian suddenly stiffened. His face turned toward the back as if he had sensed something strange behind him. Veronica slowly rose to her feet. An unusual dark aura began pouring out from her body, carrying a foul and pungent stench through the cave. A skull appeared above her, surrounded by a brilliant stream of energy. I am of the undead race, she said coldly. You think you can kill me? How naive. Catherine stood behind Lin Tian and quietly spoke up. I forgot to tell you, undead creatures normally cannot be killed. Their existence already goes against common sense. Lin Tian turned toward her with a hard glare. Then how are we supposed to kill her? Catherine hesitated and stammered. I do not know. Lin Tian stepped closer, his voice low and serious. You are a member of the church, yet you do not know how to kill an undead creature? Catherine stood still, unable to come up with an answer. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Tian decided not to waste more time. He immediately gave Ji Lu another command. Take Veronica and Rebecca away. From now on, stay within half a step of Veronica at all times. Use the demon-sealing sword regularly and drain the magic power from her body. Ji Lu lowered its head again. Yes, boss. After that, Lin Tian walked away from the others with Catherine to speak somewhere more private. He leaned his face toward the sky and relaxed his body with a long breath. At last, the battle had been resolved, and the rewards of victory finally belonged to him. Catherine slowly approached from behind. Lin Tian turned back toward Catherine and spoke in an unusually gentle voice. Now then, how should I deal with you? Catherine lowered her eyes and spoke honestly. The matter of the great tomb is over. The people of the church are dead, and it feels like I no longer have a reason to keep living. After a brief pause, she continued. There is one thing I ask of you. I do not expect Alice Near to forgive the people of the royal city, but can you please not carry out a massacre? Lin Tian immediately agreed, but he also asked a question in return. Fine, but what will you offer me in exchange? Catherine's face suddenly turned bright red. She could not bring herself to look directly at Lin Tian, and her body grew visibly tense. In a quiet voice, she whispered, Whatever you want is fine. Lin Tian answered plainly and without hesitation. I want you to announce to the entire country that they must surrender and swear loyalty to the goblins. Catherine stared at him in shock. Surrender to you? Lin Tian continued laying out his demands. Every year they will pay 70% of their food as tax. Every adult woman must give birth to and raise 10 goblin children until those children are grown. If they can do that, their lives will remain no different from before. And I will not allow the goblins to massacre humans. As he spoke, Lin Tian considered it the most practical choice. Compared to indiscriminate slaughter, using people as resources was far more efficient. It would save him trouble and leave more hands free to develop production. And Catherine, overflowing with compassion, would surely do everything she could to cooperate if it meant saving the people. Catherine quickly cried out in disbelief. I may be kind, but I am not stupid. How could something like that possibly be carried out? Deep down, she had never expected a goblin to make such an outrageous demand. Lin Tian turned around and slowly walked a circle around Catherine, looking her up and down. When he spoke again, his voice was calm and almost warm. Nothing is impossible. You only need to make them surrender to me first. After that, I will make them compete with each other to do what I want. Back at the royal city walls, corpses lay scattered everywhere. The entire area was filled with the heavy, suffocating stench of death. Below the city, the ground was covered with human and goblin bodies piled over one another. There was barely a patch of earth left untouched by the dead. Beneath the enormous city wall, the massive goblin army stood gathered in formation. Lin Tian remained at the front, surrounded by his high-level goblin subordinates. Catherine stood beside him, her face still filled with confusion as she looked up toward the city. Is the royal city finished? Lin Tian glanced around with a faint sense of relief. Looks like the place has already been cleaned up. That saves me the trouble of doing it myself. The Sword Saint stepped toward Lin Tian and spoke calmly. Messenger, everything I needed to do is finished. The rest is yours now. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The goblin army stood in neat, silent lines, looking disciplined and serious. But the moment Lin Tian appeared, his close subordinates became wildly excited. Cashin and the frenzied goblin rushed forward in a noisy frenzy. Great boss, we missed you to death. One of them shouted excitedly. Great boss collected all the top-tier spoils. Even that skeleton lord's home was captured. Another laughed wildly. What do you know? Once you play around enough, you naturally start liking all kinds of weird things. The goblins were so excited that they tried to rush in and hug Lin Tian. Before they could get close, he punched all three of them in one swift motion, leaving dents on their heads. Shut up, all of you. Lin Tian then called out directly, Veronica. He turned toward the ox-headed and horse-faced monsters nearby and asked, Those are your people, right? Do you want them to come save you? Veronica replied with irritation. Alice Near is still here. Do you really think they are capable of saving me? She lowered her head slightly. Just stand there and transfer the power. I am a prisoner now. From now on, Veronica said coldly, all of you will follow this goblin. Veronica's eyes flashed a savage red as she lifted her head. Her voice rolled across the battlefield like a growl. Of course, you are free to resist as well. Lin Tian and the Sword Saint said nothing in response. They simply stared at Veronica with cold, irritated eyes, making it clear that her threat meant nothing to either of them. Lin Tian gathered a dense sphere of energy in his hand, then bent forward and hurled it straight at the ox-headed monster's broad chest. The attack hit with devastating force, blasting a massive hole through the center of its body. Veronica's face twisted with fury as she shouted, What are you doing? Before her anger could settle, another of Veronica's primitive monsters was struck down. Its head was cut clean off, while the excess flesh across its body was torn apart. Thick black fluid sprayed across the ground right in front of her. One by one, Veronica's creatures were overwhelmed by Crazy Goblin and Lin Tian's high-level subordinates. Their enormous bodies were shredded into broken fragments scattered across the battlefield. Veronica could only watch as her own people were slaughtered, completely unable to stop them. Lin Tian finally spoke to his goblins. You are close to evolving into the overlord race. These creatures are top-tier nourishment. Devour them, and your strength will rise even further. One goblin eagerly urged Crazy Goblin to eat his fill first, saying there would be even better food waiting later beside the great boss. Another scratched his head and quickly agreed. Crazy Goblin was already tearing into the flesh of Veronica's fallen monster, devouring it with obvious satisfaction. Between bites, he excitedly declared, What a bunch of idiots! I can feel myself getting stronger already. Soon, I will hunt even more delicious prey myself. I will not need to trouble Great Boss at all. And I will bring the best ones back for him too. Veronica was tightly bound and forced to kneel before Lin Tian under Ji Lu's watch. Rage burned in her hollow eyes as she shouted, You are truly cruel, Lin Tian. Do not let me catch you one day. I will not kill you quickly. I will make you suffer until death feels like mercy. Lin Tian answered lazily, Catch me? Anyone living in this world needs to know how to be careful. Those are your people after all. What if they waited until I was asleep and tried to rescue you? After eating his fill, Crazy Goblin flexed his swelling muscles. A thick layer of dark energy leaked from his body as he roared with delight. I have become stronger again. A new status appeared at once. Crazy Goblin had reached level 80 and evolved into a great demon goblin. His demonic aptitude had awakened under the blessing of the great demon god, granting him 2500 vitality, 710 strength, and 890 defense. He now possessed Destruction Hand, Great Demon Domain, and Dark Lore, while his equipment included Osia's Sword, Axe of Mo, and Shield of Asavin. His total combat power had risen to 6,800. Seeing that enormous leap, the Sword Saint could not hide her shock. A great demon? Even Veronica could barely believe what she was seeing. A goblin can evolve into a great demon? This is an overlord species. That should be impossible. Crazy Goblin threw both fists into the air and let out a deafening roar, overflowing with excitement. Great boss, power is pouring through me without end. Whatever girl you want, I can capture her and bring her back. Lin Tian stood nearby with both hands in his pockets and calmly corrected him. Forget about girls. Handle the real business first. Inside the royal city, the goblin army had already marched through the streets and taken control of key locations. Lin Tian stood in the center of the occupied city and addressed the frightened citizens. There is no need to panic, and there is no need to fear me. I am not here to kill you. In fact, I am offering you a way to survive, and perhaps even live better than before. The crowd immediately became restless. Voices rose one after another. Why should we believe you? That is right. What gives you the right to demand our trust? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and lowered his gaze. I want to build an empire. That is why I need your help. Without you, my people could eventually be swallowed by larger empires. It is as simple as that. A man in the crowd spoke with open frustration. If that is true, why are you still keeping us trapped here? Do you think you can become our king just because you are strong? A real king needs the people's love and respect. Another person immediately added, exactly. Without our cooperation, how can a few thousand goblins possibly build an empire? You are still monsters. You do not even understand public support. If the people refuse to accept you, then do not dream about being king, much less founding an empire. Lin Tian's expression slowly darkened. Is that so? A murderous aura began spreading from his body as he walked toward the man who had spoken too boldly. He did not say another word, but every step made the surrounding citizens feel colder. The man began trembling violently. What are you going to do? Kill me? If you kill people now, you will be burying your dream of building an empire. Go ahead, then. If you have the nerve. But no matter how much he kept talking, Lin Tian's face remained as cold as ice. Lin Tian had no interest in arguing any further. With one swift motion of his hand, the man's body was cut apart beneath the dark shadow of the attack. Blood splashed across Lin Tian's hand and face, yet instead of showing regret, he looked almost exhilarated. I nearly forgot to tell you something. Yes, I want to become a ruler, but from the beginning, I planned to become a tyrant. His voice had sounded calm, but the message behind it was merciless. The citizens who had dared to speak before were now completely terrified. No one dared make another sound. Catherine cried out from behind him, Lin Tian, did you not promise me that you would not kill them? The frightened citizens immediately turned toward her as though she were their last hope. Holy Mother, please help us. Holy Mother. Lin Tian answered without emotion. Some people insist on seeking death. There is nothing I can do about that. Standing before the silent crowd, Lin Tian laid out his demands clearly. As long as you follow my arrangements, having enough food, warm clothes, and a chance to keep living will not be a problem. But from now on, every household must surrender 70% of its food as tax. I have no need for your money, and every adult woman must bear and raise 10 goblin children until they reach adulthood. The citizens' faces turned pale as soon as they heard those conditions. Fear and outrage spread through the crowd. 70% of our food? That is the same as taking our lives. One person cried. What remains will not be enough to feed our families. Another shouted. And forcing us to raise 10 goblin children is unacceptable. Even if you kill me, I will never agree to it. Catherine could no longer remain silent. The church is gone and the king is gone. For a long time we have had no one left to depend on. The hostile nations around us will seize this chance to invade, take our land, and slaughter our people. Human cruelty is not always less savage than that of goblins. She continued speaking to the desperate people around her. No matter which path we choose, endless resistance will only leave us all dead. Survival is what matters most right now. If the goblins truly promise that we can eat, stay warm, and live, then this may be the only path left to us. To survive, we may have to compromise. The people still did not want to accept it, but the Holy Mother's words left them without another answer. One person weakly asked, Holy Mother, if we live in humiliation like this, then how is that different from death? Catherine slowly lifted her hand to the clasp at her collar. Her voice was soft and trembling. Then, for all of you to keep living, I will be the first to accept it. Her face burned red with embarrassment as her eyes shifted toward Lin Tian. She pressed her lips together, then softly called out, Sir! Lin Tian, may I ask something of you? He glanced toward her. What is it? Catherine removed her outer robe and stood before the people with her resolve laid bare. Though her entire body trembled with humiliation, she spoke firmly. I will offer myself first, so everyone can see that I am willing to bear the burden for them. The people were stunned into silence, then fell into a chaotic uproar. Lin Tian looked at her with surprise and unease, asking once more, Right now? Here in front of everyone. What followed was quickly passed over, leaving only the awkward tension of the crowd behind. By the time the moment had ended, Lin Tian was standing beside the Black Mountain egg. Lin Tian sighed as he looked down at the massive Black Mountain egg lying there like a mound of softened flesh. He had once hoped that, given the chance, he could bring the child to meet the Black Mountain Goat Mother Goddess and perhaps gain something from that connection. Now all of those plans had collapsed completely. He stepped toward the creature's wounded area, where a deep, blood-red cavity had already begun drying at the edges. Then he noticed something inside. Within the wound, Lin Tian found a small mass of flesh covered in tiny tentacles. He carefully picked it up and stared at it in disbelief. Could this be my offspring? This vitality is unbelievably strong. I need to find a proper vessel and raise you well. Elsewhere, Rebecca was being carried away by a goblin toward a secluded place, still struggling fiercely despite her weakened state. She continued cursing through clenched teeth. Damn Lin Tian. One day, I will cut you into 100 pieces. Lin Tian gave a faint smirk as he watched Rebecca continue her threats. Then his mind drifted back to Catherine's resolve from the day before. He turned toward Catherine with a slightly awkward expression. Holy Mother, setting an example does not have to happen so quickly. We can deal with it later. But Catherine immediately refused. No, I must be the one who goes first. As long as everyone can accept the conditions and keep living, I do not care what happens to me. The people rushed forward to stop her, while many others stood behind them with their faces turned away. No, that cannot happen, they cried. Holy Mother, please do not do this. Yet Catherine remained exposed before the crowd, refusing to back down no matter how desperately they begged her. In the end, the people could not bear to watch Catherine humiliate herself any further. Out of fear that things would go too far, they finally yielded. We agree. We accept the goblin's conditions. Please, do not do this anymore. Moved by the people's response, Catherine's eyes filled with tears. She raised a pale hand to wipe them away, then spoke from the bottom of her heart. As long as all of you can keep living, then I am already satisfied. Lin Tian finally let out a quiet breath of relief. Deep down, he felt intensely embarrassed standing in the middle of such a crowd. He also knew that the lingering effects from his condition still had not been properly treated, and he would need to find a real solution soon. The scene shifted to the vast and luxurious royal palace. It no longer belonged to the fallen king. The goblin tribe had completely taken it over. Lin Tian sat comfortably on the grand throne, crossing one leg over the other as he looked around the lavish hall. This place is truly luxurious. From now on, we will live here. Ji Lu knelt on the red carpet before him and respectfully delivered a report. Big boss, Veronica has been securely imprisoned. Rebecca has also been locked inside a hidden chamber and is being kept under watch. Following your orders, several goblins have been assigned to use the demon-sealing sword in shifts, constantly draining Veronica's magic power. The goblins guarding Rebecca have also been made incapable of producing offspring. Lin Tian listened to the report with clear satisfaction on his face. A pleased smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips. Good, you handled it well. Then he raised his voice and gave another order. Prepare a grand feast. Everyone who fought well deserves a proper reward. The goblin soldiers erupted in cheers. Thank you, great boss. Great boss is wise. That night, enormous fires burned brightly across the palace grounds, filling the captured royal city with flickering light. Following the customs they had brought with them from the forest, the goblins piled up a roaring bonfire right inside the palace. They crowded around the blazing flames with food in hand, stuffing themselves, laughing loudly, and dancing in wild celebration as sparks drifted through the hall. At the center square, directly before the huge bonfire, two goblins stood with a woman held in each of their arms. One of them pointed outside and burst into laughter. Wasn't Jia Lugai supposed to be thrilled after evolving? So why has he stopped laughing now? The goblin beside him licked his lips and joined in. Keep teasing him like that, and he's really going to cry any second. A short distance behind them, Lin Tian sat calmly chewing through an enormous piece of thigh meat. Nearby, the crazy goblin wailed like an oversized child, tears streaming down its face. Odo, big boss, with a body like this, what am I even supposed to do? Who could possibly fit someone my size? What meaning does my life even have anymore? Lin Tian kept eating and answered without much concern. Not bad. You've actually evolved to the point of wanting to end your own life. Goblin Slayer leisurely sipped her beer before adding, if you evolve into a king species, you may be able to shrink your body down. The crazy goblin froze the instant it heard that. Its eyes lit up like stars as it snapped its head toward her. Really? She looked up at the towering creature and gave a quiet nod. Yes, from what I know, king species are usually about the same size as humans. Hope exploded across the crazy goblin's face. It opened its huge mouth and roared toward Lin Tian. Big boss, I have to evolve as quickly as possible. Please, think of a way to help me. Lin Tian had no choice but to explain patiently. Where are we supposed to find more magical monsters for you to eat right now? Wait a few days. Other empires will definitely come after us, and then you can swallow them and level up. or we wait until I build the snow elf farm. Just then, the nun approached Lin Tian's side with light, careful steps. Her voice was gentle and sweet when she spoke. May I ask for your help now? Lin Tian looked as though he wanted to avoid the subject entirely. But the nun was clearly anxious, and the matter had already begun to irritate him. Just thinking about it made his head ache. This holy mother truly was persistent. Once she set her mind on something, she refused to give up. Still, things had reached this stage, and he could no longer find a real reason to refuse her. Goblin Slayer noticed the strange hesitation in Lin Tian's expression as soon as she heard the nun's request. Lin Tian stood up and headed off in another direction. Before leaving, he instructed the Holy Mother, "Go wait for me at the sanctuary. I'll take care of something first, then I'll come back." She answered obediently in the same soft tone, "Yes, yes." Before long, Lin Tian made his way toward the horse stable. Stopping beside a fine warhorse, Lin Tian studied it with narrowed eyes and muttered under his breath. There must be creatures in this world much stronger than carnivorous horses. But for now, this will have to do. Once I'm finished, it should become at least 10 times fiercer than before. He placed his hand against the horse's body, and a bizarre reaction began at once. Blue light spread outward from his palm, wrapping around the horse's flesh in a glowing circle. This was the strange power of mutation fusion. In the next instant, the horse flashed with a brilliant light, as though some miraculous chemical reaction had suddenly ignited inside its body. At that exact moment, a powerful stream of vitality surged into Lin Tian and flowed through his entire body. His complexion immediately looked brighter and healthier. He stretched his arms with satisfaction and exclaimed, "Not bad at all. I feel completely refreshed. My back isn't tired, and even my legs don't hurt anymore." But when Lin Tian turned back toward the horse, it had already collapsed limply onto the ground. Its vitality had been drained dry, and it fainted on the spot. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Seriously? Old horse, I only changed one kidney. Did you really have to react that dramatically?" After gathering enough energy for the 2 eggs, Lin Tian finally felt prepared enough to return to the sanctuary where the beautiful nun was waiting. When he arrived, both the nun and the sword saint were already there, standing together as they waited for him. As soon as he approached them, Lin Tian asked, "Catherine, what were you two talking about?" Catherine turned around and greeted him with an adorably gentle smile. "Mr. Ludier, you're back." The moment she saw him, she seemed to realize that the time had come for what needed to happen next. Catherine's cheeks immediately flushed red. She turned toward the sword saint and made a nervous excuse. "Alice Near, please allow me to excuse myself for a moment." But Alice Near seemed to have something she wanted to say first. She quickly stopped her. "Wait a moment, envoy. There is something I would like to ask the Holy Mother. Would that be all right?" The Holy Mother blinked in surprise, her curiosity rising. "Something? What is it?" Alice Near looked upward and began in an oddly indirect way. "Don't the stars seem less bright tonight than they used to?" The Holy Mother clearly had no idea what she was trying to imply. After a brief pause, she only answered, "Is that so?" Alice Near tried again, continuing with another strange remark. "And the grilled Zua beef tonight felt a little burned. I didn't think it tasted good at all." Yet the Holy Mother still did not understand where this was going. Growing more anxious, she answered, "It did seem a little burnt." "Alice Near, what exactly are you trying to say?" For days, the Sword Saint had been looking for a chance to stay close to Lin Tian and do the things she had secretly been thinking about. But every time she came close to saying it aloud, her courage failed her. Faced with the question, Alice Near no longer knew how to answer. Her face turned red, and she let out a long, helpless sigh. The Holy Mother finally understood what was hidden behind her awkward behavior. Blushing as well, she asked openly, "Are you trying to stop Lin Tian and me? This is unavoidable and I truly don't mind. As long as it allows the people to continue living, I am willing to do anything." Those words struck directly at Alice Near's hidden feelings. Her face burned as red as though she had swallowed a mouthful of chili, and she no longer dared to meet anyone's eyes. Still, she forced herself to explain what worried her. "That isn't what I meant. It's just that the envoy hasn't been in good health lately. He may not be able to handle it." But Alice Near's concern had come too late. Lin Tian had only just absorbed a huge amount of vitality from the warhorse, and confidence filled him completely. He looked toward her and said with a teasing smile, "Alice Near, don't tell me you're jealous." Alice Near instantly became as flustered as a young girl being teased. She protested in a rush, "I'm not." Lin Tian wanted to reward the Sword Saint for all the time she had spent waiting. He leaned close to her beautiful face and whispered, "You've had a hard time waiting for so long. Come on. Come with us to the Kingdom Sanctuary. Then Lin Tian led both beautiful women toward the main hall. Alice Near kept talking nervously as they walked. Are you sure? But how can that be? I'm saying your body might have a problem. What if you're overloaded? Lin Tian laughed loudly. You don't need to worry about any of that. From a nearby corner, 3 figures watched them leave. Goblin Slayer had clearly waited a very long time for this opportunity. She licked her lips, already planning to slip inside later and join them. Tonight, I'm definitely having something salty. How could such a good thing possibly leave me out? The elves' matriarch stood beside her with flushed cheeks and a longing look in her eyes. Xirua sister. That guy hasn't rewarded you in a very long time. He really doesn't know how to care for others. The moment Ziyue heard those words, her face went blank for a second before her entire body suddenly perked up. Go! Goblin Slayer was the first to lose all restraint. She rushed inside and waved for her sisters to follow behind. Ziyu, frightened and trailing after them, called out, Sister, wait for me. 1 hour later, the crazy goblin wandered outside in complete misery. Tears rolled down its face as it walked and muttered to itself. I really deserve this. Why did I greedily eat all those magical monsters? Still, Big Boss will definitely help me evolve soon. As it passed by the sanctuary where Lin Tian was happily spending time with his women, sweet voices drifted out from deep inside. Mr. Lin Tian, please be gentler. Big Boss, Xirua will follow you forever. The envoy is incredible. The crazy goblin stopped abruptly, recognizing several of the voices. Why does that sound like Alice Near's voice? And that new girl, Catherine? Is Goblin Slayer in there too? Driven by curiosity, the crazy goblin crawled up through the bushes nearby, trying to confirm what was happening. The closer it crept, the clearer the moaning became. How did you become this powerful after only a few months? I can't take it anymore. Against the railing, a shadow moved up and down in a steady rhythm, clearly visible through the light. The mad goblin ended up seeing something it never should have witnessed. The thing between its legs stirred restlessly, yet it had nowhere to release its frustration. Its eyes widened as it stared toward the place where its master was enjoying himself, and resentment rose bitterly in its heart. The mad goblin dropped to its knees in the middle of the yard and screamed in pain. Why did its own mistake leave it trapped in that enormous body, crying out endlessly in the middle of the night? Everyone understood how miserable it felt, but nobody could do anything to help. In the end, only one thought kept echoing through its heart. Why was it always the one suffering? The following morning arrived with beautiful weather. Gentle sunlight poured across the land, while a cool breeze moved softly through the air. Lin Tian sat on the throne with the nun and Alice Near standing before him. He gave them their next task. Holy Mother Catherine, you and Alice Near should lead a group of residents through the towns and villages of the Lionheart Empire. Explain the situation of the new empire to them directly. If we only rely on lords to spread the message, many people will refuse to believe it or accept it. The nun answered immediately, No problem. I'll leave at once. As Lin Tian watched the 2 women walk away, his thoughts continued racing. The message needed to spread early so humans could accept the new order more quickly. Once that happened, he could send other goblins into different towns to reproduce, laying the groundwork for a much larger circle of strength. If everything kept moving forward smoothly, then the real strength of the Goblin Empire would soon be revealed. With that thought in mind, Lin Tian summoned the system. System, start a life simulation for me. The system immediately responded and appeared before him. Its display began showing the future. In a modern setting, the Goblin Empire had been established through Lin Tian's efforts. The Great Tomb and the church were eventually destroyed, and the Lionheart Empire became the result. Holy Mother Catherine began spreading the conditions for coexistence between humanity and the Goblin Empire, and the results were excellent. The residents trusted the Holy Mother and gradually agreed. But then, unexpectedly, on the 4th day, the Sword King Kingdom, the 3-Leaf Clover Kingdom, and the 4-Leaf Clover Kingdom surrounded the newly founded Goblin Empire and launched a campaign of conquest. The moment Yukon read that outcome, his heart felt as though it had been set on fire. Did that old woman really let that great-grandfather of hers mess with me? I expected other empires to attack, but why are 3 countries suddenly attacking together? The system continued and displayed 3 possible choices. Choice 1, face the enemy, earning 100 points. Choice 2, shut the gates, avoid war, and pursue diplomatic negotiations, earning 10 points. Choice 3, turn around and flee from the disadvantage, earning 0 points. Lin Tian considered the options carefully. Things had already reached this point, so he could only face the enemy and see whether he could gather information about their military strength. After Lin Tian made his choice, the system displayed the result. Faced with the human attack, he had arrogantly chosen to open the gates and confront the enemy head-on. But even if he could fight, the combined army of 300,000 was far too overwhelming. After killing several tens of thousands of enemies, his own side was completely wiped out, and the young Goblin Empire collapsed. The summary was brutal. Against such cruel enemies, there was no chance to catch his breath. His score was 20 out of 100 absolute points, with the life point reward multiplied by 20. The simulation was complete, and 4 days had passed in the projected timeline. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he read the result. An allied army of 300,000, formed by 3 empires, would certainly include many powerful fighters. Low-level goblin soldiers would never be enough to resist them. Even high-level figures such as the Holy Mother could run into trouble against the enemy's strongest experts. After thinking quietly for a while, Lin Tian finally seemed to find the path he needed. Lin Tian lifted his face, determination hardening in his eyes. Under his breath, he said, "It looks like it's time to gather the ancient dragon tribe." Far away stood the Sword King Kingdom, a great nation protected by towering city walls. Houses were scattered throughout the city, while the royal palace dominated the center. Above the heart of the kingdom, a massive sword floated in midair, surrounded by an intense flow of power that filled the land with pressure. Inside the palace, the king was enjoying dinner in an enormously spacious dining hall. Beautiful women moved around the room as attendants, serving food and drink. Sitting there with him were also the kings of the 3-leaf clover kingdom and the 4-leaf clover kingdom. Near the dining table sat a blue-haired girl known as the wine spirit Sylph. Her figure was flawless, and her long blue hair flowed all the way down her back. This goddess sat quietly reading a book, and even that calm, composed posture was enough to make people admire her. She was the wind spirit herself. On the other side, the 4-leaf clover king wore a crown as he openly fondled a peach-like beauty standing beside him. He spoke with a smug grin. The wine spirit contracted to the Sword King Kingdom truly lives up to the rumors. She really is an absolute beauty. The 3-leaf clover king beside him wiped the drool from his mouth and agreed. Human women simply cannot compare to spirits. They are too pure, too beautiful. They make people want to do all kinds of things. At the banquet table sat the rulers of the 4-leaf clover magic kingdom and the 3-leaf clover magic kingdom. One had a face as round and bloated as a pig's, while the other wore a long horse-like expression. The moment their eyes landed on the spirit, drool nearly spilled from their mouths. Their greedy stares crawled over her as they muttered, "I want to taste every little bit. I don't want to miss a single part of her." Suddenly, the king seated across from them slammed his hand down hard against the dining table. The sharp crash rang through the hall, and irritation was clear across his face. "You two had better watch your mouths. Sylph is my contracted teacher, so speak to her with proper respect." The man glaring at them was Edward Hit, the king of the Sword King Kingdom. Yet the wind spirit herself did not seem bothered by their shameless words. She calmly closed her book and laid it on the table before speaking in an even voice. "It does not matter. Since you have all met me, it is time to fulfill your agreement with Edward and help liberate the Lionheart Empire." The old king of the 3-leaf clover kingdom immediately looked toward the beautiful spirit with delight. "Naturally. But, madam, you said you deeply hate the demons occupying the Nazarite Great Tomb. We will destroy those demons and reclaim the Lionheart Empire. In return, could you give us some kind of reward?" Sylph's expression instantly turned cold. The warmth vanished from her face as she looked directly at the old king. "What reward are you asking for?" Her voice was no longer soft in the slightest. The 4-leaf clover king had not even bothered to wipe the drool from his mouth. He scratched his head, pretending to think carefully, then grinned in a filthy way. "A deeper relationship with you would be nice. Or perhaps you could invite us to have a drink together." He broke into a loud, lecherous laugh, clearly trying to provoke her. That disgusting tone pushed Edward past his limit. He shot to his feet and smashed his palm onto the table so hard that the entire thing cracked apart beneath the impact. "I said that is enough." Edward's face twisted as he glared at the two kings. But the old men were not frightened at all. They only laughed, pulled the beautiful attendants closer to their sides, and casually raised their wine cups as though nothing had happened. Just a joke, just a joke. These beauties are more than enough for us. Your Majesty Edward, come have a drink with us. Then we can discuss the suppression plan properly." The two men deliberately shifted the conversation, trying to make the room feel less tense. On the surface, they acted as though they respected the Sword King completely. But beneath those polite smiles, the two old rulers were quietly sending sound transmissions that only they could hear. "Brother, why not let Edward die somewhere inside Lionheart territory? What do you think?" The other king's lips curled into a grin. "Not bad. You really are my brother. I was thinking the same thing." The first king chuckled darkly. Good. Once we trick him into suppressing those magical creatures, we will strike from behind. And after that, Sylph will belong to us. We can take turns enjoying her. The Fat King laughed openly. A pure elemental spirit like that can be played with however we please. Back at the Goblin Empire, the situation outside the city had already turned hostile. The Skeleton Lord was bound tightly in thick iron chains, unable to move as she struggled and cursed at the goblins. You shameless little monsters! Release me immediately! She had been hung by the neck high in front of the city walls, exposed for everyone to see. Below her stood thousands of invading soldiers gripping spears, their eyes fixed on her suspended body as they shouted in anger and panic. The Skeleton Lord cried out, Lin Tian, if these people want to die, then let them die. Why are you tying me up here? Lin Tian stood on the platform where the female lord had been chained, with many of his core goblin subordinates lined up behind him. He looked down at the army outside the city and spoke coldly. Do you still want to fight? Earlier, you all claimed you were here to attack the Lord of the Great Tomb. Now that you have seen her, why are you suddenly silent? Standing before Lin Tian's enormous city was a combined force of 300,000 soldiers from the Three-Leaf Clover Kingdom, the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, and the Sword King Kingdom. The rulers of the Three-Leaf and Four-Leaf Clover Kingdoms both sat proudly atop their flashy mounts, the kind of ridiculous beasts anyone might want to own, right up until their wives found out how much they cost. The Sword King rode forward on horseback, his brows drawn together in confusion. What is going on? Didn't you say Veronica had conquered the Lionheart Empire? How could the goblins possibly defeat her? One of his subordinates hurriedly bowed and reported, Your Majesty, this servant did not dare get close enough to witness the battle that shook Lion Plain. Even dozens of kilometers away, the aftermath could still be felt. But since magical beasts entered the city afterward, this servant could only assume Veronica was the victor. The king of the Three-Leaf Clover Kingdom stared at Lin Tian for a moment, and recognition suddenly flashed across his face. I remember him now. Isn't that the goblin who caused chaos in Bright, inside the Lionheart Empire not long ago? He has occupied Lionheart for barely a year. How did he develop this quickly? The Sword King's tone grew serious as he looked across the battlefield. Do not act rashly yet. We should withdraw first and discuss this situation properly. But the fat Four-Leaf Clover King was far more eager for war. What is there to fear? We have this many troops, so we should advance immediately. This is the perfect chance to wash away humanity's humiliation and seize back the treasures stolen by the goblins. I cannot stand the thought of human women suffering beneath those lowly magical creatures. From the city wall, Lin Tian simply raised an eyebrow and looked down at the arguing kings. The Sword King shouted sharply, I already said no one is allowed to act rashly, but the old Four-Leaf Clover King ignored him completely. He raised a red stone tablet in his hand and roared, World-class magic, Hell Forest. The system immediately revealed the old king's detailed information. Gilbert, level 99, race human, profession, magic master, title magic world master, severe kidney failure, life, 2300, strength, 1400, defense, 900, skills, Hell Green Forest, Green Vine Illusion, Vincent's Exploding Feast, equipment, Eris Magic Stone, total combat value, 9,000. The Three-Leaf Clover King also drew out his own red stone tablet, clearly unwilling to let his fat brother take all the glory. Raising it high, he shouted, Brother, you cannot keep everything for yourself. Remember to leave a few valuable things for me too. World-class magic, Omega's extreme evil domain, erupt. The instant those words left his mouth, enormous clouds of dust rolled across the sky. The darkness spread like a wave of black storm clouds rushing over the battlefield. Then, behind that thick curtain of dust, the silhouette of a gigantic dragon swept through the air. All three kings looked up at once, their mouths hanging open in stunned silence. Above them, the thunderous beating of dragon wings grew louder and louder, shaking the entire sky. The moment the dragon appeared, the entire human alliance fell into complete disorder. Just seconds earlier, tens of thousands of soldiers had been standing tall, full of confidence and ready for victory. But now, as that enormous shadow swept across the ground, their courage shattered, and they scattered in every direction like prey trying to escape death. King Edward Hitt forced himself to raise his voice above the chaos, roaring for the army to spread out and stay on guard. But even as he gave orders, the shock in his eyes could not be hidden. Before him hovered a colossal dragon stretching 1,000 meters long, a terrifying creature that should have existed only in ancient legends. King Gilbert's face turned deathly pale as he stared upward in disbelief. He simply could not understand how an ancient monster with such overwhelming destructive power had suddenly descended onto this battlefield. Amid the raging battlefield, Lin Tian stood quietly atop the city wall, his gaze calm as he watched the enormous green dragon coil and ripple through the sky. Looking at its terrifying size, he muttered that in just a few short months, Little Black had already grown into something this monstrous. King Edward Hit struggled to steady his trembling heart, then pulled out his sword and shouted for everyone to prepare to kill the dragon. Even now, he still clung to that ridiculous fantasy, believing that if he could slay this beast, his name would be praised as a hero across the entire continent. The difference between the two rulers was painfully obvious in that moment. One side showed the desperate ferocity of a weak man cornered by fear, while the other carried the absolute cold calm of a true king who had already seen through everything. Before the allied army could even recover from the first wave of terror, two more massive dragon silhouettes emerged in the sky. One was the scarred black dragon, and the other was the white thunder dragon, wrapped in crackling lightning so fierce it made the entire sky feel as if it might split apart. When Lin Tian saw that Scarface and the white thunder dragon had both arrived, the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint, knowing smirk. King Edward Hit recognized Scarface almost at once. That was the same dragon that had caused the Allied forces devastating losses 9 years ago. And when he saw the white thunder dragon beside it, the legendary monster rumored to have slaughtered millions, the last fragile piece of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. Little Black slowly lowered its massive body from the sky, then called out to Lin Tian with deep respect, addressing him as father. It said someone had come to warn it that its dad was in danger, but it never expected a group of ants like these to actually dare disturb him. As its voice fell, a terrifying pressure pressed down over every inch of the battlefield. Alice Near and the others froze where they stood, barely daring to breathe. Right in front of them was one of the strongest beings among the dragonkin, a monster powerful enough to flatten an entire kingdom with a single breath. Yet this terrifying dragon was casually calling Lin Tian its father. Little Black calling him father was not just a greeting. It was proof of a bond and alliance far beyond anything ordinary humans could imagine. Lin Tian reached out and lightly touched Little Black's scales, confirming that he had indeed asked someone to find it, but he also calmly reminded it that from now on, it should politely call that elder Uncle Hawk. Alice Near looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of admiration. In her heart, she could not help praising him as an envoy powerful enough to win over even a colossal dragon. At that moment, she understood even more clearly that the person she served possessed the power to reshape the entire order of the world. King Edward Hit had nearly collapsed where he stood, his faith and understanding of reality completely shattered. A goblin was actually the father of that black dragon? To him, the entire world seemed to have gone insane, twisted into something he could no longer recognize. Was this really still the same world he once knew? At that moment, the cowardice of those in power was fully exposed in the face of death. King Gilbert panicked and hurriedly urged the others to retreat at once. He wanted to abandon the army for the Sword King to deal with, while they escaped to seek help from the Dragon Slayer Association. Seeing those men already trying to pull back, Lin Tian let out a cold sneer. His voice carried across the battlefield as he declared that this was not a place where they could simply come and go whenever they pleased. A blood-red killing light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He ordered the dragons to loosen up after so many years of holding back, and their main task was simple: crush every last insect crawling below them. King Gilbert and the other kings immediately changed their tone, desperately offering to negotiate and avoid unnecessary losses. They even promised to hand over the female disciples who had cosplayed for Lin Tian, saying he could toy with them however he pleased. Lin Tian rejected their attempt at conciliation without the slightest warmth in his voice. To him, this was never an equal battle in the first place. It was a one-sided massacre, and once he wiped them out, the entire kingdom would naturally fall into his hands. Even then, the kings still refused to give up. Clinging to their last hope, they tried to tempt Lin Tian with seductive promises, believing that perhaps lust could buy them a chance to survive. A strange magical glow began to gather around the enemy's hands. They cast an illusion spell, using it as their final desperate attempt to cloud the senses of someone far stronger than themselves with a few fleeting phantoms. In the blink of an eye, the two fat kings suddenly transformed into two alluring beauties, their appearances changing completely as the illusion took hold. They twisted their bodies coquettishly and begged Lin Tian not to harm such lovely creatures. Standing nearby, King Edward Hit watched the shameful display and could not hide the disgust rising in his face. He shouted at them, demanding to know where their shame and honor had gone. Lin Tian, however, did not say a word. His silence alone was filled with icy contempt for the absurd spectacle unfolding before him. Then Lin Tian turned his gaze toward the black dragon and asked in a flat voice, "Little Black, what are you waiting for?" That simple question sounded calm, but for the tens of thousands of lives below, it was nothing less than a death knell. Little Black's eyes suddenly flared with terrifying light, and a roar tore through the air like thunder. Darkness spread over the Allied formation, swallowing the battlefield in a sign that annihilation was already approaching. From high above, streams of blue energy began descending toward the ground, falling like the cold, merciless scythes of death. Everything those blue streams touched was erased in an instant. Human soldiers screamed and fled in despair, only to realize that their legs could never outrun the terrifying speed of high-tier magic raining down from the sky. Scarface suddenly reminded Little Black that the Dragon King had given orders not to attack humans, warning it that if they broke that command, they might be punished again. Lin Tian immediately shouted back to reassure Scarface, saying that Little Black was only protecting its father, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with that. He declared that he would handle every problem that came after this, and if the dragon cult dared to appear, he would wipe them out as well. Those words were enough to convince Scarface. It turned its gaze back toward the enemies below, cruelty slowly surfacing in its eyes. Once the reason for battle was justified, everything that followed would be nothing but pure destruction. Then came the order to destroy them all. In the next instant, a blazing dragon breath erupted across the battlefield, swallowing thousands of human soldiers in a single terrifying sweep. The ground trembled beneath that unbearable heat. Explosion after explosion tore through the battlefield, turning the entire area into a gigantic burning kiln with no path of escape. Allied soldiers vanished one after another, leaving behind only charred black silhouettes consumed by dragonfire. Before the wrath of beings that seemed almost divine, human life had never appeared so fragile. King Edward Hit ran through the blazing wreckage in a panic, screaming that he would never forgive that damned goblin for destroying his army. King Gilbert stared in horror as the 200,000 elite troops of the Arcane Kingdom were wiped out before his eyes. The sight broke him completely, and he screamed in agony. Realizing that all of his schemes had been burned to ash, King Gilbert slammed his hand onto the ground and activated a massive magic circle. It was his final hope, the last desperate method he had to buy even a little more time. The world-class spell, Hair of Vines, burst violently from the earth. Enormous vines formed from energy shot upward, twisting, coiling, and crushing everything that stood in their path. The attack rushed straight toward Little Black. Above the colossal vines, Little Black's shadow hovered like a nightmare, turning the battlefield into a solemn and terrifying vision of hell on earth. It clearly saw the assault coming, but there was not the slightest trace of fear in its eyes. A deep green dragon breath, saturated with destructive energy, blasted from Little Black's mouth and swept forward like a tidal wave, wiping out every giant vine in its path. The two kings continued screaming in terror, their voices cracking as panic swallowed them whole. They had never seen a dragon use such a strange and terrifying element before, and all they could do was urge each other to run for their lives. As for what fate awaits these cowards, that will have to wait until the next chapters. Amid the complete chaos, humans trampled over one another as they desperately tried to escape. King Gilbert roared furiously at King Edward Hit, calling him a coward and mocking him for running faster than everyone else while still daring to call himself a sword saint. But King Edward Hit knew the truth in his heart. They had absolutely no chance of defeating dragons of this size, because throughout history, killing even a single dragon had required hundreds of powerful hunters working together. The eerie blue flames began devouring every soldier who was too slow to escape. Men screamed in despair as the fire caught them, crying out for their majesty to save them, begging with everything they had left. But the only answer that came back to them was a cold, merciless silence. King Edward Hit did not look back even once. He only spat out a ruthless order for them to get lost. In that moment, the only thing that mattered to him was keeping himself alive, while the allies burning behind him were completely abandoned. The blue flames surged even more violently, swallowing the fallen and turning them into dried corpses in an instant. Across the battlefield, agonized screams rose one after another, as if their very souls were being stripped away by the flames. Resentment flooded the battlefield as countless voices cried out in pain and betrayal. They asked why their majesty had not saved them, why he had promised this battle would be an easy victory. Their sorrowful wails lingered in the air, echoing again and again without end. Lin Tian stood at a distance, silently watching everything unfold. His brows slowly tightened with concern as a thought crossed his mind. With so much resentment gathered here, could all of these dead soldiers turn into wandering spirits? Still, Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. At the very least, the crisis facing the Imperial Alliance had finally been resolved, even if the price was a battlefield covered with hundreds of thousands of corpses. But then, a sinister smile slowly spread across Lin Tian's face. As he looked over the mountain of dead bodies piled before him, he no longer saw only tragedy. To him, this was an enormous source of experience points that could help the goblins level up. With that thought, the massacre before him no longer seemed like a disaster, but like a massive treasure trove of resources. Little Black walked over with respectful steps and asked, "Father, there are still a few humans who managed to escape. Should we chase them down?" Behind it, Scarface and the White Thunder Dragon were already waiting in silence, fully prepared to act the moment Lin Tian gave the order. Lin Tian lifted one hand and gently waved away the concern, making it clear that there was no need for everyone to fuss over him. After thanking them for everything they had gone through, the warmth in his face quickly faded, and his expression turned heavy as he asked the question weighing on his mind. How is Dragon Mother doing now? Little Black lowered her head and shook it sadly, her small face filled with helplessness as she gave him the answer he feared most. Mother's condition had continued to worsen, and now, even the World Tree could no longer keep her alive for much longer. Because she was a crystal dragon, the only thing capable of replenishing her fading life force was a crystal colossal dragon. Little Black then looked up at Lin Tian with eyes full of desperate hope and quietly asked whether he had any way to save her. Lin Tian repeated those words under his breath, his gaze growing thoughtful as he considered the meaning of a crystal colossal dragon. But before he could say anything further, Alice Near stepped forward and calmly revealed that she actually knew where one existed. The problem was, that crystal colossal dragon was currently sealed away inside the trophy museum of the Dragon Slayer Association, and the moment she said it, the air around them seemed to sink into a much colder silence. The Dragon Slayer Association was no ordinary group. It was an ancient organization that had existed for thousands of years, standing outside the control of any single kingdom or empire. Its reputation and influence were powerful enough to rival even the great empires. The people who joined it were either fanatics with extreme beliefs or top-class hunters standing near the peak of the world. Even more disturbing, they had a strange obsession with preserving the magical beasts they killed and displaying them as trophies. After countless years of hunting and collecting, those trophies had gradually become a vast museum filled with the remains of fallen beasts. The moment Little Black heard that, she immediately demanded to know exactly where the Dragon Slayer Association was located, clearly ready to rush there without another thought. Her mind was completely focused on saving her mother, and she no longer cared how dangerous the journey might be. But Alice Near coldly called that idea reckless. She admitted Little Black was unbelievably strong, but the association was crawling with countless elite hunters. Worse than that, its headquarters was guarded by the terrifying figure known throughout the continent as the One-Eyed Sheep. That monster's power was so overwhelming that even the old Pope himself had once failed to stand against it. Just then, Veronica, still bound in chains against the city wall, suddenly raised her voice. She had never imagined that the One-Eyed Sheep was actually connected to the Dragon Slayer Association. And only now, after hearing Alice Near's words, did Veronica finally understand why that terrifying woman had hunted her down in the past. Lin Tian turned his head toward Veronica, who was still shackled in place, and spoke as if he had only just remembered her existence. Since she had once crossed paths with the One-Eyed Sheep, he asked whether she knew anything more about her, though he also casually pointed out that Veronica had worked hard despite not being much help. Veronica immediately let out a cold snort, her face filled with resentment. In her eyes, Lin Tian was nothing but a hypocrite. If he had never used Abido's life to threaten her, she would never have been reduced to such a humiliating state. Veronica firmly declared that she would not tell them even the smallest piece of information. But right at that moment, Little Black stepped forward with a pitiful look on her face and softly begged her to talk about the One-Eyed Sheep. Faced with the little girl's sincere, pleading eyes, Veronica's stubborn attitude finally began to crack. At last, she gave in and started listing what she knew. The One-Eyed Sheep's real name was Elizabeth Tilly. She was a 29-year-old woman with dark skin, and she enjoyed challenging powerful prey. She was also 1.8 meters tall. Then Veronica continued with a completely serious face and added that Elizabeth Tilly's measurements were 100, 60, and 90. The details were so strangely specific, and so far from what anyone expected to hear, that everyone around her froze in stunned silence for a moment. Hearing that kind of answer, Scarface finally couldn't hold himself back. He slammed his palm against the wall in frustration and shouted for Veronica to hurry up and talk about the truly important information. Lin Tian, however, quietly covered his mouth and gave a light cough, then muttered that those details might still count as important in their own way. Judging from the subtle look on his face, he seemed a little more interested in those numbers than he wanted to admit. Veronica then moved on to the real danger. Elizabeth Tilly was not a normal human at all, but a half-blood born between a god and a human, a demigod-level being. Her strength was not any weaker than Veronica's own. From what Veronica had heard, Elizabeth Tilly was currently serving as the president of the Dragon Slayer Association, and the association's headquarters stood directly within the capital of the War Empire. Those words immediately made Lin Tian's expression turn uneasy. He rested his chin against one hand, thinking carefully as he muttered that the War Empire should also include the Dwarf Kingdom within its territory. A demigod existence made him wonder whether she might be a descendant of gods like Zeus or Poseidon from mythology. Only then did he truly understand why Alice Near had looked so worried from the beginning. This mission was not just risky, it was the kind of danger that could easily swallow them whole. A heavy tension spread through everyone present, and uneasiness could be seen on nearly every face. But Little Black still did not fully understand how serious the situation was. Without hesitation, she immediately ordered Scarface to start preparing for departure, as if they could simply charge over and take what they needed. Lin Tian quickly stepped in and stopped her before she could act. Lin Tian looked at her seriously and told her to wait, because this matter was nowhere near as simple as she imagined. He told Little Black to leave the search for the crystal colossal dragon to him. Then his tone softened, and a smile returned to his face as he coaxed her gently. For now, he said, she should let her goblin friend take her out to eat some roasted beef and lamb. He even promised that the flavor would be far better than whatever she had been chewing on beneath the world tree, making the offer almost impossible for the little girl to resist. Gobu immediately understood that Lin Tian was trying to distract Little Black, so he quickly grabbed her and told Lin Tian he would take her away right now. Little Black still insisted that she could help with the mission, her voice filled with urgency. But Lin Tian did not soften this time. He ordered her to leave first and said they would talk about the matter again later. As Lin Tian watched Gobu lead Little Black farther and farther away, his eyes quietly narrowed in thought. Even Veronica had been unable to defeat the one-eyed sheep, which meant that Elizabeth Tilly's combat power was almost certainly far beyond 10,000. Little Black's new stats had only just reached 9,000, so letting her follow them into that kind of battlefield would be no different from sending her straight to her death. Lin Tian understood that before confronting the Dragon Slayer Association, he first needed a truly solid force behind him. In his heart, he silently made a decision. He would wait until the Goblin Empire had been rebuilt before looking deeper into this matter. Rather than rushing into another war filled with unknown monsters, he would spend time strengthening his troops first. As that decision settled in his mind, night slowly spread over the battlefield. Meanwhile, Gobu Kong was still completely lost in the mountains of corpses scattered across the field. As he devoured the bodies, excitement lit up his face, and he laughed wildly, saying that he had finally found something worthy enough to help him evolve into an overlord-class goblin. Once his body shrank back down, he planned to go find beautiful human girls and enjoy himself. He spoke while chewing greedily, and every bite produced terrifying cracking sounds that echoed through the night. Then, without warning, something began poking at Gobu Kong's ear. He still did not realize anything was wrong and only felt irritated that someone was bothering him right in the middle of his feast. Gobu Kong impatiently waved one hand backward and grumbled for whoever it was to stop messing with him, because he was busy. But before he could even finish complaining, his entire body suddenly stiffened. In that instant, he finally sensed that something was terribly wrong behind him. A freezing chill crawled up the back of Gobu Kong's neck, making his huge body shudder violently. His glowing red eyes widened little by little, and every instinct in him screamed that a deadly danger had appeared right behind his head. The moment Gobu Kong turned around, he was so frightened that it felt as if his soul nearly flew out of his body. A blue, glowing spirit was floating directly above him, its ghostly figure hanging in the air, while its eyes stared down at him with hatred so intense, it seemed ready to tear him apart. Gobu Kong's face twisted in pure terror as he screamed that there was a ghost and begged someone to save him. His panicked voice exploded across the battlefield, cutting through the night like a terrified roar. Without wasting even a second, Gobu Kong turned and bolted toward the city gate, screaming for his boss to save him over and over again. He ran as if death itself were rushing right behind his back. Far in the distance, Lin Tian and the others looked on in complete confusion, unable to understand why that giant goblin had suddenly lost his mind. When Gobu Kong finally rushed up to Lin Tian, his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. He pointed behind himself with a shaking finger and stammered that there was a ghost chasing him, begging Lin Tian to save him. The terror written across his face was so intense that the strange panic quickly spread through the surrounding air. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Gobu Kong was pointing. A ghost, he repeated inwardly, but his expression quickly grew serious. He could already sense a thick wave of death energy rising from the battlefield, rolling toward them like a cold and rotten tide. From behind the city gates, Lin Tian saw it clearly with his own eyes. Blue flames were beginning to burst out from the countless corpses lying across the battlefield. One after another, eerie lights rose from the dead, and a horrifying supernatural scene unfolded right in front of everyone. The screaming spirits rising from the corpses were not ordinary ghosts. They were filled with the hatred and resentment of tens of thousands of soldiers who had just died in the battle. Their rage twisted together in the air, turning the entire battlefield into an almost unbearable nightmare. More and more specters crawled out from the dead bodies, gathering above the battlefield as sorrowful wails spread across the gray night sky. Their voices overlapped until the air itself seemed to tremble with grief and hatred. Those bodies were no longer just silent corpses left behind after the war. They had become a terrifying army of vengeful spirits, rising from death with only hatred left inside them. In the middle of that ghostly army, a massive ghost knight slowly appeared, mounted on a creature formed entirely from darkness. He gripped a long spear that glowed with eerie blue light, and soulfire burned inside his eyes as he growled a single command: kill them. The murderous aura pouring from him was so heavy that even the bravest warriors would have felt their hearts shake. Lin Tian's face changed dramatically, and he shouted that the situation was bad. In an instant, he understood that this enemy could not be handled with ordinary physical strength. What had appeared before them was an entirely different kind of threat, one that blades and brute force could not easily touch. When Lin Tian saw Gobu Kong pulling out his weapon as if he were about to charge in and fight, he instantly cursed at him in anger. He shouted for the idiot to fall back into the city immediately, warning him that these were ghostly spirits, and no matter how hard he swung, he could not kill them like normal enemies. Heavy footsteps pounded against the ground, breaking the silence of the night. Lin Tian and Gobu Kong were both running desperately, trying to escape as the soul fiends chased after them from the battlefield. The thunderous noise quickly attracted the attention of Gobu and the Dragon Clan members, who had been roasting meat nearby. Little Black looked around in confusion, clearly unable to understand why her father was running in such a panic. Gobu, however, completely misunderstood the situation and assumed Lin Tian was rushing over because he wanted to eat the freshly roasted meat. But only a moment later, the truth appeared before their eyes in the most terrifying way. Countless spirits hovered through the air and surrounded the entire area, their ghostly bodies drifting closer from every direction. Lin Tian's voice turned urgent as he shouted for Evely, calling her again and again, while ordering her to use divine magic to destroy the spirits. Scarface and Alice Near watched the legion of vengeful spirits surge toward them, and anxiety quickly spread across their faces. Alice Near stared at the horrifying scene in disbelief, unable to understand how something like this could have happened after the battle had already ended. Evely had clearly already recited the prayers meant to guide the dead onward, yet the spirits still returned. She closed her eyes slightly, pain showing across her face as she realized the truth. The resentment buried inside these soldiers was far too powerful, so strong that ordinary prayers could no longer send them away. With no other choice left, Evely was forced to use a supreme grade spell. Her lips moved softly as she gathered every bit of holy power within her, concentrating it into one final purifying strike. Then, with her full strength prepared, she released her ultimate skill. Gate of Heaven. A colossal pillar of sacred light descended from the sky, crashing down from the heavens all the way to the ground. The divine light spread out and swallowed the entire army of spirits chasing behind Lin Tian. As it collided with the black smoke of hatred, deafening explosions erupted through the battlefield. The spirits screamed in agony as the massive holy magic burned through them and began purifying their twisted souls. Only after that did Lin Tian finally stop running. Gobu Kong was still pale with fright, clutching his chest as he gasped that he had nearly died from fear alone. Evely then explained that those soldiers carried an extreme hatred toward King Edward Hit and the people who had abandoned them, and that resentment was exactly what had transformed them into vengeful spirits. Evely looked at the remaining sparks of soul fire drifting in the air, and sadness softened her voice. She pitied those soldiers who had died without ever finding peace, and she wanted to guide them toward heaven one more time with her own hands. But just as Evely was about to act, Lin Tian suddenly stopped her. He told her to wait, his gaze fixed on the lingering spirits as he said he could sense that these souls still had value. Evely looked at him in confusion, unable to understand what he was planning to do with the dead. At that moment, a giant armored specter slowly stepped out from within the gloomy blue flames. His towering body emerged through the ghostly fire, revealing Lawrence, a level 90 soul knight commander. Lawrence carried a terrifying power and a resentment so deep it seemed to poison the air around him. With a furious roar, he swung his blue flame sword straight toward Lin Tian, determined to take revenge. But Lin Tian stood completely still, calm in the face of the attack, and coldly asked a question that forced Lawrence to stop. Were those soldiers truly killed by them, or were they killed by their own king? Lawrence immediately accused Lin Tian of trying to escape blame and insisted that every one of them deserved to die. Lin Tian stared directly into Lawrence's burning eyes and admitted without hesitation that he had indeed killed those soldiers. But then he pointed out the deeper truth. Their king was the one who had started this meaningless war and sent countless troops to die on the battlefield. Lawrence was furious, but even through his rage, he could not fully deny what Lin Tian had said. Lin Tian pressed further, his words growing sharper as he tried to shake Lawrence's hatred loose from its original target. He reminded him that the king had forced them to leave their homeland and march into battle, only to run away like a coward when things turned bad, leaving them behind to become wandering spirits. Then Lin Tian asked whether Lawrence was truly willing to let all of them die in such a pointless way. Seeing Lawrence's resolve begin to waver, Lin Tian immediately offered him another path. Instead of disappearing for nothing, Lawrence and the others could join his legion and take revenge together. But Lin Tian also made the threat clear. If they refused, he would not hesitate to have Evely purify every last soul right there on the spot. Lawrence remained silent for a long time, his burning eyes flickering as if countless thoughts were fighting inside him. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and asked one question. What would happen after they killed that king? The moment Lawrence asked that question, a sly smile slowly spread across Lin Tian's face. He could tell at once that the bait had finally worked, and the fish had taken the hook. So Lin Tian gave them his promise. Once their revenge was complete, he would have Evely personally send every last one of them off in a proper and respectful way, allowing their souls to ascend peacefully toward heaven. After all, continuing to wander the world like this would never bring them any real ending. Lawrence's gaze shifted past Lin Tian and landed on Evely, who stood quietly behind him with that pure, sacred expression on her face. Just one look was enough for him to understand the situation clearly. If they truly tried to fight Evely head-on, their chances of winning were practically non-existent. Even so, the thought of simply disappearing without doing anything still left him unwilling and bitter. After a long moment of silence, Lawrence finally lowered his pride and slowly nodded, agreeing to cooperate with Lin Tian. Seeing his answer, Lin Tian calmly instructed him to find somewhere to hide for the time being. When the day came to launch the attack on the Sword Kingdom, Lin Tian would call for him, and that would be the moment Lawrence's legion would appear. Lawrence straightened his posture and gave Lin Tian a solemn knight's salute. With absolute certainty in his voice, he declared that the instant Lin Tian called his name, he would appear without hesitation. As soon as those words fell, his figure, along with the countless spirits behind him, slowly broke apart into glowing blue sparks that drifted upward and vanished into the night sky. At last, the ruined street sank back into silence. Lin Tian stood alone among the broken stones and scattered debris, then quietly let out a breath of relief. In his heart, he couldn't help thinking how lucky it was that these spirits could still be reasoned with. If they had been nothing more than mindless zombies, there would have been no room for negotiation at all, and the only option would have been to fight them until the very end. To Lin Tian, this encounter had turned into an unexpectedly massive gain. Not only had he harvested a huge amount of experience points from the fallen soldiers, but he had also managed to bring an incredibly powerful legion of spirits under his command. No matter how he looked at it, this was a reward far beyond what he had originally expected. Lin Tian's thoughts moved quickly, and he immediately began planning his next step. He wanted to use his blizzard skill to freeze all of these so-called experience sacks, preserving them properly for later. That way, when the time came, he could use them to train and raise even stronger goblin units for the future. Evely stood nearby, silently watching Lin Tian as he became completely absorbed in his calculations. But right in the middle of that tense atmosphere, a loud chewing sound suddenly broke through the quiet. Nom nom, mouthful after mouthful. Evely turned her head and saw Gobu Kong sitting right on the ground, happily stuffing himself with roasted meat like nothing serious had happened at all. Evely could only shake her head with a helpless look on her face. Just moments ago, Gobu Kong had been so frightened by the spirits that he had nearly collapsed on the spot. Yet now he was eating with such enthusiasm that it was as if the danger had never existed. For this guy, no matter how terrifying the situation was, filling his stomach always seemed to come first. While still chewing, Gobu Kong suddenly let out a loud belch, then looked at Lin Tian with genuine curiosity and asked how many more people he needed to eat before he could finally evolve. In his own mind, he felt like he had already eaten tens of thousands, yet his body still hadn't shown the slightest change. Lin Tian opened Gobu Kong's status panel to check, and only then did he realize that Gobu Kong's level had already reached 100, which was the current maximum limit. Lin Tian rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fell into thought. Logically speaking, once a goblin reached this level, evolution should have been triggered already. Since nothing had happened, he began to suspect that Gobu Kong's potential might simply be too low, preventing him from breaking past the level cap on his own. Just as Lin Tian was thinking through the problem, Goblin Slayer walked over from nearby. Seeing her approach, Lin Tian immediately turned toward her and asked whether she knew why a goblin who had already met the conditions for evolution still couldn't successfully break through. Goblin Slayer gave her answer slowly and clearly. Right now, Lin Tian was already the king of the goblins, and according to the natural law of their race, two kings could not exist within the same tribe at the same time. Since Gobukong had no intention of challenging his own king, much less killing Lin Tian, he had no way to evolve into the royal breed. The moment Gobukong heard that, he panicked so badly that he started waving both hands in a frantic denial. He hurriedly insisted that he had absolutely no desire to become king. To him, being able to follow Lin Tian just like he did now was already more than enough, and he didn't feel any need to force himself to evolve any further. Goblin Slayer smiled faintly and then offered another path. If Gobukong truly wanted to evolve without turning against Lin Tian, he could go out and search for other goblin tribes. As long as he killed and devoured the kings of those tribes, he would be able to achieve his own evolution without ever needing to confront Lin Tian. The instant Lin Tian heard that suggestion, his eyes sharpened with interest. To him, this wasn't just a solution for Gobukong's problem. It was also a perfect plan for the long-term growth and expansion of the entire Goblin Legion. Lin Tian turned his gaze toward Gobukong and promised that in the future, he would personally lead him to conquer other goblin tribes and help him complete his evolution. Gobukong was immediately overwhelmed with joy. He lowered his head again and again, bowing repeatedly as he thanked Lin Tian for caring so much about him. Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction, but his mind was already moving far beyond the moment in front of him. There were still 5 days left before the life simulation system could be used again, which meant this was the perfect window of time to start breeding and laying the foundation for his long-term plan. Under the watchful supervision of the Goblin Legion, the prisoners were gathered together in a wide open area. Nervous whispers and fearful murmurs spread through the crowd from every direction. None of them knew why they had been dragged here. Were they about to be slaughtered and turned into fertilizer? Without Evely standing beside them, every prisoner trembled in pure terror. Lin Tian slowly walked to the front of the crowd, his expression cold and unreadable as he looked down at the tens of thousands kneeling before him. Then, in a low but carrying voice, he asked which person among all of them held the highest status. A plump man with a mustache and beard stepped forward from the crowd, his whole body trembling while sweat streamed down his face. He introduced himself as Charles, a minor noble as well as a merchant of the kingdom. Then he bent deeply before Lin Tian, his voice filled with fear, and carefully asked what command the Goblin King had summoned them here to give. Hidden deep within the bushes, Gokong silently watched the entire situation unfold. At that point, he genuinely couldn't decide whether he should admire Lin Tian's unbelievable ability or curl up and feel sorry for his own miserable existence. Lin Tian's stamina seemed completely inhuman, leaving Gokong staring in disbelief from his hiding place. One thought kept pounding through his head. What kind of monster was this guy, and how could anyone possibly call him human? Unfortunately, thinking about it only made Gokong feel even worse. A heartbroken scream suddenly tore through the silence. Unable to endure another second, Gokong collapsed on the spot and burst into tears, wailing as though the most precious thing in his entire life had just been taken away. The poor guy had completely fallen apart. By the time morning arrived, an unnatural silence had settled over the imperial palace. Control of the empire had already passed into new hands, and a suffocating tension now lingered throughout every corridor and grand hall. Lin Tian lounged comfortably upon the throne, his relaxed posture making it seem as though he had ruled from that seat for years. He ordered Alice Near and the matron to gather several people and travel through the nearby towns, spreading news of the new government themselves. Lin Tian understood that if the announcement came only from nobles, the common people would immediately doubt every word. Ruling an empire required far more than soldiers, weapons, and overwhelming force. The population also had to recognize and accept the new order. In Lin Tian's eyes, fear could force people into obedience for a while, but only genuine acceptance could keep a kingdom stable in the long run. Wanting to know exactly where his decisions might lead, he called upon the system and activated its life simulation ability. He intended to look ahead and discover what kind of future awaited the newly established Goblin Empire if everything continued along its current path. Almost immediately, a glowing system notification appeared before his eyes. Lines of information unfolded one after another, presenting the coming events as though an entire tale were being played out solely for him. The simulation began by recounting Lin Tian's achievements. He had destroyed the Great Tomb, wiped out the church, seized control of the Lion Empire, and formally established the Goblin Kingdom. Under the matron's direction, terms of peaceful coexistence between humans and goblins were already being spread among the population, and surprisingly, the plan was receiving an excellent response. However, that peaceful progress didn't last long. On the 4th day, the Sword Kingdom, the Three-Leaf Kingdom, and the Four-Leaf Kingdom united their armies and launched a massive assault against the city. Lin Tian's eyebrow lifted slightly as he read the result. He had expected resistance sooner or later, but he hadn't imagined that 3 human kingdoms would coordinate their forces and mobilize against him with such speed. The system immediately placed 3 possible choices before him. He could meet the enemy in open battle and receive the largest reward, close the city gates and attempt negotiations for a more modest gain, or abandon everything and flee if the situation became hopeless. Lin Tian studied the choices, but his decision didn't take long. Since this was only a simulation, Lin Tian saw no reason to choose the safest path. He selected direct combat, intending to test the enemy properly and learn just how powerful the combined forces of the three kingdoms truly were. The outcome was nothing short of disastrous. According to the simulation, Lin Tian confidently opened the city gates and led his forces straight into battle. His skills allowed him to slaughter tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, but bravery and strength alone couldn't overcome such terrifying numbers. The Allied army contained hundreds of thousands of troops, and wave after wave continued pressing forward without mercy. Eventually, every soldier under Lin Tian's command was killed, and the newly founded Goblin Empire was crushed almost as quickly as it had risen. Against an enemy this determined and ruthless, the simulation offered him no miracle. Lin Tian wasn't even given a moment to recover from the devastating result before the final evaluation appeared. His performance received only 20 points out of 100, a painfully low score by any standard. Leaning back against the throne, Lin Tian quietly considered everything the simulation had revealed. If three kingdoms were willing to unite, their armies would undoubtedly contain several terrifying experts. Ordinary goblin warriors had no chance against opponents of that level, and even Alice Near might find herself overwhelmed when facing the strongest human elites. This clearly wasn't a problem that could be solved through a few minor changes or clever battlefield tricks. Lin Tian needed something enormous, an overwhelming force capable of reversing the entire balance of power in a single move. That was when his thoughts turned toward the ancient dragon clan. As far as Lin Tian was concerned, there was no reason to follow the enemy's rules when the entire game had already been arranged against him. A truly intelligent player didn't merely reposition the pieces placed before him. He overturned the board and created an entirely new game. Meanwhile, far away within the Sword Kingdom, the atmosphere was growing increasingly heated as preparations for war reached their final stage. The kingdom was preparing what its leaders proudly called the greatest crusade in history. Soldiers, commanders, supplies, and powerful warriors gathered from every direction, filling the entire capital with a restless energy that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. That evening, a grand banquet was arranged to honor the coming campaign. All three kings attended alongside the most influential figures from their respective kingdoms. Music, laughter, and loud conversation filled the enormous hall, while the presence of so many powerful individuals made the celebration feel more like a gathering of predators. Even among such an impressive crowd, Syl drew attention without making the slightest effort. She sat quietly with a book in her hands, her breathtaking appearance seeming almost unreal beneath the banquet lights. While everyone else drank and boasted, she calmly turned the pages as though the surrounding noise didn't exist. Guests repeatedly stole glances in her direction and whispered among themselves. Nearby, Sylph carried herself with effortless grace, her noble bearing making her appear naturally superior to everyone else in the room. Gilbert and the other king who shared his name displayed far less restraint. Their eyes constantly wandered toward the attending maids, and neither man bothered hiding the shameless desire written across his face. From the way they stared, it was almost as though they had forgotten they were sitting at a royal gathering. Then there was Sylph herself, the covenant spirit bound to the Sword King. Her appearance fully justified every extraordinary rumor that had spread about her beauty. Many of the guests couldn't stop comparing her with ordinary human women, and the difference seemed almost unfair. Sylph possessed a purity that made her appear untouchable, yet there was also something dangerously alluring about her presence. One of the Gilberts openly stared at her without even pretending to be subtle, making his filthy intentions painfully obvious to everyone nearby. King Edward noticed the man's gaze immediately, and the displeasure on his face darkened with every passing second. Unable to tolerate the disrespect any longer, Edward brought his palm down against the table with a thunderous bang. His voice cut through the banquet hall as he warned the two men to show proper respect toward his covenant spirit. Sylph herself remained completely unbothered by their behavior. Without raising her voice, she told everyone to stop wasting time on meaningless distractions and remember their real objective: destroying the monsters and reclaiming the Lion Empire. One of the Gilberts responded with an agreeable smile, assuring her that they would naturally complete the mission. Then, with a far more suggestive look, he reminded Sylph that she had once spoken of her hatred for the monsters inside the Great Tomb. Since they were now preparing to eliminate the creatures occupying the Lion Empire, he casually wondered aloud what reward they might receive afterward. Sylph slowly lifted her gaze from the table and looked directly at him. With a calm expression that revealed nothing, she asked what reward he desired, though the coldness in her eyes showed that she already knew his request wouldn't be innocent. The obese King Gilbert immediately began making vulgar suggestions, wearing a greasy grin as though the entire conversation were nothing more than a private joke arranged for his amusement. Edward's expression twisted with anger. Before Gilbert could continue, he sharply interrupted and ordered both men to stop their disgusting behavior at once. His remaining patience finally snapped. Edward struck the table with such force that the heavy surface split apart beneath his hand, scattering broken pieces across the floor. The two Gilberts merely burst into laughter, dismissing Edward's fury as though he were overreacting to harmless teasing. Waving the matter aside, they claimed that the women already present were more than enough to satisfy them. They then raised their cups and attempted to steer the gathering back toward drinking and discussing the following day's assault. The banquet eventually came to an end beneath a cloud of lingering discomfort. Edward left the hall with anger still burning in his chest, completely unaware that his supposed allies were already preparing to betray him. Soon afterward, both Gilberts secretly dispatched magical messages to their trusted followers. Behind Edward's back, they had begun planning to arrange his death during the coming battle and seize Sylph for themselves once he was gone. After all, the enemy standing openly before you was rarely the most dangerous one. The true threat was the ally smiling at your side while quietly reaching for a hidden blade. When attention returned to the approaching battlefield, the festive atmosphere of the banquet seemed like something from an entirely different world. High above the ground, Veronica hung suspended in heavy chains, displayed before the approaching army like a captured trophy meant for every soldier to see. She struggled fiercely against the restraints and shouted again and again for someone to bring her down, but her demands were completely ignored. Lin Tian's forces had placed her there for a reason. Her humiliation served both as a deliberate provocation and as a bold declaration of the Goblin army's strength to the enormous human force advancing toward the city. Lin Tian stood atop the city walls with his commanders gathered around him. Calm and composed, he looked down from the battlements at the seemingly endless army spreading across the land below. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers filled the plains, their ranks stretching farther than the eye could follow. From the walls, the enormous formation resembled a vast sea of armor, banners, and sharpened weapons. Among the human commanders below, confusion quickly began to spread. Every report they had received claimed that Veronica had successfully conquered the Lion Empire, yet the city was now clearly controlled by goblins. When questioned, one subordinate nervously explained what had happened. The previous battle had been so destructive and overwhelming that their scouts could only observe from an extreme distance. Unable to see the final outcome clearly, they had simply assumed Veronica was the one who emerged victorious. One of the Gilberts narrowed his eyes as a distant memory surfaced. He believed he had encountered something similar before and suspected that the figure standing on the wall was the same goblin who had caused trouble in a small town 1 year earlier. What had once been a tiny group had somehow grown into an army powerful enough to seize an empire. With so many unanswered questions surrounding the enemy, King Edward advised everyone to halt their advance and reconsider their strategy. Gilbert had no interest in slowing down. His attention was fixed far less on the danger before him and far more on the women standing near Lin Tian. Desire had already clouded his judgment, leaving him eager to charge forward and claim whatever caught his eye. Without waiting for further discussion or gathering additional information, Gilbert demanded that the Allied forces launch their attack immediately. From his position on the wall, Lin Tian activated Hawkeye. His vision instantly sharpened, allowing him to examine the enemy formation in extraordinary detail, from the movement of individual soldiers to the hidden strength of the experts positioned among them. Edward continued insisting that attacking an unfamiliar enemy without sufficient intelligence was reckless. He firmly ordered Gilbert to withdraw and return to formation, but Gilbert only sneered, called him a coward, and completely ignored the command. Instead of retreating, Gilbert raised his hands and began gathering an enormous amount of magical power. Determined to display his strength and intimidate everyone on the battlefield, he unleashed a world-tier spell known as Hell Forest. At that exact moment, Lin Tian's system revealed a piece of information so absurd that it almost felt like a joke. Although the arrogant king had reached level 99, his body was suffering from severe kidney problems. The other Gilbert became visibly excited when he saw the spell taking shape. Throwing his head back, he laughed loudly before releasing his own terrifying magic, the Extreme Evil Domain. The sky above the battlefield appeared to split apart as a gigantic black sphere slowly gathered overhead. Darkness spread beneath it, and a crushing pressure descended upon every soldier below. In a matter of seconds, the entire battlefield became heavy with danger, making it clear that something truly catastrophic was about to begin. The instant the dragon appeared overhead, the allied human formation collapsed into complete chaos. Only moments earlier, tens of thousands of soldiers had stood proudly with weapons raised and confidence surging through their ranks. Now, beneath the enormous shadow spreading across the battlefield, they scattered in every direction, desperately searching for any path that might lead them to safety. King Edward forced himself to remain standing and roared for the troops to spread out, keep their distance and watch the sky. Yet even as he issued command after command, the disbelief in his widened eyes betrayed him. Towering before him was a colossal dragon more than 1,000 meters long, a creature so enormous that until this moment, he had believed such monsters existed only in ancient legends. King Gilbert looked even more shaken. All color drained from his face as he tilted his head toward the sky, staring at the gigantic creature in stunned silence. No matter how hard he tried, he could not understand why a being capable of destroying entire nations had suddenly descended upon this particular battlefield. High above the confusion, Lin Tian remained on the city wall, his figure perfectly still as he watched the enormous green dragon glide through the clouds. While panic spread through the armies below, he observed its arrival with quiet, unshaken eyes. There was no trace of alarm on Lin Tian's face. Instead, he calmly studied the dragon's immense body and remarked that Xiao He had grown unbelievably large in only a few short months. The once familiar creature had now become a true giant capable of blotting out the sky. Below the wall, Edward struggled to force down his fear. Tightening his grip, he drew his sword and began shouting orders for the army to prepare for a full-scale dragon hunt. Even now, a reckless ambition remained in his heart. If he could somehow kill this beast, his name would spread across the continent, and he would be remembered forever as a legendary hero. At that moment, the overwhelming difference between the two sides could not have been clearer. One stood on the verge of collapse, while the other appeared entirely untouched by the danger gathering overhead. Edward's forces trembled with restless fear, disguising their panic behind hurried movements and forced determination. Lin Tian, however, remained completely at ease on the city wall, as though the terrifying dragon filling the sky were nothing more than an expected guest arriving late. Before the allied army could pull itself together, two additional shadows suddenly emerged beyond the clouds. Their enormous forms swept across the battlefield, causing the frightened soldiers below to freeze once again. A black dragon covered in old scars descended beside a brilliant white dragon wrapped in violent arcs of lightning. As the two giants lowered themselves through the clouds, the air grew crushingly heavy, and the entire sky seemed ready to break apart beneath their combined presence. A faint smile finally appeared on Lin Tian's face as he watched the newcomers arrive. Scarface and the Thunder Dragon had at last made their entrance, joining Xiao He above the battlefield and sealing off the heavens with their enormous bodies. The moment Edward recognized them, the confidence he had been forcing himself to display began to crumble. The scarred black dragon was the same monster that had devastated the Allied forces 9 years earlier. Then his gaze shifted toward the white dragon surrounded by lightning, and he remembered the terrifying rumors claiming that it had once slaughtered millions. With that realization, the last fragment of hope inside him was crushed. Xiao He slowly lowered its enormous head toward the city wall and addressed Lin Tian with deep respect, calling him father. It explained that someone had recently come searching for it and claimed that its father was in danger. Then its massive eyes shifted toward the human armies below, and contempt entered its voice. It had never imagined that creatures so insignificant would actually dare to come here and cause trouble for Lin Tian. An invisible pressure rolled outward from the dragons and settled over the entire battlefield like a mountain. Alice Near and the others stood rigidly in place, barely daring to breathe as they looked from Lin Tian to the gigantic creature bowing before him. Right before their eyes stood one of the most powerful beings among all dragonkin, a terrifying existence capable of erasing an entire kingdom with a single breath. Yet this same creature lowered its head before Lin Tian and casually called him father, as though doing so were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Tian calmly extended one hand and brushed his fingers across Xiao He's scales. He confirmed that he had indeed sent someone to look for it. Then, in the same relaxed tone, he reminded Xiao He that the elder deserved more respect and should be addressed properly as Eagle Lord the next time they met. Alice Near gazed at Lin Tian with admiration shining openly in her eyes. In her heart, she became even more certain that he was no ordinary envoy. Anyone capable of earning the loyalty of such an enormous dragon possessed power far beyond common understanding. The man she served was not merely influential, he was someone who could reshape the entire world. Not far away, King Edward stood as though the ground beneath him had vanished. Everything he believed about the world shattered in an instant. He simply could not accept that a goblin was being addressed as the father of a mighty black dragon. The sight was so absurd to him that he began wondering whether this was even the same world he had once understood. At the same time, the true cowardice of those in power finally surfaced. With death staring them in the face, their proud expressions vanished almost immediately. Gilbert turned in panic and urged everyone around him to retreat at once. He suggested abandoning the army for the Sword King to handle while the rulers escaped and sought assistance from the Dragon-Slaying Guild. As several men quietly began stepping backward and preparing to flee, Lin Tian noticed their movements from the wall. A cold, mocking smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. His voice carried clearly across the battlefield as he reminded them that this was not some roadside inn. They could not simply arrive whenever they pleased, stir up trouble, and then leave the moment the situation turned against them. A sharp crimson light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes as he gave the dragons a simple command. They had remained inactive for far too long, so it was time for them to stretch their bodies and move around a little. His meaning was unmistakable. The enemies gathered below were to be completely wiped out. The instant they heard those words, Gilbert and the other kings abandoned their previous arrogance. Their voices softened, and they hurriedly tried to negotiate, claiming there was no reason for either side to suffer unnecessary losses. In their desperation, they even offered to surrender their female disciples for Lin Tian to use however he wished, hoping such a shameless bargain might purchase their survival. Lin Tian rejected their offer without the slightest hesitation. In his eyes, this was never an evenly matched battle where both sides risked suffering heavy losses. The outcome had already been decided. Once every enemy below was dead, their wealth, territory, and possessions would naturally belong to him anyway. Even after being refused, the kings were unwilling to surrender their final chance at survival. With their backs against the wall, they turned to one last desperate method, hoping they could awaken some hidden desire within Lin Tian and convince him to spare their lives. Magic began swirling around their palms as they hurriedly formed an illusion spell. Light gathered around their bodies, twisting their outlines and reshaping their appearances into forms they believed would be more tempting. In the blink of an eye, the two overweight kings vanished behind shimmering magic and reappeared as beautiful women. Wearing pleading expressions and speaking in soft, delicate voices, they begged Lin Tian not to hurt them, hoping their transformed appearances would weaken his resolve. Edward watched the humiliating display from nearby, disgust twisting across his face. Unable to tolerate what he was seeing, he shouted furiously at the two rulers and demanded to know what had happened to their pride, honor, and dignity as kings. Lin Tian offered no response at all. He simply stared at the pair in silence, his expression cold and unreadable. The contempt in his eyes made it clear that their pathetic performance had only lowered his opinion of them even further. Without wasting another moment on the transformed kings, Lin Tian turned his attention back toward the Black Dragon. In an almost casual voice, he asked Xiao He what it was still waiting for. That quiet question was all it took. With only a few words, Lin Tian sealed the fate of the tens of thousands of soldiers trapped across the battlefield below. Xiao He's enormous eyes immediately lit up with excitement. It threw back its head and released a deafening roar that ripped through the clouds and shook the earth beneath everyone's feet. Darkness then spread over the allied formation like a vast curtain, warning them that their final moment had arrived. From high above, countless streams of blue energy came crashing down. They fell like enormous blades dropped from the heavens, and anything caught beneath them was erased the instant the light made contact. The human army completely lost control. Soldiers threw away their formations and fled in every possible direction, pushing past one another in blind terror. Yet they soon discovered that running was meaningless. No human legs could outrun the endless barrage of magic raining down from the sky. Scarface suddenly spoke, reminding Xiao He of the Dragon King's command. Dragons were forbidden from casually attacking humans, and breaking that rule could bring severe punishment upon them once again. Lin Tian immediately interrupted before Xiao He could answer. He declared that Xiao He was merely protecting its own father, which made its actions completely justified. Any consequences that followed would be his responsibility. Even if the dragon cult itself came looking for trouble, he would personally deal with them. That explanation was more than enough for Scarface. Its gaze slowly shifted toward the armies below, and a chilling ruthlessness surfaced within its enormous eyes. Whatever restraint it had shown a moment earlier disappeared completely. With the matter of justification settled, Scarface no longer hesitated. Its massive body moved forward, and it prepared to join Xiao He in crushing the terrified human forces beneath them. Scarface opened its jaws and unleashed a devastating torrent of dragon breath. The blast surged across the battlefield like an unstoppable wave, swallowing thousands of soldiers before they could even scream or attempt to escape. The ground shook violently beneath the overwhelming heat. Explosions erupted one after another, throwing fire, smoke, and shattered earth into the air. Within moments, the once orderly battlefield had become a blazing inferno where every possible path of escape was consumed by flames. One group after another vanished beneath the dragon's attacks. Entire formations were erased so completely that only blackened marks and scorched outlines remained on the ground, revealing where thousands of soldiers had stood only moments before. King Edward fled through the burning chaos, weaving between explosions while shouting in rage. He swore that he would never forgive the goblin responsible for destroying everything he had spent years building, even as he continued running without looking back. Nearby, Gilbert stared in horror as his 200,000 elite troops were annihilated before his eyes. These were the soldiers upon whom he had built all his ambitions, yet now they were disappearing without resistance. His voice cracked as he realized every plan he had prepared had collapsed in a matter of moments. Driven into desperation, Gilbert dropped to the ground and slammed his palm forcefully against the earth. A gigantic magic circle spread beneath him, glowing with intense energy as he activated the final spell he could use to delay the dragons and purchase even a few more seconds. Power erupted from the completed formation. Enormous vines formed entirely from magical energy burst out of the earth, twisting over one another as they surged forward. Anything caught in their path was crushed aside while the towering vines raced directly toward Xiao He. Above the rising vines, Xiao He's enormous silhouette covered the sky. The sight of the colossal dragon looming over the battlefield while gigantic tendrils rushed upward toward it was so overwhelming that the entire scene seemed almost unreal. Xiao He immediately noticed the incoming attack. However, it showed no concern whatsoever. Its body remained steady in the air, and not even the slightest trace of fear appeared in its enormous eyes. Opening its jaws, Xiao He released a deep green torrent of breath packed with terrifying destructive power. The blast swept across the sky and collided with the enormous vines head-on, tearing through every one of them and clearing the entire attack away in a single instant. The two kings could do nothing but cry out in terror. Neither of them had ever witnessed a dragon wielding such a strange and overwhelming power. Whatever confidence they had managed to preserve disappeared completely, leaving only one desperate thought in their minds. They had to escape. Emerald flames spread across the battlefield like a living nightmare, devouring soldiers, weapons, and earth alike. Amid the chaos, one terrified soldier spotted Edward racing away and shouted after him, demanding to know whether His Majesty was truly such a coward. He mocked Edward for proudly calling himself a sword saint while abandoning his own army and fleeing faster than everyone else. Edward did not even bother looking over his shoulder. He simply shouted back that the soldiers were the insane ones for daring to provoke an ancient dragon. History had already proven that defeating even one required at least a dozen of the strongest fighters in the world working together. Edward forced his way through the terrified crowd as soldiers and civilians fled in every direction. A badly wounded soldier reached toward him with a trembling hand, desperately begging for help, but Edward barely slowed down and harshly ordered the man to get out of his way. Only moments later, a surging wall of green fire swallowed the wounded soldier from behind. His agonized screams rang across the battlefield as the emerald flames wrapped around his body and burned him alive. With death closing in, the soldier cried out in fury and disbelief. The king had promised them an effortless victory, yet when everything fell apart, he had abandoned his own army and left them behind to die. Before the flames reduced him to ash, the soldier gathered the last of his strength and cursed Gilbert with every breath he had left. Even in death, he swore he would never forgive the king for betraying them. High above the ruined battlefield, Lin Tian stood silently on the edge of a jagged cliff, his gaze fixed on the inferno below. As countless emerald flames rolled across the land, he wondered whether the hatred and resentment of the dead would eventually twist their souls into wandering spirits. That thought did not hold his attention for long. The Kingdom Alliance had been completely crushed, leaving hundreds of thousands of corpses scattered across the battlefield. To Lin Tian, those bodies were valuable resources that could provide experience and help strengthen the forces under his command. Before long, Scarface arrived with several elite followers and gathered beside him. One of them glanced toward the distant survivors and asked whether they should pursue the humans who had managed to escape, but Lin Tian calmly rejected the idea. Instead of ordering another slaughter, Lin Tian thanked everyone for what they had accomplished. He then turned the conversation toward the purple lightning dragon mother and asked whether there had been any improvement in her condition. Unfortunately, the response was grim. They explained that even the world tree could no longer sustain her failing body, and her condition was steadily worsening. As a crystal dragon, her life was completely dependent on the existence of a dragon crystal. Lin Tian immediately asked whether they had discovered any useful leads. Alice Near stepped forward and revealed that a dragon crystal was currently being stored inside the trophy museum belonging to the Dragonslayer Guild. The Dragonslayer Guild was no ordinary organization. It had survived for more than 1,000 years without submitting to any kingdom, and its power was said to rival that of entire empires. Its members were elite warriors who devoted themselves to hunting dangerous creatures and displaying the remains of their prey as trophies. Lin Tian's first instinct was to leave at once, but Alice Near quickly warned him not to act recklessly. The guild was home to a terrifying figure known as the One-Eyed Owl, a name feared throughout the continent. Even the former emperor had avoided confronting her directly. Lin Tian immediately recognized the title. He remembered hearing that the one-eyed owl had successfully hunted enormous sea beasts on several different occasions, proving that her reputation was far more than empty rumor. Wanting more information, Lin Tian turned toward Veronica, who remained restrained in chains nearby. He demanded that she tell him everything she knew about the one-eyed owl. Veronica initially scoffed at him, calling him a hypocrite and bitterly reminding him that she was only cooperating because Rebecca's life was being held over her head. However, the moment Lin Tian's dragon daughter approached her and sincerely asked for help, Veronica's cold attitude softened almost at once. The one-eyed owl's true identity was finally revealed. Her name was Elizabeth Tilly, a 29-year-old dark-skinned woman whose greatest obsession was tracking down and killing powerful prey. The explanation quickly drifted into unnecessary details about Elizabeth's height and physical proportions. Scarface eventually ran out of patience and sharply interrupted, demanding that they stop wasting time and get to the information that actually mattered. After awkwardly clearing his throat, the skeleton finally returned to the important part. Elizabeth Tilly was a demigod, born half-human and half-divine, with power nearly equal to Veronica's own level. She was also the leader of the Dragonslayer Guild branch located in the capital of the War Empire. The moment Lin Tian heard the location, he realized it was the same region connected to the Dwarf Kingdom. As he quietly considered the implications, another question surfaced in his mind. Could demigods like Elizabeth truly be linked to ancient legendary gods such as Zeus or Poseidon? Lin Tian initially ordered Scarface to begin preparing for their departure, but he reconsidered almost immediately. Sending dragon race warriors with combat levels near 9,000 against an opponent whose level exceeded 10,000 would amount to nothing more than suicide. After weighing the danger, he decided that caution was the wiser choice. They had only just seized control of the capital, so rebuilding the city and stabilizing the Goblin Kingdom had to come first. Lin Tian told everyone to loosen up and enjoy a proper feast with Gobu Tian, reminding them that after everything they had endured, they had earned the chance to rest. As the group began preparing slabs of grilled meat, Lin Tian gently told his dragon daughter to eat and enjoy herself first. The dangerous mission involving the Dragonslayer Guild could wait until after the meal. Not long afterward, Lin Tian stood by himself beneath the dark night sky, silently organizing his next steps. He understood clearly that before challenging the Dragonslayer Guild head-on, he would need to accumulate far more strength. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the nearby ruins, an enormous goblin crouched among the dead and continued greedily stuffing corpse after corpse into its mouth. The creature laughed with excitement as it devoured its meal, boasting that it would soon evolve into a king-class monster. Once that happened, it believed it would finally be able to hunt humans without restraint. Its celebration was abruptly cut short when an icy voice sounded from the darkness and coldly ordered it to be quiet. Annoyed by the interruption, the goblin lifted its head and looked upward. Floating above it was a pale blue spirit, its ghostly body surrounded by flickering flames that radiated a freezing chill. The goblin's irritation vanished in an instant. Terror swept over its face as it screamed that a ghost had appeared, then turned and sprinted toward the city gate where Lin Tian and the others had gathered. It stumbled into the group and collapsed directly in front of them, trembling uncontrollably as it begged its boss to save its life. Lin Tian immediately turned toward the entrance. Across the darkened ground, eerie blue flames were spreading closer, casting an unnatural glow over the surrounding ruins. From within those flames, an army of vengeful spirits slowly emerged. Their hollow voices overlapped across the night, repeating the same murderous command in chilling unison. Kill them. At the front of the spectral army marched a heavily armored spirit knight. Blue fire wrapped around its entire body, while a long spear rested firmly in its ghostly hands. The frightened goblin reached for its sword in a panic, but Lin Tian instantly shouted for it to stop. He ordered the creature to retreat inside the city before it recklessly threw its life away. Lin Tian urgently warned everyone that normal physical attacks would accomplish nothing against these enemies. True spirits had no ordinary flesh to destroy, which meant conventional weapons could not kill them through normal methods. Heavy footsteps pounded across the ground as Lin Tian and Gokong raced through the darkness. Behind them, the soul fiends pursued relentlessly, their ghostly presence filling the night with a suffocating chill. The sudden commotion quickly drew the attention of Gobu Tian and the nearby dragon clan members, who had been busy roasting meat over the fire. Xiao He stared in confusion, unable to understand why his father was running so desperately. Gobu Tian, completely unaware of the danger, casually assumed Lin Tian was rushing over because the meat had finally finished cooking. A moment later, everyone discovered the real reason. Countless spirits filled the air, closing in from every direction until the entire area was surrounded. Lin Tian immediately called out to the Holy Maiden, urgently ordering her to use divine magic and wipe out the approaching spirits. Scarface and Alice Near watched the enormous tide of vengeful souls surge toward them, and both of their expressions tightened. Alice Near could not understand how the situation had gone so terribly wrong. The Holy Maiden had already offered prayers for the dead, so their souls should have passed on peacefully. She slowly closed her eyes, pain spreading across her face as she understood the truth. The soldiers' hatred was simply too deep, and ordinary prayers no longer possessed enough power to release them. With no other option remaining, the Holy Maiden prepared a supreme-grade spell. Her lips moved in a quiet chant as brilliant holy power gathered around her body. After pouring all of her concentration and energy into the incantation, she unleashed her strongest purification skill, the Gate of Heaven. A colossal pillar of divine light descended from the night sky and crashed onto the battlefield, completely engulfing the army of spirits pursuing Lin Tian. The sacred radiance collided violently with the black smoke formed from their resentment. Deafening explosions shook the battlefield as the spirits shrieked in agony, their corrupted souls being purified one after another by the overwhelming divine power. Only after the pursuing spirits began disappearing did Lin Tian finally slow down and stop. Beside him, Gokong clutched his chest with a shaken expression and muttered that the terror alone had nearly frightened him to death. The Holy Maiden explained that the soldiers' hatred toward Edward and the nobles who had abandoned them was so intense that it transformed them into vengeful spirits after death. As glowing fragments of soul fire drifted gently through the air, she spoke with deep pity for the soldiers who had died without ever finding peace, saying she wanted to guide them properly into heaven. Before she could finish purifying the remaining souls, Lin Tian suddenly raised a hand and stopped her. He told her to wait, explaining that these spirits might still have some use. The Holy Maiden turned toward him in confusion, unable to guess what he intended to do with them. At that exact moment, the surrounding blue flames swelled and twisted together. From within the ghostly fire, a gigantic armored specter slowly stepped into view. The spirit was Lawrence, a level 90 Soul Knight commander whose imposing form towered over the battlefield. Consumed by rage and terrifying resentment, Lawrence let out a furious roar and swung his sword of blue flame directly toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not dodge or even take a single step backward. Instead, he calmly asked one question that caused Lawrence's blade to stop in place. Had they truly been killed by Lin Tian's forces, or had their own king been the one who condemned them to death? Lawrence angrily accused him of avoiding responsibility and insisted that every one of them was guilty. Lin Tian calmly admitted that he had personally killed many of the soldiers on that battlefield. However, he reminded Lawrence that it was their own king who had started the meaningless war, sent countless men into certain death, and then abandoned them the moment the battle was lost. Lawrence fell silent, unable to offer any answer in return. No matter how painful Lin Tian's words were, the Spirit Knight knew he could not deny the truth behind them. Seeing that silence as an opening, Lin Tian continued pressing him without giving him time to retreat. Lin Tian reminded Lawrence that the king he had once served was the very person who drove them from their homeland and ordered them into a battle they could never hope to win. When defeat arrived, that same king fled for his own life, abandoning his loyal soldiers to die and wander the world as restless souls. With his gaze fixed firmly on Lawrence, Lin Tian asked whether he truly wished to vanish without purpose after enduring such betrayal. The moment Lin Tian noticed uncertainty flickering through the Spirit Knight's eyes, he immediately presented another choice. Rather than fading away while carrying endless hatred, Lawrence and the other fallen knights could join his legion and take revenge with their own hands. However, Lin Tian also made the consequences of refusal perfectly clear. If they rejected his offer, he would order the Holy Maiden to purify every spirit gathered there without the slightest hesitation. Lawrence remained motionless for a long while, his hollow eyes lowered as he weighed the two paths before him. At last, he raised his head and quietly asked Lin Tian what would become of them after the king had been killed. As soon as that question left Lawrence's mouth, a faint, knowing smile appeared across Lin Tian's face. He understood immediately that the Spirit Knight had already accepted the idea in his heart. Lin Tian promised that once their revenge was complete, he would have the Holy Maiden guide every one of them properly into heaven, allowing the fallen knights to depart with the honor and dignity they deserved. Compared with wandering endlessly while consumed by resentment, such an ending was clearly far more merciful. Lawrence turned his gaze toward the Holy Maiden standing quietly behind Lin Tian. Her expression remained calm, yet the pure and sacred aura surrounding her made the answer obvious. If the spirits attempted to fight her directly, they would have no chance of winning. Even so, Lawrence could not accept being erased before accomplishing anything. After surviving as a wandering soul for so long, disappearing without avenging his comrades would make all their suffering meaningless. In the end, his resistance faded, and he slowly lowered his head before nodding in agreement. With the agreement settled, Lin Tian instructed Lawrence and the other spirits to conceal themselves for the time being. When the day finally came to launch an attack against the Sword Kingdom, Lin Tian would personally call upon Lawrence and summon the entire Spirit Legion to the battlefield. Lawrence straightened his spectral body and placed one hand across his chest, offering the formal salute once used by the knights of his era. In a solemn voice, he declared that whenever Lin Tian spoke his name, he would answer the call and appear without delay. Once those words were spoken, Lawrence's ghostly form began breaking apart into countless blue sparks. The same transformation swept through the entire Spirit Legion, their bodies dissolving into glowing particles that slowly rose and scattered across the night sky. Before long, the crowded street became completely quiet once again. Standing in the middle of the ruined battlefield, Lin Tian finally released a small breath of relief. He considered himself fortunate that the spirits had preserved their intelligence and could still be reasoned with. Had they become mindless undead driven only by instinct, negotiation would have been impossible, and both sides would have been forced to fight until one was completely destroyed. Looking at the result, Lin Tian regarded the entire encounter as an overwhelming success. He had not only gained an enormous amount of experience from the soldiers who died in battle, but had also added a formidable spirit army to his growing forces. His attention soon shifted toward the corpses scattered across the area. By using his blizzard ability to freeze and preserve them, he could store the bodies as valuable training resources for stronger goblin units in the future. A short distance away, the Holy Maiden remained silent as she watched Lin Tian standing among the wreckage. While everyone else recovered from the battle, he was already occupied with calculating how each new resource could be used in his future plans. Just then, a loud and exaggerated chewing sound suddenly shattered the solemn atmosphere. The Holy Maiden turned toward the noise and found Gokong seated comfortably on the ground, happily tearing into a piece of roasted meat as though nothing unusual had happened. The Holy Maiden could only shake her head with a helpless expression. Only moments earlier, Gokong had nearly collapsed in terror after encountering the spirits. Yet now he was eating with incredible enthusiasm, behaving as though the entire incident had already vanished from his memory. In Gokong's world, food clearly took priority over fear, danger, and practically everything else. Between enormous bites, Gokong released a thunderous burp and looked toward Lin Tian with curiosity. He asked how many more people he would need to devour before his body finally evolved. According to Gokong, he had already eaten tens of thousands, yet he still had not noticed the slightest transformation. Lin Tian opened Gokong's status information and discovered that his level had already reached 100, which was the current maximum. Lin Tian rubbed his chin while studying the information carefully. Under normal circumstances, reaching the level limit should have been enough to trigger an evolution. Since nothing had happened, he began to suspect that Gokong's natural potential was simply too low for him to break through that barrier by himself. At that moment, Goblin Slayer approached from nearby. Lin Tian turned toward her and immediately asked whether she knew why a goblin who had already fulfilled the apparent requirements for evolution was still unable to advance any further. Goblin Slayer calmly revealed the reason behind Gokong's problem. Lin Tian currently held the position of Goblin King, and according to the natural hierarchy governing goblin tribes, two kings could never exist within the same group. Since Gokong had no desire to challenge, defeat, and kill his own king, he could not complete the transformation into a royal-class goblin. The instant Gokong heard that explanation, panic spread across his face. He jumped up and waved both hands wildly, insisting that he had absolutely no desire to become a king. As far as he was concerned, being allowed to follow Lin Tian, fight beside him, and eat his fill was already more than enough. Even if it meant never evolving again, Gokong had no intention of opposing him. A slight smile appeared on Goblin Slayer's face as she explained that there was another path available. Gokong could leave their territory, search for other goblin tribes, and kill the kings ruling over them. By devouring those rival kings, he could obtain what he needed to evolve independently without ever challenging Lin Tian's authority. As soon as Lin Tian heard her suggestion, his eyes sharpened with interest. He immediately understood that this method was not merely useful for Gokong's personal growth. It could also become an important strategy for expanding and strengthening the entire Goblin Legion in the future. Lin Tian turned toward Gokong and assured him that, when the opportunity arrived, he would personally lead him into the territories of other goblin tribes. Together, they would conquer those tribes, defeat their kings, and help Gokong complete his evolution. Overcome with excitement, Gokong bowed his head again and again, loudly thanking Lin Tian for always looking after him. Lin Tian watched Gokong's enthusiastic reaction with a satisfied smile, while countless plans quietly began taking shape in his mind. There were still 5 full days remaining before the life simulation system could be activated again. Rather than waste that time, he intended to use it to lay the foundation for the Goblin Empire's long-term expansion. Under the strict watch of the Goblin Legion, All the prisoners taken from the conquered city were gathered inside a broad open area. The captives stood close together, casting frightened glances in every direction, while anxious whispers spread continuously through the crowd. None of them knew why the goblins had assembled them there or what fate awaited them next. Some prisoners even began wondering whether they were about to be killed and turned into fertilizer for the fields. With the holy maiden nowhere nearby to calm them, their imaginations grew darker, and the fear among the crowd became even more intense. Lin Tian slowly stepped out before the kneeling prisoners, his expression cold and unreadable. His gaze swept across the terrified crowd until every whisper disappeared. Then, speaking in a calm but commanding tone, he asked which person among them possessed the highest status. After several tense seconds, a heavy-set man with a beard and mustache cautiously moved to the front. Sweat streamed down his face, and his entire body trembled despite his efforts to remain composed. He introduced himself as Charles, a low-ranking noble who also worked as a merchant within the kingdom. Bowing deeply before Lin Tian, Charles carefully asked what orders the Goblin King wished to give them. The residents of the newly conquered city remained gathered before Lin Tian, each person keeping their head lowered while desperately trying to conceal their fear. Among them, the same fat, middle-aged man stood slightly ahead of the rest. Lin Tian glanced at the value floating above Charles's head, and saw that his overall ability score was only a little higher than 1,000. By Lin Tian's standards, that level of strength was almost insignificant. Still, Charles possessed enough courage to step forward and speak while everyone else remained frozen in fear. Lin Tian quietly studied the captives for another moment. Although humans were physically weak compared with his forces, a few of them still showed a trace of resolve. After considering the matter, he decided that Charles could serve as their temporary representative and oversee the management of the human population. Hearing that he had been singled out only made Charles even more nervous. Lin Tian casually confirmed whether his name was truly Charles, and the man immediately nodded several times. Before Charles could imagine an even worse fate, Lin Tian explained that he had no interest in massacring the prisoners. What he wanted was much more practical. The humans would be responsible for expanding crop production and raising livestock for the growing Goblin Empire. The entire crowd stared at him in stunned disbelief. Growing crops and raising animals were the last orders any of them had expected to hear. For a moment, the prisoners could not even process what Lin Tian had said. Throughout years filled with war, monsters, and constant fear, they had never heard of a monster ruler asking humans to farm peacefully instead of enslaving them, slaughtering them, or using them as food. Seeing the confusion written across their faces, Lin Tian offered no lengthy explanation. He simply extended one hand and scattered several ordinary-looking seeds across a patch of bare soil in front of the crowd. Once the seeds had settled into the earth, Lin Tian turned toward Isabella and instructed her to channel healing magic into them. The beautiful blonde woman standing beside him responded immediately and stepped forward to carry out his order. A gentle green radiance gathered around Isabella's hands before flowing downward into the soil. Wave after wave of healing energy soaked into the ground, surrounding every seed beneath the surface with warm, life-filled light. Before the watching humans could understand what was happening, the soil began to shift. Under their astonished gazes, the buried seeds cracked open and sprouted at a speed that should have been completely impossible. Delicate green shoots pushed through the earth one after another. In only a few moments, those tiny sprouts stretched taller, thickened, and transformed into a field of fully matured golden wheat swaying before the stunned crowd. The humans stared with their eyes wide and their mouths hanging open. The wheat appeared healthier, fuller, and richer than any crop they had ever seen in their lives, with every plump grain shining almost like a tiny piece of gold. Charles nearly stumbled backward as he examined the unbelievable harvest. Barely containing his excitement, he declared that if every seed produced crops of this quality, a single successful harvest could provide enough food to sustain an entire family for years. Emotion surged through the surrounding prisoners, and several people began crying as they looked upon such an overwhelming amount of food appearing before them. Nearby, several humans hurried toward another section of soil and began digging with their hands. When they pulled out the potatoes growing beneath the ground, they discovered that the harvest was several times larger and more abundant than anything produced through ordinary farming. Lin Tian watched their reactions with a faint smile before explaining that the crops came from specially enhanced magical seeds. As long as the humans continued choosing the strongest plants, preserving their best seeds, and replanting them through each new generation, the quality and quantity of their food would continue rising without any apparent limit. After witnessing such a miracle with their own eyes, the humans began staring at Lin Tian as though he were a divine being sent to save them. Many dropped to their knees at once, loudly praising him and celebrating the rise of the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian merely chuckled at their sudden devotion and told them not to become overwhelmed just yet. because the improved crops were only the beginning of what he intended to show them. With that, Lin Tian turned away from the field and ordered the gathered humans to rise and follow behind him. Still shaken by what they had witnessed, the prisoners quickly obeyed and moved after him. Before long, Lin Tian led Charles and the others away from the crops and toward a large enclosure surrounded by a thick wooden fence. The humans crowded together outside it, wondering what new demonstration awaited them. Inside the enclosure stood several enormous wild boars. Their eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and foam gathered around their mouths as they snarled violently. The beasts repeatedly charged the wooden barrier, slamming their heavy bodies against the fence with enough force to make the entire structure shake. The sight immediately made Charles tense. He hurriedly warned Lin Tian not to approach carelessly, explaining that wild boars were among the most troublesome animals anyone could attempt to domesticate or raise. Charles continued explaining that the creatures were naturally aggressive, extremely difficult to control, and slow to reproduce. Even after enduring all that trouble, their meat was generally considered inferior to the meat produced by properly raised cattle. Lin Tian responded to those concerns with nothing more than a calm smile. He told the humans that their understanding of livestock was far too limited. Animals remained difficult to manage only because no one had ever made a serious effort to select the most useful traits and guide their development over time. Before anyone could completely grasp the meaning behind his words, Lin Tian was already moving. Without showing the slightest fear, Lin Tian casually climbed over the fence and dropped into the enclosure. He then walked directly toward the furious wild boars as though they were harmless animals. The humans outside immediately panicked, shouting warnings as the beasts turned toward him. The wild boars lowered their heads and charged, but before they could reach him, a surge of dark energy erupted from Lin Tian's body. An invisible force crashed down upon the animals with overwhelming power, smashing them violently into the ground. Their legs broke beneath the crushing pressure, leaving the once rampaging beasts helpless and unable to rise. Lin Tian stood over the fallen boars and looked down at them without the slightest concern. Then, as though he had merely demonstrated the most obvious solution in the world, he casually remarked that once their legs were broken, even the fiercest animals naturally became obedient. The humans could only stare at the horrifying sight before them. Shock had stolen every word from their mouths, leaving the entire crowd frozen in a heavy, stunned silence. Once the commotion settled, Lin Tian finally revealed the true purpose behind his plan. By carefully controlling the wild boars breeding over several generations, their savage traits would gradually fade until they became domesticated pigs. These animals multiplied quickly and provided enormous quantities of meat, meaning they could permanently resolve the empire's food shortage. The moment they understood his vision, excitement swept through the humans like a raging wave. Some raised their voices and hailed Lin Tian as humanity's savior, while others tearfully declared that they would dedicate the rest of their lives to the Goblin Empire. Several women in the crowd became even more enthusiastic, loudly proclaiming that they wanted to bear dozens of children for him. As those passionate declarations echoed around him, Lin Tian merely smiled in silence. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had intended. Once the humans developed a deep emotional bond with the Goblin Empire and began relying on its wealth and stability, keeping them under control would become considerably easier. Not long afterward, Lin Tian left the others behind and returned to the palace alone. Once he was inside the quiet royal chamber, he calmly summoned and activated his system. A radiant blue screen materialized in the air directly before him, illuminating the room with a cold glow. Without delay, the system announced that a new simulated life scenario was about to begin. Within the simulation, the Goblin Empire entered an explosive period of growth. Under Lin Tian's rule, its territory, population, and influence all began expanding at a remarkable pace. The human citizens poured their strength into reclaiming vast stretches of unused land. Fields spread farther with each passing day, and total crop production soon increased by more than 300%. Livestock was distributed to every household so that families could raise animals of their own. With food and resources steadily increasing, their living conditions quickly surpassed anything their parents or grandparents had ever experienced. At the same time, growing numbers of women willingly entered the empire's reproduction centers. Each of them hoped for the chance to carry Lin Tian's descendants and contribute directly to the kingdom's future bloodline. Meanwhile, the prisoners seized from opposing kingdoms were not executed. Instead, they were kept alive, placed under guard, and designated as a future labor force for the empire's continuing expansion. Half a year flashed by within the simulation. When the first enormous harvest finally arrived, its scale surpassed even the most optimistic expectations, filling granaries across the kingdom until the empire's food reserves were practically overflowing. The Goblin Empire's armies continued swelling with every passing day. At the same time, newly constructed cities rose one after another around the capital, transforming the surrounding wilderness into a rapidly developing heartland. At last, the system compiled everything that had happened. Its report declared that after a full year of development, the Goblin Empire's foundation had become completely secure, while both its economy and military power were now advancing at an astonishing rate. Moments later, another system message appeared across the glowing display. It asked Lin Tian whether he wished to proceed directly into the next storyline. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian calmly chose the option to continue. The instant his decision was confirmed, a blinding explosion of light erupted around his body, swallowing both him and the chamber in dazzling radiance. When the brilliant light finally receded, Lin Tian discovered himself seated upon an imposing royal throne. Magnificent robes covered his body, while a gleaming golden crown rested proudly upon his head. Far below the throne, an enormous sea of citizens filled the area. Countless voices called out Lin Tian's name, praising both their ruler and the unrivaled greatness of the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and gazed down upon the roaring crowd beneath him. Speaking in an even, authoritative voice, he declared that although he remained the Goblin King, anyone who became a citizen of the Goblin Empire would be placed beneath his protection. Then the warmth vanished from his expression, and his gaze turned unmistakably cold. He warned them that his mercy belonged only to the people of his own empire. As for humans who served foreign nations, he would grant them absolutely none. Rather than becoming frightened by his ruthless warning, the citizens erupted with even greater enthusiasm. Their cheers grew louder, and the admiration in their voices only intensified. Standing above the entire kingdom as endless praise rolled through the city like thunder, Lin Tian allowed a quiet smile to form. At that moment, the Goblin Empire's true rise had officially begun. In the end, the system gathered and evaluated every result from the simulation. It concluded that after one complete year of growth, the Goblin Empire's foundation had stabilized entirely, with its economy and military strength both increasing at a breathtaking speed. Soon afterward, a fresh notification appeared on the glowing system interface. It presented Lin Tian with a simple question, asking whether he wanted to enter the next storyline. Lin Tian remained perfectly composed as he selected yes, choosing to continue without a trace of uncertainty. As soon as his choice registered, dazzling light burst outward from every direction, completely surrounding him in a brilliant flash. Once the light gradually faded away, Lin Tian found himself sitting upon a majestic throne. Luxurious royal garments draped across his figure, and an ornate golden crown rested above his brow. Beneath him stretched an immense gathering of citizens. Thousands upon thousands shouted Lin Tian's name together, celebrating the glory and greatness of the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian opened his eyes at an unhurried pace and looked down over the cheering masses. His voice remained calm as he proclaimed that while he was still the Goblin King, every person who accepted citizenship within the Goblin Empire would receive his protection. A moment later, his expression hardened and his eyes grew cold. He made it clear that his compassion extended only to his own subjects. The humans belonging to foreign nations, however, could expect no mercy from him whatsoever. His words did not frighten the crowd in the slightest. Instead, their admiration surged even higher, and a fresh wave of deafening cheers erupted beneath the throne. High above the kingdom, with endless praise reverberating through every street of the city, Lin Tian smiled quietly to himself. From that day onward, the Goblin Empire officially began its unstoppable ascent. Lin Tian stood upon the fortress balcony, his calm gaze sweeping across the empire below as he reviewed its present military strength. According to the latest reports, his forces had grown to include 2 million low-ranking goblins, 30,000 treants, and another 10,000 beast-type units. The population of higher-ranking races had not increased very much over the years, yet Lin Tian felt no disappointment whatsoever. On the contrary, the results pleasantly surprised him. 2 million goblins alone gave him enough strength to confront several 100,000 elite human soldiers, and the Empire's development had already surpassed every expectation he once held. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps rang through the fortress corridors. Gobu Tian rushed toward the balcony with excitement written across his face, and reported that a huge gathering of centaurs had appeared outside the city. This was no small band of a few dozen warriors, there were several thousand of them. The report immediately captured Lin Tian's full attention. In the past, the centaur race had been recognized as one of the most powerful demon races living beneath the rule of the Sword King Empire. However, after a massive military campaign was launched against them, their people had been scattered in every direction and forced to survive in hiding. Lin Tian had never imagined that such a large number of them would suddenly appear at his city. Before long, Lin Tian and Alice Near were standing together atop the towering city wall. From that elevated position, they looked down at the enormous group assembled beyond the gates. At the very front of the gathering stood their leader, a female centaur named Fienna. She carried herself like a seasoned warrior, and her strength had already reached level 99. As Lin Tian examined the information displayed about her, he discovered that Fienna was the daughter of a former centaur chief and one of the final surviving descendants of her people. Her class was Brave Iron Rider, and she possessed a world-class ability that could dramatically increase the speed and strength of every allied cavalry unit. Yet there was another feature that captured Lin Tian's attention even more strongly. Behind Fienna extended for unusual tails, each one gleaming with a distinct jade-colored hue. Looking down at the centaurs from his position above the gate, Lin Tian spoke in a casual tone and asked whether they had gathered there because they intended to attack his empire. Fienna immediately shook her head, rejecting the accusation without hesitation. With a respectful expression, she explained that the entire situation was a misunderstanding. The centaurs had not come seeking battle, they had come because they wished to join the Goblin Empire. For a brief instant, even Lin Tian could not completely hide his surprise. These thousands of centaurs had traveled all this way because they wanted to submit to him? The centaurs quickly explained that they and Lin Tian shared the same enemies. Humanity and the Sword Kingdom had driven them from their ancestral homeland, turning their once proud people into wandering refugees. After hearing of the Goblin Empire's rapid rise, they decided it might offer them the new beginning they desperately needed. They went on to describe the suffering their race had endured throughout the years. Once, the centaurs had been proud warriors who rode freely across lands of their own. Now they were hunted wherever they went, displaced from every refuge, and forced to struggle constantly just to remain alive. After surviving such humiliation, setting aside their pride no longer seemed important. Lin Tian listened to their explanation without interrupting, quietly weighing every word they offered. When they finally finished, he responded that since they had already chosen this path, he saw no reason to deliberately make matters difficult for them. Still, he made it clear that becoming part of the Goblin Empire was not without conditions. Anyone who was accepted beneath its banner had to devote themselves completely to the Empire's prosperity and actively labor toward building its future. In truth, Lin Tian had already developed a strong interest in accepting them. Centaurs were naturally gifted cavalry units, possessing both tremendous mobility and combat power. If he could organize their race into a proper mounted army, the Goblin Empire's military strength would rise to an entirely new level. Before Fienna could even show her relief, one of the more hot-blooded centaur warriors suddenly shoved his way forward. Planting his hooves firmly against the ground, he challenged Lin Tian without the slightest hesitation, declaring that the centaur race would never lower its head and submit so easily. Lin Tian merely lifted his shoulders in an indifferent shrug. He had no interest in arguing. In his eyes, the weak possessed no right to negotiate terms, and if this warrior truly wished to challenge him, then he was welcome to make the attempt. Lin Tian then added one final warning in a cold, even voice. If any centaur dared move even a single meter closer, he would consider that action a formal declaration of war against the Goblin Empire. The air around the city gates tightened in an instant. Every nearby warrior tensed, and hands quietly moved toward weapons. Just as the reckless centaur opened his mouth to argue again, Fienna abruptly stepped between both sides. All traces of hesitation vanished from Fienna's face, as she firmly announced that she accepted Lin Tian's conditions. Her decision stunned the centaurs gathered behind her. Protests immediately erupted from the crowd. Some shouted that they had traveled here to seek shelter, not to become servants. Others angrily pointed out that the Goblin Empire had only risen recently and demanded to know why the proud centaur race should accept such humiliating terms. After listening to their angry complaints, Lin Tian let out a short, amused laugh. They claimed they had merely come seeking refuge? His expression hardened as he reminded them that the Goblin Empire had not appeared out of thin air. Everything around them had been earned through brutal wars, endless sacrifices, and rivers of blood spilled across the land. Countless lives had been lost to build the walls, streets, and security they now wished to enjoy. So why should a group of outsiders contribute nothing and still receive those hard-earned benefits for free? Expecting such generosity without offering anything in return was nothing more than a foolish fantasy. The protests quickly died away. One by one, the centaurs lowered their voices and avoided Lin Tian's gaze. No matter how bitter his words sounded, each of them understood that he was telling the truth. Once silence settled over the group, Lin Tian offered them a possible compromise. If the centaurs could provide valuable intelligence concerning the Sword Kingdom, he would consider allowing a portion of their people to enter the Goblin Empire as reserve members. Fienna's eyes widened slightly the moment she heard his proposal. She stood in thought for several breaths, weighing the value of what she knew, before finally deciding to reveal an important secret. Not far from the Sword Kingdom lay a dangerous region known as Savage Cave. Over the years, An enormous goblin tribe had gathered within its depths, steadily increasing in number. More recently, rumors had begun spreading that a true goblin king had emerged and was now ruling over the entire cave. The instant those words reached Lin Tian's ears, his casual expression sharpened with interest. He was already familiar with Savage Cave. Long ago, it had been an abandoned mining region, but after being left untouched for years, its dark tunnels became a breeding ground for monsters. If a goblin king had truly risen there, then something significant must have taken place beneath the surface. A faint smile slowly formed at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. It appeared that the evolution of the goblin race was finally beginning to produce visible results. Without wasting another moment, he ordered the guards to open the city gates and permitted the centaurs to enter. Yet the moment the centaurs crossed through the gates and stepped into the Goblin Empire, every one of them stopped in stunned disbelief. The city beyond the walls was nothing like the bleak settlement they had imagined. Its broad streets were lively and crowded, filled with constant movement and conversation. Human merchants openly displayed their goods along the roadside, while rows of shops stretched into the distance. Blacksmiths hammered glowing metal beside roaring furnaces, traders exchanged supplies, and farmers moved through the busy markets with baskets overflowing with fresh produce. No matter where the centaurs looked, they saw races that should have been bitter enemies living side by side without conflict. The sight was so unbelievable that many of them could only stare with their mouths slightly open. Children laughed as they raced through the streets, happily biting into warm roasted sweet potatoes, as though peace had always been part of their lives. One young centaur eagerly rushed toward Vienna with a sweet potato clutched between both hands. His face practically glowed with excitement as he loudly declared that it was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his entire life. The adults behaved with even less restraint. Several centaurs shamelessly snatched food that had originally been prepared for livestock, while others simply dropped onto the ground and began eating through tears of joy. They stuffed one sweet potato after another into their mouths, barely taking time to breathe. After years of hunger and constant flight, even such ordinary food had become a luxury beyond anything they remembered. Lin Tian watched the ridiculous spectacle unfold, and found himself completely unsure how to respond. The centaur race had once been feared across the continent for its pride, speed, and terrifying cavalry. Yet now, these legendary warriors were wrestling with pigs over a pile of sweet potatoes. For one brief moment, he genuinely wondered whether the entire group had lost its mind. Meanwhile, Fiona remained still in the middle of the bustling street. Her gaze moved across the peaceful shops, the laughing children, and the relaxed smiles worn by people of many different races. Slowly, her fingers curled into tight fists at her sides. For the first time in many years, she could finally see a path toward hope. If her people were allowed to recover here, rebuild their numbers, and regain the strength they had lost, then perhaps one day they would no longer be forced to bow their heads before anyone. For the sake of that future, she was willing to accept every condition Lin Tian had placed before them. Lin Tian continued staring with a completely blank expression. Even the small goblins gathered beside him seemed unable to find words. Together, they silently watched the supposedly legendary centaur warriors scramble around the street, fighting over livestock feed like a pack of starving children. Eventually, the centaurs realized that Lin Tian and his subordinates had been watching the entire embarrassing display. Their movements immediately froze, and shame spread across their faces. One warrior hurried forward, bowed his head deeply, and offered a sincere apology. He insisted that none of them had intended to show disrespect. They had simply endured hunger for so many years that the sight of plentiful food had overwhelmed them. Lin Tian personally guided the centaurs toward the district that had been prepared for them. As they walked, he explained that the Goblin Empire was a land of freedom, where no race would be hunted, oppressed, or discriminated against merely because of what they were. The young centaur boy immediately leaped into a thick pile of soft hay and rolled across it while laughing happily. After spending so much of his life running, hiding, and sleeping wherever danger allowed, simply having a warm and secure place to rest felt like an unimaginable luxury. Fiona and the other centaur warriors lowered their heads and thanked Lin Tian with genuine gratitude. Lin Tian accepted their appreciation with his usual calm expression, then reminded them not to forget the agreement they had made. Food would be delivered to their living area shortly, and after several days the breeding program would officially begin. From his perspective, a truly powerful empire needed many different races and abilities. Once restored, the centaur cavalry would become an important force in strengthening the Goblin Empire's military power. A faint and calculating smile crossed Lin Tian's face as his thoughts shifted toward the future. He still intended to travel to Savage Cave, confront the newly risen Goblin King, and help Gokong continue advancing along his evolutionary path. Before dealing with any of that, however, there was another matter he needed to inspect personally. While walking casually through the fortress corridors, Lin Tian turned toward Gobu Tian and suggested that they visit the prison to check on Abido's condition. He could not explain why, but an uneasy feeling had begun pressing against the back of his mind, warning him that something might have gone wrong. The prison corridor was dark, damp, and oppressively silent. Faint torchlight flickered against the stone walls as their footsteps echoed through the gloomy passage, each sound traveling farther than it should have. When they finally reached Abido's cell, the sight waiting inside looked as though it had been torn from a nightmare. Abido lay weak and motionless upon a pile of filthy straw. A goblin guard had collapsed nearby, his body sprawled in a dark pool of blood. Most disturbing of all, a wide black hole had been opened in the center of the cell floor, leading into a tunnel beneath the prison. Gobu Tian immediately assumed that some creature had broken into the prison from the outside. He stepped toward the opening and prepared to climb down for a closer inspection, but Lin Tian quickly raised a hand and stopped him. Lin Tian's eyes swept across the blood, the fallen guard, and the rough edges surrounding the opening. In only a moment he pieced together what had occurred. Nothing had invaded the cell from outside. Whatever caused this destruction had escaped from within. The tunnel beneath their feet was clearly the route the creature had used to flee. Every mark, footprint, and trail of blood pointed toward a truth far more dangerous than either of them had expected to uncover. When Lin Tian looked more closely at Abido, he saw that her abdomen had been violently torn open. A horrifying cavity remained where flesh and internal organs should have been, making it difficult to understand how she was still alive. The succubus appeared completely exhausted and deeply traumatized. Her skin had turned deathly pale, and terror filled her green eyes as they darted helplessly around the cell. Struggling through weak, shaking breaths, she begged Lin Tian to save her. Catherine was summoned to the prison soon afterward. The moment she saw Abido's condition, she began casting healing magic without delay. Warm golden light spread around the injured succubus, covering the terrible wound and slowly drawing the torn flesh closed. Little by little, Abido's breathing steadied, and her fragile condition began to stabilize. As soon as Abido regained enough strength to form words, the fear she had been holding back finally broke loose. Tears streamed down her pale face, and she began sobbing uncontrollably. Through her tears, Abido revealed that the child she had given birth to was no ordinary infant. What had emerged from her body was a monster. She suddenly grabbed Lin Tian's clothing with both hands, clinging to him as she recounted the horror. Before it was born, the creature had devoured her internal organs from inside her body, using them as nourishment. It then tore its own way out through her abdomen. After emerging, it slaughtered the goblin guard directly in front of her and vanished through the tunnel before anyone could stop it. Lin Tian listened without interrupting, his expression growing more serious with every detail. Once Abido had finished, he asked her to carefully describe the creature's appearance. He needed to determine exactly what kind of being had entered the world. Still trembling, Abido recalled a pitch-black goblin with curved, goat-like horns growing from its head. Its eyes had been filled with such intense malice that simply remembering them made her body shake. It had not resembled a helpless newborn in the slightest. It looked more like a creature that had crawled directly out of the deepest abyss. After hearing that description, Lin Tian arrived at a deeply troubling conclusion. The creature appeared to have inherited the goblin race's violent instincts, while also gaining the mysterious power contained within succubus blood. Its natural potential might even approach that of a demigod-level existence. What had begun as one of his experiments was gradually developing into something far beyond the limits of his original plan. Inside Lin Tian's mind, an unsettling image began to form. He imagined a dark, horned monster wandering across the land, growing stronger with every living thing it endlessly devoured. For the first time since arriving in this world, Lin Tian truly began to understand that he may have underestimated how terrifying its creatures could become once their hidden potential was unleashed. At that exact moment, a translucent notification suddenly flashed into existence before his eyes. The message announced that an entirely new title had been created. It congratulated Lin Tian for obtaining the title Father of the Evil God, and along with that unbelievable achievement, he received a reward of 100 life points. More importantly, the notification confirmed the frightening truth behind Abido's child. The being that had just been born was far more extraordinary than anyone in the prison could have imagined. Lin Tian stared at the title with a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment. A goblin king suddenly becoming known as the father of an evil god was certainly not a development he had ever expected. Even so, Lin Tian quickly forced those awkward thoughts aside. Ridiculous or not, the title represented a rare and unique achievement. After all, there were probably very few beings in the entire world who could truthfully claim to be the father of an evil god. Before leaving the prison, Lin Tian ordered his subordinates to guard Abido carefully and keep the tunnel under constant observation. If the escaped creature ever returned, No matter the time or circumstances, he wanted to be informed immediately. After giving those orders, he turned away from the gloomy cell and resumed his inspection of the territory. By the following morning, warm sunlight poured across the city walls and rooftops. The Goblin Empire was already alive with activity as residents filled the streets and began another busy day. As Lin Tian walked through the crowded streets, people from every direction greeted him with cheers, respectful bows, and enthusiastic words of praise. Their loyalty was no longer maintained by fear alone. Many residents now followed him because they were genuinely thankful for the food, safety, and stable lives the Goblin Empire had given them. Fiona watched the people surrounding Lin Tian with visible surprise. Unable to hide her curiosity, she asked why the humans living in the city showed no fear toward a goblin ruler. Lin Tian answered in the same calm tone he always used. When people were treated fairly and allowed to live with dignity, he explained, their fear would naturally disappear. Fiona fell silent after hearing his reply, her eyes lingering thoughtfully on the peaceful crowd around them. The sheer size of the empire Lin Tian had created, and the unwavering loyalty his people showed him, went far beyond anything Fiona had imagined. As she watched him command everyone with such natural authority, she could no longer see him as some ordinary goblin. The figure standing before her possessed the presence and dignity of a genuine emperor. Unable to suppress her growing curiosity, Fiona finally asked Lin Tian what he truly hoped to accomplish. His ambitions were obviously far greater than those of ordinary goblins, who cared only about filling their stomachs and producing more offspring. She wanted to understand just how far his vision extended. Lin Tian turned his crimson gaze toward her and calmly replied that his dream was, in fact, no different from her own. The unexpected answer left Fiona momentarily speechless, her expression tightening with visible confusion as she tried to understand what he meant. Noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, Lin Tian asked whether she had never dreamed of seeing the centaur race become a respected people instead of remaining a tribe constantly mocked and looked down upon. His question pierced straight through the feelings she had always kept buried, and as those words left his mouth, his own thoughts drifted back to the first days after he arrived in this world. At that time, Lin Tian had awakened inside the frail body of a powerless goblin. Humans had chased and hunted him as though his life were worth less than an animal's, never showing him the slightest mercy. Every humiliation he endured and every desperate struggle to survive had carved itself into his memory, eventually becoming the force that pushed him to build everything he possessed today. Since fate had denied him the chance to live as an ordinary human, Lin Tian had chosen another path. He would transform the name Goblin into something the entire world could never dismiss or ignore. He wanted goblins to represent strength, honor, and dignity, and he intended to make them stand beside humanity as true equals. But even that was only the beginning of his ambition. One day, Lin Tian planned to elevate the goblin race beyond humanity itself. Perhaps, if he continued climbing high enough, they would even rise above the gods. As he declared this impossible dream, a fierce and unshakable resolve burned brightly within his crimson eyes. Fiona remained rooted in place, silently staring at him as the weight of his vision settled over her. Until this moment, she had only seen the empire that already existed. Now, for the first time, she could glimpse the extraordinary future Lin Tian was determined to bring into reality. The heavy atmosphere was suddenly shattered when Gokong interrupted without warning. He loudly criticized Fiona for making their king continue the journey on foot, then suggested that she prove her loyalty by allowing Lin Tian to climb onto her back and ride her. The moment those words reached her ears, a bright blush spread across Fiona's face. Among the centaur race, carrying another person on one's back was far from an ordinary gesture. It was an intensely personal act, reserved only for someone who had been granted complete trust and acknowledged with absolute submission. Realizing what Gokong had carelessly implied, Gobu Tian hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. He sharply told Gokong to quit spouting such ridiculous nonsense, adding that Lin Tian must already have his own reasons for choosing to walk rather than demanding a mount. An uncomfortable silence immediately settled over the group. Lin Tian quickly ordered everyone to stop talking before the situation became even more awkward. He explained that he understood the traditions of the centaur race and firmly stated that he would never force Fiona into such a personal act merely to demonstrate his authority as king. Instead of easing her thoughts, Lin Tian's response only made Fiona's emotions more tangled. She gently bit her lower lip while a faint redness lingered across her cheeks. He had respected the customs and pride of her people, while his dream for their future had touched something deep within her heart. At that moment, Fiona finally became certain that she had found a ruler truly worthy of her loyalty. After hesitating for only a brief moment, Fiona gathered her courage and willingly invited Lin Tian to ride on her back. This time, Lin Tian was the one caught completely off guard. Centaurs were well known for their fierce pride and stubborn nature, so he had never imagined that Fiona would personally make such a meaningful offer without being asked.